You clearly chose the Tang was heavy fruit. But you were ridiculed by all the teachers and students. A blind man. What qualifications do you have to use the devil fruit? Just because in this era where devil fruits are rampant. Devil fruits are a symbol of strength. But this world does not have the anime One Piece. So there is no clear understanding of the development and power of devil fruits. And many devil fruits have not even been seen. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared. This student. I repeat. On the left is the burn fruit. And on the right is the unseen heavy fruit. Also, I remind you again. Devil fruits can be declined, and disabled persons can be exempt from military service. Listening to the impatient voice of the staff in the earphones, your eyebrows raised slightly, because at the same time, a mechanical voice sounded, detecting 2 devil fruits. Preparing to activate the multiverse character template system, please deduct 3 dog heads from the host and choose a fruit to activate the system. Next, 2 panels appeared in your dark field of view, and after quickly scanning them, you made a decision. Next, the classmates below the stage and the national audience watching the live broadcast were all stunned. The class teacher, Su Feng, outside the Holy Land, shouted in fear at the live screen, "No! The S-level fruit is on the left. Come down. What are you? A blind person joining in the fun." But little did you know. At this moment your heart is incredibly refreshed, because after many years, a different scenery has finally appeared in your dark world. Detection of the host has gained the ability of heavy fruit. The template of characters from all realms, Gravity Fruit Fujitora template, system loaded successfully. Acquired skills, Observation Haki, Swordsmanship, Gravity Field. Skill points available for allocation, 10. Note, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.5, the next skill can be unlocked, Navy 6 Styles. Current unlocking progress, March 5th. The abilities in this world are divided into 9 tiers. To advance to the next tier, one must participate in a special ability test. With a total attribute points of 200 and causing damage of 1000 cards, one can become a first-tier ability user. Outside the sacred place at this time, the awakening ceremony is being broadcast in real time through the cameras clipped to the collars of each student. This person is toxic. Instead of choosing a mature S-level natural fruit, he chose a superhuman fruit that has never appeared before. The key is that this person is blind. And once you choose a fruit, you have to go to the battlefield. This is the rule. And there are no exceptions for anyone. Ha ha ha. How can a blind person go to the battlefield? Unless he can comprehend the color of observation on his own. And even if he comprehends the color of observation, it seems that the current strongest color of observation user in the world has a perception range of only 100 meters. In the awakening ceremony live room, the barrage is flying all over the sky, covering the entire screen. The homeroom teacher Su Feng, who is watching the live broadcast, is panting heavily. He clearly reminded you not to choose any fruit. Why did you still choose? Even if you chose, why did you choose an unknown fruit instead of choosing a very mature S-level fruit with a high development level? After a moment, the live broadcast room exploded again. Just as you stepped down from the stage, a girl who took the stage appeared with 2 light balls around her, one of which was the flame fruit. Back in the Holy Land, as you returned to the team, your classmate Wang Ming looked at you strangely and said, "Li Dong, why did you choose the fruit?" You were silent for a moment and slowly said, "I don't want to live as an ordinary person." Wang Ming sighed and couldn't help but say, "You should at least choose a devil fruit that can elementalize, so you won't die easily." But you just lightly replied, "Heavy devil fruits aren't that bad either. At least it's a superhuman type with a unique fruit." Wang Ming retorted, "Nonsense. Just because it's a unique fruit doesn't mean it's powerful. It depends on how it's developed. Let me give you a few examples. Slip fruit. What's the use? Is it a lubricant? Flower fruit. What's the use? Paste fruit can turn into a paste-like fluid, but clothes can't change. What's the use? Do you need someone to help you carry clothes all the time? Moreover, there will be an entrance test after entering the military academy. The first place will receive a 200-point attribute ball reward, which is also our Dragon Kingdom's snowball cultivation strategy. The more outstanding you are, the more resources you will receive. The strongest in the early stages are those with sword talent, who already possess sword intent, and those who have sword intent early on are all chaotic killers. Hearing this, your eyes lit up. Blind Swordsmanship LV.10/10+. Currently proficient in sword moves. First level, comprehends sword intent, skilled. Can allocate skill points, 10. At the next moment, you feel a warm stream flowing out from your body, quickly spreading to all parts of your body. Unfortunately, you are missing a sword now. Just then, Tang Chuyao slowly walks towards you. "Li Dong, why don't you choose to burn the fruit?" You are a bit speechless. "I don't like to burn fruits." "Okay?" Tang Chuyao was silent for a while, then said, "Thank you. Each time the Holy Land's prize pool consists of 60 random talents. You did not choose the burn fruit. which caused the burned fruit to return to the prize pool. Anyway, thank you, you have chosen a fruit. So you must enter the military academy next. There is a secret trial in the military academy. Although the first level is not very dangerous, you cannot see it. When the first level comes, follow me. I will cover you through the first level, and the rest will be up to you. There's no need for that. You rejected without hesitation. The two-person secret realm must be teamed up. Tang Chuyao wanted to say that you are blind, and most likely no one would want to team up with you, but she felt it was not appropriate to say so. She didn't understand why Jiang Chen would refuse to form a team when she was an extremely maturely developed and extremely strong burning fruit ability user. This fruit of his own, which he was able to get his hands on, was indeed related to Jiang Chen again. In reason, the first layer of the secret realm had to help Jiang Chen cross over. Forget it. When the time comes to the military school, and the school teacher directly mention it, with their own this rare natural system fruit ability identity, not afraid that they do not agree. After all, from previous years, as long as those who got the fruits of nature ended up becoming the top combatants of the Dragon Kingdom. What's more, the burning fruit was the most maturely developed S-class fruit. Just then, this wave of their holy land is also completely over. Among the 30 people, other than Wang Ming's shining fruit, Tang Chuyao's burning fruit, and Jiang Chen's heavy fruit, the others were all physical enhancements, strength enhancements, and the like. This wave of holy land can be described as luck against all odds and unprecedented. Jiang Chen held his blind cane and walked in the direction of the exit. Come on, it's over. Let's go out. Outside the holy ground, 30 students came out in great numbers. Jiang Chen slowly walked at the end of the group. Just then, a few yellow-haired youths who were squatting by the playground to watch the show, chewing gum in their mouths, stared at Jiang Chen intentionally or unintentionally. TSK, 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 look, that's Jiang Chen who doesn't pick S-rank fruits, and picked one that no one has ever used. A blind man going into battle. I guess he won't even survive the first secret level, ha ha ha. I don't get it. Isn't it good to stay at home as a disabled person? Have to choose the fruit. This is not sick? The few students didn't avoid Jiang Chen in the slightest and just talked loudly. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he stopped in his tracks. His seeing color swept over the 3 students. 2 of them are only a little better than average. The remaining one, who possessed a unique aura within his body, was a devil fruit ability. Until now, only one S-class devil fruit had come out of this holy land, so the remaining one is bound to be no stronger. Facing this kind of in-your-face jumping and being a shrinking violet? That's impossible. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen let out a light laugh. A couple of students. You guys have pretty cheap mouths. The voice was not loud, but unusually clear. Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao were inwardly shocked. In the past, Jiang Chen had always been very calm, and had been taunted by those undesirables quite a bit, so why had he suddenly become so rigid today? The 2 students sniffed and instantly stormed off. Grass, what did you say? You want to die, don't you, blind man? Tang Chuyao slowly condensed a flame in her hand. If they wanted to make a move, she herself would let them taste what it meant to burn the fruits. Jiang Chen slowly spoke. On your knees. A massive gravity instantly enveloped those 2 students, who were already running, and were directly staggered by the pressure. Bang! Both fell to their knees at the same time. Hands on the ground. Jiang Chen didn't use his full strength either. His current mental power attribute was only 32 points, and he could only manipulate 6 tons of gravity. He had only attached 0.5 tons of gravity to each of the 2 students. Seeing this, the remaining devil fruit ability person spat on the ground and stood up to charge towards Jiang Chen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seek death. In a flash. Within Jiang Chen's perceptive perspective, this student's muscles rose so quickly that his clothing burst right through and his torso was covered in a thick, coarse layer of black hair. The face was twisted and distorted, sharp fangs flashing coldly. Canis lupus fruit wolf form? Jiang Chen said calmly. Called what? You too. A ton of gravity plummeting down. The werewolf students were only students who had just gained their talents, and facing this 1-ton gravity, they only felt as if they were being crushed by a Tarzan. Boom dash! The 2 thick knees slammed directly into the concrete floor, which was instantly smashed with a tiny crack. The werewolf student looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. What kind of ability is this? Heavy fruit. Manipulating gravity? Jiang Chen slowly walked over to the 3 people prostrate on the ground. His eyes slightly opened, revealing a touch of gray in his eyes. It's not your turn to tell me what fruits I choose and whether I choose them or not. Making me up behind my back. I don't care. Jumping face to face is giving you guys face, isn't it? In the face of in-your-face taunts. If one still pretends not to hear them, one is bound to suffer more taunts in the future, and one will be annoyed to no end. He himself now possessed heavy fruits and a golden finger, so how could he possibly spoil these people? In the world of high martial arts, whoever has a hard fist has the right, do not like to make a splash, meticulously and slowly develop. That is called low-key, but also is code of conduct. But, it's called shrinking your head when you're still smiling after others have jumped in your face. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The werewolf student raised his head with difficulty, a hint of ferocity and defiance flashing in his eyes. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's head was habitually slightly tilted to the side, a touch of disdain showing at the corner of his mouth. It still doesn't seem heavy enough. The words fell. 6 tons of gravity blasted into the werewolf classmate. Bang! In an instant, the werewolf classmate slammed 5 bodies into the concrete floor, accompanied by a slight clicking sound, and their noses were broken. Jiang Chen, stop! Just then, class teacher Su Feng and another teacher quickly ran over. Seeing this, Jiang Chen retracted the gravity. The homeroom teacher has always been good to him or her, and has already taught him or her a lesson, so give him or her homeroom teacher a break. What's going on? Su Feng swept his gaze over the 3 students on the wretched ground, and the werewolf student had already regained his human form, his face covered in blood. Tang Chuyao took the initiative to explain for Jiang Chen. Teacher Su, it was those 3 students who came to provoke Jiang Chen and tried to make a move. Jiang Chen, he was just defending himself. Su Feng's gaze wandered over those 3 students. These 3 students, as he also knew, had always been pricks who liked to bully people, and Jiang Chen hadn't been taunted by them much before. Now that Jiang Chen possessed the devil fruit ability, these 3 of them were considered to have kicked the bucket. His eyes stared at his 3 classmates and he chided. Get out of here. The 2 students assisted their bloodied werewolf companion and slunk away. Ordinary students' fights, what his teacher cared, but the conflict between devil fruit power users, that was out of his hands. Su Feng gazed at Jiang Chen, thinking inwardly, the heavy fruit that Jiang Chen had gotten didn't seem too bad, and it was surprisingly able to kill the stronger animal fruit ability users in the early stages. Chapter 4 High-Ranked Sword Dao Talent? Holy, how did Jiang Chen become so fierce? The heavy fruit seems to be quite strong, manipulating gravity, except for not being able to elementalize it. So I guess it can be a rank level? It should be about the same. The National Ability Association, behind the new fruit, will rate it based on performance? So we'll see then. So it seems like Jiang Chen chose the right one? How can that be? A new fruit means that you have to develop it entirely on your own. And the development of the abilities of most fruits is something that has gone through generations of hard work. How attributes are added for maximum effect and how to fine-tune the manipulation of abilities to achieve the desired results. All of this was to be slowly figured out. And the S-rank fruit, the burning fruit, had already been researched pretty much through the depths of the 3 great generals. Heavy fruit, completely new fruit, can only look at Jiang Chen himself. But speaking of, Jiang Chen, can he see it? I guess it's hearing voices. Blind people's perception in this area is generally more sensitive, and gravity doesn't need to be very precise, I guess. At this moment, around Jiang Chen, there was a circle of students, mingling and discussing. All of these words were also captured by Jiang Chen seeing color. Developing fruits? It's not easy. The system adds points. As for how to attribute points, your own panel is clearly written. 20 points of mental attributes increase gravity by 1 ton. All spread out. Su Feng and another teacher loudly dispersed the crowd. The onlookers glanced at each other and dispersed silently. Su Feng gazed at Jiang Chen and spoke slowly. Jiang Chen, forget it. You have your own thoughts. I won't say anything. Be careful in the future. Teacher Su, don't worry about me. Jiang Chen smiled back. Su Feng sighed and turned his head to look at Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao, a pleased smile on his face. Tang Chuyao, not to mention, a natural S-class fruit ability. She's bound to become a great general in the future. You'll have something awesome to blow on your own drinking later. I just didn't expect Wang Ming to actually take an A-ranked fruit as well, the shining fruit. What a rewarding experience for your own class this time around. Wang Ming asked. Mr. Su, this time I chose the shining fruit out of the rubber fruit and the shining fruit. Should that be correct? Su Feng nodded in satisfaction. You're doing the right thing. The rubber fruit is at best covered in steam based on the development of the last ability, and nowhere near as good as the shining fruit. Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. Is this world so backward in terms of development? The rubber fruit was only developed to the 2nd gear? That's 30 years ago. I can't blame them though. After all, they haven't seen the Pirate King anime either. Su Feng turned his head to Jiang Chen and asked, by the way, Jiang Chen, what's your current total attribute points? Jiang Chen was silent for a while, doing some internal calculations. 100 points. Ha! Wang Ming, who was on the side, stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes, incredulously. No, I'm only 48 points. Why are you so high? Tang Chuyao was also a bit surprised. I'm only 66 points too. Jiang Chen scratched his head. I don't know. Wang Ming suddenly said. Could it be that Jiang Chen's fruit is one that surpasses S-class existences? The words fell. The three of them looked at Su Feng at the same time. Su Feng shook his head slightly and explained. No. The initial attribute points don't depend on the fruit. Some people's B-rank devil fruit initial total attribute points can be as high as over 80. Wang Ming asked. Then why is Jiang Chen so high? Su Feng rubbed his chin and explained. According to the latest research over at the Kyoto Academy of Science, the initial attribute points depend on the spiritual power and physical quality within each person. Maybe Jiang Chen's spiritual power is naturally stronger. So it is. Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao nodded. Jiang Chen pondered. Could it be the reason for the one body and two souls? This body carries the original body's soul plus its own. So the mental power is almost twice that of the others? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Now need to get a sword and a staff first. Jiang Chen asked towards Su Feng. Teacher Su, I want to go and customize a weapon. Where is the best weapon store in our Sanyuan city? Su Feng pondered for a moment. That Tianyuan weapon store downtown. It's the biggest one. You can go there. Jiang Chen politely nodded his head and thanked him. Okay, thank you teacher. When he finished speaking, he walked in the direction of the school entrance, blind cane in hand. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao called out to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I'll walk you there. Jiang Chen turned his head and smiled. No need. I can walk by myself. Tang Chuyao skimmed her mouth. Why is this guy so high and mighty? Can't you see the beauty of my lady? Oh yes, does seem to be invisible. Forget it. Then you're forgiven. The others didn't say anything. After all, although Jiang Chen was blind, he had been walking back on his own for so many years without any problems. Just then, Mr. Zhang Qingtao from the next class came over. He said with a smirk, Mr. Su, congratulations. Your class has produced one S-ranked fruit this time. One A-ranked fruit. And the heavy fruit I've heard has quite a bit of potential. Su Feng responded with a smile. It still depends on Jiang Chen's own development. After all, the burning fruit has also gone through 3 generations of hard work before it was developed to the extent of an S-rank rating. Zhang Qingtao, but Jiang Chen's eyes. Hey, I warned him, it's all his choice. Su Feng sighed. Enough about that. I heard that a girl in your class has awakened a high-ranked sword Dao talent this time? Zhang Qingtao laughed. Yeah, named Willow Lane. Su Feng nodded in relief. That's not bad. The rarity of a high-ranked kendo talent is almost in between an S-ranked fruit and an A-ranked fruit. Isn't one of our 4 great generals of the Dragon Kingdom a high-ranked sword Dao talent? That's a great man who can break a river with a single sword. After hearing Su Feng's words, Zhang Qingtao laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. That's up to Lu Li herself. Sword Dao talent isn't that easy to cultivate. Between the two talking, a young girl in a school uniform approached. Long, dark hair was neatly tied back into a high ponytail, with a few strands of broken hair falling on either side of her pale cheeks. She politely said towards Zhang Qingtao, Teacher Zhang, I'm going to leave first. I'm going to visit the Tianyuan weapon shop. Zhang Qingtao looked at her suspiciously. Lu Li, aren't your weapons customized? Liu Li nodded gently. Yes, having just comprehended the sword intent, I'm going to go over there and try out my sword. When Wang Ming heard this, his eyes widened, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. Hiss, is this a high-ranked sword Dao talent? Only just awakened and you've comprehended sword intent? Okay then, go ahead. Zhang Qingtao nodded back. Liu Li turned toward the school's entrance. Su Feng stroked his chin. I've heard that this time around, our Sanyuan city has only produced Lu Li, a high-level sword Dao talent? Seems like it. This time, Lu Li can compete for the first place in the entrance test of the Nanjiang Military Academy. That's 200 attribute points. Zhang Qingtao laughed. That's hard to say. Although the high-ranking kendo talent is strong in the early stages, but Tang Chuyao's devil fruit is the burning fruit. It can be said to be the most maturely developed S-class fruit ability. It's hard to say who will take first place. Ha ha ha, they're all students from our second high school anyway. Chapter 5, Attached Sword Intent. One sword chop. Streets. A young man suddenly pointed across the road at Jiang Chen, who was holding a blind cane. Look. That person seems to be Jiang Chen. The yellow-haired young man beside him looked puzzled. Who is Jiang Chen? It was just broadcast live over at second grade. Ah, a blind man who ate a gravity fruit. Yellow hair sniffed in surprise. Blind men still eat fruit? Exactly. Suddenly, yellow hair frowned. So what? Are you sure he's blind? His companion looked at him quizzically. Yellow hair pointed at Jiang Chen's gradually fading back. I just saw him close to hitting that car parked on the blind curve. And he didn't even touch his blind cane and went around early. The companion looked suspiciously at Jiang Chen, who was walking down the blind alley. You're looking at it wrong, aren't you? No way. I specifically checked his profile. His grades have been number 1 in the city. Blind for 10 years. But I clearly see. You're definitely looking at it wrong. Get out of here. The movie's about to start. The two young men left at a quick pace. Jiang Chen leaned on his blind cane and made his way to a modern high-rise building. The entire building was more than 40 meters high, with a silver-white facade that looked extremely atmospheric. The footprint is also large, the size of an entire soccer field. At the top of the building, the dragon flew and wrote, Tian Yuan Weapon Group. It was also one of the largest chain weapons groups in the Dragon Kingdom, selling all kinds of alloy weapons and customized weapons, so to speak. In the Dragon Kingdom of this world, weapons are not regulated due to the threat of ferocious beasts. You can buy as much as you want as long as you have the money. Welcome to. The automatic door opens. Jiang Chen walked into the building, and a female staff member immediately greeted him. Hello, how may I help you? I need to customize a sword. Jiang Chen spoke calmly. The woman smiled and began to introduce herself. For customization, 50,000 for a D-class alloy weapon, 100,000 for a C-class alloy weapon, and 200,000 for a B-class alloy weapon. Which one do you need? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. So expensive? One's current savings is just a little over $100,000. Still saving up from all those years of receiving subsidies. That said, he's got quite a subsidy. His father, a former soldier of the Demon Suppression Army, had died in battle before he had much memory of it, and after that, he and his mother received a death-in-action allowance and $10,000 a month. Until 3 years ago, when my mother had a serious illness, all the money I had saved was spent, and it still didn't save my mother's life. This $100,000, or Jiang Chen saved 3 years to save out. Jiang Chen said, then customize a C-rank alloy weapon. I want to make a sword and a staff. A sword and a staff? The woman looked puzzled. Jiang Chen handed her the blind cane in his hand. It's the sword hidden in the blind cane. Oh, no problem. Under the woman's gaze, Jiang Chen naturally sat on the stool. The woman looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Are all blind people nowadays so sensitive? What? Do I have something on my face? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. The woman came back to her senses. No. You can see me? Can't see, but can feel you. How did you do it? It makes sense, doesn't it? To be blind and have your other senses sharpened. The woman mused. Reasonable my ass. It makes sense to feel the stairs, but how does it make sense to feel the stool under your butt? Never mind. There are too many strange things in this world. You'll have to wait a moment. It'll take about half an hour. The woman took Jiang Chen's blind cane and walked into the workroom. Bored, Jiang Chen put on his headphones and started swiping his cell phone. That's a cell phone for the blind. Even though you can't see, you can still hear a sound. Today's hot topic. 1. Hashtag Jiang Chen hashtag. 2. Hashtag Jiang Chen gave up the burning fruit and chose the heavy fruit hashtag. 3. Hashtag blind men in the army hashtag. 4. Hashtag Sanyuan City's second middle school, with the appearance of burnt fruits and high-level kendo talent hashtag. 5. Hashtag heavy fruit hashtag. 6. Hashtag predicts that the heavy fruit will become the strongest supporting fruit. Hashtag. 7. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless. 10 hot searches. 8 related to yourself. He himself is now completely famous. Half an hour later, the woman held a wooden-colored sword and a staff and walked over to Jiang Chen. Hello boss, here's your sword and the staff. Thanks. Jiang Chen took the blind cane and touched it with his hand. Clank. The blade was pulled out by an inch, and a wave of sword intent covered the sword, emitting a slight sword chirping sound. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. This feeling, it's wonderful. He stood up and politely inquired, may I ask if you can test swords here? The woman had a professional smile on her face. Yes, it's on the second floor. I'll show you. Jiang Chen nodded. 5 minutes later, the woman led Jiang Chen to a room. This is the C-grade alloy weapon test sword area. This sword of yours is made of C-grade alloy, and testing it in this room will not damage your sword. Thanks. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then walked into the sword test room. Bang! The door to the room was heaved shut. Jiang Chen unfolded his scene color. This sword test room was roughly 200 square meters, surrounded by some memory metal, with countless wires wrapped around the metal. In the middle of the room, there was a huge display instrument to show the power of the test sword. Jiang Chen drew out his sword blade, a flash of cold light flashing as he began to warm up. The sword and the staff seemed to transform into a swimming dragon in Jiang Chen's hands. Light, agile, dashing, and ethereal. The blind sword technique imprinted in his mind was danced out, skillfully as if he had actually practiced it for decades. A few moments later, Jiang Chen felt his entire body's muscles stretching and his qi and blood being active. Let's try a normal sword first. There was no sword intent attached to it. It was merely an ordinary full-force chop. Swish dash. The sword and the staff didn't cut into the memory metal, and it didn't cut it off. And it was only when Jiang Chen retrieved the sword that the memory metal slowly recovered. Immediately after, on the large screen in the middle of the sword test room, the numbers began to jump up. 242 cards. Jiang Chen listened to the numbers reported on the radio and pondered inwardly. The force generated by an average robust adult man from a full-force chopping blow is around 100 to 150 calories. He himself was already nearly twice as strong as an ordinary able-bodied man now that he had only awakened his talent and had not used any of his abilities. Currently owned properties are Power, 24+, Spirit, 32+, Physical, 22+, Agility, 22+. That means that almost 1 point of power boosts the destructive power of 10 cards. I just don't know how strong a chop with sword intent attached to it can be. Think about it. Jiang Chen's eyes opened slightly, revealing a flash of gray. Immediately afterward, a thick sword intent covered the sword. Buzz dash. A crisp sword chime sounded, and the sword and the staff, which shone with a cold light, trembled slightly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slashed down with his sword. Swish dash. This time, the memory metal was actually directly cut off by a sword. Chapter 6, Shocked Kendo Genius Girl. On the large screen in the center of the sword test room, the numbers were frantically pulsing. An exaggerated number jumped out. 1,284 cards. Jiang Chen was startled when he heard the electronic announcement. I didn't expect that a strike with sword intent attached to it would be boosted by 5 times. No wonder it was said that the pre-existing high-ranking sword Dao talent was just a messy kill. The destructive power requirement for a first-order ability is just 1,000 cards. In other words, he himself now possessed the power of a first-ranked ability user. Just now, Jiang Chen was in the hall, idly querying the information even as he was bored. Generally speaking, 99% of the new students would not be able to reach the first-ranked abilities until after they had passed at least the first secret realm. He himself hadn't even formally enrolled in school yet, and he had already reached the threshold of a first-ranked ability user. And even the most maturely developed and most ferociously destructive pre-existing S-ranked burning fruit, a full-force fire fist when it was first awakened would only be able to hit around 600 to 700 cards of destructive power. A single slash with sword intent attached to itself was already twice as strong as the fire fist of the burning fruit. This was still only a skillful level of sword intent. If the blind sword art was upgraded one more level, he would be able to comprehend proficiency level sword intent. And I'm afraid that the destructive power would be even stronger by then. Phew. Try Fujitaka's moves next. Remember in the anime, he can attach gravity to his sword to increase the killing power of his blind sword. Jiang Chen raised the sword in his staff and unleashed his fruit ability. Next moment, 1 ton of gravity loomed directly over the sword. At the same time, Jiang Chen was also staggered by the 1-ton gravity and almost didn't fall. With a clang, the long sword fell to the ground, directly smashing a crater in the tiles. Jiang Chen's perception spread out. Luckily, there's no surveillance. It still doesn't work. There's no way to focus gravity on the sword. It can only envelop an area. Fujitsugu from the anime. But he can emit a purple gravity wave that focuses gravity on a certain object without affecting surrounding objects. That's how fruits are developed, right? No wonder people in this world are so backward in developing fruits. It really doesn't seem that simple. Jiang Chen tried for a while longer, and was never able to coalesce gravity onto an object. He surveyed the skill panel. Hearing color Bay LV. 1. 0/20+. Current range 100 meters. Next level, range spreads to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV. 2. 0/20+. Currently comprehended sword intent. Next level, sword intent proficient. Gravity field LV. 1. 0/10+. Current field range 10 meters. Next level, range spreads to 50 meters. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills is added together and reaches LV. 5. The next skill can be unlocked, Naval 6 styles. Current unlocking progress, April 5th. The next level of gravity domain simply increases the range of the domain. Does it mean you have to be level 3 to do this kind of fine manipulation? Or a new skill? In Fujitsugu's moves, there was a gravity blade, Fierce Tiger, which allowed gravity to be built up in the blade and swung out. This is the move. By the piss-poor nature of this system, it should be unlocked as a new skill. So 8 or 9 times out of 10, after boosting the gravity field, it should also boost the ability to finally manipulate gravity waves. The entrance test for the military academy in 2 weeks' time, with 200 attribute points rewarded for first place. This heavy fruit plus sword intent of his own. There is nothing wrong with taking a first place reasonably. 200 attribute points is 20 skill points. So let's try boosting the gravity field next time. Jiang Chen put the sword into the blind staff and turned to leave the sword test room. The next step is just to wait quietly for admission to military school. It's not realistic to go out into the wild and kill ferocious beasts. After all, among the ferocious beasts in the wild, only mutated ferocious beasts would drop attribute orbs, and the occurrence rate of mutated ferocious beasts was less than 1 in 10,000. Now that he was not strong enough to do so, it was both dangerous and uneconomical. School starts in less than 2 weeks anyway. It's the start of school that's the time to earn attribute points in a big way. Just as Jiang Chen reached the stairs, Willow Lane and a female staff member walked up face to face. Jiang Chen didn't recognize Lu Li. Lu Li, however, knew of him. After all, basically no one knew about Jiang Chen's wave of operations within the Holy Land. Why is he here too? Willow Lane thought to herself. But she didn't care much. The two rubbed shoulders. The staff brought Lu Li in front of a sword testing room. Just this one. Thanks. Lu Li politely thanked him before walking into the sword testing room. She closed the door behind her and placed the longsword on the table. Suddenly, she found a piece of memory metal in the corner that had been chopped in two. Curious, Liu Li walked up to check it out. This is the aura of sword intent? There was a sword master testing his sword here just now? Thinking of this, Liu Li walked over to the big screen and pressed a few buttons. The history appears on the screen. 242 cards. 1284 cards. Time, 1 minute ago. Lu Li's eyes widened as she suddenly remembered Jiang Chen who had rubbed shoulders on the stairs. Could it be him? She quickly shook her head again though. Jiang Chen is just a heavy fruit ability. A newly awakened person. Whether or not he can chop out such terrifying stats is up in the air. But it's absolutely impossible to chop out sword intent. In this world, it has never been heard of that someone who has not awakened the talent of the sword Dao can cut out sword intent. She stepped out of the room and glanced to either side. There is a staircase on each side. Guess that one went down the stairs the other way. In Sanyuan City, there are not a few who can cut out sword intent. After all, even if one has a low-ranked sword Dao talent, after cultivating hard for a few years, one is still able to cut out sword intent. She closed the door and didn't think about it again. Instead, after doing a bit of warming up, he picked up his sword and headed towards the memory metal. Buzz dash! The longsword in Lu Li's hand emitted a slight sword chirping sound, and in the next moment, she raised the longsword and fiercely chopped down heavily. The memory metal was chopped and dented a good portion of the way in. The numbers jumped up on the big screen. 956 cards. Liu Li looked at the numbers and breathed a sigh of relief. She then flashed a smile. I'm sure I've comprehended the sword intent, and the chopping attack is much stronger, so I might be able to compete for first place in the entrance test this time. South River War Zone. Sanyuan City Front. Demon Suppressor Army General Command Building. An adjutant wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army hurriedly pushed open the door of an office. Chief, something big has happened. What's up? Panic. A middle-aged man put down his pen and frowned slightly. This person was none other than the chief commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Sanyuan City, with the rank of Major General, Tang Lianying. Among the Demon Suppressor Army, the rank of General and above belonged to the higher ranks. Marshal, Grand Admiral, Lieutenant General, Major General, Brigadier General, Marshal, i.e., Commander-in-Chief of the Demon Suppression Army, Grand Admiral, Supreme Commander of the 4 war zones of the Dragon Kingdom. Within each theater, 3 to 4 cities are assigned a Lieutenant General. Each city is assigned a Major General. Below the rank of General, there are the ranks of School, Lieutenant, and Sergeant. The adjutant handed a report to Tang Lianying. Tang Lianying scrutinized the report, turning the pages faster and faster, his expression gradually becoming grave, until he finished reading the report and stood up with a mischievous sound. The dimensional rift opens in half an hour? Right in Sanyuan City? Why are you only informing now? Tang Lianying glared angrily at the adjutant in front of him. The adjutant shuddered. The people over at the Academy of Sciences said they just monitored it as well. Bang! Tang Lianying slammed into the desk so hard that the teacup was instantly knocked over, spilling tea all over the place. It's only half an hour. Where will the civilians have time to evacuate? The adjutant saw this and dared not make a sound. The terror of the beast tide was known to every soldier of the Demon Suppressor Army. It's endless. It's all over the place. Although the strength of a single one wasn't strong, only around the 3rd rank, it couldn't help that the number was simply too much. In such an emergency, there was no time to evacuate the civilians, and I'm afraid that St. Year City is going to suffer. Just then, rumble dash. Outside the window came a loud thunderclap that shook the world. Tang Lianying immediately went to the window, just above the sky, with blue skies in the distance, and above the command building. Dark clouds rolled in and lightning flashed. Next moment, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. Boom dash. The ground was instantly smashed out of a deep pit. Amidst the smoke and dust, lightning flashed. The smoke gradually dispersed, and a young man wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army slowly walked out of the smoke. It's Lieutenant General Yi Ching. Quickly go down to greet it. Chapter 7 Exterminating Beast Tide? Chief, Tang Lianying, with his adjutant, hurriedly ran out of the command building and came to the young man. Yi Ching's face was heroic, revealing a spirited demeanor as he walked. Have the results of the analysis from the Academy of Sciences come out yet? Can we know which kind of beast tide is behind the rift? Tang Lianying led Yi Ching and the adjutant beside him with hurried footsteps as he walked into the command building. Not yet. Yi Ching's sword brows were slightly furrowed. It's been 5 years since a dimensional rift unfolded. In the past, with a little bit of luck, the subdimensional rift unfolded in a wilderness area, and there were basically no casualties among that civilian population. Once it gets going over the city, it's going to be a hell of a ride. Sometimes it's better luck to detect it longer in advance, and then you can evacuate civilians earlier. Luck was clearly not working this time. Only half an hour is left for them. Every time a dimensional rift unfolded, the first wave of attack was the most ferocious, and the wave of ferocious beasts that appeared every time was different. Tang Lianying inquired, Chief, is it time to evacuate the entire city of civilians? Evacuation? How do you evacuate? Millions of people in Sanyuan City. Half an hour. How do you evacuate? Yi Ching gazed at him and said in a deep voice, You've seen the beast tide before. When the time comes, I'm afraid the streets will be full of civilians falling into the rations of the ferocious beasts. Tang Lianying nodded. Understood. Yi Ching ordered. Notify all the demon suppression troops in the headquarters to head to every street and every roof as fast as they can. Yes. Tang Lianying straightened his body, then instructed the adjutant beside him to immediately go and organize the defense line. Just then, an officer came hurrying in with a report in his hand. Chief, the results of the analysis over at the Academy of Science are out. Bring it on. Tang Lianying immediately extended his hand and handed over the report. Yi Ching looked at the report in his hand, and his face gradually became gloomy. 100 Eyes Vulture is bad. Notify everyone to prepare for a protracted battle, and also, notify the Demon Suppression Army of the nearby cities to come over as fast as possible for support. Also, notify those who possess the seeing color hegemony to head into the middle of the city to look for the mutated Hyakuma Washi. Yes, the words fell. Boom dash. Yi Ching's body was covered in arcs of electricity, transforming into a flash of lightning that shot straight into the sky. The officer on the sidelines asked curiously, Chief, where is Lieutenant General Yi going? Where else? To the sky to keep watch. Lieutenant General Yi serves as our first line of defense. Tang Lianying returned. Lieutenant General Yi, is he okay alone? The officer said with a worried face. Tang Lianying let out a light laugh. Lieutenant General Yi Ching, the rattling thunder fruit ability, has become a sixth-order powerhouse in just 3 years. He is the fastest person in the history of our Dragon Kingdom to reach the 6th order of strength, and the fastest person to reach the rank of Lieutenant General. It's completely impossible for a universal third-stage ferocious beast like the 100 Eyes Vulture to injure Lieutenant General Yi. The officer was silent for a moment and looked at Tang Lianying doubtfully. Chief, why do you want the seeing color ability to go to the city to look for the mutated 100 Eyes Vulture? Tang Lianying gazed at the young officer in front of him. Slowly, he spoke. Although the strength of the 100 Eyes Vulture is average, the number is the most numerous of all the beast tides, and it is also the most intrepid. The last time it appeared was 8 years ago, and it was a bloody battle for 3 days and 3 nights. Countless brothers died. The officer stared at Tang Lianying with wide eyes, incredulously. How is this possible? The ferocious beast tide usually only lasts for 3 hours. Right, and more like half a day. Tang Lianying sighed and returned. The 100 Eyes Vulture is different from other ferocious beasts. There is a mutated 100 Eyes Vulture among them that is able to control and influence the actions of its own kind. As long as that mutated 100 Eyes Vulture doesn't die, the tide of ferocious beasts will be endless. Puzzled, the officer asked, So, that mutated 100-eyed vulture can only be spotted by those with seeing color abilities? Tang Lianying looked grave. The mutant 100-eyed vulture is different from the other 100-eyed vultures. It is very weak and only has the strength of a first-ranked fierce beast, but it possesses the ability to be stealthy, and it also possesses a certain amount of intelligence. This time it appeared over the city, and once he was allowed to hide in the city, it would be a problem. There are less than 20 people stationed on our side who have the ability to see the color. Most of these people only have a perception range of 10 to 20 meters, so trying to find its trail in the middle of this huge city is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As long as the mutant 100-eyed vulture doesn't die, after we hold off the beast tide this time, it will fly back inside the rift again to build up its strength and wait for the next opportunity. This mutated 100-eyed vulture this time, I'm afraid it's the same one from 8 years ago. After accumulating strength for 8 years, I'm afraid that the number of this beast tide will reach an extremely terrifying level. Tang Lianying finished and gazed at the young officer. Go on, prepare for battle. Yes. The officer gave a military salute and then quickly turned to leave. They had to block the first wave of the most ferocious attack at all costs, wait for support from the nearby city's demon suppressor army, and then find a chance to slowly evacuate the civilians. Better yet, I'd like to find out about that mutant hundred-eyed buzzard. Millions of people, evacuated all at once, are bound to be incredibly chaotic. The other side, Old Town, Red Star neighborhood. Zhang Chen followed the memories in his mind to a dense low-cost housing neighborhood. This is his home. The efficiency of land use is almost at its limit, and the spacing between residential buildings is designed without any consideration for sunlight exposure. Dozens of buildings are crowded together. The permanent population reaches tens of thousands of people, fish and dragons, and the composition of personnel is extremely complex. Zhang Chen walked inside his building, a dimly lit corridor. Half of the fluorescent tubes on the ceiling had gone out, and the few that remained were flickering with an erratic light. The elevator basically only runs 3 or 4 days a week, and the rest of the time it's in maintenance. He twisted his head into the stairwell. Luckily, the floor where you live is not very high, just 7 floors. Splat. Zhang Chen unscrewed the door to his home. The entire rental was only almost 20 square feet with no bedrooms. The good news was that there was at least 1 bathroom and 1 hall and 1 bath. Just then, buzz dash. An ear-splitting air raid siren sounded throughout the city. Zhang Chen jerked his head to look out the window. Is this a beast tide alert? Buzz off. The cell phone in Zhang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated. The military headquarters of the Demon Army in the town of Sangwon sent 3 consecutive identical text messages to all citizens. Notice, the beast tide is about to attack. All citizens in Sanyuan City are requested to return to their homes immediately within 10 minutes. And if they are unable to return to their homes, they should find a place nearby to take refuge or seek help from the demon suppressor army. In the meantime, the class groups are starting to blow up too. Wang Ming, the beast tide is coming. Is there anyone who will go out and try their luck together to see if they can get a mutated beast killed? Mutated beasts have attribute points. Zhang Zhangyu, we don't even know what kind of beast tide it is. Not any mutated ferocious beasts can be hunted. Lin Xiaohua, that's right. Don't inflate yourself by awakening an A-rank talent. Mutated beasts are not something we can touch now at Wang Ming. Tang Chuyao at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, you're home now, right? Zhang Chen, 1. Class teacher, Su Feng at everyone. Everyone stays home and is not allowed to come out. Wang Ming, roger that. Zhang Zhangyu, roger that. JC, roger that. Zhang Chen put down his cell phone and walked over to the window. The 7th floor was just about 20 meters above the ground. The perception range of Zhang Chen's seeing color hegemony was a full 100 meters. In his mind at the moment, on the streets, countless citizens ran in panic to take refuge inside buildings. An armored car, a tank, drove up the street, followed by a person in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army. Some of them were armed with swords, some with swords, and some with rifles, and every one of them looked full of solemnity. Zhang Chen couldn't help but lament. I didn't realize the world was as dangerous as this. We have to hurry up and raise our strength, or we might die in the mouth of a ferocious beast at any time. One must find a way to get attribute points. Other than the secret realm within the military academy, it's the mutated ferocious beasts. Mutated ferocious beasts. Also don't know if they will appear in this neighborhood later. Chapter 8, Slaying the Mutated Fierce Beast. Over the city of Tri-State. Rumble dash. Thunder shook heaven and earth. Yi Qing's body was covered in lightning flashes, standing above the clouds like a thunder god descending. On the other side of the sky, a shockingly huge crack quietly ripped open. The portal, which resembled an abyss, emitted a dark and treacherous light, bisecting the sky. Who dash? A terrifying roar came out from the depths of the crack, and a suffocatingly ferocious aura filled the air. The cracks are still unfolding. In less than a minute, a full 5,000 meters wide and tens of thousands of meters long subdimensional rift enveloped the sky above Sanyuan City. In the crack, a pair of blood-red eyes loomed, greedily gazing at everything outside the crack. Who dash? With a roar, hundred-eyed vultures that covered the sky drilled out from within the cracks, blackening the sky and covering the sun. The entire Sanyuan City was instantly shrouded in darkness. Seek death. Yi Qing snorted coldly and gently raised his hand. Rumble dash. Thunder roared in the sky all of a sudden, and a thick streak of lightning converged from all directions, interweaving into a dense net of lightning. At least 80% of the first wave of hundred-eyed vultures that rushed out of the cracks went up in smoke under this terrifying thunder net attack. In the meantime, behind Sanyuan City, countless artillery fires were fired. The flames were sky-high, the cannons rumbled, and countless hundreds of eyewitnesses were crushed by the relentless artillery fire just as they rushed through the mine net. However, the number of hundred-eyed vultures was simply too great. Even if only a tenth of the number washed down, it was still a huge number. Jiang Chen was standing by the window at the moment. Within his senses, there were several hundred-eyed vultures rushing down the street at this very moment. They had 100 compound eyes with red light on their heads, and each of them was 5 meters wide when they opened their wings. A tank shell blasted into the 100-eyed vulture, sending out a cloud of fire and bloody shards. Boom dash! A 100-eyed vulture opened its sharp claws and grabbed the tank turret, and with a slight force, the entire barrel was directly pulled up. Seeing this, the 4 demon suppression army soldiers simultaneously unleashed their fruit abilities. Their muscles rapidly rose, and the uniforms on their bodies directly burst through, transforming into 3-meter-tall beasts that simultaneously pounced on the 100-eyed vulture. It wasn't just the demon suppression army. The vast majority of fruit ability users around the globe were of the animal lineage. Rumble dash! The entire city of Sanyuan was filled with the roar of artillery fire. Jiang Chen paid attention to the situation in the surrounding streets while listening to the messages within the class group. Wang Ming, I Chao. Who is that in the sky? This is too fierce. Zhang Zhangyu, it seems to be Lieutenant General Yi Qing, the youngest Lieutenant General. Rattling thunder fruit ability. At Tang Chuyao, do you know the situation of this beast tide? Tang Chuyao, I just received news that the ferocious beast this time is called the 100-eyed vulture, and its strength is almost around the 3rd order, so everyone mustn't go out. Lin Xiaohua, 100-eyed vulture? I know. I heard that it's controlled by one of them, a mutated 100-eyed vulture. Zhang Zhangyu, isn't it said that the probability of a mutated ferocious beast is almost at 1 in 10,000? A mutant 100-eyed vulture can control so many ferocious beasts? Lin Xiaohua, a 100-eyed vulture is rather special, one of the least suitable mutated beasts to hunt, with a mutation rate of almost 1 in a million, and a weak strength that doesn't give many attribute points. Wang Ming, how weak is it? Lin Xiaohua, it's only close to 2nd order strength, but it's stealthy and possesses a certain amount of spiritual intelligence. So maybe it's hiding near your downstairs right now. Wang Ming, hiss. Don't scare me. Jiang Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the window, thinking, in the range of his seeing color perception. At that moment, between the building he was in and the one next door, in the narrow alleyway, there was a slightly smaller 100-eyed vulture perched. It's been perched there since 20 minutes ago. It was just strange that unlike the other 100-eyed vultures, it didn't frantically attack the humans as soon as it came down, but stayed there, not moving at all. Just then, Jiang Chen sensed a small group of Jin demon army soldiers running through the alleyway. Aha! They can't see this 100-eyed buzzard? Jiang Chen suddenly realized that this couldn't be that stealthy mutant 100-eyed vulture. Could it? He was able to spot it because he possessed the seeing color bay. After realizing this matter, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. There were attribute points for killing mutated ferocious beasts. Jiang Chen had seen the ferocity of the beast tide with his own eyes, and at this moment, his desire for attribute points was incomparably powerful. The mutant 100-eyed vulture was only close to 2nd order strength, not at 2nd order. He himself has the heavy fruit, which can attach 1.6 tons of gravity to a ferocious beast. Combined with his own blind sword art, a sword can deliver a chopping power of 1,200 cards, exceeding the destructive power of a first-ranked ability. There was also his own seeing color, and his anticipation of attacks was far better than that of a normal ability. Moreover, one staff and sword was a C-grade alloy, an alloy weapon that was sufficient to decapitate a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast. Maybe even try it? However, one needed to avoid the ordinary 100-eyed vulture. After all, a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast would not be able to fight for the current self no matter what. Jiang Chen only thought about it slightly for 3 seconds. Then he decisively picked up the sword in his staff and walked out of the room. It's really a bit too much to not go and fight for the attribute points that are fed to your mouth. He walked slowly down the hallway. The seeing color hegemony was always unfolded, not only locking onto that mutant 100-eyed vulture, but also keeping a constant eye on the other ordinary 100-eyed vultures. The blind cane in Jiang Chen's hand gently tapped on the pavement as he slowly approached towards the mutated ferocious beast. The range of one's gravity field, currently just 10 meters, had to be closer. The 100-eyed vulture was still standing there, not moving at all, as if it didn't believe that anyone could spot it at all. In Jiang Chen's perception perspective, an ethereal and void aura emanated from the head of this 100-eyed vulture, controlling the tide of beasts. Well, after slaughtering this ferocious beast by himself, the beast tide will probably recede. Between thoughts, Jiang Chen had already stepped into the range of 10 meters. Suddenly, the 100-eyed vulture jerked his head around, as if sensing an aura of danger. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. This ferocious beast was so vigilant? It's just that 10 meters isn't enough. It's better to get closer to prevent it from escaping. 8 meters. 5 meters. Almost there. Jiang Chen stopped and picked up the sword in the battle in his hand. his right hand gripping the hilt backwards. Clank dash. The blade was pulled out an inch. In the meantime, buzz dash. A 1.6-ton gravity blast enveloped that 100-eyes vulture. Hyakumo Washi was directly crushed to the ground. However, in the next moment, it stood up with difficulty, spread its wings, and turned to run. With 1.6 tons of gravity, the 100-eyes vulture was unusually slow and ran very hard. Jiang Chen was inwardly shocked. Just less than a second-ranked ferocious beast was able to carry 1.6 tons of gravity hard. No wonder it was difficult for human thermal weapons to deal with high-level ferocious beasts. Boom dash. The 100-eyes vulture unfolded its huge wings and swung violently. The body slowly rose into the air, kicking up a huge wind that directly lifted the surrounding debris. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Where to run? Gravity field gravity. Change the direction of gravity. The 100-eyes vulture only felt a heavenly rotation. Originally the gravitational force only absorbed it to the ground, and it was still able to slide along the ground and escape from here. Now, however, gravity has surprisingly changed. Suck it in the direction of the human. Ho ho! The 100-eyes vulture roared in despair and turned around, glaring angrily at Jiang Chen. Its sharp claws were aimed at Jiang Chen. It decided not to run. It was going to finish this human off. Just as the sharp claws were about to touch Jiang Chen, change the direction of gravity. Left. Boom dash. The Hyakumo Washi was slammed heavily into the wall to his left, shattering bricks all over the place. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Heavy fruit is kinda fun. Right. Boom dash. The 100-eyed vulture shook its head, and before it could slow down, the 1.6 tons of gravity suddenly threw it hard against the wall on the other side. Left. Right. Left. 100-eyes vulture struggled to get up on the ground, staggered 2 steps, and collapsed back to the ground. Who am I? Where am I? It tried trying to get up. Buzz dash. Gravity fell again, like a boulder, pressing the 100-eyes vulture to the ground in death. Jiang Chen drew out the blade of his sword, the bright silver-colored blade, reflecting a cold light under the sunlight. That should be about right. Jiang Chen's eyes slowly opened, revealing the flash of gray. He reversed his grip on the blade and aimed it at the dense compound eyes of the 100-eyed vulture. A touch of stern sword intent enveloped the sword. Pust. The blade goes straight in. After struggling for a while, the 100-eyes vulture completely stopped moving and collapsed in a pool of blood. A ball of light floated above its corpse. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and gently touched it, and the ball of light instantly burrowed into him. Gain 100 attribute points. Gain 10 skill points. Assignable attribute points, 100. Assignable skill points, 10. Chapter 9, A Great Enhancement. The ferocious beast struggled for a while and gradually stopped moving. The originally transparent body was also gradually revealed. That heavy fruit comes in handy. You don't even have to move your feet to kill the monsters. You just gather over and kill them. Jiang Chen stepped on the corpse of the ferocious beast with his feet, pulling the sword blade out and retrieving it into his blind staff. A ferocious beast of less than the second rank was rewarded with 100 attribute points. This is really not expected. According to the information on the internet, a mutated ferocious beast of the first rank was at most 20 attribute points, but there could be a reason why this ferocious beast was more special. Jiang Chen didn't linger any longer and turned around to return home. A few moments later, he sat down at the table and pulled up the system panel. Power, 24+. Spirit, 32+. Physical, 22+. Agility, 22+. Assignable attribute points, 100. Manipulable gravity, 1.6 tons. 20 points of mental attribute increase by 1 ton. Skills, hearing color bay LV. 1.0/20+. Current range 100 meters. Next level, range spreads to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV. 2.0/20+. Currently comprehended sword intent. Next level, sword intent proficient. Gravity field LV. 1.0/10+. Current field range 10 meters. Next level, range spreads to 50 meters. Assignable skill points, 10. Let's add the attribute points first. Manipulable gravity is only tied to attribute points, and one's ability is obvious. The higher the tonnage of gravity one can manipulate, the more anticlimactic it is. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen directly moved his divine sense and wildly tapped the plus number behind the spiritual attribute. The system flashed with a burst of golden light. Until the spiritual attribute reaches 44 points, it cannot be added further. Jiang Chen looked at the prompt that popped up from the system in shock. Hint, the highest of the 4-dimensional attributes shall not exceed the lowest by more than double. Holy, it seems the system doesn't allow for parochial warlords. Never mind, the other attributes weren't a waste anyway, and it wasn't a loss to keep the other attributes at half of the spiritual attributes. The strength attribute represented the destructive power one's fists could punch out. The physique was the resistance to blows and endurance. and the agility was, as the name implied, the speed of stance and reaction speed. Jiang Chen gave a wild nod to the 4 plus numbers of the attribute panel. Final attribute points: strength, 40 plus, spirit, 80 plus, physical fitness, 40 plus, agility, 40 plus. Assignable attribute points, 0. Manipulable gravity, 4 tons. 20 points of mental attributes increase by 1 ton. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Manipulating 4 tons of gravity. It's invincible in the same class, right? The next step is skill point allocation. There are currently only 10 skill points. Seeing color and blind swordsmanship both require 20 points. So now there are only 2 options. Either save up or upgrade the gravity field. After the battle with the 100 Eyes Vulture just now, a 10-meter gravity field range is still too small and restrictive. And I'm not in the habit of hoarding rats myself. Better to increase the range of the gravity field first. Think about it. Jiang Chen decisively allocated all of his skill points to the gravity domain. Tinkerbell, 10 flashes of golden light. Gravity field LV. 2, 0/20 plus. Current field range 50 meters. Next level, range spreads to 200 meters. Unlocks gravity wave manipulation, proficient. Detected that the host's total skill level has reached level 5. Unlocking the new skill, Naval 6 Styles. The destructive power has been automatically converted to the world's measurements. Navy 6 Styles LV. 1, 0/10 plus. Shave, move with great speed. Speed depends on agility attribute. Can briefly instantly move 5 meters. Next level, 10 meters. Iron block, immobile when used. Can resist physical attribute X30 card shock. Currently can resist 1200 card shock. Next level, can resist physical attribute X40 card shock. Paper painting, unloading the whole body. Sensing the direction of the attack in advance through the change of airflow generated by the opponent's movement. Next level, perception increased by 50%. Moon steps, use strong foot power to step on the air. Generating strong stagnant force. Current levitating height 10 meters. Next level, 20 meters. Erasure kick, rolls up a vacuum chop through a super fast kick technique. Currently can explode strength attribute X30 card destructive power. Currently can inflict 1200 card destructive power. Next level, can explode strength attribute X40 card destructive power. Finger gun, gather the power of the whole body in the finger. Currently can burst power attribute X30 card destructive power. Currently can cause 1200 card destructive power. Next level, can burst power attribute X40 card destructive power. Jiang Chen looked at the system that kept surfacing, densely packed with introductory information, and the person went numb. This wave, the boost is too big. The gravity field is raised to a range of 50 meters. Which is much more comfortable. And the next level turns out to be manipulating gravity waves. Meaning, one more level up and you'll be able to release purple gravity waves and finally manipulate gravity just like Fujitaka in the anime. Attaching gravity only to the sword should be fine. I just don't know if, with the progression of proficiency, it's possible to focus the repulsive force directly in front of you and bounce the attack away. This one also unlocks the new Navy 6 style skill. Jiang Chen read through it. I'm afraid that in here, the most useful ones are shave and iron block. One can perform instantaneous movement and the other can directly increase defense. As for the other 4 abilities, paper painting, I can sense attacks with my own seeing color. I wonder if I can stack it with paper painting? Gotta find a chance to try it. Moreover, it always felt that this skill, paper painting, was a little bit like the self-realization extreme intelligence kung fu inside Dragon Ball. So maybe when it was upgraded to full level, it could really be the same as the self-realization extreme intelligence kung fu. Moon step. One can directly use the heavy fruit to float in the air. There is no need to use this move. Speaking of which, one hasn't tried flying with the heavy fruit yet, so he will try it later. Erasure kick and finger gun. Both attack skills can't be considered useless and can still be used in the absence of a sword. The power isn't that low after all. One's strength attribute was now 40 points, and according to the previous calculations in the sword trial room, a single chopping attack that erupted with sword intent could cause almost 2,000 cards of destructive power. Arashikage and finger gun are not bad for doing 1,200 cards of damage even in the current situation, and upgrades afterward can keep increasing the multiplier. The requirements for a second order ability are 1,000 total attribute points and 5,000 cards of destructive power. He himself had already reached the destructive power of 2,000 cards now that he hadn't even enrolled in school yet, and his total attribute points were only 200. There's a lot of promise. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the system's newly appeared prompt. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV 10, the next skill can be unlocked, Armed Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 6 out of 10. Next skill, Armed Color Hegemony. Now if we encountered any nature-based ability to pick a fight, there really wasn't much we could do. Although nature-based abilities were rare, there had to be a way to deal with them. Just made up for it. Inside the class group at this time. Wang Ming, I Chao. The beast tide has receded? What's the situation? Zhang Zhangyu, the demon suppression army is awesome. It actually managed to find that mutated 100-eyed vulture. Lin Xiaohua, it seems like there are only 20 people with seeing color in our city's garrison, right? And most of them only have a seeing color range of 10 or 20 meters. Lin Xiaohua at Tang Chuyao. Isn't your father a major general in our city? What are the details like? Kind of curious how it was done. Tang Chuyao, I'll ask my dad when he comes back. Chapter 10, Who Killed the Mutant 100-Eyed Vulture? Boom dash. A 100-eyed vulture was punched into a bloody mist by Tang Lianying. In the meantime, a deafening roar came from the sky. Tang Lianying looked up and was first stunned. Then a look of excitement gradually appeared on his face. Countless 100-eyed vultures, waving their huge wings, flew towards the dimensional rift in panic. The originally highly organized beast tide was now like a routed army, fleeing in all directions. Chief, the beast tide has receded. The adjutant hurried over. Tang Lianying nodded and asked in a deep voice. I saw it. Who killed the mutant 100-eyed vulture? Still asking. The adjutant returned. Tang Lianying took a step in the direction of the command building. Let's go. Go back first. Yes. San Yuan City, Jin Demon Army Command Building. Major General's office. Yi Qing pushed open the office and walked in. Seeing this, Tang Lianying hurriedly stood up. Lieutenant General Yi. Yi Qing let out a light laugh and lightly patted his shoulder. Well done. It only took less than an hour to find that mutated ferocious beast. Tang Lianying scratched his head. Ha ha ha, it's all better luck. Just then, the adjutant hurried into the office. Chief. Tang Lianying's brows furrowed slightly. What is it? Panicking, the adjutant gasped. Chief, I've just asked everyone within the military who possesses the seeing color, and I've also asked all the brothers in our ministry, and that mutant 100-eyed vulture wasn't killed by one of our people. What? It wasn't our people who killed? Tang Lianying's eyes rounded. Can you see who killed them on the surveillance? The deputy shook his head. I can't. The mutant Hyakumo died in the Red Star neighborhood. That's a low-cost housing complex. 90% of the surveillance is scrapped, and with a resident population of tens of thousands over there, it's extremely mobile and there's no way of knowing who did it. Yi Qing listened on the sidelines and said in a deep voice, let's drag the body back first. Yes. 2 hours later, Tang Lianying brought his adjutant and joined Yi Qing in the anatomy room of the ferocious beasts in the command building. He pushed open the autopsy room door. A smell of blood and rot mixed with the smell of disinfectant washed over him. A ferocious beast with a huge body was tied to a cold dissecting bed, its carcass sliced to pieces. 6 autopsy officers, dressed in white coats with masks over their faces, were at work. Tang Lianying only gently covered his nose. They were both veterans and were not uncomfortable with these scenes. How's it going? Tang Lianying asked. An autopsy officer in a white lab coat put down his tools and nodded gently. Chief, Lieutenant General Yi. Through autopsy analysis, the mutant 100-eyed vulture suffered multiple impacts during its lifetime, though the most lethal, in its compound eye, was a single fatal sword strike. The anatomist wore medical gloves and peeled back the wounds of the ferocious beast, and according to the test results, there is still a trace of sword intent left in the wound of the compound eye. Tang Lianying was silent for a moment and spoke slowly. So, was killed by an ability with the gift of kendo? The anatomist nodded. Theoretically, yes, Lieutenant General Yi. Tang Lianying turned his head to look at Yi Qing with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Just take care of the rest. I'll head back, Yi Qing said. After all, it was just killing a less than second-ranked ferocious beast. Nothing special. It would have to die if it stood in front of any soldier within the demon suppression army who possessed the seeing color. So, odds are it's just a kendo-gifted ability person with the color seeing, who happened to come across it and killed it. After that, he added, you can ask the kendo associations to ask. And the odds are that anyone who can do that is already a registered ability of the Kendo Association. Yes, Tang Lianying returned. San Yuan City, inside an upscale residential building, dressed in shorts, Tang Chuyao sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching the TV intently. Splat! The door opened and Tang Lianying walked in. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao's eyes glanced up. Dad! Tang Lianying took off his jacket as soon as he entered and looked to the kitchen. Can we eat yet? I'm starving. I haven't eaten for a day. Old Tang, why don't you take a break first? There are some snacks on the table. You can pad your stomach first. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the kitchen. Tang Lianying sat down on the sofa, picked up a pastry and threw it into his mouth. Tang Chuyao put down the remote control and came over to his side. Dad, why did the beast tide suddenly recede today? Tang Lianying chewed on a pastry in his mouth and said intermittently, "The mutant hundred-eyed vulture was killed by whoever it was." Tang Chuyao looked puzzled. "Ah, didn't your people kill them?" "No." Tang Lianying shook his head, then stuffed another pastry into his mouth. Tang Chuyao blinked her curious eyes. "Then where did it die?" "The Red Star neighborhood." "Red Star district?" Tang Chuyao's eyes lifted. Tang Lianying glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Chuyao shook her head. "No, one of my classmates lives there. It's the Jiang Chun I told you about. If he hadn't given up the burnt fruit, I definitely wouldn't have gotten it." Tang Lianying's eyes lit up as he sniffed. "What is his gift?" "Heavy fruit. And he can't see with his eyes." Tang Chuyao's tone carried a hint of sympathy. Tang Lianying was silent for a moment. Not a kendo talented ability, and newly awakened and blind. Did live in the Red Star neighborhood though, but no matter how you think about it, the kid couldn't have killed him. Tang Chuyao then asked, "Then did you find out who killed them?" Tang Lianying shook his head. "No, the ferocious beast was killed by an ability possessing a sword intent. We asked all the sword talent ability possessors within the city of San Yuan, also including the newly awakened ones, and no one admitted it. Then we expanded to all the registered ability users in Sankyo City, and still no one recognized it." "Ha, why won't they admit it?" "Who knows?" Tang Lianying shrugged helplessly. "By the way, Dad, I decided to take Jiang Chen with me through the first secret realm of the military school when the time comes," Tang Chuyao suddenly said. Tang Lianying's brows furrowed slightly as he wiped his hands and gazed at Tang Chuyao. "The first secret realm. It's very important. Our Dragon Kingdom's cultivation system is all about starting fast and taking quick steps," Tang Chuyao said seriously. "I know, but I think he had more or less everything to do with me getting the burnt fruit. He can't see, although his fruit looks okay too. I'm worried he'll die in the secret world." Tang Lianying was silent. "Although I don't quite agree, but my own daughter himself knows best. Character is stubborn. Determined things, 8 cows can't pull back," he said helplessly. "Alright then, just figure it out for yourself. But the entrance test is also important. The first place has 200 attribute points. This is not to be teamed up. You have to take it seriously." Tang Chuyao raised her hand, bravely striving for first place, striving for the top 3. Tang Lianying smiled. Upon entering the military academy, all new students are required to first pass an entrance test. The entrance test measures the new students' guts, and will arrange many unclassified beasts for the new students to test their swords. When it comes down to it, the fight is all about the killing power and guts of one's own abilities. The higher the killing power, the more ferocious beasts are decimated. His own daughter now possessed the ferocious burning fruit, and apart from that high-ranked sword Dao talent Luli who might not be able to put up a fight, the others were not much of a threat at all. Unfortunately, the number of ferocious beasts would be far from the density of the beast tide by then. Otherwise, his own daughter could kill quite a few straight away with a single fire fist, unless the ferocious beasts can be gathered. Tang Lianying turned his words around and asked, "How is your 6 styles of the demon-suppressing army practiced?" "Air." Tang Chuyao scratched his head and said slowly, "Moonwalk pretty much levitates 2 meters, and finger gun can only hit with 500 cards of destructive power, which I don't think is as good as fire fist." Tang Lianying sighed and spoke at length. "You can't rely too much on fruit abilities. There's more than just the fierce beast crisis in our Dragon Kingdom. In the future global mysteries, resources are tight. When the time comes, you'll face ability users from various countries, and ability users have a variety of abilities. So if you know one more ability, you'll be able to have one more path in a real battle." "Got it, Dad." Tang Chuyao has a look of you say you. "I listen to me. The main fight a left ear into the right ear out." Perfunctory. Chapter 11, Anyone looking for trouble? Early in the morning, the city gradually wakes up in a haze. On the eastern horizon, a faint orange-yellow color quietly probed, and a little golden glow pierced through the clouds and sprinkled among the buildings. 2 weeks have passed since the beast tide. At this point in the city, scaffolding is everywhere to repair buildings, and workers are busy. In this world, due to the fact that all the people were soldiers and all the people had awakened their talents, there existed a lot of retired veterans with physical qualities that were far higher than normal, and they were unusually efficient when doing construction work. Jiang Chen hovered 50 meters above the roof of the building. After 2 weeks of practice, already slightly more proficient at controlling flight altitude and direction. Only, it's exhausting. During flight, it requires constant control to adjust the gravitational and repulsive forces, and also to control the magnitude and direction. And due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, there was no way to support it for a long time in a single flight. But it's kind of fulfilling his dream of wanting to fly in the sky in his previous life. Buzz off. The cell phone in Jiang Chen's pocket vibrated. Tang Chuyao, Jiang Chen. School starts in the next 2 days. My dad will pick me up from school tomorrow. do I need to pick you up and go with me? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and slowly typed, no need. Reasons for rejecting Tang Chuyao. Mainly, 1. I really don't know her well, and 2. I'm sociopathic and a bit embarrassed to be in a stranger's car, and I'm more free to travel on my own. The Dragon Kingdom, with a total of 12 secret entrances, was divided into 4 major war zones, each of which had 4 military schools, each of which was built around a secret entrance. Based on the principle of geographical proximity, all those who had awakened their fruit abilities, kendo talent and physical talent were uniformly assigned to the nearest military school. The one he was about to go to was the South River Star Ocean Military Academy. Reporting is already available today, and freshmen report for a total of 3 days. Jiang Chen thought to himself that there was nothing to do anyway. The South River Star Ocean Military Academy was not too far from Sanyuan City, where Jiang Chen was located, and the high-speed train was almost an hour away. Jiang Chen got off the high-speed train and took a car. Under the driver's astonished gaze, he arrived at the Nanjiang Star Ocean Military School. In front of the imposing school entrance, Jiang Chen held his blind staff and unfolded his seeing color hegemony. With a range of 100 meters, it was surprising that I hadn't been able to see the entrance to the school yet. This is really big. In the previous life of Blue Star, there wasn't a school gate this wide, was there? It's more than enough for an aircraft carrier to pass through. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and then walked towards the school grounds. At the report desk, a few students were sitting there playing with their cell phones. It's only the first day, and not too many freshmen have come to report. A schoolmate put down her cell phone and stood up with a sweet smile when she saw Jiang Chen approaching. Hello student, show your admission letter. Jiang Chen handed her the acceptance letter. Almost 10 minutes later, after the senior sister entered Jiang Chen's information into the computer, she extended her hand. Senior brother Jiang Chen, let's go, I'll take you to the dormitory to rest. There aren't many freshmen right now anyway. This schoolboy, from the profile, has an eye disease. I don't know why a blind man would come here, but since he's here, he deserves to be taken care of as a schoolmate. Jiang Chen smiled politely and followed his schoolmate in the direction of the dormitory. At first, the senior sister thought about assisting Jiang Chen. After a while, she suddenly realized that something wasn't right. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be completely blind like the other blind men. The students of this school, all of whom were ability users, naturally knew that there was such a thing as a 3-colored hegemony. The schoolteacher couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, do you have a seeing color? Jiang Chen nodded. The schoolteacher saw this and sort of understood. Tricolor hegemony, a special skill outside of the awakening talent, began to be comprehended one after another since the descent of the dimensional rift. But those who possessed the 3-colored hegemonic aura were extremely few, almost taking up only 0.1% among all the ability users. Seeing the color hegemony is even more rare. Probably out of 10,000 abilities, only less than 500 people can have it. Perhaps it was because Jiang Chen couldn't see, causing the rest of his perceptions to be different from normal, thus comprehending the seeing color, which was quite normal. Ah, no wonder. I really envy you guys, the schoolmate exclaimed, and suddenly felt it wasn't quite appropriate. Envying a blind man? Ah no, I didn't mean that. Jiang Chen didn't care. It's okay. Seeing this, the schoolteacher hastily changed the subject. Let me introduce you. The one I just passed by is our school's library, which contains all sorts of Big Brother's fruit development tips, physical arts and kendo tips, as well as the history of our school's founding. To the right is the cafeteria. The schoolteacher pointed to an imposing building and said, over there is the Ableist Association of our Star Ocean Military Academy. By the way, fighting is not allowed in the school. If you want to fight, you have to go to the ring inside the Ableist Association and voluntarily register before you can do so. Remember, the Ability Users Association? Senior sister, does joining the Ableist Association serve any purpose? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. The role can be great. The Ableist Association is an organization that pairs the major military schools with the Demon Suppression Army for missions, and is also a source channel for attribute points. Those missions, to be honest, were quite difficult, so basically the officers of the association took the lead, with the full members playing support. Our school's Ableist Association is an autonomous state. That is to say, the teachers will not interfere in the affairs of the Ableist Association, which is entirely run by the students themselves. The school says it's to train the students to not just fight, but also to know how to manage and command. After all, the top students inside the Ability Association are all at least above the rank of school rank everywhere after graduation. The older sister spoke at length. Among the Ability Association, it is divided into president, vice president, officers, full members. I'm the official member, so you can come and ask me anything you don't understand, then said the older sister proudly. Jiang Chen nodded his head while thinking to himself, there are attribute points for doing quests, so it seems that we have to find a chance to join the Ability Society. As long as there are attribute points, you have to get them. Stay in this one, you came the earliest. This one is north and south. It's considered the best location in this dormitory building. The senior sister enthusiastically helped Jiang Chen carry his things into the dormitory. Jiang Chen surveyed the decor and support within the dormitory. Single room, large flat, 200 square feet in all, gym, game room, den, and several spare rooms. Compared to the less than 20 square feet of the nest that I lived in before, it was a heaven and a hell. I have to say, this world really can't say enough about how it treats its ability users. If you want people to work their asses off, then the benefits package has to keep up. Your next schedule will probably be to wait for all the new students to finish checking in, and then gather for the entrance test in 3 days. That's fine. Get some rest for yourself, and the school can be wandered around. Call me if you have any questions, the schoolteacher said as she helped put all the luggage in place and clapped her hands together. Understood. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Chen politely thanked her. Wait for the schoolmarm to leave. Jiang Chen sat his butt down on the large soft sofa and pondered what he was going to do next. Maneuverable gravity, 4 tons. 4 tons of gravity is, pretty much, the same as when fighting someone who has to carry 2 cars on their back. That's an advantage that can be too great. Suddenly, his ears wiggled up slightly, within the range of his seeing color perception. At this moment, under the dormitory floor, 2 people were whispering, counting the floors as they spoke. There was something familiar about the scent of one of them, with gauze on his nose. Looks like the werewolf classmate who got his ass kicked when he first awakened. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. They're looking for trouble? Chapter 12, I heard you guys were looking for me? Not far from Jiang Chen's dormitory building, 2 people stood on the side of the road. One with gauze on his nose was none other than the fellow werewolf who had been beaten up by Jiang Chen for having a cheap mouth when he first awakened his talent. Standing beside him, also a freshman of this class and the boss of his fellow wolves, Xiao Hu, was said to know the people inside the South River Star Ocean Military Academy Abilities Association. Brother Tiger, I just took a good look. Jiang Chen lives on the 6th floor. Got it. Zhao Hu responded indifferently. Brother Tiger, that Jiang Chen's ability is weird. I couldn't even get close to him last time. There was almost 1 ton of gravity pressing down on my body. Meh, 1 ton of gravity. It's nothing, Zhao Hu said disdainfully. He was a middle-ranked physical arts talent ability, and his physique after awakening was inherently much stronger than ability users of the same rank. Just a ton of gravity wasn't enough to restrain him. What's more, aside from this bit of gravity, what other means of attack did that Jiang Chen have? No, his own fists could be much harder than ordinary ability users. Ordinary newly awakened ability users. As long as they took a punch from him, they would be crippled without dying. Zhao Hu's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the 6th floor and slowly opened his mouth. However, random fights are not allowed within the school, or else a minor demerit will be recorded, and a serious case will be directly expelled, stripped of the qualifications for the secret realm, and directly sent to the Demon Suppression Army. Ha, Tiger, what then? The werewolf students were a bit anxious. They couldn't fight at will, so how could they take revenge? He couldn't swallow this breath. In front of so many people, he was pressed to the ground and his nose was knocked askew. Jiang Chen, how about going to the association ring? Zhao Hu, indeed it is a method, but the association ring must be agreed by both parties. How should I make him agree? Hu, both turned their heads at the same time. Jiang Chen held his blind cane and just stood quietly behind them. Holy crap, the werewolf student exclaimed. Brother Tiger, he's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at them with a smile. I heard you guys were looking for me? Zhao Hu was a bit surprised and couldn't help but beat his drum inside. How did he manage to appear behind his back unnoticed? Shaving in 6 styles? Impossible. Even if he had practiced since he was a child. At his current age, it was impossible for him to do an instantaneous transfer directly from a 6-story building to his back. Or is it the ability of the heavy fruit? How? I'm here in person. Or should I go to the association ring? Jiang Chen still maintained his smile and his tone was calm. One's primary goal right now was definitely to take attribute points and develop slowly and meticulously. After all, he was only a first-ranked ability user right now. One does not go out of one's way to initiate trouble if one does not have to, but when others are counting themselves behind the scenes, it's impossible to sit back and watch. Otherwise, he might suddenly give himself a shot somewhere in the future. So he might as well give him a one-time beatdown now. Zhao Hu came back to his senses, and with a height of 1 meter 9, he stared down at Jiang Chen. Alright, Jiang Chen, right? Since you want to find death so badly, let's have the ring. But first things first, fists and feet have no eyes. Then let's go. Da. Jiang Chen leaned on his blind cane and turned his head in the direction of the association. Star Ocean Military Academy Ableist Association. Lobby. A young man in a black sweatshirt with a big back haircut walked into the association. Slap. Dropping a bloody, bulbous, white cloth bag in his hand onto the countertop. Nah. The head of a third-rank alabaster wolf king. The schoolteacher behind the counter raised her eyes. The youth in front of him was one of the 12 cadres of the association. Zhang Qingyu. The senior sister opened the cloth bag, and a pile of rotten meat instantly scattered out. Her brow furrowed slightly as she tucked back the chunk of flesh that had fallen out and closed the cloth bag again. Not with your head shattered like that. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu immediately became anxious. Why not? Just stick it. As he said that, he kept gathering the pile of broken meat in his hands. No. Yang Xiaotong. The schoolteacher's eyelids rose slightly, her face expressionless. Zhang Qingyu clasped his hands together. Please. I'm just this 300 attribute points away from reaching the 4th rank. No. The schoolteacher still refused. Just then, Zhang Chen led Zhao Hu and his lapdogs and slowly walked in. Yang Xiaotong asked with a smile. Hello, guys. What's up? Zhang Chen smiled. Senior sister. We want to spar. Cutting? You guys are freshmen? Yes. Yang Xiaotong froze for a moment. Although there were usually quite a few people who cut their teeth. But now the new students had just started to report to the school. Is this freshman class that tough? Zhang Qingyu, who was on the side, sniffed and sized up a few people. Ooh, is this class of freshmen so fiery? It's just the beginning of the report and they're already fighting? Yang Xiaotong glared at him, then took out a few forms and said to Zhang Chen and the others, show your student card and sign here. Also, let me remind you that both sides of the cut must be voluntary, and if anyone is coerced, they can speak to the association, and there will be serious consequences. Thank you, sister. We all volunteered. Zhang Chen took the form and signed his big name sparingly. Seeing Zhao Hu on the side still froze, Zhang Chen reminded, aren't you going to sign? Zhao Hu reacted. Ha, sign it. This way. The more Zhao Hu thought about it, the more wrong it became. It was obvious that Zhang Chen was definitely not simply blind. He definitely possesses the seeing color hegemony, but there was no way he could back out now. Otherwise, how can I bring up my little brother in the future? Besides, 1 ton of gravity wasn't a big deal. His current strength, at full power, was enough to shake a small car. When the pair had finished signing, Yang Xiaotong stepped out from behind the counter. I'll take you. Zhang Chen and Zhao Hu, the two of them, followed Yang Xiaotong and walked in the direction of the martial arts stage. Yang Xiaotong, I haven't taken care of my business yet. Zhang Qingyu shouted and followed suit. 10 minutes later, inside the martial arts stage, Yang Xiaotong sat by the referee's table. In a battle of ability users, it was normal to get injured, but not to take a life. She had to be more than a referee. She had to act as a safety officer, ready to stop the fight when one side begged for mercy and conceded defeat. Zhang Qingyu came over to Yang Xiaotong's side and said with a licked face, just do something nice. No means no. Yang Xiaotong remained expressionless and showed no mercy. Cut. Zhang Qingyu skimmed his mouth and picked up the 2 forms on the table. What are the abilities of these 2 people? Let me take a look. Zhao Hu. Middle rank physical art talent. Zhang Chen. Blind. Heavy fruit? Unseen fruit. Zhang Qingyu swept his eyes at the tall Zhao Hu on the stage. Isn't that big fool a bully? What kind of person looks for a blind man to fight in the ring? Yang Xiaotong said with a look of disdain. Can't you see that Zhang Chen has seeing color? Who says I can't see it? What's the point of having a seeing color? Just awaken seeing color. 10 meters range tops it. What's the point? Zhang Qingyu's mouth was stiff. Just now, his head had been thinking about the Fierce Beast mission, and he hadn't paid any attention to Zhang Chen's movements at all. Yang Xiaotong, shut up you. What are you still doing here? I've already told you. It doesn't meet the requirements for mission completion. Zhang Qingyu rested his hands behind his head. Can't I just watch a joy? An association cadre, watching unranked freshmen fight? Yang Xiaotong raised an eyebrow. To hell with you. Chapter 13, what a surprisingly weak one. On the martial arts stage, Zhao Hu was already starting to get a little unsettled as he looked at the calm-faced Zhang Chen. It's just a little gravity manipulation. What makes you so confident? And had the audacity to come to the ring of his own accord. Ever since he was a student. His own height of 1 meter 9, only his own bullies, no one dared to provoke him so actively. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu's eyes were fierce and a hint of viciousness appeared on his face. Zhang Chen, I know that you can control gravity. Do you think that with your 1-ton gravity, you can suppress an ability user who has awakened his physical talent? Too arrogant. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he said with interest. Oh, 1 ton isn't enough? Zhao Hu snorted as if he had heard some funny comment. From the tone of Zhang Chen's voice, it seemed like he really thought that 1 ton of gravity could suppress him. You can try. Don't think being a devil fruit ability is so great. I advise you to open your eyes and see the world. Oh, I forgot. You can't see dash. Zhao Hu's eyes were filled with teasing. Under the stage, Yang Xiaotong said in a calm tone, ready to begin. The words fell. Zhao Hu's eyes stared, and he took a fierce and forceful step. Bang! The huge body made the ring shake. Suddenly, a vast gravity came from above and enveloped his surroundings. Boom dash! Zhao Hu's eyes glared round, and the moment gravity descended upon him, he was instantly crushed to the ground in a quiver. This is a ton? Zhao Hu's face was dead against the ring floor as he stared unbelievably at the dogged man on the stage. Under this great gravity, he only felt that even breathing became incomparably difficult, and his internal organs were being squeezed by a huge force, almost about to burst open. His own strength, which he was proud of as a physically gifted ability, paled into insignificance in front of this gravity. Jiang Chen, his hands still on his blind cane, smiled. 4 tons, is that enough? 4 tons? Zhao Hu moved his head with difficulty and looked at Jiang Chen in horror. By the looks of it, it's enough, and it's not working for you. Jiang Chen lightly raised his arm. Zhao Hu only felt a sense of weightlessness hit him instantly, just as if heaven and earth had turned upside down. The whole thing was sucked toward the ceiling. Boom dash! A loud noise came. The ceiling wall was smashed right through, scattering white broken bricks. Immediately after, the heavens and the earth were once again turned upside down. Before Zhao Hu could slow down, his head still in a state of confusion, he was directly sucked back into the ring. Boom dash! With another loud bang, Zhao Hu's huge body slammed heavily into the ring. Jiang Chen didn't give Zhao Hu time to rest. He flicked his arm. Zhao Hu's entire body was directly thrown out by 4 tons of gravity, and smashed heavily on the bleachers. Bang dash! The powerful impact directly smashed the seats of the stands to pieces. With such a light triple smash, Zhao Hu collapsed into the stands, a mouthful of blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. From start to finish, it was less than 3 seconds. Killed? Zhang Qingyu, who was under the stage, stared at Jiang Chen with wide, unbelievable eyes. Even Yang Xiaotong, who had always been expressionless, showed a hint of surprise in her eyes at this moment. It was important to know that these two, both of them, were only freshmen who had just awakened their talents. Even if an S-rank fruit ability person was here, Zhao Hu, who was gifted in middle-rank physical arts, wouldn't be directly instantly seconded. There are only 2 possibilities. Either that or Jiang Chen's heavy fruit was a potential top-tier S-class fruit. Moreover, it was a fruit that had just appeared, and it had directly achieved S-rank potential. To what extent it could be developed in the future, it was too much to think about. Either Jiang Chen's attribute points far exceeded that of his opponent, Zhao Hu, or both. Jiang Chen slowly walked to the edge of the ring and jumped down in one step. That's all you've got? It's really surprisingly weak. Jiang Chen let out a light laugh and turned his head towards the association ring gate, completely ignoring Zhao Hu, who was lying on the bleachers, dying. Seconding a freshman who hadn't entered the rank was absolutely nothing to get excited about. After all, the current version of himself was already a first-ranked ability, only he hadn't participated in the evaluation of the rank yet. As for the reason why he didn't go straight for the kill himself, it was simple. This place was called a military school, but it was still a school anyways, and one didn't know if there would be any repercussions if he or she slipped up and killed someone in a school ring. It would be a loss if this delayed one's ability to gain attribute points. Tiger, are you okay? Seeing that Jiang Chen wasn't heading their way, the dog-legged man hurriedly ran to Zhao Hu's side. Blood bubbles spat out of Zhao Hu's mouth, and his eyes widened as he kept staring at Jiang Chen slowly departing back. His eyes were filled with scorn when he looked at Jiang Chen, no longer the teasing he had at the beginning. The same were all freshmen who had just awakened their talents, and their own middle-ranked physical art talent was considered to be very strong in the early stages. Plus one's initial attribute points were considered higher, a full 70 points. But why? Couldn't even get close. Totally instantaneous seconds. This blind man, what is he? The gravity fruit, is it really that terrifying? You just awakened and you can manipulate 4 tons of gravity? Tiger, don't you know people in the association? Get help from someone in the association. Before the dogleg could finish, Zhao Hu gave him a death glare. Shut up. If it wasn't for this dogleg lying to him about something like only 1 ton of gravity, he wouldn't have messed with this blind man if he hadn't beaten him to death. Now originally also wanted to fish a top 10 in the entrance test. His body injury, I'm afraid I can only count down to the top 10. At the thought of this, Zhao Hu's face turned livid. Jiang Chen, you wait for me. Jiang Qingyu stared at Jiang Chen's information in his hand, the corner of his mouth raised in an arc. Jiang Chen, this freshman, even if his strength is so dominant, he's still so wild. TSK, I like it. The way Jiang Chen is acting, he's probably already a first-ranked ability user. Yang Xiaodong said softly. There were very few ever who could manage to reach the first rank of ability just after enrollment. After all, the hard requirement of 200 attribute points stuck. Attribute spheres, which are strategic resources in the Dragon Kingdom, are strictly forbidden to be traded privately, and will be directly executed if caught. It can only be acquired on your own merit, secret realms, or by completing missions issued by the military. This is also done to prevent the property ball from getting into the hands of some second-generation people who are greedy and have bad character. Totally fair and square. After years of strict supervision, no one dares to give property balls to just anyone, not even their own son. As for the 1000 card destructive power requirement, as far as Jiang Chen's current heavy fruit performance was concerned, it was also probable that it had already met the standard. Hiss. Just enrolled in school as a first-ranked ability user. It seems like our chairman couldn't do it in the first place, right? Zhang Qingyu lamented. Yang Xiaotong collected Jiang Chen's information and stood up. Zhang Qingyu asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Xiaotong didn't even turn her head back. "Go back and report to the vice president about the new student Jiang Chen." "That what? My mission. Line good." "No. Cut." Zhang Qingyu secretly gave a middle finger and resentfully got up to leave. Chapter 14 Freshman Assembly. Entrance Test. Star Ocean Military Academy. Ableist Association. A darkened event room. A young man in a black undershirt with full muscles was standing in front of a steel plate. He let out a deep breath and pressed his fingers together. Next, bang dash. The finger gun violently poked towards the steel plate in front of him, and the 10 centimeters thick steel plate was instantly pierced through. Just then, a bandaged Zhao Hu walked in. "June." The youth glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. You've been beaten up with that look?" Zhao Hu nodded and said, "Yes, it's a freshman named Jiang Chen. Brother June, help me take revenge." The youth moved his wrists and sat down on a black sofa, his hands resting casually on the armrests as he cocked his head and stared at Zhao Hu, a disdainful expression on his face. "What's he capable of?" Zhao Hu said. "June, he's a heavy fruit ability person, manipulating gravity, and he's also blind. Brother June, with your strength as a second-ranked ability user, he's no match for you at all." The youth sniffed and frowned. "You mean to tell me that you were beaten to the state by a blind man?" In his words, the youth also purposely aggravated the sound of the word blind, as if he was in complete disbelief that a blind man could beat his own little brother into such a state. Zhao Hu nodded. Yes. Roll." A sudden roll from the youth's mouth made Zhao Hu not react. "Ha!" Zhao Hu came back to his senses and knelt in front of the youth, wailing, "June, help me take revenge." Next moment, pa dash. The youth cracked a slap directly almost to Zhao Hu's face. "Didn't you hear me when I told you to get lost? What the hell is a heavy fruit? Beaten up like this by a blind man and you dare to come to me to help you out? I'm ashamed to say it. I'm warning you, don't ever go out and say you know me again. You hear me?" Zhao Hu was directly slapped and turned 360 degrees in the air, collapsing to the ground with a bewildered look on his face as he touched his obviously swollen cheek. The youth stared at him viciously. In this world, the development of fruits was extremely difficult, and only 2 weeks had passed between awakening the talent and now. How far can a completely unseen fruit be developed in 2 weeks? And blind. What his own little brother had awakened was a middle-order physical art talent. The physical arts talent, kendo talent, and animal fruit are among the stronger talents in the early stages. That's all it takes to get punched in the face like that. The more the youth thought about it, the more angry he became, and he put up 3 fingers and said word for word, "I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear in front of me." 3 days passed in a flash. Until yesterday, all new students had finished checking in, and the school has given notice that today, too, is the day to assemble for the entrance test. Jiang Chen leaned on his blind cane and slowly walked to the playground. It's 5 minutes before the required 8 o'clock rendezvous time. "Jiang Chen, this way." Jiang Chen sensed the direction of Wang Ming's voice and slowly walked towards it. In the past few days, Jiang Chen had already informed Wang Ming and the other students about the fact that he had comprehended the seeing color. There's no point in hiding this matter. Otherwise, the other students will have to make a point of assisting him in the future. It's not like the old days when you couldn't see, and it feels a little strange to be held up when you can see. Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao and the others, when they were informed of this matter, they were surprised in a small way, but did not say anything more. After all, as a blind man, other perceptions are inherently a bit more sensitive. To be able to comprehend the seeing color, nothing strange. Jiang Chen walked over to Wang Ming. "You guys are so early?" Wang Ming pointed to the watch on his wrist. "It's already 7:55. It's 5 minutes to 8 o'clock, and I heard that our vice principal is fierce." "Hi, Jiang Chen." Tang Chuyao greeted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen politely nodded in response. He sensed the students in the neighborhood, basically his high school classmates. There were almost 20 people from his high school who entered the Star Ocean Military Academy, and they were put in the same class with 20 people from another high school next door. Only those who had awakened their talents would be accepted into the military school, and those who had only awakened a single attribute point enhancement were placed directly into the Demon Suppression Army. There are about 2,000 freshmen in each class, and there are 16 military schools, in all, in the country. In other words, on average, every year, it could send roughly 3W plus senior officers to the Demon Suppression Army. The moment. Inside the playground, the 2,000 freshmen had basically all arrived. Only now everyone hadn't transitioned from being a student, and everyone was standing around casually, looking uneven. Without realizing it, the time came to 8 o'clock sharp. On the podium, a middle-aged man with a country face looked down at the freshmen below the stage, his eyes slightly narrowed. All be quiet. The middle-aged man let out a bellowing voice. Next, a strong pressure swept across the entire playground. The originally noisy playground was instantly quiet. No one dared to speak or move around, as if they would be pulverized if they moved. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. So strong. Is this the bully color? This middle-aged man on the stage had obviously still collected his strength. Otherwise, it was estimated that all of them, the freshmen, would have to be stunned. Stand still. The man's words fell. The freshmen had adjusted their stance, which was still a little crooked, but at least it looked a little neater. The middle-aged man on the podium swept a glance at the freshman on the stage and was finally somewhat satisfied. Introduce yourself. I'm your director of instruction, Wang Sen. The principal and vice principal have been busy lately, so I'll be the one to preside over this new student assembly and entrance test. There was no microphone in front of him, and purely by his own power, he was able to carry his voice across the entire playground. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. The principal and vice principal are not well? It seems that the principal level, too, needs to be out on assignment. Before this, Jiang Chen had already gotten a rough idea of the strength of the teachers in the school. Within the school, the teachers were generally 4th to 5th ranked Abelites, while the principal and vice principal were both 6th ranked Abelites. As for 7th ranked ability users, when placed within the Demon Suppression Army, they were also at the level of top lieutenant generals. As for the 8th rank, those were all great generals and very few lieutenant generals, and there were very few of them in the entire Dragon Kingdom. At the 9th rank, there is only one person in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and that is the Marshal of the Demon Suppression Army, also known as the strongest man in the Dragon Kingdom, the Shock Fruit ability. Jiang Chen was a little surprised when he first learned about this. I didn't expect the title to be exactly the same as in the anime, and it was also extremely wild-looking. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the white beard in the anime, it was still 2 meters tall. On the podium, Wang Sen's voice was loud and low. The Star Ocean Military Academy wasn't built for a long time, only 20 years. But, during those 20 years, countless strong people have come out. Over the past 20 years, a total of 2 great generals and over 100 lieutenant generals had been trained for the Dragon Kingdom. Military schools, unlike ordinary universities, have better living conditions and welfare benefits, as you already know, than ordinary universities. But it all comes at a price. You will all be part of our Dragon Kingdom's Demon Suppressor Army in the future. Guardians of our Dragon Kingdom. So you are worthy of these benefits. Jiang Chen thought to himself, the welfare benefits are really good. New students who have just enrolled in school alone can each receive a monthly subsidy of $20,000. And there are also various social benefits. After having been verbose for 10 minutes, Wang Senkai said, I won't say more. Next, you should all be clear about it. And that is the first thing every new student does after enrolling. The entrance test. Chapter 15 Sharp Review Heavy Fruit? The fierce beast, as you should all know, took away the lives of countless compatriots and destroyed countless of our homes after arriving in our world 30 years ago. It took 30 years of fighting and the deaths and injuries of countless compatriots to bring about a short-lived balance between us humans and the ferocious beasts. Now that you have entered the military academy, you must take on the responsibility of guarding your home and our Dragon Kingdom. Standing on the podium, Wang Sen's eyes were red and his voice was impassioned. Jiang Chen was also somewhat touched inwardly. As far as he could remember, he had died on the battlefield before he had even met his father in person. And his mother, too, who had been sick with long thought, even with her own eye disease, continued to work hard to bring herself up, and eventually collapsed in front of the disease. Growing up, I have always listened to my neighbors and classmates, discussing their relatives and friends, who have sacrificed again. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. Be sure to keep improving your strength. It wasn't so much about wanting to guard the Dragon Kingdom, but simply wanting to stay alive. After all, He was a traveler, and although he possessed the memories of this body, until now, there was still little sense of belonging. Wang Xin continued. Before this, perhaps most of you have only seen ferocious beasts on television and have never actually faced one. That's why this new student entrance test of the military academy aims to test your guts. And in the secret realms and wild ferocious beast battles after this, you will encounter even more dangerous and huge and terrifying ferocious beasts. The words fell. The playground resounded with soft murmurs. As Wang Xin had said, most of the freshmen had not seen the ferocious beasts with their own eyes. In this group of freshmen, there was excitement, anticipation, and fear. Wang Xin continued. The ones you face in this entrance test are only the lowest ranked ferocious beasts that have not entered the rank. If you can't even kill this, then when you get to the battlefield and go to the secret realm, you'll only have one way to die. Of course, the rewards of the entrance test are rich for you. First place, 200 attribute points awarded. Second place, 150 attribute points. Third place, 100 attribute points. Fourth to 10th place, 50 attribute points. This is also our Dragon Kingdom's cultivation strategy. As long as you're good, then you'll be able to increase your strength like a rocket. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows. It seems to be right with Wang Ming. First place is awarded 200 attribute points. The opponents were all just unranked ferocious beasts, and he had already killed a first-ranked mutant 100-eyed vulture. So this first place was a must. Hearing color Bay LV. 1. 0/20 plus. Current range 100 meters. Next level, range spreads to 500 meters. Gravity field LV. 2. 0/20 plus. Current field range 50 meters. Next level, range spreads to 200 meters. Unlocks gravity wave manipulation, proficient. As long as you get these 200 attribute points, which is 20 skill points, you can upgrade your seeing color perception range or upgrade your gravity field range to finally manipulate gravity waves. Whichever one is upgraded. It's a big upgrade. Wang Xin babbled on for a while longer and said, it's almost time now. The location of your entrance test is about 10 kilometers from here. Now everyone get in the car. The words fell. Teachers and staff began to move in, guiding the freshmen to the dozens of armored personnel carriers parked along the playground. Wang Ming elbowed Zhang Chen. Aha! So nervous. Zhang Chen, are you nervous? Not bad. Zhang Chen spoke in a calm tone. Wang Ming unconsciously increased his voice. What do you mean by okay? That was a ferocious beast. Did you forget about the beast tied 2 weeks ago? It was so overwhelming that I shiver just thinking about it. Zhang Chen was silent. It's true that I didn't forget, and it gave me 100 attribute points. Tang Chuyao also twisted her head around and admonished. Zhang Chen, be careful. This entrance test, since it's individually scored, I have to get attribute points as well, so there's no way I can guard you. Wait for the first official secret realm. We'll form a team then. Zhang Chen smiled. It's fine. Don't mind me. Between a few people chatting and bull ****** ting. Follow the group as they move slowly, guided by their teachers, and board the armored personnel carriers. Dozens of troop carriers headed toward their destination and drove off in great numbers, and following the troop carriers were nearly a dozen media vehicles. That's right. This entrance test will likewise be broadcast nationally. Same time, inside a certain room in the capital city of Nanjiang Province, Linjiang City, Lei Tianlin, an ordinary small anchor, debugged the live broadcast equipment and opened the live broadcast. Former captain of the Demon Squadron takes you through the Star Ocean Military Academy entrance test, sharply evaluating the new devil fruit, the heavy fruit. A small assistant on the side worried, Brother Lei, is this selection really appropriate? I see that everyone else is focusing on Tang Chuyao and Lu Li. The first place winner this time should be one of those two. Lei Tianlin snapped and lit a cigarette, glancing at the little assistant. Are you stupid? People that are big anchors. If I also follow to see these two, that can only drown in the sea of people. Might as well bet. The little assistant realized. Brother Lei is wise. Less than a moment. The live streaming room then began to pour in one viewer after another. Pop-up. I'd forgotten until I saw this live feed that there's a blind big smart guy in this freshman class. Pop-up. This time, the first place winner is either Tang Chuyao or Lu Li. I said so. Pop-up. What do you need to say? An S-ranked developed and matured fruit. And a pre-fierce batch of high-ranked kendo talent. Cootie. All know it's one of those two. Pop-up. What do the anchors think? Lei Tianlin snorted. How do you see it? What else can we look at? Let's not discuss the first place this time. There's nothing to discuss about this. This time let's just look at it. The actual application effect of the heavy fruit. Slap. Lei Tianlin lit another cigarette and exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. He slowly analyzed. The heavy fruit, as the name suggests, manipulates gravity. And as a bold guess, Jiang Chen should be able to manipulate about 1 ton of gravity. The ferocious beasts in the entrance test were all unclassified, and suppressing these ferocious beasts was no problem at all. But in theory, manipulating gravity is more than just a gravitational pull towards the ground. It should also be able to change the direction of gravity, which means pulling the ferocious beast over. It's still unclear if Jiang Chen he can do it. I think it's hanging. Developing the fruit isn't that simple. Pop up. So the anchor thinks Jiang Chen can get the number 1 spot? The corner of Lei Tianlin's mouth quirked in disdain. How many places? No matter what, Jiang Chen is blind, and he's still taking first place? Are you guys out of your minds? Pop up, stinky mouth anchor. What if Jiang Chen has seeing color? Lei Tianlin snorted coldly. So what if there is a seeing color? How big can the range be? 10 meters? 20 meters? We're mainly looking at the practical application of the heavy fruit this time. The words fell out of his mouth and he slammed the table with a heavy snap. I'm putting my word out here. If Jiang Chen makes it into the top 100, Lei Tianlin glanced around. I'll eat the keyboard. Chapter 16 Seconds. Inside the schoolyard, after the freshmen left in the troop carriers, a huge display was erected in the large playground, showing the freshmen's entrance tests in real time. Of course, it's impossible to broadcast every freshman. That would be too much. Generally, only the top 500 freshmen are broadcast in real time. Playground bleachers. Star Ocean Military Academy. The student executives of the Ability Association came with 4 of them. Among them were the vice president, Xu Liang, the secretary, Yang Xiaotong, and 2 cadres, Zhang Qingyu and Chao Yang. Zhang Qingyu rested his hands behind his head, his tone languid. It's time for the annual monkey watching session. And guess how many freshmen were made to cry this session? On the side, Yang Xiaotong glared at him. Shut up you. Subsequently, she pointed at one of the screens, leaning against Jiang Chen, who was resting his eyes inside the troop carrier, and said toward a youth beside her, "This is Jiang Chen." In less than 3 seconds, he secured the middle-ranked physical arts talent ability. Vice President Xu Liang nodded his head and asked, "Well, in this class of freshmen, other than Jiang Chen, are there any good seedlings?" Yang Xiaotong handed over another stack of information. There's also the S-ranked fruit-burning fruit ability, Tang Chuyao, and the high-ranked sword Dao talent ability, Luli. Besides these 2, there are also 8 A-ranked rated freshmen, and the information is all here. Xu Liang flipped through the information of the various new students in the meeting and nodded. Well, this time, focus on the 3 of Tang Chuyao, Luli, and Jiang Chen. Just then, a bald young man sitting on the other side of the room, his feet resting on the backrest of the front seat, said disdainfully, "Che, this dead blind guy, what's the concern?" Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows. "No, Chao Yang, when you first enrolled in school, you were able to take out a middle-ranked physical arts talented ability in 3 seconds? Chao Yang's face was full of disdain and he said without any concern, "Che, to put it bluntly, it's just a child's fight. A blind man is a blind man. So what if he has the color of sight? The range of the color of sight, when encountering a real high-grade beast, not being able to see is the biggest weakness." Before Zhang Qingyu could counterattack, Vice President Xu Liang glared at Chao Yang and shouted in a low voice, "Shut up." For Chao Yang, this person, Xu Liang and Zhang Qingyu, are more disgusted, born to be a barbarian. No matter the facts, no matter right or wrong, just want to borrow a little bit to be comfortable. Jiang Chen sat inside the bumpy troop carrier, clutching the exterior wood-colored staff and sword in his hand as he perceived the scene outside the vehicle. This time, their destination was 10 kilometers away from the Star Ocean Military Academy, within an abandoned city. The entire abandoned city, firmly surrounded by long stretches of barbed wire, reached a height of 20 meters. The periphery of the barbed wire fence was surrounded by the Demon Suppression Army, and every 10 meters, there was at least 1 soldier with a firearm guarding it. Dozens of armored personnel carriers, split into different directions, slowly drove into the abandoned city. In the meantime, the media van, which followed the troop carrier, did not continue to follow deeper, but stopped outside the barbed wire fence and unfolded its compartments. Buzz off. Densely packed drones rose up from behind the media vehicles and followed the troop carriers as they flew into the abandoned city. To be as fair as possible, in this entrance test, the 2,000 new students would be scattered throughout this abandoned city, with every student separated by at least a few hundred meters. The ferocious beasts that hadn't entered the rank were controlled by the Demon Suppression Army, which had released them when the troop carriers drove into the abandoned city. These ferocious beasts, called twin-tailed beasts, were all ferocious beasts that could fly, belonging to one of the weakest ferocious beasts, but the character is extremely ferocious, and as soon as they see a living human, they will charge at them, fearless of death. At this moment, inside the troop carrier that Jiang Chen was in, Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao, among others, had gotten out of the car. Within the range of Jiang Chen's seeing color perception, he could clearly sense that ferocious beasts with two tails were constantly whistling through the sky. These ferocious beasts, which do not attack troop carriers, only attack humans. A few moments later, Jiang Chen, get off, a voice came. Jiang Chen sniffed, stood up, and slowly walked off the troop carrier. When Jiang Chen got out of the car, the troop carrier continued to drive forward. First place, Tang Chuyao, points, 56. Second place, Lu Li, points, 54. Third place, Lian Xiao, points, 30. Fourth place, Wang Tianchao, points, 29. Jiang Chen wore headphones and turned on the electronic broadcast, which allowed him to broadcast the points leaderboard situation in real time. On each student's chest, they wore intelligent identifiers that accurately recognized whether or not they had killed a ferocious beast. Kill a beast and accumulate 1 point. Each student, however, has only 2 hours to do so, and the higher the points within the time limit, the higher the ranking. It seems that the burning fruit and the high-order kendo talent do have a little something to them. The two of them, Tang Chuyao and Lu Li, were completely leading off a cliff. But well, it was his turn to strike next. Jiang Chen moved his body. Just then, within his range of perception, a two-tailed beast appeared directly in front of him, twice the size of a 100-eyed vulture. The twin-tailed beast obviously noticed Jiang Chen standing on the ground, and it swung its wings as it swooped down towards him. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. It wasn't until after the twin-tailed beast entered the range of his gravity field. Clank dash. The blade is sheathed 3 inches. In the meantime, 4 tons of gravity instantly loomed over that twin-tailed beast. Next, boom dash. The twin-tailed beast was dragged straight to the ground by 4 tons of gravity and hit the ground hard. Hoo dash. The twin-tailed beast wailed as it fought to wave its wings, but found that it couldn't move no matter what. Jiang Chen's eyes opened a slit, revealing a flash of whites. The twin-tailed beast realized with horror that the direction of gravity had suddenly been altered, sucking it towards the humans. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, clank dash. The blade is sheathed, a sword to the throat. The head of the twin-tailed beast rolled to the ground, while its body fell behind Jiang Chen with inertia. Jiang Chen put away the sword in his staff and raised his eyebrows. This twin-tailed beast, it's a bit weak. When the mutant 100-eyed vulture was first stabbed down, it at least felt some resistance. And now, under his own chopping attack with sword intent attached, it was like cutting tofu without any resistance. Can't blame it though. After all, a strike with his own sword intent attached to it now had a destructive power of 2,000 cards, far exceeding the 1,000 card requirement of a first-ranked ability person. It was normal to deal with such unranked ferocious beasts like slicing tofu. Gain 1 point. First place, Tang Chuyao, points, 66. Second place, Lu Li, points, 65. No, 566. Jiang Chen, 1 point. Just then, 3 more twin-tailed beasts entered Jiang Chen's range of perception. As soon as these 3 twin-tailed beasts saw Jiang Chen on the ground, they swooped down towards him at the same time. After they had entered within the range of Jiang Chen's gravity field, boom dash, gravity falls. The 3 twin-tailed beasts slammed into the ground at the same time, and immediately afterward, their bodies were completely unable to move, being dragged by the terrifying gravitational force in Jiang Chen's direction. Swish dash. Jiang Chen's sword blade flashed. Gain 3 points. 424th place. Jiang Chen, 4 points. At this moment, Jiang Chen also entered the live broadcast screen for the first time as he had rushed into the top 500. Chapter 17, 6-Style Shave, 12 consecutive flashes. Linjiang City, inside a small dark room. Lei Tianlin held a cigarette in one hand while gushing to the live screen. In the middle of the screen, it was Tang Chuyao's image that was playing. Only Tang Chuyao was seen standing on the street as a twin-tailed beast swooped down. Boom dash. A dazzling fire fist roared out, directly blasting the twin-tailed beast away, falling heavily to the ground. As we all know, gravity, also called gravity, is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, possessing unlimited potential. I'll give you a few random examples, such as the ability to control it down to the molecular level if developed to the extreme, solidifying the molecules around itself to form an impenetrable shield, or, alternatively, distort photons and create illusions, twist atoms and make everything, or even, make black holes with your bare hands. Lei Tianlin smoked a cigarette while gushing and sharply commenting on the heavy fruits. Pop up, hiss. Listening to the anchor analyze it like this. Could Jiang Chen really be able to do this? Pop up, exaggerated. The anchor is exaggerating. Pop up, keep blowing. Pop up, I think it's unlikely. Jiang Chen is blind. It's not certain how long he can survive within the cruel secret realm and battlefield. Lei Tianlin glanced at the pop-up and explained. First of all, This is just an idea of what this fruit is capable of. And don't you believe it? The first person in the beautiful country across the ocean. He's also a magneto fruit ability holder who possesses the ability to manipulate one of the 4 basic forces. He's a terrifying existence that can directly shake the magnetic field and set off floods and earthquakes. He exhaled a slow puff of smoke and continued. Whether Jiang Chen can do it or not is a question that doesn't even need to be discussed. The answer is obvious. It's completely impossible. Let's not mention the issue of Jiang Chen being blind. Even if Jiang Chen was a normal person, it was impossible for him to have developed to such a degree after only him. The difficulty of developing devil fruit is well known. And that magneto fruit ability person from across the ocean had to go through 4 whole generations of development to reach this level. As Lei Tianlin analyzed, the number of people in the live broadcast room grew. The pop-ups floated by like snowflakes. Pop-up, according to the anchor's analysis. I think Jiang Chen has a high probability of getting the top 10. Pop-up, I also think. Just Kwaku will pull the ferocious beast over and slaughter it. Pop-up, if you wanna pull the ferocious beast over. Unless you can control the direction of gravity. Right. Jiang Chen can do it now? Why don't I quite believe it? Lei Tianlin snorted coldly. Pulling the ferocious beasts over? Based on past experience, it's impossible to develop the ability to this extent in just over 2 weeks. With Jiang Chen's current abilities, I boldly predict that he can only be a support toolman, playing support for his teammates and putting some pressure on the ferocious beast. Plus, Jiang Chen didn't have any means of attack other than going on a bit of gravity, and was still blind. It's the same old story. If Jiang Chen makes it into the top 100, I'll eat my keyboard. Just as Lei Tianlin was gushing and analyzing, a line of pop-ups floated by. Don't blow at anchor. Cut out and take a look. Jiang Chen has already entered the top 500. Lei Tianlin's eyes widened violently as he quickly exited Tang Juyao's live broadcast screen. After searching for a moment, he did find Jiang Chen's live broadcast. At this moment, Jiang Chen slowly walked down the street. Behind him, 4 twin-tailed beasts lay in pieces on the ground. No. 388. Jiang Chen, 8 points. The best way to kill it now was to use the ability of the heavy fruit to fly into the sky and keep sucking the twin-tailed beast over to kill it in the air. But in that case, there's a problem. Manipulating gravity to fly was an extremely complicated matter that required constant control over the size of gravity and the direction of gravity. With one's current ability to manipulate gravity, it was simply impossible to fly while constantly sucking ferocious beasts over to kill them. Moreover, flying was also an extremely energy-consuming matter, and with one's current spiritual power, one was simply unable to do so for a long period of time. So, the best method at the moment, that was to fly at low altitude. As long as there is a twin-tailed beast that enters one's perception range, directly land on the ground and suck it over to kill it. There was still more than an hour to go, and as long as the luck wasn't back to the heavens, it was totally enough to take first place. Think about it. Jiang Chen immediately moved and ran towards the front. In the meantime, a newborn of an animal-based bull fruit bison form ability was currently transforming into a bison, staring dead on at the twin-tailed beast in the air that was swooping down towards him. Suddenly, the freshman froze. The twin-tailed beast had been getting closer and closer to himself, and was basically a point in hand. Suddenly it seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force and flew in the opposite direction. It's not just freshman. This two-tailed beast also froze, and it realized that this force was incredibly large. It was completely unable to move itself. Less than a second. Swish dash. A flash of cold light. The head of the twin-tailed beast rolled to the ground. No, man, how can you still rob monsters like that? This is cheating. Cheating. The freshman's eyes widened as he shouted towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored him and continued to run towards the front. Just then, "Ai chow!" The freshman glanced at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim. In the sky, there were a dozen or so twin-tailed beasts that flew from all directions and swooped down in Jiang Chen's direction. Humph! I told you to rob the monster. I'll see how you die. The new student hurriedly hid behind the wall and gloated at Jiang Chen. Although the twin-tailed beasts were weak on their own, but with so many of them attacking at the same time, none of them, this group of freshmen, could stop them. The soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army, who were hiding on the other side, were also ready to fire. Once a student's life is in danger, then their group will be the first to step in and rescue the new student. However, that also means freshmen are outright eliminated. Jiang Chen also sensed it. Not panicking in the slightest, he stopped and waited quietly for the twin-tailed beasts. Ho ho! The entire 12 twin-tailed beasts roared at the same time and lunged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gently pulled out the blade of his sword. Bang dash! 4 tons of gravity slammed a bobtailed beast right into the ground. Immediately after, bang, bang, bang dash, one after another, the entire 12 twin-tailed beasts were all crushed to the ground. Jiang Chen didn't choose to directly suck the 12 twin-tailed beasts over to kill them. The reason was simple, because he realized that there were too many of them, and with his current gravity manipulation ability, pressing them all to the ground was already approaching the limit of manipulation. And there's another reason. Jiang Chen wanted to try the Navy 6 style. So far, he hadn't used the Navy 6 styles, his own skill, and whether it was useful or not, he always had to try it out when he had the chance. After all 12 twin-tailed beasts were dead weighted to the ground. Next, Jiang Chen moved. His figure instantly disappeared in place, and immediately after, it appeared 5 meters away, then disappeared again. Swish, swish, swish dash. 12 straight flashes later, 12 twin-tailed beasts, their heads were simultaneously thrown high into the air, scarlet blood spraying into the air. Clean. The freshman, who was hiding, looked at the scene incredulously and blurted out, grass? In the meantime, all the people in the outside world who were watching Jiang Chen's live broadcast were also sensationalized. Chapter 18 Jiang Chen can chop out sword intent? Playground bleachers. Zhang Qingyu stood up with a mischievous sound, pointing at one of the 500 live broadcast images, the one of Jiang Chen, and exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Chu, that's a type 6 shave, isn't it? Chu Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke. It's shaving right, 12 consecutive instantaneous shifts of 5 meters each. Anyone who can practice the 6 styles to this extent is at least a second-ranked ability. Zhang Qingyu gently shook his head inside. TSK, TSK, TSK. This Jiang Chen, it seems like he's really a ing genius. After that, he continued, and when I look at his seeing color, it seems like it's far more than 20 meters. I guess it has to be more than 50 meters. Chu Liang nodded his head and looked at the scoreboard on the side. First place, Tang Chuyao, points, 98. Second place, Lu Li, points, 96. Third place, Lian Xiao, points, 82. Fourth place, Wang Tianchao, points, 82. 98th place, Jiang Chen, 42 points. At this rate, Jiang Chen won't really get first place, right? Zhang Qingyu sighed. When the secret realm is over, I can see that we can directly absorb Jiang Chen as a full member, skipping the step of temporary member. Chu Liang shook his head. Jiang Chen does have very high potential, but we still have to see how the first secret realm performs. Just then, Chao Yang said with a face full of disdain, Che, he's not a physically gifted ability person. Even if he practiced the 6 styles to the sky and couldn't comprehend the armed color hegemony, what's the use? Zhang Qingyu twisted his head to look at him and immediately retorted, who told you that if you're not a physically gifted ability user you can't comprehend armed color hegemony? Chao Yan remained full of unconcern and said, a matter of probability, alright. Physical arts gifted ability person. 1 out of 10 can comprehend armed color hegemony. Non-physical arts gifted ability person. 1 out of 100? And heavy fruit, I can't see any aggressiveness. It's really good to play as an aid. I, Chao Yang, would like to call Jiang Chen as the strongest auxiliary toolman. Zhang Qingyu sniffed and couldn't hold back. He rolled up his sleeves. Grass. Old Chu. I can't help it. I'm going to beat this barbarian to death. Chu Liang pulled Zhang Qingyu back and swept a glance at the two. Stop, Chao Yang. You say less. Chao Yang was full of defiance. What's wrong with me? What I said is the truth. Shut up. Chu Liang glared at him. Chao Yang skimmed his lips and twisted his head to the side. Inside the small darkroom in Linjiang City, Lei Tianlin stared at the live screen with wide eyes, incredulously, and didn't even notice that the cigarette fell on his pants. A few moments later, a burning smell came from underneath. Lei Tianlin snapped his head down. Chow, my pants. At this point in the live broadcast, pop-ups were flying all over the place. Pop-up, what the hell was that teleportation just now? Pop-up, grass. Jiang Chen actually knows the 6 styles? And at that level, it's at least a second-ranked ability to perform it. Pop-up, could Jiang Chen really be a genius? Pop-up, pity. What's the use of being blind when God is jealous? Pop-up, it's obvious that Jiang Chen knows the scene color, and the range isn't small. Pop-up, what do the anchors think? Pop-up, has anyone noticed that Jiang Chen has killed his way into the top 100? Pop-up, sit back and wait for the anchor to eat the keyboard. Lei Tianlin glanced at the pop-up and sighed. Cough cough cough. I didn't realize that Jiang Chen had actually mastered shaving to this extent. I see that someone on the pop-up screen is asking about the 6 styles. Let me explain it to you. He relit another cigarette. An old smoker indeed. I must say, the 6 styles, also known as the 6 styles of the Jin Demon Army, was created by a physically gifted general 20 years ago, and was later extended to the entire Jin Demon Army, including the military academy, where it is a mandatory course. Normally speaking, you need to complete your talent awakening before you can learn it, and learning it before you have a talent awakening makes progress extremely slow. Jiang Chen has only awakened his talent for a little over 2 weeks, and he was able to practice shaving to the point of instantly shifting 5 meters and instantly shifting 12 times in a row, so it can truly be said that he's a genius. After Lei Tianlin finished speaking, he glanced at the pop-up screen and realized that there were still many people asking what level this was. He thought for a moment and explained, "Let me put it to you this way. Generally speaking, a normal person needs to study for at least 3 months after awakening their talent before they can reach the level of instantaneous movement of 5 meters, and at most, they can only instantly move 3 times in a row." Inside the live feed, pop-up, although Jiang Chen is a genius, I still can't understand why he gave up the burning fruit and chose the heavy fruit. Pop-up, is there a possibility that Jiang Chen is also a genius when it comes to fruit development? It's obvious to see that Jiang Chen can already manage to control the direction of gravity. Pop-up, anchor evaluate Jiang Chen's seeing color level. Pop-up, just a reminder anchor. Jiang Chen is already in the top 100. Please fulfill your promise. Lei Tianlin glanced at the pop-up screen and spoke slowly. Jiang Chen's seeing color level. I roughly estimate that it's at least 50 meters. But well, if you think about it, it's normal. Blind people will be more sensitive in other aspects of perception. And there have been precedents before. Soldiers of the Jin Demon Army who were wounded and blinded in battle are more likely to awaken the seeing color hegemony. And there was once a blind soldier who reached 80 meters in just 2 months after awakening his seeing color hegemony. Only, in a real battlefield, the field of vision range of 80 meters is still too narrow, and ultimately sacrificed on the battlefield. That's why I'm still pessimistic about Jiang Chen's future. Right now these ferocious beasts are just unranked ferocious beasts. I roughly observed that the weapon in Jiang Chen's hand was at least a C-grade alloy weapon. Killing an unclassified ferocious beast was just like chopping tofu. But once one encounters a ferocious beast of the first rank or higher, or even a second-rank ferocious beast in the secret realm, it won't be so easy. Jiang Chen isn't a sword-down natural ability person. Even if he uses a C-grade alloy longsword, there's a high probability that he won't be able to break through the defense when facing a ferocious beast of the first rank or above. Lei Tianlin blew hard on the cigarette ash scattered on the table, pointed at the live screen, and exclaimed, "Same old story. If Jiang Chen makes it into the top 10, I'll eat my keyboard." At this moment, Lei Tianlin, looking at the rising number of people in the live broadcast room, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough this time, sharp review Jiang Chen's choice of topic. Pick the right one. Inside the live feed, pop-up, no. Was the old saying just now that it's obviously so flexible to get into the top 100? Pop-up, anchor. I urge you to be honest. I'm recording the screen here. Pop-up, it's fine. Just Jiang Chen's performance. I don't think there's any problem at all with the top 10. Sit back and wait for the anchor to eat the keyboard. Inside the abandoned city. At this moment, Luli happened to also see the scene of Jiang Chen's 12 consecutive flashes, and her mouth was slightly wide open. When Jiang Chen had left, she walked over to the fragmented corpses of the ferocious beasts with ghostly curiosity and bent down, surveying the flat wounds. Suddenly, her eyes widened. At the wound, it unexpectedly emitted a vague aura of sword intent. In this world, Sword Dao gifted ability users who possess sword intent were extremely sensitive to it. Luli twisted her head to look in the direction Jiang Chen had left. Some information images kept surfacing in her mind. Jiang Chen left just in time for the residual sword intent in the sword test room. When the tide of ferocious beasts receded and the mutated 100-eyed vulture was killed in the Red Star neighborhood where Jiang Chen lived, the demon suppressor army questioned all the Sword Dao gifted abilities, including her. Coupled with the sword intent that was now emanating from the wounds of these twin-tailed beasts, it was clear that the first-ranked mutant 100-eyed vulture was the one that Jiang Chen had killed. Just awakened, he was able to kill a first-order ferocious beast. Jiang Chen was definitely stronger than any of the freshmen. This time, the first place seems to go to Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Luli gazed at Jiang Chen's departing direction. Although I don't know how Jiang Chen managed to cut out sword intent despite being a non-sword Dao natural ability person. It's not important. What's important is that for the next secret realm duo, we must find Jiang Chen to team up with. Chapter 19 Jiang Chen is number 1? Streets. The 10 twin-tailed beasts were firmly locked to the ground by an invisible gravity. Next moment, a ghostly figure flashed by, and the 10 twin-tailed beasts almost at the same time, drank their hatred northwest. Their heads and bodies separated. Jiang Chen shook off the blood from his sword blade and continued to run towards the front. Gain 10 points. 68th place. Jiang Chen, 52 points. Jiang Chen darted around while listening to the message coming from his headphones. Already 68th. The gap is closing. If he hadn't been almost the last to disembark the troop carrier, he would probably have been firmly in first place from the start. Not a big problem though. The one who gets off the troop carrier first starts the clock first and there is no unfairness. And at this current rate of points rise, It wouldn't take long at all for him to surpass the first place Tang Chuyao. He just didn't know what Tang Chuyao's expression would be when she saw that she had snatched her first place later. With the slow passage of time, the freshman points, except for the top 5, which remained basically unchanged, bit off more than they could chew. First place, Tang Chuyao, points, 136. Second place, Lu Li, points, 130. Third place, Lian Xiao, points, 102. Fourth place, Wang Tianchao, points, 98. 10th place, Li Liang, points, 90. Most people's names kept bouncing up and down. In this one name is an exception and is climbing at a rocket speed. 58th place, Jiang Chen, 60 points. 52nd place, Jiang Chen, 68 points. 30th place, Jiang Chen, 74 points. 14th place, Jiang Chen, 88 points. Finally, at the school podium, a teacher spotted the name Jiang Chen and exclaimed, "Director Wang, look at Jiang Chen in 14th place. That's rising too fast." "No, it's already 10th place now." Wang Sen, who was joking with the other teachers, glanced at the leaderboard suspiciously. "Jiang Chen? It's only 10th place. What's all the fuss about?" That teacher said meaningfully. "Director, you'll know later when you see how Jiang Chen kills the ferocious beasts." Wang Sen stared curiously at Jiang Chen's live feed. From the beginning, he hadn't even paid attention to the freshman outside of the 10th place, so at this point, he didn't know what Jiang Chen's situation was. Picture: Jiang Chen ran through the streets with a wooden blind cane in one hand and a long sword with a cold, flashing light in the other. A few moments later, the 8 twin-tailed beasts appeared in the air, and immediately after, an invisible force pulled them directly to the ground and firmly suppressed them. Next, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared in place, transforming into a residual shadow that flashed past the 8 twin-tailed beasts in turn. Swish, swish, swish dash. Blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. Clean. It's not a drag. Wang Sen stood up with a mischievous sound and stared at the live feed incredulously. "This is a 6-style shave? How could a freshman possibly do this?" The teacher said with a smug look on his face. "I told you so, Chief, and I'll tell you something else. He's blind." "Blind? He has seeing color?" Wang Sen's eyes widened another point. The teacher nodded. "That's right. I've been watching him for a long time, and his seeing color range, from what I've seen, is at least 50 meters. Wang Sen was silent for a moment and said towards the assistant at the side, "Bring Jiang Chen's information for me to take a look." The assistant rummaged around for a while and handed Wang Sen a form. Wang Sen surveyed the form and muttered, "So he's the heavy fruit ability. No wonder the name feels a bit familiar. So those twin-tailed beasts just now, they were suppressed by gravity and couldn't move on the ground?" The teacher added in an aside. "Director, after my observation, just now I realized that he has managed to change the direction of gravity, and according to our past experience in developing fruits, this move is definitely not simple. So I'm guessing that this Jiang Chen is not only a genius in physical arts, a genius in seeing colors, but his fruit development ability is also considered a genius." Wang Sen froze for a moment. Then a regretful expression appeared on his face as he shook his head slightly. "Hey, it's a pity that the eyes are blind. Seeing color even if it reaches 100 meters. In the real secret battlefield, the eyes can't see. It's still a huge disadvantage." The words fell, and a silence fell around them. As we all know, the sight distance of the human eye can reach more than 20 kilometers in clear weather. In case a wave of beasts, or some other danger, appeared 100 meters away and the eyes couldn't see it, by the time they got within 100 meters of the seeing color, it would likely be too late. "Who is Jiang Chen's homeroom teacher?" Wang Sen asked. A few moments later, a young man around 30 years old walked up to Wang Sen. "Director, I'm Jiang Chen's homeroom teacher, Lin Weidong." Wang Sen patted the young man's shoulder and admonished, "Jiang Chen has a lot of potential, but his eyes are a big problem. You take care of him more next." Including the grouping aspect of the secret realm, he was able to develop his seeing colors to this extent in just over 2 weeks of awakening. In the future, it might be able to reach 1,000-meter seeing color range, or even tens of kilometers. Jiang Chen's potential is unlimited. Lin Weidong froze. 1,000-meter seeing color range. Now the strongest seeing color in the world is only 100 meters, right? That's now. Jiang Chen, he's not the same. Wang Sen's gaze glanced at Jiang Chen's live feed. Kidding aside, a freshman who had just awakened more than 2 weeks ago had developed the 6 styles of shaving, fruit abilities, and seeing color abilities to this extent. If it was anyone else, Wang Sen wouldn't believe it, but with the potential Jiang Chen was showing now, Wang Sen was somewhat convinced. All of this needs to be lived, and once it dies halfway through, it's useless to say anything. Suddenly, that teacher who was the first to spot Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock, "Number 1. Jiang Chen is number 1. The words fell. All the surrounding teachers looked at the live broadcast screen where Jiang Chen was in shock. In the middle of a conversation. It's number 1? Wang Xin stared at Jiang Chen in the live streaming screen, the corners of his mouth gradually rising, his eyes filled with appreciation. At this time on the other side of the abandoned city, Tang Chuyao flew down the street. Suddenly, 3 twin-tailed beasts were in the air. Swooping down towards her, Tang Chuyao stopped in her tracks, her gaze dead set on the ferocious beast in the air. She gently clenched her fist, and a blazing flame instantly wrapped around her right hand. Next, she swung her fist out violently in the direction of the twin-tailed beast. Flames roared out from the fist's blade, transforming into a fiery fist that smashed into the 3 twin-tailed beasts in the air. Boom dash! With just one strike, the 3 twin-tailed beasts were smashed out. Points earned, 3. Tang Chuyao let out a soft breath. Luckily, for the past 2 weeks or so, I've been learning from my predecessor's burnt fruit development experience online. Finally, after enrolling in school, he developed a fire fist that can be released externally. Thanks to the sub, he has also kept himself at the top of the leaderboard since he got off the troop carrier. Aside from that high-ranked kendo talent ability, Luli, who had been clinging to himself, the others were no threat at all. But Lili was just biting off more than she could chew, and hadn't overtaken her yet. The score should have widened a bit more by now. The corners of Tang Chuyao's mouth rose slightly as she pulled up the holographic scoreboard. First place, Jiang Chen, points, 180. Second place, Tang Chuyao, points, 170. Third place, Luli, points, 166. Fourth place, Lian Xiao, points, 120. Tang Chuyao repeated her confirmation a few times, and finally determined that she really hadn't misread it. First place, Jiang Chen? Chapter 20 End of test. Inside the live broadcast room, pop-ups spread across the entire screen as Jiang Chen's name jumped to first place. Pop-up, oh my god, Jiang Chen came first? Pop-up, kneel down. How can a blind man be so strong? Pop-up, I think it's because the ferocious beasts are too weak. Jiang Chen's fruit ability can pull the ferocious beasts over, which is too much of an advantage over the others. Pop-up screen, too much advantage? Blindness, you are not a sentence to mention and just awaken more than 2 weeks to the shaving practice to this point. You also ignored the missing. To recognize other people's excellent is so difficult? Pop-up, what's the point? If you can take first place in the secret realm, that's what's awesome. What's so great about killing some unclassified beasts? Pop-up, guys, it looks like the anchor has to eat a keyboard. At this moment, Lei Tianlin was also staring at Jiang Chen in the live broadcast screen with a face full of incredulity. Before opening the live broadcast, he also thought that the first place was either Tang Chuyao or Lu Li, and sharp commented on Jiang Chen, completely wanting to make a differentiation and rubbing waves of traffic. I didn't expect that by mistake. Jiang Chen would take first place? And his live room, because of Jiang Chen's first place, became the most crowded live room at this time. Lei Tianlin glanced at the densely packed pop-up screens, his mind frantically pondering how to take on this sky-splashing traffic. Surely you can't turn your head to brag about Jiang Chen now. Wouldn't that be slapping your own face? Besides, he himself felt in his heart that Jiang Chen was just taking advantage of his fruit ability. Even if he was a genius in other areas, the disadvantage of being blind was still too great. Even if you're a genius, you can't develop it to 200 meters. Can you? You want to use it to replace your eyes? That's impossible. Soon, he made the decision that since he was going to sharply comment, he would sharply comment to the end. Lei Tianlin lit a cigarette and snorted coldly. Humph. What's wrong with first place? I see that someone just said in the pop-up screen that it's just killing some fierce beasts that haven't entered the rank. I'm of the same opinion. Blind is blind, and seeing colors can't replace them. And if they are, can they go up to a distance of thousands of meters? Maybe some of you still don't know. I'll give you a reminder that the strongest person in the global smell color now has a range of only 100 meters. So you know how naive your views are? Still thousands of meters of seeing colors? Dreaming? I'll put it here. If Jiang Chen can develop the seeing color to thousands of meters, I'll rip my head off. Inside the live broadcast room, netizens were frantically discussing. Pop-up, I'm optimistic that Jiang Chen will be able to reach the range of 1,000 meters of seeing color in the future. Pop-up, and later? I don't think Jiang Chen can survive 2 secret realms. Pop-up, reaching 10 times the current strongest person? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 3-colored hegemonic aura, whether it's comprehended or cultivated, is much more difficult than you think. Pop-up, anchor. Eat the top 100 and top 10 keyboards before we talk about screwing your head off. Pop-up, agreed. Anchor performed the keyboard eating first, just the one under your hand. Lei Tianlin glanced at the pop-ups, selectively ignoring the ones that made him eat his keyboard. Some people say that Jiang Chen's fruit development ability is also a genius, I can only say that you guys are still too underestimating fruit development. I'm a former Jin Demon Army veteran, and I'm also a fruit ability user, and I'm well aware of how difficult it is to develop fruits myself. Let me give you an example. You know the burnt fruit. The development of the burnt fruit was a 3-generation endeavor. In the first generation, you can only attach flames to your fists. In the second generation, he developed the flame outburst, which is now the signature move of the burning fruit, the fire fist. In the third generation, the burning fruit was further developed to coalesce the flames into an oversized fireball like the sun, also known as Great Inferno Ring Inferno Emperor. Lei Tianlin's voice. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, the louder he spoke. I can responsibly say that Jiang Chen, even if he is indeed better than others in terms of fruit development abilities, in his generation, at best he can only manage to change the direction of gravity. Yeah, I said it. We'll see if you don't believe me. Lei Tianlin looked at the live broadcast room where the number of people was rising, and forced himself to hold back his inner excitement. Time flew by, and an hour later, inside the abandoned city. In this entrance test, the new students had combined to kill thousands of ferocious beasts. It was a good thing that the twin-tailed beasts were extremely capable of reproducing but extremely weak, and under the control of the Demon Suppression Army, they were completely reduced to being the testing ground for every freshman class. The streets at this time were filled with the heavy odor of blood. Jiang Chen gently wiped the bloodstains on the blade of the sword clean before slowly withdrawing it back into the blind staff. Behind him, scattered in bits and pieces were the remnants of several twin-tailed beasts. Points earned, 3. 5 minutes until the end of the test. First place, Jiang Chen, points, 398. Second place, Tang Chuyao, points, 287. Third place, Lu Li, points, 276. Fourth place, Lian Xiao, points, 224. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he listened to the electronic broadcast of the leaderboards coming out of his headphones. With a lead of over 100 points, first place looks secure. Phew, there is one thing to be said for running around for almost 2 hours, and it is true that you are a little tired. Jiang Chen found a rock and sat on it. No more killing. With only 5 minutes left. If this can be countered, then I'll admit it myself. It's almost time to think about how to distribute the 200 attribute points and 20 skill points after getting first place. Hearing color Bay LV. 1. 0/20 plus. Current range 100 meters. Next level, range spreads to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV. 2. 0/20 plus. Currently comprehended sword intent. Next level, sword intent proficient. Gravity field LV. 2. 0/20 plus. Current field range 50 meters. Next level, range spreads to 200 meters. Unlocks gravity wave manipulation proficient. Navy 6 styles LV. 1. 0/10 plus. First rule out upgrading the Navy 6. After all, if you upgraded the 6 styles, that would mean 10 skill points left and no place to use them. Being OCD myself, it's hard to look at having skill points and not being able to use them. Blind swordsmanship isn't exactly urgent, and the next level is just a boost in power. The key is still to pick one of the seeing colors or gravity fields. Seeing the color hegemony. The next level can directly increase the range to 500 meters. One can now clearly feel the limitations of the field of view, which is a great enhancement, and the gravity field further enhances the manipulation of gravity waves. The next level should be able to attach gravity to the sword instead of caging a range. Just imagine, when there are more attribute points, you can even directly attach hundreds of tons to the sword, and then attach the sword intent. This damn, how many times the power increase ah. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but get excited inside. No, wait, by raising the gravity domain, the range would also be raised to 200 meters, while one seeing color perception range was 100 meters, so wouldn't that be a loss? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. It's better to boost the seeing color. Right now, the 100-meter range of vision is still too narrow. Let's expand the perception range 5 times to 500 meters first. In the middle of Jiang Chen's thoughts, the news of the end of the entrance test also came from within the headphones. This year's freshman entrance test is officially over, so please wait where you are. In the meantime, countless armored personnel carriers drove into the city and picked up the new students from the abandoned city based on the locator information on them. Chapter 21, Doubling Attribute Points. Inside the abandoned city, all the twin-tailed beasts had been retrieved, and the city returned to peace, leaving only the thick smell of blood that had not dissipated for a long time. A fully loaded armored personnel carrier slowly heads for the exit car. From time to time, the other freshmen glanced at Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the corner, and whispered to each other. Who is Jiang Chen? That one in the corner. You didn't brush Douyin? The one that dominated the hot search before. Oh, remembered. Hiss. Didn't realize it was so fierce. I just watched it live on the internet, so I guess I took advantage of the fruit ability. If you've taken it, you've taken it. It's a skill for people to take first place. 200 attribute points. I'm envious. Before today, every single person thought that the first place would be either Tang Chuya or Luli, not realizing that the truth was out of everyone's expectation. Jiang Chen sat quietly in the corner, his hands cradling his wooden sword in the battle as he closed his eyes and rested his mind. In less than half an hour, the troop carriers arrived at the rendezvous point. Jiang Chen slowly stepped out of the car. From afar, Wang Ming and a group of his classmates who had come out first were gathered together, using their cell phones to watch the replay of Jiang Chen's live broadcast. Wang Ming was the first to notice Jiang Chen, who was walking slowly, and he waved his hand at Jiang Chen as he jogged over. Awesome, brother Tatsu. You know, you broke the Star Ocean Military Academy entrance test record. Jiang Chen slightly raised his eyebrows. This changed into Brother Chen? That's a record? How much was it before? Jiang Chen asked. It seemed to be a little over 300 before. It was that youngest lieutenant general, the rattling thunder fruit ability I Ching. So little? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wang Ming was inwardly speechless. Lass, does that speak human language? Tang Chuyao is only 287 points. What's your first place? Jiang Chen asked casually. Wang Ming scratched his head inside. Hey, only mixed up a 20th place. Only the top 10 have rewards. I'm out of luck. Cheers later. Jiang Chen, who was a social terrorist, really didn't know how to comfort Wang Ming. Wang Ming then asked, Brother Tatsu, honestly, just how big is your seeing color range? We were just watching a replay of your live stream. It's at least 50 meters, right? As soon as they heard this, everyone around glanced Jiang Chen's way, fluttering their curious eyes. Jiang Chen was silent for a while and returned. It's not much, just 100 meters. There's really no point in hiding this stuff. It's as much as it is. The words fell and the air was silent. The surrounding people had their mouths slightly open as they looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Wang Ming stared at Jiang Chen in shock. Not much? How did that come out? Now the strongest person with the greatest global smell color range is only 100 meters alright. However, what Wang Ming didn't know was, Jiang Chen's seeing color range is about to expand to 500 meters. Jiang Chen, congratulations. Tang Chuyao smiled on her face, but in her heart, she was a little embarrassed. When the entrance test started, he was still telling people that he couldn't guard people. And now, someone else took first place. Turns out the clown was actually me. But this was a good thing. One had already made up one's mind that the first secret realm would be to protect Jiang Chen. Now, judging from the video just now, Jiang Chen's fruit ability possessed an extremely strong auxiliary ability, capable of hard controlling ferocious beasts, and with a range of up to 100 meters of seeing color. It could be called an ace auxiliary. It didn't matter if Jiang Chen was a bit weaker in terms of attack power. He himself possessed the strong semi-AoE skill Fire Fist, and when the time came in the secret realm, Jiang Chen gathered monsters and killed them himself, which was definitely more efficient. Jiang Chen politely nodded in response. Ever since he came out, he realized that almost more than 80% of the freshmen around him were gazing at him intentionally or unintentionally, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Just then, the director of instruction, Wang Sen, and the homeroom teacher, Lin Weidong, also walked over. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen, well done. Wang Sen glanced at the teacher on the side. I didn't expect Yi Qing's record to be broken after only 3 years, and it's pulling away by almost 100 points. The man on the sidelines laughed. Wang Sen gently tapped Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen, when did your seeing color get to the 100-meter range? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. He himself had long since noticed Wang Sen's 2 men walking this way, and while he was talking to Wang Ming and the others about seeing color, Wang Sen was at least 20 meters away from him. Does Wang Sen also have seeing color? This director of instruction isn't simple possessing both the overlord color and the seeing color. Just don't know what kind of talent it is. About a week or so ago, Jiang Chen responded casually. A flash of surprise flashed in Wang Sen's eyes and he quickly recovered. He nodded with a smile. Good, good, good. Afterwards, he introduced Jiang Chen. This is the homeroom teacher of your class. If you need any help in the future, you can reflect it to him. My name is Lin Weidong. A man with a gentle face beside him extended his right hand towards Jiang Chen. According to the rules of the military academy, it is usually the first class after the entrance test that the homeroom teacher and classmates officially meet. Wang Sen said with a smile. Alright then, everyone's almost out. Let's go back to school and hand out the rewards when we get back. As the words fell, the surrounding students once again cast envious gazes towards Jiang Chen. That's 200 attribute points. You know, There are very few freshmen nowadays who can reach 200 total attribute points when looking at the whole country, and this will double their total attribute points in one go. Once the freshmen were all headed toward the troop carriers, Lin Weidong looked at his cell phone, his brows furrowed, and he attached his ear towards Wang Xin. Director, I just got word that this time, one secret realm has been refreshed, and it's an S-rank secret realm. Wang Xin's eyes widened as he sniffed. S-rank secret realm? Lin Weidong nodded gruffly. Wang Xin was silent for a moment inside. Hey, the new students, most of them haven't even reached the first rank. After returning to the school, Wang Xin pulled the top 10 to the podium and personally gave out attribute point rewards to the top 10. After this, Wang Xin babbled on for a while, beat back the chicken blood, and then had the crowd of freshmen dismissed. Jiang Chen returned inside the dormitory and laid down on the sofa. Having cut down hundreds of ferocious beasts, he just wanted to lie down at this point. Strength, 40+, Spirit, 80+, Physical Fitness, 40+, Agility, 40+, Assignable Attribute Points, 200, Manipulable Gravity, 4 tons, 20 points of mental attributes increase by 1 ton. Jiang Chen surveyed the 200 attribute points that had arrived. Cool. Let's start by allocating the attribute points. Ding, ding, ding dash. The panel kept flashing with bursts of golden light. A few moments later, Strength, 80+, Spirit, 160+, Physical Fitness, 80+, Agility, 80+, Assignable Attribute Points, 0, Manipulable Gravity, 8 tons, 20 points of mental attributes increase by 1 ton. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him. All attributes were directly doubled. Your own previous strike with sword intent attached to it could probably cut through 2,000 cards of destruction. Now that the attribute had doubled, it meant that one could now chop out at least 4,000 cards of destructive power with a full strength strike. The destructive power requirement for a second order ability is 5,000 cards. It was only just now that he had enrolled in school, and most people hadn't even reached the first ranked ability user, and he himself was already approaching the second ranked ability user. Not only that, maneuverable gravity came to 8 tons, equivalent to the weight of 4 cars. You want to fight me? Put 4 cars on your back first. With 8 tons of gravity, no one should be able to block a first-order ability user or a ferocious beast, and it was estimated that even a second-order ability user would be hard enough to block it. One would have to be at least mid-second order to barely move against 8 tons of gravity. The next step is the official start of school tomorrow. I've heard that it looks like we're going to be explaining the secret world. With this strength, the first secret realm was reasonably fine. After all, the others didn't even have the first rank yet. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the skill panel, and had to tap on the skills next. Chapter 22, Secret World? Familiar Monsters. Assignable Skill Points, 20. Hearing Color Bay LV. 1. 0/20+. Current range 100 meters. Next level, range spreads to 500 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 2. 0/20+. Currently comprehended Sword Intent. Next level, Sword Intent Proficient. Gravity Field LV. 2. 0/20+. Current field range 50 meters. Next level, range spreads to 200 meters. Unlocks Gravity Wave Manipulation Proficient. Navy 6 Styles LV. 1. 0/10+. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen directly allocated all of his skill points to Seeing Color Hegemony. 100 meters of perception range was still too narrow. Plus if one boosted the gravity field, that gravity range spread while the perception range remained at 100 meters, which was too much of a loss. Ding 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 dash. A burst of golden light flashed. Hearing Color Bay LV. 2. 0/60+. Current range 500 meters. Next level, range spreads to 1000 meters. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV. 10, the next skill can be unlocked, Armed Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 7 out of 10. Next moment, Jiang Chen's range of perception violently spread by a large margin. Now that it was no longer just a blurry mass of emptiness, even the colors could be perceived, and even the contents of the screen could be seen by Jiang Chen. He could clearly perceive what almost the entire dormitory building was doing at this very moment for all of his classmates. There were those who played games, those who worked out, and those who practiced the 6 forms hard beforehand in their dorms. It wasn't just this dormitory building he was in. Jiang Chen could also sense other dormitory buildings 300 meters away. I think that's the girls' dormitory over there? Hurry up and take it back. Day 2. Jiang Chen woke up early and picked up his cell phone. Nowadays, he swipes his phone without relying on the electronic announcement of his headset, relying on the Seeing Color to see what's on it. Hot topic of the day. 1. Hashtag Jiang Chen first place hashtag. 2. Hashtag Star Ocean Military Academy Zhongchen Hashtag 3. Hashtag Zhongchen breaks the record. 4. Hashtag Zhongchen see the color Hashtag 5. Hashtag Jingwu Military School lose iPhone Hashtag 6. Hashtag Right and Rain Sharp Review Heavy Fruit Hashtag 7. Hashtag Zhongchen Flight Hashtag 8. Hashtag Zhongchen. The corner of Zhongchen's mouth twitched. Gotta. The first 10 hot searches. 8 more related to myself. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to be so high profile. After all, I don't have much of a background. But who is this Lei Tianlin? Zhongchen clicked on this hot search. A live cut was released. Zhongchen is indeed considered a genius. But the problem with his eyes is unavoidable. I've concluded that Zhongchen won't survive more than 3 secret realms. Zhongchen just looked at it for a while and turned it off. He didn't care what the internet thought of him. Just don't affect his ability to get attribute points anyway. Say what you like. After lying down for a while longer, Zhongchen got up and washed himself. After simply washing up, Zhongchen set off for the teaching building. Today is also the first official day of school. Zhongchen came to the classroom and casually found a seat. The empty classroom, with just over 40 seats, was divided into 6 rows. In front of the first row of seats, there was a not-so-small open space, and continuing on was a huge screen. Time passed slowly until by 8 o'clock all the new students were in their places, and not a single one was late for the first day. Lin Weidong clutched his laptop and walked in. Hello everyone. Introduce yourself. I'm your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years, Lin Weidong. A 4th-ranked animal system fruit ability. The words fell. A soft murmur rang through the classroom. 4th order ableist. Put in the demon suppression army. It would be at least a school-level officer. In some smaller cities, there might not even be a 4th-ranked ability user. While within the military school, a class teacher was surprisingly a 4th-ranked ability user. Quiet. Lin Weidong waited for the students to quiet down and smiled. Do you guys think 4th-ranked ability users are strong? Perhaps within some small battlefields, 4th-ranked ability users can be said to be the main force. But within a frontal battlefield with ferocious beasts, 4th-ranked ability users, too, can be said to be cannon fodder. Zhongchen raised his eyebrows slightly. When he came to this world, he had only experienced the 100 Eyes Vulture's Beast Tide that one time, and in that Beast Tide, it was generally just a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast. Listening to the teacher, that time could only be considered a small battlefield? How tragic that frontal battlefield should be, with all the 4th-ranked ability users being nothing more than cannon fodder. It wasn't just Zhongchen. The rest of the students all revealed surprised expressions. The Dragon Kingdom of this world did not publicize the situation of the fierce beast's frontal battlefield, and the general public knew just about everything. However, it is normal to think about it. If the situation is not optimistic, the announcement will easily cause panic and unrest. The current situation with the ferocious beasts is still not very optimistic. You will gradually become clearer in the future. I hope that you can work hard and harder to become a strong party and subdue the Dragon Kingdom at an early date. Lin Weidong clenched his fist with one hand and looked resolute. Apparently, he's not very good at filling up on chicken soup. The students only felt a little speechless after this comment. Seeing that the crowd didn't react much, Lin Weidong whirled around and cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Cough cough cough. In short, not only for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, but also for yourselves, only when you are strong can you survive on the battlefield. The words fell. Lin Weidong quickly changed the topic. Come on, everyone introduce themselves first. Starting from the far right, a tall and thin young man stood up and introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Zhengyu. I'm an Inuyasha fruit, bearded wolf form ability. Immediately afterward, one student after another stood up. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Xiaohua, and I'm a low-ranked physical arts talent ability. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Cheng, and I'm a bull fruit giraffe form ability. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Ming, and I'm a shining fruit ability. Zhongchen observed his fellow classmates. Indeed, devil fruit is the least. Almost 70% are either kendo talents or physical arts talents. And of the devil fruit power-ups, all but their 3 natural and superhuman lineages are repeatable animal lineages. Lin Weidong waited for everyone to finish their introductions and then nodded with a smile. Alright, since everyone has already gotten to know each other, I'm going to cut the crap and talk about the secret realm issue that everyone is so concerned about. The words were finished. The students in the classroom finally paid attention and sat up straight. Lin Weidong connected his laptop to the large screen behind him. The secret realm is the main way for you to become stronger, because he can produce the richest attribute points. Lin Weidong said as he debugged the large screen. Our Dragon Kingdom stipulates that the first 3 secret realms for new students are mandatory, and starting with the 4th, it's all voluntary. Speaking of which, one student questioned, Teacher Lin, why? I've heard that the secret realm also has a mortality rate. Can't we wait until we're stronger to participate? Lin Weidong glanced at the student and shook his head. No, the secret realm has an opening time and a closing time. Every year on September 1st, the first secret realm will open and last for a month before closing. If you guys don't enter this month, you'll be even more unable to participate in Secret World number 2, which opens in October. So does that mean you'll wait a year from now? How are you going to get attribute points in this year? With your current strength, you guys can't even do the quests issued by the Demon Suppression Army. Moreover, the mortality rate of the first 3 secret realms wasn't high, so if you couldn't even overcome that, how could you face the ferocious beasts in the future? According to the Dragon Kingdom regulations, we will arrange for you to enter on the last day. It is now 2 weeks before the opening time of the secret realm, which means that you still have 1 month and 2 weeks. Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly after hearing these words. I didn't realize that the military schools in this world were so ferocious, with mortality rates and mandatory for people to attend. But it's normal when you think about it. After all, in this world, the war with the ferocious beasts was imminent, and it was assumed that there was a severe shortage of manpower. So they needed them, the new students, to grow up quickly, and there was no way to give them too much time to grow up. Just then, with the screen everything, a monster with a flat, long and rounded head appeared in the eyes of the crowd, with a smooth black shell, long and powerful limbs, and a sharp tail blade. The ugliness shook all the students in the room. Jiang Chen was the only one with an odd expression on his face. Isn't this a childhood nightmare, alien? It seems that the world he traveled through has more than just elements of the Pirate King anime, but also things from within other fantasy works? Who actually brought these things into the world? It's really getting interesting. Chapter 23, Secret Monster, Childhood Shadow? Regarding the origin of the secret realm, no one can tell yet, only that it suddenly appeared decades ago. Every month a secret world is refreshed. In September, Secret World number 1 is refreshed while limiting access for a month. In October, Secret World number 2 is refreshed, and the rest are the same. Everyone must start at Secret Realm number 1 and work their way down step by step. There's no way to directly enter Secret Realm number 2. Each military region possesses 4 Secret Realm entrances that lead to the same Secret Realm. The Dragon Kingdom has 4 military districts, which means that a different 4 Secret Realms of 1 will be refreshed every year. Secret Realms at the same level have a difference in difficulty. The hardest is S rank, the easiest is C rank, and the higher the difficulty, the more rewards there are. This rating, the Ministry of War rates through the specifics of the secret world. Speaking of this, Lin Weidong sighed. We're not very lucky this year, refreshing the S-rank secret realm. However, since there is a limit to the number of people in each secret realm, and you are unable to travel to the secret realms of other military districts, basically, the number of people in the secret realms of each military district is close to the upper limit every year. So, let's get straight to the point. Everyone look at the big screen. Lin Weidong held a laser pointer and pointed at the monster in the screen. The students on stage sat up straight and watched the big screen intently. This is the ferocious beast you're about to encounter in the secret realm this time. It's called an alien. Of course, this name is something that exists inside the secret realm. After you enter the secret realm, each of you will be able to see the scoreboard, which will have some personal information on it. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, Jiang Chen sensed that there were some timid girls whose bodies had begun to tremble slightly. But that's normal. When I think of myself in my previous life when I was about 7 or 8 years old, when I wasn't blind yet, I was scared enough to see the aliens in the movie at the space station for the first time. Inside the secret area, it is impossible to use any electronic devices, and these 3D pictures are also synthesized from the military department's side, based on the descriptions of the people who entered. Next, pay attention to the way these aliens attack. As Lin Weidong spoke, he gently pressed the laser pointer in his hand. A realistically synthesized video played. Only in the video, an ugly alien hiding in the shadows suddenly sprang out and flashed behind a human, its sharp tail blade piercing him directly from behind. A timid girl couldn't help but cover her eyes and exclaim. Lin Weidong's eyebrows furrowed. Lin Xiaohua, remember this, in the secret realm and the battlefield, if you can't overcome your fear, you won't be able to survive. His tone was serious and his eyes swept over each student. Fear is the enemy. It weakens your judgment and slows your reactions. In the secret realm, you must learn to control your emotions and remain calm. Is that all clear? Got it. All the students said in unison. Lin Weidong sighed, then twisted his head to look at the big screen. Let's continue. Immediately after that, several more videos were shown. Alien, agile, good at hiding in the environment, and their blood is extremely corrosive. But you don't have to worry about that. You'll be issued protective suits that can resist the corrosion of the alien blood. Taken together, Their strength is roughly equivalent to a first-ranked ferocious beast. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was sort of relieved. It turns out that only a first-order beast their destructive power is almost reached the standard of the second-order ability. Coupled with the assistance of gravity, there is no pressure at all. Just then, one student queried shakily, "Teacher, I'm still far away from the first rank. How can I possibly beat a first-rank ferocious beast? And most of my classmates shouldn't have a first rank, right?" Lin Weidong smiled and nodded. This was indeed a good question. First-order ferocious beasts, firearms can also be useful. To enter the secret realm, each person can carry 20 kilograms of supplies, and you will be issued firearms at that time. For the next month, you will be required to work hard to learn how to use your firearms. Plus, after you have awakened your talents, your physical qualities are quite a bit stronger than those who were not able to awaken their talents, so you are not invincible. Moreover, the area of the secret realm is larger than you can imagine, and generally speaking, you won't be able to face more than one alien at the same time. After these words, Jiang Chen clearly felt that most of his classmates let out a soft sigh of relief. Next, let's look at the next type of ferocious beast. Lin Weidong gently pressed the laser pointer, and the big screen switched to another image. A weird egg-shaped object appears on the left side of the screen, while on the right is an ugly monster with 4 pairs of feet and a whip tail. The left side is called the egg-shaped bug and the right side is called the facehugger. Egg-shaped worms, scattered throughout the secret realm, with roots spreading beneath it, anchoring them firmly to the ground. Once encountered, do not touch the root system above ground or the face-hugging bugs will awaken from their eggshells and seek out living parasites. As he spoke, the screen switched to a 3D demo video of a human being struggling with a face-hugging bug holding his head. As shown in the video, once the facehugger holds its head, it immediately extends a catheter, inserts it straight into the mouth and injects an anesthetic. This will be followed by a slow input of genetic material to complete the parasitization. And next thing you know, a brand new alien will break out of your chests. Most of the students present couldn't help but shiver. No one wants to be parasitized by such ugly creatures. Next moment, as Lin Weidong moved, the big screen was switched again. A creature with sharp teeth, dirty braids, and full body armor appeared before the crowd. Next, is the next class of humanoid creatures. The secret world calls them Iron Warriors. Powerful. They hunt down any creature that looks threatening. And crucially, they can be invisible. Therefore, it is best for you not to hold a weapon at all times in this secret realm. As long as you do not have a weapon in your hand, they will not attack you. Once you encounter them, it is advisable to drop your weapon and perhaps save a life. You can accumulate 1 point for killing an alien, 10 points for killing an Iron Blood Warrior, and no points for killing a face hugger or egg former. 1 point is equivalent to 1 attribute point. Immediately after, the scene switches again. A pyramid appeared in front of the crowd. Secret realms, there are hidden rewards. Generally speaking, either more attribute point rewards or some abilities or items unique to the secret realm. The extra rewards also meant extreme danger, and the conditions for obtaining the hidden rewards in this secret realm had yet to be explored. However, the military side reasonably speculated that the hidden reward was hidden within this pyramid. It was just that out of the few times that this secret realm had appeared over the years, no one had been able to get their hands on this hidden reward yet. The reason for this is simple. There are a staggering number of egg-shaped bugs scattered around the periphery of this pyramid, and it's impossible to get close. And anyone who has entered any of the number 1 secret realms cannot enter any of the number 1 secret realms again. So, for you freshmen, trying to trip through this field of egg-shaped worms is almost impossible to accomplish unless you can fly. As Lin Weidong said this, the students turned their gazes towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had shown the ability to be able to fly in the entrance test. Lin Weidong glanced at Jiang Chen and said seriously, "Jiang Chen, I know you can fly, but I still don't advise you to go in. According to the other secret realms, this pyramid is likely to harbor ferocious beasts that are close to or even already of the second rank." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Pyramid? If one remembers correctly, the pyramid seems to contain the alien queen. The battle power shown inside the movie didn't seem much stronger. Of course, that's for your current self. Got it. Jiang Chen responded casually. Speaking of which, I don't know if the other secret worlds will also be monsters that I'm familiar with, so I'll go to the library after class and look for information on the other secret worlds. Chapter 24, Jiang Chen. Come fight towards this. Don't hold back. This time in the secret realm, you will stay inside for 20 days. Of course, the time flow inside the secret realm is not different from the time flow outside. It's almost 2 hours out there by comparison. Lin Weidong propped his hands on the podium with a grave expression. All in all, I want you to be careful. Safety first, and as long as you manage to survive to the end, everyone will be rewarded with 200 attribute points. The words fell. The students on stage gave a gasp of surprise. 200 attribute bonus points. It's only 200 points for the first place in the entrance test. No wonder it was said that the secret realm was the big head of attribute point acquisition. Just surviving safely for 20 days would result in 200 attribute points, not counting the points for hunting aliens. Be quiet. Lin Weidong waited for the students to quiet down before continuing. This time, the secret realm is a two-player secret realm. As the name suggests, you have to be in a group to enter. No one knows why. That's the rule. There are advantages to teaming up though. After all, you're going to be in there for 20 days and can have a teammate to take turns keeping watch. Everyone is free to form a group after class, and I'll be collecting your group information a week before the secret world begins. Lin Weidong continued. I'll give you a rough idea of your class schedule. You'll learn the 6 styles of the Jin Demon Army in the morning, firearms in the afternoon, and self-study in your dormitories in the evening. Those who have fruit abilities try to develop them. The library has all kinds of information available, and those who don't continue to practice the 6 styles in their dormitories. Remember, if you sweat a little more now, when you go to the secret realm and to the battlefield, you'll shed a drop less blood. Is that clear? Listen carefully. The students on stage spoke in unison. Lin Weidong nodded in satisfaction and twisted his head to look at the clock hanging on the wall. Time is running out. I will start teaching you the 6 styles of the demon suppressing army now, and those who can't see it from the back can gather around as well. Lin Weidong finished. Whoa! Everyone stood up and walked to the front of the first row. Fortunately, this classroom was indeed large enough, especially the open space in front of the first row. Even if 40 people formed a semicircle, they could still stand. Lin Weidong stepped down from the podium and stood in the middle of the crowd, slowly saying, the 6 styles of the demon suppressing army are categorized into shaving, iron block, paper painting, moon steps, erasure kick, and finger gun. It was comprehended by a former great general gifted in physical arts. In a high-level secret territory, the utility is very high, and even fruit ability users are advised to learn it well and not rely too much on fruit abilities, especially for nature-based abilities. Don't rely on the fact that you can be elementalized at a later stage, but don't fail to learn that the armed color hegemony is able to break the elementalization. Because of the global secret realm in the back and the scarcity of resources, the relationship between our Dragon Kingdom and the other 4 countries has always been tense, and there are often minor conflicts. As he spoke, Lin Weidong looked at Tang Chuyao intentionally or unintentionally. Among nature-based abilities, the 6th style has always been their weakness, and most nature-based abilities are prone to relying too heavily on their elementalized abilities. Tang Chuyao raised her head and said, Teacher Lin, I'm learning it seriously. I've learned both the finger gun and moon steps pretty well now, and the finger gun can hit with a destructive power of 500 cards. A pleased smile appeared on Lin Weidong's face. That's not bad. I'll start with shaving. The principle of shaving is very simple. Within a split second, continuously stepping on the ground at high speed dozens of times, by generating explosive reaction force to do high-speed movement, almost like instantaneous movement. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, he beckoned towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, come and demonstrate shaving for everyone. Do I have to pretend? But it was normal. Who let himself shave with too much brightness during the entrance test? Jiang Chen helplessly walked over to Lin Weidong. Subsequently, Lin Weidong instructed his classmates to spread out to the sides, making a straight path for Jiang Chen. After the students stood back up, Lin Weidong's eyes signaled Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you may begin. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Next, in almost an instant, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared in place, directly instantly moving to the end of the classroom in a quadruple flash. This was followed by a quadruple flash back to the same spot. One back and forth in less than 2 seconds. Fog weed. Awesome, voice breaking. Tatsu is bull. The students in the room had their eyes wide open. This was the first time they had seen such a fast shave up close. Tang Chuyao's mouth widened slightly. When she was at home she had seen her father Tang Lianying demonstrate shaving, although it was farther than Jiang Chen's instantaneous distance, but that was normal. After all, his dad was a few years old, and Jiang Chen was only a few years old. Being the same age, he hadn't even mastered shaving himself. Jiang Chen was already able to do a 5-meter continuous flash, and Luli, who was standing on the other side of the room at that moment, was equally surprised. Only a touch of regret passed through Luli's eyes. She was aware that Jiang Chen could cut out sword intent, and his physical skills were so strong that he could be considered a hexagonal super genius. Such a genius, yet he had an eye disease. Thinking of this, Liuli sighed softly. Lin Weidong smiled and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Very good, Jiang Chen, to be able to practice shaving to this extent at your age is something I've never seen before anyway, and looking around the world, there should be no one who can do it. As the words fell, he continued, Jiang Chen, can you tell us about the shaving experience? Jiang Chen was silent. Heart? Extra points? What's that supposed to mean? A moment later, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. It's actually very simple. Just like what Mr. Lin said. Within a split second, stomp on the ground dozens of times in a row at high speed, with special attention paid to the rhythm aspect, as well as the strength of each stomp, which also needs to be consistent. One student questioned. All of this is the same as what the textbook says. Tatsu, are there any other insights? No, that's all. Jiang Chen spread his hands. Inside the classroom, a silence fell. Some clenched fists could be heard. That's as good as not saying anything. Lin Weidong broke the silence. Everyone heard it. Rhythm and strength. Make sure you get it right. Next, the iron block in the 6 styles. The principle is very simple. It is to accelerate the blood flow and make the muscles move faster, so that the body will have the hardness of iron. The downside, and it's obvious, is that you can't move around when you're using it. Lin Weidong looked at one of his classmates in the crowd and waved at him. Qian Dali, I remember that you seem to be practicing iron block quite well. Come and give a demonstration. Qian Dali, who was named, straightened up and walked over to Lin Weidong. He was filled with excitement. Teacher, my iron block is actually average, and currently it can only block roughly 1,000 calories of impact. As the words fell, the students let out an audible gasp. 1,000 cards? Only? Versailles. 2 Versailles. Lin Weidong laughed. To be able to practice iron to this extent at this age is already very good. Come and give a demonstration. Chen Dali swept a glance at the crowd and scratched his head with a naive face. Teacher Lin, since we're going to demonstrate, there has to be someone to go along with it, right? Lin Weidong stroked his chin and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, why don't you come and cooperate? Just attack Chen Dali with force. Jiang Chen was silent. He scanned the panel in his head. Strength, 80 plus. Finger gun, gather the power of the whole body in the finger. Currently can burst power attribute x 30 card destructive power. Currently can cause 2400 card destructive power. Next level, can burst power attribute x 40 card destructive power. How much did Qianli say he could block? 1,000 cards, right? Will I give a poke through with this finger? Think about it. Jiang Chen, Mr. Lin, are you sure? Lin Weidong laughed. It's fine. Just give it a try. No need to use your full strength, lest you hurt yourself. Qian Dali was full of confidence and patted his chest. Jiang Chen, you can just hit here. Come on. Speaking, Qian Dali swept another glance at his classmates. Just now Jiang Chen showed his hand. Now it's my turn for old Qian to show his hand. Anyhow, he was also a middle-ranked physical arts gifted ability user, and must not be compared to a fruit ability user when it came to the 6 styles. Alright. Seeing this, Jiang Chen could only nod his head in response. Chapter 25 Hit. Hit fly? Inside the classroom, the students took a conscious step backward. Qian Dali was full of confidence and his body slightly crouched down. He then raised his chin toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I'm ready, come on. Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head sideways, his ears facing Qian Dali. Although he was now able to see, after all, he had been blind for so many years, and his habits would not change for a while. He shook his head helplessly. If he really hit with all his might, this Qian Dali would probably have to die. How to say is also their own classmates. Pretend to be on the line. There is no need to beat people injured. Chen vigorously was able to block the destructive power of 1,000 cards. Then he himself collected his power and probably hit about 1,200 cards, and that was about right. So I'm on? Jiang Chen asked with his fingers together, opening his mouth. The corner of Qian Dali's mouth hooked into a confident smile. Come on. The words fell. Jiang Chen fiercely and quickly stepped on the ground, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, he was already in front of Qian Dali. Jiang Chen raised his arms and put his fingers together, the power of his entire body converging to his fingertips, and his fingers became as hard as steel. The oppressive feeling that came to his face caused Qian Dali's sweaty hairs to stand up all over his body. His eyes snapped open. This is E.T. Didn't wait for him to finish. Jiang Chen's 2 fingers had poked into his iron-like muscles. The destructive power of 1,200 cards, concentrated into 1 point, explodes instantly. Ow dash! Qian Dali howled. Next moment, the whole thing was poked straight up and sent flying, slamming heavily into the extra tables and chairs along the wall. Bang dash! The table and chairs were instantly smashed to pieces, and wood shavings flew. Silence, deafening silence. Among the crowd, some sounds of swallowing saliva were faintly heard. What's going on? Hit and fly? I thought the iron block blocked the destructive power of 1,000 cards? Jiang Chen just seemed to be pointing a gun, right? Misty grass. Jiang Chen's finger gun can hit over 1,000 000 cards of destruction? Gradually, someone finally reacted. Class teacher Lin Weidong looked at Jiang Chen in shock. This, isn't it? Jiang Chen's shaving was already heaven-defying enough, but now even his finger guns were this strong? What about the other 4 styles? The moon step shouldn't be able to go straight to the sky, right? Erasure kick shouldn't be this strong too, right? The students around the room looked at each other in disbelief. Tang Chuyao's eyes went round as she subconsciously looked down at her twin fingers. Mom, yeah. He himself could only hit a 500-card finger gun now, and Jiang Chen could already hit a finger gun with more than 1,000 cards of destructive power? Lu Li in the corner was different. As she gazed at Jiang Chen with a calm face, among those present, only Lu Li knew that Jiang Chen could even chop out sword intent, a non-sword talent capable of comprehending sword intent hitting a finger gun of over 1,000 caliber is not at all surprising. Ow dash! Qian Dali, lying on the broken table and chair, wailed. Seeing this, Lin Weidong hurriedly jogged forward and helped him up. Mr. Power, are you okay? Qian Dali sat on the ground with a blank face and peeled back his collar to glance at it. On the left breast, a direct bruise. He gazed at Jiang Chen in shock, as if he still couldn't accept the fact that he had been knocked away by a non-somatic arts talent ability. Using the 6th style, Lin Weidong stood up, his face still maintaining a surprised expression. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be able to point a gun? Jiang Chen nodded gently. Slightly understand. Not only Lin Weidong, everyone was speechless for a while. We're all just new to the school, and you end up hitting a finger gun straight out of the gate with over 1,000 cards of destruction. And you're telling me that you know slightly more about it? The most crucial thing was that Jiang Chen wasn't even a physical arts talent ability person. It has always been the case that only physically gifted ability users will be better at learning the 6 styles than other ability users. Lin Weidong took a deep breath and calmed down. Jiang Chen, do you know the other 6 styles? Jiang Chen said calmly, I know all 6 styles slightly. Lin Weidong was once again speechless. Was this still a human being? At this point, Qian Dali, who was sitting on the ground, made a sound. Blow awesome. How is it possible to understand them all? Even for high-ranked physical arts gifted ability users, there aren't many who can manage to master all 6 styles in such a short period of time. Qian Dali himself was a physically gifted ability. He hadn't even been able to master all 6 styles. So what made Jiang Chen, a non-somatic arts talent ability person, able to master all 6 styles? No way. Absolutely no way. There was no way he could take it. Isn't it just a finger gun that pokes out a destructive force of over 1,000 cards? One's own finger gun can do about 1,000 cards of destruction. Qian Dali stood up and patted the dust on his body, pointing a gun. I can do that. Who wouldn't? Jiang Chen, you said you know all 6 styles, so open the iron block and poke me once. Dare you? Jiang Chen fell silent, silently scanning the skill panel in his head. Iron block, cannot move when used, can resist physical attribute X30 card shock, currently can resist 2400 card shock. Next level, can resist physical attribute X40 card shock. Iron block, can resist physical attribute X30 card shock when used. Judging from Qian Dali's performance just now, his own iron block should be able to block it, right? Lin Weidong blocked in front of Qian Dali and pacified him. Student Dali, it's better to forget about it. Let's go. Go down first. Lin Weidong wasn't worried that he would hurt Jiang Chen. On the contrary, with the strength that Jiang Chen was showing now, even if Jiang Chen said that he knew armed color hegemony and hegemony color hegemony, he would still believe it. He was afraid that Qian Dali would poke his finger and fracture it later. The eyes of the students present were bright and persuasive. Yeah, forget it. Vigor, come down. Don't break your finger poking later. Tatsu has said he understands it slightly. Don't look for death. That's just it. Who would have thought that at this point, Qian Dali had already suffered a great blow, and he couldn't accept that his proud 6 styles iron block had been crushed by Jiang Chen. He broke away from Lin Weidong and his classmates and shouted, It's not fair. It's not fair. Why should Jiang Chen be able to poke me and I can't poke him? Since Jiang Chen said that he also knows iron blocks, it's only right that I should be allowed to poke him as well. Seeing this, Jiang Chen opened his mouth. Mr. Lin, should I let him poke it? Lin Weidong shook his head. No, Teacher Lin. Don't worry. I'm really good at iron blocks. I'll be fine. Jiang Chen said slowly. The corner of Lin Weidong's mouth twitched. Was I worried about you, Jiang Chen? I'm worried about Qian Dali's finger. At this time, Qian Dali, dead grasping the wall post, refused to go down. He gazed at Lin Weidong and said seriously, Teacher Lin. Jiang Chen has also agreed. Don't worry. I know the score. I won't use my full strength. Lin Weidong looked at him and then at Jiang Chen. It looked like he couldn't stop himself. Forget it, let Qian Dali try then. Or else when he wasn't around, 80% of them would still have to find Jiang Chen to challenge him. It wouldn't be good if something really happened when you were not there. Lin Weidong stared at Qian Dali inside. Hey, then you. Collect your strength. I know. I have my measure. Qian Dali nodded his head and said. Lin Weidong gently shook his head. You've got a hairy sense of proportion. Am I worried about Jiang Chen? I'm worried about you. A few moments later, once again, the students around the room gave way to an open space. Qian Dali gazed at Jiang Chen. Attention to detail? Watch out for the ing proportion. Jiang Chen, you shave very powerful. Qian Dali admitted. Indeed, maybe you Jiang Chen is a genius. Jiang Chen, you pointing a gun is also powerful. Then Qian Dali, also recognize that maybe you Jiang Chen is an unprecedented genius. Now you're telling me that you're good at all 6 styles? Why don't you go to heaven? In front of you, Jiang Chen, are the 6 styles so worthless? Like radio gymnastics, can you just learn them? Qian Dali, today, vow to defend the dignity of the physically gifted ability user. Chapter 26, really up in the air. Jiang Chen faced Qian Dali and began to unleash his iron block skill. This was also the first time he had used the skill iron block in a real battle, and he had finally gotten the chance to use it. As the blood in his body accelerated, his muscles became indestructible. Jiang Chen let out a light breath, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. I'm fine. You do it. The words fell. Qian Dali's eyes stared as he raised his arms with his fingers together and darted towards Jiang Chen. Next, the moment the fingertips made contact with Jiang Chen's chest, Jiang Chen only felt as if he had been stung by a mosquito. Ow dash! Qian Dali wailed and bounced in place for a few times, followed by bending over and clenching his fingers with his other hand. Hiss! Who? Hiss! Lin Weidong and his classmates, who were watching the play, once again fell silent. This Tatsu is so awesome. Tatsu isn't really blowing awesome. He's really good at it. Qian Dali is using his full strength, right? Didn't he say he'd put in some effort? TSK, TSK, TSK. If I were Qian Dali, I'd probably find a hole to drill in. Lin Weidong had run towards Qian Dali after he had finished his finger gun. Classmate Dali. Lin Weidong held Qian Dali. Classmate Dali, how is your hand? Qian Dali sat paralyzed on the ground, staring blankly at his swollen double fingers. The physical pain had been drowned out by the internal frustration. Why? The finger guns and iron blocks that he was so proud of and the only thing he knew how to do were actually no match for a fruit ability person. Just then, Jiang Chen said with a smile, Mr. Lin, I still know how to erasure kick. Why don't you let Mr. Dali try again? This time I'll put in a little more force. When Qian Dali heard these words, he cried out, Teacher Lin. He wouldn't dare. Obviously, Jiang Chen wasn't blowing off the power. He was really good at it. If this kick goes down, I'm afraid my right chest will be bruised. Lin Weidong cried and laughed a little, and hurriedly waved his hand. Cough cough cough. Jiang Chen, forget it. You, just try towards the worn-out tables and chairs over there, and show your classmates. Jiang Chen was indifferent. That's fine. Immediately after, he let out a deep breath and leapt high into the air, spinning 360 degrees in the air, and chopping his foot down violently in the direction of the broken table and chair. The super high-speed kick technique directly rolled up a greenish-blue vacuum chop. Boom dash! In an instant, the tables and chairs were directly blown to smithereens, and even the concrete wall behind them was chopped out with a crack. Lin Weidong was shocked as he looked at the wood shavings all over the ground and had mixed feelings inside. With this kick, the destructive power of at least 1,000 calories is definitely there. What kind of demon is Jiang Chen? Qian Dali stared straight at the table and chairs that had been chopped to pieces and couldn't help but gulp. Fortunately, he did not continue to head iron down. Otherwise this kick down, I am afraid that I have to be injured on the spot discharge. The students in the same class, by now, were also numb. There were only 2 words to describe Jiang Chen's talent: awesome. Also at the same age. Even if they were high-ranked physical arts gifted ability users, those who could master the 6 styles to this extent at this point in time were almost unseen. After this, the students followed Jiang Chen again and went outside. In the presence of Lin Weidong and all the students, Jiang Chen stepped on the air with his powerful feet, like stepping on a staircase, and directly vacated to a height of 10 meters. Qian Dali raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen in the sky, dumbfounded. It's really in the air. Tang Chuyao was also stunned in place. Mom, yeah, I can only vacate 2 meters. Jiang Chen can step on the air to vacate 10 meters. After Jiang Chen had finished demonstrating all the 6 styles, Lin Weidong also officially started the lesson, meticulously teaching by hand. Time flies. Soon it was time to leave class at noon. Lin Weidong walked from the crowd to the podium and said to his classmates, well, that's it for the morning class. You guys can go take a lunch break. and the afternoon is firearms class. Also, don't forget you can start looking for your secret teammates now. After saying that, Lin Weidong walked out of the classroom with his laptop in his arms. Jiang Chen also packed up his things and prepared to head to the library. Just then, Tang Chuyao walked over and sat her butt on the seat in front of Jiang Chen, propping her chin up with one hand. Jiang Chen, let's team up for the first secret realm this time. The words fell. The students who hadn't left yet stopped their movements and looked curiously in Jiang Chen's direction. Tang Chuyao didn't directly say that she was protecting Jiang Chen this time. After seeing Jiang Chen's 6 styles, her heart was complicated. In her previous thoughts, she was grateful that Jiang Chen hadn't chosen the burning fruit, leading to her getting the S-ranked burning fruit. In reason, one should also take care of Jiang Chen to cross the No.1 secret realm. After all, Jiang Chen was blind. But now, Jiang Chen had demonstrated a powerful aiding ability in the entrance test, and today, he had displayed the terrifying 6 styles. Now when it came to taking care of Jiang Chen, it was completely impossible to talk about it. With Jiang Chen's 100-meter seeing color range, and his own strength, there was no problem at all surviving in Secret Realm number 1. So it's more about getting herself a strong teammate. The powerful assist ability, combined with his own powerful fire fist, was completely capable of walking sideways in the Secret Realm. Just then, Luli also walked up to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, can you team up with me for the first Secret Realm this time? Tang Chuyao glanced incredulously at Luli beside her. You're stealing my teammates from me? The students who hadn't left yet were also stunned. The 2 strongest and also the prettiest class flowers in the class both wanted to team up with Jiang Chen, and Wang Ming, who was sitting on the side, looked at Jiang Chen in shock. He knew that Tang Chuyao wanted to team up with Jiang Chen. After awakening her talent, Tang Chuyao had said that she wanted to protect Jiang Chen. Luli actually came to team up with Jiang Chen as well. When he had just awakened his talent, he had told Jiang Chen that it was impossible for him to team up with him, but as a result, the 2 strongest class flowers were now rushing to team up with Jiang Chen? Aha! Is there any justice? Wang Ming's back teeth were gnawing in envy. Tang Chuyao didn't expect Luli to come and compete with her for teammates, and the unconquerable nature in her bones was instantly aroused. Jiang Chen, my fire fist is now capable of blasting out 2,000 cards of destructive power. What you need now is a powerful output hand. Luli's face was expressionless as she calmly said, my sword, too, can cut through 2,000 cards of destruction. My fire fist can kill at range. My shave can do a 3-meter instantaneous shift. And Jiang Chen, you'll be the captain in the secret realm when the time comes, so you can go wherever you say. You, Jiang Chen, when the time comes in the secret realm, I'll go wherever you say. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Tang Chuyao, who had an agitated tone, and Luli, who had a calm face before him, and pondered. The No.1 secret realm is necessary to team up, and also to stay for the whole 20 days. If the teammates are too weak, the vigil is not assured. Plus, the pyramid of Secret Realm number 1 was definitely something one would want to break into. Guessing based on the previous movie, inside the pyramid, there's a 99% chance it's the alien queen. The group, the aliens, is a swarm-like group. In the event of an attack on the alien queen, his own guess was that most of the aliens would probably come back to protect their queen. By then, I'm afraid that the entire map of aliens will be attracted to themselves. Killing an alien was 1 attribute point. How many attribute points there were for exterminating the wave of aliens? Didn't dare to think at all. As for how to deal with the alien queen, don't worry about it at all. With his 8 tons of gravity manipulation, plus the fact that he could cut out 4,000 cards of destruction with a single sword, Jiang Chen really didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to defeat the district's alien queen. After all, the alien queen wasn't that strong in the movie, and against the alien tide, it was obvious that Tang Chuyao's fire fist had a bit more of an advantage. Think about it. Jiang Chen said, Tang Chuyao, I'll team up with you. The words fell. A hint of depression flashed in Luli's eyes. Tang Chuyao then glanced provocatively at Luli. This scene was also captured by Jiang Chen seeing color, and he was somewhat speechless. This little girl, she's quite competitive. So what? I'll leave first. Jiang Chen packed up his things and stood up. It's almost 12 o'clock. The cafeteria is late, so there's really nothing to eat later. Moreover, Jiang Chen wanted to hurry up and finish eating and go to the library to look up information on other secret realms. Now he was curious whether or not the other secret realms would have monsters he was familiar with. Chapter 27, The Secret Realm is actually a world you are familiar with? Star Ocean Military Academy. Library. The library was half empty in the middle of the day. Here is a collection of insights on the development of their own abilities by various ability users over the years, and even more information about the secret world. All are free and open to students. Jiang Chen walked into the library and went straight to the secret realm information area on the third floor. He had little interest in fruit development tips, after all. His own heavy fruit, which was appearing for the first time, had no tips at all. Jiang Chen, what are you doing in the library? No one has used your fruit either, Tang Chuyao asked suspiciously as she followed behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head back. I'm here to look for secret realm information. Just now, Jiang Chen finished his meal in the cafeteria and happened to meet Tang Chuyao, who had finished her meal as well. Tang Chuyao then had to follow herself to the library. Oh, Tang Chuyao skimmed her mouth. This teammate of his own is a real high roller. A few moments later, Jiang Chen, over here. Tang Chuyao waved her hand towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned his head in Tang Chuyao's direction. One could only see several rows of bookshelves with the signboard of Secret Realm Information Area. He ran his fingers lightly over the books displayed on the shelves. A wide array of all genres. There are detailed descriptions of individual mysteries, generalized mysteries encyclopedias, and simple, vivid mysteries picture books. Jiang Chen casually pulled out a Secret Realm encyclopedia. Right now, his main purpose was to see if the secret worlds of this world were all the monsters he was familiar with as he thought they were. Jiang Chen flipped through the book, starting with Secret Realm number 1. As he turned the pages, he was inwardly shocked. There were at least 60% of the Secret Realm monsters that he recognized. For example, in Secret Area number 1, there are zombies in Qing Dynasty official uniforms, Western zombies in tattered suits, and kobolds. Many familiar monsters from the fantasy works of a previous life. Movies, anime, and games are available. And this world, none of these works. Jiang Chen continued to turn over the No. 2 Secret World. Familiar worlds appeared one by one. Ghost Extermination, Tokyo Eaters, a person. Who on earth rubbed all these worlds together? It's fantastic. There are hidden rewards in the secret world. In addition to the extra attribute points, the teacher had also said that the hidden rewards of some secret realms would also reward some unique items and abilities. Seeing Jiang Chen's face look a bit odd, Tang Chuyao asked suspiciously, Jiang Chen, what's wrong? You recognize these monsters? No, just thought it was pretty funny. Jiang Chen responded casually. Definitely can't say I recognize it. The identity of the traveler cannot be exposed. Now their own strength is still too weak, and there is no background. These big secrets must rot in the stomach. Tang Chuyao muttered. It's quite interesting, and I don't know where the secret realms actually come from. All these ones you're looking at are quest-type secret realms. Type of mission? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Tang Chuyao nodded and explained. Yeah, there are types of secret worlds, like the alien secret world number 1 we're going to this time. It's a survival secret world. The world of the downstream ghosts you just watched is the mission type, where you need to complete the quests released by the secret realm. Jiang Chen pondered. According to what Tang Chuyao said, perhaps he had a natural advantage in some secret realms? Tang Chuyao continued. Do you know why our Dragon Kingdom hasn't asked for mandatory participation since Secret Realm number 4? Why? Jiang Chen asked. Tang Chuyao sighed and explained. Because, as the 4th Secret Realm begins, the difficulty varies. It's possible that this year's 4th Secret Realm will see the appearance of a top powerhouse who destroys a city with one punch. And next year's 4th Secret Realm will only see the appearance of 2nd and 3rd order ferocious beasts. My dad is stuck in the 16th Secret Realm right now. The difficulty of the 16th Secret Realm in the past few years has always been very difficult. Last year my dad went in hard to try, but he encountered a person with a head of long hair, red armor, and a big fan, and he almost didn't get killed. Jiang Chen was inwardly shocked when he heard this. Long hair, red armor, big fan, Master Bam? Tang Chuyao continued. By the way, starting from the 4th Secret Realm, there is a possibility that there will be a global secret realm, and by then there will be more than just the 2 types of survival and quests. There will also be an additional martial arts type of secret realm. Speaking of this, a cold light suddenly flashed in Tang Chuyao's eyes as she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. My grandfather died in a global secret realm at the hands of a man named Smith from the beautiful country. I must avenge my grandfather's death. Jiang Chen nodded gently. No wonder in this world, there is a lot of tension between major countries. With this competitive factor within the secret realm in place, it would be a hell of a thing to unite. After all, the rewards of the secret realm were just too rich. Tang Chuyao came back to her senses, stroking her chin and gazing at Jiang Chen with a crooked head. Jiang Chen, do you have any ideas for survival mystery realm number 1 when the time comes? Jiang Chen said calmly. Pyramid. I am definitely going to break into it. If you don't dare to go, I suggest you find someone else to team up with. Tang Chuyao's eyes widened as she sniffed. But there are kilometers of egg-shaped worms out there. How are we going to break through? Jiang Chen let out a light laugh. Have you forgotten that I can fly? Just because others can't get through doesn't mean we can't. With regards to the alien mystery realm, Jiang Chen had long since made a plan. The map of the secret realm was too big. If you just blindly wandered all over the map, looking for aliens to kill, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to kill a few in 20 days. There was only one way to get the huge attribute point reward. That was to rush into the pyramid, violently beat up the alien queen, and lure all the aliens in the entire map over. Just because the others couldn't trip the range of egg-shaped worms outside the pyramid didn't mean they couldn't. After all, they could fly. Tang Chuyao was silent. If you want to avenge your grandfather's death, you must acquire a large number of attribute points in the early stages. Since Jiang Chen was so confident and was able to pass through the egg-shaped bug field, this pyramid might actually be a good place to try and break into. After all, he was an S-ranked burning fruit ability. A moment later, Tang Chuyao raised her fist and swung a few punches in the air. Alright, then I'll accompany you to break into this pyramid. Jiang Chen nodded with a light smile. With Tang Chuyao around, brushing up against the alien tide should be a lot easier. At this point on the other side, inside a small dark room in Linjiang City, Nanjiang Province, Lei Tianlin was debugging the live feed. Shocked, this time the Nanjiang No. 1 secret realm is actually an S-class alien secret realm. As the live stream opened, countless viewers poured in. Pop-up, cheat food anchors on the line. Pop-up, the anchor introduces the secret world this time. Pop-up, can Jiang Chen survive this time? Pop-up, I heard that the secret realm has hidden rewards. Anchor introduce what the hidden rewards are this time. Can't find it online. Snap dash. Lei Tianlin lit his cigarette and took a deep drag as he looked at the pop-ups that filled the screen, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Since the last time he rubbed Jiang Chen's heat, his own traffic has managed to get up, and is more or less a small anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans. How can we continue to rub it in this time when the secret realm opens? He spoke slowly. The main reason why the alien secret realm is called an S-class secret realm is because the ferocious beasts inside are either extremely good at hiding or are directly capable of stealth. Pop-up, wouldn't that be a huge advantage for Jiang Chen? He has seeing color. What ferocious beast can escape his perception? Pop-up, is Jiang Chen going to take first place again? Pop-up, holy, this blind guy's luck is too good. Lei Tianlin smiled contemptuously and said slowly, No, you guys are too naive. The luck component of this secret realm is huge, as its map is incredibly large. If you're unlucky, you might not even come across 10 aliens in 20 days. I can't believe I'm still seeing pop-ups asking if Jiang Chen can get the hidden rewards. I'm saying you guys shouldn't be too outrageous. Jiang Chen was just taking advantage of his fruit ability to happen to take the first place in the entrance test. Not to mention how difficult the hidden rewards are. No one even knows what the hidden rewards of this alien mystery are. There are only speculations that they are inside the pyramid. Wanting to trip through that circle of egg-shaped worms outside the pyramid is simply impossible. Okay? And there are definitely more powerful beasts hidden in the pyramid. Jiang Chen taking a hidden reward? How dare you guys say that? Time flew by, and it soon came to the day when he officially entered the secret realm. Chapter 28, Jiang Chen's strength, comparable to second order. For more than a month, the students had been training incredibly seriously. After all, their own lives were at stake. In the morning, he practiced the 6 styles diligently and learned about the secret territory. In the afternoon, with the aid of high-tech VR, you'll be able to engage in a comprehensive hands-on firearms and melee combat exercise with virtual aliens. Extra practice continued in the dorms at night, the playground of the Star Ocean Military Academy. Thousands of freshmen gathered here, ready to head to the entrance of the secret realm located at the back of the school. Each of them wore protective gear against corrosion, and most of them carried firearms on their backs like soldiers about to go into battle. Only a very small portion of very strong students did not carry firearms, such as the duo of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. After all, guns and ammo aren't light, and each person is only allowed to carry 20 kilograms of supplies. More ammo means less food. Guns were not as good as his own sword for Jiang Chen. The homeroom teachers of each class stood in front of their respective classes and gave their final instructions. Lin Weidong stood in front of the students, his gaze slowly sweeping over every student in the class. Most of the new students displayed a confident look. Seeing this, Lin Weidong also revealed a pleased smile. Over the past month or so, your efforts, as teachers, have all been seen in your eyes, and today you will officially enter the secret realm. Still, if you're confident in your own strength, try to stay close to the periphery of the pyramid. There'll be a bit more aliens over there. If you are not confident in your strength, stay away from the pyramid, and if you can survive to the end, you will get 200 attribute points. Do you all understand? Hear. The students spoke in unison. I won't say more. In short, come back safely. Lin Weidong's voice was loud. Depart. One by one, students boarded the bus. Since the Star Ocean Military Academy covered an excessively large area, even going to the back of the mountain was close to 10 kilometers. Inside the bus, students sit consciously with their teammates. Jiang Chen, I have good news for you. My Fire Fist is already capable of blasting out 2,500 cards of destructive power. Humph. When the time comes, just hide on the side to assist me, and leave the monster fighting to me. Tang Chuyao waved her little pink fist with a smug expression. Awesome. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. It was worthy of being a fruit with an extremely mature level of development, but Tang Chuyao's own fruit development ability was also quite strong. During this period of time, Jiang Chen himself wasn't idle, practicing his blind sword art every day. And within the dormitory, everyone had a testing machine of their own. This was because he realized that apart from the system plus points, his own practice also had a role to play. Originally, with 80 points of his own strength attribute, without any increase, a normal strike was roughly 800 cards of power, and with the addition of sword intent, it can chop out 4,000 cards of power. That's a fivefold increase in power, but with daily practice on your own. Nowadays, it's already possible to do a sword cut of 5,000 cards, almost 6 times out of the power increase. The destructive power requirement for a first order ability is 1,000 cards, and for a second order ability it is 5,000 cards. It also means, most of the freshmen hadn't even touched the threshold of a first order ability user, and they themselves had already reached the threshold of a second order ability user. However, it was obvious to feel that the bottleneck had now been reached, and if one wanted to improve further, one could only rely on adding points. Blind Swordsmanship LV 2/0/20 plus. Currently comprehended sword intent. Next level, sword intent proficient. Perhaps a blind sword art that reached LV 3 would be able to cut a sword with a tenfold increase. Not only the sword technique, but his own manipulation of gravity had also become more skillful after practicing for over a month. It is now quite proficient at doing multi-threaded maneuvers that manipulate its own gravity for flight while gravity manipulating the target at the same time. Soon, dozens of buses stopped in front of the entrance to the secret realm. One by one, the students stepped off the bus. This was also the first time they came to the entrance of the secret realm. A huge spatial crack that was 10 meters high and 50 meters wide stood in front of them. The alien's appearance echoed through the ripples of the spatial rift. Above the spatial rift, there was a scoreboard that would display the 10 teams with the most points within the secret area. Those who were outside were unable to see the picture within the secret area, and could only roughly judge the situation within the secret area through the changes in the scoreboard. Every year, the secret realm would be refreshed and the corresponding pattern would appear on the crack ripples, which people used to identify which secret realm was this year. And the way to team up to enter the secret realm was simple, as long as 2 people walked into the rift hand in hand. At this moment, there were still 10 minutes before the school's prescribed time for entering the secret realm. Wang Xin had arrived at the entrance long ago and was currently standing on a high platform, quietly observing the students. Director Lin Weidong walked over to Wang Xin. Wang Xin twisted his head to glance at him and asked with a smile, Lin, who's Jiang Chen he's teamed up with this time? With Tang Chuyao. Lin Weidong responded softly. The corner of Wang Xin's mouth rose slightly. That's not bad, Lin Weidong said. Director, Jiang Chen's top-notch seeing colors combined with Tang Chuyao's Fire Fist. With a bit of luck, we might actually take first place among the 4 schools in Nanjiang this time. Wang Xin laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, let's hope so. Since the establishment of the school, our school has been the second of 10,000 years in the South River War Zone 1 secret realm. After the words fell, Wang Xin gritted his teeth. In the morning, the oldie from Linjiang Military School also gave me a stinky deception, saying that this time, the top 3 of the No. 1 secret realm, the Linjiang Military School will be all-inclusive. Give me angry Lin Weidong raised his eyebrows slightly. They're so loud-mouthed? Still begging the top 3? Dream on. Linjiang City is the capital city of the South River War Zone and has the largest population base, and has always been the strongest in terms of comprehensive strength of the Linjiang Military Academy. Wang Xin continued. Isn't that right? They've gotten lucky this term. There are 2 S-rank rated fruit abilities within the freshmen, as well as 2 high-ranked kendo talent abilities and 1 high-ranked physical arts talent ability. This time, the secret realm has too much luck in it. Lin Weidong asked suspiciously. Director, could it be that they want to break into the pyramid? Breaking into the pyramid? Wang Xin shook his head. It's impossible. The egg-shaped bugs they wouldn't be able to trip over. Even animal fruit ability users with the ability to fly. At the freshman stage, they wouldn't be able to do it for such a long distance. Wang Xin gazed at the spatial crack and said slowly. And we don't know exactly what's inside the pyramid. This secret place has only appeared 4 times so far, right? Over at the Kyoto Military Academy, There hadn't been a genius animal system ability user who had reached the first rank, flew into the pyramid, and ended up not being seen until the end of the secret realm. I'm afraid that there are second-order ferocious beasts within the pyramid, and it's simply not something that a first-order ability user can tackle. After these words, Wang Sun suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Weidong. By the way, Zhang Chen then has the ability to fly, right? Have you instructed him never to fly to the pyramid? Lin Weidong nodded his head and responded, yes, director. I spoke to both Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao and they both agreed. That's fine. Wang Sun breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed. AI, the heavens are unfair. Zhang Chen is such a good seedling, but his eyes are blind. I hope he can live longer. After Zhang Chen displayed the 6 styles, Lin Weidong also reported to Wang Sun at the first opportunity. Wang Sun, who had learned this news for the first time, was also really shocked. Lin Weidong gazed at Zhang Chen's figure on the stage, the corners of his mouth curving up. Zhang Chen has always surprised us. Maybe Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao can really take first place this time. Wang Sun laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. If I really take first place, I'll have to go over to Linjiang Military Academy to fool around. Chapter 29 Decisions of Schools and Associations. Star Ocean Military Academy. Ableist Association Building. Inside a bright conference room, 12 high-level cadres were sitting around the conference table. Chao Yang rested his hands on the seat, his body smoldering with a hangdog look. Vice President Chu Liang walked into the conference room and frowned as soon as he saw Chao Yang in this state. Chao Yang, the meeting is over. Take back your ability. Chao Yang bristled as the smoke dissipated. Chu Liang sat on the main seat and slowly opened his mouth. In the absence of the president, I will continue to chair this meeting. First of all, let's talk about the first thing. About the recruitment work after the end of Secret Realm number 1. Chao Yang, you're in charge of this piece. Chu Liang glanced at the dangling Chao Yang. The president said that after the end of the first secret realm, Zhang Chen will be directly absorbed as an official member. Chao Yang sniffed and immediately questioned. On what basis? At least wait until the end of secret realm number 1 and the freshmen have done their strength assessment before deciding. And according to the rules, a full member had to be at least a second-ranked ability. He, Zhang Chen, could reach second-ranked ability after the end of secret realm number 1? Or is it to make things special for Zhang Chen? On what basis? Chu Liang's double eyebrows wrinkled slightly as he said in a deep voice. Just by the fact that he mastered all 6 styles just after enrollment. Just by the fact that he broke the school record in the enrollment test. Chao Yang then went on to retort. So what? When you become a full member, you have to follow the mission. Not even the second rank. It's just a drag. When the time comes, whoever you guys like to bring along, I won't bring along anyway. When he finished, he cast his head aside. Chu Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Chao Yang. Chao Yang, this is the president's intention. It's not up to you. Cut. Chao Yang's tone was full of disdain. He was very unconvinced. He himself had been mixed from a temporary member to a full member step by step in the first place. Why did Zhang Chen directly skip the step of temporary member? It was important to realize that becoming a full member qualified you to follow the quests, and it would be one more avenue to gain attribute points. At this point, Zhang Qingyu, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, opened his mouth. Maybe Zhang Chen will be a second-ranked ability user after the end of Secret Realm number 1. Chao Yuan sniffed and said loudly, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A second-ranked ability has to reach 5,000 cards of destructive power, and all he can do is manipulate gravity a bit. Does he have any means of attack? Or is it just his finger gun and a rashikage? Unless Zhang Chen can get the hidden rewards and pile up the attribute points. You all know about this S-rank Secret Realm. Want to get the hidden rewards? With this blind guy. Hilarious. The conference room fell into silence. Everyone knew very well that it was almost impossible to get a large number of attribute points from the S-rank Secret Realm this time. In previous years, most of the alien mysteries were only able to take 300 or 400 attribute points tops. Even if Zhang Chen had taken 200 attribute point rewards from the entrance test, counting this Secret Realm reward, he wouldn't even be able to reach the 1,000 attribute points of a second-ranked ability person, let alone having to reach 5,000 cards in strength, which was almost impossible. Chu Liang let out a deep breath. He had never been too fond of Chao Yang, the unconscious barbarist, but there was no way around it. The association had always been short of high-end combatants. Chao Yang was a 4th-ranked powerhouse anyways, a cadre capable of leading a team alone to fulfill the military department's mission. It's not only the president's intention, it's the school's intention. Chao Yang, you understand, right? Chu Liang calmed down and said slowly. Seeing this, Chao Yang stopped refuting and casually said, Okay, you guys have the final say. Anyway, after this secret realm is over, Chao Yang, You'll arrange for someone to find Zhang Chen and absorb him in. Good good good. Chao Yang returned full of disinterest. Next, after half an hour of discussion, the meeting was officially closed. After most of the people had left, Zhang Qingyu sat beside Chu Liang and asked suspiciously, "Old Chu, what do you mean? Zhang Chen's matter is the school's meaning?" Chu Liang nodded. Zhang Chen has a lot of potential. The school's intention is to focus on cultivation, and the president also agreed. Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows. But after Secret Realm number 1, Zhang Chen will only be a first-order ability user at most, right? The mission of the military department is too dangerous for first-order ability users. Chu Liang gazed at Zhang Qingyu and slowly said, "When the time comes, you'll be the one to lead it. Take care of it more. You're at the 4th rank?" Chanting. Zhang Qingyu shrugged. "Yeah, just reached the 4th rank." Outside the conference room, a youth wearing a black undershirt immediately came up to Chao Yang after seeing him come out with a black face. "Brother, what's wrong? What was said at this meeting?" Chao Yang glanced at the youth, who was his own brother. "Chao Jun, it's nothing. The school side wants to absorb Zhang Chen as a full member early." "Zhang Chen?" Chao Jun's eyes flickered. Chao Yang asked suspiciously, "You recognize it?" Chao Jun shook his head slightly. "No, when school just started, he beat up one of my little brothers. So you didn't bother him? Come on. I don't bother with a blind man. I can't even beat a stinking blind man. I'll just tell him to get lost." Chao Jun had a disdainful expression on his face. When Chao Yang heard this, he also let out a light laugh. "That's also true. When the first secret realm is over, you'll go find him." As the words fell, Chao Jun asked somewhat unconvincingly, "But brother, what makes him able to jump straight to full member? After the end of the first secret realm, he's still far from a second-ranked ability user, right? It took me almost a whole year to turn into a full member in the first place. After all, when you became a full member, you would be able to follow the cadres on missions, and have an additional channel to gain attribute points. As long as it survives, it will grow far faster than the others." Chao Jun was very unconvinced inwardly. 3 months ago he had only just reached the second order of ability. He could start to slowly follow the cadres to mix up the missions, and now he was almost in the middle of the second order. Why should Zhang Chen be a direct full member as soon as he arrived? Chao Yang glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "How do I know? On what basis? Do you think you're the only one who's not convinced? Who didn't mix for a long time before becoming a full member? If you're told to go, you go. This Zhang Chen had better die on the mission by then." At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm of the Star Ocean Military Academy, the 2,000 new students had all assembled, lined up in neat rows, and gazed up at the director of instruction, Wang Sen, on the high platform. Wang Sen looked at the new students who were very different from when they first enrolled, nodded his head in satisfaction, and began the final mobilization. "Students, after more than a month of study, you are no longer at all the clueless youths you were at the time of the entrance test. The alien beasts you'll encounter this time are also different from the two-tailed beasts that didn't enter the rank during the entrance test. You're all the hope of the future of our dragon kingdom. Anyway, remember, don't panic in the face of the aliens. Stay calm, and as many people as go in, come back, depart." As Wang Sen's words fell, the students, guided by their teachers, began to walk towards the spatial rift in groups. Zhang Chen also naturally held Tang Chuyao's hand and followed the group as they slowly walked into the spatial rift. Chapter 30, The Happy Tang Chuyao. Zhang Chen only felt a flash of white light in front of him, and the students within his perception range instantly disappeared. In its place was a dense jungle. "Is this the secret world?" Zhang Chen murmured. Tang Chuyao looked around. Above the sky, dark clouds covered the sunlight, and everywhere was a dark and gloomy scene with a somewhat depressing atmosphere. "So amazing. Zhang Chen, do you think this place could be another world?" Tang Chuyao asked curiously. Zhang Chen shrugged. "Maybe." "Ha? Someone killed the alien already?" Tang Chuyao suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Zhang Chen sniffed and looked toward the panel message that had suddenly appeared in his mind. First place, Yang Yang and Luo Changji, points, 3. Second place, Tang Quanshang and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 3. Third place, Wen Tong and Yenzhang, points, 2. No. 6,888. Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 0. This secret realm was truly amazing, and could actually automatically recognize the name of the person who entered it. Which one of the big boys actually manufactured it? Zhang Chen inwardly sighed. Tang Chuyao was surprised. "They're only 10 minutes ahead of us at most." "Right, and they've killed 3 aliens? Maybe they had better luck." "Whatever, we're not here for that purpose anyway." Zhang Chen was full of unconcern and said, "Which direction is the pyramid in?" Tang Chuyao looked around. "I don't see it. I guess my luck is rather poor. The teleportation location is too far." I'll identify the direction first. Everyone will be randomly teleported to a location when they enter the secret realm. With good luck they may be teleported directly to the outer perimeter of the pyramid. With bad luck the teleported location is too far away from the pyramid and there are fewer aliens. Obviously, Jiang Chen and the others weren't that lucky. Tang Chuyao pulled out a wooden pole from her backpack and inserted it vertically into the land. In this secret realm, the compass doesn't work, all the magnetic fields are messed up, and the electronics don't work. Subsequently, Tang Chuyao placed a small stone at the top of the shadow of the wooden pole. As the sun continues to move, the shadows gradually shift. After 20 minutes, Tang Chuyao placed another small stone on top of the new shadow. This is the same method of recognizing direction that was taught by the teachers within the school during this time. Just wait 20 minutes and place a stone at the top of the new shadow in a straight line with the previously placed stone. This line is the east-west direction. The old shadow stone markers, pointing in the direction of the west. And the direction the pyramid is in is just to the east. Tang Chuyao stood up and pointed in a direction. Jiang Chen, over here. Jiang Chen nodded his head. His seeing color perception was fully able to see Tang Juyao's movements. He lifted his arm lightly and began to manipulate gravity. Next moment, in Tang Chuyao's shocked expression, the duo slowly rose into the air. Slow down, Jiang Chen. Tang Chuyao revealed a nervous and excited expression. This was also her first time flying. Currently with her fruit development ability, she was unable to do so. Go you! Holy dash! The two figures shot straight out towards the east. Unlike the two Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, most of the freshmen who are now in the secret area are in the process of finding food. The rules of the secret world limited each person to 20 kilograms of supplies, and most people used their load on guns and ammunition, and could only carry a small amount of food. It was only the strongest of the freshmen like Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao who could not bring any guns or ammunition at all. Only food. After a full hour of flying, Jiang Chen manipulated gravity and the two of them landed on the ground. After more than a month of practicing, Jiang Chen was currently able to fly for an hour straight, and with a person in tow. Are you alright? Jiang Chen asked. Tang Chuyao gulped. I'm okay. Jiang Chen sensed Tang Chuyao's blasted hair and pale face, and inwardly, he wanted to laugh a little. What a strong woman. Tang Chuyao looked around. This is too far away. After flying for so long, we haven't even seen a pyramid shadow yet. Are you sure the direction is right? Jiang Chen asked. Absolutely right, Tang Chuyao said confidently. Jiang Chen sat down in place and said as he rested. But it's normal. I remember my teacher saying that the farthest someone has gone from entering the secret realm all the way towards the pyramid was a full 17 days. Tang Chuyao worriedly said. We can't really be that unlucky, can we? Teleported so far? With the speed of our flight, even if it's farther away, we'll definitely be able to make it in 5 days. Jiang Chen didn't care much about it, pulling out dry food from his backpack and starting to replenish his energy. Tang Chuyao also sat down beside him and began to replenish her strength. Jiang Chen, what kind of monster do you think is in the pyramid? Alien boss it is. Jiang Chen casually replied back while chewing on his dry food. Tang Chuyao blinked. How do you know? A guess? What else could it be? Of course Jiang Chen couldn't tell Tang Chuyao that he had seen the Alien movie. It's all alien here, so it's a reasonable guess that the pyramid is the alien boss. Tang Chuyao was a bit worried. The hidden rewards in the other number 1 secret realms, if they are for killing ferocious beasts, they are basically all second-rank ferocious beasts. Can we really beat them? Jiang Chen didn't return his head. Don't ask alright. Rich and famous. He did see the movie. As far as the movie goes, the alien queen isn't even that strong. Even if it was a second-order ferocious beast, one's current destructive power of 5,000 cards was exactly the configuration of a second-order ability user. And with the assistance of 8 tons of gravity, how could one not be able to defeat it? Cut! Tang Chuyao skimmed her mouth. Just then, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Come alive. Dawn. Tang Chuyao gazed at Jiang Chen blankly. Within Jiang Chen's range of perception, a dark-bodied alien with a long, flat head was perched on a tree 10 meters away from them. The alien didn't move a muscle, just stared straight at them, its sharp tail blade at its back resting on a tree branch. Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation. Bang dash! 8 tons of gravity instantly enveloped the alien, crushing it from the tree to the ground. Immediately after, Jiang Chen changed the direction of gravity and directly dragged the alien over. Who dash! The alien roared low and tried to break free, but realized that he couldn't even move in the face of the force. Tang Chuyao's eyes widened as a ball of flame coalesced above her right fist. Boom dash! Flames roared out from the fists of her fists and smashed into the ugly alien. In an instant, the alien was directly smashed to smithereens, and green blood sprayed on the ground, corroding the fallen leaves. Kill alien, get points 1. Tang Chuyao gazed at Jiang Chen. a wave of fear rising within her. Finding Jiang Chen to team up with her was truly the best choice she had ever made. I didn't realize that seeing colors worked so well in this secret world. Just now she was completely unable to tell that such an ugly alien was even perched in the tree. If this was unaware of the situation and just walked under the tree, he was afraid that he would not be directly stabbed in the back by the alien's tail blade. Chapter 31, They Want to Go to the Pyramids? It's a death wish. Tang Chuyao came back to her senses. Who dash? She pretended, blowing out the flames on the blade of her fist. How's that? It's not a bad idea to team up with me. A first-order alien. One punch and it's blown away. Yeah, awesome. Jiang Chen casually made a perfunctory remark. This little girl is really a bit strong. When she meets the alien queen, let's see if your punch can explode. When the time came to be hacked up by his own sword, I wondered what Xiao Tang's expression would be, but with Tang Chuyao's performance, he really hadn't brought the wrong person. This fire fist is certainly efficient against a wave of aliens. Tang Chuyao came to the side of the alien and surveyed it for a moment before squatting down to Jiang Chen's side. But don't say that. This alien is really hard to come across. It's been more than an hour before I came across one. Jiang Chen's tone was flat. Just take a look at the leaderboards. For that matter, we're still ranked in the top 2,000. First place, Yang Yang and Luo Changji, points, 13, 1,988th. Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen, points, 1. I also don't know how many points I can get from killing the alien boss. Is it enough for first place? According to other number 1 secret realms, the hidden rewards are usually 300 points. First place awards an extra 500 points. So if we can take first place, not counting the points for the normal aliens we killed, we'll have 800 points, 400 attribute points per person. Tang Chuyao's eyes were glowing as she gazed at Jiang Chen. You know, in the past, the most points the first place finisher had ever gotten in this alien copy was 400 points. But, even if you take the hidden rewards, according to the previous calculation, you still can't get the first you still have to kill more aliens. Tang Chuyao rubbed her chin inside. There's still 20 days to go, so take it easy. Jiang Chen responded. First place does depend a lot on luck in addition to strength. But, storming the alien queen, his own guess should be to attract a wave of aliens, but this is just a guess. Too lazy to tell Tang Chuyao. Come on, hurry up. Jiang Chen would pat the food crumbs on his hands and stand up. 3 seconds later, the duo took to the air once again. The next day, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, not to mention the aliens, hadn't seen a single silhouette. I don't know whether to say that the two were too lucky or the map of the secret realm was too big. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just flown for an hour and was rushing through the jungle on foot with Tang Chuyao. Suddenly, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Within his range of perception, 2 figures appeared directly in front of him. One was lying on the ground and the other was sitting against a tree. Tang Chuyao also found out. Jiang Chen, there seems to be someone over there. Go over there. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, the two of them quickened their pace and ran towards the front. The young girl, who was originally leaning against the tree, noticed Jiang Chen and the two of them and hurriedly stood up. Are you Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao from the Star Ocean Military Academy? Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao exchanged glances. Are we two that famous? You know us? I've seen you guys on the web at. In the heat of the moment, the female student finished. Jiang Chen also understood. It looked like he was really a celebrity. He glanced over to the motionless male student on the floor. Only a face-hugging insect with 4 pairs of legs and feet was dead on the man, covering the entire face completely. Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Your teammate ran into the egg-shaped bug's root system? The female student nodded, with a hint of a sob. Yes, he accidentally stepped on it. And then the facehugger suddenly jumped out of the egg. There was no way to react. How long? It's been half an hour and I'm trying to separate the facehuggers and I simply can't do it. Jiang Chen stared at the male student on the ground. As soon as a facehugger holds a baby alien, within 2 hours, a baby alien will break out of its chest, with no relief in sight. It's hopeless. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Can you guys take me with you? The female student moved a little closer in Jiang Chen's direction. I'm not stealing points from you guys. I just want to get out alive and well. Jiang Chen gently shook his head. I'm sorry, where we're going is not suitable to bring you. Tang Chuyao on the side also had the sense not to say anything. It was also clear to her that where they were going, it wasn't appropriate to bring a drag along. Please, take me with you. I really won't take points from you, and I'll keep watch for you. Tears came to her eyes as the female student spoke. Jiang Chen watched her. He wasn't cold and uncaring, but bringing along his female classmates would only slow them down, and the weaker ones, even if they followed into the pyramid, would only drag their feet. But if this female student is left alone, she will probably not live to see 20 days later. After all, One less person to keep watch. Can't stay awake all the time, right? Jiang Chen. Seeing her female classmate like this, Tang Chuyao turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen. Just then, two more silhouettes flashed past at the limit of Jiang Chen's perception range, just to his left. Wait here for a moment. As Jiang Chen's words fell, he directly rose up in the air and flew towards the left side. A few moments later, he led a man and a woman back. Tang Chuyao gazed at Jiang Chen in shock. Remember before? Didn't Jiang Chen say that his seeing color? 100-meter range? These two, completely out of 100-meter range, I think. And himself these days, going to the toilet has always been very careful, deliberately running to a distance of 100 meters away from Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Tang Chuyao's pretty face burned slightly. So what? Why don't you guys buddy up and we'll be out of your hair? Jiang Chen pointed at the man and woman behind him, and then pointed at the female student. A smile appeared on the female student's face as she kept bowing towards Jiang Chen. Thank you, thank you. The man and woman standing behind Jiang Chen were also students of the Star Ocean Military Academy. The youth behind him asked suspiciously, Jiang Chen, where are you going? Jiang Chen spoke calmly, we're going to the pyramids. The youth let out a light laugh and said with a big grin, same way then, we're also going to the outskirts of the pyramid. There are a bit more aliens over there. Why don't we go together? The aliens encountered on the road are each based on their own abilities. Jiang Chen shook his head and said indifferently, we are going in the pyramid. After saying that, he waved towards Tang Chuyao. Let's go. Dawn. Immediately after, the duo rose into the air and continued to fly in the direction of the pyramid. The youth looked up to gaze at the departing Jiang Chen duo, and then looked at his teammates beside him. What did they just say? Did I hear right? Going into the pyramid? You didn't hear me wrong. The teammates and the youth looked at each other and nodded. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Crazy. That dense circle of egg-shaped bugs up there is at least 10 kilometers. How are they going to get past it? The team pointed to the sky. Obviously. Fly over it. The youth was momentarily speechless, then continued. The ferocious beasts in the pyramid are at least second order, right? Are they that tough? We're the same freshmen, but we're still killing first-order aliens, and they dare to go and kill second-order beasts? Who knows? The team shrugged. What place are they coming in now? The youth sniffed and then began to flip up the leaderboards. 5 minutes later. No more searching. It's been over 1,000, and I still can't find their names, so I guess it's ranked after the big few thousand. Then it seems like our grades are pretty good? At least we're still ahead of Jiang Chen, who was number 1 in the entrance test, and Tang Chuyao, an S-class fruit ability. Hey, I think they're just too inflated. They dare to mess with even a second-order beast. They're just being deadly. Chapter 32 Iron Blood Warrior? Seconds. Within the secret territory, in the middle of a dense jungle, an alien was hacked to pieces and scattered on the ground. The two youths from the Linjiang Military Academy were standing in front of the remnants of this alien's body. First place, Tang Quanshang and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 46. Second place, Yang Yang and Luo Changji, points, 45. The youth with long hair grinned. Ha ha ha, we're in first place. Luck was pretty good this time. TSK TSK TSK. The top 3 are all from our Linjiang Military Academy. The inch-haired youth on the side frowned slightly. Where are Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao from Star Ocean Military Academy? Tang Quanshang shrugged his shoulders and said in a casual tone, I don't know. I've just scrolled back hundreds of names. I don't see any. I'm guessing. In the thousands to stay. Tang Quanshang finished these words. Yang Chuanzhong raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, they had such bad luck? Tang Quanshang shook his head and put his hand on Yang Chuanzhong's shoulder. Old Yang, don't mythologize them too much. Everyone is a freshman. How strong can they be? It's been so long and they didn't even make it into the top 1,000. I reckon it's not just a matter of luck. They're actually not strong at all. After saying that, Tang Quanshang wrapped his arms around him again. Think about it. It's already the 3rd day. The first 1,000 have all killed at least 5 aliens. If you're really serious about finding aliens, you can't kill 5 in 3 days? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Chuanzhong's eyebrows remained furrowed after hearing these words, gently shaking his head. I don't think it's that simple. Maybe they have other plans. Tang Quanshang stared with wide eyes and spread his hands. Other plans? What plan? It's the middle of nowhere. It's not just wandering around, looking for aliens and slaughtering them. What special plan could there be? It's not like there's anything special about the aliens. They're just ordinary first-order ferocious beasts. Maybe they're already in the belly of the alien now. Is it even possible to break into the pyramid? Seeing that Yang Chuanzhong remained silent, Tang Quanshang said in a serious tone, Old Yang you're just like this. Always boosting others' prestige and destroying your own. It's just an S-rank rated burning fruit. You're an S-ranked poisonous fruit. And I'm a high-ranked physical arts talent. So where is it worse than them? Yang Chuanzhong shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice. It's not just Tang Chuyao. There's also Jiang Chen. I've seen Jiang Chen's live streaming video. The heavy fruit is definitely not that simple. And I've heard that he's mastered all 6 styles. Tang Quanshang raised an eyebrow. Jiang Chen? That blind man? Stop it, old Yang. Scores decide everything. Now they're not even in the top 1,000. That's a fact. Let's go. We'll keep leaning towards the pyramid. There are more aliens there. I can already see the shadow of the pyramid. So I guess we're almost there. So I'm glad we didn't get teleported too far this time. Yang Chuanzhong looked back, then followed behind Tang Quansheng and walked in the direction of the pyramid. The other side. Jiang Chen relied on his powerful seeing color to search for nearby wild critters, and then later manipulated the gravitational force to pull them to his side. After all, aliens had to eat as well, and it was normal for some small animals to exist in the secret realm. Before entering the secret world, the teacher also held a couple of special classes on wilderness survival, teaching how to recognize directions and food in the wild. Immediately after, Jiang Chen made skewers of the small animals and placed them on a randomly built grill. He had gotten a little tired of nibbling on dry food for the past few days. I have to say, being able to manipulate gravity at will and actually use it is almost as convenient as chanting. Dawn, build a fire. Jiang Chen sat on a rock and said to Tang Chuyao, who was at the side. Tang Chuyao's eyes glowed. She was also getting tired of eating the tedious dried food. And then a ball of flame blasted onto the hay pile. Boom! The two sat around the humble grill. Crackle! There was silence all around, with only the sound of flames sizzling. Tang Chuyao couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, so what? Just how big is your seeing colors range now? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. 500 meters. I think. It's nothing to hide. Just say it. Tang Chuyao was silent. In the past few days, she thought Jiang Chen's seeing color was only 100 meters, and she purposely stayed away from it some more when she went to the toilet. So 200 meters should always be fine. The result now tells her that Jiang Chen's seeing color is 500 meters? Sensing the red-faced Tang Chuyao at the moment, Jiang Chen immediately understood. He explained casually, cough cough cough, don't think of me as so obscene. My seeing color is controllable. I'm not interested in you. I only want to take attribute points. Tang Chuyao sized Jiang Chen up suspiciously. Really? Aha. Jiang Chen didn't say anything more, only responding lightly. He did not want to explain anything. Did is done. Did not do is not done. How others speculate, that is someone else's business. Do people have to be frank and open? Tang Chuyao was silent for a moment, and her words changed. But, why is your seeing color so strong? It's only been a short time since it expanded from 100 meters to 500? Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the gray sky inside. Maybe, this is talent. The corners of Tang Chuyao's mouth twitched, and she only felt some discomfort. The last time Jiang Chen showed a small hand of the 6 styles in class, he also said that it was a gift and that he had no insight. The seeing eye is now fully 5 times stronger than the strongest seeing eye master in the world. Talent again. Is there such a big difference between people? Tang Chuyao thought again on second thought. Her own fire fist was capable of blasting out 2,500 cards of destructive power. At least in terms of destructive power, Jiang Chen couldn't compare to himself. Aha! It wasn't like he was inferior to Jiang Chen in everything. Thinking of this, Tang Chuyao revealed another confident smile. Jiang Chen sensed Tang Chuyao's expression. This little Tang. Why was she suddenly giggling? Just then, a humanoid creature appeared within Jiang Chen's range of perception. Jiang Chen raised both eyebrows. Unlike humans, are ironborns? Next moment, an invisible spear cut through the air and shot towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Snap dash. Relying on his powerful ability to foresee danger with his seeing color, Jiang Chen gently raised his hand and grabbed this invisible spear with one hand. Tang Chuyao was also startled. She could neither see the stealthy Iron Blood Warrior nor the invisible spear. She could only see Jiang Chen clenching his right hand into a fist, which seemed to be holding something. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Tang Chuyao asked curiously. Next, on Jiang Chen's right hand, a silver spear slowly took shape. Tang Chuyao stared incredulously. It's the Iron Blood Warriors. When she finished, she jerked to her feet and looked around the room. Roll over, Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Immediately after, the Iron Blood Warrior hidden in the tree only felt a terrifying gravitational force instantly wrapping around his entire body, pulling himself in the direction of that human. The powerful gravitational force, firmly locked in its movements, was unable to react in any way, and was simply pulled through. Bang! The Iron Blood Warrior was suppressed by gravity in front of Jiang Chen, lying on all fours as his figure gradually emerged. In the movie, The Iron Warrior is armed with a self-destruct device that is almost as powerful as a small nuclear bomb. When encountering a powerful enemy, they will not hesitate to detonate and die with the enemy. Jiang Chen of course couldn't let the Iron Blood Warrior in front of him make this move, with 8 tons of gravity pressing down on it, not to mention detonating it, not even a single finger could move. Kill him. As Jiang Chen's words fell, a flame flared violently in Tang Chuyao's hand. Next, boom dash, a punch straight to the head of the Iron Blood Warrior. Kill Iron Blood Warrior. Gain 10 points. 168th. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Points, 11. Afterward, Tang Chuyao twisted her head to gaze at Jiang Chen. I don't know whether to call them lucky or unlucky. The weaker aliens had only encountered one so far. The rarer Ironborn Warrior, in turn, stumbled upon it. With this perverted stealth ability, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would definitely die. A few moments later, Jiang Chen devoured the roasted meat in front of him. Can you see the pyramids now? Tang Chuyao looked ahead openly, her eyes narrowing slightly. I can see some shadows. According to our speed, we should be able to arrive today. That's fine. Let's go Dawn. The two stood up. Next, the two figures rose into the air and sped towards the pyramid that loomed in the distance. Chapter 33. How dare you rob the monsters? In the sky, dark clouds churned and the sky and earth were gray. A towering, majestic pyramid stands in a gray haze. The outer circle, a 10-kilometer-long area of egg-shaped worms, was densely covered with jungle and exuded an eerie aura that no one dared to set foot in. A number of freshmen had already arrived outside of this field of egg-shaped worms, and there were noticeably more aliens on this side. However, due to the sheer size of the area, the freshmen were still far away from each other, and within the secret area, electronic devices would not work to communicate, and because of the points grab, even if they could communicate, they wouldn't gather. After all, those who could come here were students who were more confident in their team's strength. Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong from the Linjiang Military Academy were also staying outside the egg-shaped worm domain at the moment, hunting for alien ferocious beasts. I found Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. They've 168 names. Yang Chuanzhong suddenly exclaimed. Tang Quanqing turned his head, full of concern. 168th place? That's only about 10 points, right? I say, old Yang, we're already almost 70 points. The gap is so big. I don't know what you're worried about. Tang Chuanqing's tone was tinged with a bit of impatience, and he despised this attitude of Yang Chuanzhong. The gap is so wide that it's impossible to be overtaken, let alone overtaking them. It's impossible to get into the top 10, and right now even 10th place has 50 points. Could they suddenly have a stroke of luck and encounter a wave of aliens for them to kill? This secret realm has appeared several times too, and the aliens have always been hard to find. And a wave of aliens? Think fart food. Yang Chuanzhong frowned slightly and said seriously. There's still more than 10 days to go. Everything is hard to say. It's best if we don't take it lightly. I watched Jiang Chen's livestream during the entrance test, and he just suddenly caught up at the end. Tang Quanqing spread his hands, his tone agitated. That was the entrance test. This is the secret realm. Can it be the same? Besides, we haven't been taking it lightly. Haven't we been brushing the monsters? I think you're just bewitched. Tang Chuyao is a burnt fruit. It's awesome no doubt. What's a blind man like Jiang Chen to brag about? Over the past few days, his own teammates had followed the devil, always flipping through the leaderboards and focusing on Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's names, blowing Tang Chuyao even if, after all, burn the fruit. The history of that great general is indeed very strong. The degree of development is also very mature, but the focus of Yang Chuanzhong's blow was on Jiang Chen, which was unacceptable to him. A blind man, a fruit that hadn't appeared, and Yang Chuanzhong himself was an S-rank rated poison fruit ability. He couldn't figure out why he was blowing up Jiang Chen so much. Suddenly, in a tree not far away, Tang Quanshang was keenly aware of the alien's figure. Enough of that, I found another alien. Tang Chuanqing's eyes glowed, followed by a powerful aura erupting from his body as he ran towards the alien at an extremely fast speed. Yang Chuanzhong didn't stand there and watch the show either. A dash of purple poison gas covered his entire body and followed closely behind his teammate. Die for me! Tang Quanshang roared and leapt high into the air, slamming his fist down. Boom dash! The trees were instantly blown down. Tang Quanshang stared suspiciously at the trees that had been blown down in front of him, and the alien figure did not appear in his eyes. Strange, where did it go? Tang Quanshang looked around suspiciously. Just then, behind him, Yang Chuanzhong's eyes suddenly widened as he pointed in a certain direction. It's Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Tang Quanshang followed his gaze. Only one alien was blown to smithereens, its remnants scattered in front of a man and a woman. Asterisk. Dare to rob the monster? Tang Quanshang shouted. After saying that, He wanted to go forward and argue with Jiang Chen and the others. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao also took a step forward, a ball of flame igniting from the fist's blade. Jiang Chen turned his head slightly sideways, his eyebrows furrowed. You guys have a problem with that? Jiang Chen's tone was flat. If Tang Quanqing dared to rush up, he didn't mind letting Tang Quanqing fall face first into the ground. Before Tang Quanqing could rush up, Yang Chuanzhong pulled him back. Don't be impulsive. He then shouted out towards Jiang Chen. No comment, we're all on our own. You guys continue. Tang Xuanqing's eyes widened as he pointed at Jiang Chen in the distance. They're robbing monsters. Can you bear this breath? To each his own. There's no point in clashing with them over an alien. It's only 1 point. Yang Chuanzhong still pulled his arm and whispered. You. Tang Quansheng's chest rose and fell violently. He wanted to go up and argue with Jiang Chen, but in terms of his teammate's performance, he was truly afraid that his teammate was not concerned about anything. Jiang Chen, that blind man, was not to be mentioned, but Tang Chuyao was a genuine S-class fruit ability. On his own, he couldn't manage it. Damn it, if I ever find you in a group again in the future, I'll take your name, Tang Quanqing cursed. Just then, when Jiang Chen saw that the two of them didn't make a move to rush up, he manipulated gravity and rose up into the air, flying straight towards the pyramid. Tang Quansheng was filled with shock as he watched them fly into the egg-shaped bug field. Asterisk. Jiang Chen can still fly? Where are they going? Yang Chuanzhong said slowly. Pyramid. Tang Quansheng froze for a moment and said incredulously. Crazy. They went to the pyramid? Grass. 2 maniacs. Psychopaths. I'll just wait here and kill them when they turn into aliens. After saying that, he directly sat down in place and twisted his head to glance at his teammates. Old Young, you don't think they'll make it out alive, do you? Yang Chuanzhong slowly said. It's possible. Tang Quansheng pointed at him. You're nuts too. The other side. Outside the secret realm. All of the teachers from the Star Ocean Military Academy stared nervously at the entrance to the secret realm. The densely packed names reflected on the ripples on the surface of the spatial rift. Yet only the top 100 are shown. At this point in the top 10, only Lu Li's team from Star Ocean Military Academy was ranked 6th, while Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were not on the list at all. Old Li, don't get too happy too soon. It's still a long way from being over. Director of Instruction Wang Xin hung up the phone furiously, his face grim. Lin Weidong asked carefully. Director, what's wrong with you? Wang Xin snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. Just now Old Li from Linjiang Military School called me again to fool around, saying that the top 3 places were all their students. Pissing me off. This. Lin Weidong didn't know what to say. Wang Xin inquired. Shaolin, did Jiang Chen and their names appear? Lin Weidong shook his head, both eyebrows slightly furrowed. Not yet. Nothing could have happened to them, right? Wang Xin pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. Impossible. With Jiang Chen, a humanoid self-propelled radar, and Tang Chuyao's fire fist, it's impossible for anything to happen to them. Lin Weidong sniffed and nodded as well. With Jiang Chen seeing color in place, no matter if it was an alien that was good at hiding or an iron blood warrior that could be stealthy, they couldn't pose much of a threat to them. A few moments later, Lin Weidong sighed. AI. It seems like we really don't have much luck. Wang Xin's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly said. It's not easy to say. So far, only 3 or 4 days have passed inside the secret realm, right? There are still 10 days to go. Hey, I hope it's all just safe to come out. Lin Weidong said with some concern. Chapter 34, Killing a Warrior Alien in a Second with a Sword? Jiang Chen maneuvered gravity through the gray haze and landed in front of a majestic pyramid with Tang Chuyao. Damn! I didn't realize how big it was up close. Tang Chuyao looked up and sighed as she surveyed the pyramid in front of her. This pyramid. The appearance was not the golden-colored building that Jiang Chen remembered from his previous life, but rather, it was gray in color all over. The tip of the pyramid, too, is not pointed, but has a platform of at least 1,000 square feet. The entire pyramid was made of blocks of stone stacked on top of each other, and the gaps between the stones were so tight that not even a razor blade could be inserted into them. At the entrance to the pyramid, directly in front of it, is a square door made of huge stones. Come on, get in there. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he brought Tang Chuyao along towards the square door of the pyramid. The duo followed the passageway at the entrance and made their way down. Boom dash! Tang Chuyao's hands lit up a blazing fire, acting as lighting. Jiang Chen glanced at it. For Jiang Chen, he didn't need illumination. The seeing color wasn't affected by light. Even in the middle of the night, it was like day. Under the light of the fire, the murals on both sides of the passageway also showed its outline. The alien and iron blood warrior relief engraved on both sides of the wall. Tang Chuyao curiously surveyed the murals. These are all aliens and iron blood warriors. Stop looking and go. Jiang Chen said as he had long since looked at all the murals on both sides through his seeing color. The aliens carved therein were not only those ordinary aliens within the secret territory, but also some other aliens whose appearance looked very different. However, all of these were also similar to the types of aliens in Jiang Chen's mind, in his previous life's memories. For example, warrior aliens, unlike normal aliens, have long, flat heads that are no longer smooth, but have raised ridges, and are somewhat larger than normal aliens. The forbidden alien, even more massive in size, standing up, almost close to 4 meters in height, was also the personal guard of the alien queen. Messenger alien, walking on all fours, the most agile, with elongated limbs and a streamlined body that isn't too big, looking like a larger wolf dog. These strange and bizarre types of aliens also further confirmed Jiang Chen's suspicions. There must be an alien queen in here. The hidden reward is most likely to be killing the alien queen. Jiang Chen walked straight towards the inside of the pyramid, and when Tang Chuyao saw this, she also stopped surveying the murals and followed in a trot. About 10 minutes later, the two of them, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, finally walked out of the passageway. Immediately after, the originally dark surroundings suddenly lit up. Where is this? Tang Chuyao extinguished the flame in her hand and observed the surroundings. The two were in a spacious hall, and at the end of the hall, there was an upward passage. All around the hall, there were eerie humanoid skeletons scattered everywhere. A human was here? Tang Chuyao squatted down and surveyed the morose white bones. Jiang Chen slowly spoke. It shouldn't be. Human bones aren't this big. It's probably the bones of an iron blood warrior. Tang Chuyao gave Jiang Chen a blank look, then nodded. Makes sense. Just then, within Jiang Chen's range of perception, there were nearly a dozen little ones on all fours, rushing towards them at great speed from within the passageway at the end of the hall. Come alive, Don Jr. Before Tang Chuyao could react, nearly a dozen messenger aliens poured out of the passage. The moment he stepped into the range of Jiang Chen's gravity field, boom dash, gravity pours down. 10 short messenger aliens with backs as if they had been hit by a giant hydraulic press. They were crushed by the terrifying gravity in a matter of moments, and their physique was far inferior to that of ordinary aliens, so they simply couldn't resist the 8 tons of gravity, and they directly burst into blood and died. Green blood, broken limbs scattered all around. Kill 10 messenger aliens, earn 10 points. Tang Chuyao looked at the broken bodies in front of her in shock. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Teacher didn't say either. No one has ever gotten out of the pyramid alive, so it's only natural that the teacher doesn't know, right? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Tang Chuyao stroked her chin. You're right. We're considered pioneers. Don't be right. Come alive again. Who dash? A piercing shriek emanated from the passageway. Next moment, inside the passage, several nearly 3-meter tall aliens burrowed out. Unlike the smooth, flat, long heads of other common aliens, they were replaced by hideous ridges scattered across them. They opened their mouths slightly, a huge gaping hole that split from the underside of their heads, filled with sharp, inward curving fangs, with a sickening green slime dripping from between their teeth, giving off a putrid odor. Behind them, a thin yet sharp tail blade, like a python, crept to the ground. Jiang Chen, be careful. Tang Chuyao took a step forward, gazing at the few aliens in front of her, frowning slightly. Immediately after, boom dash, 2 flames ignited from her hands. 3 for 1. Jiang Chen's words fell. The blade was drawn 3 inches. Next moment, the 6 aliens were instantly enveloped by the invisible gravity and split into 2 sets, with the right set of them being directly yanked towards Jiang Chen's side by the gravitational force. Tang Chuyao didn't say anything, and directly swung multiple rounds of fire fists in succession. Boom dash, the flames instantly engulfed the 3 aliens. The other side. The other 3 aliens were yanked towards Jiang Chen. Immediately after, clank dash, the blade is sheathed. Jiang Chen quickly stepped towards the ground, and his figure instantly disappeared in place, flashing past the 3 aliens. Swish, swish, swish dash, the hideous heads of the 3 aliens were instantly thrown up high, green blood spraying into the air. It was all in an instant. Kill 3 warrior aliens, earn 3 points. Kill 3 warrior aliens, earn 3 points. Tang Chuyao twisted her head around and gazed in shock at Jiang Chen, who was slowly sheathing his sword. You, Jiang Chen cocked his head. I didn't expect your sword skills to be quite strong. Not bad. Jiang Chen responded indifferently. Tang Chuyao didn't see the process of Jiang Chen killing these 3 aliens in seconds. It's easy to see, though, that it's all one sword kills. With Jiang Chen seeing color perception and the speed of the 6-style shave, it was probably a sword towards the slightly weaker neck of the alien's protection, sealing its throat. It should still not be as good as your own fire fist. No, what was he thinking? Jiang Chen wasn't a sword down natural ability person, So how could his sword technique be stronger than his own fire fist? Thinking of this, Tang Chuyao gently shook her head. Jiang Chen walked in front of her, holding a wooden staff and sword. Let's go. The hidden rewards are presumably behind this passage. Aha! Tang Chuyao didn't think any more and hurriedly followed. On the top floor of the pyramid, inside a dark and spacious chamber, who dash? Accompanied by an ear-piercing roar, the massive figure slowly stood up from the green slime, its hard black exoskeleton shimmering with an eerie luster. Standing up to the height of a two-story building, it was nearly 3 times more massive than the ordinary aliens within the secret area. Its head, like a twisted sarcoma, was covered with intricate lines and bumps. The bloody mouth was densely lined with sharp fangs and dripping with foul-smelling green slime. In front of it, prostrate for equally hideous and terrifying Forbidden Guard aliens that were even larger than the warrior aliens. Who dash? A roar came out. The 4 forbidden aliens seemed to receive orders and quickly twisted their heads into the passageway. Chapter 35, First Encounter with the Alien Queen. After Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao finished off the 6 warrior aliens, they headed towards the passage where they had come out. This passageway, unlike the one that just entered the pyramid, which was dark and lightless, had a faint glimmer of light. The flame was still burning in Tang Chuyao's hand. The passageway brightened up even more in the light of the flames. There should be more than just the messenger alien and the warrior alien in here. There's a bigger kind of alien. Tang Chuyao surveyed the murals on both sides as she walked. After killing the alien, the secret realm system would prompt the alien's designation. And the last type of alien hadn't been killed yet, so Tang Chuyao didn't know its designation. The remaining one would be the hidden reward, right? Tang Chuyao twisted her head to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head. It shouldn't be. Why? Tang Chuyao was like a curious baby. Because, they're coming. Jiang Chen stopped and stared at the dark end ahead. Tang Chuyao was violently startled, staring straight ahead. For even larger aliens appeared before them, slime slowly dripping down to the ground from their exposed sharp teeth. The long, flat head was covered with hideous, horrifying lines, like raised veins and ridges. Jiang Chen's eyes, which were tightly closed, slowly opened, revealing a flash of whites inside. Next moment, boom dash, 8 tons of gravity locks these 4 aliens directly to the ground. Although it looked stronger than any of the previous aliens, it was still just a lamb to be slaughtered within Jiang Chen's gravity field. Do it! Jiang Chen's words fell. Tang Chuyao didn't say anything, raising her arm and swinging it directly towards the air. Above her fist's blade, flames roared out. Boom dash, flames slammed into these 4 forbidden aliens, sending smoke and dust up around them. Tang Chuyao looked at this scene in shock. How could he already be able to resist one of his own fire fists? Is this really still not a hidden reward? There was no time for her to think, as 3 more fire fists whistled out. Ho ho! The 4 xenomorphs let out bursts of roars. And even though they were stronger than any of the previous xenomorphs, their hard exoskeletons began to crack under the continuous bombardment of fire fists. Are you any good? Jiang Chen snickered. Tang Chuyao pursed her lips and swung out several more fire fists in succession. Boom 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 dash. Under the powerful impact, the entire passageway was shaken and the smoke on the ceiling was shaken down. Finally, the hard exoskeletons of the 4 aliens were finally shattered under the fierce bombardment. Immediately afterward, the torso was directly blasted into pieces. Green blood spilling all over the sides of the passageway, corrosive blood touching the walls and emitting gouts of white smoke. Kill 4 forbidden aliens. Earn 4 points. Phew. Tang Chuyao let out a sigh of relief. Finally drying up these 4 aliens. Not bad at all, Don. Jiang Chen patted Tang Chuyao's shoulder and nodded. Tang Chuyao froze for a moment, twisted her head around, and pursed her lips tightly. Jiang Chen, we haven't met the alien bosses you mentioned yet, and my fire fist is already almost unable to penetrate their defenses. Hidden reward, can we really get it? Don't worry, I don't need your fire fist, I still have my sword, Jiang Chen said with full disinterest. You, Tang Chuyao froze in place, then gently shook her head inside. I don't know if it's right or wrong to come with you to break into this pyramid. Are you afraid? Jiang Chen twisted his head and turned his ear towards Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao was silent for a moment. A bit. Jiang Chen spoke directly. Then you can just turn around and go back. But I won't be teaming up with you again in the future. As the words fell, Tang Chuyao suddenly raised her head, her eyes firm. No, how can I go back when I've come all the way here? Maybe you're right about being rich and famous, having come here, with the hidden reward right in front of her eyes, and leaving because she was afraid. How could she avenge her grandfather's death in the future? The beautiful country powerhouse who killed his grandfather was a 7th-order powerhouse. Missing out on the high attribute point rewards of secret number 1 can lead to falling behind step by step afterward. In this world, the stronger you are, the faster you grow. Jiang Chen laughed lightly and said indifferently, let's go then. Aha! Tang Chuyao nodded heavily. The duo followed the passageway and continued upward. 10 minutes later, the duo finally walked out of the passageway and arrived in a spacious hall. At the end of the hall, in a pool of green slime, the two-story alien queen stared straight at them. Sharp bone spikes grew on its back, a 5-meter-long tail blade trailed behind it, and its eyes were crimson, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Between the sharp teeth, covered in foul-smelling mucus, a putrid odor filled the air and was sickening. Tang Chuyao almost didn't throw up from the smoke. She covered her mouth and nose and stared blankly at the huge alien queen in front of her. Is this the alien boss? Ho ho! The alien queen let out a deafening roar, and the viscous liquid between her teeth spewed out, splattering the walls around the hall. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly hooked up a smile. Sure enough, it looks just like in the movie. Then I'm not afraid of you. For the little bit of destruction that the alien queen had done in the movie, her current self, she couldn't really look at it. Next, one would not only have to violently beat up this alien queen, but also utilize it to lure all the aliens scattered within the entire secret territory over. This time, the secret world will be a huge attribute point gain. At this time outside the secret realm, Wang Xin and Lin Weidong were staring nervously at the secret realm scoreboard. Suddenly a teacher ran by. Director, the vice principal is here. Wang Xin sniffed and followed his gaze. An old man with white hair, wearing the uniform of the Demon Suppressor Army and carrying 2 stars on his shoulder, walked towards him in a heroic manner. Wang Xin immediately trotted forward and respectfully said, Vice Chancellor. This person was none other than the Vice Principal of Star Ocean Military Academy, a 7th-ranked powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom, Du Hongsheng. Du Hongsheng nodded gently towards Wang Xin and inquired, Wang Xin, what's the current ranking of the secret realm? How are the students in our school doing? Wang Xin glanced at the scoreboard at the entrance of the secret realm. Vice Principal, currently, among the top 10, our school only has Lu Li's team. Du Hongsheng raised both eyebrows slightly. Lu Li? Where are Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao? Wang Xin shook his head. In the top 100. They haven't been seen yet. Didn't you say that Jiang Chen possesses the 100-meter seeing color? How is it possible that he didn't even make it into the top 100? Du Hongsheng asked suspiciously. Wang Xin cautiously returned. Vice Principal, perhaps their luck is just too bad? Du Hongsheng was silent for a moment and spoke slowly. I don't think so. I remember you also said that Jiang Chen can fly, right? Being able to fly, and having a powerful seeing color. The advantage in searching for aliens is quite a bit greater than the others. Plus Tang Chuyao who possesses the burning fruit. No matter what, there's no way that you won't be able to make it into the top 100. Wang Xin sniffed. His eyes snapped wide. Vice Principal, what do you mean? Du Hongsheng nodded. Pyramid. The words fell. Lin Weidong, who was on the side, stared with wide eyes and said incredulously, I clearly emphasized to them that they must not go in. And they promised. Wang Xin also showed a worried expression on his face. I'm afraid that there are second-order ferocious beasts present in this place. Are they crazy? Du Hongsheng's gaze landed on the secret realm's scoreboard. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's useless to talk about this now. Just wait and see. Chapter 36, explosively slashing the alien queen. Roar. A roar as if thunder had exploded. The alien queen leapt up like a black lightning bolt, wrapped in endless killing intent. From the pool of green slime that filled the pungent odor, the target was pointed directly at the Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao duo directly in front of them. Its copper bell-like eyes were like burning green fire at the moment, and the jumping flames were filled with surging anger, as if it was hissing to tear the two humans who dared to intrude into its territory in front of it into a pile of broken meat instantly. Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao droned out and took a step forward. On top of her fist, the blazing flames were like a beast that broke free from its cage, roaring and rushing up, and the blazing heat caused the surrounding air to be flooded with layers of twisted heat waves. Jiang Chen's eyes were grave, and his body didn't move, only gently lifting his right hand. Instantly, a powerful gravity field spread out in all directions with him at the center, squeezing the air around him with a popping sound. Boom dash! 8 tons of gravity poured down, and the alien queen's figure lurched as its speed plummeted, as if it was firmly grabbed by a giant invisible hand. Ho ho! The alien queen tilted up her head, which was covered in hideous sharp teeth, and roared fiercely, forcing herself against the 8 tons of gravity as she continued to lunge towards Jiang Chen and the two of them. The huge body stepped on the ground. Every step fell. Its huge mountain-like body shook the ground under its feet, violently trembling, as if a small earthquake, and the walls of the entire hall rustled with ash and shook. Jiang Chen was shaken inwardly. Good guy. Worthy of being a second-ranked ferocious beast, it could move against its own 8 tons of gravity. Tang Chuyao fiercely blasted out a fire fist, flames whistling out from the fist's blade. Bang dash! The alien queen stumbled as she was smashed by the flames, shaking her head as her eyes which were like an endless abyss, locked onto Tang Chuyao with a deadly grip. Tang Chuyao's eyes widened in shock as she locked eyes with the alien queen's terrifying gaze, her heart filled with disbelief. His own fire fist was useless? Boom 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 dash. Tang Chuyao clenched her teeth, and a steady stream of fiery flames converged on top of her two fists, like a humanoid turret, continuously blasting out multiple rounds of fiery fists. The alien queen's body was smashed to the left and right under this stormy attack. However, it was unable to leave even the slightest trace of its hard exoskeleton. Who dash? The alien queen seemed to have been completely enraged and once again let out a deafening roar. Tang Chuyao pursed her lips tightly, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she gazed unbelievably at the terrifying alien queen in front of her. Is this a second-order ferocious beast? Is it going to be accounted for here today? No way. Absolutely not. Tang Chuyao bellowed, blazing flames enveloping her entire body as she stared deathly at the alien queen that kept closing in on her. Just then, clank dash, buzz dash. A flash of eye-catching cold light accompanied by a slight sword chime instantly flashed by. Jiang Chen's ghostly figure transformed into a residual shadow that was hard to catch with the naked eye, flashing past the alien queen with a speed that was beyond imagination. The alien queen didn't even have time to react, and one of its legs, as thick as a pillar, was instantly chopped off flush from the root. Shasta. The green sticky blood was like a fountain, surging out and splashing down on the surrounding ground, making a zippy corrosive sound. Tang Chuyao gazed at the fallen alien queen in shock. Then she turned her gaze to Jiang Chen, who was standing behind the alien queen. Just now that was Jiang Chen out of the sword? No, that can't be right. His own fire fist can't even break the defense of this ferocious beast. How can Jiang Chen? Him? Who dash? The alien queen propped up her huge body with her only 3 remaining legs, glaring angrily at Jiang Chen behind her. This human, how dare he chop off his own leg? Didn't wait for the alien queen to react. Jiang Chen once again silently disappeared into thin air. Swish dash. Another flash of cold light flashed again. The alien queen threw another leg high into the air, and with only 2 legs left, the alien queen could no longer support her massive body and fell heavily to the ground. The moment. A hint of fear began to emanate from the alien queen's originally angry eyes as it stared deathly at the sharp sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen commanded toward Tang Chuyao. Xiao Tang, don't just stand there. Blast through the ceiling. Ha? What? Tang Chuyao looked at Jiang Chen blankly. She was still immersed in the shocking image of Jiang Chen chopping off the alien queen's legs with a single sword. Jiang Chen calmly said, blast through the ceiling. I'm going to take this thing to the platform at the top of the pyramid. Oh. Tang Chuyao blinked, and although she didn't know what Jiang Chen was going to do, she just did as she was told. The current Jiang Chen was as good as a god in her eyes. Originally, she had thought that she was better than Jiang Chen, at least in terms of destructive power. Now it seems one is dreaming. It's not even a star stronger. It's out of reach. Tang Chuyao took a deep breath as a blazing flame ignited, followed by violently swinging several punches towards the ceiling. Boom 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 dash. The ceiling shattered in response. Stone chips flew, and a passageway to higher ground was revealed as it opened up above. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately manipulated gravity. The gravity, which was so powerful that it was suffocating, was like an invisible giant hand that violently clutched the alien queen, hardening it and plucking it up from the ground, dragging it towards the broken hole in the ceiling. The alien queen was horrified as it desperately flailed its upper limbs, its sharp claws flailing in the air. However, the alien queen, who was already seriously injured at the moment, struggled in vain under Jiang Chen's powerful gravity manipulation. At the top of the pyramid, a platform of nearly 1,000 square feet, the wind howls. Bang dash. The alien's huge body was thrown to the ground. It curled up in the corner, its fearful eyes staring at Jiang Chen in death, green blood continuously gushing out from the cuts in its legs. Under Jiang Chen's gravity cage, the severely injured alien queen was completely unable to move. It was completely unable to comprehend what this powerful human was trying to do. Tang Chuyao stood beside Jiang Chen, her hair a little messy, and asked in confusion, Jiang Chen, what do you want? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth gently rose. Those aliens outside, I'm guessing they're all its minions. Do you think the boss will come to support his minions when he's being beaten up? Ha! Tang Chuyao looked at Jiang Chen in a daze. She knew very well what it would mean if what Jiang Chen said was true. Meaning, countless points. Countless attribute points. Ho ho! The alien queen threw her head back and roared, a deafening roar that spread throughout the entire secret realm. In the meantime, in the countless corners of the secret realm, the aliens hidden in the trees and within the shadows simultaneously turned their heads to look in the direction of the pyramid. Next moment, almost all of the aliens moved, darting madly in the direction of the pyramid. Chapter 37, Rocket Rising Points. Pyramid Outer Rim. Beyond the egg-shaped worm field, Tang Quansheng stared at the direction of the pyramid with wide eyes and dead eyes. That roar? What is it? Yang Chuanzhong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. It's probably a second-order ferocious beast inside the pyramid. Tang Quansheng couldn't help but shiver for a while. It sounds horrible. How can this be something that our freshmen can touch? Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. These two lunatics. This is the end. Tang Quansheng revealed a gloating expression. Yang Chuanzhong said in a deep voice. Is there a possibility that it's the roar of that second-ranked ferocious beast being punched? Don Quansheng put the back of his hand on his teammate's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? That's a second-order ferocious beast, brother. We're all freshmen. How bad can it be? I wouldn't dare to mess with a second-order ferocious beast anyway. Yang Chuanzhong slapped the back of his hand off and said lightly. Let's go. It's time to find the alien. Our first place has been surpassed. Tang Quansheng's gaze fell on the scoreboard in his head. First place, Yang Yang and Luo Changji, points, 78. Second place, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76. After realizing that his team had been overtaken, Tang Quansheng fiercely cursed. Damn it! Hurry up! First place must absolutely be maintained. Just then, he noticed that Yang Chuanzhong was staring blankly in the direction of the outskirts of the pyramid. Lao Yang? Tang Quansheng shouted, then glanced in the direction his teammates were gazing. Next moment, his eyes rolled back in his head. Only several aliens were seen traveling through the jungle and were approaching them at breakneck speed. Is that alien? 1, 2, 3. How many of these nifty ones? Are we getting lucky here? Yang Chuanzhong said in a deep voice. There are too many. Be careful. Do it. The words fell. A touch of purple poisonous gas instantly spread from his hands. Tang Quansheng also clenched his fists and stared dead on at the alien that kept rushing towards them. The distance kept closing. Until the alien crossed directly over to them and headed in the direction of the pyramid. Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong looked at each other blankly. The alien ignored them? What the hell? That's not possible. As a matter of common sense, an alien is bound to attack as soon as it discovers a human. There was no way to just cross them. Suddenly, the two seemed to realize something at the same time and said in unison, no. After saying that, both of their gazes were directed to the pyramid in the distance at the same time. And it wasn't just Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong. The freshmen who were hunting aliens in the outer circle like them were experiencing the same thing at the moment. Countless freshmen watched in confusion as an alien crossed over them and headed straight for the pyramid. No one knows what's going on. The teachers at school didn't say anything about this happening. Did they? Top of the pyramid platform. Tang Chuyao looked openly into the distance as countless black dots continued to approach them. She looked at Jiang Chen excitedly, and even couldn't help but burst out. Really? Alien tide? Misty grass? Jiang Chen looked grave and serious. Later on, I'll unfold the gravity field, and as long as I control the ones that climb up, I'll leave the task of clearing the monsters to you. Aha! Tang Chuyao nodded heavily. Around the pyramid, the wave of aliens converged into a massive black ocean, constantly converging towards where Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were. They frantically worked their way up towards the outer walls of the pyramid. Soon, the first wave of aliens climbed to the top of the pyramid. Jiang Chen held his blind cane and tapped the ground. Buzz dash! The gravity field instantly spread to its maximum range. The moment the alien stepped into the field of gravity, it was crushed to the ground by the terrifying gravity. Immediately after, Jiang Chen manipulated the anti-gravity and directly lifted Tang Chuyao into the sky. Tang Chuyao froze for a moment, then realized Jiang Chen's intentions. Being in the sky allows for a better attack on the aliens on the ground. Tang Chuyao's eyes condensed as she clenched her fists, and two roaring flames instantly ignited at the fists of both fists. Next moment, she swung her fire fist with all her might, ball after ball of fierce fire smashing towards the wave of suppressed aliens on the ground. Boom 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 dash! A mere first-order alien couldn't resist Tang Chuyao's terrifying fire fist. The first wave of aliens that stepped into Jiang Chen's gravity field were destroyed and instantly turned into ashes by the heat of over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Kill one alien. Get 1 point. 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 In the points panel in their minds, a message surfaced. Tang Chuyao only felt refreshed. She couldn't help but speed up her movements as countless tongues of fire fell from the sky, smashing recklessly into the wave of aliens on the pyramid platform. At this moment, curled up to the side, the severely injured alien queen stared blankly at the scene in front of her. In its wise eyes, it seemed to be contemplating. These two humans, what kind of devils are they? One's own alien army, in front of them, was like a mole cricket. Kill one alien. Get 1 point. 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 In the meantime, Jiang Chen and Tang Juyao's points were also climbing extremely fast. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 921. Second place, Yang Yang and Luo Changji, points, 78. Third place, Tang Quanshang and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76. In the blink of an eye, they had already thrown 8 blocks out of second place and were about to step into the 1,000 point mark. One must know that in the know. One secret realm. Up until now, no one had ever managed to score more than 1,000 points. And now, there were still more than 10 whole days until the end of the secret realm. As Tang Chuyao's attacks became more and more violent, the number of alien tides began to decrease drastically. Jiang Chen's gravity field also remained at its maximum range at all times, ensuring that none of the aliens were able to escape control. Boom dash! Another fierce fire fist slammed down, directly smashing the last of the group of aliens into pulp. Ah! OMG! That was awesome! Tang Chuyao landed beside Jiang Chen, excitedly waving her small pink fist in place, her eyes glowing. Jiang Chen, is there a next wave? The words fell. Both turned their heads at the same time to look at the alien queen curled up on the ground. With that greedy and crazy gaze, the alien queen only felt a shiver run through her body. Clank dash. Jiang Chen drew his sword blade and slowly walked towards the alien queen. Tang Chuyao, on the other hand, also pressed the joints of her fists together in a snapping manner, excitedly following Jiang Chen. The alien queen looked at the duo in horror and attempted to move her body backward. Yet under Jiang Chen's gravitational shroud, she was unable to move at all. In the meantime, countless freshmen stood sporadically on the outskirts of the egg-shaped worm field, staring blankly in the direction of the pyramid. Just now, they vaguely saw a blurry figure hovering in the air, a fire fist constantly smashing towards the alien tide. The firelight rushes to the sky. It's like the gods of heaven descending. Immediately afterward, in the scoreboard in their minds, the points behind the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao rose like rockets. Chapter 38. Jiang Chen started riding rockets again? Due to the flow of time inside and outside the secret, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had spent a total of more than half an hour climbing to the top inside the secret. And outside, only 3 minutes had passed. Outside the secret world, 3 minutes ago, there was a tense gravity in the still air. Vice Principal Du Hongshang, Director of Instruction Wang Sen, and classroom teacher Lin Weidong. At this time the three of them were staring at the charts with a stony face. Suddenly, Lin Weidong fiercely pointed at the scoreboard on the surface of the spatial rift with an excited expression. Look! Jiang Chen and the others have entered the top 100. In the 87th place, Wang Sen and Du Hongsheng sniffed and immediately looked in the direction Lin Weidong pointed. When they saw Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's names, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Next moment, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's names violently jumped up another 20 places. This sudden change of heart shook all the teachers present, as if a calm lake had been hit by a boulder, stirring up 1,000 waves. Could it be that Jiang Chen is going to be the same as the entrance test again and start riding a rocket? Next, as they thought, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's names, once again, moved up 20 places. Immediately after that, the rankings moved up in succession. Less than 10 seconds. It was already firmly in first place and was pulling away from second place at a terrifying pace, with a huge gap. More than that, the points are skyrocketing. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 146. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 288. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 522. For a time, outside the secret realm, everyone looked as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization as they stared in shock at the names of the Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao duo. All of the teachers, eyes rounded and mouths slightly open, seemed to have forgotten that they could still breathe. 3 minutes passed in a flash. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 921. Second place, Yang Yang and Luo Changji, points, 78. Third place, Tang Quanshang and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76. Fourth place, Zhao Yang and Wang Rong, points, 75. Fifth place, Lin Xiaohua and Lu Li, points, 74. The points finally stopped moving, and the duo of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao stopped at 921 points. There was silence for a while. Wang Sen twisted his head to look at Du Hongshang, his mouth opening and closing several times. School, Vice Chancellor, what is this situation? Even if they killed the second-order ferocious beasts within the pyramid, the points aren't this exaggerated, right? Lin Weidong, who was on the side, also hurriedly added, yes, I remember a second-order ferocious beast. Hidden reward points, usually 200 points. What is the situation of this alien secret realm? Historically, no one had ever been able to take so many points in the number 1 secret realm. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, Making history. Du Hongsheng swept his eyes at the duo, his brows furrowed into a Chuan character. You're asking me? Who am I asking? After saying that, he stared at the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao again and slowly spoke. When they come out, ask them. It can't be that the secret realm has a bug, right? Lin Weidong cautiously looked at Wang Sen. Wang Sen glared at him and softly chided. Nonsense. When has there ever been a bug in the secret realm? Is there such a good thing? Lin Weidong nodded and muttered with a puzzled expression on his face. So they stabbed the alien nest? Wang Sen sniffed and twisted his head to look at him. You don't say. It's really possible. That ferocious beast in the pyramid might be the key. Inside the secret, the alien queen lay lifelessly on the ground, green blood bubbling out of the incision of her severed leg. After seeing the strength of the duo of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, the alien queen's heart was saddened. It knew very well that even if it continued to call in its minions, it would only be sending them to their deaths. Jiang Chen carried his sword blade and walked up to it, looking down at it. Shout all your cubs to me. You can have a good time when the killing is done. The alien queen seemed to have understood Jiang Chen's words, and its already hideous and gruesome mouth slowly grinned to both sides, revealing its jaggedly sharp mouthparts. Jiang Chen didn't spoil it in the slightest, and directly kicked an Arisher kick at its long, flat head. Bang! Try showing your teeth to me again? Jiang Chen pointed at the alien queen's head as if he was training a dog and said viciously. The alien queen shook her head a few times as she was kicked, then continued to stare at Jiang Chen in death, with a look that she would rather die than give in. Seeing this, Jiang Chen directly rolled up his sleeves. Xiangong, I see that you're not going to shed a tear until you see the coffin. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! Ho ho! After a flurry of punches and kicks, the alien queen curled up and shivered, clarity clearing in those pale green eyes. At this scene, Tang Chuyao was dumbfounded and stood frozen at the side. Jiang Chen drew his sword blade and pressed it against the remaining legs of the alien queen. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you don't call your minions over, I'll remove these last few legs of yours before I slowly peel your skin off. The alien queen heard the words, and it was clear that it understood. Its dark green eyes were filled with despair and fear. Next moment, who dash? A desperate roar shook the entire secret realm. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and looked towards Tang Chuyao. Little Tang, get ready. Keep brushing the monsters. Okay. Tang Chuyao excitedly rolled up her sleeves. Today, brush it off. Anyway, with Jiang Chen around, even if he was completely powerless, he wouldn't panic in the slightest. Outside the egg-shaped worm field, Tang Quansheng stared blankly in the direction of the pyramid for a long time before coming back to his senses and turning his head to look at his teammates to the side. Old Young, I didn't expect you to be right. These two, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, aren't crazy. They're ing devils. Yang Chuanzhong also trembled his voice at this moment. They are breaking the record, right? Although in his heart, he had always felt that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were not that simple. But it's not so outrageous, Tang Quansheng said with wide eyes. More than a record? This is making history alright. Not to mention our Dragon Kingdom. No one in the entire world has been able to swipe monsters in the know. One secret realm in such an exaggerated manner. Yang Chuanzhong couldn't help but gulp. You said, how on earth did they do it? How is it possible for a first-ranked ability to beat a second-ranked ferocious beast? Tang Quansheng sniffed and frowned. There's only one possibility. One of them is more than one rank. Jiang Chen? Yang Chuanzhong asked. Tang Quansheng shook his head. I think it's Tang Chuyao. Jiang Chen can only manipulate a bit of gravity. To put it bluntly, he's just a supporting role. If Tang Chuyao is only of the first rank, what are they going to take to break the defense against the second-ranked ferocious beasts? Yang Chuanzhong laughed bitterly. I didn't realize that the hidden rewards in the alien mystery realm had such a use as gathering monsters from all over the map. Tang Quansheng glanced at him. Old Young, do you think there's a next wave? Just then, Yang Chuanzhong jerked his head to look behind him. In the distance, countless black shadows were rapidly approaching towards them. Here comes the next wave of. Tang Quansheng also turned his head to look, and suddenly he realized something. That's not right, Old Young. There are still 10 days left. At this rate, all the aliens shouldn't have been slaughtered by them. Right? What about our points? Yang Chuanzhong was a bit speechless. Cool. Mix? Asterisk 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 asterisk. No. If I can stop one, it's one. Tang Quansheng rolled up his sleeves and charged towards a wildly running alien. Chapter 39. Where is the bug stuck? Outside the secret world, all the teachers were still immersed in the heaven-defying points of the Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao duo. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, quick look! Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's points are starting to skyrocket again. With this teacher's words, all the teachers cast their gazes on the scoreboard on the surface of the spatial rift. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Points, 921. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. points, 944. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 968. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 1001. This next, the teachers, who were already shocked, became completely nonplussed. If it was just over 900 points, then they could still accept it, and the two of them would only have over 400 attribute points per person equally. Now the points are skyrocketing again. There was still a long way to go before the end, so who knew how many points Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao would reach in the end? Wang Sun looked at Du Hongsheng with surprise on his face. Vice Chancellor, how come Jiang Chen and their points have started to skyrocket again? Could it be that there's more than one wave of alien tide? Du Hongsheng didn't say a word as he quietly gazed at the scoreboard, a touch of appreciation flowing from his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. It was important to know that such a large amount of points meant that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao would gain attribute points that they couldn't dare to imagine after exiting the No. 1 secret realm. It also means that they will be riding high on the road to growth afterward, and both of them were students of their Star Ocean Military Academy. Lin Weidong was both excited and puzzled. Director, they shouldn't be killing the entire secret realm. All the aliens, right? Wang Sun couldn't help but exclaim. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. Director, this is too good, isn't it? I remember that there is a cap on the points reward, and so far only one person in the world has reached the cap. An envious look appeared in Lin Weidong's eyes. If only he could have gotten so many points back then. Wang Sun slowly spoke. Secret realm number 1. Cap points 2000 points, plus 500 points for the first place reward and 300 points for the hidden reward. If they did manage to reach the cap points, it would mean that one of them would receive 400 attribute points after the end of secret realm number 1. With so many attribute points, it was straightforward to reach a second-ranked ability. No one in the Dragon Kingdom has been able to achieve a second-order ability to reach the second-order ability after the end of the No. 1 secret realm so far. Lin Weidong smiled in relief at his words. The two of them, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, were both students in his class. It's kind of awesome to blow later. Just then, the cell phone on Wang Sun's body rang. He looked at the caller ID and couldn't help but reveal a smug smile after realizing that it was his old friend from Linjiang Military Academy. Hello, old Li, what's wrong? It's just that I accidentally won the first place. See how anxious you are. We, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, are indeed a bit stronger than your students, and we do have so many more points than you. Old Li, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. How come it's stuck buggy? How is it a solo? I don't even know what you're talking about. Lin Weidong, who was on the side, looked at Wang Sun, who was smiling at his aunt at this time, and couldn't help but follow suit. Humph, Linjiang Military Academy, let you guys go wild. Inside the secret, Tang Quanqing sat panting on the ground, his face filled with indignation. Damn, can't stop it at all. I'm so pissed off. Now these aliens, when they see us, they directly go around us. They have to go to the pyramid to give Jiang Chen and the others a head start. Hey, it's the third wave already, right? Teammate Yang Chuanzhong also sat down, and the two leaned in, staring desperately in the direction of the pyramid. Like an army of black ants, the aliens rushed up to give Jiang Chen and the others their heads. The flames are sky high. Just now, they had been trying to stop a few of the aliens, and they did kill some at first, and then the aliens saw them from a distance and went straight around. The aliens' sensitive speed, trying to run, they couldn't even catch up. Tang Quanqing glanced at the scoreboard in his mind, and let out a desperate sigh. I'm dropping my mother, all more than 1,800 points. After saying that, he looked at his teammates to the side. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, I wouldn't have known that so many aliens could be hidden in this secret realm. Yang Chuanzhong shook his head with a bitter smile. Hey, forget it, second place is fine. The other side, the two of them, Luli and Lin Xiaohua, also sat on the ground helplessly. They, too, could not stop these aliens bent on death. Luli gazed at the top of the pyramid in a daze. The figure that was like a fire god, envious in her heart. Top of the pyramid. Boom 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 dash. Tang Chuyao hovered in the air, continuously blasting out fire fists towards the black legions at her feet, her face filled with excitement. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in their minds. Reminder, points have reached the limit. Killing aliens will no longer increase points, except for hidden rewards. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 2,000. Jiang Chen was shaken inwardly. Reached the cap? What the hell? There's a limit to the number of points you can earn in the secret world? Tang Chuyao also revealed a surprised expression. The two looked at each other. Jiang Chen looked up at Tang Chuyao and asked aloud. Little Tang, how come there's an upper limit to the secret realm? Our teacher didn't say that either? Tang Chuyao lapsed into silence, silently continuing to bombard the alien tide. A moment later, she spoke. Jiang Chen, is there a possibility that the teacher didn't even think that someone could brush the ceiling? Jiang Chen was speechless inside as he heard this. Xiao Tang did have a bit of truth in what he said. It seemed like he really hadn't seen anyone from the Dragon Kingdom who could be in the secret realm and brush up to the point limit. Never mind. The cap is the cap. That's more than enough points. With 2,000 points, plus the hidden bonus of 300 points, and 500 points for the first place, they could share 1,400 attribute points each. 1,400 attribute points means that it can directly pull the mental attribute up to 720 points. After all, the highest attribute can't be more than double the lowest, but it doesn't matter. The other attribute points are useful too. 720 points of mental attributes means the ability to manipulate 36 tons of gravity. What was only 8 tons has more than quadrupled straight away. With 36 tons of gravity, it's probably able to directly crush a second-order ferocious beast. And you also get 140 skill points for yourself. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at the skill panel in his head. Hearing color Bay LV. 2, 0/60 plus. Current range 500 meters. Next level, range spreads to 1000 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV. 2, 0/20 plus. Currently comprehended sword intent. Next level, sword intent proficient. Gravity field LV. 2, 0/20 plus. Current field range 50 meters. Next level, range spreads to 200 meters. Unlocks gravity wave manipulation proficient. Navy 6 styles LV. 1, 0/10 plus. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV. 10, the next skill can be unlocked, armed color hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 7 out of 10. 140 points. This must not be pulled straight all over again. When the secret realm was over, one would be able to manipulate gravity waves. And then there was no telling how far one could go? Attaching gravity to the sword should be fine. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He shouted towards Tang Chuyao. Don, let's clear out all the aliens in this wave first. Then we can come and finish off this alien queen. At this point, the alien queen, who was curled up to the side, seemed to be able to understand, and lifted her head with difficulty, an expression of relief in her eyes. Chapter 40 The alien queen who left peacefully. Outside the secret world, the crowd of the Star Ocean Military Academy Ableist Association, who were currently sitting on the bleachers, gazed at the scoreboard on the spatial rift. At this point, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had already reached the upper limit of 2,000 points. Such an outrageous score directly silenced everyone dry. A few moments later, Jiang Qingyu leisurely rested his hands on the back of his head and smacked his lips while glancing a few times towards Chao Yang next to him. TSK. I can remember someone swearing that something Jiang Chen would never become a second-ranked ability user after the end of Secret Realm number 1. Oh yeah, and someone had the audacity to emphasize that what they say is the truth, and what others say is also the truth. After saying that, Jiang Qingyu even deliberately imitated Chao Yang's tone at that time, and that look was as beat up as it could be. Chao Yang's face instantly became gloomy. Miso sound stood up. Angry eyes. Jiang Qingyu, do you want to die? Jiang Qingyu, however, did not care at all. Instead, he smiled and extended a finger, pointing at the storming Chao Yang and twisting his head to look at Vice President Chu Liang. Ha 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 ha, old Chu. Look, he's in a hurry. In the face of Jiang Qingyu's yin and yang, Chao Yang completely couldn't tense up. His veins rippled on his forehead. Damn you, have the guts to come to the ring with me. Jiang Qingyu's face was full of disdain. His hands clasped his chest as he dangled back. Just go. I'm still afraid of you? Just as the swords were drawn, Yang Xiaotong stood up, blocked between the two of them, and sighed. Be quiet guys, one is a smoke fruit powerhouse that can elementalize, and the other is an immortal bird fruit powerhouse. Who can you beat? Battle until the end of time, right? The words fell. Both of them turned their heads aside at the same time. What Yang Xiaotong said was indeed correct. A smoke fruit ability person who could elementalize could not be hit at all without an armed color hegemony. Jiang Qingyu, on the other hand, was even more outrageous and could not be beaten at all. Both of them were also fourth-ranked ability users and had comparable strengths, and when they came together, they were completely indistinguishable from each other. Chu Liang dropped his gaze on Chao Yang and slowly spoke. Alright Chao Yang, all cut the crap. Since Jiang Chen is already destined to be a second-order ability person, when the secret realm is over, why don't you tell someone to go and absorb him into the association, and directly convert him to a full member? Chao Yang sniffed, snorted coldly, and twisted his head to leave. Seeing this, his own brother Chao Jun, who was sitting beside him, hurriedly followed him. Star Ocean Military Academy. On a quiet path inside the school, Chao Jun followed closely behind Xiao Yang and cursed. Damn, this Zheng Qingyu is too cheap. Brother, find a chance to clean him up. Chao Yang clenched his fists and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. There will be a chance. After saying that, he stopped and turned his head to look at his younger brother, Chao Jun, with a flash of gloom in his eyes. After the freshmen have done their ability evaluation steps, you'll go to the recruiting, and then thwart Zheng Chen. I'll let him make a name for himself. Chao Jun sniffed and similarly revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, brother. I know what's in my heart. Humph. So what if I'm a second-ranked ability user? My barrier. No one can break it under the same rank. As is the custom of the Star Ocean Military Academy Ableist Association. At the time of every freshman recruiting session, the older students would make a point of showing off a couple of their skills to give the freshmen a run for their money. After all, this was a martial arts school that had always honored force and strength. In the association, strength is everything. The absolute king. In every freshman class, there are always a few unknowing pricks who, relying on the awakening of a slightly better talent, flaunt their power and arrogance in the school, completely disregarding the older siblings in their eyes. And at this time, it is necessary for the older students to step in and teach these rash young people a good lesson, so that they recognize the reality and understand that in the military school, they are just a drop in the ocean. Inside the secret, at the top of the pyramid, Tang Chuyao was still cleaning up the remaining wave of aliens. Zheng Chen paced unhurriedly to the side of the alien queen, stroking its long, flat head and mouthing words. Brothers, oh no, you seem to be a mother. Old sister. Honestly, really have to thank you for giving us such a generous gift of points. You can go in peace now. The alien queen, who was dying at the moment, heard these words and a soft whimper rolled hard from her throat. Does that speak human language? Not only do you kill yourself, but you kill your own men, and then you end up with a thank you? If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat Zheng Chen, the alien queen would have wanted to pounce on him and bite him to death. Zheng Chen looked calm, slowly raising the long sword in his hand, the icy cold blade closing in on the alien queen's head inch by inch. The chill seemed to instantly seep into its bone marrow. The alien queen closed her eyes peacefully, with a look of relief at last. Next moment, the blade went straight down. Pus. Green sticky blood spurted out along the sword, and the alien queen's huge body shuddered violently, then completely died. Another moment passed. Tang Chuyao finally finished clearing the remaining alien tide, and as if she had been drained of all her strength, her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. At the moment, she was almost exhausted. The whole thing is nearly 2,000 aliens. It's all her responsibility to clean up. But even so, Tang Chuyao didn't have the slightest complaint, and was even excited. After all, if it wasn't for Zheng Chen, she wouldn't have been able to do this thing of violently beating up the alien queen. Zheng Chen sheathed his sword, walked over to Tang Chuyao, sat down on his knees, raised his eyes to the distant sky that was permeated with deathly silence, and leisurely opened his mouth. I didn't realize that the secret realm even had a points cap. Tang Chuyao sat up with strong support and propped her hands behind her back. Zheng Chen, we can get a total of 2,800 points this time. That's 1,400 attribute points for one person. It's already outrageous enough. This means that as long as we get out of the secret realm, when the time comes for the ability rating, we'll be able to rate as a second-order ability user straight away. Our Dragon Kingdom has never had a direct second-ranked ability user at the end of the first secret realm. Zheng Chen let out a light laugh. That's true, Tang Chuyao continued. And we've already reached the second-ordered abilities in the first secret realm, and in the next secret realm, we'll be able to kill almost all of them indiscriminately. After she finished speaking, she carefully glanced at Zheng Chen. Zheng Chen, can I still team up with you for the next secret realm? She had seen Zheng Chen's terrifying strength with her own eyes. To be able to kill a second-stage ferocious beast as a freshman, such potential. For the sake of one's future, one had to hold on to this big leg. Zheng Chen responded casually. All right. Zheng Chen was still satisfied with Tang Chuyao's performance. This little girl, although her strength was not as good as her own, compared to the others, she was considered a powerhouse among powerhouses, and work is also very hard. Group her one does not matter. Anyway, group secret realm is a must. Group others might as well group Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao sniffed and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Right, Zheng Chen? Tang Chuyao asked as if she suddenly remembered something, her eyes filled with curiosity. How many cards of destructive power can you cut with one sword? Zheng Chen said bluntly. Oh, almost 5,000 cards. The words fell. Tang Chuyao stared at Zheng Chen with wide, unbelievable eyes. 5,000 cards? 2,500 cards in a single fire fist shot by yourself is a stretch for a freshman. Jiang Chen with a sword of 5,000 cards? And in such a casual tone, as if it wasn't much of a big deal? What kind of demon is this? Tang Chuyao cried out silently inwardly. Jiang Chen stood up and patted the dust on his butt. It was already a solid first place, and the next step was to wait until the end of the secret realm to settle the attribute points. I'll get some dry branches and stay here tonight, Jiang Chen said, directly rising up in the air, leaving behind Tang Chuyao who was still immersed in shock. Chapter 41, Crazy Boost. Time flew by, and it soon came to the last day within the secret territory. Yang Chuanzhong sat on the ground, his back leaning tightly against a large tree, his expression slightly tired. Tang Quansheng, on the other hand, paced back and forth in front of him in annoyance, full of depression with no place to vent it, and from time to time he raised his foot and kicked hard at the gravel on the ground. Tang Quansheng. At this moment, a voice rang out from behind them. Tang Quansheng was filled with impatience as he twisted his head to follow the sound and realized that it was their classmates from Linjiang Military Academy, and the current third place in the points table, Rong Yang and Luo Chengji. Old Don, you guys are pretty laid back. Ha! Rong Yang was the first to speak, with a few snickering smiles on his face as he strides along with Luo Chengji. Seeing this, Tang Quansheng gave him a blank look without any good reason. What else can we do? It's been 10 days and we've only caught 3 ING aliens, all of which Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao killed. Rong Yan laughed bitterly. You guys aren't doing too bad then. Ever since Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao cleared the alien tide, we've only encountered one in the past 10 days or so. When Tang Quansheng heard this, he was so angry that he clenched his fists. Goddamn Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Originally the first few days were quite good. A day can kill a dozen or 2 dozen aliens. To them so stirred up. By the time the second secret realm we will be difficult. Rong Yang slowly crouched down and sighed heavily. Hey, actually it's not too bad. Top more or less 200 attribute points. Not too big a loss. Only the second secret realm to see if it can make up for it. Immediately after, the 4 men sat in a circle, all hanging their heads. Tang Quansheng tilted his head and looked up at the sky, lamenting. What do you guys say about how Tang Chuyao is so strong? Can you kill even a second-order ferocious beast? Rong Yang glanced at him. Otherwise the burning fruit would be known as the most maturely developed S-rank fruit. But perhaps Tang Chuyao herself is highly talented. Tang Quansheng shrugged and spread his hands out. It's almost over. We're giving up anyway. So are we. After saying that, the 4 of them glanced at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. A jungle within the secret territory. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had basically been in a state of doing nothing and wandering around for the past 10 days. At the moment, the duo was sitting around with the humble barbecue set up in front of them. Tang Chuyao's cheeks puffed out and said vaguely, we're going to participate in the rank evaluation after we go out. Jiang Chen, if it weren't for the mandatory requirement of attribute points for rank evaluation, it feels like you'd have a chance to be directly evaluated to the 3rd rank. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned and asked in passing, how much destructive power does the 3rd rank require? 20,000 cards. Tang Chuyao swallowed the food in her mouth and spat out the word sharply. Jiang Chen's heart jolted and he blurted out, the 2nd rank is only 5,000 cards. This jump to 20,000 cards in one go is too big of a span, isn't it? Tang Chuyao explained as she chewed the meat nonchalantly. It's not too bad. The total attribute point requirement for the 3rd rank is 3,000 points, which translates to about 750 points on average for each attribute. Without any ability increase, it can probably hit 7,500 cards of destruction, and the ability increase requirement for the 3rd rank is probably closer to 3x counting as a pass. However, the higher the rank, the higher the required ability increase multiplier, which is also closely related to the fruit ability development, or the degree of development of physical arts swordway. Those 7th and 8th ranked powerhouses, their ability multiplier increases can reach tens of times. Jiang Chen listened to Tang Chuyao's explanation and hung his head slightly, pondering. Think about it. Even if the 3rd order destructive power requirement was 20,000 cards, it might not be enough on its own. At the end of this mystery, the strength attribute will be able to point up to roughly 360 points, or a base destructive power of 3,600 cards. Upgrading blind sword art again. Proficiency level sword intent attachment, and gravity attachment. Easily a tenfold increase, right? Thinking about this, Jiang Chen then followed up with a question. What are the requirements for a 4th order ability? Tang Chuyao tilted her head in slight contemplation, and after a moment, she responded, it seems to be 8,000 total attribute points, and the destructive power requirement is 80,000, right? Jiang Chen was silent. 80,000 cards. Estimating the current state of his own, the destructive power at the end of the secret realm would be 30,000 plus cards at best. though compared to other second-order ability users, it could literally throw them off by 8 blocks, enough to rival third-order ability users. But with the fourth order, the gap was still obvious. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, a crisp beep sounded abruptly. 1 minute left until the end of this mystery. Ah, it's finally over. Tang Chuyao excitedly stretched. Not having bathed for 20 whole days, she could barely stand it now. Soon, a minute passed. Jiang Chen only felt a flash of white light, followed by the instant disappearance of the dense jungle around him. The two of them just shifted to a space out of nowhere, and the sky and earth were white with snow. This is also where the settlement of attribute points begins after the secret world is over. The secret world is over and points are being settled. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao have been detected killing the alien queen, rewarded with 300 hidden points. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao ranked first in the points list, rewarded 500 points. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's total points of 2,800 have been detected, and are in the process of settling attribute points. In less than a minute, the attribute points were all settled. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao each shared 1,400 attribute points. In an instant, the two of them were surrounded by a layer of dreamy light veil, and their light flickered with splendor. In the meantime, in Jiang Chen's mind, 2 crisp beeps sounded at the same time. Gained 1,400 attribute points, gained 140 skill points. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately opened his panel and started adding points without stopping. Tinkerbell. For a while, golden light flashed frequently above the panel. Strength, 80 plus, Strength, 360 plus. Spirit, 160 plus, Spirit, 720 plus. Body mass, 80 plus, Body mass, 360 plus. Agility, 80 plus, Agility, 360 plus. Maneuverable gravity, 36 tons. The 4-dimensional attributes, the entirety of which had been raised by more than 4 times. In an instant, an incomparably majestic power surged up from deep within Jiang Chen's body. This power, rushing and whistling along the meridians of the entire body, penetrated into every subtle cell and merged into the boiling blood. Click here. The bones made a slight clicking sound. Jiang Chen felt the great metamorphosis that was taking place within his body. He subconsciously gently clenched his fists, which at this moment seemed to contain the power of 1,000 pounds, and with a random punch, he was afraid that he could directly kill an elephant. Not only attack power, but physique and agility also gained a huge boost. A 360-point constitution means that with the use of an iron block, you can harden the destructive power of a wanka. With 720 points of mental power, it was more than capable of directly manipulating 36 tons of gravity, equivalent to nearly 20 small cars, equivalent to a medium-sized tank. Want to fight yourself? Start by smashing a medium tank directly into the opponent. Give your opponent a taste of what desperation means. Now even if the alien queen was in front of him, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even need to draw his sword. Just this 36 tons of gravity would be able to directly crush it into mush. Phew. And skill points. Jiang Chen moved his gaze to the skill panel. Hearing Color Buster Aura LV. 2, 0/60 plus. Next level, range spread to 1,000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 2, 0/20 plus. Next level, Sword Intent Proficient. Gravity Field LV. 2, 0/20 plus. Next level, range spread to 200 meters. Unlock Gravity Wave Manipulation Proficient. Navy 6 Styles LV. 1, 0/10 plus. Assignable skill points, 140. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV. 10, the next skill can be unlocked, Armed Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 7 out of 10. Chapter 42 Unlocking Armed Color Hegemony. Sword Intent Proficiency. For the skill additions, the focus is definitely on 3 skills: Seeing Color, Blind Swordsmanship, and Gravity Field. As for the Navy 6, it's not a high priority for now. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen directly leveled up all 3 major skills one by one. Hearing Color Hegemony LV. 2. Hearing Color Hegemony LV. 3. Hearing Color Bay LV. 3. 0/180 plus. Current range 1,000 meters. Next level, range spread to 2,000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 2. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 3. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 3. 0/40 plus. Currently Comprehended Sword Intent Proficient. Next level, Sword Chi Proficient. Gravity Field LV. 2. Gravity Field LV. 3. Gravity Field LV. 3. 0/40 plus. Current field range 200 meters. Gravity Wave Manipulation Proficient Mastered. Next level, range spread to 500 meters. Assignable skill points, 40. The moment the skill is tapped, Jiang Chen clearly felt that his perception range had directly doubled. More than that, his perceptual perspective became clearer. It was as real as the real eye could see, and there was no longer any difference. The only difference was that Jiang Chen's perspective was 360 degrees all around with no dead angles and ignored obstacles, straight to the essence. Tang Chuyao, who was on the side, was as transparent and knowledgeable within Jiang Chen's perception perspective. It's more than that. Jiang Chen gently pulled out the blade of his sword. In an instant, the air currents around the sword quietly churned up, transmitting to him the subtle to subtle movements between heaven and earth. With the seesaw color scheme, he could clearly perceive the slight thrumming of the air as it brushed against the sword. Everything seems to shed its usual gentle disguise and reveal its innermost rustic structural veins. The mountains and boulders were no longer static majestic landscapes in his eyes, but natural secrets that contained the power to move towards. The textured folds were just like the optimal route for the operation of the sword stance, guiding him on how to break the situation with the sword and use his chi to control the force. It's a wonderful feeling. Jiang Chen gripped the hilt of the sword, and it was as if a tacit understanding was born between his fingers and the hilt of the sword. The sword was no longer a cold metal instrument, but a part of his body that extended out. Move with your heart and your mind to the sword. Jiang Chen decisively drew his sword blade and swung it through the air. Buzz dash. Wherever the sword blade passed, it seemed to have a marvelous resonance with the surrounding air, actually causing the space to ripple in a circle that was visible to the naked eye. Tang Chuyao, who was on the side, witnessed this shocking scene, and her entire body froze on the spot. Her mouth slightly opened into a small O shape, and her eyes stared round, full of shock and disbelief. What the hell is this? It's not a mistake, is it? This sword, it even directly caused space to fluctuate? Is this some new skill developed by the heavy fruit? Tang Chuyao just gazed at Jiang Chen incredulously, her heart full of shock making her forget to even open her mouth to ask. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The gravity field was also raised to 200 meters, and there was a preliminary mastery of gravity wave manipulation. The sword he had just swung also tried to attach gravity to it and succeeded. There would be no more gravity enveloping him along with himself, as it had been in the beginning. Just then, a crisp beep sounded in Jiang Chen's head once again. Total skill level detected to have reached LV. 10 out of 10. Unlocking a new skill. Armed color hegemony. Armed color hegemony LV. 1. Can touch the entity of the ability. Next level, armed color entanglement. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV. 20. The next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, October 20th. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Armed color hegemony. With this skill, there's no need to worry about encountering an enemy that can elementalize and there's nothing you can do about it. And, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the latest tip. Total skill level reaches LV. 20. Unlocking Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. This move is one of Fujitaka's signature skills in the anime. Attach gravity to the blade and swing it out, while releasing a huge horizontal gravity into the orbit of the swing, crushing everything in front of you. It is an extremely terrifying long-range AoE attack skill. Right now, one's total level is just 10 levels short. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and began to think about which skill to allocate the remaining 40 skill points to. The Seeing Color upgrade requires 180 points, so just pass. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 3. 0/40+. Currently comprehended Sword Intent Proficient. Next level, Sword Chi Proficient. Gravity Field LV. 3. 0/40+. Current field range 200 meters. Gravity Wave Manipulation Proficient Mastered. Next level, range spread to 500 meters. Navy 6 Styles LV. 1. 0/10+. Armed Color Hegemony LV. 1. 0/20+. Can attack elementalized enemies? Next level, Armed Color Wrap. Giving skill points to the Navy 6 Styles and Armed Color Buster would result in some remaining skill points that couldn't be used. That's tough for an OCD person. So pass as well. The rest of the Blind Sword Art and Gravity Field. Upgrading the Blind Sword Art to gain a proficiency level of Sword Chi doesn't seem like much. After all, it was only a proficiency level, and the attack power shouldn't be that strong, so it would be better to just pull the opponent in front of him, and use the proficiency level Sword Intent to kill him with a single sword. The gravity field could directly increase the range to 500 meters, and one's current Seeing Color range was 1,000 meters. This should qualify as a huge upgrade. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen then directly invested his skill points into the gravity domain. Ding dash. Gravity Field LV. 3. Gravity Field LV. 4. Gravity Field LV. 4. 0/80+. Current field range 500 meters. Gravity Wave Manipulation Proficient Mastered. Next level, range spread to 1000 meters. Assignable skill points, 0. Jiang Chen's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Can't you master mastery level gravity wave manipulation at the next level yet? Is it going to be another level down? I just tried it myself. It's only a proficient level of gravity wave manipulation. And I can't do it yet to pull gravity into the air and form a repulsive gravity circle that bounces off all attacks just like the Fuji tigers in the anime. Forget it, for now. Jiang Chen took one last look at his current panel. Power, 360 plus. Spirit, 720 plus. Physical fitness, 360 plus. Agility, 360 plus. Maneuverable gravity, 36 tons. Hearing color Bay LV, 3/0/180 plus. Current range 1000 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV, 3/0/40 plus. Currently comprehended sword intent mastery. Gravity field LV, 4/0/80 plus. Current field range 500 meters. Gravity wave manipulation mastered proficient. Armed color hegemony LV, 1/0/20 plus. Can attack elementalized enemies? Next level, armed color wrap. Navy 6 styles LV, 1/0/10 plus. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just then, he sensed the dazed Tang Chuya behind him. Jiang Chen twisted his head. What's wrong, Don? Nothing. Tang Chuya came back to her senses. Jiang Chen, what was that sword just now? Did I blur my eyes? Oh, nothing, just developed a new skill. Jiang Chen said casually. Tang Chuya was speechless for a while. This skill didn't look simple, but it turned out to be said so casually. Alright, let's go. It's time to go out. The homeroom teacher is probably waiting for us just outside the secret boundary. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he took large steps towards the exit of the secret realm. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao also hurriedly got up to follow. Chapter 43, The Second Order Fierce Beast was actually killed by Jiang Chen? Beyond the secret world, almost all the teachers of the Star Ocean Military Academy had gathered here. Lin Weidong's face was filled with excitement. The reason was simple, this time. In Secret Realm Number 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, who had made history, were his students. Vice-Chancellor Du Hongsheng stood upright with his arms folded, his eyes filled with a few moments of anticipation. Director of Instruction Wang Sen was also at the side, his gaze sweeping towards the spatial crack from time to time, equally excited. And there was another part of the teacher that had a somewhat mixed look on her face. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had indeed made history, yes, but this had also led to other students with unexpectedly low points. It was equivalent to most of the points converging on Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Lin Weidong stood on his tiptoes and kept looking around, mumbling, time should be up, right? How come it hasn't come out yet? Wang Xin glanced at him. Shaolin, what's the rush? It'll be out soon, Lin Weidong said excitedly. I so want to know how Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao and the others did it. This time, our Dragon Kingdom is considered to have conquered another secret realm's hidden reward, and they're still my students. Wang Xin sniffed and followed with a light laugh. Snickering, look at your unproductive appearance. Speaking, the crack in space that was originally as quiet as a mirror suddenly rippled. It's out. The students are out. A sharp-eyed teacher couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In an instant, all eyes focused in unison. Immediately after, the first freshmen came through the cracks. These new students, one by one, dusty, covered with dust and stains, ragged with the streets of the downtrodden beggars no different. A light breeze was blowing. At once, the whole playground. It stinks. The teachers didn't have much of a reaction though. Most of the secret worlds were like this and they were used to it. The homeroom teachers of each class began to come forward as well, each recognizing students in their own classes. Lin Weidong weaved his way through the crowd, and it took a while before he finally gathered all the students in his class together. He counted the number of people and realized that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were not in the crowd. Wang Ming, where are Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao? Wang Ming raised his head and said with two woofy eyes, aggrieved. I don't know teacher. I only got 20 points this time. The front is okay, I can encounter 4 or 5 aliens a day, but I can't encounter any at all in the back. Lin Weidong sniffed and was inwardly speechless. He was the one who had seen the scoreboard with his own eyes, so naturally he could guess what was going on in there. It was nothing more than the two of them, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, killing all the monsters. Just then, the other students made noises when they heard Wang Ming say that. Yeah, Mr. Lin, us too. We just hung around the outer ring of the pyramid. Tang Chuyao is too strong. The aliens were almost all killed by her. We were even worse, with just over 10 points. We saw a lot of aliens, but it turned out that they didn't even pay attention to us, and insisted on going around to give Tang Chuyao a head. For a while, the scene was plunged into a cacophony of noise, and the students all seemed to have found a vent for their emotions, venting their dissatisfaction to their heart's content. Quiet, all be quiet. Lin Weidong tugged on his voice. Maintaining order among the students. Did you guys see how Tang Chuyao and the others were killed? Saw it. Almost everyone close to the pyramid. Saw it. It was horrible. It's inhuman. Yeah. The aliens don't know what's wrong with them. They're rushing to give away their heads like crazy. Densely packed. Just like an army of ants. Lin Weidong's brows furrowed slightly as he listened to the students. Didn't you guys see Jiang Chen? A student shook his head with a blank expression. No. Only saw Tang Chuyao. The aliens were all killed by Tang Chuyao. Lin Weidong sniffed and twisted his head to exchange a glance with Wang Sen. He didn't know what the situation was, so he could only wait for Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao to come out and ask them. In the next few moments, wave after wave of freshmen came out of the spatial rift. Since Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had gained more attribute points, they naturally stayed within the settlement space. For the longest time, especially Jiang Chen, it took some time to point skills. It was only after the last wave of students came out, and a full 5 minutes had passed, that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's figures slowly stepped out of the spatial rift. Coming! Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao are coming out. With a shout from one of the students, all eyes turned to the two of them. There was no doubt that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were the center of attention for all the people in the know. One secret realm this time. Lin Weidong took the lead and jogged over, looking the duo up and down in excitement as he did so, his eyes full of concern, carefully checking to see if there were any injuries anywhere. Teacher Lin. We're fine. Really fine. Jiang Chen stopped Lin Weidong with some tears and laughter. I'm glad it's okay. Lin Weidong patted the shoulders of the duo, his face filled with pride. This time, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao not only broke the record, but also conquered a hidden reward of a secret realm. As long as it is reported truthfully, those of them who are teachers have a great deal to gain. At that moment, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng also came up. Wang Sin immediately introduced. This is the Vice Principal of our school. Du Hansen smiled and nodded. My name is Du Hongsheng. You guys have kind of made history this time. Not only did you win honor for our school, but you also conquered a secret realm for our Dragon Kingdom. I'm proud of you guys. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao nodded slightly and politely greeted each other. Du Hongsheng's gaze was gentle as he softly inquired. Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao, can you tell us what exactly happened in the secret realm? After saying that, he rested his gaze on Tang Chuyao's body. After all, among those present, their thoughts were simple. The one who could decimate a second-ranked ferocious beast could only be Tang Chuyao by any stretch of the imagination. Tang Chuyao's pretty face was slightly red, and her gaze looked around as if she was a bit embarrassed. Chancellor Du. Next time, Tang Chuyao explained in detail everything that had happened within the secret territory, including that second-order alien queen, which was actually beheaded by Jiang Chen. The people who heard these words showed astonished expressions. I didn't realize it was Jiang Chen who killed him? How did he do it? Du Hongsheng looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that the second-order ferocious beast was actually killed by Jiang Chen. And listening to Tang Chuyao's explanation, it was completely Jiang Chen alone who killed it. If it was killed by Tang Chuyao, Du Hongsheng would not be so complicated inside. Jiang Chen is a blind man. How far can a blind man go, even if he is gifted to such an extent? Du Hongsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Still, he inquired curiously, Jiang Chen, how many cards of destruction were you able to chop before you entered secret realm number 1? Jiang Chen, haven't measured it, probably around 5,000 calories. 5,000 cards? At those words, all the teachers stared in disbelief. No wonder Jiang Chen was able to decapitate the alien queen. With a destructive power of 5,000 cards, it was indeed possible to decapitate a second-order ferocious beast. After a while, only then did Du Hansen come back to his senses. Relieved, you've each taken 400 attribute points this time, so let's remeasure the destructive power when the time comes. Immediately afterward, he instructed the teachers. Well, the students are all very tired. Let them go back to rest first. Give them a day off tomorrow, and gather the day after tomorrow for uniform grading. The words fell. The teachers each organized the students in their classes and boarded the bus. Wait for the crowd to leave. Wang Sen asked softly, Principal Du, how much destructive power do you think Jiang Chen he can actually hit right now? Du Hongsheng gazed at Jiang Chen's back with relief and guessed. According to the 5,000 cards right before he entered the secret realm, now I'm guessing, around 20,000 cards? Talk to me after the test then. 20,000 cards? The threshold of a second-order ability user is just 5,000 cards. This Jiang Chen is a bit outrageous. Wang Sin sighed. Chapter 44, Hot Search Again. Jiang Chen chopped out 20,000 cards at most, right? Half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, he threw off his shoes and dove into the shower. Warm water poured from the nozzle, washing away all the exhaustion of the past 20 days. After his bath, Jiang Chen was refreshed, and he lay down on all fours on that big bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Though this time in the secret world, everything was going well, but it's still the comfort of your own king-sized bed. Before Jiang Chen went to sleep, he habitually touched his cell phone. Sure enough, as one would expect, it's dominating the headlines again. Shocking! Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen have attacked the alien mystery hidden rewards and reached the point limit for the first time in history. Jiang Chen just casually scanned it and was attracted by the title of a self-published video. He flicked his finger and the video played, while absently scrolling through the comments that came in like a tidal wave underneath. As a bedtime pastime. According to reliable sources, within the secret territory this time, Tang Chuyao alone decimated 2,000 aliens, worthy of being an S-ranked burning fruit ability. Not only that, but the second-order ferocious beasts within the pyramid. The odds were that they were also killed by Tang Chuyao. I'm afraid that Tang Juyao's future achievements will far surpass those of any great general. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Good lord, other than the title mentioning his name, that's not a word in the video. Those who don't know still think that this is a single secret realm. The second-order ferocious beasts are obviously tender death by themselves. Okay. However, on second thought, since the media, they like to get eyeballs, blindly, always speak irresponsibly. Jiang Chen continued to scroll up the comments. It's true. My brother is a freshman at Linjiang Military Academy, and he told me himself that Tang Chuyao floats in the sky, just like a god descending from the heavens. Picture, and the person is still so beautiful. I declare her my new goddess. No rebuttals will be accepted. But why did Tang Chuyao find a blind man to team up with? The two of them wouldn't have anything fishy going on, would they? Can it be that Jiang Chen has some kind of heavenly background? Jiang Chen is just an ordinary person who can't be any more ordinary. Not only is he blind, but he's also stupid enough to give up the burnt fruit. What do you guys know? If Jiang Chen hadn't given up the burnt fruit, could Tang Chuyao have gotten it? Tang Chuyao is repaying a favor. My goddess Tang is not only beautiful, she's also strong and has a good heart. I've heard that Jiang Chen's ability is good for assisting well. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's help, Tang Chuyao wouldn't necessarily have been able to kill the second-ranked ferocious beast. Upstairs, is Jiang Chen your father? No matter what, these people will be heroes guarding the Dragon Kingdom in the future. And just because Jiang Chen is blind, you guys are insulting the heroes like that? Exactly. A bunch of keyboard warriors. Jiang Chen was inwardly speechless. It was true that there were many right and wrongs when people were red. He wasn't about to clarify anything though. After all, this world of human beings is not an iron plate. The other side of the ocean there is that on the dragon country eyeing the beautiful country next door from time to time to engage in a little action of the small cherry blossom. One can't guarantee that there is no walking $500,000 on the dragon side. Moreover, he himself didn't have any big background, and his current strength wasn't strong. According to Tang Chuyao, it was probably only equivalent to a third-order ability user. And third-order abilities are, to put it bluntly, cannon fodder. If not necessary, it's best to keep a low profile and develop slowly. Sure, show strength when you need to show strength. There's no need to be so high profile. These people are just spewing it anyway, and it doesn't affect their ability to get the highest rewards along the way. These people will be honest when we pull some meteorites down later. Jiang Chen tossed his cell phone aside. Next, it's time for the strength rating scale. There was no telling how many cards of destruction he could cut with a full-strength sword right now. Now on base destructive power of 3,600 cards. With the addition of proficient level sword intent and 36 tons of gravity, there was reasonably nothing wrong with an increase of more than 10 times. I'm guessing 40 or 50. 000 calories at least? That's pretty much mid-third order ability power. And most of the others aren't even second order. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. And after judging the steps, it seems like it's time for the association to recruit. There was still a month to go before the next secret realm entry, and I wondered if I could pick up some quests to do during this time. The goal now, always, is to get attribute points. Jiang Chen gradually fell asleep while pondering. Meanwhile, this side of the girls' dormitory, Tang Chuyao had just finished washing up, wearing a cartoon pajamas, with a moist mask on her face, and clutching her cell phone in her hand. Dad, take it easy for now. This time the secret realm really doesn't have much to do with me. I'm not being modest. It's all because of Jiang Chen. It's that blind classmate who I told you about before enrollment to give me the burnt fruit. I don't know how he did it. But anyway, he said that he was able to chop out 5,000 calories of destruction before he went into secret realm number 1. On the other end of the phone, Tang Lianying, who was a major general, was silent. Immediately afterward, Tang Chuyao poured beans out of a bamboo tube, explaining to her father all the details and corners of the secret realm. After a while, Tang Lianying's voice slowly came from the other side of the receiver. AI. Since the last surgical fruit ability person was sacrificed on the battlefield, no one has been able to awaken to the surgical fruit. Or else I'd be high and low to have to invite a surgical fruit ability person to come in and look at this child's eyes. Tang Chuyao raised her hand and gently patted the cucumber slices that were on her face, saying nonchalantly, "Dad, Zhang Chen seeing color has already reached 500 meters. On the other end of the phone, Tang Lianying sighed slightly. 500 meters is still too little. The human visual distance is at least 20 kilometers. This is too far off. But daughter, no matter what, Zhang Chen is a potential stock. This thigh you hold tight early." "Got it, Dad." Tang Chuyao responded obediently. Early the next morning, the golden sunlight poured over the Star Ocean Military Academy's Ableist Association building, giving the entire building a golden veil. Inside the building, the many members of the association were all busy at the moment, working in a tight schedule. Today is the day of the evaluation of the steps of this freshman class, and it was in the association building that they judged the steps. And the process of evaluating the steps is conducted by the students of the association. 6th floor at this time. Yang Xiaotong clutched the folder plastic plate, her almond eyes rounded, staring dead on at a piece of memory metal in front of her that shone with a cold luster. Not a moment too soon. Her eyebrows instantly knitted into a ball as she twisted her head and rushed to the side of the dangling Zhang Qingyu and yelled at the top of her voice. "Zhang Qingyu, see for yourself how many cards this is?" Zhang Qingyu inserted his hands inside his coat pockets and slowly wandered over, full of unconcern. "What's wrong? I say, big sister goat. This is a real 20,000 card test alloy. It's more than enough to test a new student who just came out of the know. One secret realm, right? Do you have to be so serious?" Yang Xiaotong forced down her anger and said word for word. "I said, bring 40,000 cards of test alloy." Zhang Qingyu was a bit unconvinced and his neck stretched. 20,000 cards would already be the threshold of a third-order ability person. Ah, you don't really think that Zhang Chen would be able to reach the strength of a third-order ability person just after passing through secret realm number 1, do you? Whether it's enough or not, it's not your turn to say. Yang Xiaotong glared at him and said heavily, "Now, immediately, right away, go and bring me the 40,000 card test alloy." Seeing that she was angry, Zhang Qingyu didn't dare to talk back, nimbly picking up the piece of memory metal, turning around and heading out. As he walked, he kept whispering under his breath, "There's something wrong. I just don't believe it. Zhang Chen can't still blow up this 20,000 card test alloy? Making a big deal out of it." "What did you say?" The crisp voice came from behind him. Zhang Qingyu twisted his head and laughed. "Nope. Going to change it right now." Chapter 45, Wang Ming, feeling out of place. Early in the morning, Zhang Chen had just walked out of the dormitory when he bumped into Wang Ming, who lived in the next dormitory. "Tatsu. Get a move on. You're going to be late." Zhang Chen closed the door and walked with Wang Ming in the direction of the association building. Last night, class teacher Lin Weidong also sent a special group message that at 8 o'clock this morning, all people will gather at the association building to evaluate the steps. It just so happened that he himself was curious as to just how much destructive power he could slash out of a sword right now. The campus paths were crowded and bustling with mostly new students. After a night's rest, the freshmen swept away the fatigue of last night, and at this moment all of them are full of energy, and their footsteps are hurriedly running in the direction of the association building. Wang Ming moved forward with the flow of people while stealing glances at Zhang Chen beside him from time to time. Finally, he couldn't help but open his mouth in curiosity and ask, "Brother Chen, did you really kill that second-order ferocious beast? Or else you killed it?" Zhang Chen's expression was as calm as water, his tone flat. When Wang Ming heard this, he hastily waved his hand and said, "No, how could I have that ability?" Zhang Chen twisted his head and rolled his eyes. They were true white eyes that were pure white with no black at all. When Wang Ming saw this, he trembled and shrunk his neck to mutter, "Brother Chen, you're like this. It's weirdly scary." Just then, a silver bell-like voice rang out from behind. "Zhang Chen." Tang Chuyao held bread and milk in her hand, and jogged all the way to Zhang Chen's side, her hair in front of her forehead slightly disheveled, and her face flushed. "Have you eaten yet?" Saying that, Tang Chuyao handed Zhang Chen a carton of milk and a packet of bread. "Thanks." Zhang Chen nodded slightly and politely thanked him. "Speaking of which, I haven't really had breakfast myself." Since Tang Chuyao was sending food, it was not polite. Wang Ming, who had seen this scene, was enviously glowing with envy, looking at Tang Chuyao with bated breath. However, Tang Chuyao directly ignored him. "Zhang Chen, I feel like I've taken another step forward in my fruit development, and with those 1000 plus attribute points, I'm estimating that I can make a 15,000 card destructive power. Tang Chuyao looked excited and muttered, raising her small pink fist and waving it twice. I have to say, it still looks pretty cute. When Wang Ming, who was on the side, heard this, his eyes almost fell out of his head. 15,000 cards? Was this really a freshman in his own class? It's already far beyond the threshold of a second-order ability, isn't it? The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth hooked into a light smile as he nodded slightly. That's not bad. I should be able to have more than 40,000 cards. Wang Ming stared incredulously, his eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Are these two men still talking like human beings? 115,000 calories. 140,000 calories. And looking at Tang Chuyao's expression, it seems to be normal? Always felt a bit out of place around these two. Before long, the three of them traveled to an open clearing in front of the association building. More than 2,000 new students gathered here. The homeroom teachers of each class weaved in and out, maintaining order in their classes. The crowd then walked into the association building in an orderly fashion, class by class. Lin Weidong's gaze landed precisely on the duo of Tang Chuyao and Zhang Chen as he shouted loudly, Tang Chuyao, Zhang Chen, you two come out for a moment. The two of them sniffed and suspiciously walked over to Lin Weidong. You both took 1400 attribute points, so you won't be tested with the rest of the class. You'll follow me to the third floor, Lin Weidong explained. Say it. Lin Weidong then led Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao down the stairs to the third floor. Not that they didn't want to take the elevator. Rather, the elevator was now at full capacity, packed with busy staff, and not as fast as taking the stairs. On the third floor of the association building, in a bright and spacious room, the cylindrical memory medal was placed right in the center at the end of the room. On the other side, there was a long table with several computers neatly displayed on it. Yang Xiaotong was sitting intently in front of the computer screen, her fingers flying over the keyboard, not knowing what she was busy with. On the side, Zhang Qingyu still had that sleepy, listless look, his hands lazily resting behind his head, his body leaning back and leaning on the seat. Clustered beside the two of them were two other students, again here to help with the beat. Crunch! Lin Weidong led Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao and gently pushed open the door of the test room. Yang Xiaotong and the other two students immediately stood up and politely greeted each other. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Zhang Qingyu, however, remained paralyzed in her seat, her expression scattered. Teacher Lin. Seeing this, Yang Xiaotong showed no mercy and kicked her in the face. What are you doing? Zhang Qingyu was instantly sobered by this sudden kick and stood up with a mischievous movement. Lin Weidong rushed forward and acted as a peacemaker, snorting. Ha ha ha, it's fine, little lamb. How's the preparation going? It can start now. Yang Xiaotong nodded. It's okay, Mr. Lin. After she said that, she looked at the two of them, Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Which one of you will come first? Tang Chuyao and Zhang Chen exchanged glances. Tang Chuyao then took a step forward and volunteered. I'll go first. Yang Xiaotong nodded slowly, pointing to the memory medal on the other side of the room. Tang Chuyao, just blast that memory medal with all your might. Don't worry about damaging the memory medal. Tang Chuyao nodded her head in response. Aha, okay. Just then, Zhang Qingyu half reclined on the seat and lazily said, I'm sure you don't have to worry about it. This is the memory medal that I moved here specifically to withstand the 40,000 card limit. If you two can really break it, I'll write my last name backwards. As the words fell, Yang Xiaotong twisted her head and glared at him angrily. Zhang Qingyu, not talking will kill you, right? Slightly, Zhang Qingyu made a face, then turned his head to the side. Yang Xiaotong didn't pay any more attention to him and turned her head towards Tang Chuyao. You can just start when you're ready. Tang Chuyao nodded and took a few more steps forward. Phew, she exhaled heavily, and immediately afterward, a roaring flame flared up above the edge of her right fist. The blazing heat caused the air around his right fist to be scorched and slightly distorted, raising layers of heat waves. She gazed at the piece of memory metal not far away with a deadly gaze. In the next moment, she violently raised her arm, and with all her strength, she blazed out with a fist. Boom dash! Flames roared out from the blade of her fist, and with a deafening roar, it slammed hard into the piece of memory metal. The memory metal's surface rippled in layers under the bombardment of the flaming fist wind. However, instead of being blasted out with the slightest breakage, that memory metal quickly recovered after the flames dissipated. In the meantime, the computer screen also displayed the value of Tang Chuyao's destructive power quickly. A hint of surprise flashed in Yang Xiaotong's eyes. Card 15992. Tang Chuyao. Come and measure the total attribute points. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu slightly opened his eyes and glanced at the computer screen. Ouch! Not bad. Yang Xiaotong once again twisted her head and glared at him, and Zhang Qingyu wisely shut his mouth and got up to pour a glass of water. Tang Chuyao walked over to the computer and put her hand into a special instrument. A moment later, Yang Xiaotong said, total attribute points of 1606, destructive power up to standard, second order ability user. The words fell. Tang Chuyao glanced at Jiang Chen excitedly. Immediately afterward, Yang Xiaotong landed her gaze on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it's your turn. Chapter 46 Capture. Capture less? 40. 000 cards? Jiang Chen, what's your attack? Yang Xiaotong looked at Jiang Chen and inquired. After all, the heavy fruit was the first time it had ever appeared, and no one knew what kind of attacks the heavy fruit could have yet. Jiang Chen gently pulled out the 3-inch sword blade and smiled. Sword. Yang Xiaotong nodded her head and pointed at the memory metal that had been restored to its original state. Alright then, go ahead and try it out. Chopping or stabbing will do. Just then, Tang Chuyao said quietly, nah, senior sister, that memory metal is just a 40,000 card limit. It might not be enough. Yang Xiaotong looked at her with a blank expression. What's the little girl talking about? 40,000 card limit of memory metal isn't even enough? At this point, Zhang Qingyu held a cup of water in his hand and leisurely walked back to his seat. Schoolmate do you want to listen to what you're saying to yourself? 40,000 cards are not enough? Tang Chuyao put her right hand against her chin and looked at Jiang Chen. But, it really isn't enough, right Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen also said seriously, it shouldn't be enough. When Yang Xiaotong heard this, she couldn't help but laugh softly. It's fine, Jiang Chen, you can try it out first. If it's really not enough, then we'll talk about it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen could only nod in response. He then moved his body while slowly walking towards the memory metal. Jiang Chen placed his hand on top of the hilt of his sword, and immediately afterward, an aura that swallowed mountains and rivers quietly radiated out. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but stare at Jiang Chen. Even Zhang Qingyu, who was drinking water, stopped moving, sat up straight, and gazed at Jiang Chen quietly. Next moment, Jiang Chen moved. He lightly tapped his right foot, and his figure swept out like a ghost. Clank dash. The sword blade instantly came out of its sheath, accompanied by a slight sword chime, and a layer of shimmering light rose above the sword. It was sword intent that had materialized, attached to the blade, making it so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through everything. The sword blade sliced through the air, wrapped in an unrelenting, all-breaking aura, and chopped at that piece of memory metal at an extremely fast speed. The moment it was about to touch the memory metal, with a movement of Jiang Chen's divine sense, 36 tons of gravity was instantly attached to the blade of the sword. Next, dang dash, bang dash, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the memory metal, which claimed to be able to withstand 40,000 cards of destructive power, snapped under Jiang Chen's sword in response to the sound, and smashed heavily on the ground. Put! Zhang Qingyu sprayed out a mouthful of water directly, looking at Jiang Chen in shock. The whole room fell into a silence so deafening that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. Tang Chuyao clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked around the crowd triumphantly. Heck! I've been told that 40,000 cards isn't enough. I just don't believe it. Now see. After a while, Lin Weidong stammered. Broken. Cut off? Lamb. You just said this is a memory metal that can withstand 40,000 cards of destructive power, right? Lin Weidong was still staring at Yang Xiaotong with wide eyes. Yang Xiaotong sniffed, then returned to her senses and nodded dully. Jiang Chen put away his sword and sheathed it, turned around and asked, sis, how does this count? The words fell. Yang Xiaotong instantly shouted to Zhang Qingyu. Zhang Qingyu, go, move that 60,000 card limit memory metal over here. When Zhang Qingyu heard this, he did not talk back, but immediately walked out of the room. He was now also curious as to just how much destructive power Jiang Chen could chop up. A few moments later, Zhang Qingyu pushed in a much thicker piece of memory metal and placed it next to the original one. Immediately afterward, the memory metal was successfully connected to the computer with the help of 2 students from the association. Subsequently, Yang Xiaotong said to Jiang Chen, well, this is the memory metal for the 60,000 card limit. Try again. At this time, Zhang Qingyu did not return to his seat, and at the same time, he also put away his lazy expression and stood quietly not far behind Jiang Chen. Watching him, Jiang Chen restood in front of this thicker piece of memory metal. He rested his hand on top of the hilt once more. Next moment, clank dash, the blade was drawn. A flash of cold light, the sword blade with 36 tons of gravity and sword intent attached to it chopped deeply into the memory metal. and the memory metal was also chopped and dented inward into a large piece. This time, the memory metal sort of held up against Jiang Chen's chopping attack. After Jiang Chen retracted the sword blade, the memory metal slowly returned to its original state. In the meantime, the destructive power value on the computer jumped up wildly. Zhang Qingyu also hurriedly came over to the computer and stared at the computer screen without taking his eyes off the screen. Not a moment too soon. The numbers stop. 40,966 cards. Taking away the young? Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he stared straight at the computer screen. Although Zhang Qingyu had been psychologically prepared when Jiang Chen chopped off the memory metal of 40,000 cards. However, when this number truly appeared in front of his eyes, and it was also a number chopped out by a freshman, it was still incomparably shocking. Simply outrageous. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 40,000 cards. This nigga. Is this really the destructive power that a freshman can chop out? The two association students beside them couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Lin Weidong's face showed excitement. This news must hurry to tell the director. Just then, Jiang Chen politely inquired, "Sister, can I try a few more times?" Yang Xiaotong responded back, Ha, it's okay, you can try it as many times as you want." Jiang Chen turned back to face the memory metal. He wanted to try and see just how much the proficiency level sword intent and the sword blade with gravity attached to it could increase his destructive power. Next, Jiang Chen only attached his sword intent and chopped out a sword. Card 36123. Jiang Chen nodded gently as he listened to the number Yang Xiaotong reported. Your own base destructive power is 3,600 cards. That is to say, attaching proficiency level sword intent was roughly a tenfold increase. Immediately after, Jiang Chen once again chopped out two swords, one of which only had 36 tons of gravity attached to it, while the other had both sword intent and gravity attached to it. 8,494 cards. 40,887 cards. Yang Xiaotong also cooperated by reporting the numbers one by one. Jiang Chen pondered, making quick calculations in his mind. That means the additional gravity is probably about a 1.36x increase? 1% increase for every extra ton of gravity? And with both sword intent and gravity attached, it's around 11.36 times. Right now, it seems as if there isn't much of an increase from the additional gravity. But, it's just that the mental attribute points are lower now. And, this move, too, was just an ordinary sword. It's followed by the even more ferocious Gravity Blade Tiger and Skyfall Meteor. Jiang Chen, are you done? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't try his sword again, Lin Weidong then opened his mouth and asked. Jiang Chen nodded with a light smile. Teacher Lin, I'm fine. Okay, go back then. Strike that. Lin Weidong then led Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao and left the room. Wait for the three to leave. Zhang Qingyu sneakily came up beside Yang Xiaotong and said in a cheap manner. Yang Xiaotong, wait first. Don't report Jiang Chen's results. Yang Xiaotong frowned with both eyebrows and decisively rebuffed. No way. This has to be reported. What do you want? Zhang Qingyu said. No, I mean, don't say it in our cadre group yet. Yang Xiaotong sniffed and returned. Oh, I'm not that idle. But what do you want? He. I'm going to make Chao Yang and his two brothers suffer. I've been looking at him for a long time. Zhang Qingyu rubbed his hands together and said thievishly. Chapter 47, Jiang Chen, a second-order ability user with third-order strength. How do you want them to suffer? Yang Xiaotong stopped her movements and frowned as she scrutinized Zhang Qingyu. Zhang Qingyu hemmed and hawed and said mysteriously. Freshmen joining the club, don't they all have a process of standing up for themselves? This matter has always been Chao Yang's responsibility. I know him. He's definitely too lazy to do it himself. 80% will let his brother Chao Jun to do it. So? Yang Xiaotong raised her willow eyebrows, suspicion in her eyes. Zhang Qingyu went on to analyze. This time, they have no choice but to have Jiang Chen as the object of their prestige. The internet thinks that the second-order ferocious beast was killed by Tang Chuyao, and only the people in our school know the truth. When Yang Xiaotong heard this, she immediately understood Zhang Qingyu's intentions. This was to get her to conceal Jiang Chen's true strength from the two Chao Yang brothers, using this to make them stand up and suffer. Her tone was steeply aggravated and her voice was harsh. Didn't I remember that the vice president asked you to take care of Jiang Chen? Is that how you took care of it? Zhang Qingyu waved his hand. No, big sister goat. Jiang Chen is a second-order ability user with mid-third-order strength. His strength is right here. Why do you need me to take care of him? Chao Jun is also a second-order ability user. If he dares to take Jiang Chen to set an example, won't he beat the out of him? Just now, Jiang Chen had also measured the total attribute points, and there were only 1,800 points, which was still quite a distance away from the 3,000 point threshold of a third-order ability. Yang Xiaotong frowned and asked, What about Chao Yang making a move? He's a 4th rank. It's impossible for Jiang Chen to beat him. Zhang Qingyu had a disinterested look on his face and shrugged. Then I'll do it. Anyway, if Chao Yang doesn't move, I won't move. I just want to see how the two of them look like they've been defeated. Yang Xiaotong sniffed and didn't bother. She wouldn't have bothered to spread Jiang Chen's accomplishments around anyway, as long as they were truthfully reported to the vice president. As for the two Chao Yang brothers, Yang Xiaotong herself hated them more. Usually, no matter what you say, you like to barf a bit, barfing Benjamin. As long as Jiang Chen won't have an accident, she was too lazy to care about anything else. Whatever. I'm too lazy to send it to the cadre group. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu also began to look forward to it. He then turned his words around. There's still a month left before the time to enter Secret Realm number 2. And originally, the vice president had asked me to take Jiang Chen and take on some C-ranked quests to practice. Now I've decided. I'll just take the B-rank quest. Yang Xiaotong twisted her head to gaze at him. Grade B? You take it easy. In the military academy, in the spare time between the secret worlds, the school is encouraging students to take on more missions issued to the association by the military department. After all, apart from the secret realm, the most likely way to gain attribute points was to do quests. And the tasks issued by the Ministry of War to the Military School Association are divided into 4 levels in total. S rank, recommended to be picked up by a 5th order ability. Level A, recommended to be picked up by a 4th order ability. Level B, recommended to be picked up by a 3rd order ability. Level C, recommended to be picked up by a 2nd order ability. After completing the mission, you will be able to obtain points from the military department, and in addition to redeeming attribute points, you will also be able to redeem some special weapons and equipment resources. Zhang Qingyu laughed out loud. What's wrong with that? I think it's totally fine. Jiang Chen, a 2nd order ability user with 3rd order strength. When the time comes, those people from the military department, they'll probably have to directly pee in fear. Ha 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 ha. Yang Xiaotong blankly glanced at him and ignored him, packing her own things and preparing to leave. Zhang Qingyu was indeed right. It was a big no-no to take a mission beyond the rank. The higher the rank, the bigger the gap. It was difficult but not impossible for a 1st-ranked ability to beat a 2nd-ranked ability or a 2nd-ranked ferocious beast. If a 2nd-ranked ability user wanted to beat a 3rd-ranked ability user or a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast, the chances of winning would be slim to none. As for a 3rd order crossing over to pick off a 4th order, that was simply a pipe dream. And the missions of the military department, generally speaking, didn't involve hunting more than just one ferocious beast. Most of the ferocious beasts were huddled together. At this time, it was an extremely dangerous thing to have a low-ranked ability person in one side of the team. After all, no one has the time to take care of those lower-ranked teammates all the time. I'll go first. Yang Xiaotong clutched the information and strutted toward the door without looking back. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu also immediately followed. Soon, another day passed. Morning. The moment Lin Weidong stepped into the classroom, the originally loud and noisy classroom instantly quieted down. All the students' eyes were focused in unison on the homeroom teacher. Lin Weidong walked steadily up to the podium, clutching a folder and plastic board in his arms. Hello class. Hello teacher. The students neatly harmonized the road. Lin Weidong smiled and waved his hand, gently placing the folder on the podium. Class, I'll start with a brief talk about this alien mystery. I'm glad that in our class, we didn't have any of our students sacrificed in this mystery. The alien mysteries, in the past, have had a mortality rate of around 5%, but this time, the mortality rate is not even 1%. The words fell. Almost all of the students in the class looked at the two of them, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, with odd expressions on their faces. Jiang Chen was a bit confused at first, but he soon realized it. Why is the mortality rate low this time? He and Tang Chuyao killed all the monsters, so that's not low. Just correspondingly, everyone else's points are lower. Points or lives, which is important? That's a matter of mercy. Some of the bolder and stronger students were naturally a bit dissatisfied with the duo of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. At the same time, those who were weaker were glad and grateful to Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, noticing that the atmosphere in the classroom was a bit strange. Lin Weidong deliberately coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. I hope you guys are clear that in the secret realm, being able to come back alive is the most important thing. Lin Weidong also purposely increased the tone on the word alive. Immediately afterward, he turned his words around and said, in yesterday's evaluation, our class led the entire year in the number of first-ranked Abelites, with a total of 22. At the same time, there are also 2 people who have reached the 2nd order ability. This is unparalleled in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. The words fell. A murmur went up in the classroom. 2 2nd order ability users? My chow. It's Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, right? Aren't you talking nonsense? Who else but them? Yeah, you're way behind on the news, aren't you? Just now? From time to time, the students glanced at the duo of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Jiang Chen had gotten used to it by now. Since the beginning of his arrival in this world, he has either dominated the headlines of the hot searches or is on his way to the hot searches, and he is the presence of the focus everywhere he goes. And at that moment, Lin Weidong's face was full of spring. After Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had leveled up to second-order ability users, his cell phone was bombarded with calls from acquaintances from other schools, which made him happy. There's one more thing that some of you may already know, but I still need to say it. After evaluating the rank, everyone is given an extra allowance to take a first-order ability. You get 10,000 per month, a second-order ability 20,000, and a third-order ability 40,000. These are your bank cards and personal information details. Make sure they are correct and give them to me at the end of class, Lin Weidong said as he handed out papers to the students. When the documents were all distributed, Lin Weidong continued. Lastly, one more announcement. In the afternoon, all ability users of the first rank and above go to the association building to gather for the initiation ceremony. Of course, first-order abilities are not qualified to participate in military missions, only second-order and above. The words fell. The students once again cast envious gazes towards Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. We were all in the same class, and while others could already go on quests to earn attribute points, they were still only able to practice the 6 styles at school. People are more angry than people. On the podium, Lin Weidong proceeded to explain a few more things about the association before starting the formal lesson. Inside the military academy, time is very tight and every minute is scheduled. Chapter 48. You'd better be telling the truth, or I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death by me. Time passed and soon it was afternoon. Association building, drill hall. Among this class of freshmen, there were about 600 people who had reached the first order ability. At this moment, they were gathered in front of the ring inside the martial arts hall. Bleachers. Chao Yang was sitting in the spectator chair, his hands resting casually on the backrests of the seats on either side of him, a seemingly teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept recklessly over the freshmen on the stage, as if scrutinizing a flock of lambs at his mercy. Just then, Zhang Qingyu had his hands in his pockets and walked slowly with unhurried steps, and when he arrived at Chao Yang's side, he didn't see any outsiders and sat down on his butt. Chao Yang frowned slightly with both eyebrows. He and Zhang Qingyu had never dealt with each other very well. So what had this man done today? He came to sit next to himself? Chao Yang grimaced and moved another position to the right. Zhang Qingyu was full of indifference. His head slightly tilted as he twisted his head and glanced at him. You're letting your brother go and give the freshman a boost this time? I remember that your brother is only a second-ranked ability. Right, so you're so relieved? Saying that, Zhang Qingyu cast his gaze on Chao Jun who was crouching in the center of the ring. Chao Yang snorted coldly. Don't bother. Chao Jun is a barrier fruit ability. Trying to break his barrier is not possible unless it's a third-order ability. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyu adjusted his breathing and asked with a hard-held smile, who are you going to get to stand up for yourself this time? Who else could it be? Aren't there just 2 of the most popular freshmen in this class? Chao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, his face showing a look at a little cutie-like expression. Zhang Qingyu gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of yin and yang if anything. TSK, Jiang Chen has killed a second-ranked ferocious beast. So you're that confident in your brother? Chao Yang gazed at Zhang Qingyu with a face full of disdain. So what? Slaying a second-ranked ferocious beast is only 5,000 cards of destructive power. A third-ranked ability. It's 20,000 cards. You wouldn't be unaware of the difference, would you? If you want to break Chao's barrier, you can't even do it with 20,000 cards. You have to start with at least 30,000 cards. With that blind man, what will he take to break Chao's barrier? With that walking stick in his hand? Chao Yang snorted and his head twisted, no longer paying attention to Zhang Qingyu. Although Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had risen to second-ranked abilities in record-breaking fashion, however, Chao Yang still didn't take them to heart, even if it was a second-ranked ability user. So what? It was impossible for a second-order ability user to break his brother's barrier. How could he win if he couldn't even break his defense? And Chao Jun was now almost considered to be a mid to late second-order ability, with a total of 500 attribute points. With extremely high physique attribute points, it was not much of a problem to carry Jiang Chen's gravity hard. How much gravity could Jiang Chen manipulate? It's only about a dozen tons at most, right? Plus Chao's 6 styles are also strong, or at least far stronger than the current freshman. Anyway, Chao Yang couldn't figure out who in this group of freshmen could beat Chao Jun. However, at this point, Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, So confident. As soon as Chao Yang heard Zhang Qingyu's conspiratorial accent, he was instantly enraged and cursed loudly. No, are you sick today? You don't think that there's a third-ranked ability in the freshman who can hit 30,000 cards of destructive power, do you? Not only did Zhang Qingyu not get angry, the corners of his mouth on the contrary vaguely spread a hint of a smile. It's not impossible. Remember I told you last time, maybe Jiang Chen will be a second-ranked ability after he comes out of the first secret realm. Saying that, Zhang Qingyu also stretched out a finger and pointed to his mouth. This mouth of mine, has been opened. The corner of Chao Yang's mouth twitched. What's wrong with this Qingyu today? Nuts. According to Zhang Qingyu, Jiang Chen was a third-ranked ability? Isn't that a lie? The end of Secret Realm number 1. Reaching the second-ranked ability. That much I believed myself. After all, it was written on the scoreboard. With so many attribute point rewards, it's not uncommon to reach a second-order ability. As for third-order abilities, you got to the third level in just one day? Where did you get the attribute points? Chao Yang swept Zhang Qingyu's face, stood up and said loudly, you don't have to bull asterisk me here. Whether Jiang Chen has reached the third rank or not, can I still not know? Oops. I'm just kidding. It's about to start. Watch the show. Zhang Qingyu had a beaten expression on his face. Chao Yang clenched his fists, his teeth gnashing. At this point, Chao Jun, dressed in a black undershirt and military pants, was squatting in the middle of the ring, surveying the group of freshmen in front of him with interest. The association Ridgeway process is a tradition that has been passed down. The root of the problem is not complicated. In every freshman class, there were always those who had awakened a relatively rare talent, and when they first tasted the sweetness of power, they got carried away and acted recklessly and unselfconsciously on campus. And so, almost every military school in the country has this unwritten rule of standing up for authority, in order to give these ignorant but wild and arrogant freshmen a good lesson, so that they clearly know what is called the real rules. What is the way of survival of the military school? It's about time. Chao Jun stood up nonchalantly and slowly walked to the edge of the ring, hands in his pants pockets as he looked down at the freshman on the stage. To introduce myself, my name is Chao Jun, a second-ranked ability user and your senior. At Star Ocean Military Academy, force reigns supreme. When he said that, he paused slightly, and his eyes steeply became stern. I don't care what you've done before, what talent you have. The ones you have now are just a bunch of trashy rookies in my eyes. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Here, it's the dragon that lies on its back, and the tiger that lies down. Here, the word of the schoolmaster is an order. The words of the schoolmaster are holy orders. The words fell. Chao Jun's gaze was grim as he swept a glance at the freshmen on the stage. Below the stage, the new students looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, Jiang Chen was quietly standing at the rearward position of the crowd, while Tang Chuyao and Wang Ming stood on either side of him. Jiang Chen, what is this Chao army? It looks so annoying. Tang Chuyao frowned slightly and said softly to Jiang Chen. Wang Ming, who was on the side, couldn't help but follow suit and spit out his words. That's it. Isn't just relying on the fact that you enrolled in school before us? What's so bullish about it? In the ring, Chao Jun had a cold smile on his lips. I know you guys are not convinced. I can give you a chance to challenge me. Speaking of which, your class is pretty interesting. I hear there's a really good blind guy, right? The words were finished. The gazes of all the new students fell on Jiang Chen in unison. Jiang Chen's face was calm, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It looks like, is naming himself? Hey, it's impossible to keep a low profile if you want to. Jiang Chen took unhurried steps and slowly walked towards the ring. Seeing this, the freshmen on both sides took the initiative to give him a lane. Then I'll play with you. Jiang Chen's tone was flat to the core. Chao Jun's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed Jiang Chen with interest. Play? You really have a big mouth. Jiang Chen, I know that you killed a second-order fierce beast, but a second-order fierce beast isn't equivalent to a second-order ability person. Moreover, there's a world of difference in strength between second-order ability persons. Jiang Chen didn't wait for him to continue on, and interrupted indifferently. In that case, it means you're strong? You'd better say it's true, or I'm afraid you'll be killed by me. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable domineering aura. Chapter 49. Jiang Chen has a sword chi prototype? Chao Jun froze for a moment, then came back to his senses, his face instantly grim as water. He gazed at Jiang Chen and spoke slowly. Honestly, I've never seen a freshman as crazy as you. Jiang Chen stopped, raised his eyebrows, and said indifferently, No, right. I'm just afraid of accidentally beating you to death. The words fell. The entire hall plunged into a silence, a deafening silence. A freshman who dares to provoke the seniors so much. The key was that the expression on his face when he said this didn't seem to be provoking, but rather asking Chao Jun seriously if he was really that strong. Chao's army is like an ant that can be crushed with a hand in Zhang Chen's eyes. Bleachers. Zhang Qingyu said quietly. Ouch. The pressure is given to Chao Jun. This Zhang Chen's sense of oppression is still quite strong. Chao Yang, who was on the side, snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a disdainful smile. Humph. A freshman who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Just then, Yang Xiaotong walked over holding the folder. Zhang Qingyu smiled and said, Yo, lamb, coming? When Yang Xiaotong heard this, her footsteps lurched and she glared at Zhang Qingyu. What did you call me? Say it again? Little. As soon as Zhang Qingyu opened his mouth, he felt Yang Xiaotong's murderous eyes and immediately changed his tone. Xiaotong, it's fine. It's fine. Just watch the show. The Ring. Chao Jun was first stunned. Then his face became even more ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, his joints emitting a click-click sound, his eyes like torches, staring at Jiang Chen with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to eat him alive. You? Very good. Chao Jun's word for word, his voice low. Come on, you sign it. I want to see how you beat me to death. Immediately after, an association student held a document and handed it to Jiang Chen. Statement of cuts. Jiang Chen used seeing color and swept it. Any injuries or deaths that occur in the ring are the sole responsibility of the participant and no one else. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. In that case, he could let go and do it himself. Jiang Chen signed his name sparingly and then pressed his handprint. Signed, Jiang Chen said as he walked up to the ring. The two faced off. Can we start? Jiang Chen calmly asked. Chao Jun sneered. His ability was to create extremely hard barriers, and with his current strength, he could block destructive forces below 30,000 calories. Even an ability user who had just risen to the third rank couldn't break his barrier, unless it's a mid to late third order ability. So, Chao Jun didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Start anytime at. Before Chao Jun could finish, Jiang Chen violently drew out his sword blade. Buzz dash. The mountainous gravity instantly poured down from top to bottom. Before he could react, with a loud bang, Chao Jun's entire body slammed heavily onto the ground. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain came from his limbs. Ah! Chao Jun screamed in pain. Next, click. His limbs, under the pressure of this gravity, made an unbearable breaking sound. Chao Jun's eyes widened as his face instantly turned pale, and a massive, bone-deep fear instantly filled his heart. Rich combat experience made Chao Jun not care about the pain and used all his strength to interlock the middle and index fingers of his two hands with each other. This is also how barrier fruit ability users unleash their abilities. Next moment, in front of Chao Jun, a huge square transparent barrier instantly unfolded and appeared out of thin air in front of Chao Jun. It all happened in an instant. In the meantime, Jiang Chen's feet stepped towards the ground at high speed, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The distance between him and Chao's army was 10 meters apart. After an extremely fast double flash, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Chao Jun's barrier. He held the sword and his staff in his hand, and the cold light of the sword cut down. Dang dash! The sword blade carried a vast and powerful sword intent and chopped on top of this transparent barrier. Shasta! Catching a crunching sound was heard, just like solid ice breaking apart, and the seemingly unbreakable barrier instantly turned into countless fragments, splattering in all directions. The transparent barrier that could block a mid-third order ability user was completely like paper maché in front of Jiang Chen. Chao Jun completely froze, and all he could feel was that one word seemed to be reflected in his eyes: death. Just as Jiang Chen's sword blade was about to cut into Chao's army, a gray smoke flashed by, rolling Chao's army straight away. Immediately after, Jiang Chen's sword, which had 36 tons of gravity and overpowering sword intent attached to it, chopped heavily on the ring's floor with inertia. Boom dash! The hard ring floor was directly chopped out with a deep gully. The entire ring, a corner was directly cut off. Debris flew and smoke rolled. The smoke and dust that was raised was wrapped in the gray smoke that had just flashed by, hiding Jiang Chen in the ring. Off stage, in the stands, everyone sucked in a breath. Is this ing, really a freshman? Tatsu is awesome. Wang Ming directly blurted out. Tang Chuyao also looked stunned. Although she had known for a long time that Jiang Chen could cut a sword with a destructive power of 40,000 calories, the fact that it actually appeared in a real battle still shook her. As the dust cleared, Jiang Chen's figure gradually became clear. Clank! Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and turned his head to look at Chao Yang, who was not far away. Just that gray smoke. Chao Yang is smoke fruit ability person? It looks as if he has made an enemy. But smoke fruit ability users, judging by the anime's performance, aren't very good. It just so happened that he had unlocked the armed color hegemony himself. Only, Chao Yang is a cadre of the association. Remembering that it seems to be a fourth-order ability, the current self should not be able to beat it. Attribute point suppression. Pure hard damage. Wait for multiple more secret areas and see if you can mix in another hidden reward. Then again, I didn't realize that Chao Jun was actually a barrier fruit ability. No wonder he was so confident. One could only say that Chao Jun was unlucky to meet himself. Jiang Chen laughed lightly and shook his head. Not far. Chao Yang clutched his brother's severely injured body, his eyes gazing at Jiang Chen in death, gritting his teeth. Jiang Chen. The words fell. Chao Yang placed Chao Jun on the ground, and his body instantly turned into a cloud of gray smoke as he lunged towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. In the meantime, on the stands, two figures also flew out at extreme speed. Before Chao Yang could get close to Jiang Chen, a pair of iron fists met him head-on. Bang dash! Chao Yang was directly blasted out and smashed heavily against the wall. Yang Xiaotong shook her fist and stared at Chao Yang. Jiang Qingyu was covered in blue flames and landed smoothly beside Yang Xiaotong. The duo blocked Jiang Chen behind them. Chao Yang slowly stood up from the scattered pile of bricks, his face grim. Yang Xiaotong stared at him coldly. Chao Yang, Jiang Chen and Chao Jun signed an agreement. You want to take action without authorization? That's right. Lao Chao, why can't you play? Don't play if you can't afford it. Jiang Qingyu squatted on the ground and agreed with a smile. Chao Yang just stood still, his face gloomy to the extreme. As an officer of the association, he naturally knew the rules of the association. If one seeks revenge privately, the consequences will be severe. Not only is it as simple as being removed from the association and not being able to take on missions, it will also be sent directly to the military court. However, as a fourth-ranked ability user himself, there was no way he could let Jiang Chen, a second-ranked ability user, into the ring. As long as Jiang Chen wasn't stupid, he definitely wouldn't agree. Also, initiating a cut against someone weaker than you would be forever looked down upon afterward. Jiang Chen, I'll remember you, Chao Yang said through clenched teeth. He then left the hall with his brother, who was already seriously injured and unconscious. Jiang Chen only felt a wave of speechlessness. Naming yourself to stand up for yourself, being killed in return, and finally saying you remember me? Nuts. It really is just like what Jiang Qingyu said. Don't play if you can't afford it. Next time, Yang Xiaotong has taken over the presidency of this freshman initiation ceremony. All first-order abilities, codified as temporary members of the association. For second-order abilities, they become full members, with the qualification to follow the cadre in taking missions, and are not allowed to take military missions alone for the time being. Half an hour later, inside the hall, all the freshmen had left. Jiang Qingyu came up beside Yang Xiaotong, gazing at the departing Jiang Chen's back, and spoke. Little Xiaotong, what Jiang Chen chopped out just now seems to be a sword chi prototype, right? Chapter 50, Supreme Great Fast Sword? Yang Xiaotong also gazed at Jiang Chen's back and said in a deep voice, indeed, otherwise it would be impossible to cut off a corner of the ring with a single sword. Jiang Qingyu sucked in a breath. Hiss, sword chi fledgling, only cultivating sword intent to its peak can do it. Even for high-ranked sword Dao talent ability users, they have to reach at least the 4th rank in order to comprehend it. Right? Jiang Chen he is not a sword Dao natural ability person. How on earth did he do that? Jiang Qingyu and Yang Xiaotong glanced at each other. Yang Xiaotong shook her head. How would I know? Immediately after, Jiang Qingyu broke his fingers and muttered. Jiang Chen is now very strong in his seeing color. His physical skills are far beyond his freshman peers, and his fruit development abilities are also very strong, all of which have already managed to attach gravity to his sword. Now, his sword Dao was also strong, and he had also cultivated, at the very least, the embryonic form of sword chi that could only be comprehended by a 4th stage sword Dao gifted ability. Holy, 4 sides? Is there anything else he won't do? Speaking of this, Jiang Qingyu's eyes lifted up. Oh right, do you think it's possible that he still understands armed color hegemony? Or even hegemonic color hegemony? Put together a hexagonal freshman? Yang Xiaotong sniffed and gave him a blank look. Don't be too outrageous, Jiang Qingyu said in a serious manner. Be reasonable. It's not me who is outrageous. It's Jiang Chen who is outrageous. Alright, I'll leave first. I have to report that Jiang Chen still knows sword intent. Yang Xiaotong dropped a sentence before turning to leave. In these few days, the number of times he had looked for the vice president was really a bit much, and it was also related to Jiang Chen every time. Campus trail. Jiang Chen's eyes were tightly closed as he slowly walked in the direction of the dormitory. Due to the location of the dormitory, in the same direction. At this time, Tang Chuyao and Wang Ming were also walking on either side of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, that was sword chi you just had, right? Tang Chuyao couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, her eyes filled with doubt. Jiang Chen slightly sidestepped his head. Sword chi? That's just sword intent. Tang Shuya was speechless for a while. Indeed, Jiang Chen was right. That was still just sword intent, far from being called sword chi. Only, comprehending sword intent to this point was usually something that could only be done by at least a 4th-ranked ability user. And it had to be a high-ranked Sword Dao talent ability user as well. How on earth did Jiang Chen do that? Suddenly, Tang Chuyao thought of something. So you killed that mutated ferocious beast in the beast tide before school started? Yeah. Jiang Chen was indifferent and directly admitted it. Just then, Wang Ming, who was beside him, stared violently and unbelievably at Jiang Chen. My Chow, Brother Chen, did you really kill him? Yeah, I told you all about it. Jiang Chen shrugged. Wang Ming sniffed and was a bit speechless. As early as the beginning of the school year, Jiang Chen had directly admitted it, yet he had only thought that Jiang Chen was bragging then. Tang Chuyao said it this time. But then again, Jiang Chen, that sword of yours just now was such a relief. It helped us freshmen out. Tang Chuyao muttered and waved her fists viciously. This Chow army is really arrogant. This time I guess I'll have to lie in the hospital for a while at least. Wang Ming had a gloating expression. But it's normal when you think about it. A military school that honors force. There must be quite a few pricks. And the procedure of establishing authority is understandable. It's just a pity that it's the wrong person. A few moments later, Jiang Chen returned to his spacious dormitory. He lay back on the large couch, gazing at the sword and his staff in front of him. Previously, he had only chopped through memory metal, and hadn't realized that a proficient level of sword intent could even chop out a little bit of sword chi. And it looks like the power is real. Blind Swordsmanship LV 3/0/40+. Currently comprehended sword intent proficient. Next level, sword chi proficient. For the next level, you need 40 skill points, or 400 attribute points. According to this efficiency of acquiring attribute points by himself, he should be able to upgrade soon. And, hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV 20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, December 20th? Jiang Chen sat up straight, his feet crossed on the sofa, one hand on his chin. After reaching a total skill level of 20, you are able to unlock Gravity Blade, Manticore. In time. I wonder if Sword Energy and Fierce Tigers can be combined together? If only. That Willy. Hiss. It feels horrible to think about it. Still 8 levels away from unlocking it. Armed Color Hegemony LV 1/0/20+. Can attack elementalized enemies? Next level, Armed Color Wrap. Navy 6 Styles LV 1/0/10+. These two skills, with a level of only 1, require fewer skill points. Next time, maybe a little bit of both skills. The Armed Color upgrade is also supposed to be able to be attached to weapons to increase the destructive power again. Navy Type 6. Perhaps the only ones that are currently useful for their own are Shave and Moonstep? Moonwalk is able to make quick maneuvering turns in the air. Shaving, on the other hand, goes without saying that it's very practical in real life. No matter how, it's best to unlock the Gravity Blade, Manticore as soon as possible. That would be the biggest boost for you. Attribute points. Attribute points. There was still close to a month to go before the next secret realm. One could only rely on the military mission. Luckily, he was already in the 2nd rank and didn't have to be like everyone else, only nestled in the school practicing the 6 styles. Just then, buzz off. The cell phone on the desktop suddenly vibrated. Jiang Chen didn't move, manipulating gravity and levitating the phone in front of himself. Zhang Qingyu's message popped up. Jiang Chen, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Come to the association building and take you out on a mission. Jiang Chen tapped into the Star Ocean Military Academy school app and automatically jumped to Zhang Qingyu's chat box. He himself was only a 2nd-ranked ability user now, and according to the rules of the association, a 2nd-ranked ability user could not go on a mission alone, and had to be led by a cadre or 3rd-ranked ability user. That is to say, a 2nd-order ability person is, in reality, just a handyman. Jiang Chen, okay. Zhang Qingyu, the military points exchange privilege in your app should be open, so you can go take a look. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Military Department Points Redemption? He then clicked on another page and clicked on the entry point for military points. Next moment, a wide array of items appeared in Jiang Chen's perceptual field of vision. There are different numbers of attribute points, a minimum of 10 points and a maximum of 500 points. Of course, the corresponding exchange points are different, and there is no such thing as a large volume discount. And, in limited quantities, wild attribute points, by the looks of it, are still scarce. The source on the military department's side, as far as one knows, seems to be only hunting mutated ferocious beasts, right? I wonder if there are any other sources of attribute points. It's not just attribute points. there are also a variety of weapons and equipment of different grades available. S grade, A grade, B grade. Jiang Chen dragged the page and scratched all the way to the end. Just then, his attention was caught by a few words. Fast knife, great fast knife, good fast knife, and supreme great fast knife? This famous sword of the Pirate King has even appeared in this world? I hadn't noticed it myself before, but it's normal to think that with such a sparse number, there's naturally less discussion on the internet. Also, one doesn't surf the web much. It's just a little strange how the naming of this world is exactly the same as in the King of Thieves. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Supreme Great Fast Knife himself remembered that in the world of the King of Thieves, it is all about weapons that only some strong people who stand at the top can have. There are only 12 handles. Among them is the Gambler's Firebrand, possessed by the Heavy Fruit ability, Grand Admiral Fujitaka. I wonder if it's in here. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen decisively clicked into the page of Supreme Great Fast Sword. Chapter 51, Accepting the Mission. Hunting the Third Order Wind Spirit Falcon. When Jiang Chen clicked into the page of Supreme Great Fast Sword, his eyebrows couldn't help but rise slightly as a hint of surprise flashed through his mind. Within the blank page was only a large sword that resembled a Guangong sword. 3 large letters below the great sword came into view. Song Yun Che. In the anime, it is known as the weapon of the strongest man. Whitebeard. Only, this clumping cloud cutter is not redeemable, because, at the bottom of it, there is a line of small words written, the current owner, the Marshal of the Dragon Country, Zhao Yuanjie. If one remembers correctly, the current Dragon Kingdom Marshal is also a shock fruit ability. I didn't realize that in this world, Song Yunche was also in the hands of a shock fruit ability. Could it be that there's such a thing as fitness for these supreme great fast blades? That is, recognizes it. Of course, this is just speculation. The problem now is that the only supreme great fast knife in this exchange store is the Song Yun cut. There's no other supreme great quick sword from the anime. What's going on here? Where is Labor's Gambler's Firebrand? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen began to call out to the system in his mind. Lao Tong. Unico. Isn't it the Fujitaka template? Where's my Gambler's Firebrand? A few moments later, the surroundings were silent, except for Jiang Chen's own breathing. Okay, this system doesn't look humane. How nice it would be if it was like the systems in other novels in my previous life, with a customer service that was always available to answer questions. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen began to look through the other famous swords. As he expected, the other famous swords were not complete. In the sequence of great fast swords, the Dragon Kingdom currently possesses only Wadoichi text, Autumn Water. Of the Rio Quick Blades, it possesses Snow Walk. These swords, all of which are also sabers that Sauron has owned in the anime, have likewise taken on owners in this world and are not redeemable. Jiang Chen continued to tap on fast knives, and there were a full dozen knives on display. Among these fast swords, Jiang Chen barely recognized only Timely Rain and Ghost Cry. In the anime, it's the saber of Dashchi and Law, respectively. As for the others, Jiang Chen only felt a little familiar. If it wasn't for the fact that these knives were labeled with names underneath, Jiang Chen might not have recognized a single one. There was a wide array of famous swords, and only 3 fast swords could be exchanged, while the rest were all traded away. But even if he could change it, Jiang Chen didn't intend to. It was just the fast knife. It needed 10,000 points. Wouldn't it be better for those points to go for attribute points? Even though it was going to be robbed, one didn't want to waste so many points for a mediocre knife. So, these knives, where did they come from? Jiang Chen pondered. I can only wait until tomorrow when I go out on a mission and ask Zhang Qingyu. He should know something about these famous swords. Jiang Chen continued to check out the weapons in the exchange store, and suddenly found an extremely special label. Elemental weapons? Jiang Chen tapped to look at the question mark next to him, and then displayed the appropriate explanation. Made from the elemental crystal cores in the bodies of rare elemental demons. Each elemental weapon is categorized into 3 orders, with the first order being the lowest and the third order being the highest. As for elemental weapons, there were a total of 3 types: Ice Attribute, Fire Attribute, and Thunder Attribute. An elemental weapon of the first rank requires only 1,000 points, or 1,000 attribute points, power greater than an S-class alloy weapon. Well, otherwise, it would be good to use an elemental weapon for a different one then. He was only holding a C-class alloy weapon now, which shouldn't be enough anytime soon. Just then, the phone vibrated. Jiang Chen clicked on the chat software and realized that it was a message from Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao, Jiang Chen, are you asleep? Just now, Senior Sister Yang Xiaotong from the association approached me, saying that she wants to take me out on a mission tomorrow. Jiang Chen, such a coincidence. I'm also going on a mission tomorrow, and Zhang Qingyu is looking for me. Tang Zhuyao, ah. So what quests are you guys going to take? Elder sister said to take me on a C-rank quest first to practice. Jiang Chen, I don't know. I'll ask. A few moments later, Jiang Chen clicked back to Tang Chuyao's chat box. He's probably sleeping. Tang Chuyao, okay. Then pay attention to safety tomorrow. I'll. Jiang Chen, okay. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen had just arrived at the association's building when he sensed that Zhang Qingyu was leaning against the front desk with an unsleeping look on her face. Coming? Zhang Qingyu drooped her eyelids breathlessly and greeted Jiang Chen in a tone that carried a bit of lethargy. Good morning, elder brother. Jiang Chen responded politely with a smile on his face. Zhang Qingyu stuck his hands casually in his pockets, sleepwalking, and walked in front of Jiang Chen. Come on, let's go see what quests we have to take. Soon after, the duo arrived at one of the mission halls within the association building, right on the first floor. The hall was empty, with a large screen hanging above the center, scrolling in real time a portion of the available quests. At this time, due to the very early hour, there were only 2 people in the hall, Zhang Qingyu and Jiang Chen, in addition to the association students on duty. Zhang Qingyu led Jiang Chen, familiarly walking straight towards the counter on the side. The 2 students behind the counter, who had been reclining in their chairs and playing with their cell phones, noticed someone approaching and immediately put down their phones and stood up from their chairs. Zhang Qingyu tilted his body and leaned against the edge of the stage, his fingers unconsciously picking at his nose as he asked carelessly, "Any B quests right now? Class B mission?" One of the students answered, inadvertently glancing at Jiang Chen standing behind Zhang Qingyu. "Ha, this is senior brother Jiang Chen? What?" Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly. The student opened his mouth and said, "This senior brother. I've heard that it seems like he's only a second-ranked ability user, right? It's not quite right to do a B-rank mission, right?" Zhang Qingyu sidestepped and pointed at Jiang Chen behind him, unconsciously raising his volume. "Then have you heard that senior brother Jiang Chen killed Xiao Jun's barrier in a second with a single sword?" The 2 students looked at each other as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Yesterday's incident with Jiang Chen hadn't spread yet. The 2 students only knew that Jiang Chen was the only one among the new students who was a second-ranked ability user. One of the students asked incredulously, "Senior brother Zhang, are you talking about that barrier fruit ability Xiao Jun? Or what? There's a second barrier fruit ability?" Zhang Qingyu laughed lightly and asked in return. The student sniffed and blurted out, "My Chao, senior brother Jiang Chen is awesome." "Alright, don't be awesome. Hurry up and show me what missions are available," Zhang Qingyu said impatiently. The student saw this and turned the display around after some computer maneuvering. "Elder brother, this is a B-level mission that was just released yesterday, and it's also the B-level mission that currently rewards the most points," the student said while pointing his finger at the screen. "Hunting 10 third-order wind spirit falcons. It just so happens that you can fly. Senior brother. And I remember that senior brother Jiang Chen can fly as well, right?" Zhang Qingyu came up and after sweeping a glance, he turned his head to Jiang Chen and said, 200 points. Not bad. Jiang Chen, what do you think? B-rank quests are usually rewarded with 100 points. This quest with 200 points might be a bit dangerous for you." Jiang Chen stood in place, sensing what was displayed on the screen. Kill 10 adult third-order wind spirit falcons, inhabiting the Daxing region, group-dwelling ferocious beasts. You need to bring back the head of a ferocious beast to claim the quest reward, and 1 point can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. In other words, this quest will get you 200 attribute points, split equally between 2 people, 100 points each. It's only 200 points. That's a bit low. Quite a lot. A-rank quests require killing 4th rank ferocious beasts. The current you can't do it yet. Let's do some B-rank ones to practice first. Zhang Qingyu casually responded. Jiang Chen was silent. Tang Chuyao was doing a C-ranked quest, so thinking about it like that instantly balanced it out. "Forget it, just this one," Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Zhang Qingyu sniffed and gave a thumbs up towards Jiang Chen. "Okay, promising. I like your character of not being afraid of death." Just then, Jiang Chen sensed that in one corner of the screen, there were 3 elemental demon quests on display. "What is this elemental demon's mission?" Zhang Qingyu said without turning his head back. "Oh, this is the resident quest. As long as you hunt and kill elemental demons, you can take elemental crystal cores and exchange them for points. At least 1,000 points apiece to start with." As the words left his mouth, he said to the student on duty, "We'll take the mission then. Do the formalities." "Okay." The students took the duo's student cards and began to work on them. A few moments later, Zhang Qingyu led Jiang Chen out of the hall. On the way, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the incident that confused him last night and opened his mouth to ask, "Elder brother, do you know where all those supreme great fast swords came from in the redemption store?" Chapter 52 Gambler's Trail of Fire. Supreme Great Fast Sword? Zhang Qingyu paused and stroked his chin. You know about the subdimensional rift and the emergence of the Holy Land decades ago. Jiang Chen nodded gently. Zhang Qingyu continued. After that, I forget how many years it was. Anyway, fields popped up in places. Fields? Jiang Chen revealed a puzzled expression. Zhang Qingyu nodded his head and explained. It is also known as a blade domain. And within each blade domain, there is a famous blade. As long as you go into the blade domain and fulfill certain conditions, you can take the blades inside. These famous blades, each one of them is powerful. Jiang Chen nodded his head and said, in other words, every famous sword has a blade domain, including fast blade, good fast blade, and great fast blade? Zhang Qingyu nodded his head. Yes, of these, the supreme great fast blade domain is also the most dangerous. Now, in the entire world, only 2 supreme great fast blade domains have ever appeared. One is in our dragon kingdom, the Tsong Yun Che, and it seems that hundreds of us died in order to subdue this blade, but fortunately it has now been subdued by our current marshal. The other one is in the beautiful country. What's it called? Primordial Ghost Cheer? I heard that quite a few people died as well, and was taken in by one of their strongest. Jiang Chen pondered. I didn't realize that it was so dangerous to take in famous swords. No wonder the points needed were so high. The Hatsune Miku is under the impression that it is a demonic sword that eats away at its possessor's mind, and in the anime it is the saber of the bald guy in the 5 Elder Stars. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, Zhang Qingyu suddenly clapped his hands and said, oh yeah, last year a new blade domain appeared over in the Shiva country, and it's the one with the most deaths so far. Shiva land? Jiang Chen slightly sidestepped his head. Is it Sango? The names of countries in this world are kind of interesting. Zhang Qingyu nodded his head. Well, I still remember when this blade domain first appeared. Those people in the Shiva kingdom were so happy. You have to know that having a supreme great fast blade can raise the strength of one's country's powerhouses by another notch. Saying that, Zhang Qingyu revealed a gloating expression. The result? Well, I heard that up to now, more than 1,000 people have died, and not even one can come out alive. That's why no one knows, to this day, what's inside that blade domain. Zhang Qingyu spread his hands and shrugged. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The new supreme great fast sword blade domain? In the anime, with the exception of Bushi Cloudcutter and Hatsune Mikoto, the supreme great fast sword that had already been displayed, as well as Roger's ace, that western sword, Hawkeye's black sword, knight, Fujikyu's gambler's firebrand. Now this one new blade domain. Which one is it? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen opened his mouth and asked, Senior brother, what does that blade domain look like? Zhang Qingyu gestured his hands. It's almost like a semicircular dome. You can't see inside from the outside, and the exterior is purple. Jiang Chen sniffed and brightened up. So, have confirmed that it was the blade domain of the supreme great fast blade? Zhang Qingyu nodded his head. That should be right. That blade domain, almost reaching 10 kilometers in diameter, can only be that big if it reaches the level of supreme great fast blade. What color are the blade domains of the Clump Cloud Cut and the Primordial Ghost Chew? Jiang Chen asked. Zhang Qingyu stroked his chin and thought back for a moment before saying, Bushy Cloud Cut is white, and Primordial Ghost Cheer seems to be black and purple? White. Clumps of cloud cuts, black and purple. Primordial ghost cutters. That's right. Now that knife field in Shiva country, odds are it's gambler's firebrand. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Finally, I found a trace of my own knife. Zhang Qingyu glanced at Jiang Chen and asked tentatively, Senior brother Jiang Chen, you don't want to go to that blade domain in the Shiva kingdom, do you? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. It's indeed a bit of an interest. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he gazed at Jiang Chen. Stop, didn't you hear me say that thousands of people have died over there in the Shiva kingdom for this knife domain, and not a single one has walked out alive, not even knowing what it looks like inside yet? I know, but that's what makes it challenging. Jiang Chen responded casually. After all, he couldn't say that he'd read King of Thieves and knew it was Fujitaka's gambler's firebrand. He was the one who possessed the Fujitaka template. Could he not take in his own sword? Zhang Qingyu was silent for a moment and said, Forget it, I'm not in a position to make decisions for you. And anyway, I've already told you it's dangerous there. I know, I have my own plans. Jiang Chen nodded. Zhang Qingyu then added, Moreover, it's impossible for you to go over there right now. Even though I hate the Shiva kingdom as well, it's still a country. With your current strength, forcing your way into a country, I'm afraid you'll be pressed to death before you've even walked far enough into their borderline. Jiang Chen slightly frowned both eyebrows. Is there no other way? Zhang Qingyu was silent for a while and said softly, If you want to forcefully break into the border, you have to have at least the strength of the 5th rank. And it's also just a matter of breaking in. It's not certain how long you'll be able to survive. Got it. Jiang Chen responded. Does one need to be at least 5th rank to force their way across the borderline? At the rate he's going, maybe the 4th rank will be enough? Still, we'll have to wait until then. There's always a chance. Otherwise, it would be a big loss if the strongest person from the Shiva kingdom got killed before they could even get close to the Blade domain. Alright, let's go. The Daxing area is more than 1,000 kilometers away from us. It takes almost a day to go by the school's transport plane. After Zhang Qingyu finished speaking, he walked towards the direction of the airport at the back of the school. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also took a step to follow. The other side. Command Building. Jin Demon Army Barracks. Daxing District. Inside the chief's office, a middle-aged man was sitting at his desk, taking care of official business. This man is none other than the Major General based in Daxing District, Li Fei. Just then, the adjutant knocked on the office door and walked in. Chief, someone has reported that traces of elemental demons have been found within the Daxing forest. Major General Li Fei sniffed and raised his head to ask, elemental demons? What attribute? How many orders? Thunder attribute. It's unclear how many orders for now, the adjutant replied. A hint of delight appeared in Li Fei's eyes as he immediately ordered, have Old Cheng organize a team of armed color squads and go see if they can be rounded up. Yes, the adjutant nodded, then left the office. The corner of Li Fei's mouth curved up. Elemental demons, extremely rare in number and possessing the ability to elementalize themselves, were very difficult to hunt. In the Daxing region, there hadn't been any sign of elemental demons for at least 3 years. Now it's finally showing up again. An elemental demon's crystal core, even at the lowest level, was worth 1,000 points, equivalent to 1,000 attribute points. The value was very expensive. Chapter 53, Jiang Chen. Did Zhang Qingyu fool you? Daxing area. Jin Demon Army Campground Airport. Buzzing rumble. On the blue sky, a transportation plane painted with the emblem of the Star Ocean Military Academy slowly landed, and the gusts of wind swept up by the propellers lifted up all the sand and rocks on the ground. The hatch slowly opened. Zhang Qingyu jumped down in an arrow step, followed by Jiang Chen. After walking not more than a few steps, a man in a military uniform came up and sized up the two of them. Star Ocean Military Academy? Let me see the documents. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu and Jiang Chen handed over their student IDs. The soldier took the documents and skillfully swiped them on the precision instrument in his hand. The indicator light on the instrument flashed a few times and emitted a slight drip-drip sound. After a moment, the soldier nodded slightly and pointed behind him. Okay, go over there. Zhang Qingyu walked straight ahead without looking back. Jiang Chen nodded gently towards the soldier, then followed closely behind Zhang Qingyu. Walking out of the airport, Jiang Chen officially stepped into the Jin Demon Army's campsite, flanked by rows and rows of neatly organized camouflage-colored barracks. Not far away, there was also a 10-story high command building, with a regular rectangular appearance, clean and smooth lines, without the slightest redundant decoration, showing the style of pragmatism. In the camp, from time to time, soldiers of the Demon Suppressor Army in military uniforms walked by neatly, with a sturdy posture and a firm and powerful pace, surrounded by a heavy armored vehicle neatly arranged. The muzzle of the gun pointed straight up to the sky, exuding a chilling intimidation. The entire camp was filled with a solemn atmosphere. On the transporter, Jiang Chen also briefly understood with Zhang Qingyu. According to the regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, if one wanted to enter the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, it was necessary to be vetted by the corresponding division of the Demon Suppressor Army, otherwise it would be an offense. Ordinary people, it's strictly forbidden to enter. Only those who have completed the ability to evaluate the rank can be allowed to enter if they have a mission. Not a moment too soon, Jiang Chen then followed Zhang Qingyu to a barrier, flanked by towering and sturdy walls. Beyond the barrier was an endless wilderness. Looking towards the distance, the remains of the city that had fallen into ruins were still faintly visible beneath the sky. It was the city that had already been overrun by a wave of beasts. Zhang Qingyu walked outside the small room next to the barrier and knocked on the glass of the window. Old Liang. Zhang Qingyu? Inside the room, a middle-aged man raised his head and noticed Jiang Chen standing behind Zhang Qingyu, his eyebrows slightly raised. This one looks a little familiar. Zhang Qingyu pointed his thumb at Jiang Chen behind him. Jiang Chen, the freshman of our class. After that, he introduced himself to Jiang Chen. This is Ensign Liang. Jiang Chen sniffed and nodded gently towards Ensign Liang. Liang. When the man heard Jiang Chen's name, he first froze, then laughed out loud. Jiang Chen. I know, ha 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 ha. It's that freshman who broke the hidden rewards of the alien mystery realm with Tang Chuyao. You two are old fire. Zhang Qingyu said with a smug look on his face. Isn't that right? Our Star Ocean's new king alright? After saying that, he signaled Jiang Chen to take out his student ID and handed over the duo's student IDs. The man's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he swiped lightly on the instrument. You guys took on a B-rank mission? He twisted his head to gaze at Jiang Chen and kindly reminded him. Jiang Chen, it's necessary for me to remind you that you're going to hunt a third-order ferocious beast, and you're only a second-order ability person. Did Zhang Qingyu fool you? When a second-order ability person meets a third-order fierce beast, the mortality rate is infinitely close to 100%. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless after hearing these words and waved his hand. No, Brother Liang, we're just going to kill the third-order ferocious beasts. It looks like the exact score when evaluating the rank was not recorded on the individual's basic information, and only the rank was visible. It was estimated that in this world, there were only a few who could do a cross-stage kill. But speaking of which, this Ensign Liang was not bad, and at least had the good sense to remind himself. When Ensign Liang heard this, his eyes suspiciously wandered over the two of them, Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu, as if he still didn't quite believe that it was Jiang Chen who volunteered. Zhang Qingyu leaned against the window and pointed at Jiang Chen. I say old Liang, don't underestimate Jiang Chen. A third-ranked ability user can't even him up, do you believe it? The corner of Ensign Liang's mouth twitched. Just blow it off. He did not believe a single word of Zhang Qingyu's words. Previously, when he was at the third rank, he dared to take on an A-ranked mission, and when he went out, he was so confident, but as a result, he almost didn't die outside. A few moments later, old Liang glanced at Jiang Chen and admonished, forget it, Jiang Chen, just think for yourself. Pay attention to everything and be careful. Saving your life is most important. After saying that, he admonished Zhang Qingyu again. You take care of your senior brother, don't be a fool and go to mess with the Wind Spirit Falcon leader. Just stroll around the periphery. The Wind Spirit Falcon leader is a fourth-ranked beast. If you really meet it, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take care of Jiang Chen. Such a good seedling. If anything happens, I'll be the first one to beat you up. Zhang Qingyu took the duo's student IDs and waved his hand. Don't worry, old Liang. I get it. It's not like I've taken on the task of a fourth-order Wind Spirit Falcon. What am I doing messing with it? After the two left, old Liang poked his head out the window and shouted, 2 to go, 2 to return. Another moment passed. Two fully loaded armored vehicles slowly approached the barrier. A uniformed man stepped off the passenger side and walked straight into the small room. After placing a document on the table, he immediately followed by picking up a cigarette on the table and smoking it to himself. Old Liang glanced at the man and then at the two armored vehicles outside. Ooh, Lao Chang. The armed color squads in the camp are bringing out? Is this an elemental demon appearing? The man exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly. Yes, it's been 3 years. 3 years. Traces of elemental demons have finally appeared on our Daxing side. Old Liang twisted his head to look out of the barrier, both eyebrows slightly furrowed. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, should it? Jiang Chen was such a good seedling. If he encountered an elemental demon and died in its hands, that would really be unfortunate for the Dragon Kingdom. This Zhang Qingyu, he had to take on some B-ranked mission. If anything really happened to Jiang Chen, when Zhang Qingyu came back, he would definitely beat the out of him. The man on the side looked at the frozen old Liang and asked suspiciously, Old Liang, what's wrong? Old Liang looked back and shook his head. No, the two boys from the Star Ocean Military Academy, Zhang Qingyu and Jiang Chen, just happened to have taken on a B-ranked mission and entered the forest as well. The man's eyebrows rose slightly. Jiang Chen? The one who's been so hot lately? Jiang Chen's great name had long been rumored within the military. A first-ranked ability to decapitate a second-ranked ferocious beast. Definitely a good seedling. Yeah. Old Liang nodded. Then where did the trace of the elemental demon appear? The man placed a mini display in front of Lao Liang. Old Liang swept a glance and let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, it's okay. It's a distance away from the Wind Spirit Falcon that those two boys want to kill, so it shouldn't be able to touch it. The man said coldly. In case we run into each other. Zhang Qingyu, this kid's fruit ability is not much of a problem. Jiang Chen will be difficult. Don't be a ing crow. Old Liang glared at him. Maybe the elemental demon was met by the two of them and then slaughtered by them, and you guys made a trip for nothing. The man was happy to hear these words. Don't be too outrageous. If you don't know how to arm color, how can you kill elemental demons? That Zhang Qingyu kid doesn't know how. Jiang Chen he doesn't know how either, right? Old Liang waved his hand impatiently. All right, go on, get there and get back early. The man put his cigarette out and turned to walk up to the armored car. As the barrier went up, the two armored vehicles headed deeper into the Daxing forest. Chapter 54 Fourth Order Wind Spirit Falcon? Over Daxingland. Two figures sped past. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Qingyu, who was covered in blue flames, while flying in the air. I didn't realize that this senior brother was an immortal bird fruit ability, which in the anime is Marco's ability to survive extremely well. No wonder he looks so beaten up. He's emboldened. Other people can't beat him up at all. ZZ. Zhang Qingyu's voice came from the earphone Jiang Chen had hung on his ear. Jiang Chen, we've already entered the Wind Spirit Falcon's territory. Have you sensed the Wind Spirit Falcon yet? Not yet. To the left then. Keep going deeper, I'm afraid I'll encounter a 4th-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon leader. Tell me when you sense a Wind Spirit Falcon and use your gravity to control it. After Jiang Chen gave an OK gesture, the two of them continued to speed forward. 10 minutes later. Wind Spirit Falcon spotted. Jiang Chen levitated in the air after speaking indifferently. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu also stopped his movements. Dazzling blue flames sprouting from his two hands as he twisted his head to look at Jiang Chen. Where? Follow me. Jiang Chen turned around and flew in a direction after he said that. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Qingyu followed closely behind. The two of them, one after the other, flashed in the sky above the Daxing forest, and wherever they passed, the extremely fast speed set off strong air currents, and the branches and leaves of the trees below were wrapped up in this force, and couldn't help but shake violently. Not a moment too soon, a huge Wind Spirit Falcon appeared directly in front of the duo, spreading its wings. Its entire horizontal body was 10 meters long. A pair of sharp eagle eyes stared warily at the duo of Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu, surrounded by a fierce wind that hovered in the air. Zhang Qingyu glanced at Jiang Chen, who was flying in front of him. That's at least a kilometer from, right? Jiang Chen, seeing color. It's already reached 1,000 meters? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Qingyu's eyes. Ho ho! The Wind Spirit Falcon roared, as if it was sending out a warning to the two humans who had intruded into its territory. However, Jiang Chen completely ignored it. Just for a moment, the Wind Spirit Falcon had then entered Jiang Chen's gravity manipulation range. Jiang Chen slightly opened his eyes, revealing the lurid whites of his eyes. Next moment, buzz dash. Gravity weighing 36 tons poured down above that Wind Spirit Falcon. The Wind Spirit Falcon completely did not expect the human in front of him to have this hand, and was directly dragged in the direction of the ground by this majestic gravity. Bang dash. The Wind Spirit Falcon's huge body smashed heavily into the Daxing forest, overturning several trees along the way and smashing a deep pit into the ground. Jiang Chen also used his moon steps in the air at this instant, sharply reversing his direction and flashing towards the Wind Spirit Falcon that had crashed to the ground at an extremely fast speed. A third-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon wasn't completely immobile in the face of 36 tons of gravity. It struggled to get up and shook its body, glaring angrily at Jiang Chen, who was flying towards it at breakneck speeds, and raised its sharp claws, ready to tear the human in front of it to shreds. Jiang Chen flew in the air, his divine sense moving slightly. Next moment, the Wind Spirit Falcon was violently thrown into the air by a wave of anti-gravity, and countless question marks flashed through its round eyes. Immediately afterward, another wave of gravity poured down. The Wind Spirit Falcon was like a toy, being teased by Jiang Chen's gravity. Boom dash! The Wind Spirit Falcon's huge body slammed heavily into the ground once again, and smoke and dust rolled out. Before it could react, a massive gravitational force appeared out of nowhere, pulling it in Jiang Chen's direction. In the meantime, Jiang Chen's figure also flashed past. He drew his sword blade, and the stern sword intent wrapped in a flash of cold light reflected in the Wind Spirit Falcon's eyes. Click! Jiang Chen froze for a moment, his eyebrows furrowing. Is this sword stuck on the bone? Who dash? The Wind Spirit Falcon roared and raised its sharp claws, slapping towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Just then, a blue flame whistled past, and a pair of fists burning with a blazing blue flame ruthlessly smashed onto the Wind Spirit Falcon's head. Just one punch. Boom dash. The Wind Spirit Falcon's head was instantly blasted out, and the flesh and blood at its neck was hardened and torn apart by the powerful impact. Bang dash. The head of a third-ranked ferocious beast smashed heavily against the trees before rolling down to the ground, and the body of the Wind Spirit Falcon also fell to the ground with a loud bang because it had no head. Jiang Chen frowned as he stepped on the remains of the Wind Spirit Falcon and pulled his sword out. He looked at the blood-stained blade in his hand. C-grade alloy weapons. Is that not enough? But didn't that merchant say that a C-class alloy is enough to kill a third-order ferocious beast? Meet a shady businessman? Zhang Qingyu took out a cloth bag and wrapped the head of the Wind Spirit Falcon around his waist, tying it around his waist, then walked over to Jiang Chen. Seemingly seeing Jiang Chen's doubts, he spoke. The sword in your hand. It's a C-grade alloy weapon, right? It's enough to kill some third-ranked ferocious beasts. But it's not enough when you encounter some with stronger defenses. Like this thing. Zhang Qingyu pointed at the corpse of the Wind Spirit Falcon on the ground. Jiang Chen habitually tilted his head sideways, sensing the black gloves on Zhang Qingyu's hands, which seemed to be faintly flickering with a touch of red flame on its exterior. The flame of the immortal bird fruit. Isn't it blue? This red flame. What's going on? Senior brother, your weapon is an elemental weapon? Jiang Chen inquired tentatively. After all, among the elemental weapons, There was also the fire attribute. This red flame, odds were that it was from an elemental weapon. Zhang Qingyu didn't hide it either, and raised his fists to show it off. This is a fire-attributed first-rank elemental weapon, and honestly, as your senior brother, I would suggest that you don't change those trash alloy weapons. It's a straightforward step to change to an elemental weapon. Even a first-order elemental weapon is enough for you to use for a long time. Elemental weapons cost 1,000 military department points for one customization. It's not really expensive to say so. You're just stuck right now, in case the sword breaks later in the battle. Jiang Chen nodded. What Zhang Qingyu said did make sense. 1,000 points doesn't seem very expensive? After all, he had raked in over 1,000 attribute points by casually descending into the secret realm. A few more quests and a change to play around with first would be nice. At least to have a weapon that's a bit more handy to use before going to Shiva Land to get the Gambler's Firebrand. Otherwise, when the time comes, even if one's sword intent is strong, it's useless if the sword breaks. Let's go. There are still 9 more to go. Hurry up and finish killing them and go back to deliver. Zhang Qingyu patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, and his hands ignited a blazing blue flame, transforming into 2 blue flaming wings that rose into the air. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also followed closely behind him. For the next hour, Jiang Chen sensed 6 more wind spirit falcons one after another. This time he didn't make a move. He just used to use gravity to assist in controlling them. All of them were handed over to Zhang Qingyu. 1 small ferocious beast per punch. Over Daxinglan. The 2 sped past. 2 more to go. Wrap it up before dark. Zhang Qingyu's voice came from the headset. Just then, ho ho! An earth-shattering roar came from behind the 2. This roar contained a terrifying power, and the sound wave formed was like a raging wave, which not only set off a strong air current in the air, but also blew the branches and leaves of the trees along the way to shake violently. Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu turned around at the same time. A giant beast that spread its wings and was 50 meters long covered the sky, hovering in the air, its eyes staring at them. Nima, a 4th-ranked wind spirit falcon? Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he blurted out. Chapter 55 Elemental Demon? Walking 1,000 points. Jiang Chen, find a place to hide. Leave this 4th-ranked wind spirit falcon to me. Zhang Qingyu's expression was unprecedentedly grave, changing his usual dangling appearance and shouting at Jiang Chen. Boom dash! The blue flames were like a raging wave, instantly blazing around him. In the meantime, who dash? The 4th-ranked wind spirit falcon tilted its head and let out a heaven-shattering roar. Its blood-red eyes filled with a chillingly ferocious light, locking onto Zhang Qingyu with a deadly glare. Immediately afterward, the wind spirit falcon came whistling at an astonishing speed, like a black lightning bolt. The gusts of wind brought up by its wings were just like countless incomparably sharp blades, frantically cutting the surrounding air and emitting sharp and ear-piercing whistling sounds. Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly when he saw this. A 4th-ranked wind spirit falcon. One was not qualified to fight it now. If he insisted on going on, he would only be dragging Zhang Qingyu back. Think about it. Jiang Chen made a snap decision and turned around, intending to hide in the jungle. Yet just then, at the end of Jiang Chen's perception viewpoint on his left side, a blue figure flashed past like lightning, with a circle of jumping electric arcs surrounding it. On the transporter, he had looked up some information on ferocious beasts on the intranet himself. That looks like elemental demons with lightning attributes? And looking at that figure, it seemed to be a weaker elemental demon is shown in the information, probably only of the 3rd rank. Even so, one is at least 1,000 War Department points to start with. 1,000 points. An elemental weapon of the 1st rank. 1,000 attribute points. And hide my ass. Jiang Chen decisively changed direction and sped towards the elemental demon. At this moment, Zhang Qingyu had just dodged a strike from a 4th-ranked wind spirit falcon, and he secretly sighed in relief as he inadvertently glanced at Jiang Chen's actions out of the corner of his eye. Luckily, the kid was obedient and didn't come to cause trouble for himself. But soon, Zhang Qingyu noticed that something was wrong. No, what's this kid doing so far away? Hello, Jiang Chen? Where are you going? Just find a place to hide down there. I'll settle the fight soon. Zhang Qingyu said suspiciously into his earpiece. Next, Jiang Chen's voice came out. I found the elemental demon. When Zhang Qingyu heard this, his eyes widened. Elemental demon? No, you come back. You can't handle the elemental demon. Jiang Chen ignored Zhang Qingyu's words, manipulating the gravity around himself with all his might as he chased towards the elemental demon at an extremely fast speed. Just under 3 seconds, Jiang Chen had then closed in on the elemental demon. One could only see this elemental demon. Its skin was blue in color, with electricity constantly traveling underneath its skin, and its appearance was like that of a giant bear. At this moment, it also discovered Jiang Chen, who was approaching him at breakneck speed. the elemental demon snapped around. Immediately afterward, a ball of electric light blasted out from its bear's paw, smashing straight at Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate for a second and immediately turned on iron block. Boom dash! Electricity bombarded Jiang Chen's body, and the powerful current instantly destroyed all the cell phones and headsets he was carrying. At this moment, Zhang Qingyu, who was flying in the air and circling the wind spirit falcon, had a piercing squeak sound coming from his earphones. His face plummeted, and he violently ripped the headset off. Obviously, Jiang Chen had suffered an attack from the lightning attribute elemental demon, causing the earpiece to be destroyed by the powerful current. Grass! Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but let out a loud curse. His heart was burning with anxiety, and he made a decisive decision to bend down and rush towards Jiang Chen's direction. Yet the next moment, the huge body of the fourth-ranked wind spirit falcon was like an insurmountable black city wall, blocking in front of him. Asterisk 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 Q. Get out of the way. Zhang Qingyu cracked his mouth and jumped anxiously. The fourth-ranked wind spirit falcon turned a deaf ear to Zhang Qingyu's shouts of curses and flapped its huge wings, once again pouncing towards him aggressively. Jungle. The giant bear-like elemental demon had no intention of fighting Jiang Chen, and after blasting out a shot of electricity, it turned its head and ran away. Jiang Chen, due to the opening of the iron block, had no major injuries of his own except for the fact that all the electronic equipment on his body had been destroyed. Trying to run? Jiang Chen let out a low chortle and decisively maneuvered the anti-gravity with all his might, catapulting towards the direction where the elemental demon had left. Less than 3 seconds. The giant bear then entered the range of Jiang Chen's gravity field once again. Jiang Chen's divine sense moved. 36 tons of gravity instantly enveloped the giant bear's circumference. Muo dash! The huge body of the giant bear was smashed directly into the ground, letting out a wail. Just then, the giant bear's body suddenly appeared with blue light, turning into a ball of electric light and speeding away in the air. Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed. Elementalization? Right now one's manipulation of gravity can't affect an enemy capable of elementalization. Not a big problem though. Without gravity manipulation, he himself has the powerful blind sword technique and armed color hegemony. I'd like to see where you can run. Jiang Chen, seeing color firmly locked onto the elemental demon's location, and immediately afterward, he chased after it at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, this elemental demon was the lowest level elemental demon, and its speed was nowhere near as fast as the electric light, so it was only a matter of time before Jiang Chen could catch up. Jiang Chen flew at a very high speed in low altitude among the dense jungle, and the fallen leaves were blown in all directions by his strong air currents, seemingly due to being hunted for a long time. The elemental demon had absolutely no desire to fight, only wanting to hurry up and get away from this damned human. However, its speed wasn't as good as Jiang Chen, who had erupted at full power. After a 5-minute chase, Jiang Chen was already less than 10 meters away from it. Seeing this, the elemental demon decisively turned around and blasted a round of lightning. Next, Jiang Chen just gently sidestepped and easily dodged the shot of lightning. The first time it hit Jiang Chen, it was only due to Jiang Chen's negligence. Now, Jiang Chen, seeing color firmly locked onto it, and it was absolutely impossible to hit Jiang Chen again. Boom 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 dash. A few more rounds of lightning blasted in. Jiang Chen maneuvered his body and dodged all the attacks with just a slight twist. At this point, in Jiang Chen's perception, he could clearly feel that the elemental demon had begun to panic. This human, faster than himself, can't hit and can't be hit. How can this be fun? Muo dash! The giant bear let out a wail in panic, as if asking for help. Yet just then, Jiang Chen had already caught up with this giant bear elemental demon. The armed color instantly covered the blade. Immediately after, the blade went straight down. The sword attached with sword intent and 36 tons of gravity directly penetrated the body of the elemental demon, pinning it to the ground. Jab! Electricity flashed around the elemental demon, and the elementalization instantly faded away, revealing a giant bear appearance, completely lifeless. Jiang Chen drew his sword blade and gazed at the giant bear corpse at his feet. He rubbed his chin. It seems like the elemental crystals are in the brain? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen bent down and began the dissection. A few moments later, a blue orb crystal core appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Not bad. 1,000 points to go. Suddenly, within his range of perception, another elemental demon flickered by. Another one? Did this elemental demon just ask for help? Back up? It looked as if it was an elemental demon of the same strength. Not bad. Not bad. It's like a walking 1,000 points. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen directly chased after them after putting the elemental crystal core into his pocket. Chapter 56. Lost. The other side. Zhang Qingyu's hands were stained with blood. and strands of flowing bangs fell messily in front of his forehead. In front of him, the fourth-ranked wind spirit falcon had already been whacked to pieces by him and collapsed motionlessly on the ground. Without stopping, Zhang Qingyu ignited blue flames with both hands and shot straight up into the sky. He quickly looked around in the air, and after recognizing that direction of Jiang Chen's in his memory, he sped off like a blue meteor. Strange, where did it go? Jiang Chen! Jiang! Tatsu! Come out! Don't scare me! Zhang Qingyu swept over the jungle at high speeds while shouting Jiang Chen's name at the top of his voice. The sound echoed continuously in the silent jungle, but it never got a response. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, the sun had quietly sunk in the west, and the night slowly fell like a huge black curtain, the light in the jungle getting dimmer and dimmer. Zhang Qingyu lowered his flight altitude and weaved his way through the jungle. Eventually, he fell and sat helplessly on the ground. Done. Jiang Chen was lost by himself. The electronic devices on him, too, were all broken, and he couldn't get in touch with them even if he wanted to. Elemental demons, beings capable of elementalization. Without the armed color, you can't even touch it at all. Where did Jiang Chen get the confidence to run off and find an elemental demon to fight? After searching for so long and not even finding a single silhouette, Jiang Chen reckoned that he was in a bad way. Old Liang also made a point of telling himself that he had to look after Jiang Chen, and that if anything happened to Jiang Chen, he would beat the out of himself. At the thought of old Liang's face, Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but shiver. And it's not just old Liang. Yang Xiaotong was a hot-tempered person. If she knew that she had taken Jiang Chen out on a mission and lost him, then she would be finished. Zhang Qingyu subconsciously touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Isn't it time to think about how to run? Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses. That's not true. It was clearly Jiang Chen who had killed himself and had to go to the elemental demon to do battle, and he had copied the elemental demon on the transporter. So could he blame himself? But saying that, do they believe it? Where could one run if one ran away? This vast expanse of heaven and earth no longer seemed to have a place for him. Hey, better to look for it again. Zhang Qingyu helplessly climbed up and turned into a blue flame, disappearing into the night jungle once again. Meanwhile, in another part of the Daxing forest, old Chang, dressed in a straight military uniform, was sitting quietly inside the armored car, listening intently to the constant reports coming from the intercom. Chang team, no elemental demons found. We didn't find it on our side either. So are we. As Lao Chang listened to the successive reports from the team members, his brows gradually furrowed into a Chuan character, his heart full of doubts. Weird. Where is this elemental demon? They had been searching for 2 hours straight, spreading out to look for dozens of kilometers in all directions from where they had originally found the trail. Along the way, apart from solving some ferocious beasts in passing, not to mention elemental devils, they didn't even see a single ghost. He shook his head helplessly, sighed heavily, and gave orders into the intercom. Hey, come back all. Close the line. Just then, zigzag, a slightly urgent voice suddenly came over the intercom. Team Sung, we found the corpse of an elemental demon, but the elemental crystal core is gone. When Lao Chang heard this, his eyebrows, which were slightly drooping, instantly rose upwards. A corpse? A student from the military academy did this? Possibly. The voice on the other end of the intercom responded. After hearing this, Lao Chang thought a little and immediately ordered, everyone go over there and look around that body again. There should be 2 of them. I'm going over there now too. Yes. The soldier sitting on the side in charge of driving the armored car, upon hearing the order, quickly turned the steering wheel and slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. The armored car, like an agile beast, completed its turnaround in place with a dry finish and headed for its target location. The soldier sighed as he drove. I didn't expect it to be found by a student from the military academy. This one is 1,000 military department points. TSK. Lao Chang let out a light laugh. Envious? The driver soldier glanced at the captain, his eyes full of envy. Then who could not be envious? I just wonder who killed it. I seem to remember that there are only 3 teams of students doing quests in the Daxing Forest today, right? Lao Chang nodded as he thought back. It seems like one team is juniors from the Linjiang Military Academy side, one team is juniors from the Jiangnan Military Academy, and one team is from the Star Ocean Military Academy. The soldier sniffed and continued to ask, Team Chang, in your opinion, which team is most likely to have successfully hunted the elemental demon? Lao Chang shrugged. How would I know? Anyway, it can't be Star Ocean Military Academy. Zhang Qingyu I do know. He doesn't have armed color hegemony. Fair enough. At this moment, Jiang Chen was traveling through the jungle at an extremely fast speed, about 500 meters in the direction directly in front of him. The remaining giant bear elemental demon had been firmly locked in place by his seeing color. In any case, It's 1,000 points, and there's absolutely no way you're going to let it get away. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and once again manipulated the anti-gravity around him with all his might. His aura around him climbing steeply as his speed increased by another notch. Powerful air currents whistled past his circumference, and the fallen leaves piled up on the ground were wrapped up by this powerful air current, rushing up to the sky and flying all over the place. Not a moment too soon. The distance between Jiang Chen and the elemental demon was then shortened to less than 100 meters, and he was about to catch up. The elemental demon was visibly alarmed. Not long ago, it had seen its own kind die a horrible death at the hands of this human behind it. Panic. The elemental demon turned back once again and flung a few electrifying blasts. Boom 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 dash. The electric shock that was as fast as lightning in other people's eyes was completely in slow motion in Jiang Chen's eyes. He dodged it with just a few gentle twists of his body, his movements flowing with ease. In the meantime, Jiang Chen had also absorbed the experience of the last elemental demon. Elemental demons, in order to release an electric shock, must first materialize. He manipulated the gravity, which weighed 36 tons, and slammed down the moment this elemental demon unleashed an electric shock. Bang dash! The elemental demon was slammed straight into the ground. In this instant, Jiang Chen's extremely fast flying speed and ghostly figure had arrived above this elemental demon. The elemental demon's azure eyes were filled with panic at the moment. It hurriedly elementalized again, trying to move away from Jiang Chen. However, it was already too late. The sword blade in Jiang Chen's hand carried a biting cold light as it stabbed straight down towards the bottom. The sharp blade of the sword instantly penetrated the body of this elemental demon. Muo dash! With a wail, the elemental demon was completely lifeless. Jiang Chen drew his sword blade and began the familiar work of dissecting. A few moments later, another elemental crystal core worth 1,000 military points was put into Jiang Chen's pocket. Now, one has 2,000 points on oneself. Originally, I thought that I could only get 200 points for this mission, and that I would have to share it equally with Zhang Qingyu, with 100 points each. I didn't realize that the take was even more than secret number 1, the 2,000 points. That was bound to be impossible to share with Zhang Qingyu, or all his own. Now that his own weapon was no longer enough, he could start with an elemental weapon when the time came. The remaining 1,000 points were exchanged for attribute points to get the sword chi skill first. After seeing the embryonic form of sword chi brought about by a proficient level sword intent, Jiang Chen was at this point eager to see just what level of power sword chi could reach. In the midst of his thoughts, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Immediately afterward, he rose up into the air and hovered over the great Hing forest. A new problem suddenly looms. All the electronics on the body are broken. And now here, where is it? One seems to be lost. Chapter 57. 36 tons of finger guns. Have you ever tasted them? The next day, it was just dawn. Daxing Town Demon Army Camp. At the barrier. Double kill. Triple kill. Old Liang rubbed his hands on the cell phone screen, his feet on the table, an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a handful of hairs skimming past the window. Who? Old Liang jerked to his feet. Zhang Qingyu was startled and twisted his head with stiff limbs. Old Liang, it's me, ha ha ha. Old Liang breathed a sigh of relief and said in a bad humor. You kid, what are you doing sneaking around? Am I not letting you into the camp or what? No, this is not to see you are playing the game. Afraid to affect your play. Zhang Qingyu scratched his head and pointed in a certain direction. Nah, Lao Liang, I still have something to do. Go first, haha. He just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible and go to the officers within the camp to report Jiang Chen's disappearance. But he didn't dare to let Old Liang know about it, or he might have to get a severe beating first. Go. Old Liang waved his hand and his gaze fell back on the cell phone screen. Suddenly, he jerked his head up. Stop. Zhang Qingyu instantly sweated and stiffly twisted his head. And, what? Old Liang poked his head out and looked back and forth, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. Where's Jiang Chen? Zhang Qingyu was speechless. It's over. It's really over. Seeing Zhang Qingyu in this state, Old Liang's face instantly grimaced. Speak, where's Jiang Chen? Feeling Old Liang's murderous gaze, Zhang Qingyu only felt a cold sweat running down his body. He forced out a smile. Old Liang, I've already told Jiang Chen before. Stay away when you see an elemental demon. Get to the point. Old Liang's eyes rolled back in his head. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu could only tell everything. So Jiang Chen is missing? And in a bad way? Old Liang said slowly after hearing Zhang Qingyu's words. Zhang Qingyu nodded stiffly. Old Liang's eyebrows rose slightly. Then how come you're okay? Zhang Qingyu spread his hands. I'm sure I'm fine. Where is the 4th-ranked Wind Spirit Falcon, my opponent? Not your opponent. Then how come Jiang Chen is missing? Jiang Chen went to find the elemental demon to do battle on his own. I was held back by the wind spirit falcon and couldn't get away. So you're saying that Jiang Chen's disappearance has nothing to do with you at all? Indeed it does, and I've been looking for it all night too. I just couldn't find it, and I wasn't going to report it to the battalion officer when you stopped me. Old Liang was silent for 2 seconds and silently removed the watch from his hand. I told you, if anything happens to Jiang Chen, I'll beat the out of you. No, Lao Liang, let's be reasonable. Okay, grass. Before Zhang Qingyu could finish his words, he saw Old Liang's movements in his hands directly ignited blue flames as he attempted to fly into the air. Old Liang leapt out of the window, his body rising violently, transforming into a ferocious vicious wolf, followed by a jumping step, grabbing Zhang Qingyu's feet and directly throwing him to the ground. Boom dash! Zhang Qingyu's entire body directly smashed a shallow pit out of the ground. Ow! Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but wail. Lao Liang pressed him to the ground and made a move to beat him up. Of course, Old Liang would definitely not kill Zhang Qingyu, simply because Zhang Qingyu's survival ability was well known. Old Liang is just grumpy. Jiang Chen was such a good seedling, and just because he went on a mission with Zhang Qingyu, he ended up in a bad way. Regardless of whether this had anything to do with Zhang Qingyu or not, he just couldn't help it and wanted to beat up Zhang Qingyu. When Zhang Qingyu saw Old Liang raise his casserole-sized fist, he hurriedly shouted, "Old Liang, the most important thing now is to find Jiang Chen. It's not too late to beat me up later." The words fell. Old Liang stopped moving. He naturally knew the priority of the matter. If anything really happens to Jiang Chen, don't let me see you. I'll beat you up once I see you. Zhang Qingyu gulped and hurriedly said, Yes. It's better to report upwards now and hurry out to find someone. Old Liang stood up and snorted coldly. Humph. You go to your room and stay there. No running around. I'm going to report now. Good. Zhang Qingyu hurriedly got up, took 3 steps and ran inside the small room in a well-behaved manner. Not a moment too soon. On the top floor of the command building, Major General Li Fei stood in front of the window with a grave expression, while his adjutant and Lao Liang stood behind him. Throughout the camp, under Li Fei's orders, thousands of demon suppressor army began to gather, with only one goal in mind, to find Jiang Chen, live and let die. In the middle of the Daxing jungle, I didn't realize it was noon. Jiang Chen relied on the shadows that shone down from the midday sun to barely recognize the direction of the camp. Fortunately, he had deliberately paid attention when he left the house, and it was roughly in the southeast direction. Due to the long distance and the fact that he hadn't slept for the whole night, Jiang Chen was a bit tired at the moment. Flying for a while and walking for a while, throughout the night plus one morning, Jiang Chen had killed over a dozen ferocious beasts that had tried to attack him, and at the moment, a crack had appeared on his sword blade, and at this point, 5 third-ranked ferocious beasts and 10 second-ranked ferocious beasts were surrounding Jiang Chen in the center. With a movement of Jiang Chen's divine sense, all creatures within 500 meters of him were instantly attached with 36 tons of gravity. Those 10 weaker second-ranked ferocious beasts were instantly crushed by this terrifying gravity, their blood and flesh bursting all over the place. The remaining 5 third-ranked ferocious beasts were barely able to carry the gravity. The 5 third-ranked ferocious beasts simultaneously let out earth-shattering roars as they pounced towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, seeing color, firmly locked onto these 5 ferocious beasts around him, and in the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared in place. A flash of cold light flashed between the ferocious beasts. The 4 ferocious beasts were instantly chopped into 2. When Jiang Chen's sword blade chopped down to the last of the most massive ferocious beasts, dang dash! A crunching sound came out as the C-grade alloy sword blade was finally overwhelmed and snapped in 2. Even so, the ferocious beast had also been seriously injured, and it twisted its head to look angrily at Jiang Chen as it roared and charged over. However, trying to hit Jiang Chen, who possessed the seeing color, it was simply impossible. Jiang Chen simply twisted his body gently and dodged, dodging behind the ferocious beast. One person and one ferocious beast, just facing each other. On the ferocious beast, a hideous scar was dripping blood. The sword just now had already caused it to be seriously injured. Jiang Chen sensed the broken blade in his hand, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He simply took the broken blade back into the scabbard of the sword in his staff and gently placed it on the ground, moving his knuckles. Without the sword, he still had his 36-ton finger gun, and this third-ranked ferocious beast had been seriously injured, so it wasn't much of a problem. The ferocious beast roared, stepping with heavy footsteps as it pounced towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen used 6-style shave and dodged behind it with sensitivity. Afterward, a powerful finger spear was violently poked to the back of the ferocious beast. Ow dash! The ferocious beast wailed and twisted its head to raise its giant claws towards Jiang Chen. Chapter 58. Did the elemental demon kill Jiang Chen? The ferocious beast waved its huge claws and slapped Jiang Chen again and again. However, Jiang Chen's figure was as ghostly as a ghost, and whenever the giant claws were about to hit him, they were twisted away by him in an unimaginable stance. This was also the first time Jiang Chen had combined the paper painting of the 6 styles with the powerful seeing color. By sensing the changes in the air currents created by the movements of the ferocious beasts, he unloads his entire body's strength, making his body as light as paper, and supplementing it with his powerful seeing colors. Even if the ferocious beasts were allowed to attack many more times, they would not be able to hit Jiang Chen at all. Finger guns, Arisher feet. The severely injured third-ranked ferocious beast had 36 tons of gravity attached to it while having to accept Jiang Chen's storming attack. Gradually, its movements began to slow down, and the wounds on its body became more and more numerous, with blood staining the ground. Finally, boom dash, a dull thud rang out. The ferocious beast's exhausted and heavily injured body was no longer able to resist the gravity attached to it, and it slammed down heavily on the ground. Jiang Chen also immediately rolled over and rode up. The finger gun with 36 tons of gravity attached to it pierced through the air, turning into a trail of shadows at an extremely fast speed, poking frantically at the head of the ferocious beast. Ow dash! Finally, after the ferocious beast let out a desperate wail, it was completely lifeless. Jiang Chen took a long breath. Phew, it's pretty tiring to be without a sword and just rely on the now level 1 Navy 6. No, when I go back and turn in the quest, I have to change to an elemental weapon immediately. Jiang Chen picked up the sword in his staff. Although the blade inside was broken, it was better to hold it in his hand. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen rose up into the air and flew straight toward the southeast at breakneck speed. Not a moment too soon, the 2 armored vehicles entered Jiang Chen's perception range. It's the demon squad? Finally, we've seen someone alive. Shouldn't we be able to get a ride over there? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen directly turned his head and flew towards the 2 armored vehicles. Inside the 1 armored car that drove in front, out of the corner of his eye, the soldier sitting in the co-pilot's seat glimpsed a silhouette flying towards them at a very high speed. He fixed his eyes. The man flying through the air with his eyes closed and a blind cane in his hand. Jiang Chen! Stop the car quickly! We found Jiang Chen! Inside the campsite of the demon army in Daxing Town, all the senior officers stood at the barrier, staring intently at the wilderness beyond. Zhang Qingyu, on the other hand, leaned against the wall, shivering. Old Liang just stood on the sidelines, casting fierce glances at Zhang Qingyu from time to time, his eyes like knives. Zhang Qingyu was full of aggression, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, when old Liang said to make a move, he didn't dare to easily provoke. Not far away, 2 high-ranking officers were coming together, talking in low voices. The short officer stole a glance at Major General Li Fei, who was pacing back and forth not far away, and kept his voice extremely low. You say, just a student just. Why our head should be so gung-ho? The tall officer on the side of the room sniffed and stared in disbelief. Raise an army? It's just a student? Do you know that even Lieutenant General Yi Qing is already paying attention to Jiang Chen? The short officer, with doubt written all over his face, pursued. Why is Lieutenant General Yi paying attention to Jiang Chen? But he's just a blind man. The tall officer's expression sank and he said seriously, blind? Still blind up to now? Jiang Chen's speed of seeing color comprehension is terrifying. Just enrolled in school at only 100 meters. And within the first secret territory, I heard that it reached 500 meters. How many meters is it now? That's just seeing colors too, said the short officer, still somewhat unimpressed. The tall officer shook his head. Slowly, it's not just seeing color. I heard that the Star Ocean Military Academy Association reported Jiang Chen's rank evaluation results. A second rank ability person chopped out a destructive force of 40,000 calories. Just ask the entire Dragon Kingdom who can do that. At these words, the short officer instantly froze on the spot, his mind going blank. Second-ranked ability to chop out 40,000 cards of destructive power. Historically, the destructive power of a second-order ability barely reaches 20,000 cards, the threshold of a third-order ability, and there are still a very few demons who can do it. 40,000 cards, twice the difference. That's not possible by any stretch of the imagination, is it? How is this possible? How do you know all this? The short officer's face was filled with disbelief. The tall officer cast a sidelong glance at him and let out a slightly amused light laugh. Have you forgotten? The adjutant beside Lieutenant General Yi Qing is my cousin. After saying that, he leaned over slightly and added mysteriously, and that's not even the most outrageous. I've heard that Jiang Chen has mastered sword intent, and it's already at the peak level, and even has the beginnings of sword chi. When the short officer heard this, his eyes stared as if they were bronze bells, and his mouth opened and closed for a long time before he could squeeze out a few words. No, it can't be right. How can a non-sword Dao talent comprehend sword intent? The taller officer looked smug and said with his head held high, "Humph, so you know why our chief is so gung-ho, right? Hey, I hope Jiang Chen doesn't have an accident." Just then, within sight of the people present, 2 armored vehicles slowly appeared. "Ha, they're back?" The short officer looked excited. The tall officer picked up his binoculars and said slowly, "It doesn't seem to be. It's that armed color squad of Lao Chang and his group." A few moments later, 2 armored vehicles pulled into the barrier one after the other. The armored car door was opened. Lao Chang stepped out of the armored cars with a bewildered look on his face and looked around. "What's going on here? What's all the commotion?" At this point, Major General Li Fei, with his adjutant, walked up to him with a slightly anxious expression. "Have you found any elemental demons?" "Found it, but only found the body, presumably killed by the students of the military school." Old Chang only felt a little embarrassed. His old face reddened. So many people were gathered here at the barrier. Were they all waiting for themselves to bring back the elemental crystal cores? Although elemental crystal cores are indeed quite precious, it's not that grand. And the point is that one hasn't got corpses? Li Fei's complexion flinched as he hurriedly asked, "Have you seen Jiang Chen?" Lao Chang blinked in confusion. "Jiang Chen? No, why do you ask?" Li Fei shook his head inside. "Jiang Chen went after the elemental demon and is now missing." Chief, the elemental demon shouldn't have been killed by Jiang Chen, right? Old Chang revealed a surprised expression, though his guess was that he was killed by another military student. But now, Jiang Chen had disappeared after going after the elemental demon, and the elemental crystal core was missing. In any case, it was highly likely that Jiang Chen had killed the elemental demon. Li Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, his sharp gaze glancing at Zhang Qingyu in the corner. "Zhang Qingyu, right? Are you sure Jiang Chen doesn't know how to arm color hegemony?" I can't reach ah. Zhang Qingyu felt the gaze of all the bigwigs present. Shivering, his mouth was not sharp. Just then, an officer hurriedly ran in. "Chief, we just received news that the 3rd squad has found Jiang Chen. It's on its way back." After these words, it could be clearly felt that everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fei sniffed and hurriedly asked, "How is Jiang Chen's situation now?" The officer saluted and reported, "According to the people from the 3rd squad, Jiang Chen doesn't seem to be in any serious trouble. He's just a bit tired. No serious harm is good. No serious harm is good." Li Fei muttered. The heavy atmosphere of the scene finally eased. Zhang Qingyu also finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He didn't need to be beaten up after all. Lao Chang's tone carried a hint of shock. "So, Chief, the elemental demon was really killed by Jiang Chen?" asked Jiang Chen when they returned. Li Fei's gaze slowly turned to the vast wilderness beyond the barrier and fell into deep thought. Jiang Chen, this kid. What kind of demon ah? Even if he knew Sword Dao, if the elemental demon was really killed by Jiang Chen, that meant that he had even mastered 2 types of hegemony at the same time. The rest of the overlord color hegemony. Could Jiang Chen also master it? Looking at the entire world, no one had ever been able to comprehend all 3 types of hegemony at the same time. Chapter 59 Armed Color Entanglement? Is it hard? Time flies. After confirming that Jiang Chen was safe and sound, Li Fei made an immediate decision and dismissed most of those officers who had gathered here to watch the fun. At the barrier, only Li Fei, Lao Liang and Zhang Qingyu were left behind. Soon, an armored vehicle appeared within sight of several people. Zhang Qingyu stretched his neck and looked around. Here it comes. It should be the 3rd squad." A look of uncontainable excitement surfaced on old Liang's face as he hurried back to the small room and raised the barrier of the barrier. It didn't take long for an armored car to pull up steadily in front of them. The backseat door was pushed open, and Jiang Chen yawned as he leapt out of the armored vehicle. Since he hadn't closed his eyes for the whole day, Jiang Chen took a small nap in the cramped car. As soon as Zhang Qingyu saw Jiang Chen, he immediately scurried up and carefully looked him up and down. "Jiang Chen, I'm Chao. Are you really alright?" Jiang Chen stopped Zhang Qingyu's restless hand and said in a flat tone, "Senior, I'm fine." Immediately after, old Liang also walked over with a smile on his face and said, "Jiang Chen, learning about your disappearance has made us anxious. Come, let me introduce you. This is our chief." Old Liang said while pointing his palm at Li Fei, who was on the side. Li Fei laughed brightly. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen, just call me Old Li." Jiang Chen responded with a polite nod. Chiefly, without the slightest hint of politeness, Li Fei directly cut to the chase. "Jiang Chen, the elemental demon was killed by you?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded his head to confirm, then pulled out 2 blue crystal cores emitting a ghostly light from his coat pocket. "These are elemental crystal cores." As soon as Zhang Qingyu saw the 2 elemental crystal cores, his eyes instantly widened. "My Chao, even if you killed them, you even killed 2 of them?" Li Fei and Lao Liang, on the other hand, had expressions of relief in their eyes. Good, good, good. Li Fei's words took a steep turn and asked, your current armed color, what level has it reached? Jiang Chen gently shook his head and said truthfully, it can only attack the entity of an elemental demon, not to the extent of armed color entanglement. When Li Fei heard this, he let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, that's not bad. Armed color entanglement is not that simple. Even for a high-ranked physical art gifted ability user, the fastest one can comprehend it is the 4th rank. Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly as he heard this. A high-ranked physical arts gifted ability user would also need to be 4th ranked to comprehend armed color entanglement? Is it that hard? Thinking of this, he silently scanned the skill panel in his mind. Armed color hegemony LV. 1. 0/20+. Can attack elementalized enemies? Next level, armed color wrap. Amount. If you do the math, it's only a matter of 20 skill points and 200 attribute points. Turn in your elemental crystal core later for a point and you'll be able to comprehend it. Li Fei patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with both hands and said, that's fine. As long as there's nothing going on, you can directly exchange the elemental crystal cores for points on our side, and we can also directly exchange points for attribute points and weapons on our side. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Old Liang beside him. Old Liang, you lead Jiang Chen and the others to the exchange office. Okay. Old Liang nodded with a smile and led Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu away. Wait for a few people to leave. Li Fei pulled out his cell phone and after a moment of silence, he called his superior, Lieutenant General Yi Qing. Hey, it's me, Li Fei. Jiang Chen, he's fine. He's already back. The elemental demons were still killed by him. Yes, he comprehended the armed color. Camp Daxing, not far from the command building. Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu followed Old Liang to a short 3-story building that covered an area of 2,000 square meters. This building construction, the appearance and command building style consistent, showing extremely simple pure white exterior design, without the slightest luxury decoration. Next to the doorway into the building, there was a signboard exchange office of the military department of the Demon Suppression Army in the Daxing region. The three walked into the first floor lobby. Lao Liang took a look around. Cold and quiet. There was no one. He turned his head toward Jiang Chen and said, luckily, there's not many people right now. Jiang Chen, just go to the window and ask the staff to change it directly. Jiang Chen nodded, then walked straight to the exchange window. Before he came, Jiang Chen had already thought about it. His own sword had broken, and a new, better sword was just what was needed. As for which elemental weapon to choose, all 3 elements are actually about the same in terms of attack power. Basically, just pick by your own preference. Jiang Chen decisively chose the thunder attribute. There was no other reason. It was more handsome. The remaining 1,000 points were all exchanged for attribute points, totaling 1,000 attribute points. After exchanging words with the staff, Jiang Chen was told that customizing the elemental weapon would take an hour, which wasn't long. You can also wait for a courier if something comes up. Jiang Chen didn't have much to do, so he simply sat in the hall and waited for them to finish making the weapons before taking them back to the school together, just in time to get a head start on adding points. Zhang Qingyu asked curiously when she saw Jiang Chen sitting beside her. Jiang Chen, what did you change? Jiang Chen spoke calmly. A lightning attribute elemental weapon, and 1,000 attribute points. Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. We all came out to do the mission together. Why Jiang Chen took 2,000 points from the military department? Looking at himself again, he took 200 points from the military department. Oh no! He had to share 100 points with Jiang Chen. Think about it. Zhang Qingyu then had a heart attack and couldn't help but pound his chest. I'm too hard. After all, the elemental demon was completely killed by Jiang Chen alone. If he licked his face and proposed to Jiang Chen for an equal share, not to mention whether he could face it or not, the old Liang next to him would probably have to beat the out of himself in the first place. Assignable attribute points, 1,000. Jiang Chen sat down on the hall and immediately began to allocate attribute points. A few moments later, with a burst of golden light flashing by, Strength, 360 plus, dash, Strength, 560 plus, Spirit, 720 plus, dash, Spirit, 1120 plus, Body Mass, 360 plus, dash, Body Mass, 560 plus, Agility, 360 plus, dash, Agility, 560 plus. The moment the attribute points were distributed, Jiang Chen only felt a warmth around his body, and in the blink of an eye, this warmth quickly spread to his entire body. Every inch of his skin felt like it was infused with scalding energy, and it was as if his entire body was in the midst of a steaming heat wave. His muscles began to tighten, and a sense of power surged through his body like a raging tide. The bones made a subtle but crisp sound, as if they were undergoing a remodeling of themselves. A few moments later. Phew. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he subconsciously clenched his fists. 560 points of strength attributes meant that the base destructive power had reached 5,600 cards, plus his own increase of up to 36 times. At this point, one sword at full strength could already cut out more than 60,000 cards of destructive power. It was only 20,000 cards short of the 80,000 card destructive power requirement for a 4th ranked ability, and one's total attribute points were even still only 2,800. He hadn't even reached the 3,000 attribute point threshold for a 3rd order ability user. It's more than that. Maneuverable gravity, 56 tons. The manipulable gravity also came to 56 tons. Now even if it was a 3rd ranked ferocious beast, I'm afraid that within his own gravity field, even if he didn't directly explode and die, he would surely not be able to move an inch. Next, still have to add skills. Chapter 60, Comprehending Sword Chi. Assignable skill points, 100. Hearing color Bay LV. 3/0/180 plus. Current range 1000 meters. Next level, range spread to 2000 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV. 3/0/40 plus. Currently comprehended sword intent proficient. Next level, sword chi proficient. Gravity field LV. 4/0/80 plus. Current field range 500 meters. Gravity wave manipulation proficient mastered. Next level, range spread to 1000 meters. Armed color hegemony LV. 1/0/20 plus. Can attack elementalized enemies? Next level, armed color wrap. Navy 6 styles LV. 1/0/10 plus. Jiang Chen scanned his current skill panel. The next level of gravity field, which just increases range, still requires a full 80 skill points. Not cost effective. With only 100 skill points of your own, you must be smart with your money. The next level of the blind sword art, which could directly unlock sword chi, was, without a doubt, a huge boost, and it only requires 40 points. For the remaining 60 points, you can point to Armed Color Buster. If one remembers correctly, the Armed Color hegemony wraps around and also increases the destructive power. As for the remaining skill points after pointing the Armed Color hegemony, there was nothing to add, and it was not bad to enhance the 6 styles of the Navy. If not for the fact that he knew the Navy's 6 styles this time, he might have died at the hands of that 3rd-ranked ferocious beast. After making up your mind, Jiang Chen decisively started adding points. Tinkerbell. A burst of golden light flashed. Blind swordsmanship LV. 3- Blind swordsmanship LV. 4/0/80 plus. Currently has comprehended swordsmanship proficient. Next level, swordsmanship proficient. Armed color hegemony LV. 1- Armed color hegemony LV. 2/0/60 plus. Has comprehended armed color entanglement. Next level, armed color exterior. Navy 6 style LV. 1- Navy 6 style LV. 3/0/40 plus. Shave, move with great speed. Speed depends on agility attribute. Can briefly instantly move 20 meters. Next level, 40 meters. Iron block, cannot move when used. Can resist physical attribute X60 card shock. Currently can resist 21,600 card shock. Next level, can resist physical attribute X100 card shock. Iron block, can resist physical attribute X100 card shock when used. Cannot move. Paper painting, unloading the whole body. Sensing the direction of the attack in advance through the change of airflow generated by the opponent's movement. Next level, perception increased by 200%. Moon steps, use strong foot power to step on the air, generating strong stagnant force. Current levitation height 40 meters. Next level, 80 meters. Airshire kick, rolls up a vacuum chop through a super fast kick technique. Currently can explode strength attribute X60 card destructive power. Currently can inflict 21,600 card destructive power. Next level, can explode strength attribute X100 card destructive power. Finger gun, gather the power of the whole body in the finger. Currently can burst power attribute X60 card destructive power. Currently can cause 21,600 card destructive power. Next level, can burst power attribute X100 card destructive power. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV 20, the next skill can be unlocked. Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 16/20. You're still 4 levels away from unlocking Fujitaka's signature skill. Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. Jiang Chen stared at the skill panel, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Next moment, his eyes moved back to the remaining skill points. Assignable skill points, 10. Super. There are 10 points left, and they can't be used. Hard to wow. Jiang Chen sighed lightly, then he picked up the sword in his staff beside him. He slowly pulled the broken blade out. Immediately after, buzz dash. The broken sword let out a slight buzzing sound. The originally imperceptible sword intent had become exceptionally clear at this moment, as if it had materialized, attaching itself to the broken sword and gently rippling. Zhang Qingyu, who was on the side, first casually glanced at Zhang Chen, and then violently turned his head, staring straight at the broken sword in Zhang Chen's hand. Old Liang was also attracted by Zhang Qingyu's move and followed his line of sight. Then his mouth opened slightly. Zhang Qingyu half opened his mouth, unable to say a word for a long time. It took a while before he stammered as if he had finally found his voice. Zhang Chen, you, what the hell is this? Zhang Chen said in a casual tone. It's nothing, it's just gotten a little stronger again. Zhang Qingyu's eyes were round, his gaze darting back and forth between Zhang Chen and the broken sword. A little stronger? Are you sure it's a little? That's clearly sword energy. Can anyone tell me how Zhang Chen actually manages to be one day at a time? A few days ago it was just sword chi fledgling, but now the sword chi has come out? Just then, the staff member walked over to Zhang Chen with a brand new sword in his staff. Hello classmate, your thunder attribute elemental weapon has been crafted. Zhang Chen took the weapon and nodded with a smile. Thank you, let's go senior brother. Back to school. Zhang Chen said to Zhang Qingyu, who was still in a daze. Zhang Qingyu's entire body was still in shock, and he returned to his senses for a long time. Go back. Wangling blong blong. A transport plane slowly landed at the Star Ocean Military Academy Airport. The cabin door opened slowly, and Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingyu leapt down from the cabin in turn. The propellers churned up powerful air currents, and the two of them walked steadily toward the airport exit against the strong wind. When the noisy propeller sound gradually dissipated, Zhang Qingyu twisted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. Zhang Chen, you're planning to go test your sword now? Zhang Chen nodded. Yes, this time, having unlocked sword chi and armed color entanglement for himself, he had to try and see how much of an increase he could get anyway. Zhang Qingyu didn't say anything, just quietly followed Zhang Chen. After a few moments, Zhang Chen stopped and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Elder brother, you're going too? Zhang Qingyu turned his head from side to side, surveying the surroundings, his hands behind his back. I don't have one. I'm going to turn in my quest. Seeing this, Zhang Chen didn't say anything more and walked straight towards the association building. Zhang Qingyu followed Zhang Chen and pulled out his cell phone, quickly calling up the chat box with Yang Xiaotong and Vice President Chu Liang, his fingers dancing rapidly on the screen. Zhang Chen had comprehended sword chi, and was ready to try out the sword. This is such a great thing that they must be told in a hurry and come along for the ride. A second-order ability person who comprehended sword chi. In this world, it was simply outrageous to open the door to outrageous his mother. Outrageous to the home. Half an hour later, on the 4th floor of the association building, an evaluation room specializing in evaluating 4th-ranked Abelites, and the largest evaluation room that could be afforded within the Association of Military Schools. Those further up the ladder are headed to the War Department. After all, when one reaches a 5th-ordered ability person, I'm afraid that a random blow can collapse a building, and ordinary rating equipment is already completely unable to satisfy. Zhang Chen was currently standing in the center of the room, waiting for the equipment to be commissioned. Behind one side of the glass, Zhang Qingyu spoke to Yang Xiaotong on the side, explaining their experiences this time around with furrowed brows, including Zhang Chen's beheading of the elemental demon and comprehending the sword chi. When Zhang Qingyu finished his narration, Yang Xiaotong fell into silence. After a few moments passed, Zhang Qingyu finally couldn't hold back and couldn't help but open his mouth. Ms. Yang Xiaotong, can you pay some attention to me? My mouth is dry after all this ing talk. Yang Xiaotong's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she gazed at Zhang Chen in the room through one side of the glass. I'm wondering if Zhang Chen's armed colors will be the same as the scene colors. One day at a time? Already able to do armed color rap? After hearing these words, Zhang Qingyu just wanted to speak out to retort, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed. If it was anyone else, that would certainly be impossible. But, if it is Zhang Chen, don't say. It seems to be really possible. Armed with color entanglements. It's easy to see on the outside. Just look at it later. Chapter 61. Zhang Chen really knows how to arm color winding? Crunch. Julian pushed open the door to his room. Belatedly. It hasn't started yet, has it? Zhang Qingyu shrugged. No, it's almost time. You've come at a really good time. Zhang Chen really comprehended sword chi? Chu Liang looked at Zhang Qingyu with a face full of incredulity. Zhang Qingyu sniffed and rolled his eyes at him. I say old Chu, how can I say that I'm also a 4th-ranked ability user? I can't see the sword chi? But, it's only been a few days? Chu Liang muttered under his breath. Suddenly he glanced at Zhang Qingyu again. He also comprehended the armed color? Zhang Qingyu gazed at Chu Liang with a look of an idiot. Chu Liang is not a little cutie. He just has no way to accept this fact. It had only been a few days since this unification. Jiang Chen had successively comprehended sword chi and armed color hegemony. Anyone who came would have to confirm it over and over again. Just then, one of the association students gave an OK sign towards Yang Xiaotong. Yang Xiaotong then leaned down towards the microphone in front of her. Jiang Chen, it's okay. Inside the room, Jiang Chen nodded his head gently with a slight sideways glance. Immediately after, he then turned back to his head, his eyes gazing at the piece of memory metal with a silvery sheen in front of him. This time, upon learning that Jiang Chen was coming to test his sword, Zhang Qingyu didn't make any more jokes, but instead directly proposed to Yang Xiaotong to take out the association's highest grade memory metal. That is, the piece in front of Jiang Chen had an upper limit of its destructive power tolerance of 100,000 cards. Jiang Chen took a few steps forward and stopped roughly 5 steps away from the memory metal. The gazes of everyone in the room were all focused on Jiang Chen at the moment. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. His right hand slowly rested on the hilt of the brand new sword and staff. In the moment of gripping the hilt of the sword, buzz dash, accompanied by a subtle but clear sword chime, the sword and the staff began to tremble slightly. Next moment, the blade is sheathed. Stabbing dash, a flash of dazzling blue electricity wrapped in white sword energy. The powerful lightning sword chi was like a galaxy pouring down, instantly cutting through the air in the room and pointing directly at the piece of memory metal. Dang boom! The sword energy penetrated through the memory metal and blasted heavily against the wall. In an instant, a clearly visible sword mark instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the meantime, the crowd behind the glass, too, dropped their eyes to the computer screen. 78,392 cards. When the numbers appeared on the computer screen, the crowd simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Less than 2,000 cards short of the destructive power threshold of a fourth-order ability. As for Zhang Qingyu and Yang Xiaotong, who were present, they were only fourth-ranked ability users at this time. A freshman, who had just enrolled in school for less than 2 months, was already on the verge of catching up with them. The veterans. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that Jiang Chen wasn't even a third-ranked ability user yet. After the glass, the three of them simultaneously landed their gazes on Jiang Chen, shock written all over their eyes. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and pondered. One's base destructive power is 5,600 cards, which means about a 14x increase. It was just a proficiency level sword chi, plus an elemental weapon. One's current gravity manipulation was not yet able to reach the level of attaching it to the sword chi, unless the gravity blade Manticore unlocked afterward was able to do so. As for the armed color hegemony, it was only at the level of entanglement, and needed to wait until the next level of Exodus before it could be melted into the sword aura. Just a 14x increase in sword energy and elemental weapons at the proficiency level alone was already strong. A few moments later, Yang Xiaotong turned back to Jiang Chen in the room and asked, Jiang Chen, are you still going on? Jiang Chen nodded gently, his tone calm. Continue. Next, he also wanted to try the effect of armed color entanglement again. After about a minute, the memory metal returned to its original state. Jiang Chen took a few steps forward and stood in front of the memory metal, adjusting his breathing. He gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Clank dash. The lightning sword blade was sheathed. A purple gravity wave quietly attached itself to the blade. In the meantime, black armed color hegemony wrapped around his right hand and kept spreading towards the sword. In the blink of an eye, the originally silver-colored sword body, as if coated with a layer of black steel, accompanied by a stern sword intent, chopped towards the memory metal. Dang dash! The memory metal was chopped out with a shocking gash, less than 10 centimeters away from being completely severed. Behind the glass window, Zhang Qingyu blurted out, exclaiming, Ein yet! 87,116 cards? The three of them looked at each other, unable to say anything for a while. Just now, it was just short of the destructive power requirement for a fourth-order ability. Yet now, herself had already exceeded the requirements of a fourth-ranked ability user. In other words, Jiang Chen, who was less than the third rank, already had the strength of a fourth-ranked ability user. Just now I seem to have seen the armed color entanglement. Shu Liang had a disbelieving look on his face. You're not wrong. I saw it too. Zhang Qingyu twisted his head, glanced at Shu Liang and said slowly. Inside the room, Jiang Chen put his sword into its scabbard. 87,116 cards? That's almost a 15-16x increase. That's a pretty substantial increase from the last 36x increase. Armed color entanglement is nothing more than the most elementary method of applying armed color. In the anime, the armed color hegemony is able to reach outward and internal destruction afterward, even to the end. With Cap's fist and bone impact, a single punch destroys a town. And judging from the skill preview, the next rank is armed color Exodus. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but start thinking out of the box. I also wonder, by putting a point behind the armed color buster skill, will it directly unlock Carp's fist and bone shock? Wouldn't the seeing color end up unlocking the redhead seeing kill and directly blocking the enemy's seeing color? After all, in this world, while other people's seeing colors were nowhere near as good as their own, how could they say they would? As for the Overlord color, is the redhead and Roger's god avoidance? Red-haired Shanks, a blade of divine avoidance, overbearing aura condensed into substance, transformed into a griffin, directly killing the magnetic fruit ability kiddo, the entire pirate group. The power of that blade was as terrifying as it was. If I remember correctly, this world's Magneto fruit powerhouse seems to be a strong one in old America, right? If this could really be the case, then one could not even imagine what an invincible existence one would be in the future. Jiang Chen turned around and walked towards the back of the glass window, greeting the three who were still in a daze. Senior brother, senior sister, vice president, I'm ready, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Chu Liang responded back. Ah, okay, Jiang Chen, you go back and rest first. Not a moment too soon. Inside the spacious room, only Chu Liang, Zhang Qingyu and Yang Xiaotong remained. Chu Liang was the first to break the silence and murmured, he really knows how to arm color entangle? Zhang Qingyu sniffed and compared his hand to a microphone, placing it in front of Yang Xiaotong. MS. Yang Xiaotong, as a fourth-ranked high-order physical arts talent ability, what is your opinion on this? Yang Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him without any good humor. What do you think? Look at the door. The old lady herself hasn't yet comprehended armed color entanglement, so what can she think? It's time to check in with the president again. Yang Xiaotong shook her head and pulled out her cell phone. Zhang Qingyu joked. How many times have you approached the chairman all this time? You guys? Will the chairman think we're swindling him? Chapter 62-100. 000 cards. The limit of the association's equipment. Not Jiang Chen's. A jungle with a dense canopy of trees layered over one another, hiding the sky from view. The sun struggled through the gaps between the leaves, and countless tiny dust particles rose and fell in the columns of light. A man with a naked upper body, covered in blood, stood in the middle of piles of ferocious beast corpses. He gazed down at the cell phone in his hand, his eyebrows knitting into a chuan. The man kept flipping up and down the chat box within his cell phone screen. President, among the freshmen of this class, there's one named Jiang Chen who has reached 100 meters of seeing color. Chairman, Jiang Chen's seeing color has reached 500 meters. Chairman, Jiang Chen, his fruit development ability is very strong. He can even manage to attach gravity to his weapon. This move is definitely not simple. Chairman, Jiang Chen, he's comprehended sword intent. Chairman, surprised, Jiang Chen his seeing color reached 1000 meters. Jiang Chen has comprehended the armed color hegemony. Armed color buster rap. The man looked at the conversations and fell into deep thought. Why do I feel that these people, Yang Xiaotong and Chu Liang, are working together to swindle themselves? Is there really a freshman this unbelievable? Soon, 3 weeks flew by. This day, Jiang Chen slowly woke up and stretched. He habitually scanned the attribute panel in his head. Power, 680 plus. Spirit, 1360 plus. Physical, 680 plus. Agility, 680 plus. Manipulable gravity, 68 tons. 20 points of mental attributes increase by 1 ton. Within these 3 weeks, he had done a total of 1 B-ranked mission and 1 A-ranked mission on his own. With less luck, it took a week to find the ferocious beasts for the B-rank quest, and 2 whole weeks for the A-rank quest. A total of 600 attribute points were gained. Students in the military school, as long as the mission is allowed to not go to class, as long as the class teacher to say hello, the school also encourages students to take more military missions to sharpen themselves. The gravity that he himself could now manipulate came to 68 tons, almost equivalent to a medium-sized airliner. A medium-sized airliner directly in the face of the opponent. Who can stand it? Jiang Chen swept his gaze downward again. Armed color hegemony LV. 3/0/180 plus. Has comprehended armed color externalization. Next level, internal destruction. Assignable skill points, 10. With those 60 skill points, there really wasn't any skill left to add, so he simply raised his armed color hegemony another level. Now, one was able to do so to the extent that the armed color was externally released. That is, attached to the sword chi. In the meantime, also went and retested the destructive power yesterday and managed to chop the highest grade of memory metal within the association. In other words, the highest level of memory metal tolerance limit within the association, 100,000 cards, was reached. Not only that, the sword chi of lightning light with an armed color attached to it had also chopped right through the wall. If it wasn't for the fact that the walls of the association were made of special materials, I'm afraid that the building would have collapsed from its own dryness. And, His own total attribute points had come to 400, and he had also successfully certified to a third-order ability. It was said that they had just reached a third-order ability user, but in reality, unless they had reached a mid-fourth-order ability user or above. Otherwise, it's not even a sure thing to yourself. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Coming to this world could be really wonderful. Subsequently, after he stretched, he started to get up and wash. No assignments today. Going to class. The reason for this was because Lin Weidong said that he was going to explain about Secret Realm number 2 today. I just don't know if Secret World number 2 will still be the world that I'm familiar with. It would be good if it was. At least the hidden rewards would be a bit clearer to yourself than others. Otherwise it would be too inefficient to just rely on doing quests to get attribute points. After 3 weeks of hard work, he only got 600 attribute points. Far less than the next secret copy. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV 20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. Current unlock progress, 17/20ths. Now, having ordered a level of Armed Color's Edge, it's only 3 levels away from Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. As long as the hidden rewards of this secret realm can be obtained, it is expected that the Gravity Blade, Manticore can be unlocked straight away. 7:59 in the morning. Inside one of the classrooms in the school building, students were laughing and joking around. The time turned to 8 o'clock sharp, and Jiang Chen stepped into the classroom at the right time. The originally noisy classroom was instantly quiet, and all eyes fell on Jiang Chen. After all, in the entire class, only 2 people, Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen, had reached second-order abilities and were able to go on missions without coming to class. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chen had chopped out 80,000 cards of destructive power in front of the association's cadres in the sword test room earlier had also spread quietly. Everyone's gazes were filled with admiration and awe. Jiang Chen, in the eyes of his classmates, casually found an empty seat, sat down, the university, and did not row fixed seats. Seeing this, Wang Ming hurriedly got up and sat next to Jiang Chen, lowering his voice to ask, Jiang Chen, I've heard that your destructive power has reached over 80,000 calories now? Jiang Chen calmly responded, no. Wang Ming sniffed and let out a long breath. Phew, I told you so. After all, Jiang Chen, who had just cleared Secret Realm number 1, had merely only 40,000 cards of destructive power, and this had only gone out and skulked around for close to a month, and it had doubled? Rumor, definitely a rumor. Yet the next moment, Jiang Chen said slowly, I just measured it yesterday and it's already 100,000 cards. Wang Ming, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, instantly sat up straight, and a breath of air surged back into his heart, almost not suffocating. Rating less? Wang Ming stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes, incredulously. Technically, it should be more than 100,000 cards. It's just that the association's upper limit for measuring destructive power is 100,000 cards. Wang Ming was completely dumbfounded after hearing these words. Oh yeah, I'm now a third-ranked ability user. Jiang Chen added another sentence. Wang Ming's entire body was petrified in place, half speechless. He himself wasn't even a second-ranked ability user, and Jiang Chen was third-ranked here? It's not just Wang Ming, even Tang Chuyao, who had just walked over, froze in place in shock. During this period of time, Tang Chuyao also didn't attend classes, and every day she either did missions or developed her fruit abilities. Nowadays, her highest destructive power has reached 30,000 cards. Originally, she wanted to come and have a good show in front of Jiang Chen, but as a result, she was now told that Jiang Chen's strength had already reached 100,000 cards, and that was still the limit of the association's equipment, not Jiang Chen's. Damn, a rocket ride wouldn't be that much of a stretch. Just as Tang Chuyao froze, class teacher Lin Weidong also finally walked into the classroom. Class, I'll cut the crap. Let's see what the monsters in Secret Realm number 2 have to offer. Lin Weidong stood on the podium and spoke while connecting the laptop in his hand to the large screen of the blackboard. He maneuvered the laptop. Next moment, a motion picture made of 3D animation appeared on the big screen. A somewhat morbidly cute Masatsuki with white hair and fair skin appeared in the eyes of the students. Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly, his face odd. Immediately afterward, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Nice guy. Sure enough, I recognize myself. Chapter 63. Sure enough, it was the familiar monster again. This time, Secret Realm number 2 is called the Ghost Destruction Blade Secret Realm, and the type of secret realm is a hunting type secret realm, which, as the name suggests, hunts the designated creatures within the secret realm. After Lin Weidong finished, he swept a glance at the crowd on the stage and continued. Do you guys think the name of this secret realm is strange? To be honest, I also find it strange that the name was given by the secret realm itself. And when you guys go in, there will likewise be a scoreboard. And the name of the secret realm will be on top of the scoreboard. The words fell. The students on stage began to whisper. Jiang Chen was silent, his face looking a bit odd. That must be a weird name alright. It's a ING anime name. But I can't blame them. After all, this world likewise doesn't have a Ghost Destruction Blade anime. Lin Weidong knocked on the podium, signaling the students to be quiet. This secret realm is a normal world with living, breathing people just like us, except that every time you enter, their world is refreshed, and you can also think of those people as NPCs. NPC? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Secret world, is it the equivalent of a game program? Who on earth could produce this stuff? Moreover, the hidden rewards of the secret realm are likewise undiscovered. As Lin Weidong's words fell, the students in the class looked at the duo of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing this, Lin Weidong lightly coughed a few times and said, cough cough cough. It's not that easy to find out the hidden rewards in the secret realm this time. Last time, in the alien mystery, there was a very clear pyramid, and everyone could basically guess that the hidden rewards were inside. But this time, there wasn't even a clue. So you don't have to think about getting the hidden rewards. It's almost impossible to accomplish. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The hidden reward of this secret realm. The probability is to behead the Ghost King No Misery. In the original, even the ghost killing squad of that world couldn't find any trace of it. Not to mention them, the outsiders. However, he himself probably knew where No Misery was hiding. And the information about this secret realm had been roughly understood in the library. According to the timeline, No Misery is probably hiding out in the Asakusa area of the capital right now, running a small trading company. As long as he relied on his seeing color perception ability, he should be able to pull him out quickly. Well, let's get on with it. Lin Weidong saw the students quiet down and then continued. In the world in the secret realm, there is a creature known as a ghost that feeds on humans, and your hunting targets are the more advanced ghosts, also known as the 12 ghost moons. There are a total of 12 ghostly moons, divided into 6 more powerful upper string ghosts and 6 weaker lower string ghosts, and most of their weaknesses are in their necks, which means they must be decapitated in order to be killed. After saying that, he pointed to the big screen behind him. Look at the screen, everyone. This is a weaker downstring ghost. Its name is Tired. Next moment, the girls in the class began to whisper. So cute. Is this really a man-eating ghost? It looks like a little man. Yeah, and it looks so small. It should be weak, right? Lin Weidong tapped the screen and said, you can see how it attacks. Again, this was synthesized by the Ministry of Science and Technology through computers. And the electronic devices that we bring in within this secret area are just as incapable of taking effect as they are. And that's the rules of the secret area. Immediately after, the big screen began to play up the attack moves of the downstring spider ghost Tired. This includes binding a person with spider web silk and instantly cutting them into pieces. Sends out countless strands of extremely hard silk, weaving a giant swirling cocoon and launching it out towards the enemy. After the video was shown, the girls no longer thought it's cute. Only horror and anxiety remained. Only Jiang Chen had a calm face. A small spider is just a small spider. One can now manipulate 68 tons of gravity. It is estimated that as long as one steps into the range of one's gravity field, one can instantly crush the small spider into mush. Just then, one of the students raised his hand, stood up, and inquired, Teacher Lin, what is the approximate strength of this downstring ghost in terms of rank? Lin Weidong returned. The strength of the lower string ghost is roughly equivalent to the second stage. As the words fell out of his mouth, the student froze for a moment and pursued the question. Teacher Lin, most of us are only at the first rank. Wouldn't we not even be able to defeat the weaker lower string ghosts? Lin Weidong let out a light laugh and slowly spoke. Don't be in a hurry. I'll speak on this point last. Immediately afterward, he maneuvered the laptop and the screen was switched again. Next, let's move on to this one, which is also one of the lower chord ghosts. Rattling Kai. The crowd focused their eyes on the big screen. Only an evil ghost with a stocky figure and 6 drums of ghosts embedded in its body appeared in front of the crowd. 6 drums of ghosts, located at the joints of the body and limbs as well as the front and back. Next, the evil spirits within the large screen begin to unleash their moves. It rapidly beat all the drums on its body at an extremely high frequency, and the space around it flipped. At the same time, the drums on the front chest emitted 5 claw-like waves that instantly tore the enemy apart. After the video was played, the class showed expressions of panic. The monsters in Secret Realm number 2 were much more terrifying than the aliens in Secret Realm number 1. Immediately after introducing the remaining 4 downstring ghosts one after another, Lin Weidong said to the students on the stage, These Above are the weaker lower string ghosts, and next are the more powerful upper string ghosts, with strengths around the 3rd rank. Of course, I don't recommend students other than Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao to challenge. After Lin Weidong finished saying this, the big screen switched again. A malevolent spirit with peach-colored hair, covered in tattoos and wearing a fuchsia tunic appeared before the students' eyes. This is one of the upper string ghosts, the interlinked Vulcan, with very strong fighting abilities, and is considered to be one of the stronger among the upper string ghosts. After saying that, Lin Weidong swept his gaze over Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao, I know that you guys definitely can't look at the upper string ghost, but I still don't recommend challenging this upper string ghost. You guys can pick something else. Tang Chuyao nodded her head gently. After all, her strength couldn't even be talked about at the 3rd rank, so how could she possibly challenge the stronger evil ghosts of the 3rd rank? Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was filled with indifference. I'm sure I won't be looking for this wind-up ghost myself, but not because of fear, but because one's goal was the Ghost King. What intermixed nesting seat? Not a priority at all. 10 minutes later, Lin Weidong finally finished introducing all 12 ghost moons. He rested his hands on the podium, swept his gaze to the students on the stage, and spoke slowly. Alright, the above are the targets you're going to hunt this time. I remember a classmate just asked how just a first-ordered ability person should hunt a second-ordered downstream ghost. After hearing these words, the students on stage sat up straight and listened intently. Chapter 64, The Sought-After Thai Jiang Chen. This time the secret realm is likewise a group secret realm. And it is a group of 4 people. Mandatory stipulation. Those who do not have enough 4 people cannot enter the secret realm. Lin Weidong stood on the podium with a serious expression and said slowly. The words fell. The freshman on stage breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was still full of indifference. Whether or not he was in a group made not the slightest difference to himself. After all, even if the entire class went together now, they couldn't beat Jiang Chen, and I'm afraid that they wouldn't even last a second before being annihilated by Jiang Chen's group. On the podium, Lin Weidong narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed lightly. It's entirely possible for 4 first-ranked ability users to kill a second-ranked downstream ghost, so you guys don't have to worry. Of course, going to hunt the lower string ghosts is likewise somewhat dangerous, and those who are really limited in strength can also choose to quietly stay until the end of the secret realm. Speaking of this, Lin Weidong sighed softly. To be honest, I shouldn't be saying this as a teacher in a military school, but I still don't want my students to die in the secret realm. The words fell. The students on stage looked at each other in disbelief. The bold students were full of excitement, while the less bold were a little apprehensive. Suddenly, a student raised his hand and asked, Mr. Lin, how many points do I get for killing ghosts? Lin Weidong glanced at him, a student with a fairly high level of talent. But of course, compared to Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao, and Lu Li in the class, it was a little bit worse. He held up 2 fingers and spoke slowly. The guaranteed points for the secret realm is 200, which means that you can only get 200 points for doing nothing. On top of that, for every lower chord ghost killed, 200 points can be gained, and for every upper chord ghost killed, 1,000 points can be gained. At this point, another student asked, Mr. Lin, aren't there only 12 ghosts in the 12 ghost moon? With so many of us, how can we split them up? Lin Weidong smiled at his words and patiently explained. This secret realm is different from the alien secret realm. It will be divided into many parallel secret realms, with every 4 teams for the same secret realm. In other words, when you enter the secret realm, you may encounter teams of students from the other 3 military schools in the Nanjiang region. At that, he suddenly thought of something and added, by the way, there's also a ghost killing team from their world in this secret realm, so if you guys come across it, you can also work with them and show you pictures. Lin Weidong performed a series of operations on the computer, and then a synthesized image appeared on the big screen. The screen displayed a man with long dark hair and a low ponytail tied at the back of his head. His eyes took on a deep navy blue color and his facial expression was cold, giving the impression of a high-strung appearance. Immediately afterward, the pictures on the screen switched as fast as a walking light. In order, a woman with purple pupils and purple tresses, a man with long yellow and red hair, a man wrapped in a white turban and wearing various types of jewelry, and a woman with long cherry pink hair and well-developed pecs appeared. Why are all these people dressed so strangely? Is it the unique culture of that world? Everyone wears contacts? And it seems like it looks like they're all pretty short in height. It seems like we used to have this kind of culture before the ferocious beasts had descended. I know. What's it called? Non-mainstream? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he listened to the murmurs of the class. They did have a bit of a point though. The people inside the ghostly blade did dress a bit ostentatiously. Okay, do you guys have any more questions? Lin Weidong asked after showing all the pictures. A student raised his hand and stood up. Teacher, that world should have their language too, right? Lin Weidong thought for a moment and returned. Whether they have their own language, this I really don't know. I only know that all the secret realms, there is no language barrier, and they can communicate fluently. Teacher Lin, then how are we going to find the lower string ghost? The secret realm is so big, we can't just wander around, right? Another student asked. Lin Weidong smiled. This secret realm has appeared quite a few times. Most of the ghost's locations have already been mapped out. Later on I'll send each of you a map of the ghost's locations, including each ghost's weaknesses and characteristics. This secret realm is likewise randomly teleported, so when you enter it, you can go straight to the nearest ghost. After Lin Weidong replied, he swept a glance at the students on the stage. Any more questions? A few moments later, seeing that the students in the class had no more questions, Lin Weidong opened his mouth. So next, it's about teaming up. After saying that, Lin Weidong looked at Jiang Chen and inquired, Jiang Chen, do you have a candidate for the team members this time? As the words fell, throughout the class, the gazes of all the students focused on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's current strength was currently leading the class by a cliff, and whoever could enter Jiang Chen's team would mean that the results would definitely not be bad. Tang Chuyao on the side pursed her lips and quietly pulled down the corner of Jiang Chen's coat, eyeing him blearily. Jiang Chen felt the tug on the corner of his coat and pointed in the direction of Tang Chuyao next to him, saying, Tang Chuyao, right? After all, last time in the first secret realm, Tang Chuyao's performance was quite hardworking. She was willing to work hard and still listen to the command. Her strength wasn't weak, so there wasn't any problem in choosing her. Moreover, last time, he had also promised Tang Chuyao that if there was a group secret realm in the future, he would then group her. When Tang Chuyao heard Jiang Chen's words, the big stone in her heart finally landed on the ground, and she breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. Her face then blossomed into a bright smile. Just then, Luli, who was sitting in the front row, stood up with a swish and turned around, her eyes staring straight at Jiang Chen as she said eagerly, Jiang Chen, can I be your teammate this time? I'm also a rare talent, and at the moment, my attribute points are also the highest in the class besides you and Tang Chuyao. Luli gushed about her strengths, hating that she couldn't show all her shining points without reservation. Wait until she's finished. Lin Weidong also added, Jiang Chen, although I should respect your personal wishes, I also think that Luli is the most suitable person in our class to be on your team besides Tang Chuyao. After all, to be able to enter Jiang Chen's team, the results were bound to be no worse. Luli was considered to be the strongest of the group within her classmates other than Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, and she usually worked very hard. Students like this should be focused on no matter what. At the moment, Lin Weidong couldn't care less about whether it was appropriate to say this in the classroom or not, and was so focused on the rapid growth of his students that everything else was left behind. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, okay, then count Willow Lane as one. Lin Weidong and Luli sniffed and simultaneously let out a long breath. Immediately after, Lin Weidong continued, there's still one last one left. Jiang Chen, if you can't decide now, later is fine. There are still 2 days left until we enter secret realm number 2. The words fell. The other students in the class couldn't sit still and stood up. Tatsu, pick me. Tatsuya, pick me. I know a lot. Brother Tatsu, please, save me a spot. I promise to hit wherever I point. Shasta. The classroom was buzzing with people, and Jiang Chen only felt his head buzzing. He hastened to his feet, waved his hand, and shouted, stop, 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 all quiet. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's words just worked now. He shouted this out, and the class instantly fell silent, all of them looking at him with bated breath. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Ming, who was also looking at him with bated breath, and casually said, last one, just Wang Ming. After all, how to say that Wang Ming was also the most familiar classmate in his memory, and he hadn't taken care of his blind self during high school. When Wang Ming heard this, he seemed to be unable to believe his ears and froze for a while before jumping up excitedly. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's quickness in stopping him, Wang Ming made a gesture to kowtow a few to Jiang Chen on the spot. Just then, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng walked to the door and called Jiang Chen out. Jiang Chen walked over to Du Hongsheng suspiciously. What can I do for you, Vice Principal? Have you finalized the candidate for the secret realm team this time? Du Hongsheng asked as he opened the door. Jiang Chen just finalized it. After Du Hongsheng was silent for a while, he said, come with me for a while. An old friend of mine is looking for you to discuss something, but you don't have to be pressured. Everything depends on your personal will. Jiang Chen gave Du Hongsheng a puzzled look, then followed him forward. A few moments later, Du Hongsheng led Jiang Chen to his office. As soon as he pushed open the door, A middle-aged man in formal attire and well-dressed immediately stood up with a warm smile on his face and walked quickly to Jiang Chen. Hello, you're Mr. Jiang Chen, right? My name is Wang Gang, and this is my son Wang Tian. Jiang Chen looked in the direction Wang Gang was pointing. Only on the couch, a teenager was crossing his legs, his eyes staring dead at the screen of his cell phone. When the teenager heard his father's introduction, he just casually glanced at Jiang Chen before continuing to play with his cell phone, his face filled with an unbeatable look. Hello, I wonder what you're looking for me for? Jiang Chen asked politely, although he was a bit confused. Middle-aged man Wang Gang eyes signaled the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard understood, immediately moved the 2 suitcases to the coffee table in front of the sofa. After opening, it was full of cash. Wang Gang was full of smiles and said, Jiang Chen, here's $10 million. As long as you can get my son Wang Tian to join your team in this secret realm, this $10 million will be yours. Chapter 65, My Sword. At least 100,000 cards. Want to try? Ha ha ha. I say, old Wang, why are you so monkey-minded? Du Hansen smiled broadly and walked over to the couch. Afterward, he looked at Wang Gang and then at Jiang Chen, and pointed to the sofa and said, Come on, all sit down and talk. Jiang Chen, you sit down as well. Wang Gang was also full of smiles and sat down obediently, looking at Du Hongsheng and laughing. Ha ha ha, Lao Dua. It's not like you don't know me. I'm like this. I like to be straightforward. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also found a place to sit down. The teenager on the side, Wang Tian, remained deaf to external events and only focused on playing the game. Du Hongsheng smiled as he made tea and introduced himself. Jiang Chen, let me introduce you. This is the chairman of the Wang Feng Group, Wang Gang, also a retired former lieutenant colonel of the Demon Jin Army. Next to him is his son, Wang Gang, a student in the same class as you. From our school's freshman, 8, class. Jiang Chen gently nodded his head in greeting. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang smiled and went straight to the point. Brother Jiang Chen, I don't know if you finalized all the candidates for your team for the secret realm number 2? Jiang Chen perceived a glance at the rich young man Wang Tian who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa. Wang Tian just glanced at Jiang Chen and continued to play with his cell phone there with his legs crossed, his eyes full of undisguised disdain. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked again at the $10 million in cash shining brightly on the table. By the looks of it, this was this old general's fear of his untalented son, who would die on the battlefield in the future. Thinking of getting more attribute points. After all, if you're really too good, when you graduate and go to war, you probably won't live to see your discharge. It was just that he had indeed already formed a team as well. Plus this fool's mannerisms really made Jiang Chen a bit bored. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen smiled and spoke slowly. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, my team is all set. However, Wang Gang still insisted after seeing Jiang Chen's refusal. I know that the more promising ones in your class, there's also Tang Chuyao and Lu Li. It's unquestionable that you'll form a team with them. Whether it's from the point of view of the school cultivating promising students, or from the point of view of ensuring the strength of the team on your own. Wang Gang held up a finger and smiled. I just need the one remaining position. My son is also considered a middle-ranked talent. It won't be too much of a drag on you guys. Brother Jiang Chen, if you think the money isn't enough we can still talk. Right after Wang Gang said this, the rich brother Wang Tian on the side was full of disdain and snorted in a low voice. Che, I don't know what I'm pretending. 10 million isn't enough? Although Wang Tian's voice was small, it still could not escape Wang Gang's ears. Wang Gang instantly became furious, snatched his cell phone and angrily rebuked. Shut up, play. All you know is playing games all day long. Vice Principal Du Hongsheng saw Wang Gang make a gesture to beat his uncontested son. Hurriedly got up and stopped. Old Wang, don't be impulsive. Want to beat back to beat? In this is not appropriate. Wang Gang glanced at Du Hongsheng with an odd expression on his face. Afterward, he let out a long sigh and said, Hey, old Du, I'm afraid he won't even survive graduation by then. After saying that he sat back down and gazed at Jiang Chen, a pleasing smile piling up on his face. Brother Jiang Chen, how much do you need? Name a number. Jiang Chen gently shook his head. I'm sorry Mr. Wang, the members of my team are confirmed. It's not a matter of money. Mr. Wang, you should also know that money is no longer of much use to us. For the current Jiang Chen, money was not important at all. And the tens of thousands of dollars of subsidies that the school sent out every month were already enough. The most important thing right now is attribute points. It's not like money can buy attribute points. What's more, with this fool's dangling appearance, Jiang Chen would rather just randomly draw a lucky person in his class than take him. Wang Gang was silent, gazing at Jiang Chen quietly. As a former veteran of the Jin Demon Army, he also understood that money was simply a floating cloud to a powerful ability. However, Before he came here, he thought that Jiang Chen had only just stepped into the university, so maybe smashing more money could make him move. As it turned out, it seemed to be overthinking itself. A heavenly pride with unlimited potential like Jiang Chen already couldn't look at this worldly money. Just then, Wang Tian, who had no more cell phone to play with, skimmed his mouth. Dad, it's just a dead blind guy. You might as well give me the money and I'll hire some of the strongest first-order abilities in our class. As soon as those words left his mouth, Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The last one who called me dead blind in front of me had a broken nose. Where do you want it broken? When Wang Tian heard this, not only did he not collect himself, but he hid behind Wang Gang and screamed, Dad, look at him. A dead blind man still dare to be so arrogant, and want me to break this and that. Wang Gang's face sank and he was about to open his mouth to reprimand Wang Tian. However, he saw the aura around Jiang Chen instantly chill a few points. Next moment, an invisible and powerful gravity field quickly spread out with Jiang Chen at the center, precisely enveloping Wang Tian. Wang Tian only felt a Tarzan-like force coming violently. His body uncontrollably thumped heavily on the ground. His limbs were pressed to the floor in death. Unable to move, his face twisted from pain and panic. Seeing this, Wang Gang was anxious and shouted, Jiang Chen, stop it, have a word. Jiang Chen ignored him, and with a movement of his divine sense, he manipulated the gravity field to fire steeply. Immediately afterward, Wang Tian's entire body was viciously thrown out. Bang dash! The wall was directly smashed out of a shallow crater, and pieces of the wall scattered all over the place, pouring onto Wang Tian. Ah! Wang Tian let out a mournful scream, clutching his right arm, his body trembling from the intense pain, and collapsed to the ground. His shoulder was a bloody mess. Obviously his shoulder bone had been crushed and fractured. Wang Tian! Wang Gang cried out and rushed to his son who was covered in blood. As much as he had a problem with his punk of a son, he was his own son anyways. Wang Gang raised his head and looked angrily at Jiang Chen, then at Du Hongsheng, who hadn't moved, and said in a single word, Duh, you're just going to watch? The words fell. The two bodyguards that Wang Gang had brought with him also stood in front of him and stared at Jiang Chen. Du Hongsheng blocked the middle of the two parties and looked at Wang Gang and said, Alright, all calm down. Mr. Wang, send it to the infirmary. It's just a broken shoulder bone. It'll be fine in a week at most. In reality, for Du Hongsheng, when he and Wang Gang said they were old friends, they were just nodding acquaintances. In the current situation, it was obvious that Wang Tian had spoken out of turn first, and it was impossible for Du Hongsheng to punish such a heaven-defying potential as Jiang Chen for a cynical rich male. When Wang Gang heard Du Hongsheng say this, he also instantly understood that this was clearly favoring Jiang Chen. But, as Wang Tian's father, he still wanted to seek justice for his son. Jiang Chen, my son just said one thing and he beat him to this state? If you can't teach your son, I'll do it for you, Jiang Chen said slowly. Immediately afterward, his right hand rested on the hilt of the sword, gently pulling out 3 inches of the sword. An array of cold aura flashed out. Jiang Chen's eyelids opened slightly, revealing a flash of white aura. His tone calm. Mr. Wang, this sword of mine is at least 100,000 cards. Do you want to try? Chapter 66, Never Match to Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen's words fell, a pin dropped in the entire office. Wang Gang's face muscles stiffened. In his news, Jiang Chen had only chopped out 80,000 cards of strength, and now he was able to chop out at least 100,000 cards? He didn't know if what Jiang Chen said was true or not, but judging from Jiang Chen's past performance, Wang Gang didn't dare to bet. Jiang Chen didn't intend to make a move either. After all, Wang Gang had always had a good attitude from the beginning. Even if he had seriously injured his son, he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, so there was no need to move his sword. Just as the swords are drawn, Du Hongsheng spoke coldly. Enough. Immediately after that, a majestic and domineering hegemony aura enveloped the entire office. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this the bully color? Du Hongsheng swept a glance at Wang Gang and said in a cold voice, Old Wang, take your son and leave first. If you want to make a move, I'll accompany you. The words fell. Wang Gang was silent for a moment and signaled the two bodyguards beside him to step back. Du Hongsheng was a 7th order powerhouse. Even if 100 Wang Gangs were tied together, they wouldn't be able to beat him. After seeing Wang Gang's movements ease up, Du Hongsheng also glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you also put your sword away. Jiang Chen nodded and took the sword back into the blind staff. The vice-chancellor had spoken, so there was no point in doing it himself. Anyway, he had already beaten up this rich brother and shattered his shoulder bone, so this wave was not a loss. A few moments later, Wang Gang took the seriously injured and unconscious Wang Tian and left the office resentfully. Du Hongsheng also greeted Jiang Chen and sat on the sofa again, persuading, Jiang Chen, don't be too hard on your hands in the future. They're all your own classmates. It's not a crime. Jiang Chen gently placed his blind cane on the table and said indifferently, no one offends me. I don't offend. Du Hongsheng stopped the tea he was planning to make and gazed at Jiang Chen quietly. Before that, Du Hongsheng had heard about Jiang Chen's deeds. Just after awakening, he broke the nose of an outspoken classmate, and on his first day after arriving at school, he seriously injured a classmate in the association ring. After clearing Secret Realm number 1, another official member of the association was seriously injured. However, Jiang Chen was usually very polite, which made Du Hongsheng wonder if these things were exaggerated or not. Today it seems like no exaggeration. Not at all. Polite is real polite, and ruthless is real ruthless. Not a moment too soon. Du Hongsheng sighed softly, hey, forget it. After saying that, he then changed his words. This time, for Secret Realm number 2, do you plan to challenge the upper string ghost? Jiang Chen sniffed, thought about it, and nodded. Yes. In fact, one's target was definitely towards the Ghost King Miseryless. The prophetic advantage of having a traveler must be seized no matter what. And, as he remembers from the episode, when Miseryless was surrounded by the ghost killers, he backhandedly pulled them into the middle of Infinite City, and all of the wind-up ghosts returned to Infinite City as well. It would be convenient for him to get himself killed in one pot, and maybe even the downstream ghost would be recalled back to Infinite City along with him. Come to think of it, it would be right to go kill the wind-up ghost. Du Hongsheng placed a cup of tea in front of Jiang Chen and slowly spoke, with your current strength, killing a sinew ghost is not much of a problem. Immediately afterward, he admonished, but, still be careful, don't be careless, face the enemy, don't give the opponent breathing time. Jiang Chen picked up the teacup, gently took a sip, and nodded. I know. Thanks for your concern, Vice Principal. Next, Du Hongsheng casually chatted with Jiang Chen for a while longer before letting Jiang Chen go back. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when they officially entered the Secret Realm number 2. Jiang Chen got up and swiped his cell phone as usual. The opening of Secret Area number 2 also made the online discussion lively. Jiang Chen randomly clicked on a few videos, and the number of comments below each video basically broke 1,000. I heard that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao have teamed up again this time in Secret Realm number 2. Jiang Chen is going to be taken flying by Tang Chuyao again? Upstairs, you're too backward with this information. Jiang Chen is now a third-ranked ability user. Who's flying with who? Gosh, I just went to the National Ability Association's list to check, and Jiang Chen is really third-ranked. How long has it only been? Could it be that the alien queen of the one secret realm was really killed by Jiang Chen? Humph. I'll see who dares to say that my brother Chen is a blind man. Entering the know. 2 Secret Realm as a third-ranked ability user is unprecedented. But this time in Secret Realm number 2, there shouldn't be any way to take a whole bunch of points like Secret Realm number 1, right? Definitely not. The upper string ghosts in Secret Realm number 2 are all spread out far and wide, and there are only 3 days within the Secret Realm, so trying to kill all the upper string ghosts is simply impossible. I think that if it's brother Chen, anything is possible. I'm afraid that the freshmen in this class will be living under my brother Chen's shadow for the rest of their lives. Jiang Chen probably scanned for a few minutes and realized that his own popularity online was now starting to improve. At least, it won't be full of taunts like it was before. This is really a bit of a surprise. Jiang Chen put down his cell phone, got up and started washing up. Immediately afterward, it was out the door to the meeting place. Soon, at 9 o'clock sharp, all the students gathered at the entrance of the Star Ocean Military Academy's Secret Realm. All of the teachers, however, were also standing on the high stage, nervously watching the students who were lining up to enter the Secret Realm under the stage. This time, in Secret Realm number 2, there was also a mortality rate of about 2%, which meant that at least 40 of these 2,000 or so students would die in the Secret Realm. On the high platform, Wang Xin gazed at the backs of Jiang Chen's men and opened his mouth to ask Lin Weidong, who was beside him. Xiao Lin, how many upper string ghosts do you think Jiang Chen can kill this time? Lin Weidong thought for a moment and returned. I feel that it should be 2. This time the Secret Realm only has 3 days. Even if Jiang Chen seconds one in one shot, in 3 days, at most, he'll kill 2. Wang Xin was silent for a while, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. 2 are enough. The highest record for the Secret Realm is only 2 upstring ghosts, and only 3 teams have accomplished it in so many years. Right. Jiang Chen's strength is definitely the strongest freshman in history, but it's a pity that the time given by the Secret Realm is too short. Lin Weidong sighed and gently shook his head. On the other hand, Linjiang Military School, in front of the entrance to the Secret Realm, the 2 of them, Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong, folded their hands together and kept chanting under their breath. Never match to Jiang Chen. Never match to Jiang Chen. This time, the two of them teamed up with Rong Yang and Luo Qingji. Rong Yang glanced at the two of them with an odd expression on his face and couldn't help but say, "Do you guys want to be so exaggerated? Is this considered Jiang Chen's aftermath?" Tang Quansheng opened his eyes and glanced at him and said, "You know." The corner of Rong Yang's mouth twitched. Speechless. With Jiang Chen's strength, he's definitely going to kill the upper string ghosts. And our target is only the lower string ghosts. So even if we match, there's no conflict, right? Last time in the secret realm, it was also thanks to Jiang Chen's blessing, which led to those of them only getting a pitiful little bit of points, and also led to the fact that right now, they were only strong enough to kill the lower string ghost. Right after Rong Yang finished those words, Luo Qingji on the side followed suit, closing his eyes and folding his hands. "Don't ever match to Jiang Chen. Don't ever match to Jiang Chen." Rong Yang glanced at him at the sound of his voice, and then swept his three teammates who had closed their eyes and prayed. Chapter 67, Still Really Matched to Jiang Chen. Several people from Linjiang Military School Tang Quansheng walked towards the entrance of the secret realm, followed by an instant change in the surrounding scenery as a burst of white light flashed by. Just after stepping into the secret realm, Tang Quansheng couldn't wait to cast his gaze towards the scoreboard. At this look, he froze instantly. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao and Lu Li and Wang Ming, points, 0. Second place, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong and Rong Yang and Luo Changji, points, 0. Third place, Zhou Manman and Peng Wenwei and Qi Longlong and Yuan Hongqiao, points, 0. Fourth place, Xia Guicheng and Zhu Xiaoquan and Shen Lijun and Wu Lianxia, points, 0. Maru Spice. Why did he need these two grips? Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Again? Tang Quansheng cried out and looked at the others. Dead, dead, dead. How come it's really matched to Jiang Chen? The corner of Rong Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at his three despair-faced teammates and shook his head and murmured, "Is it necessary to be so afraid?" Immediately afterward, he glanced at the map, discerned his bearings, and said to a few people, "Match to match to match to match. Their strength must go to the wind-up ghosts. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go." The closest is the Tired of Spider Mountain. The other side. Jiang Chen's few people appeared inside a house with a flash of white light. At the feet of the four were tatami mats woven from reeds, and directly in front of them was a sliding door consisting of a wooden doorframe with plywood sandwiched between rice paper. The room was extremely spacious, measuring at least 100 square feet. Apparently, they were randomly transported to a large household. However, the large room was empty, and the mattress on the floor was in disarray, as if someone had left in a hurry. Not only that, but items and furniture were scattered around the house in a haphazard manner. Wang Ming looked around and muttered, "Where is this?" Tang Chuyao similarly looked around, her face full of doubts. "We've actually been teleported indoors. Such a big room. Where have all the people gone?" Lu Li leaned down close to the mattress on the tatami and reached out to probe it, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. "There's still some temperature. It seems like they just went out not long ago." Tang Chuyao twisted her head to glance at the messy house and looked at Jiang Chen. What did they encounter? So flustered. Just then, Wang Ming's nostrils opened and closed slightly, and his eyebrows furrowed. "Do you guys smell anything? It seems to be the smell of blood?" The words fell. The three of them glanced at each other, and it was obvious that Lu Li and Tang Chuyao had smelled it as well. "Tatsu, where are we going now?" Wang Ming asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen opened his seeing color perception and easily discovered that the entire family, up and down dozens of people, were now all dead. The bodies were scattered all around the house. Jiang Chen locked his senses within the courtyard and took a step in the direction of the courtyard. Go out first." The other three saw this and got up to follow. Just as they pulled open the sliding door to the aisle, the sight in front of them directly made the three of them freeze, only to see that within the aisle, there were several corpses lying around, and all of them were basically mutilated bodies, with blood spraying on the walls on both sides of the aisle. "Ai Chow." Wang Ming subconsciously blurted out. "What exactly happened to this family? This is too brutal. It should be a ghost." Tang Chuyao looked grave and said in a deep voice, "Go." After Jiang Chen gave the order briefly, he lifted his leg and stepped over those corpses, continuing to walk in the direction of the courtyard. The other three didn't have any comments and immediately followed. At the moment, Jiang Chen, the Thai, was their leader, and wherever Jiang Chen said to go, he would go. Not long after, the crowd followed Jiang Chen to an empty courtyard. Throughout the courtyard, dozens of corpses were scattered everywhere, dying in miserable conditions, with barely a single intact body. Blood gurgled and stained every inch of the courtyard, and the air was filled with a sickeningly strong stench of blood. Even the more daring Tang Chuyao and Lu Li couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses at this moment, their eyes filled with unspeakable fear and shock. "What's over there?" Wang Ming suddenly pointed to a corner in the distance. The crowd looked for the sound, only to see a humanoid-like creature crouching over a still body, its body rising and falling, as if eating at. Immediately afterward, the creature turned its head violently as if it had sensed their presence. It couldn't even be called a human face, with two bloodshot, huge eyes staring straight at the crowd, two horns growing abruptly from the top of his head, and a long tongue hanging down to the ground from his mouth. It's a ghost. Luli lowered her voice and said. At the same time, her hand quickly rested on the hilt of her sword, poised to strike. Jiang Chen's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. A long-tongued ghost? It looked a bit familiar, like it was just a mongrel ghost. The long-tongued ghost seemed a bit surprised, not realizing that there were still living people. Soon, it broke into a hideous grin and slowly turned around. Next, the long-tongued ghost landed on all fours, and flew towards the crowd like an arrow off a string. Jiang Chen stood still, not moving a muscle, and an invisible gravity field instantly unfolded around him. Shasta! The long-tongued ghost's body lurched, the greed on its face instantly replaced by panic, and the gravity on all sides suddenly increased like a mountain of exhaustion. Dash! In just an instant, the long-tongued ghost was crushed by the tens of tons of gravity and turned into a bloody mist. Wang Ming and Luli gazed at Jiang Chen in shock. This was the first time they had seen Jiang Chen strike out at a ferocious beast in reality. Even though Jiang Chen was now a third-order ability person, facing these ordinary stray ghosts would inevitably result in a second death. But, didn't he even move, and directly crushed the enemy into a bloody mist. This scene still deeply shook both of them. Wouldn't this mean that when facing a low-ranked person or ferocious beast, as long as they stepped within the range of Jiang Chen's gravity domain, Jiang Chen wouldn't even have to move, and he would be able to crush his enemy into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye? Awesome! Tatsu! Wang Ming blurted out. Let's go! Go out and ask where it is now. Jiang Chen's face was calm, as if the hit he had just taken was completely worthless. Not a moment too soon. A few people then came out onto the street. The road is paved with stone slabs underfoot, and the street is lined with wooden houses in a staggered pattern, with thatched or tiled roofs, slightly mottled under the erosion of age. The people on the streets are plainly dressed. Men tend to wear cotton shorts and narrow-legged pants in plain colors, while women wear simple kimonos made of coarse cloth with simple patterns, mostly decorated with flowers or stripes, and square scarves tied around their heads. As for what just happened, they didn't choose to call the police. This was the secret realm, and everything that happened in here that had nothing to do with the 12 ghost moons had nothing to do with them. After all, when they leave, everything will reset. Jiang Chen's few people stood on the street and waited for a while. Liuli jogged all the way from not far away. She looked at Jiang Chen and slowly said, Jiang Chen, I've already inquired. This is Tokyo Asakusa district. Asakusa, Tokyo? How did you us here? Wang Ming stared with wide eyes. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly when he heard this. This secret realm really knows what it's doing. Its purpose is the Asakusa district of Tokyo, where no misery is hiding. Chapter 68. Kill if you want to. Tokyo, the Asakusa district, is a day away from the nearest Oni. Tang Chuyao said slowly as both of her eyebrows furrowed slightly, surveying the map in her hands. Immediately after, she looked at Jiang Chen again and inquired, Jiang Chen, do you see which of 10 ghosts we're going to look for next? After saying that, she handed Jiang Chen the map. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, it's quite late now. Let's find a place to stay first and set off tomorrow. One's target is not some lined-up ghost. It was also impossible to tell them that they were going to find some ghost king. How else can I explain it to them? It's too troublesome. Why don't you just stay over here first and go out for a stroll by yourself, and see if you can rely on seeing and hearing colors to pull out the ghost king miserable? Wang Ming was a bit puzzled and asked in a low voice, Ha, brother Tatsu, this time, the secret realm only has 3 days, so we just wasted 1 day? Jiang Chen slowly spoke, if you want to follow me in a team, I only have one request, don't ask and obey. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked straight ahead. Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Luli glanced at each other, and without further words, silently followed Jiang Chen. As night falls, the streets of Asakusa district are lit up like stars falling to earth. Pedestrians and laughter mingled in the streets, making it a lively place. About half an hour later, the four of them arrived at an inn that seemed to be in a decent setting. Jiang Chen had just stepped into the inn when a light smoky fragrance hit his nose. Immediately after, Jiang Chen pulled out the currency within this secret territory. This secret realm had appeared quite a few times, and the Dragon Kingdom had long ago counterfeited the currency within this secret realm. To put it simply, those of them, in the secret realm, were completely without money to spend. After Jiang Chen communicated with the staff, he joined the other three and walked slowly up the wooden stairs to the 3rd floor of the hotel. They each picked a room, and Jiang Chen chose a room by the window. The room is decorated in a simple yet cozy way, and the wooden furniture emits a light woodsy fragrance. As soon as he entered the room, he gently set down the traveling bag he was carrying and paced to the window, quietly perceiving the bustling and noisy night scene outside. A downstring ghost is 200 points and an upstring ghost is 1,000 points. That is to say, if one could really blend into Infinite City as one thought, and recall all 12 ghost moons without misery, killing all of them yourself would earn roughly 7,200 points, and with the guaranteed 200 points, the total would be 7,400 points. I don't know how many hidden rewards there are. The hidden rewards of the second secret realm are definitely more than the first secret realm, and it is estimated that together the total points can be more than 10,000 points, split equally between the four. No one is 2,500 to 3,000 total attribute points, that is, an estimated 300 skill points. Hearing color Bay LV. 3,0/180 plus. Current range 1,000 meters. Next level, range spread to 2,000 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV. 4,0/80 plus. Currently comprehended swordsmanship proficient. Next level, swordsmanship proficient. Gravity field LV. 4,0/80 plus. Current field range 500 meters. Gravity wave manipulation proficient mastered. Next level, range spread to 1,000 meters. Armed color hegemony LV. 3,0/180 plus. Has comprehended armed color externalization. Next level, internal destruction. Navy 6 style LV. 3,0/40 plus. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV. 20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 17/20. This many skill points were completely enough to unlock the new skill Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. As for the strength of Ghost King Miseryless, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. At best, it's a fourth order power. And after all, the Ghost Destruction Blade is a world of low martial arts. The force ceiling is about as high as dry collapsing a building. With his own destructive power, he was already able to battle a fourth-ranked ability. Plus, he had mastered one of the four basic forces of the universe, gravity. And with so many skills in his possession, there was no way he could not be defeated. Jiang Chen only rested slightly for 10 minutes before getting up and walking out of the room. As soon as he went out the door, he bumped into Tang Chuyao who was walking towards him. Tang Chuyao's footsteps lurched, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes as she opened her mouth to ask, "Jiang Chen, where are you going?" Jiang Chen gently brought the door on, his expression bland. "Me, going out for a stroll. The streets seem quite lively to me." Tang Chuyao was silent for a while. She really couldn't guess what was in Jiang Chen's mind, but she didn't dare to ask after him rashly. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen didn't take her with him in the future, it would be a big loss. Although it wouldn't necessarily be a group secret realm again in the future, it was better to try to maintain his good image in his mind as Jiang Chen was such a strong man. "Then, I'll go with you?" After hesitating for a moment, Tang Chuyao tentatively inquired. Jiang Chen didn't really care. Anyway, if by chance he came across no misery, it was well explained. Everything was chance. All right. With that, Jiang Chen walked towards the stairs. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao hurriedly followed. 10 minutes later, Luli arrived at the door of Jiang Chen's room in an apprehensive mood and summoned up the courage to knock on the door. Knock knock. A few moments later, there was not the slightest response from the room. Luli had a puzzled look on her face, then she raised her hand and knocked a few more times. Still no response. Nobody? Out or asleep? It's so early in the morning. There's no reason to go to bed here. Just then, Wang Ming in the room next to him was also attracted by the knock on the door and opened the door to his room and walked out. "What?" Luli responded. "Jiang Chen doesn't seem to be in the room." Another moment passed. The duo realized that not only Jiang Chen, but Tang Chuyao was also not in the room. "Where did they go?" Wang Ming asked suspiciously. Luli pondered for a moment and said, "Go ask the staff at the front desk if they've seen the two go out." The other side. The two of them, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, walked on the busy streets. On both sides of the street, there are wooden buildings arranged in a staggered manner, with a wide range of lanterns hanging under the eaves, swaying in the wind and reflecting the crowds of people moving in and out of the city. Tang Chuyao was torn in her heart for a long time, and finally she couldn't hold back and asked cautiously, "Jiang Chen, which upstring ghost are you targeting this time?" The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I didn't realize that the things in this secret realm were quite real." Saying that, he smoothly bought 2 snacks from the little girl who came up beside him to sell snacks. Tang Chuyao took a snack from Jiang Chen's hand, looked around and sighed. "Yeah, maybe this is a real world." Just then, a teenager wearing a green and black jacket suddenly appeared within Jiang Chen's range of perception. The unique clothing, as well as the conspicuous earrings, instantly caught Jiang Chen's attention. Is it Charcoal Gyru, the hero of Ghost Destruction Blade? Go over there and check it out. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards Charcoal Gyru's direction. Tang Chuyao looked at Jiang Chen blankly, and didn't say anything more as she hurriedly followed. Not a moment too soon, Charcoal Gyru's figure then appeared within Tang Chuyao's line of sight. At this moment, Charcoal Gyru, kneeling on the ground, cried out under his breath, Anamai Suji miserable, I will never let you go. No matter where you have gone, I'll chase you to the ends of hell, and my knife will surely cut your neck. Tang Chuyao glanced at Jiang Chen, her face filled with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with that person? Who is Ghost Dance Suji miserable? Did you kill his entire family? So excited. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Tang Chuyao was also right. He did kill Charcoal Gyru's entire family, but he also left behind a sister who had turned into a half-human, half-ghost. The current timeline is roughly that Charcoal Gyru has just passed the Ghost Killer Team selection, completed his first mission, and accidentally encounters Miseryless, disguised as a normal human, on the street, because there were too many ordinary people around. Charcoal Gyru suppressed his own anger and didn't make a sudden move for fear of hurting the innocent. Of course, even if they did, they'd just be instantly seconded by no misery. But, for myself, it would be nothing. You're not afraid of hurting any innocents. They're just NPCs. Jiang Chen, holding his blind cane, walked over to Charcoal Gyru and slowly spoke. Little brother, if you want to kill now, kill now. Why wait until later? Chapter 69, I'm just a man here to take your life. Charcoal Gyru slowly raised his head, tears welling up in his eyes, and with a hint of confusion and caution, surveyed the equally young blind teenager in front of him. Who are you? His voice trembled slightly, mingled with an undried choked sob. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth floated up with a gentle smile. Raising his hand and gently touching Charcoal Gyru's head, he did not reply, but only slowly stepped towards the front. Tang Chuyao keenly caught a hint of abnormality and hurriedly followed with quick steps, eagerly asking, Jiang Chen, what are you planning to do? Jiang Chen's expression was calm, his gaze gazing into the distance as he slowly spoke. What that child said is not tragic. I can sense that it exudes an extremely powerful ghost aura, and it does not belong to the 12 ghost months. As the words fell, Tang Chuyao fell into deep thought, and a moment later, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. You mean, this is a hidden reward? Jiang Chen nodded gently. In an instant, uncontrollable excitement and thrill flashed across Tang Chuyao's eyes. Mom, yeah, I didn't expect to have such good luck with Jiang Chen. Is it possible to get hidden rewards for secret number 2 as well? Got the hidden rewards for 2 secret areas in a row. Oh, my god. Jiang Chen's figure, in her eyes, instantly grew much taller once again. But soon, Tang Chuyao suppressed her excitement and asked with a hint of worry in her tone. But Jiang Chen, you said its aura is powerful. So, can we beat it? Jiang Chen's expression was bland and his tone was calm. It's just that it's very powerful compared to other ghosts. As soon as the words fell, the distant Ghost Dance Suji Miserable looked as if he had sensed an aura of danger and jerked his head back. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's pair of blood-red eyes stared icily at Jiang Chen. Blind teenager? Another one coming at you? Is it a new member of the Ghost Killers? Miseryless was filled with doubt and stared at Jiang Chen closely. It glanced at the numerous crowds around it, certain in its heart that the Ghost Killers would not dare to make a move here. Besides, it had no intention of engaging here itself. Otherwise, once it did, it would probably be completely exposed in this world, and then perhaps it would face a severe crackdown from the government on all fronts. What it didn't expect, however, was that the blind boy in front of it seemed to be completely unconcerned about the civilians around him. Buzz dash! A terrifying gravity field instantly enveloped it. Bang dash! Miseryless' body was violently pressed towards the ground by gravity. Its knee smashed heavily into the ground, smashing out a shallow pit as it stared at Jiang Chen with wide, dead eyes. Is this the ability of the blind teenager from? When did the Ghostbusters have that kind of power? Seeing this, the civilians around them screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared within Miserable's range of vision. In the next moment, a cold aura that pulsed with lightning crossed like lightning. No Misery used his instincts to thrillingly avoid the fatal blow that chopped at his neck. The sword blade chopped heavily on its right shoulder, directly severing its right arm. At this moment, Miseryless quickly came back to his senses, struggling to withstand the tens of tons of gravity and rolled to the side to avoid it, then confronted Jiang Chen. Which pillar of the Ghost Killers are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Miseryless opened his mouth and asked. At the same time, at its right shoulder, a brand new right arm was growing out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Chen slightly sidestepped his head. He hadn't manipulated all of the gravity. just almost half of it. He was afraid that Miseryless would see that the difference in strength was too great and directly avoid the battle with a single mind. Then it would be quite troublesome to try to enter Infinite City in one go. Miseryless's ability was really just like in the anime. The regeneration ability was extremely terrifying. However, it was not a big problem. It was only because in its body, it possessed 7 hearts and 5 heads, which led to an extremely strong regeneration ability and the inability to kill. Also, the ghost killers aren't very strong. In the anime, the strongest Jigaku Rim 1 almost finished off Misery, only because in the end, Misery split into 1,800 pieces, and Jigaku Rim 1's sword, even if it was fast, only chopped off 1,500 pieces, which allowed Misery to escape. As for himself, he was able to manipulate tens of tons of gravity, even if it was able to split into 1,800 pieces. As long as it was within its own gravity field, it wouldn't be able to run away even if it wanted to. The only way to escape is to have its henchman, Naruko, open the gates of Infinite City. At that time, one would be able to use this to enter the Infinite City. Jiang Chen held the sword blade that was pulsating with electric arcs as he slowly said, "I'm not a pillar of the ghost killing team. I'm just someone who's come to take your life." Just then, beep 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 beep, dozens of police officers in black uniforms, armed with katanas and long clubs, blew whistles as they quickly ran toward this direction. Jiang Chen sensed the approach of the police officers not far away, and without turning his head, his aura around him abruptly changed. An invisible but majestic force spread rapidly with him at the center. Buzz dash! The entire space seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, and the air began to tremble violently, emitting a palpitating sound. Immediately afterward, with Jiang Chen as the center of the circle, a circular gravity ripple visible to the naked eye spread out extremely fast in all directions. Wherever the ripples went, everything was distorted by the powerful gravity. The stones and dust on the ground were instantly sucked up, spinning madly in the air, forming a small black tornado. The surrounding wooden buildings creaked and groaned in agony under the pull of this terrifying force. In just a few seconds, the gravity storm took shape completely. It was a powerful force that covered the sky, just like the end of the world. The storm was mixed with all sorts of debris, like an angry beast, raging wildly in all directions. The policemen were so stunned by the scene that they didn't even realize that the whistles in their hands had fallen to the ground. Their eyes were wide with fear and disbelief. Some people subconsciously raised their arms to cover themselves, as if this would ward off this terrifying force. Some people's legs weakened, and they couldn't help but retreat backward. Others froze in place, muttering under their breath, "What the hell is this?" Rumble dash. As the crowd stared in horror, the wooden building instantly disintegrated like a fragile building block. The walls were torn into countless pieces by gravity. The wooden boards were swept and splattered in all directions by the gusty wind, and a single beam flew across the air like a javelin. In the blink of an eye, these buildings turned into a piece of rubble and smashed heavily to the ground, raising a sky of smoke and dust, which happened to be in front of the police, completely blocking their way forward. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he said to Ghost Dance Suji Miserable, who was not far away, "No one will bother us now." Meanwhile, not far down this street, Luli and Wang Ming were also attracted by the loud noise. Countless civilians were running towards them in a panic. Jiang Chen and the others should be over there. Let's hurry over to help. Luli looked anxious and said quickly. Immediately afterward, she directly launched the six-style shave, her figure flashing towards Jiang Chen's direction like a ghost. Wang Ming's eyes widened as he hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Wait for me." Chapter 70, This Blind Elder. What kind of breathing method is it? Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless dropped to one knee, his eyes full of panic as he scrutinized the wretched misery around him. Broken walls were scattered everywhere, and the diffuse smoke slowly settled. His gaze locked onto the blind teenager, waves of shock churning in his mind. This blind boy in front of him was very different from the ghost killers, and only wanted to take its life. In the meantime, a fiery fire fist wrapped in rolling heat waves, wrapped in blazing heat, swiftly blasted towards Miseryless. Boom dash! The powerful impact caused Miseryless' body to shake violently, and his entire body instantly became gray and wretched. The ground underneath his feet was even more unbearable, and was blasted out into a deep crater, with the surrounding earth and rocks splashing and scattering in all directions. "Don, don't make a move." As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, an invisible repulsive force suddenly erupted like a powerful storm, sending Tang Chuyao violently bouncing out. The upper string ghosts were all third-ranked, and Miseryless had to be fourth-ranked anyways. Tang Chuyao was only at the second rank, so if he really let her participate in the battle, Jiang Chen himself wouldn't have the time to take care of Tang Chuyao. The Ghost Dance Suji Miserable Scarlet Eyes looked straight at Jiang Chen, and its face instantly became hideous. Next moment, the breath around his body changed abruptly, and his originally slender hands instantly twisted and deformed, turning into two thick and spiky spiked whips, waving recklessly in the air and emitting sharp whistling sounds. Jiang Chen just stood still. Despite his eyes being unable to see, with his powerful seeing color perception, he was able to clearly see every movement, every fluctuation in the breath of the ghost dance Suji Miserable. It was almost impossible for Miseryless to rely on his stabbing whip to hit Jiang Chen. Immediately after, Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless took the lead. The two stabbing whips lashed towards Jiang Chen's neck and chest like lightning. The speed was so fast that the air was torn out with ear-piercing sounds. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, and just at the moment when the attacks were about to touch his body, his figure flickered slightly, avoiding all the attacks as lightly as a ghost. This seemingly simple flash actually contained a precise grasp of timing and space, causing Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's all-out strike to fall short. Boom dash! The stabbing whip struck the ground heavily, directly blasting the ground with two deep grooves. Jiang Chen gripped the blade in his hand. Buzz dash! A wisp, if any, of sword chi twisted like a nimble wandering silk, emitting a subtle buzzing sound. Next moment, Jiang Chen swung his longsword violently, and a half-moon-shaped sword chi instantly roared out from the blade. The speed of the sword chi was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of Ghost Dance Suji Miserable. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's pupils suddenly shrunk. It could clearly feel the powerful force contained in this sword chi. He hastily swung his stabbing whip in an attempt to fend it off. However, the moment the sword chi made contact with the stabbing whip, a powerful force instantly erupted. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable only felt a mountain of power coming at him. His attacks were as fragile as paper mache in front of this sword chi. The stabbing whip was instantly chopped off and turned into countless pieces scattered all over the ground, and the remaining power of the sword chi was not reduced, directly hitting Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's chest. Ah! Ghost Dance Suji Wu miserably screamed as the sword chi rested against its chest, lifting it out. There was a loud boom. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless crashed heavily into an abandoned house. In an instant, the house collapsed, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. Jiang Chen smiled as he stood still, gazing at the smoke in front of him. He didn't intend to use his full power. He had only one goal in mind, to push Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless to the brink so that it would call Naruto to open the Infinite City Gate. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ghost Dance Suji Misery slowly stood up. A huge wound appeared on his chest and blood continued to gush out, but his eyes were filled with madness. His body began to change, and his original wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his body became even taller and stronger, and the spiked whip on his body grew back and was even thicker and sharper than before. Very well, you've managed to enrage me, Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless growled. Next moment, his back violently cracked open with 9 bloody slits, and 9 pipe whips poked out from it, twisting and circling in the air, the tops of the pipe whips flashing with a cold aura. Jab! The 9 pipe whips and 2 stabbing whips struck through the air at an extremely fast speed, emitting ear-piercing rattles as they attacked towards Jiang Chen on all fronts. They intertwined and cooperated with each other, attempting to weave a web of death and trap Jiang Chen in it. However, Jiang Chen only gently twisted his body, precisely dodging the tricky punctures of the 9 pipe whips and 2 stabbing whips. Boom 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 dash! Countless long whips struck the ground with holes, a crack spreading out like a spider web. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless moved against gravity while maneuvering the 9 pipe whips, spinning rapidly in the air in an attempt to entangle Jiang Chen. At the same time, the stabbing whip was raised high and slammed down towards Jiang Chen's head with a titanic force. This time, Jiang Chen didn't choose to dodge. The long sword in his hand danced, the blade of the sword drawing a splendid arc in the air, accompanied by a buzzing sword sound. Countless fine sword chi burst out from the sword. These sword chi appeared to be scattered, but they struck Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's stabbing whip and pipe whip with precision. Swish! Swish! Swish dash! The precise sword chi directly cut off Miserable's long whip as much as it could. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes, incredulously. Why was it that one's own attack completely missed the other party? Could it be that the young man in front of us, like that Jigaku Rimichi from before, possesses an extremely powerful penetrating world, able to see through and dodge any attack? As he was pondering, an even more powerful sword chi chopped at him head-on. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's pupils plummeted, feeling an unprecedented threat of death. Next moment, its body suddenly exploded into countless fragments, which were wildly catapulted out in all directions. Jiang Chen frowned slightly with both eyebrows and directly manipulated the gravity field, locking all the debris dead center to the ground. The broken pieces that had lost the support of their own body's power were unable to move freely by the slightest bit under this powerful gravity bind. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless saw this, and the fear in its heart spread like a tidal wave. It could no longer hold it down, and immediately utilized its own abilities to begin calling out to Naruto. The current self could not escape even if he turned into pieces, and it was only a matter of time before he was decapitated. Must flee back to Infinity City. If this blind teenager in front of him dared to follow him in, then he himself was not afraid. Today's self has long been different from the past, no longer the first encounter with the country edge one that week. Now that he had the extremely powerful 12 ghost months under his command, as long as the blind boy in front of him dared to set foot in Infinite City, he would immediately teleport all 12 ghost months back to Infinite City through Naruto. With himself plus the 12 ghostly moons, he was absolutely certain that he could decimate this blind-eyed teenager. After pondering all this, the corner of Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's mouth hooked up into a confident smile with a few grimaces. In the meantime, a square wooden door that emitted an eerie aura suddenly appeared on the ground. Crunch! The wooden door opened, and a part of Miseryless's debris fell in with it. When Jiang Chen saw this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, he's hiding out in Infinite City. Without the slightest hesitation, he went straight for a six-pattern shave and dodged into the wooden door. Jiang Chen! Seeing this, Tang Chuyao shouted. Immediately after that, she also took a leap and leapt into the wooden door. Just then, Lu Li and Wang Ming also arrived here. Tang Chuyao! Lu Li exclaimed, and then his gaze fell on top of the wooden door protruding from the ground. Soon, she realized that Jiang Chen had most likely entered that wooden door as well. Lu Li didn't hesitate for a second. She also directly dodged and leaped into the wooden door. No! Wait! Wang Ming's eyes widened as he saw that several people had gone in. He gritted his teeth and followed suit, jumping into the wooden door. As Jiang Chen and Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless and the others disappeared, the originally noisy and chaotic streets gradually regained their calm. Charcoal Gyru stood frozen in place, staring dully at the devastated ruins before him, muttering under his breath, "Who exactly is this senior? The strength is actually so powerful. What exactly is this breathing method?" Chapter 71 Layoffs? Inside Infinite City, all around were intricate spaces, with countless long corridors, pavilions, and window bars interlocking with each other, and there was absolutely no sense of direction to speak of. The architecture throughout the space is in an old Japanese style, a large vase protruding from the ground above a wooden structural platform. Suddenly, the large vase jumped a bit, followed by an extremely strange and peculiar-looking creature emerging from within it. The mouth grows where the eyes would be, the eyes grow where the forehead and mouth would be, and a few small arms protrude from the head. Jade Kettle, the wool of the ghost of the upper string, the ghost of the kettle. Oh ha ha ha, it's been 90 years, Lord Miseryless has finally called us back again. Jade Jugziri laughter echoed within this alien space. Standing not far from Jade Kettle was the interloper, the third of the upper string ghosts, the ghost of the fighting, with short peach hair and covered in dark blue tattoos. The interloper gazed expressionlessly at the ugly jade pot. Just then, one hand on the shoulder of the intermixed nest seat, Child's Mill, two of the upper string ghosts, Ghost of Ice, the white oak-haired, seven-colored-eyed Child Mill spoke in a gentle tone, addressing the interloper. It's been a long time, His Excellency the interloper. Kid Mill looked around. Hey, Jade Jug. Immediately after, it looked high up again, to a small hollowed-out room where a swordsman with a high black ponytail and 6 eyes was sitting on his knees on the ground. Silent, Black Death Mao, one of the ghosts of the sword. Ghost of the sword. Tong Mao waved his hand towards Black Death Mao. Good evening Sir Black Death Mao dash. Why did Lord Misery gather us all of a sudden? Could it be that, has had upper string killed? The Child Mill muttered gently to itself, followed by a survey of its surroundings. Half a day dog. The rampage of the wind-up ghost, the ghost of the split. At the moment, he is hiding behind the stairs, looking as if he is afraid to see anyone. Brothel Fustaro, the land of the upturned Oni, is a young Oni with a naked upper body, short to medium black and green hair, a hunched back, and a thin, bony appearance with many dark spots on his body. Fallenheim, the land of the upper string ghosts, sister of Brothel Taro, with a flower bun on her head and flower tattoos on the left side of her face and the right side of her forehead. She is a twin ghost along with Brothel Taro. The two siblings were also sitting on the ground at this point. Silent. Aya. Not right How people so flush Tong Mao stroked his chin, then noticed that not far away, there were 6 other figures. The Shimas and Ghosts buddies have been summoned here too? Is this a reunion? Child Mill brightened up and cocked his head again. Or is today a layoff meeting? Shouldn't today be the day I die? The child whelped and cried and opened his arms in an attempt to hug the tough guy interlinear nesting seat. The interloper just glanced at it, then skillfully sidestepped to the side. Just then, along with a majestic pressure, a voice echoed within this foreign space. All of you, be quiet. The words fell. Even the chatterbox, Tong Ma, didn't dare to speak anymore. This was the first time it had seen the miserable lord who was so furious. All the ghosts of the 12 ghostly moons, centered in the middle of the wooden platform, sat on their knees in unison on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. In front of them, a wooden door suddenly appeared and slowly pulled open. The ghost dance Suji Miserable, who had transformed into the appearance of an ugly meatball, appeared in front of the ghosts. Beside it, Narune, who had not yet been promoted to the upper string ghost, was holding a lute and sitting on her knees beside Ghost Dance Suji Misery. The entire space of Infinite City is manipulated by Naruto. Naruto was currently sharing the figures of Jiang Chen's 4 to Ghost Dance Suji Miserable. Miseryless gazed at Jiang Chen within its sensory range, its scarlet eyes that grew above its ugly meatballs filled with rage. Naruto, trap the blind boy. The other upper string ghosts and lower string ghosts, when I have fully recovered, join me in beheading the blind boy. Dismissed. The words fell. The kneeling child Mill showed a surprised expression. Blind boy? All along, Lord Miseryless had been an invincible existence in the hearts of them. The 12 ghost moons. Was the current miserable state caused by the blind boy it spoke of? There was even an unprecedented call for the full 12 ghost months. When did the ghost killers have such a powerful and strong person? The other side. Jiang Chen was standing in the middle of a long corridor, surrounded by bizarre wooden doors and an intricate and confusing space. Is this Infinite City? I remember this alien space, as if it was hidden under the ground by Naruto, but that didn't matter. The most important thing right now was to find Naruto's location. Jiang Chen decisively unfolded his seeing color sense range, and his senses spread out quickly like ripples. Soon, the traces of Miseryless and the 12 ghostly moons, who were in the middle of a meeting, were captured by him. However, in just the blink of an eye, a group of evil spirits instantly scattered in all directions, hidden in the various dark corners of the foreign space. As for the Ming woman, she was alone at the moment, located about 500 meters directly above Jiang Chen. The Naruto must be taken out first now, or it will be a pain in the ass inside its alien space. As long as it was taken out, then it would be enough to decimate Miseryless and the other 12 ghostly moons as fast as possible before the Infinite City collapsed. One could completely rely on the gravity field and escape the crumbling Infinite City. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, suddenly, the figures of Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Lu Li also appeared within Jiang Chen's range of perception. Jiang Chen's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Why are they following us? They're not afraid to die? Forget about it. Taking out the ghosts first is the right thing to do. As for the 3 of them, Misery Free probably doesn't even want to care about them. Right, he is Misery Free's target. With that thought in mind, Jiang Chen slowly rested his right hand on top of the hilt of his sword. Clank dash. The blade of the sword that pulsed with lightning was pulled out. In an instant, the cold aura was eye-catching and the lightning flashed. Jiang Chen fiercely exerted his strength and chopped out a stern sword chi that pulsed with lightning towards directly above him. Rumble dash. With just one sword, it penetrated through the ceiling, and with the remaining momentum, the sword chi blasted through 3 more ceilings in succession. A huge hole appeared on top of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen unfolded his gravity field, the repulsive force working perfectly with the 6-style moon steps, and catapulted toward directly above him at an extremely fast speed. Boom 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 dash. Jiang Chen chopped out several sword chi while flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, the ceilings were like fragile paper, and they were blown to pieces, leaving behind a huge hole, with debris and dust scattered in all directions. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get close to the songstress, a lute sound that revealed strangeness echoed throughout the entire Infinite City. Clang! In an instant, it was as if the entire Infinite City space had been recklessly fiddled with by a pair of large, invisible hands. Jiang Chen only felt a blurring of the scene in front of him. In the next second, it was actually moved back to its original position. Oh, interesting. I'd like to see if you're faster with your spatial shifting or I'm faster. Jiang Chen relied on his ability to perceive with his seeing color to firmly lock onto Naruto's location. Next moment, bang dash, Jiang Chen once again catapulted up, so fast that the ground was blasted out of a shallow pit due to the powerful impact. In the meantime, dang it dash, the Naruto sat on her knees on the ground, her hands dancing on the lute like a phantom. The space is also shifting. However, no matter how much the songstress changed space, Jiang Chen was still able to lock onto its position in an instant before killing towards it at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 72, No. Where's the ghost? At this moment, the space within the Infinite City was plunged into a frantic and disorderly change, with each second taking on a very different appearance. Wang Ming sat paralyzed with disorientation, his eyes staring vacantly at the surrounding scenery that changed like a walking lantern. His voice trembled involuntarily. What the hell is this place? Why does it keep changing? Help! Mommy, I want to go home, woohoo! In the meantime, Tang Chuyao and Lu Li both sat paralyzed on the ground as well amidst the tremendous commotion that turned the heavens upside down. Jiang Chen, where are you? Tang Chuya shouted as she looked at the dazzling, ever-changing wooden doors in front of her. On the other side, the 12 ghost moons were similarly confused by the ever-changing space, their faces filled with bewilderment. Tong Mao muttered with a dull gaze. What exactly is Lord Misery doing? Didn't he say that he only needed to trap that blind boy? Just to trap him. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? At this moment, Ghost Dance Tsuji Miseryless was staring at Jiang Chen dead-on through Naruto's perception perspective. Above the ugly ball of flesh, Ghost Dance Tsuji Miserable's hideous face had completed its initial recovery. It doesn't understand. Why could this blind teenager's speed be so ridiculously fast? It was almost like instantaneous transportation. And visually, the distance of one instantaneous movement reaches tens of meters. It is also capable of continuous teleportation. With such a fast speed, it was extremely difficult for Naruto to capture his position in such a short period of time. There were several times when he came just that close to finding Naruto. Also, how is it that this blind boy can pinpoint Naruto's location every time? No Misery doesn't understand. Very much. In its cognizance, even the strongest person it had ever encountered, Jigaku Rim 1, could never possess such a terrifying speed. At this rate, before he could fully recover, the blind boy would have already killed in front of him. If he could find Naruto's location, he could surely find his own. And in his current state, he had almost lost his ability to escape. And if he continued like this, he would surely die. No, it must be stalled. The wind-up ghost couldn't move. And his own strength probably wouldn't be able to defeat that blind boy even if he returned to his full strength. Must join forces with all the wind-up ghosts. As long as the lower string ghost was able to stall the blind boy for a while and buy himself recovery time, even if it was just to consume a little more of his stamina, it would be fine. Thinking of this, the muscles of Ghost Dance Tsuji's miserable face twisted extremely, and it directly ordered to all the lower chord ghosts through its mental ability. All downstring ghosts listen to the order. Stop the blind boy at all costs. Anyone who dares to escape will be executed on the spot. Yes, yes. Among the 12 ghost moons, the 6 lower chord ghosts stood up at the same time. Next moment, dang dash. Another eerie lute sound echoed through every corner of Infinite City. The 6 downstring ghosts were teleported away at the same time, and Jiang Chen was once again teleported back to his original location. Jiang Chen stood on the already tattered wooden floor without catapulting up again. The reason is simple. Within the range of his senses, 6 downstring ghosts had quietly appeared around him. Oh no! It's 1,200 points that have been delivered. Standing on the far right, Nightmare Dream, one of the lower string ghosts, had medium-length black and red hair, several square tattoos on each cheek, and wore a long black jacket and white-lined pants. Nightmare Dream's expression was grave, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat as he stared at Jiang Chen dead in the face. Is this the blind teenager that misery-free adults are talking about? To think that Lord Miseryless could be pushed to such a point. This is a battle that must be fought. As long as he could hold off this blind-eyed teenager, Lord Miseryless would surely reward himself with a large amount of precious blood. To the left of Nightmare was Windless, the second of the lower string ghosts, with a bushy beard and golden eyes. The same face gazed at Jiang Chen with a grave expression. Continuing to the left, there is the third of the Shimazen Oni, Sickle Leaf, with short black hair, 3 scars on his face, and 2 golden earrings in each ear. At this moment, Sick Leaf, a bit flustered, looked around. To be able to force Lord Miseryless to such a point, what the hell was he stopping himself for? No, one must find a chance to escape. Next to Sickle Leaf was a white-haired female, Shimazen Ghost Rampage, Zero Yuko, with tiny twin horns on her forehead and the whites of her red eyes paired with eerie purple pupils, making her look extraordinarily eerie. Standing to the left of Zero Yuko was a white-haired, fair-skinned and somewhat sickly cute Masatsuki, Shimushin Oni no Wu, tired. His white hair was slightly disheveled, and there was a hint of boyishness and viciousness in his eyes. Standing on the far left, on the other hand, was the Kettle Nu, the land of the Shimazen Oni, with black hair backed by 4 short braids and blue eyes. Jiang Chen, seeing color swept over these 6 lower string ghosts one by one. He shook his head gently and sighed inwardly. It's true that all of them look like non-mainstream, but these lower string ghosts, they were attribute points anyways, so when you thought about it, it looked a lot cuter. Nightmare Dream's expression stared as it, being the head of the lower string ghosts, exclaimed, "Let's go together." Stop him. The words fell. Aside from Sick Leaf, who was bent on running away, the remaining 5 downstring ghosts ran towards Jiang Chen at the same time. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth gently rose. Next moment, the moment the 5 downstring ghosts had just stepped into the range of Jiang Chen's gravity domain, a majestic gravity instantly enveloped their surroundings. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! In just an instant, The 5 differently shaped downstream ghosts turned into 5 balls of blood mist and dissipated into the air. The remaining fleeing sickle leaf of the downstream ghost twisted his head around in horror and looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes glaring so wide that they almost came out of their sockets. What a joke! Without even moving, he killed all of his companions with similar strength to himself in seconds. With that kind of strength, what can you stop yourself with? Suddenly, within his range of vision, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Sickle Leaf felt bad and looked around in horror. Just then, a voice revealing an aura of death came from above its head. Why are you running away again? Sickle Leaf looked up sharply as the figure of the blind teenager was directly above it. How is that possible? When did he come above me? And why would he use again? Before he could think carefully, a cold light flashed by. The Sick Leaf only felt a burst of heaven and earth, followed by a drilling pain at the neck, and then it lost all consciousness, and its neck was chopped off. Jiang Chen shook his head as he looked at the sickly leaf with its body and head. I'm sure it's just as gutsy as the anime. Killed the lower chord ghost nightmare dream. Winless, sickle leaf, 0 Yuzi, tired, and kettle new, earned 1,200 points. In the meantime, the kill information was also transmitted to Tang Chuyao, Lu Li, and Wang Ming's minds. The 3 were simultaneously confused. What the hell? Jiang Chen didn't kill them, did he? How did he do it? The other side. Inside Spider Mountain, the 4 men from the Linjiang Military Academy, Tang Quansheng, Yang Chuanzhong, Ron Yang and Luo Chengji, were listlessly traveling between the jungles, their feet shuffling and their faces full of fatigue. No, where are the ghosts? Tang Quansheng sat on his butt, his hands propped up on the ground behind him, his eyes filled with confusion. Ron Yang frowned and murmured, it's really strange. Where on earth has the lower string ghost tired gone? How come we haven't found it after searching for so long? It doesn't make sense. So what? You guys look at the standings. Yang Chuanzhong, who had been paying attention to the scoreboard, said quietly, Chapter 73, have all the lower court ghosts been slaughtered by Jiang Chen? Scoreboard? Tang Quansheng's face was puzzled, and as he swept his gaze to the scoreboard in his mind, he instantly jumped up from the ground. I'm sprouting plants. Tang Xuanqing's eyes were rounded and the words he uttered began to stutter. No, not Shouldn't Jiang Chen and the others be going to kill the upper string ghosts? A single upper string ghost is 1,000 points. Why are their points 1,200? Ron Yang's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he guessed. Could it be that after they killed an upstream ghost, they killed another downstream ghost? Tang Quansheng said with a face full of doubt. It can't be. Within such a short period of time. And since Jiang Chen clearly has the strength to kill the upper string ghosts, why did he specifically go looking for the lower string ghosts to kill? Shouldn't he have killed all the upper string ghosts first? Just then, Yang Chuanzhong shook his head and slowly said, No, I've been keeping an eye on the standings, and I just saw that the points were jumping from 200 to 200 almost instantly. As the words fell, the other 3 fell silent. After a while, Tang Quanqing tentatively asked, Old Yang, do you mean that all the lower string ghosts were slaughtered by Jiang Chen? Yang Chuanzhong sniffed and looked at him, nodding his head gently. Tang Quansheng leaned listlessly against the tree as if he had been drained of his soul. No wonder I couldn't find the lower strung ghost tired for half a day. It was clear that their goal, as per normal, did not conflict with Jiang Chen's goal at all. The secret realm only had 3 days. Even if Jiang Chen was more powerful, the upper string ghosts were spread out all over the secret realm and were all very far away, so it wasn't enough for him to kill them. However, the fact now was that instead of going after the upper string ghosts, Jiang Chen and the others had killed all the lower string ghosts. Had he messed with this big man in any way? Tang Quansheng frowned and couldn't help but reflect. He couldn't figure it out and had a lifeless expression on his face. Why? Jiang Chen and the others clearly have the strength to kill the upper string ghosts. So why did they come to grab the lower string ghosts from us? The other 3 couldn't figure it out either, and a silence fell around them. A moment later, Ron Yang opened his mouth and asked, It doesn't matter why Jiang Chen wants to kill the lower string ghosts for now, but how did he manage to kill all the lower string ghosts scattered all over the place at once? Tang Quansheng sniffed and jerked his head up. Did Jiang Chen find another hidden reward? The same as Secret Realm number 1? After these words, the 4 men looked at each other. If that's the case, could it be that this time they'll only get the guaranteed rewards again and again and again? After all, they couldn't beat the upper string ghosts, and the only lower string ghosts they could were slaughtered. Yang Chuanzhong said quietly, If that's the case, shouldn't it be the case that the upper string ghosts are going to be killed by Jiang Chen as well? No, can't be right? Tang Quansheng was silent. All he wanted to do now was to look up to the sky and question, did they really have to live under Jiang Chen's shadow for the rest of their lives? Or am I too young? It turns out that I really can't match Jiang Chen. Rong Yang crouched on the ground and hung his head. Outside the secret world, countless teachers are nervously watching the scoreboard. Due to the sheer number of people, not everyone was shown on the overall standings. Only teams that get points will appear on the leaderboard. The moment, Jiang Chen's team was hanging at the top of the leaderboard, dominating the first place, and behind Jiang Chen's team, there was only one lone team that had gained 200 points. Jiang Chen's 1200 points directly threw him off by a large margin. Lin Weidong excitedly pointed at the points table and looked to the side of the director of instruction. Wang Sen, director, look, Jiang Chen and the others got the points. In the meantime, the scene also resounded with murmurs from various teachers. It's Jiang Chen and the others again. Holy, way ahead of the game. Killed the wind-up ghost so quickly? But why is it 1,200 points? The teachers who were there looked at each other in disbelief. Getting 200 points, getting 400 points, getting 1,000 points, getting 2,000 points. It's all understandable. It's nothing more than killing a downstream ghost or two or an upstream ghost or two. What does 1,200 points mean? Killing a ghost on the top and a ghost on the bottom? Wang Xin glanced at Lin Weidong suspiciously and spoke slowly. Why 1,200 points? Lin Weidong was also a bit baffled as he frowned and murmured. Strange. Could it be that Jiang Chen and the others killed the upper string ghosts first and then went on to kill the lower string ghosts? Wang Xin frowned and said in a deep voice. Why are they doing this? It looks like a waste of time. Did you talk to them about it, Kobayashi? Lin Weidong sniffed and immediately explained. I have. The distribution maps of the 12 ghostly moons have all been sent to them as well. Just then, Wang Xin and Lin Weidong simultaneously felt someone approaching behind them. They turned their heads to look and realized that it was Vice Principal Du Hongsheng. The two nodded their heads respectfully at the same time. Principal Du. Du Hongsheng stared at the scoreboard. His eyes narrowed slightly. 1,200 points. Seeing this, Lin Weidong hurriedly tried to explain. Principal Du. Jiang Chen he. Without waiting for Lin Weidong to finish, Du Hongsheng interrupted him and slowly said. Forget it, there's no harm in it. It's only just entered the secret realm now. There's still a long way to go before the secret realm closes. Jiang Chen has his own plans. We'll just watch him perform. Wang Xin turned his head back to continue staring at the scoreboard inside. This secret realm, the highest record over the years is 2,000 points. Jiang Chen has just entered and gotten 1,200 points. Shouldn't he be breaking the record again? Lin Weidong concurred. Director, I think it's very likely that with Jiang Chen's strength, the uplink ghost is completely no match for him. And it's only just now that he's gone in and Jiang Chen has gotten 1,200 points. So for the rest of the day, as long as he doesn't take any breaks, he'll have no problem killing two more upturned ghosts at all. The words fell. A smile appeared on Wang Sen's face as he pulled out his cell phone and called his old friend from the Linjiang Military Academy. Hey old Lia, how come there's still no one from your military academy on the list? What's going on here? In the meantime, on the internet, on the Nanjiang Warzone secret scoreboard livestream page, comments flashed by like snowflakes. My god, how long has it been since Secret Realm number 2 started? And Jiang Chen has 1,200 points here? I told you that Brother Chen is a god. This freshman class will surely live under Brother Chen's shadow. Jiang Chen isn't going to break the record again, is he? Am I the only one who noticed that the points are a bit strange? Jiang Chen here killed an upper string ghost and ran off to kill a lower string ghost? What is Jiang Chen doing? Time is so tight. He must have killed the upper string ghosts first. At this rate, he might be able to kill 3 or 4 upper string ghosts and break the record for Secret Realm number 2. Your imaginations are so barren. Is there a possibility that Jiang Chen went in to take out all the lower chord ghosts first, and then went to take out all the upper chord ghosts? The 12 ghost moons are distributed in various locations in the secret realm. Jiang Chen is no more bullish, but it's impossible to kill all of them in just 3 days' time. That's right. Do you really think Jiang Chen is a god? But it's just a fluke that he took the hidden rewards of Secret Realm number 1. If you can afford to take the hidden rewards of Secret Realm number 2 as well. Chapter 74, Wind Up Ghost, Reunion. At this moment, inside Infinite City, inside a small room, the ghost Dance Suji, who was already in his first human form, was miserable and stagnant. Just now, it had witnessed the scene of Jiang Chen crushing all of its lower chord ghosts simply by raising his hand through the narrow daughter's perspective. Originally, I thought that the lower string ghosts how can also buy themselves a 5 minutes. I did not expect just a fight. It was destroyed by the group. What exactly is this blind teenager? Is this really a realm that humans can reach? Just then, Jiang Chen's figure once again disappeared into Naruto's perception viewpoint. Naru, quickly find Jiang Chen. Make sure to stop him. A look of panic appeared on Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's face as he hurriedly ordered. By the time Naruto captured Jiang Chen's figure again, she was already just tens of meters away from Naruto. Stop him! Stop him now! Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless shouted. Yet the words fell. A muffled sound of bang came, followed by Miseryless's perspective being cut off instantly, and the sound of the lute, which it had expected, did not sound. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's forehead. What's the situation? Naruto. Dead? No. That can't be right? Ghost Dance Suji Miserable stared in shock. In its perspective, Jiang Chen hadn't even arrived in front of Naruto yet, and just locked Naruto's position in space and crushed it? But soon, Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless was sure. After all, this blind-eyed teenager, from just now, had been able to lock onto Naruto's position at the first opportunity, no matter which location he was teleported to. Moreover, the blind boy's ability, if his own guess was correct, should be able to manipulate a certain range of gravity. In this way, as long as they were close to Naruto, they didn't even need to see Naruto's figure. They could just crush it through the air. It seemed to confirm Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's suspicions. Rumble dash. A loud bang came out suddenly. The entire Infinite City began to shake violently, and a shocking crack appeared on the wall, and stones continued to rustle and fall. Infinite City is starting to fall apart. No, he had to be stopped. If we stop him for 5 minutes, we'll be able to move ourselves, and we'll be able to escape from here in the first place. Hide him for a few more centuries. Wait until this horrible blind teenager is dead, then come out and move again. Thinking of this, Ghost Dance Suji Misery instantly ordered all the wind-up ghosts, all wind-up ghosts on command, stop the blind boy at all costs. Yes, yes, yes. The moment the 6 figures received the order, they didn't hesitate to dart towards the direction Jiang Chen was in. At this moment, without Naruto's teleportation ability, they could only rely on their own feet to run wildly towards their goal with difficulty in this infinite city, which had already begun to crumble. Every step that fell was accompanied by the trembling and shattering of the masonry beneath his feet. The other side. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a small room. In front of him, the only thing left on top of the ground was a shocking streak of blood and a piece of shattered clothing. Naruto, the controller of Infinite City, had been crushed into a bloody mist directly through the air by him. Jiang Chen stood in place, and within his range of perception, 6 figures were darting towards him at breakneck speed. Attribute points are on the doorstep again. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Shasta. Swish. Countless thin blades as sharp as razors and condensed from blood chopped towards Jiang Chen at an astonishing speed. These blood blades intertwined with each other, weaving into a huge blood net, sealing off all possible paths for Jiang Chen to dodge. Jiang Chen raised both eyebrows slightly. Blood ghost art, flying blood scythe? In the anime, it's Kamigami no Roku, an ability possessed by the older of that pair of siblings. From memory, the siblings need to be beheaded at the same time in order to kill them, otherwise they can be reborn indefinitely. Jiang Chen merely rested his right hand gently on top of the hilt of his sword. Transient. The sword blade slashed out. A powerful sword she wrapped in throbbing thunderbolts slashed through like lightning, directly chopping this blood net made up of blood blades to smithereens. Immediately after, Jiang Chen manipulated gravity, having just stepped into the range of the gravity field. The upper string ghost no. 6. The 2 siblings simultaneously felt a terrifying gravity come crashing down on them. Almost at the same instant, the brother and sister were pulled together by this powerful gravitational force. In the next moment, the sword chi swept by like a swift wind, simultaneously chopping through the necks of the 2. The eyes of the brother and sister are full of unbelief. Just one strike. Just one sword. It just took them for a second. 1,000 points for killing Kaminoji no Roku, Kushitaro and Shuniki. In the meantime, the 3 interlinked nesting seed of the wind-up ghost came bursting out of Jiang Chen's flank. It was barefoot, darting across the ground at an extremely fast speed, leaping high into the air, its hands instantly transforming into a pair of blue fist shadows, swinging rapidly like a storm. In an instant, countless blue shockwaves shot toward Jiang Chen like arrows off the string. Jiang Chen just slightly sidestepped his head. Immediately after, gravity descended steeply, tens of tons of gravity like a Tarzan, directly smashing the intermixed nest seat into the ground. With Jiang Chen's subtle stance with his hearing color hegemony in paper painting, his body only gently moved a few times, and he easily dodged the several rounds of blue shockwaves. Ah! What kind of ability is this? The interloper's eyes widened as he struggled to raise his head. However, Jiang Chen had already disappeared from his field of vision. Next, a flash of cold light flashed by, and it only felt that heaven and earth had instantly flipped. I'm dead? The head of the interloper rolled to the ground, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. In order to delve into martial arts, he did not hesitate to turn into a ghost and gained an unlimited lifespan. And in the end, he was still being killed by a human teenager, chopped to death with a single sword. He himself couldn't even touch a hair on the other side. Killed the third of the wind-up ghosts. Intersecting the nest. Gained 1,000 points. Seeing such a huge gap in strength, the other 4 wind-up ghosts froze in place. Jiang Chen cocked his head and slowly said, "If you're not coming, then I'm coming." The words fell. Jiang Chen's feet stomped on the ground at high speed, and a residual shadow swept past at great speed. Swish swish dash. Jiang Chen dodged past the 4 of the upper string ghosts and the 5 of the upper string ghosts with great speed. Just a blink of an eye. The necks of the half-dog and the jade jug were then severed by the overpowering sword intent. Killed the 4th of the Sangakushi, the half-dog, and gained 1,000 points. 1,000 points for killing Tamagotchi, the 5th of the ghosts. Immediately after that, a majestic gravity instantly enveloped the remaining Tong Mo and Black Death Mao. Under this terrifying gravity, the duo could not run away even if they wanted to. Tong Mao clenched his teeth and waved the 2 golden iron fans in his hands with difficulty. In an instant, countless lotus-shaped ice crystals poured toward Jiang Chen. Rumble dash. The ice crystals directly smashed a deep pit into the ground where Jiang Chen was. However, Jiang Chen was long gone. "You guys are surprisingly weak." Jiang Chen's voice came lazily from behind the boy mill. It snapped its head around. A flash of cold light. 1,000 points for killing Tong Ma, the 2nd of the ghosts. Not far away, the Black Death Mao saw this and gritted his teeth, forcing his sword to be drawn against the tens of tons of gravity. Breath of the Moon, a type of one Dark Moon Palace of the Night. Moment. A crescent-shaped chopping attack came towards Jiang Chen's direction. Jiang Chen didn't dodge this time, but directly drew his sword and swung it. Buzz, jab, dash. The sword she wrapped in lightning light crushed this crescent chopping strike with an unrivaled momentum, and then penetrated Black Death Mao's neck at an extremely fast speed. The head with 6 eyes slid slowly down at the neck. Poof! The head rolled to the ground, and Black Death Mao's body leaned forward heavily. Killed one of the ghosts, Black Death Mao, and gained 1,000 points. Jiang Chen looked around. All of the upturned ghosts had already been decimated. Now, only the Ghost King of No Misery is left. Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head sideways, his seeing color firmly locking onto Miseryless bearing. Chapter 75, No Misery. Where do you want to go? The other side. The 4 people from the Linjiang Military Academy sat around, each leaning against a tree. Bored. Suddenly, Yang Chuanzhong said quietly, "So what? You guys look at the standings." The other 3 sniffed and swept their gazes towards the scoreboard in their minds. Ron Yang's eyes glazed over as he stammered. 7,200 points? Tang Quansheng gulped and sighed. Holy, 200 points. 1,000 points for one of the upper chord ghosts and 200 points for one of the lower chord ghosts. Is this wrapping up the 12 ghostly months? Ron Yang forced himself to calm down and looked at the crowd. Puzzled. The first day isn't even over yet. How did Jiang Chen do it? Could it be that he can still split? Luo Qingji, who had been silent, shook his head. We're still too young. People's target is not the lower string ghosts at all, but all of the 12 ghostly moons. Yang Chuanzhong's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he guessed. I feel like it should be more than that. Jiang Chen's probability is that he's found the hidden rewards. Otherwise it's impossible to directly take out all the 12 ghost moons. Tang Quansheng raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Old Yang, do you mean that Jiang Chen and the others can still get tens of thousands of points? Yang Chuanzhong gently shook his head and said, not necessarily. No one has taken the hidden rewards of this secret realm yet. No one knows what they are. And don't forget that some secret realms' hidden rewards are special items or abilities. The words fell. Ron Yang's eyes were filled with envy as he said, the abilities of those ghosts or the breathing method of the ghost killing team? You don't say. Those ghosts have all sorts of abilities. It's not bad to get them. Tang Quansheng couldn't help but sigh. AI. Regardless of whether the hidden rewards are points or abilities. Jiang Chen's growth rate. I'm afraid that he'll be a great general in less than a year. Yang Chuanzhong frowned slightly. It's not like generals only look at strength. They also look at merit. Don Quansheng retorted. If you're strong enough, meritocracy is still at hand? That's true. Yang Chuanzhong nodded and then lamented. AI. Thanks to Jiang Chen's blessing, these first 2 secret realms, it's really easy. There's nothing for us at all. The words fell. The 4 of them looked at each other, followed by folding their hands together at the same time and speaking in unison. Don't line up Jiang Chen in the next secret realm. Don't ever line up Jiang Chen in the next secret realm. X4. Outside the secret boundary, the crowd was abuzz, and all the teachers were staring daggers at the scoreboard. 7,200 points. Unprecedented. 2 secret worlds in a row have broken the record, and have pulled far away from the last record. In the stands, The students of the Star Ocean Military Academy's Ableist Association gathered together. Yang Xiaotong stared intently at the scoreboard, her brows furrowed, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, she felt someone behind her walking towards her, and Yang Xiaotong turned to look and realized that it was the president of their association, Chen Zhang. Yang Xiaotong nodded politely. President. Chen Zhengyi walked towards Yang Xiaotong while staring at the scoreboard with a deadpan expression. His face odd. Am I reading this right? 7,200 points? Yang Xiaotong shrugged and slowly said, yes, you should believe it this time. Before this, President Chen Zhang had been out on a mission and hadn't been able to see Jiang Chen in person, so he could only know a little through Yang Xiaotong's report. He had always wondered if it was Yang Xiaotong and the others who had teamed up to trick him, but now it seemed that Jiang Chen was really that far off the mark. After all, the scoreboard of the secret realm doesn't lie. Chen Zhang stood beside Yang Xiaotong, the corners of his mouth twitching, his face filled with incomprehension. How did he do it? Taking the hidden rewards again? Yang Xiaotong stroked her chin and nodded. 8 or 9. I think. 7. 200 points. This is the 12 ghostly moons all killed by him, right? Kind of heartbroken for the ones matching Jiang Chen. Chen Zhang shook his head and couldn't help but lament. Secret Realm number 1 wouldn't be able to get many points, and Secret Realm number 2 could only get a guaranteed point. Put. As the words fell, Yang Xiaotong couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. She hadn't thought of that level. Now that he thought about it, Tang Quanshang's team seemed to be all rare talents, and were considered heavenly prides, and as a result, they gave Jiang Chen a whole lot of trouble, and didn't get many points from 2 consecutive secret realms. Estimating, Tang Quanshang and the others only regretted now why they hadn't been born 2 years earlier. Chen Zhang looked around and inquired, where's Chuliang? Yang Xiaotong replied back, he went with Zhang Qingyu to do an S-ranked mission. After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhang said, I'm thinking of elevating Jiang Chen to an association cadre once this secret realm is over. Yang Xiaotong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Wouldn't it be a bit too fast? In the Star Ocean Military Academy Association, only by becoming an officer of the association could one follow a 5th-ranked president or vice president and take on S-rank missions. This was also a rule handed down from the Star Ocean Military Academy Ability Association. Chen Zhang shook his head as his eyes gazed at Jiang Chen's name on the scoreboard. No, in this world, strength is honored. Didn't you say that his strength is now comparable to a 4th-ranked ability? It's enough to qualify. Yang Xiaotong asked. There are only 12 seats for the association officers. Should we add one more seat or replace one? Let's replace one. The one who can do it. Chen Zhang slowly said. Let's follow the old rules. Let Jiang Chen pick one and leave the one who wins the fight. Yang Xiaotong was silent for a moment inside. When Zhang Qingyu and the others come back, they're probably going to be shocked. It's only the 2nd month and Jiang Chen is already going to challenge the association cadres. Chen Zhang laughed. This is also a good thing. We have such a genius in our military school. We can more or less follow the light. Inside Infinite City. Rumble Dash. Due to Naruto's death in battle, Infinite City is on the verge of collapse. At this moment the intricate wooden corridors began to collapse a little, and the small wooden rooms around them trembled violently. At this moment the ghost dance Suji Miserable has already taken on a human form. Basically almost complete recovery. The expression on its face froze. Just now, it clearly perceived that all the wind-up ghosts had lost contact with it. Apparently, all the wind-up ghosts are dead. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless twisted his expression as a drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down from the corner of his forehead. How is this possible? Your own most powerful legion of wind-up ghosts couldn't even stop them for 2 minutes? No way. Could it be that that blind-eyed teenager, earlier on the street, was simply teasing himself? Did he not use his full strength at all? Otherwise, with his performance on the streets, his own legion of upturned ghosts teaming up would definitely have a fighting chance. No, come on, faster, you must run. After running this time, hide for at least 300 years before coming out again, under threat of death. No Misery's recovery rate skyrocketed. Finally, after a while, Miseryless managed to regain his mobility. Without the slightest hesitation, it directly catapulted up from the trembling ground, having to escape from here as fast as possible. Yet the next moment, a majestic gravitational force suddenly rose from the ground, directly pulling it down from the air and slamming it heavily on the ground. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless twisted his head to look at a blind teenager with a blind cane, who was slowly walking towards him with a smile on his face. Behind him was a huge gaping hole that had been cut out by the sword chi. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, revealing the chilling whites of his eyes. No Misery, where do you want to go? Chapter 76, Secret Realm Number 2. The End. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless braced his hands on the ground and stood up with difficulty. Its legs trembled slightly, and the bones at its knees made unbearable clicking sounds. every inch of its muscles struggling against the 68 tons of gravity exerted by Jiang Chen. Not far from it, Jiang Chen, who was holding a sword and a staff, was walking slowly with a smile on his face. Behind Jiang Chen, there was a huge gaping hole that had been cut through by the sword chi. As soon as Ghost Dance Suji Miserable saw Jiang Chen's figure, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he let out a roar. Who the hell are you? Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face as he said, Me? Didn't I tell you? A person who takes your life Ghost Dance Suji Miserable was clearly unable to accept this answer. His voice hysterical. Human? Impossible. How could an ordinary human possess such a powerful force? The words fell. It added, You have such great power. Don't you want to gain eternal life? As long as we cooperate, I can help you. In the Ghost Dance Suji no miserable cognition. Death is the most terrible thing. It is afraid of death. The temptation of being able to gain eternal life is absolutely capable of making any human being give up everything, even dignity, even freedom, even becoming an ugly creature. If you want, I can help you, not only to gain immortality, but your power will also be stronger. Its voice was trembling, as if it were pleading and struggling. Before it could finish, rumble dash, the ground trembled violently once again. An infinite city was already about to collapse. Jiang Chen slightly sidelined his head and said expressionlessly, Well, it's almost collapsed. I'm not interested in becoming a ghost. Let's make it quick. The words fell. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless also knew deep down that there was no hope of escaping from the gravity field of this blind teenager in front of him. Not to mention that his speed was also incredibly fast. Then you can go to hell. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless roared. His hands violently transformed into stabbing whips, frantically lashing towards Jiang Chen. The stabbing whips tore through the air, emitting sharp whistles. Next moment, clank dash, the sword blade was sheathed, and a powerful sword chi instantly chopped out, and the barbed whip covered in barbs was chopped into 2 pieces in no time. Jiang Chen's feet powered up and his figure disappeared in place. The ground instantly cracked under his feet, forming a spiderweb-like crack, almost in the blink of an eye. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable only felt a flash of cold light in front of him, and the sword blade in Jiang Chen's hand had already arrived in front of him. Swish dash, Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's head was instantly thrown up high, followed by countless threads of flesh and blood sticking out from the neck at an extremely fast speed, directly pulling the airborne head back. Ghost Dance Suji without tragic epilepsy laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, you can't kill me. Infinite City is about to collapse, and if you're spending time here with me, then you'll die here together. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. The reason why the Ghost Dance Suji Miserable was so hard to kill was precisely because within its body, it possessed 5 heads and 7 hearts, and only by destroying all the heads and hearts could it be completely killed. There was no way for others to know the location of the organs in its body, and coupled with the Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's amazing resilience, ordinary people simply couldn't kill it. But Jiang Chen was different. In his seeing color perception, which was close to perspective, all of the organs in Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's body were visible. Yeah, I really don't believe it. 3 seconds, take your life. Jiang Chen's words fell. Gravity directly enveloped Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless, the gravity that attacked in all directions, like countless large invisible hands, firmly imprisoning it in place. Immediately after, Jiang Chen swung his sword out and accurately hit its heart lurking in its right arm. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable stared at Jiang Chen with wide, unbelievable eyes. No way. How could he possibly know the location of my heart? Just when Ghost Dance Suji Miserable thought that Jiang Chen was relying purely on Meng. Another flash of cold light. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's brain at his left ribcage was instantly chopped up, red and white brain matter bursting out. It gazed at Jiang Chen in shock, its eyes filled with fear and despair. It's see the heart and brain inside me? You can see? No, I will never die here. I'm immortal. I can never die. Ghost Dance Suji Miseryless stared with wide eyes and roared. Immediately afterward, 9 pipe whips instantly extended out from its back, stabbing at Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Chen gently twisted his body in an unbelievable stance, easily dodging the near-dead angle attack. Next moment, Jiang Chen used all of his strength, and the sword strokes he wielded completely turned into shadows. 12 sword intent chopped out at the same time, precisely hitting all the hearts and brains inside Ghost Dance Suji Miserable. Finally, a powerful sword chi swept across, carrying a powerful thunderous light that made a crackling sound. The sword chi resisted Ghost Dance Suji's miserable body and chopped it out. Ghost Dance Suji Miserable's body traced a long arc in the air, and finally landed heavily on the ground, splattering a cloud of dust, and its stumps, too, were scattered in the air, as if they were fallen leaves in the wind, fluttering feebly. Ghost Dance Suji's miserable head rolled to the ground as it looked sideways at Jiang Chen. who still maintained his sword-swinging stance, its eyes glaring round. It had never been able to believe that after that strongest swordsman, Jigaku Edge 1, there were still humans who could be so powerful. No, he is more powerful than the following National Edge 1. Ghost Dance Tsuji Misery and 12 ghostly moons have been detected dead. This secret world is about to end. After 10 seconds, the rewards will be settled uniformly. This hidden reward will only be given to Jiang Chen, the chopper. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword. Sure enough, the hidden reward was to behead Ghost Dance Tsuji Miserable. There are so many benefits of being a traveler. I didn't expect that the hidden rewards of this secret realm would only be handed out to the person who had killed Ghost Dance Tsuji Miserable. This was not bad. After all, the other three hadn't contributed at all to the secret realm this time. Jiang Chen took the time to scan the scoreboard. First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao and Lu Li and Wang Ming, points, 7,200. Second place, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong and Rongyang and Luo Changji, points, 0. Third place, Zhou Manman and Peng Wenwei and Qi Longlong and Yuan Hongqiao, points, 0. Fourth place, Xia Guicheng and Zhu Xiaoquan and Chen Lijun and Wu Lianxia, points, 0. Aside from Jiang Chen, the other three teams didn't have a single point. I have to say, it's a bit of a tragedy. And this Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong, they sound familiar? Remember, it's all about the rare talent coming from the Linjiang Military Academy. Forget it. What's it to you? The most important thing is to be strong. And when you enter the secret realm, you'll be able to do what you want. A total of 7,200 points, divided equally, is 1,800 attribute points per person. One's current total attribute points were only 3,400, and this instantly increased them by more than half. This rate of improvement is comparable to riding a rocket. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, with a flash of white light, the surrounding scenery instantly changed, and the secret realm officially ended. Chapter 77 Brother Tatsu, from now on you are my father. White light flashed. Jiang Chen came back to a snow-white secret settlement space. Around him, Tang Chuyao and Lu Li stood in place with blank faces, and Wang Ming sat paralyzed on the ground, his face full of stupefaction. The end is over? Wang Ming's voice trembled with a few moments of uncertainty as he looked around blankly. All he knew was that he had followed and drilled into a constantly collapsing alien space, and he hadn't even seen a single person, only that his points kept going up. Jiang Chen, are you alright? As soon as Tang Chuyao saw Jiang Chen, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes, and she quickly ran over at the first opportunity, her tone filled with concern. I'm fine. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a relaxed smile. Wang Ming stood up with a miso and stared at Jiang Chen with wide, unbelievable eyes. Asterisk 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 Brother Chen. Shen, did you get the hidden rewards again? Jiang Chen, what's going on? Tang Chuyao and Lu Li also looked at Jiang Chen with curious faces. Jiang Chen slightly murmured and returned. Ghost Dance Tsuji Misery should be the king of the 12 ghost moons. We ran into their territory by mistake, causing all 12 ghost moons to be recalled. Let's just leave it all to coincidence. It makes sense to accidentally run into the Ghost King while shopping anyway. Wang Ming fluttered his big bright eyes and asked, my god, the luck is too good to be true. Brother Tatsu, how did you find out that Ghost Dance Tsuji Miseryless is a ghost? Jiang Chen spoke calmly. I can sense a special aura about it. Wang Ming sniffed and nodded. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen's current seeing color could be said to be the best in the world, and it was normal to be able to perceive things that others couldn't. No one could say that Jiang Chen was lying. After all, no one had such a terrifying seeing color as Jiang Chen. Wang Ming waved his hands haphazardly in the air with an excited expression. 7,200 points one person 1,800 attribute points. After he said that, he twisted his head and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, chopping his head off. Brother Tatsu, from now on you're my big brother. No, you're my father. Asterisk 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 off. I don't have a son like you, Jiang Chen said coldly. Wang Ming didn't care about Jiang Chen's cold and icy tone. He just focused on a person who was giggling. Hey, 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 Jiang Chen, thank you. If you need any help in the future, you must say so. I'll definitely be the first one on. An excited look appeared on Tang Chuyao's face as she waved her small fists, looking at Jiang Chen with a gaze full of admiration. Lu Li also had a faint smile on her face. Jiang Chen, thank you. After saying that, Lu Li bowed towards Jiang Chen, the high ponytail tied behind her head whipping around. 1,800 attribute points. For them, who were just freshmen, it was a completely unimaginable thing, especially Tang Chuyao, who had dipped into Jiang Chen's light and gotten thousands of attribute points from 2 consecutive secret realms. The current her, when she got out of the secret realm, I'm afraid that she could directly reach the threshold of a third-order ability user. Aside from Jiang Chen, Tang Shuya was the student who had reached the third order ability user the fastest. Jiang Chen waved his hand. For himself, he was only bringing them because of the rules of the secret realm. Just then, the crisp beeping of the secret realm suddenly came from his mind. Settlement of the Blade of Ghost Destruction's secret reward is underway. 1,800 attribute points have been issued. Gained 1,800 attribute points. Current assignable attribute points, 1,800. Gained 180 skill points. Currently assignable skill points, 190. Jiang Chen has been detected killing the Ghost King Ghost Dance Suji Miserable. Hidden rewards will be issued soon. Please take the hidden prize. Shasta. A huge wheel appeared in Jiang Chen's mind without warning. The roulette wheel clearly states all the abilities in the Blade of Ghost Destruction, including a wide variety of blood ghost techniques and breathing techniques. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. This time, the hidden reward actually rewards special abilities? It's okay. It's a lot of skill. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen decisively dialed the wheel. Stinging Whip, Black Blood Hoven Thorn, Moon Breath, Crystallized Mikado, Jutsu Unfolding, Flying Blood Scythe, Thunder Breath. The roulette wheel pointer flew through a selection of abilities. Eventually, the pointer came to a steady stop in a grid with the symbol of the sun. Acquisition of Hinoki Breathing Method, Breathing of the Day loading. Day's breathing method loaded successfully. Shasta. A scalding hot current surged madly into Jiang Chen's body like a raging tide. The heat rolled as if it could melt all his organs. He felt like every inch of his muscles were undergoing the scorching fire, as if there were countless red-hot steel needles stabbing him, and his cells were trembling violently under the onslaught of heat, as if they would shatter at any moment. Jiang Chen's breathing was involuntarily rapid and heavy, and every exhalation carried a burning breath, as if what was being spewed out wasn't air, but flames. Immediately afterward, his skin began to glow with a faint layer of flame. The light was at first only a faint flicker, like a candle flickering in the darkness. It can be transient. The light then expanded at an astonishing speed, becoming brighter and brighter, gradually becoming as dazzling as the sun, piercing one's eyes almost unable to see straight. Wang Ming turned his head violently, staring dead at Jiang Chen, his voice trembling a little. Tatsu, Tatsu, what's wrong with you? Lu Li also shouted hurriedly. Jiang Chen, are you alright? Tang Chuyao said softly as both of her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Didn't you guys see the hint? Jiang Chen has obtained the Breath of the Sun technique and should be receiving his reward right now. What the heck is the Breath of the Day? Wang Ming stared with wide eyes. The rewards that Jiang Chen had obtained were visible to everyone within this secret area of theirs. Only, no one knows what the Breath of the Sun is, and in the textbooks, only the ordinary breathing techniques of this world are recorded, such as the Breath of Thunder, the Breath of Water, and the Breath of Inflammation. Tang Chuyao thought for a moment and said, from the name, it might have something to do with the sun. Wang Ming felt incredulous and turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, who was as dazzling as the sun. Ai Chao, the power of the sun? Tang Chuyao couldn't help but ignite a tiny cluster of fire from the fist's blade, deep envy flowing from her eyes compared to the radiant Jiang Chen at this moment. A few moments later, Jiang Chen slowly exhaled a breath, letting out a long bear sound. Immediately after that, he quickly drew his blade. A dazzling flame immediately covered the body of the sword, and in an instant, the entire blade transformed into a fiery sword blade that shone with lightning. Jiang Chen sensed the majestic power coming from the sword. Is this the her blade from the anime? Attaches the energy of the sun directly to the blade, forming a burning scarlet blade, the breath of the sun, the originator and root of all breathing techniques, and the one mastered by the strongest swordsman, Jigaku Rimwon, was able to explode with sun-like energy. I didn't expect to be so lucky as to draw the strongest ability straight away. Suddenly, a beep came from the system. Detected the host acquiring a new ability. Loading. Loading successful. Breath of the Sun LV. 1. 0 out of 100. Current destructive power increased 10 times. Next level, destructive power increased 15 times. Chapter 78 Unlocking New Skills. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel an inner shock when he saw the system prompt. The system can actually absorb the skills directly. It can also add points. 10x increase in destructive power. I remember the last time I just measured the destructive power. Although the equipment in the association was directly add to the upper limit, but I can feel it myself. Almost that is almost reaching the limit too. That is to say, a proficiency level sword key, along with the increase of the armed color outward, would probably be able to achieve a power increase of around 20 times. Now with the addition of the Breath of the Sun, it was able to chop out at least 30 times more destructive power. What's the concept? Jiang Chen thought of this and decisively started adding points. 1,800 attribute points were instantly added to each attribute point, with a flash of golden light. Power, 1040+. Spirit, 2080+. Physical fitness, 1040+. agility, 1040 plus, manipulable gravity, 104 tons. 20 points of mental attributes increase by 1 ton. The moment the attribute points were distributed, Jiang Chen only felt a warm current welling up inside his body, spreading throughout his body in the blink of an eye. Every cell was gently wrapped in this warmth, like a spring of fresh water immersed in the warm spring sun, comfortable and cozy. His muscles began to tighten, a sense of power surging through his body like a spring tide. Each muscle like a small beast awakened, full of life and vigor. The bones made a subtle but crisp sound as if they were undergoing a metamorphosis. A few moments later, phew, Jiang Chen slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he subconsciously clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging slightly. The power has reached 1040 points. In other words, the base destructive power has reached 430x increase in destructive power. It meant that one's current full power strike was capable of hitting a destructive force that exceeded 300,000 calories. TSK. It's scary to think about. It had completely reached the destructive power requirements of a late 4th ranked ability user. As for himself right now, his total attribute points were only 200, and he was still 800 points short of the 8,000 attribute points required for a 4th ranked ability user. At best, he was considered a mid-3rd stage. Ostensibly a mid-3rd stage, but in reality, his strength was comparable to a late 4th stage. Not only that, but the gravity one could now manipulate came to 104 tons. This time in the secret realm, the 3rd-ranked upper string ghost could still barely carry his gravity without bursting into flames. Next, I'm afraid that for 3rd-ranked ability users or ferocious beasts, one would only need a single thought to make them directly turn into blood mist. With such a strong and practical gravity field, the range must be increased even further. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen looked to the skill panel in his head. Assignable skill points, 190. Hearing color Bay LV. 3/0/180 plus. Current range 1000 meters. Next level, range spread to 2000 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV. 4/0/80 plus. Currently comprehended swordsmanship proficient. Next level, swordsmanship proficient. Gravity field LV. 4/0/80 plus. Current field range 500 meters. Gravity wave manipulation proficient mastered. Next level, range spread to 1000 meters. Armed color hegemony LV. 3/0/180 plus. Has comprehended armed color externalization. Next level, internal destruction. Navy 6 style LV. 3/0/40 plus. Breath of the Sun LV. 1/0 out of 150. Current destructive power increased 10 times. Next level, destructive power increased 15 times. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV. 20, the next skill can be unlocked, Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. Current unlocking progress, 18/20ths. There are only 190 skill points. Because of the new skills gained, it was now only 2 levels away from unlocking Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. So there was absolutely nothing to worry about. It was more than enough. 2 hegemony would definitely be a no-brainer. Asking for too many skill points. Prioritize boosting gravity field again. After all, upgrading the gravity field was more than just an increase in gravity range. There was more importantly, one had to reach proficiency level gravity manipulation as soon as possible. With the remaining skill points, there wasn't much to choose from. Boost blind swordsmanship. Reaching the proficient level of sword chi, it was estimated that one's destructive power was going to be straight up to 400,000 cards. I didn't expect that clearing the secret realm once would actually bring about such a great improvement, and my strength had doubled at least. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Immediately after, he decisively allocated skill points to Gravity Domain and Blind Sword Art. Ding, ding, ding. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 4, Blind Swordsmanship LV. 5/0/160 plus. Currently has comprehended Sword Breath proficient. Next level, Sword Dipper proficient. Gravity Field LV. 4, Gravity Field LV. 5/0/160 plus. Current field range 1000 meters. Next level, range spread to 2000 meters. Comprehension of gravity wave manipulation proficient. Assignable skill points, 30. Seeing the preview of the next level, Jiang Chen couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. The next level of the Blind Sword Art can reach the Sword Dipper. It also means that the destructive power can be increased again. As for the Gravity Domain, the next level was more than just an expansion of range. It was more than capable of directly comprehending gravity wave manipulation at the proficient level. This also means that concentrating gravity to one point, which you couldn't do before, might be possible at the next level, including the anime Fujitaka's Gravity Bounce, which might be able to do the same. Just then, The system in his head once again sounded a beep. Total skill level of 20 detected. Unlocking Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. Unlocked successfully. Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger, which builds up gravity in the weapon and swings it out. Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. LV. 1. 0 out of 10. Currently can attach 100% gravity. Next level, can attach 200% gravity. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV. 30. The next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 21/40ths. When Jiang Chen saw this, he couldn't help but feel another burst of joy. Finally unlocked. One of Fujitaka's signature moves. As for the other signature move, that must be a meteorite from the sky. I guess it's not that fast. The next one to unlock is Hegemony Color Hegemony. In the anime, it doesn't seem like Fujitaka has demonstrated the ability to use his Overlord Color Hegemony. Will he? Or is the system capable of doing what Fujikyu failed to do in the original? If that's the case, it's more than just the Overlord Color Hegemony. Maybe the Fruit Awakening is actually in play. Targeting atomic level gravity manipulation. Now, there are 30 skill points left, so let's just level up Manticore. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate for a second. Another burst of golden light pulsed. Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger LV. 1. Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger. LV. 3. 0/40. Currently can attach 500% gravity. Next level, can attach 1000% gravity. Assignable skill points, 0. Just by tapping 2 levels, you were already able to attach 500% gravity. Not bad for one of Fujitaka's signature skills. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen smiled lightly. His face filled with confidence, and an even more imposing aura radiated out involuntarily. Next to them, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Lu Li, who had long since finished adding their attribute points, gazed at Jiang Chen in a daze. Tatsu, how are you doing? Wang Ming asked. Jiang Chen, are you alright? The duo of Tang Chuyao and Lu Li were also worried and asked. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Me? Good nah. Strike that. He took the blade back into his blind staff and slowly walked towards the exit of the secret realm. Next, just looking for a chance to try out 2 new moves, Jiang Chen scanned the skill panel once more as he walked. Hearing Color Buster LV. 3. Armed Color Hegemony LV. 3. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 5. Gravity Field LV. 5. Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger LV. 3. Breath of the Sun LV. 1. Naval 6 Styles LV. 3. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV. 30. The next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 23/40ths. Chapter 79. What the hell? Jiang Chen killed all the ghosts? The moment. Inside the Secret Realm scoreboard livestream on the internet, countless netizens who had gathered to watch the Secret Realm froze, and pop-up comments drifted by like snowflakes. No, there's a bug in the Secret Realm? 7,200 points for first place? How is this possible? And how long has it been? The Secret Realm probably hasn't even passed the first night yet, right? This Secret Realm is going to end early, isn't it? Didn't you guys notice that in the division where Jiang Chen was, the other 3 teams all had 0 points? I can reasonably surmise that the 12 ghost moons were all slaughtered by Jiang Chen. One night, taking out 12 ghost moons at the same time? How on earth did this happen? Brothers, is there anyone who knows a student from Star Ocean Military Academy? Help inquire about how Jiang Chen actually did it. I'm genuinely curious. I think the odds are that Jiang Chen and the others have found the hidden rewards again. 2 hidden rewards in a row. Jiang Chen is probably almost a 4th-ranked ability master now, isn't he? Jiang Chen. I would call it a god of the new generation. He will become a great general within a year. Who's in favor and who's against what I say? This growth rate. Who dares to mock my brother Chen for being blind? What's the use of growing faster? Hurry up and go to the battlefield to die? Brothers, give the old iron upstairs some reporting. Outside the secret world, all the teachers stretched their necks and gazed at the scoreboard in awe. With 7,200 points, won't all of them be killed? Is the secret realm going to end early? You ask me. Who do I ask? My sister has seen this before too. Look, it's really over. A teacher pointed at the twisted entrance to the secret realm and exclaimed, "Buzz off." As the surface of the entrance to the secret realm rippled in a circle, the 4 of them, Jiang Chen, stepped out of it. Out. It's coming out. As soon as all the teachers saw Jiang Chen's few people, they instantly surged up and surrounded them in 3 layers. After all, Jiang Chen was the only one who had come out right now, and the other students hadn't finished the secret realm yet. The teachers present were all curious as to how Jiang Chen had managed to round up the 12 ghostly moons. Du Hongsheng came up and asked while sizing up the 4. Jiang Chen, you guys aren't hurt, right? Principal, Director, Mr. Lin, we're fine. Jiang Chen nodded in response. A few people were still a bit in disbelief, and after surveying them for a while longer, they realized that they were indeed fine before they finally put their hearts down. Du Hongsheng gazed at Jiang Chen, his gaze filled with shock. Jiang Chen's strength was indeed very strong, and it was normal for him to kill an upper string ghost and a lower string ghost without getting hurt. But the other three were unharmed as well? Could it be that this time the secret realm is completely Jiang Chen alone killing ghosts? Thinking of this, Du Hongsheng opened his mouth and asked, Jiang Chen, how exactly did you do it? Did you obtain a hidden reward? The words fell. All the teachers around them pricked up their ears and listened curiously. Jiang Chen slowly said, yes, it's all serendipity. Jiang Chen told the whole story of what happened in the secret realm this time. And of course, everything was attributed to chance. Stumbled upon the Ghost King, followed and broke into the Ghost King's lair, killed all the ghosts in passing. As Jiang Chen slowly told everything, the teachers around him who had their ears perked up, their eyes that grew wider and wider. Secret realm number 2. Actually, is such a thing. After Jiang Chen said all this, the air fell into a silence. After a while, Du Hongsheng slowly asked, Ghost Dance Suji Misery Free, strength is very strong? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, probably just pre-4th order? Not very strong. The surrounding teachers who had gathered to watch heard this and cast contemptuous gazes at Jiang Chen, a student who came out of the know. Secret realm says that the pre-4th rank isn't very strong? Look at this as talking like a human being. By the way, what is the hidden reward of this secret realm? Du Hongsheng asked curiously as his words changed. Jiang Chen slowly said, Breath of Day. The words fell. Du Hongsheng's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Day breath? The Ghost Destruction Blade's secret realm still has this kind of breathing method? When he finished, he looked around at the teachers. The surrounding teachers also looked at each other. This secret realm had appeared quite a few times, and in the past explorations, from the mouths of the ghost-killing teams inside, they had never heard of any breath of day. Seeing this, Jiang Chen put his right hand on the hilt of his sword and exhaled a breath from his mouth. Bared. Next moment, he fiercely pulled out the blade of his sword, and immediately afterward, a dazzling flame instantly wrapped around the blade. Flames danced around the sword like living creatures, and a blazing aura instantly spread out, as if the air around them had been set ablaze. Woo! The teachers let out a gasp and took a few steps back, shock in their eyes. Is this the breath of day? Du Hongsheng murmured, his gaze fixed on the sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, the flames on the sword dissipated with it, as if they had never appeared. Jiang Chen, do you think your current strength, Du Hongsheng hesitated for a moment and finally asked, has reached what level? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't answer directly, but said, what do you think, Principal? Du Hongsheng froze for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Judging from the energy fluctuations that had just emanated from the sword blade, Jiang Chen's true strength, with the increase in breath of the sun, was feared to have reached the late 4th stage. Good, 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 Du Hongsheng exclaimed in praise. Headmaster, we'll just go back and rest first. Jiang Chen said. Go go go. Du Hongsheng patted his shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. A few more hours passed, due to the fact that time flowed much faster than reality within the secret territory. The moment the entrance to the secret realm fluctuated once again. The next moment, batch after batch of students came out of it. Suddenly, one of the students turned his head to look at the scoreboard and froze, then exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Am I seeing things right? 7,200 points? How is this possible? In the secret realm, they could only see the standings of the division they were assigned to, not the overall standings. Immediately after that, more and more students looked at the scoreboard. Grip? It's Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen again. Holy, what did they do? How did the secret realm get a perfect score? We fought so hard to get a few hundred points, and they actually got 7,200 points straight away? No, this really isn't a bug in the secret realm. In their team, only Jiang Chen was able to manage to kill the upper string ghosts in seconds, right? In just 3 days. How could he manage to wipe out all 12 ghost moons? Just now our homeroom teacher said that Jiang Chen and the others only used one night to completely destroy the 12 ghost moons. I'll go. One night? That can't be right. It's true. I heard that Jiang Chen directly killed the Ghost King's lair and killed all the ghosts in one go. What the hell? Ghosts have lairs? I don't read much. Don't lie to me. TSK TSK TSK. Match to Jiang Chen's other 3 teams. 3 big duck eggs. Heartbroken for them for a second. Chapter 80 Gravity Blade Mighty Tiger. On the other hand, the Star Ocean Military Academy cafeteria. Jiang Chen and his party had just finished their meal and pushed open the glass door to walk out. Wang Ning asked absently with a toothpick in his mouth. Tatsu, going back to the dorm? No. Jiang Chen raised his head to look at the shadows of the rolling hills in the distance. I'll go to the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain? Wang Ming spat out his toothpick. That place is nothing but weeds and rocks. What's the point of going there? Jiang Chen said softly. Some new epiphanies. Go try out the new moves. Just acquired Gravity Blade, Manticore. So must find a place to try it out first. This was a large-range killing skill. It was definitely not appropriate to go inside the association. With his current power, he was afraid that the entire association would be directly collapsed by his sword. It's too far to go to the military headquarters, and I'm too lazy to go there. So I'll just try to go to the back of the mountain first. Wang Ming's eyes lit up when he heard that. A new move? Then I'll take a look too. I'm going too. Tang Chuyao also raised her hand and said. She was also curious as to what kind of moves Jiang Chen could develop. Luli glanced at the two men and said softly, then I'll go take a look as well. Jiang Chen was indifferent. Just then, he sensed Yang Xiaotong and a man quietly approaching behind him, and the man exuded a very powerful aura. Jiang Chen turned around and slightly sidestepped his head. A tall man walked over with a faint smile on his face and extended his hand towards Jiang Chen. Hello Jiang Chen. You are? Jiang Chen swept his gaze over Yang Xiaotong beside the man. Seeing this, Yang Xiaotong smiled and introduced. This is the president of our association. Let me introduce myself. I am the president of the Star Ocean Military Academy Abilities Association. A 5th-ranked ability user. Chen Zhang. Chen Zhang smiled and introduced himself. His voice thick and powerful. Jiang Chen sniffed, then shook Chen Zhang's hand and politely greeted him. Hello, President. Yang Xiaotong has been reporting to me about you. Chen Zhang laughed. You've performed very well in both secret realms. Thank you. Jiang Chen interrupted politely. What did the chairman want to see me about? Jiang Chen had already heard these words to the point where his ears were almost calloused. Chen Zhang laughed out loud. Haha, that's fine. I'll get straight to the point. Is there any interest in becoming an association officer? As the words fell, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and the others beside Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed, sucking in a mouthful of cool air as they gazed at Jiang Chen incredulously. Wang Ming's mouth opened and closed, wanting to speak but not daring to. Dry. Cadre? He himself wasn't even a full member yet. And Jiang Chen was a cadre? We all came out of the same high school. How come the gap is so big? Jiang Chen didn't immediately agree. His eyebrows rose slightly as he inquired. Cadre? Any benefits? The recommended strength for S-rank quests is a 5th-order ability. You know that, right? Chen Zhang began to explain to Jiang Chen. The rules of the Star Ocean Military School Association state that only cadres can participate in S-rank missions, which means that Chu Liang and I will take the cadres to complete S-rank missions. Once you become a cadre, you'll also be able to follow us to participate in S-class missions. The rewards of S-class missions are extremely generous, and on average one person can share nearly 1,000 points of military department points after completing one. Jiang Chen sniffed and didn't say anything. There's such a rule for S-class missions? But one person gets an equal share of 1,000 war department points, which seems pretty good when you think about it. One's current strength wasn't enough to complete an S-ranked mission on one's own, and it wasn't bad to be able to dabble in a car. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen opened his mouth. Yes, do I need to take a test? After all, he had heard that the number of cadres had always been fixed at 12, and now that all 12 cadres were present and no one had graduated, there were no positions open. Chen Zhang nodded his head and said, of course. Immediately afterward, he continued, the slots for the cadres are fixed, and you only need to defeat any cadre to replace him. Beat any of the cadres? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The strength of the cadres varied, with the worst being close to the 4th rank, and one's current strength would have little problem taking out the worst cadres. And, isn't Chao Yang a cadre? I think he gave me a hard time before. It's a potential risk. Might as well just give him a straight-up beatdown this time. Jiang Chen nodded back. Okay, I promise. When? Seeing this, Chen Zhang revealed a smile. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Let's be efficient. It just so happens that I just asked. All the cadres will be there tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon? Line. No problem. Jiang Chen thought about it and nodded. Chen Zhang also nodded his head in response. Alright then. It's settled. Wait and see tomorrow. If you can really defeat a cadre, then it's just as well that I'm piggybacking on you for this S-rank mission. Okay. You're going back to your dorm now? Chen Zhang asked casually after seeing Jiang Chen agree. Jiang Chen gently shook his head. I'm going to go to the back of the mountain. I've developed a new move to try. New move? Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong glanced at each other when they heard this. Fruit development has always been a difficult thing in this world. What new move has Jiang Chen developed here? Seeing this, Chen Zhang also became interested. Ha ha ha, can I go spectate? Be my guest, Jiang Chen said back. Immediately after that, he turned around and walked in the direction of the back of the mountain. Chen Zhang immediately pulled Yang Xiaodong's arm. Go, 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 go. At the back of the school, the damp scent of moss hit his face as Jiang Chen stood still in an overgrown clearing. 100 meters ahead, a steep, high slope rose up, with vines twisting like snakes around the exposed rock face. The 10-meter-high waterfall roared, and the water mist refracted a 7-colored halo in the sunlight. A group of people stood behind Jiang Chen, gazing at him curiously. Yang Xiaotong blinked and asked, Jiang Chen, what's your idea for a new move? An auxiliary move? Do you need us to cooperate? No, it's an offensive move, Jiang Chen slowly said. Offense? A puzzled expression appeared on Yang Xiaodong's face. In her perception, Jiang Chen's manipulation of gravity was still at the level of control and interference. How could this ability be tried out in a place like the back of the mountain? Unless, Yang Xiaodong's gaze swept over the high slopes and waterfalls, suddenly realizing something, and the knot in her throat rolled involuntarily. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the sword. Phew! As Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of air, the crowd was surprised to find that the surrounding rubble had begun to slowly tremble and float strangely in the air. What the hell is this? Wang Ming gulped, his mouth slightly open. Chen Zhang also gazed at Jiang Chen in shock. He could sense that this next move was definitely not simple. A dark purple gravity wave wrapped around Jiang Chen's staff and sword. Next moment, Jiang Chen fiercely drew out his sword blade and swung it forward. A dark purple gravity sword chi swept across, and wherever it passed, space seemed unable to withstand the force, being twisted and rippled. Boom dash! The sword chi stood on the high slopes halfway up the mountainside, instantly chopping out a clearly visible crack, as if it was a hideous scar that was carved into the mountain. That's not all. Immediately afterward, a dark purple gravity wave continuously emanated outward around the rift. Next, rumble dash! Horizontal gravity weighing thousands of tons was released with a bang, and the entire rock body collapsed downward with a heart-pounding roar as if it had been crushed by an invisible giant palm. Instead of falling, the rubble was strangely suspended in the gravity field, forming a gully that stretched for 100 meters and was too deep to see the bottom. Even the waterfall on the side was instantly cut off under the effect of this gravity sword chi. The water flow was directly cut off, and the upper part of the water flow stagnated in the air, forming a hanging curtain of water, and then immediately afterward, under the effect of gravity, it strangely flowed upwards against the current. The lower half of the water flow, on the other hand, was directly compressed into water mist and disappeared into the air, creating a brief break in the flow. Chapter 81: A humanoid space-based weapon? Rumble dash! Inside the Vice-Chancellor's office, Du Hongshang was ambling around reviewing documents. Suddenly, a deafening thud came from the direction of the back of the mountain, and the entire office building shook. What's going on? Du Hongshang got up violently and walked quickly to the window, gazing gravely into the distance. In the direction of the back of the mountain, smoke and dust rolled. Could it be a landslide? Du Hongshang frowned, but quickly dismissed the idea. The geological structure of the backcountry is solid and there has never been a precedent for landslides. Besides, the commotion was a bit too much. Or is it a beast tide? But this place is far away from the war zone, and the subdimensional rift is not open, so how is it possible? Thinking of this, he quickly dialed Director of Instruction Wang Sen's phone. Old Wang, did you hear the commotion at the back of the mountain? Get ready, let's go over and take a look. The back of the school. Ka Chao. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, and the dark purple gravity wave was dissipating. His chest heaved up and down, a bead of sweat seeping from the corner of his forehead. The exertion of this sword far exceeded his expectations. Phew, it seems that this trick, there is no way to use it frequently. According to this look, it is estimated that at most 2 times should be exhausted. But well, the power is still extremely horrible. The originally lush and green mountain forest in the back of the mountain had now been split open by a huge sword mark. The tens of feet deep gully stretched for hundreds of meters, and the rock walls on both sides were as smooth as mirrors, as if they had been squeezed raw by some terrifying force. What was even more alarming was that rumbling muffled sounds came from the bottom of the gully from time to time. That was the mountain that was still collapsing after being shattered by the aftermath of the gravity sword chi. The air was heavy with the smell of earth. Holy, this nifty, humanoid sky-based weapon? Wang Ming's eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that he could stuff an egg into it. Tang Chuyao stared at Jiang Chen in shock, murmuring, the heavy fruit, can even be developed to such an extent? This power, even for his own burning fruit, which was known for its power, I'm afraid it was inferior to it. Originally, he thought that the heavy fruit could only be a supporting fruit, at least in Jiang Chen's generation. It could only be developed to the extent that it was very supportive. I didn't realize, had been developed to be so powerful, combining powerful aids and terrifying prowess. Perhaps the heavy fruit is the super S-class fruit that surpasses all devil fruits. Gollum. Chen Zhang couldn't help but gulp, staring at Jiang Chen in a daze. Was this really a strike that a third-ranked ability user could deliver? As a fifth-ranked ability user himself, it was no problem for him to reach Jiang Chen's level of lethality with a full-strength strike, but completely fails to achieve such a wide range of kills. Yang Xiaotong murmured as she maintained the same shocked expression. This move is attaching gravity to the sword chi, constantly compressing it to a point, and then exploding it all at once? I didn't expect that the current Jiang Chen would already be able to develop the heavy fruit to such an extent. There was no need to even talk about compressing and then exploding. Just the step of attaching gravity to the sword chi alone seemed to be quite something. Yang Xiaotong twisted her head to gaze at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, how did you come up with this move? Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. What's the idea? It's from the system. Woo. Just pull a random excuse. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, noting the waterfall to the side where the water flow had begun to flow again, and slowly said, it was actually inspired by waterfalls and sluices, where the water falls from a high place with a huge impact. But if you can gather the water current and suddenly release it, the power will be even more terrifying. I just treat gravity as a water current, compressing and storing the water before releasing it. Yang Xiaotong's gaze swept aside the stream of water and nodded thoughtfully. I see. Using the compression and release of gravity to simulate the impact of water flow. This move is indeed very creative. Jiang Chen, you. Chen Zhang thought about it and smiled. Remember to come tomorrow, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The Association Building's Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Chen nodded. Okay, then we'll go ahead. After saying that, Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong left the back mountain of the school together. Tang Zhuyao glanced at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, I'll go back first. Being the same age, Jiang Chen's astonishing sword caused Tang Zhuyao to only want to hurry back to catch up on her cultivation now. Luli glanced at the departing Tang Zhuyao and said as well, I'm going back too. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned his head to look at the collapsed backwoods in front of him, pondering inwardly. Gravity blade, mighty tiger. Judging from this sword just now, it was indeed compressing gravity to a point before exploding violently. Yet one could not do so when not using this move. Guess it's because it's a move given by the system. Gravity field LV 50/160 plus. Current field range 1000 meters. Next level, range spreads to 2000 meters. Comprehension of gravity wave manipulation, proficient. One must raise the gravity field one more level to mastery level manipulation in order to arbitrarily compress gravity to a point. Right? Now that one's offensive moves are very numerous and powerful, what's missing are defensive moves, and one can only rely on seeing colors to dodge. The iron block of the sixth style is not enough. After all, the drawback is obvious, and you can't act on your own if you use it. Next time, the gravity field must be upgraded to unlock proficient level gravity wave manipulation. At that point, it might be possible to compress the anti-gravity field around yourself to the extreme and bounce off any attack. Come on, back to the dorm. Jiang Chen turned around and walked in the direction of the dormitory, and when Wang Ming saw this, he hurriedly followed. Not long after Jiang Chen and Wang Ming left, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng and Director of Instruction Wang Xin hurriedly arrived at the back mountain. As soon as the two of them stepped into the back of the mountain area, they were shocked beyond words by the sight before them. The air was heavy with the smell of earth, and the huge gullies were as deep as the wounds that had torn the earth apart. Du Hongsheng and Wang Xin exchanged glances and said, Go over there. The words fell. The two of them rose into the air and quickly flew towards the back mountain that had collapsed. Du Hongsheng stood at the edge of that huge, bottomless gully and poked his head out to look down, and at this look, he directly froze in place. Within the gully, the rock walls on both sides were as smooth as mirrors, as if they had been cut out raw by some terrifying force. Wang Sen's pupils plummeted and his voice trembled a little. Vice Chancellor, what is going on here? Is it a terrorist attack? Or is it our school's students who did this? Du Hongsheng frowned and squatted down, reaching out to touch the rock wall at the edge of the gully, then put his fingers under his nose and sniffed. After a moment, he slowly said, There's no smell of gunpowder around here, and there's no scorch marks, so it shouldn't be a thermal weapon. Wang Xin frowned with both eyebrows and looked around. In that case, could it be someone from our school? I know all the teachers in our school better. No one can do such a wide range of kills. Just then, the phone rang and Wang Xin picked up the cell phone. Hello? See who it is? What? Okay, I got it. Wang Sen's eyes were wide open and he froze for a while before hanging up his cell phone, his face filled with shock. Du Hongsheng glanced at him and asked, "Who did the surveillance see enter the backcountry?" "Gollum." Wang Sen gulped. "It's Jiang Chen and them, as well as Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong." "Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong? They can't do such a wide range of kills." Du Hongsheng shook his head. "Vice Principal, is it possible that Jiang Chen did this?" Wang Sen guessed. When Du Hongsheng heard this, he was silent, his eyes staring at this gully in front of him. Jiang Chen, could it be that this is the gravity field chipping out? Chapter 82, sorry for not being late, right? Day 2. Jiang Chen woke up leisurely from his bed and swiped his cell phone out of habit. A piece of news caught his attention. Shiva Nation's 8th exploration of the unknown Supreme Great Fast Blade domain has failed, with more than 200 deaths this time around, totaling more than 1,600 deaths already. Shiva's country? Supreme Great Fast Blade domain? Isn't this the gambler's firebrand knife field of mine? Jiang Chen scrolled through the comments and found that domestic netizens were also commenting frantically. "If you ask me, if the Shiva Kingdom can't do it, let's give up this blade domain and let our Dragon Kingdom explore it. We might have cracked the secrets of it a long time ago." "That's right. Every exploration fails and so many people die. Isn't this a waste of resources? What is the Shiva Kingdom up to this time? Didn't they say last time that they were going to invite some mysterious master to crack the domain of the sword? What was the result? It's still the same failure." Laughing to death. "I heard that they held a large-scale ritual this time and sacrificed the lives of several hundred death row inmates, and they still ended up with a total loss. What an obsession. Sending heads in over and over again. Do they think that just because there are a lot of people, they can pile it on? If you want to get the Supreme Great Fast Sword, you don't have to see if you are worthy of it and if you have that strength. After this failure, Shiva Nation is probably going to start another round of dumping, either blaming the bad weather or the equipment, never admitting that it was their own people who were too good anyway." Jiang Chen roughly scanned the area and also put his heart down. It looked like the Shiva Kingdom wouldn't be able to handle this blade domain in a short period of time, just enough to buy themselves some time to develop. Currently, one's strength was not enough to forcefully break into the border of the Shiva Kingdom, and it was a country's border anyhow, so one couldn't take it too lightly. Gotta wait for another chance, speed up development again, and at least reach the 4th rank before going to see if there's any chance. In short, gambler's firebrand, a must-have for himself. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, a confident smile on his face. Time flew by and soon it was afternoon. At 2:50, Jiang Chen ended his lunch break, got up and simply organized himself, then went out with his blind cane in hand. It was almost time for the appointment with Chen Zhang. Association building, inside the drill hall, inside the oratory of the association's building. On the stands, all 12 cadres of the association were present, and they were talking in whispers, each of them speculating on just how strong Jiang Chen was, and which cadre he would challenge later. The full members of the association had also arrived in droves, occupying almost half of the seats in the stands. The name Jiang Chen was now not only famous within Star Ocean School, it was also heard throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, very few people had actually seen him strike, and everyone could only vaguely glimpse Jiang Chen's unattainable and terrifying potential from the scoreboard. Zhang Qingyu had just returned to the school in the morning, and at a glance, he saw Chao Yang, who was full of gloom, and he twisted his body towards him. Deadly rival. Since the last time Chao Yang's brother was seriously injured by Jiang Chen, he did not see him again. This time it was not easy to see. Naturally, to go forward to greet. With his hands in his pockets, Zhang Qingyu walked over to Chao Yang and leaned against the backrest of the front seat with a teasing face. "Yo, isn't this my brother Chao? Where have you been lately?" Chao Yang glared at him fiercely and coldly returned. "Shut up, what's it to you?" Zhang Qingyu smacked his lips, shook his head, and continued, "The fire can be really big. What happened to your brother? I heard that it's crippled?" Chao Yang didn't say a word, staring deathly at the door of the martial arts hall as if he was waiting for Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu continued, "In my opinion, this is purely your brother's own death. Not to blame people Jiang Chen, you haul a cadre, why bother with a freshman?" Chao Yang sniffed and raised his voice. "A new student? My brother had to recuperate for at least a whole year because of him. There are also after effects that directly cut off my brother's future. Do you think I have to bother with him?" Zhang Qingyu laughed out loud and persuaded with a conspiratorial tone. "Old Chao, Jiang Chen isn't simple now. If he really chooses you, I advise you to just kneel down and beg for forgiveness." Yesterday, he had already known about Jiang Chen's sword at the back of the mountain through Yang Xiaotong, and Yang Xiaotong hadn't made a big deal out of it. So at the moment, among the 12 cadres, only he, Zhang Qingyu, knew Jiang Chen's true strength. Chao Yang's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she stared at him. Do you have a fever? If you're sick, go take medicine. How could a freshman who was just at the third rank be a match for himself? If Jiang Chen really dared to choose himself, then it was just right. Let him have a taste of his own brother. Zhang Qingyu shook his head inside. Look, good advice and you don't listen. The corner of Chao Yang's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Humph. I'd like to see how Jiang Chen can make me kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Zhang Qingyu sniffed and brightened up, proposing. Then why don't you not wait for Jiang Chen to choose later? Why don't you just choose him directly? It'll also avenge your brother's death in the process. It would be great to see this nemesis suffer. Just then, a white, pink right hand reached out. Ow dash. Zhang Qingyu screamed miserably and was just about to get angry. When he turned his head and realized that it was Yang Xiaotong, he lost his temper. He couldn't beat this iron fist secretary. Yang Xiaotong glared at him, then said loudly to the association members in the stands, "Be quiet, the president is here." The words fell. Crunch. The gate opened slowly. The tall and lanky Chen was walking towards the side of the stands. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Chen Zhang. A few moments later, Chen Zhang walks down to the ring and takes the microphone, addressing the people in the stands. Alright, everyone be quiet. You should all be clear about the rules of cadre promotion this time. Those who will be picked by Jiang Chen later will sign the agreement and get into the ring. Those who lose, revoke their cadre positions. Chen Zhang's voice was thick and powerful, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Just then, a cadre with an inch-haired head and a face full of disinterest said, "President, Jiang Chen has only just passed through the No. 2 secret realm and he dares to come and challenge us. This is too much of a disregard for us cadres, isn't it?" The words fell. A tall, thin cadre on the side glanced around and agreed. That's right, our group of people, basically all of them are in the middle to late 4th stage, and their actual combat experience is far richer than Jiang Chen's, so we can't figure him out. Another cadre chimed in. If I were Jiang Chen, I would definitely not be in a hurry at this point. Develop a bit more, and clear 2 more secret realms before attempting the S-rank quest. Chen Zhang waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, then slowly said, "I sent him." No one made another sound after those words. After all, it was the president who had invited the people here, so what else could they say? They wouldn't dare to mock the president. Just then, crunch, the door to the martial arts hall was pushed open. Jiang Chen walked in slowly with his blind cane in hand, with a faint smile on his face. He spoke calmly, "Sorry for sleeping late. Not too late, right?" Chapter 83, One by One. Or all together? In the association's martial arts hall, as Jiang Chen pushed open the door, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Chen Zhang twisted his head to look at Jiang Chen and laughed brightly. Ha 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 ha. No, just in time. When Jiang Chen walked up to him, Chen Zhang asked towards him, "Jiang Chen, which cadre do you wish to challenge?" The words fell. Jiang Chen hung his head slightly, his senses sweeping over every cadre in the stands, most of which had disdainful smiles on their faces. "Senior brother Chao Yang then," Jiang Chen slowly said. Of these 12 cadres, the one who had the most problem with himself was probably Chao Yang. Since there is such an opportunity, let's get rid of this potential risk first. Chao Yang, who had his hands clasped on his chest in the stands, heard these words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a sinister smile. "How dare you come to the door by yourself? Then you won't be able to blame yourself for what happens later." He stood up and leapt off the bleachers with a flip. Seeing this, Chen Zhang beckoned Yang Xiaotong over, then glanced at the two of them and said, "Okay then, you all sign the agreement first." At this point, the cadre of good people in the stands also got up and leaned against the railing. An inch-headed cadre shouted towards Chao Yang, "Chao Yang, go easy on him, he's our senior brother anyways." The other tall, thin cadre next to him laughed and joked, "Jiang Chen can really pick. Chao Yang's elementalization isn't afraid of Jiang Chen's gravity. In terms of destructive power, Jiang Chen he can't compare to Chao Yang, right?" The inch-headed cadre glanced at him with disdain. "Get the bar going. A third-ranked freshman with more destructive power than fourth-ranked Chao Yang? What are you thinking? Chao Yang's destructive power of one punch seems to be almost 350,000 calories as far as I can remember, right?" The tall and thin cadre smacked his lips. "TSK, TSK, TSK, so if this punch goes down, Jiang Chen won't be whacked into mush?" The inch-headed cadre gazed at Jiang Chen and shook his head. Moreover, Chao Yang's iron block is well practiced, and without a destructive power of 300,000 calories or more, it won't be able to injure him. Jiang Chen's potential is indeed not bad. I didn't realize that his brain wasn't too good. A few moments later, after the two signed the agreement, Chen Zhang said to the two, "That's fine, all go on stage. The winner, that is the association officer." The duo make their way to the ring from each side. Chao Yang's eyes flashed with anger as he stared viciously at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, do you know? My brother had to recuperate for a whole year because of you, and his strength has been severely damaged. Jiang Chen's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Senior brother Chao Yang, when you get into the ring, life and death have their own destiny. You wouldn't not understand this, would you? Chao's army is seriously injured. What's it to you? It was clear that he had provoked himself first, and that he hadn't broken any rules. Chao Yang's face muscles twisted hideously as he sneered. Got it. Of course I got it. Newbie king, huh? I'll let you taste my brother's pain later. I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless as he calmly said, this wheelchair, it's better to keep it for yourself. Just then, begin. With Chen Zhang's shout, the two of them moved at the same time. The gravity field instantly unfolded, and gravity weighing hundreds of tons enveloped the entire ring. Boom dash. In an instant, the ring floor couldn't withstand this massive gravity and instantly began to crack, with countless spiderweb cracks spreading out. Chao Yang was naturally well aware of Jiang Chen's ability, and the moment gravity fell, his entire body was elementalized, transforming into a cloud of gray smoke that hovered in the air. Humph. So what if you manipulate gravity? Jiang Chen, you're too naive, Chao Yang said disdainfully. Immediately afterward, he violently coalesced a smoky fist and shot towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Next moment, rumble dash. With a loud bang, the smoky fist instantly blasted a deep hole in the ring. Jiang Chen's figure had already disappeared into thin air. Chao Yang froze for half a second. Obviously he didn't expect that his punching speed, which was so fast, could be dodged by Jiang Chen. In this world, there was no precedent for Jiang Chen to have such a powerful seeing color. Just then, Chao Yang felt the temperature behind him rise sharply, and he jerked his head. Only a wisp of breath came out of Jiang Chen's mouth. Bared. Immediately afterward, a flash of red flame instantly wrapped around the blind sword in Jiang Chen's hand, and lightning flashed. Next moment, a sense of crisis struck Chao Yang, and his eyes widened. Not good. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately used the 6-style moon steps to change direction in the air, dodging the strike almost limitlessly. Although gravity manipulation was useless against Chao Yang, Jiang Chen was able to hit himself as he knew how to arm colors. Chao Yang quickly moved away from Jiang Chen, while launching countless elementalized fists within his own elementalized body, blasting towards Jiang Chen in a nearly deathless manner. However, Jiang Chen, as if he had already anticipated Chao Yang's attack route, was able to dodge Chao Yang's attacks with an extremely tricky angle every time. For just under a second, Jiang Chen then wielded his fiery flame-twisted sword blade and dashed to Chao Yang. 6 styles iron block. Chao Yang's muscles were tense. Jiang Chen was no more powerful than a third-ranked ability. How could he break through his own defense? Swish dash. The sword blade entwined with flames chopped down towards Chao Yang's chest. Chao Yang looked down at his chest incredulously as a splash of blood gushed out from his chest. The sword that carried hundreds of tons of gravity. Armed color entanglement. Overpowering sword intent. And used the breath of the sun directly toward the chest of Chao Yang, who had turned on the iron block, apart hard, revealing the white sternum therein. Immediately after, in Chao Yang's unbelievable eyes, the powerful impact directly lifted him out and smashed him heavily on the wall by the stands. Rumble dash. The loud noise caused the entire martial arts hall to shake, and dust and debris flew everywhere. The crowd in the stands were all staring at this scene with jaws dropping in disbelief. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Just now, Chao Yang seemed to have his chest directly chopped through? I saw it too. This sword of Jiang Chen's, the destructive power wouldn't have reached over 300,000 calories already, right? Holy, he's only a third-ranked power user. No one thought that Jiang Chen was really able to hurt Chao Yang, and nearly killed him in seconds. One should know that Chao Yang was a fourth-ranked ability user, and his strength was ranked in the entire association. However, at this moment, he was severely injured by Jiang Chen's sword, and he smashed heavily into the wall, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. When the smoke cleared, Chao Yang was covered in blood and tried to struggle to stand up, but couldn't do it and could only half kneel on the ground. Jiang Chen held his blind sword as the red flames and lightning gradually dissipated. He gasped slightly, but there weren't many waves on his face. Senior brother Chao Yang, it seems that this wheelchair, you really have to keep it to yourself. Chen Zheng froze as he looked at the severely injured Chao Yang. He knew that Jiang Chen's gravity sword chi was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong even without using it. A moment later, Chen Zheng came back to his senses and exclaimed, Jiang Chen wins. I declare Jiang Chen as the Star Ocean Military Academy Ableist Association. Before Chen Zheng could finish, Jiang Chen directly interrupted him. Chairman, wait. Chen Zheng eyed Jiang Chen suspiciously. Jiang Chen turned around, facing the rest of the cadres on the stands, and slowly said, I have heard that among you, there are still many people who are not convinced and think that I am just a blind man. Now I will give you a chance. Come one by one, or go together? Chapter 84, Young Man, it's good to be wild. Inside the martial arts hall, the atmosphere became more and more condensed after Jiang Chen's sounding words. Jiang Chen looked calm and stood still with a straight posture, exuding a powerful aura around him that was hard to ignore. This comment also came to him out of the blue. The association has a long tradition of standing up to freshmen. Now the wind and water turn. It is his turn to give these cadres a prestige. Let them see their own strength. Think about it, also have some flavor. After all, only by putting one's powerful strength on display would there be much less trouble in the future. Chen Zhang's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he gazed at Jiang Chen in the ring. Jiang Chen, are you sure? There's no need for you to do this. You're already an association cadre. Jiang Chen slightly sidestepped his head, his expression bland. President, I am sure. Only, I am afraid that I will miss and kill them. Showing strength is showing strength, but if a life is really lost, one can't guarantee that there will not be any trouble behind. After all, the purpose of showing one's strength was to cause less trouble later. These words were also asking Chen Zhang about the consequences of taking a life, or whether Chen Zhang had the strength to keep these cadres. However, Jiang Chen's words, however, were like a bomb that completely detonated the cadres in the stands. What did he say? Let's all go together? A cadre's eyes widened, incredulity written all over his face. Damn, this is too arrogant. We've always been the only ones to give the freshmen authority. This is the first time we've encountered a freshman who gives us authority in turn. The other cadre's face was red with anger and his hands were clenched into fists. Can you guys stand this? I can't endure it anyway. Another cadre roared in anger. Instantly, almost all of the cadres in the stands stood up miso, one by one, with furious hair and flames of anger burning in their eyes. Right at this moment, one of the cadres noticed that Zhang Qingyu, at this moment, was still in a leisurely manner, with his hands clasped behind his head, showing absolutely no sign of anger. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of this cadre. With Zhang Qingyu's character, he shouldn't be so calm. He looked at Zhang Qingyu and asked suspiciously, No, Zhang Qingyu, don't you have any reaction? Zhang Qingyu pointed to himself, full of innocence. Me? No, it's normal for young people to be a bit crazy. The cadre's mouth twitched, then said, Let me remind you, Jiang Chen is provoking all of us cadres. Do you really have no idea? Zhang Qingyu spread his hands, a look that was not a matter of concern. No idea? Jiang Chen is also a cadre now. You have an idea on it. After all, he had known about Jiang Chen's shocking sword through Yang Xiaodong, and even though he couldn't die from his fruit ability, it would still hurt to be cut. When the other few cadres saw Zhang Qingyu's appearance, their faces began to grow wary as well, and they slowly sat back down. 5 other cadres went straight to the head and leapt from the stands at the same time. Chen Zhang glanced at both sides and sighed. Alright, since someone has answered the challenge, let's fight again. Jiang Chen had said his words to this point. If he pressed the 2 sides down now, there might be some trouble in the future. Chen Zhang swept his gaze at both sides and said in a deep voice, You guys can use your full strength. With me here, no lives will be lost. Jiang Chen sniffed and nodded gently. I'm relieved to have you say that. The tall, thin cadre threw back his head and laughed, his voice filled with disdain. Ha 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 ha. Human lives can't be taken out, but injuries can't be avoided. Jiang Chen, young people who are wild have to pay a price. In their thoughts, Chen Zhang was giving them a reminder to use their full strength to their heart's content and teach this unknowing freshman a lesson. Jiang Chen, later on if you know you're wrong, you can always kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Young people are a bit wild. We who are senior brothers can understand, as long as we know our mistakes and can change them. The inch-headed cadre looked Jiang Chen up and down, a teasing smile on his face as he snickered. Jiang Chen ignored them and jumped straight out of the ring, walking over to Yang Xiaotong and signing the agreement with a big wave of his pen. I'm done signing. You guys sign. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely calm, as if the cadres in front of him were like ants in his eyes. When the tall and thin cadre saw this, anger instantly surged to his heart. His face flushed red as he snatched the agreement and signed it quickly and viciously. Good, good, good. Jiang Chen, it's useless even if you beg for mercy later. I'm going to crack the bones in your entire body. Jiang Chen turned his head sideways, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Really? Then you cheer. The tall and thin cadre was instantly furious and his fists were clenched. Having said so himself, Jiang Chen scolded back even if it was understandable. What do you mean? Cheer yourself up? Do you look down on the cadres like that? The inch-haired cadre patted his shoulder. Alright, there's no need to hold back later. Let him know how hard Senior's fist is. A few moments later, All 5 cadres signed the agreement. In the ring, the 5 cadres spread out in a fan shape, and from 5 different directions, they surrounded Jiang Chen tightly. The tall, thin cadre moved his knuckles, making a crisp click sound. The corners of his mouth hooked into a playful smile, and there was a viciousness in his eyes as he stared dead at Jiang Chen, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Off stage, Yang Xiaotong gazed worriedly at the 6 people on the stage and said softly, "President, do we really have to let them fight?" Chen Zhang laughed lightly, his tone relaxed. "It's fine. With me here, nothing big can happen." Immediately after, he looked to the ring and shouted, "Begin!" With Chen Zhang's shout, Jiang Chen's aura around him erupted steeply, and the gravity domain instantly unfolded like a raging tide, a huge and terrifying gravity instantly enveloping the entire ring. It was the first time that the 5 cadres had encountered such a massive gravity, but they were all mid to late 4th-ranked Abelites, and this amount of gravity wasn't enough to completely suppress them. After a brief moment of daze, they charged towards Jiang Chen at the same time. The muscles on 3 of the cadres instantly surged, transforming into 3 fierce beasts that roared as they rushed toward Jiang Chen. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, followed by a quick step towards the ground, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot and jumping out of their encirclement. The 5 cadres turned around at the same time, facing Jiang Chen, who was suspended in the air. Jiang Chen's right hand gently rested on the hilt of his sword, and a dark purple wave of gravity wrapped around the circumference of his blind sword. Immediately after, around Jiang Chen, space seemed to be twisting slightly, and a ripple visible to the naked eye rippled through the air. When the 5 cadres saw this scene, they were all startled at the same time, and they all felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. One of the cadres gulped and shuddered. What kind of power is this? A flash of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the tall and thin cadre as he shouted, "Whatever his ability is, together, I don't believe that one of him can block the 5 of us." Next moment, Jiang Chen violently drew his sword blade and swung it. Gravity sword, Manticore. The gravity sword chi swept across, and dark purple gravity waves wrapped around the white sword chi, pulsing continuously. Wherever the sword chi passed through, the space was distorted to the point of sending up a circle of ripples, as if it would shatter apart at any moment. No good. A cadre clearly felt the terror of this sword. His face changed drastically as he shouted. Immediately after, the 5 cadres jumped upwards at the same time, trying to dodge Jiang Chen's sword. Boom dash! The gravity sword chi chopped into the ring, directly cutting it in two, just as the 5 cadres breathed a sigh of relief and thought they had dodged a bullet. Next moment, with a loud bang, an even more powerful gravity instantly erupted like a floodgate opening. The entire ring instantly collapsed downward. Rumble dash! A bottomless gully appeared in front of everyone, like a hideous abyssal mouth gazing at the 5 cadres. Next, the terrifying gravitational force instantly exploded, pulling the 5 cadres through the air towards that abyss. Chapter 85, Fellow Brothers, are you still fighting? Rumble dash! The great commotion caused the entire association building to start shaking violently. Many students passing by or in the surrounding area were attracted by the sudden commotion and curiously stopped outside the building to watch. What's going on? Is this a renovation of the association building? Can your home renovation be that loud? What's going on there? Could it be the president and vice president fighting? I guess so. This association building is said to be made of top-notch materials, and only a vice president or above can make such a commotion. Why are they fighting in the ring? I remember they are quite close. Is there a melon? Tang Chuyao happened to be passing by here as well. She was also standing in the crowd at the moment, staring blankly at the building. If one remembered correctly, it seemed like Jiang Chen was the one challenging the cadres now? Just challenging a cadre. Why did Jiang Chen make such a big fuss? What's really going on in there? She would love to go in and take a look. However, the current association building did not allow uninvolved people to enter the martial arts hall. One could only stay outside and wait for Jiang Chen to come out. Inside the martial arts hall, everyone looked in shock at the huge abyssal maw at the ring and the 5 cadres who were being pulled towards the abyss. Chen Zhang's gaze flinched as his figure instantly disappeared in place, transforming into a residual shadow as he flashed past the 5 cadres in turn at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, all 5 cadres were retrieved from the ghost gate by Chen Zhang, sitting on the ground with dull eyes. The entire martial arts hall fell into a dead silence, so quiet that it was as if one could hear everyone's heartbeat. The tall, thin cadre looked at the bottomless gully in front of him and involuntarily gulped. The gravitational force that had just been there, which he himself was completely unable to counter, was at least 1,000 tons. Once pulled into that abyss, there was absolutely no chance of one's survival. A few other cadres were of the same opinion. Their eyes widened and they glanced at each other before settling their gaze on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen landed firmly on the ground, and as he put the sword blade into his blind staff, the oppressive dark purple gravity wave dissipated. Senior brothers, still fighting? Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but in the ears of those 5 cadres, it was like thunder. They looked at each other face to face. Fight? Beat the out of it. If the president hadn't stepped in, they'd already be on their way to reincarnation. All along, in their perception, the heavy fruit that had just appeared was just a strong auxiliary ability, able to attach gravity and anti-gravity. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to achieve such explosive destructive power after only 2 months of awakening. No more fighting. The tall and thin cadre looked flustered and waved his hand, looking at Jiang Chen with awe in his eyes. The remaining 4 cadres also nodded their heads in a hurry. The moment, lying not far away, the severely injured Chao Yang also gazed daggers at Jiang Chen. He hadn't used this move in the battle with Jiang Chen just now. Was it because he wasn't worthy of Jiang Chen's full strength? In such a short period of time, Jiang Chen had already reached such a terrifying point. Thinking of this, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile. With Jiang Chen's current strength and terrifying growth rate, I'm afraid that it has become completely impossible for myself to find Jiang Chen in trouble. If you see Jiang Chen in the future, you'd better go around. Bleachers. Those cadres who had chosen to be cautious because they had seen that Zhang Qingyu had not rashly stepped forward had gently breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. They looked gratefully at the leisurely Zhang Qingyu on the side. If it wasn't for him, they were afraid that they would have followed the foolishness of going up to challenge Jiang Chen. With that sword just now, I'm afraid the result would be the same for all 12 cadres. In that case, that's enough for today. Chen Zhang swept a glance at both sides and said in a deep voice. Yang Xiaotong, who was on the side, also came back to her senses, looking at the ring that had completely collapsed, and couldn't help but hold her forehead in sigh. Last time, the ring was also cut off at one corner by Jiang Chen's sword, and it took the association a large sum of money to repair the ring. After all, the materials used for this ring were all top-notch. This time it's just fine. The whole ring is gone and there's just this big hole left. This is going to be more than just fixing the ring. The deep pit underneath is going to have to be refilled, and almost the entire association building is going to have to be refurbished. The current she only hoped that Jiang Chen would not come back to the ring in the future, or else she was afraid that the whole building would be blown down next time. Chen Zhang also noticed Yang Xiaotong's strange appearance at this moment, and with an odd expression on his face, he waved towards Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen slowly walked over to him. Chen Zhang pondered for a moment and spoke. That's, Jiang Chen, in the future, can we not take a little bit of effort? After all, the cost of our building is also quite high. Sorry. Jiang Chen scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Chen Zhang waved his hand and said, never mind, it's fine. Now that you're a cadre, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, come gather at the association building. There's an S-rank mission. Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. That fast? This military school is so efficient. It's non-stop, but it was to his liking. As fast as you can. Get stronger. Get stronger. Get stronger. Okay, President. I'll be on time. Jiang Chen nodded and said. Chen Zhang nodded his head and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Alright, that's it for today then. Immediately after, he glanced at the double-minded Chao Yang and said to Yang Xiaotong, send Chao Yang to the infirmary and update Jiang Chen's identity information afterward. Yes, President. Yang Xiaotong calmly returned. Chen Zhang looked around, his gaze calmly sweeping over every member of the association. Everyone, dismissed. Association building. Jiang Chen pushed open the glass door and slowly walked out. He saw the students stationed outside the building and paused. It seems that he did move a little too much, and now the students outside the building, surrounded by 3 layers of water. A student who had stopped by onlookers saw Jiang Chen's figure and exclaimed, Ha! It's Jiang Chen? Did he make the commotion inside? Another student sniffed and sucked in a breath. Hiss. Impossible, right? What means does he have to make such a commotion? Someone suddenly thought of something and said, I remember. It seems like Jiang Chen challenged the association's cadres today. As the words fell, the surrounding students revealed shocked looks, unbelief written all over their faces. Jiang Chen challenged the association's cadres? Holy, it's only been 2 months since he entered the military academy. Is he going to be the president in another 2 months? One student shook his head and said meaningfully, be bold and become president in a month. The moment Tang Chuyao saw Jiang Chen, she ran towards him. Jiang Chen, you succeeded in challenging the cadres, didn't you? Well, it worked. Jiang Chen nodded and calmly said. Tang Chuyao slightly opened her mouth. Still couldn't he help but ask. What happened to the movement just now? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he calmly said. Nothing, it's just a fight with 5 cadres at the same time. There's a bit too many people, so there's a bit of a commotion. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked towards the crowd. The crowded crowd automatically made way for Jiang Chen as he walked. Everyone gazed at Jiang Chen in shock, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. A student looked at the classmate next to him. What did Jiang Chen just say? Did I hear you right? Isn't challenging cadres a one-on-one battle? Why is it 1v5 now? The rules have changed? And from what he said, this is one person taking out 5 cadres? The student met his gaze in the same way, cutting through it. You didn't hear me wrong. Chapter 86, Weird Letters. Jiang Chen walked all the way towards the direction of the dormitory. Just as he reached the door to the dormitory building, a male student walked slowly out of the building. When the man saw Jiang Chen, he nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a polite smile. Then he left straight away, as if he was just passing by an insignificant stranger. Jiang Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped, his brows slightly furrowed. In his perception, the male student's body was surprisingly empty. No heartbeat, no blood flow, not even organs. In its place, countless dry straws filled that shell densely. This person, not like a human being, seems to be a scarecrow? Jiang Chen froze for a moment and stayed where he was until the classmate was far away. He shook his head. Forget it. Let's go back to the dormitory first. With that thought, he headed straight for his quarters. A few moments later, Jiang Chen opened the door to the room. Just moments after he had sat down on the couch, a letter on the table caught his attention. Why is there a letter? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the creepy male student he had just encountered downstairs. Is it him? Jiang Chen picked up the envelope, and when his finger touched the seal, a peculiar pattern attracted Jiang Chen's attention. It was a skull woven of straw, with empty eye sockets that seemed to stare at him. He opened the envelope, and a white sheet of paper slid from it, the few lines of black writing on the paper standing out. The world will eventually fall apart and the king will soon descend. Join the ranks of the reapers and become a faithful apostle of the king before his scythe falls. I will come to you. And remember, he who rejects the scythe will eventually become a tear under it. The reaper pens, under the watchful eye of the king's pupil. Jiang Chen quickly scanned over the contents of the paper, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. King? Reaper? Faithful apostle? What's all this? Jiang Chen put down the letter and used his cell phone to start searching the internet for some relevant information. A few moments later, he tossed the phone aside and leaned back on the couch. No useful information at all. It's just that the male student is a bit weird. Always felt not like a real person, but a straw doppelganger? It's amazing how silently you can enter your room. However, he himself was not worried that he would somehow be assassinated off. After all, his own seeing color was here. Once there was danger approaching, he would be able to detect it in the first place. Even if you fall into a deep sleep, you will wake up immediately. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. There seems to be a fruit called the Inuyasha fruit. It's the ability of Supernova Hawkins from the King of Thieves. Being able to divine and foretell the future. Being able to replace one's death with a straw. Being able to deflect damage. And even being able to briefly grant others terrifying strength by drawing cards is also a pretty buggy ability. I just can't figure out what this guy wants. Never mind. Let's wait until tomorrow and ask the president. He'll probably know something. Jiang Chen resolutely stopped thinking about it. Now his own new move, Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger, was indeed incredibly powerful. The sword inside the association building. He still collected his strength and did not directly cut out a hundreds of meters long gully like the one in the back of the mountain. And that sword in the back of the mountain. He himself didn't use his full strength. About 70% to 80%. After all, the exertion of this move was indeed a bit too much. Needless to say, the unlocking of this move makes up for his lack of ranged killing ability quite nicely. Previously, when they encountered some of the same rank, they still had to control them and then decimate them one by one. Now it's not necessary. Didn't even need to control it. Swung his sword and killed them all. Especially against the beast tide. A single sword could directly purge it. This move was already so powerful. I dare not think about how terrifying the power of the Skyfall meteorite in the future should be. I'm afraid that it would not be a meteorite that would directly destroy several cities. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV 30, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 23/40ths. The next unlock will be the Overlord Color, and then the next one will probably be Skyfall. Jiang Chen stretched, then got up and stood in front of the window. Now that I'm on my own, I don't even have to go to class. Lin Weidong didn't have any opinion at all. After all, a student like Jiang Chen, who practiced the 6 styles so well, didn't need him to teach at all. Phew, tomorrow was the day to try out the S-rank quests, and it was rumored that the S-rank quests were all aimed at 5th rank ferocious beasts to begin with. The current self, killing across 1 rank was completely fine. Across 2 ranks it was really hard to say. But it's not a big problem, there's the president anyway, and if not then it's okay to play support and mix up some points. S-rank quests that rake in at least 1,000 points or more at a time. 8 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Chen arrived at the first floor hall of the association building on time, and President Chen Zhang had already arrived. Jiang Chen nodded his head and greeted politely. President. Chen Zhang looked up and stood up after seeing Jiang Chen. Here, let's go. Here's the information for the S-class mission to be carried out today. Take a look. As he spoke, he handed Jiang Chen a piece of information. Jiang Chen swept his eyes. Clear the S-ranked ferocious beast, the abyssal python. 5th-ranked beasts, with a body length of more than 100 meters, inhabiting the Black Abyss Canyon, specializing in the manipulation of poisonous fog and corrosive liquids. According to previous battle records, its eyes and abdomen are relatively vulnerable areas. Chen Zhang pointed to the schematic on the information and began to introduce it, but its reaction speed is extremely fast, and the range of the poisonous mist is so great that it's hard to get out once you're caught up in it. You're strong, but the 5th-ranked ferocious beasts aren't something you can handle. When the time comes, you'll just be responsible for giving me assistance. Chen Zhang gazed at Jiang Chen and said slowly. Jiang Chen nodded. It didn't matter to him, he could just mix up the points. What difference did it make how he fought? Moreover, what Chen Zhang said was indeed correct. The current self did not have a good chance of winning when facing a 5th-ranked ferocious beast. Okay, let's get going then, Chen Zhang said with a smile. Immediately afterward, he led Jiang Chen out of the association building towards the airport within the school. Jiang Chen walked behind Chen Zhang. Suddenly remembering the bizarre letter he encountered yesterday, he opened his mouth and asked, By the way, Chairman, I encountered something strange yesterday. Chen Zhang twisted his head to look at Jiang Chen, his face puzzled. What strange thing? Jiang Chen pulled out the letter from yesterday and handed it to Chen Zhang. This is what I suddenly found after returning to the dormitory yesterday. And I also saw a very strange person. There were no organs in his body. It was all hay. Chen Zhang sniffed and looked grave. Reapers? He quickly scanned the letter and looked up at Jiang Chen. I didn't expect them to find you so quickly. When Jiang Chen saw this, he couldn't help but be interested. It was obvious that Chen Zhang should know some inside information. What do you mean? What are they? Chen Zhang was silent for a moment as he gazed at Jiang Chen, then laughed softly. But it's normal. It's hard for someone like you to go unnoticed. Immediately after that, Chen Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smear of killing intent flowed out of his gaze. They are a bunch of crazy people. Chapter 87 Extreme Organization Reaper? Crazy? After hearing Chen Zhang's comment, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Chen Zhang nodded and continued to explain. Well, they call themselves the Reapers, and their leader is an Inuyasha fruit ability, possessing the power of divination and foresight, and I heard that it is a prediction that in the future there will be some kind of king coming down, and that the humans won't be able to withstand it at all. So their purpose is to destroy mankind before the king descends and offer a pitch to that so-called king. After hearing Chen Zhang's explanation, Jiang Chen only felt a chill on his back. One kind of understands what kind of group of people this is. Sure is crazy. Having foreseen the coming of a powerful enemy, it is surprising to think not of unity, but of destroying the world and destroying mankind in order to stay alive. But then again, I didn't realize that the world was not only threatened by ferocious beasts, but also more powerful existences. Quite crazy indeed. Jiang Chen pursued. That king, is he really strong? Rather destroying the world than resisting a bit? Chen Zhang shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Who knows? It's all the Chief Reaper's side of the story. Only he saw any king, and we don't know if it's true or not? Jiang Chen sniffed and nodded. It's true that the Inuyasha fruit ability is able to divine and foretell the future, but it's not up to him to say what the future will be. Chen Zhang continued. 5 years ago, the globe united to exterminate the Reapers. I didn't realize their leader was still alive. Speaking of this, Chen Zhang suddenly stopped in his tracks and gazed at Jiang Chen with a grave gaze. No, let's go to the school's senior management first and report this matter. Immediately after, Chen Zhang then led Jiang Chen, and together they walked towards Du Hongxing's office. A few moments later, knock, knock. Chen Zhang led Jiang Chen and knocked on the wooden door of Du Hongxing's office. Come in. Crunch. Chen Zhang pushed open the wooden door. Du Hongxing was sitting on the sofa with the director of instruction, Wang Sen, drinking tea and talking about something. The office was filled with the faint aroma of tea, and the sunlight poured through the window onto the wooden floor, reflecting dappled light and shadow. Du Hongxing froze for a moment when he saw the duo, then greeted them and sat down. Chen Zhang, Jiang Chen, have a seat. What do you guys want? Chen Zhang handed the letter to Du Hongxing. Principal, Director Wang, this is the letter Jiang Chen received yesterday. Faith? With a puzzled look on his face, Du Hongxing took the letter, opened it and scanned it. Immediately afterward, his pupils suddenly contracted. Reaper? Du Hongxing's voice carried a hint of shock and anger. Wang Xin sniffed and probed over as well. After reading the letter, the two of them looked at each other, and their expressions began to be grave. Wang Xin was surprised. Their leader, he's not even dead yet? Du Hongxiang gazed at Jiang Chen and inquired. This letter, how did it get to you? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and returned. It should be by a male student who snuck into my room. That male student I have also seen with hay all over his body. The words fell. Du Hongxiang was silent for a while and opened his mouth. It should be parasitized by the straw. Immediately after that, he looked at Wang Sen. Old Wang. Later on, you checked the surveillance and looked for that male student. Yes. Wang Sen nodded in response. Immediately afterward, Du Hongxiang inquired towards Chen Zhang. Chen Zhang, have you told Jiang Chen everything about the Reapers? Chen Zhang nodded. Said it. Immediately after, Du Hongxiang gazed at Jiang Chen again and asked in a deep voice. Jiang Chen, what do you think of this organization? Crazy. Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. Then he reacted. Principal Du, are you asking if I'll join them? Du Hongxiang looked grave and nodded his head gently. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he shook his head decisively. No. Regardless, destroying the human race is just outrageous. Being experienced and well-educated myself, I am sure that I could not do such a thing. Besides, now that he was possessed by the system, he really didn't believe that he couldn't defeat that so-called king? Du Hongxiang also secretly let out a sigh of relief when he heard Jiang Chen's reply. That's good. Immediately afterward, he turned his head to look at Chen Zhang and asked, are you guys trying to go on an S-rank mission? Chen Zhang nodded. Yes. You guys go on then. I'll report back to the military on this Reaper thing. Du Hongxiang slowly said, and after he finished, he looked at Jiang Chen again. As for Jiang Chen, you don't have to worry too much. They have their eyes on you. They won't lay their hands on you anytime soon. Not to mention that they wouldn't dare to make any moves within the Dragon Kingdom, which has always been their forbidden land. Yes. After Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen answered, they turned around and exited the office. The duo left the office and the wooden door slowly closed with a dull thud. Inside the office, only Wang Sen and Du Hongxiang were left. After a moment of silence, Wang Sen looked at Du Hongxiang and spoke. I didn't expect the Reapers to make a comeback. It's only been 2 months and they're staring at Jiang Chen. Du Hongxiang stood up and walked to the window, gazing through it with a grave expression. He sighed and said, hey, these people are treacherous. Seeing this, Wang Sen also stood up and walked over to him and said softly, it's really hard to understand what kind of sight their leader saw that he wanted to destroy mankind to offer a pitch to that king. I remember their leader. He also has martial level strength now. The whole world, nearly 10 peak 9th rank powerhouses. I don't believe I can't beat that king. Du Hongxiang snorted coldly, a hint of majesty in his tone. Humph. No matter how powerful that king is, he shouldn't have done that. Suddenly, Wang Sen asked as his words changed. Old Du, why don't you just protect Jiang Chen? Feed it directly with attribute points. The stock of attribute points in our Dragon Kingdom is still more than enough to concentrate and feed one person, right? No. Du Hongxiang directly rejected Wang Sen's proposal. Immediately afterward, he glanced at Wang Sen and began to explain. Feeding attribute points alone isn't enough. You must experience enough actual battles to truly become stronger. This point should be clear to you as well. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it was already completely enough to walk sideways in the secret realm afterward. Moreover, if the entire nation is forcibly raised to cultivate Jiang Chen, others will inevitably be affected, which is sacrificing the growth of others in exchange for Jiang Chen's rapid growth. Speaking of this, Du Hongxiang gazed into Wang Sen's eyes and said in a deep voice, have you forgotten Lin Yan from 10 years ago? As the words fell, Wang Sen froze for a moment, then looked out the window and sighed softly. Lin Yan is really a pity, Du Hongxiang said slowly. In the beginning, almost the whole country was raised to cultivate it, and as a result, it ended up becoming one of the most powerful Reapers of the Reaper organization, and even more so, overseas, destroying an entire country with one's own strength. Du Hongxiang sighed and shook his head. We have to focus on the big picture, and we must not put our treasure on one person. Wang Sen nodded. Understood. Chapter 88, Jiang Chen, can I have your autograph? Buzz rumble. A transportation plane spray-painted with the logo of the Star Ocean Military Academy slowly landed on top of a small airport under the command and guidance of the airport officers. The cabin door slowly opened, and Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang walked out of the cabin side by side. The airport, which was much smaller than any they had been to on previous missions. As early as when he was on the airplane, Jiang Chen had already learned about the general situation of this mission in detail from Chen Zhang. This is a small 4th-tier county where the Jin Demon Army is stationed. The Jin Demon Army camp in Fenghe County. Due to its remote location, there were only less than 500 demon suppression troops in the entire camp. Most of them were low-ranked ability users, and there were even quite a few ordinary people with no abilities, and the strongest was only a 4th-ranked ability user. Because of this, when a ferocious beast of up to the 5th rank suddenly appeared, they were simply unable to deal with it. This ferocious beast left loose in the wild was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. They had no choice but to ask their superiors for instructions, hoping that they could send people to come and exterminate the ferocious beast. 5th-ranked ferocious beasts, not particularly strong when said to be strong, and by no means weak when said to be weak, were just suitable for the strong students in the military school to use as the object of actual combat training. Fenghat County, a small 4th-tier county that they were defending, had a resident population of only a few 100,000. For this mission, a total of 800 military department points could be gained, and one person would be won 400 points after splitting it equally with Xinjiang. That's 1,400 attribute points plus 140 skill points, another big lift. His current total attribute points were just 200, and at this rate of progress, he would be fully capable of reaching the 8,000 total attribute points threshold for a 4th-ordered ability user by the time he entered the secret realm number 3. At that time, no matter which secret realm number 3 was, it was always possible to just mess up the kill. Right after Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang stepped off the airplane, a man in military uniform quickly jogged towards them. The man stood steadily and raised his hand in a standard military salute, his voice booming. "Hello, I'm Staff Sergeant Zhang Feng, of the Demon Army stationed in Fengha County Town, and you're Chen Zhang and Jiang Chun from the Star Ocean Military Academy, right?" Having said that, Chen Zhang smiled and extended his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Chen Zhang." Jiang Chen followed suit and extended his hand, gently shaking Zhang Feng's. "Hello, I'm Jiang Chen." Afterward, Zhang Feng carefully examined the duo's documents and a smile appeared on his face. "Excellent, you two please follow me first. Our chief has been waiting for a long time." Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang exchanged a glance, then followed Zhang Feng as they walked quickly towards the interior of the camp. Along the way, they noticed that although the soldiers of the demon suppression army around them were in a hurry, everyone's eyes revealed a sense of tension and exhaustion. The camp's facilities also looked rather Spartan, with many of the buildings looking a bit dated. Soon, they arrived in front of a small, slightly dilapidated 2-story building. Zhang Feng pushed open the door and led the two inside. In a simply furnished office, a middle-aged man with a stout figure and sharp eyes was standing in front of a huge map, his brows furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Hearing the footsteps, the man turned his head, his gaze landing on Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. "You are Chen Zhang and Jiang Chun from the Star Ocean Military Academy, right?" "Sure, are young and promising." The man came forward in large strides and extended his hands warmly. "I am the head of the town demon army stationed in Fengha County, Li Gang. Welcome you all. We can rely on you this time." "Chief, you're welcome," Chen Zhang responded politely. "It's been a hard journey." Li Gang glanced at Zhang Feng and ordered, "Quickly go and pour the two of you a cup of water." "Yes." Zhang Feng sniffed and immediately turned around to leave. A moment later, Li Gang sat down opposite the two of them and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. At the risk of asking, "How many ranks is brother Jiang Chen at now?" Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "3rd rank." Li Gang gazed at Jiang Chen with some disbelief. "3rd order?" Seeing this, Chen Zhang interrupted him and went straight to the point. "This abyssal python, can you give us a specific introduction about it?" Although the information about the ferocious beasts this time was written in the mission information, it was prudent to ask more questions. After all, the parties involved are right here. Li Gang sighed, pointed to a marked spot on the map, and said, "This ferocious beast suddenly appeared in the Black Abyss Canyon on the outskirts of Fengha County a week ago. We organized several small-scale siege operations, but they all ended in failure, and we lost quite a few brothers. Preliminary judgment. It's a 5th-order ferocious beast. On our side, the strongest strength is only 4th order. So, we can only trouble you. Chief, does this abyssal python have any special trajectory or pattern of movement during this week?" Jiang Chen asked with a slight sideways glance at Li Gang. Li Gang also froze for a moment when he saw Jiang Chen's appearance. This was the first time he had encountered a blind person coming to do a quest, and since Jiang Chen had just said that he was only a 3rd-order ability user, it made him unable to help but worry a bit about Jiang Chen's life safety. However, he didn't raise this doubt. After all, Chen Zhang was a genuine 5th-order ability user, and had his own reasons for being able to bring Jiang Chen on a mission. Li Gang said slowly after a little thought, "It frequents the vicinity of the Black Abyss Canyon, and it's hard to find it during the day, only showing its head at night, and its perception is extremely sensitive. We once tried to set up an ambush at night, but every time it detected it in advance. It is capable of manipulating poisonous mist and corrosive liquids, and should never come into contact with the poison it spews out. Even the most corrosion-resistant equipment we have available can't withstand it. We've hit it in the eyes and the belly, and those are the only two places that can do any damage to it. After hearing this, a hint of determination flashed in Chen Zhang's eyes. In that case, let's wait until tonight, and try to take it down directly when it comes out to move. Li Gang looked at them with some concern. This abyssal python is very cunning and powerful. You guys must be careful. I will arrange for some demon suppressor army soldiers to assist you, but their strength is limited, so the key is still up to you. Just then, Li Gang's eyes suddenly sharpened and he shouted in the direction of the window. Who's outside? Roll in. Crunch. The wooden door was slowly pushed open and a tall, slightly naive-looking man walked in. The man scratched his head, embarrassed. Hey, Chief, it's me. Li Gang glanced at the man and questioned. What are you doing sneaking around outside? The man glanced at Jiang Chen a little embarrassed. Chief, I just want to find Jiang Chen, to sign an autograph. Signatures? Jiang Chen turned his head slightly sideways and watched the somewhat naive man suspiciously. Seeing this, the man walked up to Jiang Chen and scratched his head. Jiang Chen, just call me Tainyo. My brother has been nagging me lately. He's always been fond of you. Can I get an autograph from you and take a picture? Jiang Chen was speechless for a while, not realizing that he was already so famous now. He even had fans? Chapter 89, the district's fifth order fierce beast. Take it. All right. Hearing this, Tainyo's eyes instantly lit up and he nimbly pulled out his cell phone. A few moments later, the corner of Li Gang's mouth twitched slightly as a trace of apology surfaced on his face. I'm really sorry for troubling you too. Chen Zhang waved his hand. Ha, it's fine. It's all a show of hands. Right, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen nodded with a smile as well. Li Gang stood up and addressed the duo. It's still early, so you guys can rest at our camp first, and when it's nighttime, I'll have Zhang Feng and Tainyo lead the team to move along with you. After saying that, Tainyo took the lead and laughed nervously. Hey, brother Jiang Chen, come, I'll take you guys to rest for a while. Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang also smiled and stood up, following Tainyo out of the office. On the way, Tainyo kept telling Jiang Chen about his brother's admiration for him. Jiang Chen listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a few sentences, and the atmosphere was cordial. Soon, the two of them, Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang, were brought to a simple dormitory. The room was small, about 20 square meters, and all four walls were grayish-white alloy panels covered in fine scratches. A military flag hung on the wall directly across from the door, and below it was taped a map of the war zone with several key areas circled in red marker. Two marching beds were placed side by side against the wall on the left side, with dark green military sheet quilts folded into standard tofu blocks with sharp corners. On the right wall was a long metal table with a polished top. The whole room was Spartan, but the discipline of the soldier was evident everywhere. Every item was neatly arranged. Even the towels were folded and hung in a uniform manner. You guys will rest here for a while. I'll leave you alone. Tu smiled nervously and gently closed the dormitory door. Inside the dormitory, only Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang were left. Phew, rest first. Only have strength at night. Chen Zhang stretched his back and directly flung himself onto the bed. Ah, it's still the bed that's soothing. The transporter ride is killing me. Suddenly, Chen Zhang sat up straight with a serious expression as he barked at Jiang Chen. Right, Jiang Chen, you still have to be careful with the abyssal python tonight. The destructive power of a fifth-ranked ferocious beast isn't vegetarian. With your current physique, you definitely can't stand it if you take a shot. Safety first when the time comes. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded in response. Jiang Chen himself knew very well that a fifth-ranked ferocious beast was by no means something that his current self could hunt alone. Anyway, this time, it's just a matter of playing the auxiliary and mixing up some War Department points. After all, doing one S-ranked mission topped 3 A-ranked missions. Just then, Jiang Chen slightly sidestepped his head, and a murmur outside the dormitory reached Jiang Chen's ears. Brother Tainyo, I heard that Jiang Chen is only a third-ranked ability? Isn't that the same strength as you? Can he really kill a fifth-order abyssal python? A soldier in military uniform asked towards Tainyo. Tainyo glanced at him and nonchalantly returned. What do you know? Isn't that Chen Zhang next to him a fifth-ranked ability? The soldier looked at the dormitory where Jiang Chen and the others were again and said, I'm talking about Jiang Chen. There are quite a few third-ranked ability users in our campsite, and they can't even take a tail from the abyssal python when bundled together. So what qualifications does this Jiang Chen have for this S-ranked mission? The words fell. Another soldier agreed. Yeah, even third-ranked ability users can take S-ranked quests now? It's not possible that Jiang Chen really has some kind of backstage, right? Iron Bull interrupted them and began to argue. Don't make any wild guesses. There's a huge difference between the third rank and the third rank. Jiang Chen is this one inside the third rank. The soldier bristled in disdain. Isn't that still a third order? A fourth order coming to do an S-ranked mission would be acceptable to me. What right does a third order have? Another soldier followed suit. That's, in my opinion, nah. Jiang Chen is definitely here to make up the numbers. The above sees that Jiang Chen has so much potential and wants to cultivate it in a special way. So I guess he's just playing the field for this mission. Seconded. Seconded. The soldiers around them chimed in with a chorus of voices. Tainyo saw this and was furious. Directly one person gave the back of the head and yelled, "You guys seconded her? Shut up. Go train for me. 10 laps each. Run. Go." The words fell. There was a wail from the soldiers. This conversation was also captured by Jiang Chen's powerful seeing color. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. These people's words weren't unreasonable. After all, his current self was the first to take on an S-rank mission as a third-ranked ability user, and it was only discussed behind the scenes. It was still polite in person. Never mind. Let them say what they like. It was almost time to go on a mission soon, and then they would be able to show them what it meant to be a third-ranked power user who was stronger than even the fourth-ranked. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye it was evening. The night was as dark as ink, and a bright moon hung high in the sky, shedding its silver-white light and putting a mysterious veil over this camp. Inside the camp, the lights were brightly lit, and the soldiers, with their upright posture and neat pace, were methodically moving through it, carrying out their patrol duties in earnest. "Brother Jiang Chen, Brother Chen Zhang, it's time, let's set off." Tainyo's naive voice came through the door. Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang simply cleaned up a bit, and then each of them pushed out of the dormitory with their weapons. In a clearing in front of the campground barrier, the entire 24 soldiers were neatly lined up. The 4 armored vehicles were arranged in an orderly fashion, and all personnel were fully armed and on standby, ready to go. Zhang Feng and Tainyo stood in front of the soldiers and did a pre-war mobilization. This time, our target is the 5th-ranked ferocious beast, the Abyssal Python. Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen from the Star Ocean Military Academy will serve as the main attacking force, and our squad will fully cooperate as the secondary attacking force. Does everyone understand? Understand. The soldiers' voices were neatly harmonized, and they had a great deal of energy. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze turned to Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang, his expression becoming serious. He said in a grave tone, "Brothers Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen, the Abyssal Python is strong. You must be more careful. Our squad will fully cooperate with your actions and make sure to kill this ferocious beast here." Chen Zhang nodded slightly and extended his thumb and forefinger. "Don't worry, Captain Zhang. With us here, a mere 5th-order ferocious beast. Take it." Zhang Feng's face relaxed a bit when he saw this, and he unfolded the map and said in a deep voice, "The Black Abyss Canyon is about a 3-hour drive from our camp." Zhang Feng waved his big hand and ordered the soldiers, "Depart." With a command, the soldiers moved quickly to board the armored vehicles. Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang followed suit and boarded an armored vehicle, the 2 of them riding in one with Zhang Feng and Tainyo, while the remaining 22 members of the team rode in the remaining 3 armored vehicles. Immediately after, the barrier slowly lifted, and with a low, powerful roar, the 4 armored vehicles pulled out of the camp and sped towards their target. Chapter 90, Armored Car Mutiny. Half an hour after Jiang Chen's squad they were in set off. 2 other armored vehicles slowly pulled out of the camp. The armored car's engine emitted a low rumble as it drifted away into the night, the dust swirling from its wheels filling the moonlight. Inside one of the armored vehicles, the 6 heavily armed soldiers sat quietly, and a stillness permeated the surroundings, with only the slight vibration of the armored vehicles as they moved. Suddenly, a soldier's voice broke the silence. "Have you guys heard? The Star Ocean Military Academy sent 2 people to surround the Abyssal Python." The soldier sitting across from him sniffed. His eyes instantly lit up and he couldn't wait. "Really? Finally sent someone. I've always been a little uneasy about going on missions at night lately. And damn, that snake is hundreds of meters long. It's scary to look at." Another soldier looked grim and sighed softly. "That's not true. Hey, Old Lee and the others died in that snake's mouth." Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to the soldier who had just spoken and asked with a face full of curiosity, "And who did the Star Ocean Military Academy send? Are they all of the 5th rank?" The soldier thought for a moment and said, "I've heard that one is their association president, Chen Zhang, a 5th-ranked ability, and the other is Jiang Chen, a 3rd-ranked ability." With these words, the originally quiet atmosphere inside the armored car was instantly broken, and all the soldiers couldn't help but curiously come over. "Jiang Chen? It's that Jiang Chen who's been so hot lately?" "Yes." The soldier nodded, after hearing the soldier's affirmative answer. After receiving an affirmative reply, inside the armored vehicle, a soldier with a strikingly long scar over his right eye, and a soldier with a pockmarked face, looked at each other. The moment their eyes met, An imperceptible glint of dissimilarity flashed through their gazes. However, no one noticed this scene, and everyone's attention was captivated by the soldier's words. Someone asked, "Wait, Jiang Chun I know is strong amongst the freshmen, but you just said he's only at the 3rd rank? Isn't that sending him to his death?" The soldier shrugged and said casually, "Who knows, but I heard that Jiang Chen's strength is unrivaled within the 3rd rank." The soldier sitting across from him bristled. "So what if there's no one inside the 3rd rank? That snake is a 5th rank." At that, another soldier smacked his lips. "You guys are too backward with your news. I have the latest news here. Jiang Chen killed 5 4th Order cadres by himself in the Star Ocean Military Academy yesterday." When these words came out, the crowd instantly widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. What the hell? How is this possible? Taking out one across the ranks is outrageous enough. It must be fake news. Inside the armored car, the soldiers were talking and discussing. Before I knew it, half an hour had passed. The soldier with the grimy scar on his face swept his gaze absently to the tactical watch on his wrist. He then spoke in a calm tone. "It's about time." This short sentence fell, and in an instant, except for the hemp-faced soldier next to him who remained calm and unmoved, the remaining few soldiers cast puzzled gazes, looking at the scar-faced soldier with puzzled faces. "What time is almost up? It's still over an hour away," a soldier asked suspiciously. The scar-faced soldier's face was expressionless as he coldly spat out a few words. "The time has come for you to be on your way." The words fell instantly. The scar-faced soldier and the pockmarked soldier simultaneously rose up, their muscles instantly expanding, as if they were inflated and bulging high, filled with an appalling sense of power. Almost at the same instant, the hideous and ghastly wolf's head emerged out of thin air and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The ferocious appearance was chilling. "What are you doing?" a soldier exclaimed. Next moment, the scar-faced soldier and the pockmarked soldier were like ghosts, and in just the blink of an eye, they crushed all the soldiers inside the armored vehicle. These soldiers, they didn't even have time to open their mouths to call for help. Blood was like a fountain, splattering indiscriminately in the air, instantly staining the entire interior of the armored car, and the bloody scent filled the air, making it sickening. Immediately after, the scar-faced soldier's arm snapped into action, and he threw a heavy punch into the driver's side fender. Rumble! With a loud bang, the sturdy baffle was instantly blown to smithereens, and the two soldiers in the main pilot and co-pilot, who didn't even have a chance to react, lost their breath on the spot. In the meantime, the huge impact caused the armored car to lose its balance, and the body violently rolled up wildly towards one side. Bang 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 dash! The armored car rolled over on the ground several times in quick succession, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. When the armored car finally came to a complete stop, it had long since become completely disfigured. The body was severely deformed. The window glass was all shattered, crumbs scattered all over the place. The surface of the body was covered with dense scratches and deep dents. A mess. Bang dash! After a loud bang, the rear door of the armored car was directly kicked off by a powerful force, and after making an arc in the air, it landed heavily on the side. The scar-faced soldier and the pockmarked soldier slowly stepped out of the vehicle, their bodies stained with blood. Not far from them, another armored vehicle was similarly toppled to the ground, its body askew and in disarray. Bang dash! Another loud bang came. Inside the other armored vehicle, two soldiers, also covered in blood, stepped out. The gazes of the four men met in the air and exchanged glances, and in their eyes, a touch of excitement that was hard to hide flowed out. Inside the armored vehicle, a soldier, who had not yet breathed his last, crawled out with great difficulty, spitting blood from his mouth and gazing at the four men with wide eyes. "What are you? You are?" The scar-faced soldier sneered as he walked towards him and stomped the soldier's head directly. Scarface glanced back at Hempface, his eyes signaling him, "Elder, give them a share of the stuff." Seeing this, Hempface put down the backpack behind him and pulled out 4 instruments and 4 tubes of potions from it, and on all of them, a skull and straw symbol was emblazoned. Then, Hempface distributed the items to the crowd one by one. Scarface waited until the items had all been distributed, then swept a glance at the other 3 and explained, "This is the latest beast-tide potion developed by the organization. It can make ferocious beasts below the 4th rank go berserk. This is also your first mission. Make sure you complete the mission perfectly." "Yes," the other 3 responded at the same time, their gazes flickering with excitement and exhilaration. Scarface twisted his head in the direction they had come from, his gaze deep. "Fenghat County, with a population of about 600,000, there are roughly 5,000 ferocious beasts below the 4th rank in this vicinity, enough to level the campsite along with the entire county." The words fell. Hempface came over and inquired in a low voice, "Those people just said that Jiang Chen is also in this neighborhood. Do we need to ask the chief for permission?" Scarface thought for a moment and shook his head. There's no need. If he dies under this wave of beasts, then it proves that his strength is not worthy of the chief's personal pull. If he doesn't die, then it's just the right time to let Jiang Chen see how powerful our organization is. I wish all my beloved readers and dads a very happy new year. All the best, good health and great luck. Superscript 3, dads who are still studying, the new year academic all the way to open. Exams closed, eyes, high scores floated through. Greater than over equal to 4, all less than over equal to. Dads who are already working, performance is going strong. Projects are progressing smoothly. Bonuses are coming in. And positions are steadily advancing. Omega, Y. The source of wealth is rolling in. / New Year sparkle. Greater than over equal to 4, all less than over equal to. Fireworks are brilliant. Omega, Y. Make a lot of money. Gifts received non-stop. Chapter 91, Anaconda Swarm? Seconds. The night is like ink. The Black Abyss Canyon was tightly shrouded by this endless darkness. Inside the canyon, the sides are flanked by steep cliffs and the passage in the center is narrow and deep. A dull roar broke the dead silence of the night. Crunchy. The wheels of the armored car mercilessly crushed the gravel on the ground, and the body lurched violently over the rough and rugged road. The 4 armored vehicles lined up in a row and moved forward slowly, the strong light from their headlights illuminating the winding road ahead, as well as the dense thorns and strange rocks on both sides of the road. Stop the car. Zhang Feng's voice came out through the intercom. Next moment, all the armored vehicles stopped where they were and the sound of their engines came to a screeching halt. Zhang Feng looked at the duo of Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Already here. Let's move forward on foot next. There are many ferocious beasts in this neighborhood. Driving with too much commotion will easily startle them. Okay. Chen Zhang nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately instructed the soldiers on the other armored vehicles. Everyone get out of their vehicles and be on guard. The words fell. The doors of the 4 armored vehicles opened at the same time, and the soldiers jumped out of the vehicles in a well-trained manner, quickly forming a defensive circle around them, gripping their standard alloy weapons tightly in their hands and vigilantly observing the movements around them. Chen Zhang, Jiang Chen, Zhang Feng and Tai Niu stood at the front of the group. Zhang Feng looked at the duo of Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen and slowly said, "The abyssal python should be right around here." Chen Zhang looked grave as he nodded his head and said, "Then let's search forward first. Everyone stay alert and be ready to deal with unexpected situations." Zhang Feng gave an okay gesture, then turned to the other soldiers and issued an order. "Attention all. Maintain battle formation and advance slowly." Immediately after, this group of 20 or so people then began to cautiously advance forward. There was silence all around, so quiet that you could only hear your own rapid breathing and violent heartbeat. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were crawling with twisted vines that made a rustling sound in the breeze, as if there were countless pairs of eyes peering at them in the darkness. "Jiang Chen, how is it? Can you sense the abyssal python?" Chen Zhang asked in a low voice to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had already opened his seeing sense range to its maximum at this moment. He shook his head gently, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. "I didn't find any giant pythons, but there are quite a lot of small snakes." "Little snake?" Chen Zhang frowned and repeated. As if in response to Jiang Chen, a hissing sound suddenly came faintly from the silent canyon at this moment. Immediately after, a python slowly crawled out from within the countless cracks on the steep cliffs. They were covered in dark black scales that glistened with an icy sheen in the faint light of day. "It's the abyssal python." Zhang Feng's face suddenly changed. His eyes instantly became sharp, and he decisively drew out his long alloy sword, staring around with a deadly stare. His whole body muscles tensed. In the meantime, all the soldiers also drew their standard alloy weapons together and formed a tight circle, keeping a wary eye on the surrounding python swarm. Zhang Feng's expression was grave as he softly said, "Looking at the size, most of them have reached the 3rd rank. I never encountered such a large number of abyssal pythons when I came here before. It's really strange." At a cursory glance, there were hundreds of pythons surrounding the group. With so many third-order pythons, even if Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen were able to fight, it was almost impossible for them soldiers to avoid it, and the odds were that they would suffer heavy casualties. Zhang Feng looked towards Chen Zhang. At this moment, he only hoped that Chen Zhang would be able to directly kill all the python swarms in a single move. After all, he was surrounded by his soldiers, and he did not want any of his men to die if he could. As for Jiang Chen, he had no hope at all. After all, in his thoughts, Jiang Chen was nothing more than a 3rd stage, on the same level as himself. However, at this moment, Chen Zhang's face was full of relaxation. He glanced at Jiang Chen, who was also full of relaxation on the side. "Jiang Chen, these pythons, all of them, hand them over to you. No problem, right?" The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he said in a calm tone, "No problem." When Zhang Feng heard these words from the duo, he looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of disbelief. What are they talking about? A group of third-ranked ferocious beasts handed over to Jiang Chen, who was also a third-ranked beast. The point is, why does Jiang Chen still look so confident? Chen Zhang looks so confident too? These pythons, almost all of them are of the third rank. Thinking that the duo did not hear clearly, Zhang Feng emphasized again, with a hint of urgency in his tone. Chen Zhang glanced at him, unconcerned. Got it, Captain Zhang. Just take your men and watch the show. Zhang Feng and Tainio glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of disbelief in the other's gaze. Since Chen Zhang has said so, let's watch. Everyone, stand by in place. Zhang Feng ordered softly to everyone through the intercom. Fizzle. More and more pythons gathered around them. Countless pairs of vertical pupils glittering with ghostly light, like ghostly flames in the darkness, stared straight at Jiang Chen and his party, as if they regarded them as a dish of food. Suddenly, the group of pythons simultaneously burrowed out of the cracks in the cliffs on both sides, riding towards Jiang Chen and the others at an extremely fast speed. All the soldiers were suddenly wide-eyed, gripping the weapons in their hands, holding their breath, their hearts in their throats. Jiang Chen didn't rush to make a move. With a calm expression, he simply placed the sword in his staff in front of his chest, his right hand gently gripping on the hilt, until the nearest python was less than 3 meters away from them. Clank! Jiang Chen violently pulled out the blade of his sword by 3 inches. Shasta! A dark purple gravity wave centered on him, spreading out in all directions like a raging tide, quickly filling the entire space. Gravity field, unfolding, almost at the same time, those originally imposing abyssal pythons. The moment they were swept by the dark purple gravity wave, their bodies looked as if they were being clamped down by an invisible giant hand. Unable to move, they desperately twisted their bodies in an attempt to break free from this powerful gravity, only to realize, in the end, that it was all in vain. Next moment, Miso. Jiang Chen suddenly closed the blade that had been drawn out 3 inches. Just the moment the blade closed completely, the entire world seemed to stand still. Immediately afterward, a heaven-destroying gravity instantly erupted. Around each python, a gravity that weighed hundreds of tons suddenly appeared, squeezing towards them. In front of this terrifying gravity, the body of the third-ranked abyssal python was like a fragile piece of paper, instantly crushed. Click, crackle. The sounds of bones breaking and scales shattering were intertwined. The blood and flesh of the python splashed around like a fountain under the crushing force of gravity, coloring the surrounding ground and cliffs a shocking blood red. In just a few seconds' time, a full 100 third-order abyssal pythons were completely crushed without a single one left. Phew, done. Jiang Chen took a light breath and said in a calm tone. Chapter 92, Slaying the Abyssal Python. Beast tide attacking? How is this possible? Zheng Feng's mouth opened wide, and the expression on his face changed from initial disbelief to current shock and admiration. This is a third-order ING ability? Which third-ranked ability user could pull and thrust his sword and kill hundreds of third-ranked ferocious beasts in seconds? Tainio was similarly stunned by the sight before him, and he rubbed his eyes hard as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. You, brother Jiang Chen, this is too powerful for you. Tainio couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It's not just the two of them. At this moment, all the soldiers stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes, their hearts filled with shock and awe. Just now, in the armored car, these soldiers were still discussing what made Jiang Chen take the S-rank mission. Now it seems, just this one time, it was already completely enough to take on an S-rank mission and play auxiliary attack for a 5th-ranked ability. Chen Zheng patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, Jiang Chen, well done. Zhang Feng also said with an apologetic face, Brother Jiang Chen, I apologize to you. I was the one who underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Captain Zhang is polite. It's better to finish the mission first. Jiang Chen spoke in a calm tone, turned his head sideways to the front, and slowly said, President, the big guy is here. Almost at the same time, rumble dash. An abyssal python that was over 100 meters in size broke out from the depths of the canyon. Its body was huge, like a moving mountain. Its scales flickered with cold, ghostly light, and its blood-red vertical pupils revealed endless ferocity. Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle. Zhang Feng quickly gave the order while drawing his longsword and standing by. The abyssal python let out a deafening roar, its huge body twisting and tumbling in the air like a rampaging dragon. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp fangs from which a forked, slime-covered black tongue poked out. Jiang Chen, assist me. Chen Zhang looked grave and bellowed. The words fell. Jiang Chen directly attached an anti-gravity to Chen Zhang. Almost at the same time, Chen Zhang quickly stepped on the ground, his powerful feet directly stomping out a shallow pit. Chen Zhang is a Bakugo fruit ability, able to make his flesh or inorganic objects he touches expand rapidly until it reaches a critical mass, creating a huge explosion and causing no damage to himself, referred to as a humanoid cannonball. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! Chen Zhang was transforming into a residual shadow in the air, his body constantly exploding to create a counterthrust. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was able to dodge to the abyssal python that was 1,000 meters away. The abyssal python was visibly stunned. It didn't expect the speed of the human in front of it to be able to reach such a fast point, almost instantaneous. Who dash? The abyssal python roared angrily, attempting to twist its massive body to dodge this explosive attack from Chen Zhang. Yet the next moment, gravity weighing up to 100 tons poured down. Although as a fifth-ranked ferocious beast, this 100 tons of gravity was not able to affect it much. However, the sudden gravity still caused its body to lurch and its movements to slow down considerably. Right between this brief lag, Chen Zhang's right hand had already touched the skin of the abyssal python. Immediately after, Chen Zhang's right hand then rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it swelled to the point where it was like a huge balloon. Next, rumble dash. Chen Zhang's right hand, which had swelled to the extreme, violently exploded violently, and the blinding light instantly illuminated the entire dark canyon. Waves of hot air tumbled and spread outwards, and countless flames shot out from the center of the explosion, twisting and distorting the air wherever they went. The aftermath of the explosion swept toward the cliffs on either side of the canyon. The rocks on the cliff instantly exploded. Large chunks of rock were directly blown out like cannonballs, whistling through the air with sharp wind-breaking sounds. Zhang Chen couldn't help but be shocked by this scene as well. This was the first time he had personally seen a fifth-ranked ability person make a move, and it was just an ordinary attack that was so terrifying in its power. This expressive power completely surpassed the anime's Bakugan fruit ability, Don Quixote family Cadre, Gladius by an unknown number of times. Who dash? The abyssal python wailed, and its hard scales were blown away by this violent explosion, blood spurting out of the wound like a spring, and hissing sounds resounded throughout the canyon. Zhang Chen, continue! Chen Zhang roared in the air towards Zhang Chen, followed by his body producing a violent explosion once again, shooting towards the abyssal python at an extremely fast speed. The abyssal python's huge body of over 100 meters twisted and rolled in the canyon, and the cliffs on both sides were just lightly rubbed, and the rocks rolled down like a waterfall. Zhang Chen maintained a gravity that weighed up to 100 tons, enveloping the abyssal python's circumference. Next moment, he drew his blade violently. Clank dash! A dark purple wave of gravity wrapped around the blade, and with the throbbing of thunder, the sword swung down. The dark purple gravity sword chi swept across in the direction of the abyssal python. Wherever the sword chi passed through, the space was extremely distorted. A circle of ripples swept through the air, and the sword chi contained a terrifying might. Boom dash! A terrifying gravity instantly exploded as the sword chi penetrated the abyssal python's body. The ground where the abyssal python was located was instantly blown out by the powerful gravity that was compressed to the extreme and suddenly exploded, blowing out a deep, bottomless gully. In an instant, the gully spread rapidly towards both sides. The original zigzag canyon had been hardened and chopped into a cross-shaped canyon by Zhang Chen. Only the horizontal canyon in it was collapsed downwards. Ho ho! The abyssal python let out a painful wail, and its body, which was more than 100 meters, was firmly coiled on the edge of the gully, not falling down. However, the terrifying gravity that weighed thousands of tons also made it completely immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhang swelled up extremely fast under Zhang Chen's anti-gravity boost, flashing through the abyssal python's entire body at an extremely fast speed. Boom 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 dash! A series of explosions, like dense thunderclaps, rang out one after another in the canyon, and the entire canyon was shaken by the violent vibrations. The fire from the explosion illuminated the surrounding area as if it were daytime, and rolling smoke rose up with hot air currents, filling the entire canyon. The abyssal python's body trembled violently under the impact of these continuous explosions, adding countless shocking wounds to its already scarred body. Its scales were blown to bits and pieces, and large swathes of flesh and blood tumbled out, blood pouring out like a stream, staining the surrounding land red. In the meantime, not far away from Zhang Chen and Chen Zhang, everyone in the squad led by Zhang Feng and Tai Niu watched the battle with dumbfounded eyes. They want to intervene and help, but they realize that it seems like they can't help at all. Just then, zigzag, the intercom Zhang Feng hung on his chest sounded, calling Zhang Feng, please answer if you receive. Copy that. 10 kilometers away from the camp, a wave of beasts has been detected. The number is expected to be in the tens of thousands. The strength is expected to be of the fourth order. Please return to defense at speed. Repeat. Zhang Feng's pupils suddenly shrunk when he heard the voice coming from the intercom. A beast tide consisting of tens of thousands of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. Chapter 93, Another Abyssal Python? Ho ho! After experiencing the inhumane baptism of the human bomb, the abyssal python let out a miserable wail, followed by hanging helplessly on the ground, twitching slightly for a few moments before completely losing its life. Chen Zhang also landed steadily from the air beside Jiang Chen, who was half kneeling on the ground, his mouth panting heavily. It was obvious that the battle just now had consumed too much of his strength. Chen Zhang tilted his head back and collapsed, lying on all fours on the ground, panting heavily. Damn. Finally dead ball. Tired old me. Jiang Chen also sheathed his sword, sat cross-legged beside Chen Zhang, and slowly spoke. Fifth-ranked ferocious beasts. I didn't expect them to be this strong. Chen Zhang smiled brightly and said with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, isn't it? It's not at all on the same level as a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. That's why it's necessary to have a fifth-ranked ability to lead an S-ranked mission. Immediately afterward, he sat up and said to Jiang Chen with a grave expression. I know that you can kill ferocious beasts across the ranks, but the next 6, 7, and even 8 ranks of ferocious beasts, each rank is a qualitative change. It's not as simple as you think. Jiang Chen nodded after hearing these words from Chen Zhang. Understood, President. After all, he hadn't seen a 6th-order ferocious beast with his own eyes, but the difference in strength between a 4th-order ferocious beast and a 5th-order ferocious beast comparison was indeed like a rift valley. The Black Abyss Canyon reverted to calm, and the air was filled with the fishy, thick odor of blood. Just then, Zhang Feng looked flustered and eagerly ran in the direction of the duo. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang also turned around at the same time, facing Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's face was filled with urgency and panic as his eyes wandered over the two of them, and he hurriedly said, Brother Chen Zhang, Brother Jiang Chen, something big has happened. What happened? Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen both revealed doubts at the same time. Zhang Feng swallowed his saliva, his tone full of anxiety. The news came from the campsite. The beast tide, is coming. Beast tide? As Zhang Feng's words fell, Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen exclaimed at the same time. In this world, beast tides didn't form easily. Either once every many years when a subdimensional rift unfolded, or even rarer, ferocious beasts that converged together for various reasons. However, the ferocious beasts were not united within themselves, and trying to get them to converge was difficult to do. The moment. Iron Bull also brought his brothers under his hand and surrounded them. Everyone's eyes were focused on the duo of Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang. This scene of the duo teaming up just now to kill the 5th-ranked ferocious beast, the Abyssal Python, had deeply shocked their group of soldiers. Even the soldiers who had questioned Jiang Chen somewhat before had long since closed their mouths at this point, and only all remained in their gazes toward Jiang Chen. That sword just now, directly cutting the canyon into a cross shape. Just this sword. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, if you say it was chopped out by a third-ordered ability, dogs wouldn't believe it. Chen Zhang frowned with both eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask, what order is the beast wave? What are the numbers? Zhang Feng responded. According to the news coming from the campsite, the initial visualization is that it's a 4th-order beast tide. The number is at least tens of thousands. How much time is left to reach Linghe County? Chen Zhang gazed at Zhang Feng with a serious expression. Zhang Feng, there are still 10 minutes left. The words fell, and a silence fell into the air. It was important to realize that it had taken them more than 2 whole hours to arrive at the Black Abyss Canyon from the camp. Now, the beast tide is only 10 minutes away from their camp. In any case, you can't catch up even if the armored car goes up in smoke. Chen Zhang turned his head to look at Jiang Chen with a grave expression. Jiang Chen, can you make it to the camp in 10 minutes time? Jiang Chen thought about it and nodded. Shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Feng and Tainyo, who were on the side, gazed at Jiang Chen in shock. 10 minutes to make a 2-hour drive. No problem? Just then, ho ho, a deafening roar once again came from the depths of the canyon, and the anger and ferocity contained in that voice caused the hairs of sweat of everyone present to stand up. Another abyssal python. Iron Bull pointed in the direction the voice came from in horror, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see another abyssal python, also over 100 meters in size, slowly crawling out of the darkness. Its scales glittered with an icy luster in the faint light, and its blood-red vertical pupils revealed an even stronger killing intent than the previous one. As soon as the abyssal python appeared, its huge body was like a black lightning bolt, swiftly attacking towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Its thick body, sliding rapidly on the ground, made the entire canyon look like it was experiencing a small earthquake. Rumble dash. That thick tail was like a giant whip of steel, waving in the air, and wherever it went, the sturdy cliffs on both sides instantly fell apart, and large chunks of rock crumbled down from the cliffs, falling like rain. Just under 3 seconds, the abyssal python had then arrived in front of the crowd. It whipped its thick tail, slicing through the air and flinging itself at the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Chen, take them away, Chen Zhang bellowed. Immediately afterward, his body rapidly expanded, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, which was the power about to explode storing up. Chen Zheng fiercely stomped on the ground, the powerful reaction force stepping out a deep crater in the ground, and his figure rushed towards the abyssal python's flung tail like a cannonball. Jiang Chen also immediately understood what Chen Zhang meant. He instantly unfolded the gravity domain, and a massive anti-gravity instantly enveloped Zhang Feng, Tai Nyo, and the others. In the next moment, everyone was thrown out by this terrifying gravity. Jiang Chen also immediately withdrew tens of meters away. Right at the moment of contact with the python's tail, the explosive burst fruit ability within Chen Zhang's body completely exploded. Boom dash! A deafening roar echoed through the canyon, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. The intense light was as dazzling as the sun, instantly illuminating the entire dark canyon, making it almost impossible to see straight. The blazing waves of air took the center of the explosion as its origin, spreading crazily in all directions like a raging ocean wave. Wherever it went, the air was twisted and distorted, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The originally solid ground was easily torn apart like fragile paper under the impact of this terrifying force. A huge crack quickly spread out, as if the earth had been torn open with countless hideous wounds. The surrounding rocks were lifted up by the airwaves, whistling in the air, and some were directly shattered into powder, raising dust that covered the sky. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were not spared, and large chunks of rock fell like rain, smashing into the ground with dull sounds and stirring up gusts of smoke and dust. Chen Zhang's body slowly returned to its original state after the explosion. Although he did not suffer any direct damage from the explosion, the blow had also caused him to consume a large amount of physical strength. His breathing became rapid and heavy. Just then, Chen Zhang's afterimage noticed that at this moment, Jiang Chen was resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, and a dark purple gravity wave slowly emerged. He hurriedly shouted out towards Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, don't use that sword. I know that sword is a huge drain on you. The beast tied over at the camp needs it even more. Now, immediately, fly back to the camp. Leave this abyssal python to me." Chapter 94. Is this a dead end? Chen Zhang's voice echoed in this canyon. Jiang Chen's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Chen Zhang was indeed right. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. This move was indeed a consuming move for himself. When he had just dealt with the first abyssal python, he had probably expended about 30% of his strength. If he swung this sword again, I'm afraid that if he faced tens of thousands of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, his physical strength would be severely overdrawn. By that time, not only would it be impossible to continue fighting, it might even be a problem to defend oneself. Jiang Chen decisively loosened the hilt of his sword and instructed Chen Zhan loudly, "Chairman, watch out." The words fell. With a movement of Jiang Chen's divine sense, up to 100 tons of anti-gravity coalesced under Jiang Chen's feet. Next, his body seemed to be lifted up by an invisible force, and his entire body was like a meteor that cut through the sky, rushing straight into the clouds at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that he only left behind a faint dark purple residue that disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Zhang Feng looked at Jiang Chen, who had disappeared from view, his gaze filled with shock. He turned his head to look at the equally shocked Tainyo on the side and said, "We can't help here. Let's go. Let's go back to the camp immediately as well." Immediately after, he turned to the other soldiers and commanded, "All of you, get on the buses. Back to camp." Yes. A solemn atmosphere filled the air in the Jin Demon Army's camp in Fenghua County. On top of the high wall, the chief, Li Gang, stood in a straight posture, his hands holding the binoculars steadily, his eyes staring through the lenses, staring tightly into the distance. His expression was grave, and the wrinkles on his forehead twisted into a chuan, only to see that at the end of the night, before the rolling hills, a mist connected to heaven and earth, like a grey dragon without end, was silently sweeping towards the direction of the camp. Within the mists, a burst of hissing sounds of ferocious beasts faintly came from the mists, and these roars converged together to form a powerful wave of sound, as if even the air was trembling under the impact of this wave of sound. In this mist, the initial prediction was that there were at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts hidden, and most of them were strong fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. Only, this time, the beast tide came really too strange, without a hint of warning, and with more inexplicable mists. Just then, an adjutant came rushing over with hurried steps, almost running. He stood in front of Li Gang and raised his hand in a respectful military salute. "Chief," the adjutant shouted. Li Gang put down the binoculars, his gaze retracted from the distance, and turned his head to look at the adjutant on the side, his eyes revealing a hint of urgency. "What does it say?" The adjutant straightened his back and answered quickly. "Chief, the situation has been reported up. The closest to us are the troops in Sanjian City. They've already sent over support. It's expected to take another 20 minutes. Li Gang narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, 20 minutes. He then gazed at the adjutant and asked after him, how long until the wave of beasts reaches the camp? The adjutant gulped. Probably less than 5 minutes left. Li Gang twisted his head to look at the endless mist and took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. The reinforcements would take 20 minutes to arrive, and the beast wave would be at the camp in 5 minutes, meaning they had to hold off the beast wave for 15 minutes. Inside the camp, there were only but a few hundred people, most of whom were only of the third rank. Trying to block the beast tide of the fourth order can only be said to be whimsical, not to mention 10 minutes. I'm afraid that in one charge, the entire camp would be dispersed. Has everyone returned to camp? Li Gang asked slowly. The adjutant bowed his head slightly, looking a little uneasy as he replied, Chief, other than Zhang Feng and Tainyo and their 2 squads, as well as Wang Hai's squad, everyone else is already on standby within the camp. Li Gang slightly frowned both eyebrows. Wang Hai? Where did they go? The adjutant raised his head, looked into Li Gang's eyes, and replied seriously, went on routine patrol duty, but for some reason, haven't been able to get in touch since about an hour ago. Can't get in touch? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Gang's eyes. The adjutant nodded, his expression serious. There's no malfunction in the communication equipment, and the signal is normal, but we can't reach them, so we suspect something may have happened. A flash of surprise flashed in Li Gang's eyes, followed by a brief silence. His heart was in turmoil and his thoughts were like a jumble. There's been no contact, so odds are it's bad. Wang Hai and the others were third-order ability users, so even if they suddenly encountered a fourth-order ferocious beast, it wouldn't be too late for them to even report to the headquarters, and it was hard not to connect the dots when the bizarre misty beast tide appeared right after their quiet accident. Only, it was no longer important to talk about this now. What was more important was how to deal with this looming beast tide crisis in front of them. Li Gang did not continue to dwell on the matter of Wang Hai's disappearance as he continued to inquire to the adjutant. Have all the citizens of Fountain County begun to evacuate? The adjutant nodded and began to report. Chief, the evacuation alarm has been sounded and the citizens within Fountain County are being evacuated. At that, the adjutant hesitated for a moment, his tone a little worried. But, due to the urgency of the situation, there is now some confusion in the county and it is expected that a complete evacuation may take at least 2 hours. Li Gang sniffed. His right hand gripping the binoculars gradually exerted itself, the veins on the back of his hand rippled, and his knuckles whitened from the excessive force. Click! A crisp sound came from the binoculars as they were crushed alive in his hands, spilling out pieces. The beast tide is coming. Only 5 minutes. The military department support, need 20 minutes. Behind the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Fengha County evacuation, need at least 2 hours. Is this a dead end? Just then, the adjutant pointed in another direction of the camp and exclaimed, Chief, quickly look. What's that? Is that reinforcements? Li Gang sniffed and followed the adjutant's gaze, only to see that above the dark night sky, a silhouette with dark purple ripples wrapped around its body was flying towards the direction of the camp at an extremely fast speed. A few moments later, Jiang Chen landed steadily in front of Li Gang. Jiang Chen. Li Gang hurriedly greeted him and eagerly asked, where is student Chen Zhang? After all, Chen Zhang was, in their case, the only 5th-ranked ability user. Although they were unable to resist this wave of 4th-ranked beasts, the fact that they were able to come and support them was undoubtedly a force that should not be underestimated. At least it would buy them some more time to fend them off for a little while longer. Jiang Chen said slowly, we've encountered another abyssal python. Senior brother Chen Zhang is holding it back. I'll come back to support you first. After these words, Li Gang fell into a moment of silence. If it was Chen Zhang, it could indeed give them a great boost. But Jiang Chen, he is only a third-order ability person. How much can he play a role in the face of such a powerful beast tide? A few moments later, Li Gang sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and regret in his gaze as he gazed at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, you'd better go. Although it was said that the demon suppression army would never allow soldiers to run away from the battlefield. However, Jiang Chen was only a student of the military academy now, not a soldier in their camp. And, Jiang Chen is different. His potential is very large. Li Gang slowly persuaded. Jiang Chen, you have great potential. You are the hope of our new generation of Dragon Kingdom. You shouldn't die here. With your speed you can completely leave. And, with all due respect, you are only a third-order ability person. The beast tide in front of you is basically a ferocious beast of the 4th order or above. Tens of thousands of them. Even if you stay to help, odds are you won't be able to help much, and instead you'll take your own life for nothing. Chapter 95, The Heroic Retrograde. 15 minutes ago, Fengha County, the originally tranquil and peaceful small border county, was at the moment enveloped by a strong wave of fear and panic. The mournful sound of the beast tide siren was like a sharp knife, cutting through the otherwise calm sky and echoing in every corner of the city. The sound was as if it was a death knell from hell, each sound pounding heavily on people's hearts and spawning endless panic. The streets and alleys are filled with citizens evacuating in panic. They were dragging their families, carrying large bags in their hands, their feet in a hurry, and their faces were full of panic and despair. The honking of cars, the shouts of people, and the cries of children intertwined to create a symphony of chaos and despair. The streets were jammed with cars that couldn't move an inch. Some even simply abandoned their cars and joined the crowds evacuating on foot. The whole county was like a knocked-over ant nest, with people scurrying around like headless flies. In the midst of such chaos, Wang Chang, who works as a self-publisher, was at that moment leading his team of interviewers to Chen Yu and Lu Feng, retired Jin Demon Army servicemen who were on vacation, in a cafe in Fenghe County. This was originally an ordinary interview assignment to show retired town Demon Army soldiers in their daily lives and tell their stories after they took off their uniforms. However, the sudden warning of the beast tide completely disrupted all plans. What's going on here? The recorder in Wang Chang's hand was still working, and a hint of panic appeared on his face. As a self-published journalist, he had experienced many emergencies, but a major life and death event like the coming of the beast wave still caught him a bit off guard. Chen Yu and Lu Feng exchanged glances and quickly stood up and began to organize their equipment. I'm sorry, that's the end of the interview. The beast wave is coming and we must return to camp immediately. Ha, aren't you guys already retired? Wang Chang said with some confusion. In his opinion, in the face of such a dangerous beast tide, choosing to evacuate was the wisest choice. Were they not afraid? Obviously, they were already far away from the army and didn't have to face these dangers anymore. Yet they had to take the initiative to meet this horrible wave of beasts. Lu Feng smiled and didn't explain anything more, just patted Wang Chang's shoulder and said, "Friend, there are some responsibilities that won't be put down because of retirement." Chen Yu also turned his head, his face filled with pride as he said, "Once we were the demon suppressor army that guarded this land, and now, we still are." After saying that, the two of them left the cafe with great strides and sped off in the direction of the barracks. Wang Chang looked at their distant backs, and an inexplicable respect welled up in his heart. "Kung, we have to hurry. Luckily, we came by helicopter this time." A member of the interview team shouted anxiously. Wang Chang hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed the interview team out of the cafe and rushed towards where the helicopter was parked. Buzzing rumble. A helicopter, parked on the hotel tarmac, slowly took off. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was oppressive and breathless. Everyone was silent, their eyes revealing fear of unknown dangers. Wang Chang looked through the window at the Fenghe County below, which was already in chaos. The chaotic scene in the streets overwhelmed him. People even resorted to arguing and pushing in order to be able to evacuate as quickly as possible. And in the midst of this panicked evacuation crowd, there were some distinctive figures interspersed, walking against the flow of people, toward the direction of the camp. Their steps were firm and strong, and their eyes revealed a determination to look death in the eye. "Look, those people are heading back." The cameraman pointed at the retrogrades in surprise. The camera in his hand unconsciously aimed at them. "Are they crazy?" The editor frowned, full of doubt. "It's this time of the year, and you're still going to a dangerous place. Isn't this a way to send yourself to death?" A flash of admiration passed through Wang Chang's eyes. "They are all retired demon suppression army." The editor bristled and pointed at the others. "Retired? Who isn't? Aren't I? You, all retired demon suppression army? This is an era of universal military service." Another staff member concurred. "That's right, it's hard to make it to retirement. There's no need to take this risk, right? You guys, look at this beast tide. It's estimated to be at least tens of thousands. This roar, it's at least a fourth-ranked ferocious beast. What is it if such a small number of people aren't sending them to their deaths?" As the words fell, the cabin fell silent again, leaving only the noisy engine sound of the helicopter. Everyone's gazes couldn't help but look towards the mist that stretched for thousands of meters in the distance. Amidst the mists, there came the deafening roar of a tide of beasts, which sounded as if it were a roar from hell, mixed with the hissing, growling, and roaring of wild beasts, sharp, low, hoarse, all kinds of sounds intertwined together, forming a terrifying wave of sound that hit the eardrums of the crowd wave after wave. The helicopter shook slightly at the vibration of the roar. That roar contained endless rage and ferocity, as if in the next second, those terrifying beasts would rush out of the mist and tear everything to pieces. Wang Chang's body shook violently as this familiar yet terrifying voice instantly pulled him back to the bits and pieces of his time in the demon suppression army. He didn't have an awakened talent, and was once just an ordinary soldier who couldn't be any more ordinary. He remembered the grueling training of the new recruits, sweating under the hot sun every day, wanting to give up countless times but gritting his teeth. Remembering the fear he felt the first time he faced a demonic beast, his legs went weak and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. I think of the days when I fought side by side with my comrades and lived and died together. Those hot blood spilled on the battlefield. Those vows made to protect the homeland. At this moment, like a tide surging to the heart, he looked at the backs of those retrograde travelers, and a strong sense of mission welled up in his heart. The duty of the demon suppressor army was to guard the Dragon Kingdom and the people. And even after retiring from the army, this duty never disappeared. No way. You can't just leave on your own. These retired demon suppression troops, knowing full well that they would surely die if they turned back this time, still did not hesitate to step forward. He himself was also a retired demon suppression army, and although he didn't have much ability to be able to face this overwhelming wave of beasts, he was able to play his part. He could record the last heroic scene of the demon suppressor army, so that the world would remember the feats of these heroes. Wang Chang took a deep breath and opened his eyes, a determined gaze flashing in his eyes. Next moment, he said aloud, "No, we can't leave. This time the selection. Change it to valiant retrogrades. We have to record this moment." The words fell. Everyone in the cabin stared at Wang Chang with wide eyes in disbelief. Chapter 96, Zhang Chen, leave it to me to do the main attack. Are you out of your mind? The editor was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Do you know what this means? This is going to get us killed. We're just a bunch of retired ordinary soldiers, not some superheroes, so why should we go and do such a stupid thing? Anger and disbelief were written all over his face. His hands clenched into fists. A lighting technician chimed in. That's right, Kung. We all have our own families and lives. We don't need to put our lives on the line for such a thing. Besides, even if we recorded it, what would it do? Could it change anything? Wang Chang looked at the crowd, and there was not the slightest flinch in his eyes. Instead, he became more determined. He took a deep breath and said slowly, I know everyone is scared, and why shouldn't I be? But have you ever wondered why the retrogrades did what they did? They have families and attachments too, but they choose to go back because they know that some things are more important than life. As Shaoli just said, we were all demon suppression army once, and we all made an oath when we enlisted to guard the Dragon Kingdom and the people. Even though we retired, this responsibility and mission never goes away, does it? The recording artist sneered. Duty? Mission? Nice words, but that's all in the past. Now that we've all returned to our normal lives, there's no need to take any more chances. Wang Chang continued. If we retreat now, what face will we have to call ourselves the demon suppression army in the future? When our children and grandchildren ask us, what did we do when the beasts came? Are we going to tell them that we're just going to run for our lives and watch those heroes go to their deaths? Wang Chang's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart heavily. Silence once again fell over the cabin, and all were lost in thought. After a moment, the cameraman broke the silence, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Brother Chang, I understand what you mean, and I also admire those retrogrades, but I am a little scared. With the overwhelming tide of beasts, even though they were traveling by helicopter, it didn't mean it was safe. Firstly, there were likely to be flying ferocious beasts in the beast tide, and secondly, even if they couldn't fly, fourth-order ferocious beasts were capable of posing a threat to airborne airplanes even on the ground. In other words, if they really went back, they would most likely follow the demon suppression army and be completely wiped out. Wang Chang gazed at the cameraman and slowly said, I know you're scared. I'm scared too, but we can't abdicate our responsibilities just because we're afraid. We are journalists and it is our job to document the facts so that more people know the truth. This incident will become an important moment in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. And if we can record the heroic deeds of those retrograde travelers so that their spirit can be passed on, then everything we've done will be worthwhile. Wang Chang finished his words and quietly gazed at the team members in the cabin. When the cameraman heard Wang Chang's words, the hesitation in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a hint of determination. Brother Chang, I'll listen to you. I'll go back with you. With the cameraman leading the way, the other members are starting to shake things up. The lighting technician gritted his teeth. Grass, I'm going out on a limb. Brother Chang, count me in. The big deal is that we'll die. We used to be the demon suppression army anyway. We can't lose this face. The sound engineer's face clouded over, and he hesitated for a long time before he finally sighed and said, Never mind. Count me in too. Consider it for the oath we once made. Count me in. Go back and him. The corner of Wang Chang's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the convinced team members, and he immediately commanded, Reverse direction. Xiao Zhang, turn on the live signal. We're going to record the final scene of the Demon Suppressor Army live. Let the world know that our Dragon Kingdom's Demon Suppressor Army will never retreat, no matter when or where. With Wang Chang's command, the helicopter violently turned around and flew towards the camp. In the meantime, as soon as the live signal was turned on, the netizens flooded into the live room like a tidal wave. In just a few seconds, the number of viewers grew exponentially and the pop-ups rolled up like snowflakes. Where is this? Manhwa County? Why is there suddenly a beast tide? Grip the grass. You guys are crazy, right? Flying towards a tidal wave of beasts? Don't want to die. Get out of there and run. This is taking lives for eyeballs, isn't it? And it's too desperate for heat. A screen full of skepticism and discouragement filled the broadcast room, and a bar of pop-ups crossed the screen. However, Wang Chang and his team members had no time to pay attention to these pop-ups, as their eyes were locked tightly on the camp and the patch of mist that was getting closer and closer in front of them. The helicopters were getting closer and closer to the camp, and the roar of the beasts was becoming more and more deafening, as if they were trying to swallow the whole world. The camera lens screen keeps zooming in, 10 kilometers away from the camp amidst the tide of misty beasts. A flying ferocious beast with a huge body size and a black light emanating from its body loomed in the live broadcast screen. Its wings were spread out tens of meters wide, and its body was wrapped in black flames. My Nima! How many ranks of ferocious beast is this? It's too terrifying. One this big, at least 4th order, right? Anchor run. Don't be a hard ass. This is too exciting. Ah, not. Too dangerous. The anchor had better evacuate quickly. On the other hand, inside the camp, there was a solemn and gloomy atmosphere. The icy cannons were neatly arranged, their muzzles pointing straight into the distance, emitting a cold and morose metallic luster in the dull light. Above the high wall, Li Gang's eyes glared round, his eyes filled with anxiety as he sternly scolded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this is just nonsense. Get out of here immediately. Our demon suppressor army isn't so downtrodden that we have to rely on third-ranked students to charge into battle. In his cognizance, Jiang Chen was only a third-order ability, and even if he was the strongest of the third order, in the midst of the overwhelming tide of 4th order beasts, it was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg, and going there would be a futile attempt to die. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident light smile. Chief, leave it to me, I'll take the main attack. At this moment, that terrifying beast tide was gradually approaching, and the heaven-shaking hissing sound was becoming clearer and clearer. One's own gravity sword chi was the most suitable move to deal with the beast tide. The gravity blade manticore, which could even slightly suppress a 5th-ranked ferocious beast, wasn't crushing against these 4th-ranked beast tides? Besides, if he himself had resolved this beast tide crisis, he would 100% receive the demon suppressor army merit, and it would definitely not be low. By then, it would be at least a 4-digit attribute point reward. Therefore, no matter what, it was impossible for one to listen to Li Gang's words and run away on one's own. Chapter 97, A Sword. Sweeping, the wind howled above the high walls of the camp. The sound of the wind was mixed with the gut-wrenching roar of the beast tide in the distance, and each sound was like a heavy hammer that struck hard at the hearts of the crowd. Li Gang's brow furrowed into a chuan. His voice trembled slightly with excitement and he almost growled. Jiang Chen, do you know what you're saying? Handing it over to you? This is a beast tide made up of tens of thousands of 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. 4th-ranked ferocious beasts, tens of thousands. You're a third-order ability person. Rushing up there is just a death sentence. Hurry up and leave. You're the future of the Dragon Kingdom. You can't lose your life here. Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head sideways, and despite his blindness, he still maintained a calm and confident look on his face. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint arc as he confidently said, Chiefly, a 4th-order beast tide can't help me yet. Whether it was for the sake of showing off his strength to the fullest, or for the merit rewards after taking care of the beast tide, this time, he was bound to make a move. Li Gang froze for a moment after hearing these words from Jiang Chen. He knows talented potentials and is always more confident. But, Jiang Chen, this is also overconfident. A 3rd-ranked aptitude. Saying that a 4th-ranked beast tide can't help him? Who gave him the courage? Li Gang's veins rippled on his forehead when he saw that Jiang Chen didn't listen to his advice. He waved his hand violently and roared at the soldiers behind him. What are you waiting for? Pull him down. Don't let him make a fool of himself. A few soldiers sniffed and looked at each other. They were all 3rd-order Abelites, and the Jiang Chen in front of them was also trying to guard the camp, guarding Manhwa County, and although they were a little out of their depth, their initial intentions were still good. Now their own chief wanted them to take Jiang Chen down. Inevitably, they hesitated for a short while. However, military orders were like mountains, and they didn't dare to disobey Li Gang's orders. Next, several soldiers stepped forward at the same time, reaching out to try to grab Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen just gently shook his head, a faint smile still hanging at the corner of his mouth. It looks like it's necessary to show what you've got. Just at the moment when a few soldiers were about to grab Jiang Chen, buzz, the gravity field instantly unfolded. An aura so powerful that it was suffocating erupted from around Jiang Chen. The dark purple light was like a spiritual snake, twining and flickering crazily around him. The light was so eye-catching that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. The terrifying gravity was instantly released, and those soldiers who rushed up only felt as if their feet had been filled with hundreds of tons of lead, so heavy that they couldn't lift them up at all. Immediately after, their bodies sank uncontrollably. Bang! The knee collided with the ground with a dull sound, and the hard ground was directly smashed out with a spiderweb crack. The soldiers each had a horrified look on their faces. This is the third ING order? A soldier knelt on the ground and stammered. Grip grass. I can't move. Another soldier also gazed at Jiang Chen with a face full of shock. Jiang Chen didn't use his full strength. They were all his own compatriots. Just control them. Jiang Chen, you are disobeying military orders. Li Gang stared at Jiang Chen with wide, unbelievable eyes. These few soldiers of his were his own personal guard regiment, and their strengths were all at the peak of the third rank. It turned out that he couldn't even get close to Jiang Chen. How strong was this Jiang Chen? But even if it was stronger than even the soldiers of his own guard regiment, facing this tens of thousands of fourth-ranked beasts, the result would be the same, sending them to their deaths for nothing. Jiang Chen looked indifferent and said slowly, Chiefly, I'm sorry, I'm not your soldier. I don't have to obey your orders. I'm just a student of the Star Ocean Military Academy. I won't hurt them either, so leave this beast wave to me. Just then, the ferocious beasts in the mist in the distance also became clearer and clearer. Ho 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 ho! A deafening roar came out, as if it came from the depths of hell, carrying endless ferocity and anger, shaking the earth violently. The dust on the ground was shaken up high, and the surrounding trees shook violently under the powerful sound wave, as if they would be uprooted at any moment. The wave of beasts was like a black tsunami, raging from the sky. Jiang Chen, you! Li Gang glanced at the beast tied in the distance. His voice was trembling, full of shock and regret. His throat felt like it was choked by something, and he couldn't say complete words for a while. In his eyes, a student with great potential was about to die because of his own arrogance, and for himself, there was no stopping it. Next moment, the aura around Jiang Chen's body changed abruptly. Dark purple anti-gravity waves coalesced at his feet. Boom dash! The powerful reaction force directly shook a shallow pit out of the ground under his feet. Jiang Chen's figure rose into the air at an extremely fast speed. Li Gang looked at Jiang Chen's departing back with a grave expression. The adjutant on the side cautiously came over and asked with a hint of apprehension in his voice, Chief, Jiang Chen, can he really do it? Li Gang violently turned his head, his eyes revealing an unquestionable firmness as he roared, Pass on my order. Everyone load their cannons. Be ready to support Jiang Chen at any time. Yes. The adjutant straightened his back and responded loudly, then quickly turned around. Everyone in the camp held their breath, nervously gazing at the beasts in the distance that were coming in like a tidal wave. The muzzle of the cannon was already aimed in the direction of the beast tide, and the soldiers' fingers were tightly clenched on top of the triggers, just waiting for an order to pour out all their fury. And at that moment, Jiang Chen landed steadily in front of the beast tide, less than 1,000 meters away. The moment his feet made contact with the ground, a powerful force spread out in all directions with him at the center. The surrounding air was twisted and distorted by the impact of this force, forming a dark purple ripple visible to the naked eye. The gravity field around Jiang Chen began to violently toss and surge. He let out a deep breath, followed by violently drawing his blade. Clank dash, buzz dash. Dark purple ripples wrapped around the blade. Next, Jiang Chen swung his sword violently. A huge gravity sword chi whistled out. On top of this sword chi, not only did it emanate an overpowering sword chi, but it also condensed thousands of tons of gravity. Wherever the sword chi passed through, the air was instantly torn apart, leaving behind a twisted spatial trail, and the surrounding scenery became blurred under the influence of this powerful force. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi penetrated through a group of ferocious beasts at the forefront of the beast tide. The moment the sword chi touched the ferocious beast, it was as if it had triggered an infinitely powerful gravity bomb, and the gravity condensed in the sword chi instantly exploded. An unimaginably powerful force spread out in a circle in all directions with the point of impact as the center. The ferocious beasts that bore the brunt of the force didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were crushed into puddles of flesh by this powerful gravity. Their bodies were like fragile pieces of paper in front of this force. Unbeatable. Not only that, rumble dash. The ground also changed drastically under the impact of this terrifying gravity. The originally solid land was instantly blown apart, creating a huge and bottomless gully. The edges of the gully were jagged, and large chunks of earth and stone kept rolling down with a dull thud. A deep crack also appeared in the surrounding ground, spreading out into the distance like a spider's web. Chapter 98 Two Swords. Crush. Inside the camp, The soldiers' expressions froze, as if time had stopped at this moment. Some people's mouths were wide open, their jaws dropping to the ground, some people's eyes were wide open, their eyeballs glaring out, and some people's weapons in their hands fell to the ground with a clang sound. But they didn't even realize it. They had originally thought that Jiang Chen was just trying to show off his bravery, but this scene in front of them had completely overturned their perceptions. The fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, under Jiang Chen's sword chi, were actually crushed as if they were papier-mâché, destroyed and crushed. Holy cow! That was at least a fifth-ranked ability wielded by a fifth-ranked ability, wasn't it? A young soldier subconsciously rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Fifth rank my ass. That was wielded by the third-ranked Jiang Chen. Another soldier glanced at his comrade and said loudly, "Third-order balls. Just this one move? You're telling me that Jiang Chen is at the third rank? Are you blind or just brain-dead?" Another soldier countered. All the soldiers gazed incredulously at the scene in front of them, shock and awe written all over their faces. This sword went down and killed at least thousands of ferocious beasts, and a huge gap instantly appeared in the originally densely packed beast tide. But this time, the beast tide, which was not an ordinary naturally occurring beast tide, did not flinch. The remaining ferocious beasts completely ignored the miserable state of the other ferocious beasts, still charging towards Jiang Chen in a frenzy, their hissing and roaring shaking the air. Jiang Chen slightly sidestepped, feeling the crazy aura of the ferocious beast in front of him. He adjusted his breathing slightly and raised his sword again. At this moment, the aura around him became even more furious, and the fluctuations of the gravity field became more and more violent, with dark purple ripples pulsing around him, emitting ZZ sounds. His arm muscles tightened, and with a forceful flick of his wrist, he slashed his sword down towards the front. A gravity sword chi that was even larger and more terrifying than before roared out. This sword chi, entwined with majestic dark purple gravity waves, swept towards the beast tide with a heaven-destroying might. Wherever the sword chi went, space began to twist and distort, as if it could not withstand the powerful force. The moment the sword chi came into contact with the wave of beasts, the entire world seemed to fall into silence. Immediately after, a dazzling dark purple light flashed. Rumble dash. Deafening explosions rang out like millions of gravity bombs exploding at the same time. The powerful impact instantly tore the surrounding ferocious beasts into pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and miserable screams rose. The gullies on the ground widened and deepened under the impact of this force, as if they were going to swallow the entire world. This sword directly crushed 90% of the ferocious beasts, and the tide of beasts that had originally covered the sky was now left with only a handful of hundreds. In the meantime, Li Gang, who was standing on top of the high wall, had long been dumbstruck at this point. He had originally thought that Jiang Chen was only a third-ranked ability, and that he would surely die in the face of tens of thousands of beasts of the fourth rank, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen, who was only at the third rank, could burst out with such a terrifying power, a power that had developed his fruit ability almost to the extreme. With his own strength, he crushed the tide of beasts that were one rank above him, all of them. Looking around the world, there is simply no one, past or present, who can do that. An unspeakable excitement and joy welled up in his heart, and his eyes glittered with excitement. "I've got Jiang Chen, this kid," Li Gang murmured excitedly, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. The adjutant at the side also gulped. Chief, Jiang Chen, this is also too exaggerated," the adjutant said carefully. At this moment, he was also shocked by Jiang Chen's performance, and his heart was filled with awe. Li Gang looked at the few ferocious beasts that were left in the distance and suddenly came back to his senses and shouted, "Fire! Fire all the ING guns!" In this battle, there was no longer any suspense. Jiang Chen had directly crushed 90% of the ferocious beasts with his terrifying strength. For the remaining ferocious beasts, with the demon suppression army inside the camp, holding out for 10 minutes was not a problem at all. What's more, just now, within Fenghe County, nearly 10,000 retired demon suppressor armies took the initiative to join the camp. In an instant, the artillery in the camp roared, and a shell flew towards the remaining ferocious beasts with a whistling sound. Explosions were heard one after another, and fire and smoke filled the sky. Although the artillery couldn't hardly kill fourth-ranked ferocious beasts, under a dense rain of cannonballs, there was no problem in heavily damaging the beast tide. What's more, there are less than 1,000 left. Rumble dash. After a round of artillery, Li Gang's eyes sharpened and he loudly ordered towards the soldiers, "All give the old man a charge. This group of sons of Es to death. Kill dash." The soldiers chanted in unison, and after seeing Jiang Chen's terrifying two swords, the demon suppressor army's aura rose high. Everyone was carrying alloy weapons, like a group of fierce tigers descending from the mountain, charging towards the wave of beasts. For a time, fire, lightning, lasers, and all sorts of moves were intertwined. and every fourth-ranked ferocious beast had at least dozens of demon suppression troops surrounding it, and Li Gang, after giving the order, also rushed into the tide of beasts at the head of the pack. In the meantime, from the helicopter over the camp, Wang Chang and his team members were also shocked beyond words by the scene. The camera in Wang Chang's hand was tightly aimed at Jiang Chen, his hand trembling so much that he could barely hold the camera steady. The members of the interview team were in a state of flux, with a mix of emotions. Originally, they were all in the mindset of certain death, in order to record the final scene of the demon suppression army, which was trying desperately to guard the citizens even if they had to die. As a result, that blind Jiang Chen, who was hotly debated all over the internet, descended from the sky and crushed 90% of the fourth-ranked ferocious beasts with 2 swords. As self-media practitioners, they were naturally very clear about netizens like Jiang Chen. By mistake, it was live-streamed that Jiang Chen, who was only a third order, crushed the fourth order beast tied with 2 swords. It was unbelievable how exaggerated Jiang Chen's online buzz would become after today, and at this time, within their live broadcast room, the pop-ups were like snowflakes, scrolling wildly, and countless netizens were boiling over. I didn't expect to witness Jiang Chen strike with his own eyes, or 2 such shocking swords. The pop-ups in the live stream were bouncing around like crazy. Asterisk 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 up. Those 2 swords. So damn cool. No, is this really a ING third order ability? Still less than 8,000 total attribute points. And you can crush a fourth order beast tide. Won't this Nyan go sideways in the future? In the future, who the hell dares to say that Jiang Chen is deathly blind? With this strength, even on the battlefield, even if the range of vision is limited, it's definitely the most terrifying force. Limited range of vision? That's just for now. With Tatsu's talent, he'll be able to see farther than your eyes in minutes. No, those 2 swords just now, were they coalescing gravity all to a point before exploding at once? It's only been a little over 2 months and it's been developed to this extent? It feels like Jiang Chen's generation. It's estimated that he can directly develop his gravity ability to the atomic level. I remember that no one has been able to achieve atomic level manipulation with the current fruit abilities, right? Upstairs, that's an exaggeration. Wouldn't that be invincible at the atomic level? With Jiang Chen's performance now, it's not exaggerated. Not at all. Chapter 99 First Class Medal. When the body of the last ferocious beast was turned into charcoal in the firelight, there was a continuous roar from the sky. Dozens of heavy rotor helicopters broke through the clouds, the dragon-shaped military insignia hanging under their bellies glowing coldly in the sunlight. Farther out on the horizon, the tracks of a convoy of armored vehicles ran over the scorched earth, raising a cloud of dust and smoke that covered the sky. Next moment, tens of thousands of heavily armed soldiers of the demon suppression army poured out of the transport like a metal torrent. All of the soldiers, seeing this ground full of beast-tied corpses, were at a loss. Not a wave of fourth-order beasts? Not that there are tens of thousands? It's not that there are only a few hundred people in Fenghuang County? What the hell is going on here? The 2-meter-tall Lieutenant General Zhao Taiying, his hands gripping 2 giant battle axes, frowned as he stepped out from the crowd. He stepped on the ground, his combat boots suddenly sinking into some kind of eerie softness. It was the remnants of the ferocious beasts that had been crushed by gravity into mincemeat, piled up 3 centimeters thick. This ing. Zhao Taiying raised his foot, and there were a few pieces of broken animal bones mixed in with the crushed meat stuck to the sole of his boot. Where is Li Gang? Roll out and explain. What the hell is going on here? Li Gang also hurriedly came from the crowd at this time. His uniform was a bit messy and his face still had the fatigue after the battle, but his eyes flashed with excitement and pride that was hard to hide. Seeing Lieutenant General Zhao Taiying, he hastily gave a standard military salute, his voice booming, reporting to Lieutenant General Zhao. Li Gang, the commander of the Fenghe County Town Demon Army, has come to report for duty. Zhao Taiying glanced at him, his gaze revealing a hint of doubt. What's the situation? Don't tell me that you guys killed all of the tens of thousands of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts. All of them? Half an hour ago. The news that Zhao Taiying received was still the sudden appearance of tens of thousands of fourth-order beasts outside of Fenghe County, while there were only a few hundred demon suppressor armies at the Fenghe County residency. Results now. As far as the eye could see, there were fourth-order beast-tied limbs and arms all over the place. To say that it is absolutely impossible to rely only on these soldiers in the Fenghuang County resident. An odd smile appeared on Li Gang's face as he hemmed and hawed. Lieutenant General Zhao, the Fenghe war zone has ended the battle 10 minutes ago, wiping out 700 fourth-order ferocious beasts. Zhao Taiying's eyes widened and his tone was full of skepticism. Li Gang, are you kidding? With just a few hundred of you, you can exterminate tens of thousands of fourth-ranked ferocious beasts? You better tell me the truth. What's going on? Li Gang was mysterious and whispered. Lieutenant General Zhao, you know Jiang Chen, right? Zhao Taiying raised both eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Don't give me a damn about getting sloppy. Hurry up and tell me what's going on." Seeing this, Li Gang put away his smile and his expression became extremely serious as he reached out and pointed to Jiang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged and resting on the ground not far away, and said, "Lieutenant General Zhao, this battle was won thanks to him Jiang Chen. He alone, with 2 swords, destroyed 90% of the ferocious beasts. If it wasn't for his timely intervention, I'm afraid that our demon suppressor army and the people of Fenghe County would have been buried in the belly of the beasts." Following the direction of Li Gang's finger, Zhao Taiying's gaze fell on Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was sitting quietly, but his body was faintly emitting an awe-inspiring aura. His clothes were stained with blood and dust, and his hair was a bit messy, but even so, he couldn't hide the unique aura around him. For Jiang Chen, Zhao Taiying certainly knows. A freshman with extremely high potential. A freshman who had broken 2 consecutive secret realm records. A freshman who had reached a 3rd order ability user in just 2 months. But to tell him now that this freshman, with his own strength, extinguished 90% of the 4th order beast tied with 2 swords? How the is that supposed to make itself believable? Zhao Taiying frowned, his eyes filled with skepticism. Just him? A brat with a bit of potential can be so capable? Li Gang, don't take me for a cutie. Muddle. What is the concept of a tide of tens of thousands of 4th-ranked beasts? You and I know well. That's an existence that even 5th-ranked ability users have to be cautious of. And he, alone, solved it with 2 swords? When Li Gang saw that Zhao Taiying was having a hard time accepting this fact for a moment, he turned back to his adjutant and said loudly, "Here, tell Lieutenant General Zhao exactly what you saw." The adjutant hurriedly stepped forward and first gave Zhao Taiying a military salute, then said with a serious face, "Lieutenant General Zhao, what Chief Li said is true." As the adjutant recounted the story, Zhao Taiying's eyes gradually widened with disbelief. 1 sword surprises the world. 2 swords settle the world. A 3rd order ability. How could that be? No way. Absolutely no way. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. There's surveillance in the compound, right? Bring it to me. Zhao Taiying waved his hand, his face full of disbelief. Li Gang sniffed and immediately instructed his adjutant to order the surveillance video in front of the compound. Immediately after, Zhao Taiying looked at the surveillance video, his mouth open wide enough to stuff an egg. He repeatedly confirmed it and pulled the progress bar to replay it, but no matter how many times he watched it, the result was the same, that seemingly ordinary 3rd-ranked ability user, Jiang Chen, really turned the tide of the battle with 2 swords by himself. This, Zhao Taiying muttered, the shock in his heart indescribable. He looked to Li Gang, then to the adjutant, then to the blandly self-contained figure in the screen, and finally had to admit that what he had seen was true. Jiang Chen. Zhao Taiying whispered the name with both shock and anticipation in his eyes. Zhao Taiying took a deep breath to calm his inner shock and excitement, then took a big step towards Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still sitting quietly in place. The 2 swords just now had almost exhausted his entire body. Jiang Chen sensed Zhao Taiying coming over and also braced his tired body and stood up. Seeing this, Zhao Taiying immediately jogged forward to assist Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, are you alright?" Zhao Taiying said with a hint of worry in his breath. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he blandly said, "It's fine." Seeing this, Li Gang also hurriedly introduced himself to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, this is Zhao Taiying, Lieutenant General Zhao." Jiang Chen sniffed and nodded gently towards Zhao Taiying. "Lieutenant General Zhao." Zhao Taiying held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, his eyes filled with sincerity and gratitude. "Jiang Chen, you've made a great achievement this time. If it wasn't for your timely intervention, I'm afraid that this Fenghe County would have been razed to the ground by the beast tide, and countless people's lives would have been lost. On behalf of the Demon Suppressor Army, and on behalf of all the people of Fenghuang County, I send you my sincerest thanks." With that, Zhao Taiying's body leaned forward slightly and performed a solemn military salute to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hurriedly returned the salute and said humbly, "Lieutenant General Zhao, you're overstating it. In the face of the beast tide, guarding the safety of the Dragon Kingdom is a responsibility that the Demon Suppression Army should fulfill. I just did what every soldier would do." Zhao Taiying gazed at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with appreciation. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and lamented, "Jiang Chen, with these 2 swords of yours, not only did you repel the beast tide, but you also gave us hope for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has always not treated those who have made contributions poorly. This time you'll at least receive a first-class medal from the Demon Suppressor Army." Chapter 100 Blind Swordsman. Fire on the Internet. Zhao Taiying finished these words. Everyone around them gazed at Jiang Chen enviously. "First-class medal?" Jiang Chen said with a questioning tone. Zhao Taiying nodded, his eyes solemn. "That's right. In the medal system of the Demon Suppression Army, there are 3 levels of medals. 2 levels of medals, 1 level of medals, and special level of medals. The first class medal was considered an extremely high medal of honor, and only qualified for it if one faced a crisis at the level of city destruction and played a vital role. You repelled 90% of the 4th order beast tide alone, this time as a 3rd order ability, protecting the people of Fenghuang County and the demon suppressor army's garrison. With a record like that, you'll have no problem at all getting a first class medal. Li Gang, who was on the side, also couldn't help but open his mouth to praise Jiang Chen, this first class medal. How many Jin demon army generals have spent their entire lives struggling to reach it? And you've already obtained it even before you've officially entered the Jin demon army. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, there should be a corresponding reward of military department points after obtaining the medal, right? For yourself. It doesn't matter at all what the medals are. Only attribute points are the most important rewards. This time, he had put his best foot forward and decimated the wave of beasts. Also for the attribute points. Zhao Taiying froze for a moment, and exchanged a glance with Li Gang, who was on the side, and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, that's certainly there. A level 1 medal will reward you with at least 2,000 attribute points. Only the specific amount needs to be reported to the headquarters, and can only be determined after the review process. But don't worry, the points are the nail in the coffin, and there's absolutely no way you'll be missing out. After hearing these words, a satisfied smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Having points equals having attribute points. 2,000 attribute points. That's 200 skill points. That's almost as much as it takes to clear a secret realm on your own. That's a lot of reward. Honestly. Then I'm relieved. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Zhao Taiying sniffed and couldn't help but smile. You kid. You're quite pragmatic. Li Gang chimed in. Or else the strength could be like a rocket? Jiang Chen has only just entered the military academy for more than 2 months. Ha 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 ha. Old Li is right. Zhao Taiying smiled broadly, looking at Jiang Chen. Good, good, good. When we return to the Star Ocean Military Academy, we'll organize an award ceremony for you with the entire school assembled, and the rewards will be distributed simultaneously. That's fine. There's nothing going on. Only you have someone escort Jiang Chen back to the camp and check it out. Zhao Taiying looked at Li Gang and said. He then looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, you can rest at the camp for a few days. Immediately after, Li Gang then ordered his adjutant to take Jiang Chen back to the camp. Just then, Chen Zhang also beheaded another 5th order abyssal python and returned to the camp. Chen Zhang, who had just arrived in front of the camp, looked at the ground full of beast corpses in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. All the way, it took him asking the soldiers what happened to figure it out. Chen Zhang knew how fierce Jiang Chen's move was, but he didn't expect it to be this fierce. Even if it was himself, he simply couldn't manage to exterminate so many 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. Chen Zhang's eyes wandered around, and soon, he searched for Jiang Chen's figure. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks when he heard a voice behind him. Chen Zhang jogged his way to Jiang Chen's side, shock written all over his face. Good boy. I heard that your 2 swords almost annihilated a wave of 4th order beasts. Chairman, you solved the other abyssal python as well? Jiang Chen said with a bland expression. Solved. Chen Zhang gazed at Jiang Chen and continued to ask. No. How did you manage to exterminate the beast tide with a 2-sword regiment? I remember when you were on the back mountain before. That sword wasn't this terrifying, was it? Jiang Chen sniffed and slowly said. That sword on the back mountain was just a test move. Chen Zhang was speechless for a while, and twisted his head to look at the limbs and broken arms all over the ground again. He changed the subject. You'll probably get the merit badge this time. Oh, just now, Lieutenant General Zhao said that he should be able to get a first-class medal. Jiang Chen nodded and slowly said. Chen Zhang stared at Jiang Chen in a daze. A first-class medal, generally speaking, would have to be at least a very strong major general to get it. Jiang Chen had just entered the military academy for a little over 2 months, and he had gotten a first-class medal? Outrageous. So outrageous. The other side. Right from the moment Wang Chang recorded Jiang Chen's 2 swords nearly annihilating a wave of 4th order beasts in a group. Within just a few hours, the major social media platforms were fully dominated by topics related to Jiang Chen, and the heat continued to soar. The wonderful slices of the live broadcast spread like a starburst in the online world, and were frantically reproduced and shared by countless netizens, with the number of clicks, likes and comments growing explosively like a wild horse out of control, rapidly breaking record after record. Jiang Chen is awesome. 2 swords to settle the matter. Black to pink. From now on Brother Tatsu is my god. No. Is a 3rd-ranked ability user that exaggerated? I thought that when I was a 3rd-ranked ability user, when I faced a 4th-ranked ferocious beast, people could slap me to death with a single slap. Outrageous. Too outrageous. I would call it the blind sword god. the online world was instantly set ablaze with a frenzy of overwhelming buzz. Countless netizens were immersed in marvel and shock at Jiang Chen's powerful strength. They spoke freely on various social platforms, sharing their feelings and thoughts, and the topic was hot. In the meantime, various media outlets also followed up with reports, digging deeper and analyzing Jiang Chen's deeds. The official news media of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom Daily, had released a lengthy report specifically titled Young Hero Jiang Chen, Two Swords to Define the Future, Guarding the Future of the Dragon Kingdom. The report details Jiang Chen's upbringing, his studies at the Starfish Military Academy, and his heroic performance in Fenghuang County this time. The article read, Jiang Chen's appearance has shown us the infinite potential and great strength of the young generation of the Dragon Kingdom. He has interpreted what responsibility and accountability are with his actions, setting an example for all young people. It's more than that. On the hottest short video software in the Dragon Kingdom, a unique special effects challenge craze has been set off. Within a few hours, the hashtag Gravity Mastery parody videos had sprung up, numbering a whopping 830,000 entries. One of the hottest videos featured a barber utilizing the wind power of a hairdryer to skillfully blow up a customer's hair, accompanied by cool sword sound effects, which was so creative that it attracted a large number of likes and retweets from netizens. Even the business world is quick to smell the opportunities. A certain eye drop brand even directly intercepted a close-up shot of Jiang Chen during the battle, with the impactful tagline, "Even if you can't see, you can still change the world." The ad was released, and in just half an hour, the number of plays surpassed the million mark, generating widespread attention. However, the ad was quickly blocked by the platform due to some possible copyright and promotional code issues. For a while, the words about Jiang Chen strongly dominated the top 10 positions on the hot search list. Among them, the hashtag blindswordsman hashtag phrase is even more hot, and the related video volume reaches tens of millions. Browsing through these videos carefully, most of them were parody-type works by netizens, and everyone was expressing their admiration and worship for Jiang Chen in their own way. Same time, somewhere in the middle of the jungle, Tang Chuyao swiped her cell phone in a daze. No matter how she swiped, it was all Jiang Chen-related videos. Tang Chuyao looked at the corpses of the third-ranked ferocious beasts under her feet and muttered, "I'm still brushing up on the third-ranked quests, and Jiang Chen is already able to exterminate a wave of fourth-ranked beasts with 2 swords? Chapter 101 Authorization. 3 days later, Star Ocean Military Academy Cafeteria. Auntie Wang couldn't stop her hand from trembling as she gripped them up, overflowing with excitement and thrill. The fill-in light on the cell phone holder emitted a strong glow, illuminating the back kitchen of the cafeteria as if it were white as day. The number of people in the live broadcast room was jumping wildly, and the numbers kept climbing. 870, 000, 1, 030, 000, 2, 150, 000. Pop-ups were like raging floods, overwhelmingly flooding the entire screen. Did the family see that? That's Mr. Jiang over there, Auntie Wang said while aiming her cell phone lens steadily at Jiang Chen, who was quietly eating not far away. Auntie told you this child wants. Every time. Not far. Jiang Chen's ears wiggled slightly as he was speechless inwardly. I didn't realize I was now on fire to this extent. He shook his head gently and continued to dry his meal. Just then, Tang Chuyao also took the dish tray and sat beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I heard that we're going to gather at the playground later? I don't know what it's going to be for. The words fell. Wang Ming smacked his lips and said with envy on his face, "What else? To honor Brother Chen. Didn't you see how many armored cars came today?" Jiang Chen's movements gave a slight start when he heard this. Then he continued to eat his meal as if nothing had happened. The reason for the collection is, obviously, to send points to yourself. Just waiting for those points to add up. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. Ordination? Tang Chuyao's eyes flickered. Right, oh. I really didn't expect it. Jiang Chen, you're already strong to this extent. Speaking of this, Tang Chuyao shook her head in a self-deprecating manner and smiled. She recalled that when she had just awakened, she had been so vocal about wanting to take Jiang Chen with her, but as a result, she had not only been taken by Jiang Chen, but had also fallen behind by such a large gap. A tidal wave of fourth-order beasts not to mention the fourth rank. Even if third-rank beast tied, one would be powerless to fight back. A few moments later, the three of them gathered up their dinner plates and walked with the flow of people towards the playground. The closer they got to the playground, the clearer the cacophony of people became. Not a moment too soon, they then reached the playground, and the moment they stepped into it, they were instantly shocked by the sight before them. On one side of the playground, there were several imposing armored vehicles neatly arranged, their bodies glittering with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight, exuding a sense of awe-inspiring power. Around the armored car, upright soldiers stood straight, dressed in uniforms and solemn. The neatly tailored uniform, gently fluttering in the breeze, revealed a well-trained demeanor in every subtle movement. Teachers have also long been standing in their designated places. In the center of the playground, a solemn and ornate podium was temporarily erected. On the background board of the podium, the huge Dragon Country logo was eye-catching and dazzling, and below it were the words Star Ocean Military Academy Ordination Ceremony written in large letters. On the podium, there was a table covered with red velvet, on which was placed a delicate black box. The whole playground, crowded. Holy, an ordination? Honor who? This specification. It's too high, isn't it? That one seems to be Lieutenant General Yi Ching? Are you guys stupid? Honoring Tatsu with a medal. It's been all over the internet lately. A first-class medal. A first-class medal? Is that impressive? Grass. Less than 10 people get a first-class medal every year, alright. Just as everyone was talking, Vice Principal Du Hongshan walked up to the podium with a steady pace. He was dressed in a neat military uniform. His chest was covered with medals of different colors. His hair was meticulously combed, and his eyes revealed majesty and solemnity. Ahem. Ahem. All quiet. Du Hongxing's words were clearly transmitted to every corner of the playground through the loudspeaker. The originally noisy playground instantly quieted down, and all eyes were focused on him. Students, the purpose of gathering you here today, as I'm sure you already know, is to hold a meaningful ordination ceremony. During the Fenghe County Beast Tide crisis not long ago, a student from our Star Ocean Military Academy, with his exceptional strength and fearless courage, stepped forward and successfully repelled a fourth-order beast tide, protecting the local people and the safety of the Jin Demon Army's compound. His heroic deeds have not only won honor for our Star Ocean Military Academy, but also set an example for the entire Dragon Kingdom. This one student, as I'm sure most of you know, Du Hongshang paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over every student in the playground before finally landing on Jiang Chen. Now, I announce that the recipient of this conferral ceremony is student Jiang Chen, Du Hansen said loudly. As the words fell, the entire playground instantly boiled over. Everyone unanimously turned their gazes to where Jiang Chen was. In the midst of the student queue, Zhang Qingyu, Yang Xiaotong, Chu Liang, and the others from the Star Ocean Military Academy's Ableist Association stood shoulder to shoulder in one piece. Their gazes locked onto Jiang Chen, who was walking towards the podium. TSK, 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 I really didn't expect that one thing this Jiang Chen did was more exaggerated than the other. Zhang Qingyu gently shook his head while letting out a burst of emotions. His tone was filled with disbelief. First, he broke 2 secret realm records in a row and took the hidden rewards. Then he took out the elemental demons. And now, well, it's even more of a ing exaggeration. They've all exterminated the beast tide. Yang Xiaodong's gaze hadn't moved away from Jiang Chen since the beginning, and she narrowed her eyes slightly as she softly echoed, "Yeah, a student with a first-class medal. Never seen that before." Zhang Qingyu's eyes flashed with a complex light of envy and admiration. More than just a student. He's a ing freshman who's just been enrolled for over 2 months. A large portion of the other students in the same class as him didn't even qualify for the mission. Did they? Zhang Qingyu lamented as his words fell. He then turned his head to look at Chu Liang beside him, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he proposed, "Old Chu, it's almost time for the freshman's 3rd secret realm, or else let's make a bet on whether Jiang Chen can get the hidden rewards in this secret realm. How about it? Dare you?" "Dare?" Chu Liang raised his eyebrows slightly and responded without hesitation. "Fine, I bet I can get it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he waved his hands in the air and shouted, "No way. Old Chu, you're going too far out of your way here. I thought he could get it too. How can we still bet on this?" At this moment, on the podium, Du Hongsheng smiled and nodded, the relief on his face overflowing as he signaled Jiang Chen to stand aside. Afterward, Lieutenant General Yi Qing, accompanied by several officers, walked up to the podium with a calm and powerful step. Lieutenant General Yi Qing was dressed in a straight military uniform, and the gold star on his shoulder patch shone brightly in the sunlight, like the brightest star in the night sky. His eyes were filled with appreciation and affirmation of Jiang Chen, and every step he took was filled with the majesty and aura of a lieutenant general. Lieutenant General Yi Qing held the black box in his hand and walked slowly to Jiang Chen with a calm pace. The corners of his mouth rose in an amiable smile, and his voice was steady and strong. "Student Jiang Chen, your heroic performance in Fenghe County fully demonstrated the bearing and responsibility of an excellent soldier, and you used your actions to explain what courage and strength are. You are the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, and the pride of Star Ocean Military Academy. Now, on behalf of the Jin Demon Army, I award you the Jin Demon Army First Class Medal in recognition of your outstanding contributions." Chapter 102 Fourth Order Ability. Lieutenant General Yi Ching slowly opened the black box with a gentle and dignified movement and took out the shiny gold first-class medal. He stepped forward and gently wore the medal on Jiang Chen's chest. At this moment, it was as if time stood still for it. The whole school, all the students were witnessing this glorious moment. Under Du Hongsheng's leadership, the entire playground erupted in thunderous applause and cheers for a long time. The students' faces were filled with excitement and thrill, and their applause and cheers were like surging waves, wave after wave, as if they were going to overturn the whole playground. After a few moments, the applause in the playground gradually ceased, and the entire playground returned to relative silence. Lieutenant General Yi Ching continued. At the same time, in order to further incentivize you to keep moving forward on the road ahead, the Jin Demon Army has decided to reward you with 2,000 military department points or directly reward you with 2,000 attribute points, Yi Qingzhong said, opening the other box and placing it in front of Jiang Chen. In the box was a ball of attribute light that was as big as 2 apples and emitted a white glow. Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. I didn't expect the rewards of this demon suppression army to be quite humane. It actually gives attribute points directly, but it's normal when you think about it. After all, for most people, the odds are that the military department points are used for attribute points. What's more, the military department of the demon suppressor army, too, already knew that they had switched to an elemental weapon. Jiang Chen stood upright, his posture as straight as a pine, and gave a standard military salute towards Lieutenant General Yi Ching, his voice firm and loud. Thank you for Lieutenant General Yi's affirmation and encouragement. I'll definitely keep the mission in mind and live up to everyone's expectations. After these words, Jiang Chen continued. I'd better just choose the attribute points. Yi Ching nodded, as if he had known Jiang Chen's choice. He handed Jiang Chen the wooden box containing the attribute light orb, followed by a standard military salute towards Jiang Chen. The playground, once again, erupted in thunderous applause. Jiang Qingyu looked at Jiang Chen on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. Damn, this is too eye-catching, isn't it? This Jiang Chen, attribute points are taken in thousands and thousands. Think about when we first enrolled in school. We were happy to death with 200 points. The words were finished. The cadres around them were also silent. Obviously, what Jiang Qingyu said was the truth, and only Jiang Chen could manage to take thousands and thousands of attribute points just after enrolling in school. Hey, but then again, the stronger Jiang Chen is, the better it is for our Star Ocean Military Academy. Yang Xiaotong added. The corner of Chu Liang's mouth rose slightly. A smaller pattern is only heavenly good for our Dragon Kingdom. At this point the other side of the queue, Jiang Chen had returned to the queue. Wang Ning's face was full of excitement. His eyes were glowing, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and admiration as he yelled at the top of his voice. Awesome Tatsu. However, Jiang Chen only nodded his head gently as a response to Wang Ming, and then he removed his attention from Wang Ming, looking distracted by everything around him. At the moment, Lieutenant General Yi Ching and Du Hongsheng on the stage were making inspiring speeches, and those impassioned words, full of encouragement, sounded as if they were just a whisper in Jiang Chen's ears, and could not attract his interest in the slightest. His mind was all over the place, with only one thought in his head, adding points. After absorbing that huge ball of attribute light, with a flash of divine sense, Jiang Chen decisively started adding points. The attribute panel flashed with gleams of golden light. Eventually, his attribute panel addition was complete. Power, 1720 plus, Spirit, 3440 plus, Body Mass, 1720 plus, Agility, 1720 plus, Manipulable Gravity, 172 tons, 20 points of mental attributes increase by 1 ton, Assignable attribute points, 0. After a thorough addition of points, Jiang Chen only felt a majestic and pure power surging into his body like a raging tide. This force rushed across his limbs and bones, setting off a strong shock wherever it went. At first, the intense impact from this force caused Jiang Chen to feel a slight discomfort, with a feeling of tightness and distension coming from all parts of his body. But soon, he adapted to the change, and every inch of muscle and every bone was like the earth in a long drought, greedily absorbing the energy. His muscles rapidly swelled and tightened under the nourishment of this energy, and the contours of his originally smooth muscles became more distinct and full of power. The bones were also undergoing a metamorphosis, and the originally hard bones became tougher and stronger under the baptism of energy. Phew, the total attribute points had come to 8,600. In other words, one was already a 4th-ranked ability. Without even entering the 3rd secret realm, he had already reached the 4th-ranked ability. Didn't even dare to think about how he should mess up his kill in the next 3rd secret realm. On the other side, inside an underground base, the lights were dim and flickering, and everywhere was dark, damp, and filled with an eerie aura. The leader of the Reapers was currently sitting alone on a cold stone chair, his figure largely swallowed by the darkness, leaving only a vague and tall silhouette. Directly in front of him, a huge screen emitted a piercing blue light, cyclically playing a video of Jiang Chen's two-sword regiment destroying the beast tide. The chief's face was hidden in the shadows, his hands clenched into fists, veins rippling on the backs of his hands. Suddenly, bang dash, a dull and shocking thud echoed through the base. Only the chief's right hand, which was resting on the armrest, snapped and exploded with an astonishing force. The armrests of the originally hard and unrivaled stone chairs, under the impact of this force, instantly turned into pieces, and stone shavings rustled on the ground. At that moment, a henchman cautiously stepped out of the shadows, his head slightly bowed, not daring to look directly into the chief's eyes that were filled with anger. "Chief," his voice carried a hint of trembling, "this Jiang Chen is so powerful that he has seriously threatened our plans. Should we send someone to finish him off now?" The chief slowly turned his head, his eyes shooting at his men like knives. The henchman shuddered at the gaze and took an involuntary step backward. The chief was silent, clutching a piece of information with Jiang Chen's picture on it tightly in his hand. Jiang Chen on the photo had firm eyes and a cold face, revealing a maturity and stability that did not match his age. After a few moments, he finally spoke slowly, his voice low and husky, breaking the secret realm record twice in a row, and being able to manage to kill nearly 10,000 fourth-ranked ferocious beasts in 2 seconds with 2 swords in a little over 2 months' time. Such a talent, if it can be used for us, it will greatly accelerate the progress of our plans. But, what if he refuses? The henchman asked bravely. Then, the chief sneered, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a cruel and icy smile. "Die." He stood up and walked over to the screen, gazing at Jiang Chen's figure above him, his eyes flickering with a complex light of admiration, jealousy, and even a hint of killing intent that was hard to hide. "The next secret realm. In half a month or so, I will go and personally meet him." A flash of viciousness flashed in the chief's eyes. Chapter 103 Listening to the Voice of All Things. Above the playground of the Star Ocean Military Academy, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng remained on the podium, colorfully delivering an impassioned and inspiring speech. Time passed. His speech lasted a long time. The students on the stage have long been listening to sleepy-head. A drowsy head drooped down from time to time, but even so, everyone can only hold on to their spirits. After all, the speaker is the Vice-Chancellor. Even if they are sleepy, they have to listen to it. Only, Jiang Chen was an exception. His thoughts stopped at the skill panel in his head. Assignable skill points, 340. Hearing color Bay LV. 3/0/180 plus. Current range 1000 meters. Next level, range spread to 2000 meters. Armed color hegemony LV. 3/0/180 plus. Has comprehended armed color externalization. Next level, internal destruction. Blind swordsmanship LV. 5/0/160 plus. Currently comprehended sword chi proficient. Next level, sword dipper proficient. Gravity field LV. 5/0/160 plus. Current field range 1000 meters. Next level, range spreads to 2000 meters. Comprehension of gravity wave manipulation mastery. Gravity blade mighty tiger. LV. 3/0/40. Currently can attach 500% gravity. Next level, can attach 1000% gravity. Breath of the Sun LV. 1/0 out of 150. Current destructive power increased 10 times. Next level, destructive power increased 15 times. Navy 6 style LV. 3/0/40 plus. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV. 30, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 23/40ths. Jiang Chen gazed intently at the skill panel in his mind, his right hand subconsciously stroking his chin as he fell into deep thought. You currently have 340 assignable skill points. If you utilize all of these points, you can just about point a skill that requires 180 points for one level, and another skill that requires 160 points for another level. And among the skills that require 180 points are the Seeing Color Hegemony and Armed Color Hegemony. The former was able to expand one's range of perception, while the latter enhanced destructive power. Nowadays, a 1,000 meter field of view perception range, to be honest, does seem less than adequate. The next level of Seeing Color directly extends the range of perception to 2,000 meters, or 2 kilometers. A range of 2 kilometers, for daily living and fighting, might be almost enough. Think about it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle that was known as a cannon on Earth in his last life. The velocity of the bullet is only 853 meters per second. If you raise your Seeing Color Bay to a perception range of 2000 meters, then, even if Barrett had fired from 2000 meters away, he would have had more than 2 seconds to react. In this way, after raising his seeing color hegemony to LV4, trying to rely on a long-range single attack to hit himself had almost become an impossible task. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly at this point in his thoughts. Let's start with another level of seeing color buster. Ding! As a golden light flashed by, a force instantly surged out within Jiang Chen's body. Immediately afterward, his perception began to change radically. The originally noisy sounds of the playground became instantly clear. The subtle breaths and heartbeats of each student, even the sound of an insect winging its way through the grass not far away, clearly reached his ears. The details of Du Hongxing's vocalization of each word, the frequency of the vibration of his vocal cords, and the ups and downs of his intonation due to changes in the rhythm of his breathing were all amplified countless times. Jiang Chen's vision was also no longer limited to a range of 1,000 meters, but spread out in all directions like a tidal wave. With him as the center, everything within a radius of 2 kilometers was within his perception. He can see the birds roosting and flying in the woods at the back of the campus, and he can see the staff in the school building. It was as if all those objects that had been obscured had become transparent to his perception, devoid of secrets. It's more than that. Upon raising his seeing color to LV4, Jiang Chen's perception was no longer limited to just sight and hearing, but also extended to a more subtle level. He could feel every breeze in the air and detect subtle changes in the moods of the creatures around him. The drowsy students, their deep-seated irritation, exhaustion, and helplessness with the lecture, all came to him as clear signals, and the occasional small animal that passed by in the distance, their emotions of fear, curiosity, or calmness were keenly captured by him. Jiang Chen tried to focus his perception on a certain point. In an instant, all the information about that point flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He can clearly see the trajectory of an ant crawling on the ground, and even feel the subtle changes in the surroundings brought about by each swing of the ant's antennae. He could hear the faint sounds produced by the ants' legs rubbing against the ground as they crawled, as well as the messages passed between ants and their companions through their antennae. This is listening to the voice of all things? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a shock inside, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I didn't think that raising the seeing color to LV4 would be able to do this. Only, now there is no way to do it to a very exaggerated point. You must highly concentrate your perception to a certain point in order to hear the sound of all things. But that's enough. After all, to move on to upgrades, hearing color aura LV4, 0/540 plus, current range 2000 meters, next level, range increased to 10,000 meters, comprehension of hearing kill, the next level, sure enough, unlocks seeing kill. According to this, there is a high probability of being able to comprehend fist and bone shock with the armed color point to LV5. Only the demand for this skill point is really a bit too high, and it's not just seeing kills. The next level of perception range, it's directly increased by 5 times, reaching 10 kilometers. This means one will be free of blindness for good. Has a 360-degree omnidirectional perception range with a 10-kilometer radius. Even if I had to trade a healthy eye for it, I'd never trade it for a good one, right? Assignable skill points, 160. Phew, 160 skill points left. The only ones that can be ordered are blind swordsmanship and gravity field. Blind swordsmanship LV5. 0/160 plus, currently comprehended sword breath proficient, next level, sword dipper proficient, gravity field LV5, 0/160 plus, current field range 1000 meters, next level, range spreads to 2000 meters, comprehension of gravity wave manipulation mastery. With these 2 skills, boosting blind swordsmanship is nothing more than adding more destructive power. One's current perception range had reached 2,000 meters, and if one boosted the gravity field, it would not only boost the destructive power, but also the manipulation range. Moreover, the next level also allows you to comprehend gravity wave manipulation at the proficient level. Maybe it will be able to do the gravity bouncing move that Fujitaka does in the anime. Nowadays, the only defensive skill one has is Iron Block. However, there is a fatal flaw in the Iron Block, which is that it cannot be moved while in use, which is undoubtedly a great pitfall in actual combat. So, with these 2 skills, there was no doubt that upgrading the gravity field would be the biggest boost at the moment. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen decisively allocated all of his remaining skill points to the gravity domain. Ding! Gravity field LV5, gravity field LV6, chapter 104, gravity rebound. Ding! Gravity field LV5, gravity field LV6, 0/320 plus, current field range 2000 meters, next level, range spreads to 5000 meters. As the system's crisp beep fell, a brand new power surged within Jiang Chen's body once again. This power was very different from the time when he had raised his hearing color hegemony before. It was calm, heavy, and carried an unspeakable majesty. Jiang Chen only felt that the pores of his entire body were opening up at this moment, as if he had established a marvelous connection with the space around him. The gravity field that could only barely be perceived originally, at this moment became incomparably clear in one's perception, and every fluctuation of gravity, every change in gravity, was like a meticulous picture scroll unfolding in front of one's eyes. One can clearly see the flow of gravity in the air, like seeing a babbling brook meandering through the mountains. The current self had risen to a whole new level of control over gravity. This mastery is not just in the expansion of range, but in the fine manipulation of gravity. It is possible to focus anti-gravity on a single point or spread it throughout the field as you wish. This marvelous feeling caused Jiang Chen to go into a bit of a trance. Immediately after that, he tried to mobilize the power within his body and focus his attention on one point. In an instant, a powerful anti-gravity energy quickly coalesced under his control. A clear dark purple gravity wave slowly surfaced and intertwined. This anti-gravity force was like a big invisible hand, constantly compressing and gathering, becoming stronger and stronger. As the anti-gravity coalesced, the surrounding air began to distort violently, and the light refracted strangely under this powerful force, forming a brilliant halo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Wang Ming, who was on the side, couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw this scene. The other students around them also dropped their gazes on Jiang Chen. They could feel an invisible pressure spreading out from where Jiang Chen was, and the air around them seemed to have become sticky, making it a little hard to breathe. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly withdrew his ability. After all, you don't want to hurt your classmates by mistake. Wang Ming stared at Jiang Chen in a daze. Brother Chen, don't tell me? You've comprehended a new move? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and slowly said, sort of. Wang Ming stared with wide eyes. How long has it been? Comprehending one move after another? How can the gap between people be so wide? Just then, a dragonfly broke into Jiang Chen's range of perception. A bold idea surged through Jiang Chen's mind. He decided to use this dragonfly to try out his newly acquired abilities. He focused his attention on a point in front of the dragonfly. With a movement of his mind, a super 100 tons of anti-gravity instantly coalesced there, forming a small gravity barrier visible to the naked eye. The barrier emanated a ring of dark purple aura, squeezing the surrounding space into a slight distortion. The dragonfly continued to fly forward quickly, not realizing the danger ahead. Next moment, there was a soft pft sound. It was like the dragonfly had hit an impenetrable wall. Immediately afterward, a powerful force erupted from the barrier, instantly tearing the dragonfly's body into pieces. The dragonfly's wings, body and tentacles vaporized instantly under the force. Sure enough it can. That's gravity bounce. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel happy inside. It's only because the little dragonflies are so overwhelmed against the super 100 tons of gravity. Gotta get someone to try and bounce the attack next. At this point, Tang Chuyao, who was standing next to Jiang Chen, also came back to her senses from her daze, and she couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, what move have you comprehended again? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, Xiao Tang, you can accompany me to try the moves later. The words fell. Tang Chuyao's eyes snapped open and pointed at herself. Me? Accompany you to try out your moves? That sword from last time was still fresh in his mind. A sword directly plowed a deep, bottomless gully through the entire back of the mountain, letting himself accompany Jiang Chen to try out his moves. Wouldn't that be killing him? Jiang Chen sensed Tang Chuyao's overwhelmed expression and kind of wanted to laugh. He cried out, it's not an attack move. It's a defense move. Tang Chuyao sniffed, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's fine. The podium. Du Hanzou's gaze swept over the students on the stage. I hope that every student can follow the example of Mr. Jiang Chen and maintain a positive and enterprising attitude on the path of learning and cultivation, and constantly improve their abilities. We are in a challenging time. The threat of demonic beasts has never disappeared, and we have the heavy responsibility of guarding our homes and defending our country. Only when each of us becomes stronger will we be able to guard all that we hold dear in the battles ahead. Finally, let's once again give a warm round of applause to congratulate Mr. Jiang Chen and wish him continued brilliance on the road ahead. And I wish each and every one of us to be successful in our studies at Star Ocean Military Academy and to realize our dreams. Now, I announce that this investiture ceremony has come to a successful conclusion. Dismiss the team. As Du Hongxing's words fell, the playground once again resounded with thunderous applause. Wang Ming let out a deep breath. It's finally over. Let's go. Pull out. Jiang Chen said, turning to follow the other students and began to move slowly. The originally neat and orderly queue instantly became somewhat scattered, and noisy human voices rang out. Jiang Chen made his way through the crowd, and from time to time, people came up to strike up conversations and offer their congratulations. He responded to them all with a smile. Wang Ming patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and asked, Jiang Chen, are you going back to the dormitory? I'm going to take a trip to the back of the mountain with Dawn to try out a new move. Jiang Chen responded without looking back. Forget it, I'd better go back to the dormitory. Wang Ming thought about it and decided it was better not to go along. Lest you read it you should be depressed again. I don't know if I should be happy or sad to have such a monster in my own class. Star Ocean Military Academy Back Mountain. Jiang Chen led Tang Chuyao to an open space. Surrounding the ground is full of fine gravel. The wind will blow up dust and fog. Empty and lonely, through a different sense of barrenness. Jiang Chen stood still and turned to face Tang Chuyao, saying with a serious expression, Little Tang, later on, you can just attack with your strongest moves. There's no need to hold back. Tang Chuyao froze for a moment when she heard this and couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, are you sure? What if it hurts you? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Don't worry, you can't hurt me yet. You, Tang Chuyao skimmed her mouth. Why does that sound so uncomfortable? What do you mean it can't hurt you? Although what was said was indeed true, with Jiang Chen's current attribute points that were more than double his own, even if Jiang Chen didn't do any defense, he couldn't hurt him. Tang Chuyao took a deep breath, her eyes glazing over. So I'm here? Jiang Chen smiled. Come on. Chapter 105, what's the point of comparing yourself to me? Tang Chuyao droned out, her body instantly igniting a blazing fire around her. Those flames transformed into a nimble fire snake, roaming recklessly around her, and the air around her was scorched and distorted by this high temperature. The flames became more and more raging and surging, quickly condensing into a huge flaming fist at the edge of her right fist. The scorching heat poured out as if it was going to roast this entire clearing. Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. This fire fist, it looked more than twice as big as in the last secret realm. It had to be said that Tang Chuyao was indeed considered a genius, but it was a pity that she had met herself. Jiang Chen, I'm coming. Tang Chuyao let out a loud shout and violently swung out her right fist. The huge fire fist was wrapped in rolling heat waves and roared towards Jiang Chen. The air along the way was torn apart by this powerful force, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds. Jiang Chen looked calm, just moments before the fire fist was about to hit him. In front of him, a layer of dark purple aura emerged, which quickly spread and formed a gravity barrier with a diameter of about 5 meters. The fire fist impacted on the gravity barrier. The dark purple light flickered erratically, and without a single sound, it just stopped in front of Jiang Chen. Tang Chuyao looked unbelievably at the scene in front of her. What's this? Blocked or unblocked? Just as Tang Chuyao froze, Jiang Chen's right hand fiercely gripped the hilt of his sword. Next moment, with a clang sound, the sword blade was sheathed, and the dark purple light on the gravity barrier suddenly skyrocketed as a palpitating anti-gravity energy erupted out. The fire fist that was originally wrapped in a rolling heat wave, under the effect of this powerful force, unexpectedly reversed its direction and flew straight toward the sky. How is this possible? Tang Chuyao couldn't help but cry out in shock, her voice filled with disbelief. Her eyes were round, her mouth was open, her lips trembled slightly, and shock and confusion were written all over her eyes. The fire fist flew higher and higher in the sky, finally turning into a tiny point of light before exploding with a loud bang. This scene caused Tang Chuyao to completely freeze on the spot, her mind going blank. It was only after a while that Tang Chuyao slowly came back to her senses. She looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with awe and disbelief. Jiang Chen, did you just that was a rebound attack? Jiang Chen gently put the sword into the blind staff, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Sure enough, it's the gravity bounce of the anime's Fujitaka. The results look pretty good. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, this is my newly comprehended gravity bounce. I didn't expect it to be quite effective. Jiang Chen, you can control the direction of the rebound, right? Tang Chuyao was silent for a moment and pursued the question. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes. After hearing Jiang Chen's reply, Tang Chuyao swallowed her saliva, her heart a mixture of flavors. His own attacks that he had put his best foot forward were so unbeatable in front of Jiang Chen, and could even be bounced back into the sky by him so easily. If it was a real fight, the firefighting punch would have to bounce back on itself. You feel like I'm nothing compared to you. Tang Chuyao bitterly smiled and shook her head, both helplessness and a hint of envy in her tone. I thought that my hard cultivation over this period of time had already allowed me to progress quite a bit, but I didn't realize that in front of you, I'm still too far behind. Jiang Chen walked forward and patted Tang Chuyao's shoulder, comforting her. Xiao Tang, don't be too discouraged. What's the point of properly comparing yourself to me? Compare yourself to Wang Ming, compare yourself to Lu Li. Tang Chuyao raised her head. the corners of her mouth twitching as she looked at Jiang Chen with a speechless expression. Your way of comforting people is really unique. In the blink of an eye, it was again the moment when we were about to enter the secret realm number 3. Jiang Chen woke up from his bed and habitually looked at the panel in his mind. During this time, due to the association's regulations, Jiang Chen and the other cadres had completed 2 more S-rank missions, and the total attribute points had come to 11,000. Power, 2,200 plus. Spirit, 4,400 plus. Physical fitness, 2,200 plus. Agility, 2,200 plus. Manipulable gravity, 220 tons. 20 points of mental attributes increase by 1 ton. Now that one's base destructive power had reached 22,000 cards, one was already able to inflict more than 400,000 cards of destructive power without using the gravity blade, Mighty Tiger. And the total attribute point requirement for a 5th ranked ability is 20,000 points and 400,000 cards of destructive power. In other words, although he was only a 4th ranked ability user now, his true strength had already reached a 5th ranked ability user. It's only been less than 3 months so far. As for the 240 skill points gained during this time, Jiang Chen, on the other hand, directly ordered the level 2 gravity blade, Mighty Tiger and the level 2 Navy 6 styles, managed to spend all the skill points without a single remaining one. It can't be helped. Who let themselves be OCD? Gravity blade, Manticore, LV, 5, 0 out of 160, currently can attach 2000% gravity. Next level, can attach 5000% gravity. The gravity blade Manticore that had reached LV 5 was already capable of attaching 20 times the base gravity, or 400 tons of gravity. If this sword went down, I'm afraid that even a 5th ranked ferocious beast wouldn't be able to withstand it. Navy 6 style LV 5, 0/160 plus. Shave, move with great speed. Speed depends on agility attribute. Can briefly instantly move 80 meters. Next level, 160 meters. Iron block, cannot move when used. Can resist physical attribute X 150 card shock. Currently can resist 330,000 card shock. Next level, can resist physical attribute X 200 card shock. Paper painting, unload the strength of the whole body and sense the direction of the attack in advance through the changes in airflow generated by the opponent's movements. Next level, perception increased by 1000%. Moon steps, use strong foot power to step on the air, generating strong stagnant force. Current levitation height 160 meters. Next level, 320 meters. Erasure kick, rolls up a vacuum chop through a super high-speed kick technique. Currently can explode strength attribute X 150 card destructive power. Currently can inflict 330,000 card destructive power. Next level, can explode strength attribute X 200 card destructive power. Finger gun, gather the power of the whole body in the finger. Currently can burst power attribute X 150 card destructive power. Currently can cause 330,000 card destructive power. Next level, can burst power attribute X 200 card destructive power. As for upgrading the Navy 6 to LV 5, the boost it brings is also extremely large. The instantaneous distance of shave alone had come to 80 meters, and moonwalk was able to float 160 meters. It was equivalent to being able to step directly into the sky even without using anti-gravity flight, flying all the way up to 50 floors high. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV 30, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 27/40ths. It was now 13 levels short of unlocking the Overlord Color Hegemony. After the hegemonic color hegemony, it would be no surprise that it would be the Skyfall meteorite. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. A few moments later, he climbed out of bed, washed up briefly, and headed in the direction of the school building. Last night, class teacher Lin Weidong explained in the group. Today's lesson is to explain secret number 3. Chapter 106, Secret Realm number 3. Familiar World. 8 o'clock in the morning. The classroom had long been filled with students. Just then, Lin Weidong also arrived late, clutching a laptop. Ahem. Well, class, without further ado, let's get straight to Secret Realm number 3 next. The words fell. Lin Weidong operated the laptop that sat on the podium. Immediately afterward, a picture appeared on the large screen behind him. The moment the picture appeared, a wave of disgust erupted in the classroom. Only Jiang Chen looked indifferent. He frowned slightly with both eyebrows. Well, it's good to have another monster, you know. It's not just recognizable, it's familiar. There are countless movies and TV shows about it. In the picture, it's a humanoid monster, dressed in a tattered suit. The straight fabric was covered in holes, large and small, as if it had been torn by a myriad of sharp objects. The color of the suit was also long discernible, stained with dark red blood and black stains. Messy hair grew unchecked like a weed, with some black blood clots and shredded flesh interspersed with it. The skin of the face took on a greenish-gray color, as if drained of all moisture, and clung to the skull in a hideous manner. Just by looking at it, one could sense that the creature emitted a sickening, putrid odor. That's right, it's zombies. It was just that what made Jiang Chen a bit puzzled was that if it was a zombie, in terms of combat power alone, it definitely couldn't compare to the 12 ghostly moons in the ghostly destruction blade, and it couldn't even compare to the aliens in the secret realm number 1. What makes you show up in secret number 3? On the podium, Lin Weidong continued to explain. Quiet everyone. The picture is of the monsters in this secret world. The name in the secret world is called zombies. The zombies in this secret realm, according to the speculation from the military department's side, should have been human beings like us when they were born, only to become this way because of some terrible virus. And now they have an extreme desire to attack humans. Watch a video next. Lin Weidong tapped the mouse, and the original static pictures of zombies on the big screen disappeared, replaced by a synthesized video footage. A dilapidated street appeared on the screen. The buildings on the street were full of holes. Shards of glass were scattered all over the place, and an air of deadness surrounded the area. Immediately afterward, several heavily armed soldiers appeared on the screen, holding guns and advancing cautiously. Suddenly, a group of twisted, staggering walkers appeared from the corner of the street. They instantly became exceptionally excited after spotting the group of soldiers, and frantically rushed towards the soldiers. Their movements were extremely swift, running at speeds far exceeding those of ordinary humans, and their mouths emitted creepy hissing sounds, like hungry beasts seeking prey. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately opened fire, and bullets poured out like rain, hitting many zombies. But it was as if these zombies couldn't feel pain, and even though their bodies were riddled with holes, they still didn't stop. Soon, the zombies rushed to the soldiers and both sides engaged in a fierce struggle. The zombies surrounded the soldiers with their numerical advantage. Although the soldiers fought hard, many of them were scratched or bitten by the zombies. Those infected soldiers, it didn't take long for them to start struggling in pain, their bodies rapidly mutating, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into monsters just like zombies, attacking their own companions in turn. This is the end of the video. Lin Weidong said. This is the real situation of the zombies in secret area number 3. They may look dull, but once they spot a human, their speed and strength will increase dramatically. Moreover, their vitality was extremely tenacious, and it was difficult for ordinary attacks to cause fatal damage to them. At the same time, once you are bitten or scratched by them, in just 12 seconds, you will turn into their kind, into disgusting zombies, and remain in the secret realm forever. The words fell. Jiang Chen was shaken inwardly. 12 seconds? That's familiar. What movie was that? Just then, a student at the bottom spoke up. Mr. Lin, this zombie doesn't look too strong? I feel like I can punch one. Yeah, it looks to me like their weakness is in the head. So if we just aim for the head and hit it, won't that be enough? The other students nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen agreed. As far as the walkers in the video were concerned, they did seem a bit inadequate against their superhuman group. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Weidong's mouth slightly hooked up as he said to the students, so come check out the next video. As the words fell, Lin Weidong operated the mouse and switched to the next video. At the beginning of the video, is a towering skyscraper, the building around the heavy protective netting, countless loaded soldiers in the building around the waiting. The atmosphere is tense to the extreme. The camera gradually closes in and can see the building filled with people taking refuge, their faces filled with fear and despair. Suddenly, a low hissing sound came from the distance, like rolling muffled thunder, echoing through the air. Immediately afterward, a large group of zombies came from all directions like a tidal wave, and they densely converged together in such a large number that one's scalp was numb. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately opened fire and shot. Dash. Countless gun muzzles spat out tons of fire, frantically sweeping towards the zombie horde. For a while, the sounds of gunfire and hissing were intertwined in a chaotic scene. However, the zombies didn't seem to be intimidated by the heavy fire as they rushed forward and back towards the building. As the distance continued to shorten, an unexpected scene occurred, only to see the zombies in the back step on the zombies in front without hesitation, stacking layer after layer upwards, like building a human pyramid. In a short while, a tower made up of zombies appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and this tower continues to extend upward, soon exceeding the building's protective net. The soldiers watched the scene in horror, the guns in their hands trembling a little, and the crowd of evacuees inside the building let out a desperate scream. The zombies follow this tower and flood into the building. In less than 2 minutes, the defense line of the tower was completely broken through. The zombies scurried around, biting at every sight. The whole building was plunged into a bloody and chaotic. The students in the classroom were stunned by this scene. Their mouths were open, their eyes were round, and disbelief was written all over their faces. The few students who had boasted just now also closed their mouths at this moment, and fine beads of sweat emerged on their foreheads. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. The number of zombies, simply too many. Endless. Even if they are strong, what's the point? If you can kill 100, can you kill 1,000? If you can hold out for 10 minutes, can you hold out for an hour? Not only that, but once injured, they turn into disgusting zombies and remain in the secret realm forever. Of all the students, Jiang Chen was the only one who looked indifferent. It's not just about confidence in your own strength. There's another reason. When he had just heard Lin Weidong say that he would turn into a zombie in 12 seconds, Jiang Chen was still a bit puzzled. Yet now see this famous zombie stacking scene. Jiang Chen confirmed. This is the movie starring Hollywood actor Brad Pitt and released in 2013, Zombieland. That would be nice. Because these zombies possess a very breathless and fatal weakness. Chapter 107, The Secret of the Secret Realm Number 3. Lin Weidong stood on the podium with a grave expression on his face as he continued to explain the main points of Secret Realm Number 3. Class, next I will elaborate on a few important features of this mystery. He cleared his throat, his eyes scanning every face on the stage to make sure everyone was listening. First of all, this secret realm is a team-based secret realm. Each team is capped at 40 people, and there are exactly 40 people in our class, so this secret realm action will be conducted as a class. The words fell. A murmur rang out in the class, and every now and then, someone glanced over to Jiang Chen, a snicker if anything on their face. After all, the action was conducted as a class. Finally, they could experience the feeling of being carried away by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was filled with indifference. Just take someone. It's fine if it doesn't affect your ability to get attribute points anyway. After entering the secret realm, everyone will be randomly transported to a location. Lin Weidong continued. All of these locations are fixed and are basically better defenses. We will have a certain amount of time to build up our defenses and ensure safety. Just then, one of the students couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, then what if we get disrupted and teleported to several different locations? Lin Weidong smiled gently as he heard this. Don't worry about this. As long as those who form a team will teleport to the same location, there will not be a case of not being able to find anyone. The words were finished. The students on stage were secretly relieved. It was good to teleport together. Otherwise, what if Jiang Chen wasn't with them? Lin Weidong stood on the podium and continued. One more thing. Although this is a team operation, the rewards are given out according to the ranking of individual zombie kills. You guys need to survive for 7 days in the secret realm in order to receive the final reward. After Lin Weidong finished speaking these words, Jiang Chen gently shook his head and couldn't help but laugh a little. With his seeing color perception that had reached LV4, he could clearly perceive, at this moment, the emotions of the other students in the class. Almost all of them had a droopy look on their faces. One is certainly well aware of such a situation. These students, who had thought that they would be able to ride their own rockets, like Tang Chuyao in the first 2 secret realms, were wildly picking up attribute points. As a result, they are now told that the rewards are given out according to the ranking of individual zombie kills. Except that you can't blame yourself. Since this was the case, it looked like the only one who would be able to take the 4-digit starting attribute points for this secret realm was himself. Just then, Lin Weidong's voice once again attracted everyone's attention. In addition, this secret realm is also one of the few secret realms where the hidden rewards are known. Upon hearing this, all the students looked up and listened intently. Lin Weidong continued. If you are able to kill more than 10,000 zombies in the secret realm, you will be able to obtain an additional hidden reward. The words were finished. The classroom sighs again. Wow, that was really hard, a girl exclaimed, frustration written all over her face. 10,000, 10,000, it's just 10,000 pigs that can't be killed. It's still an individual kill ranking. Another student slumped on his desk and muttered in despair. There were also some students who looked at Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen with envy on their faces. In this class, these two were the only ones with powerful ranged killing abilities. Tang Chuyao was also a third-ordered ability now, and had absolutely no problem dealing with these zombies. As for Jiang Chen, it was even more needless to say. I'm afraid that he didn't even need to do anything. One thought and the zombies would all become meat cakes. Lin Weidong shook his head and laughed lightly. Alright, you guys don't have to be too harsh on the hidden rewards. Being able to come back safely and alive is the most important thing. The hidden rewards of this secret realm, only 2 people have succeeded in it over the decades. Lastly, for this secret area number 3, the school will uniformly issue you with bite-proof clothing and food. But that doesn't mean that if you wear the bite-proof clothing, everything will be fine. The bite-proof clothing also has an upper limit of bite-proofness. Lin Weidong's tone became serious. Remember, in the secret realm, you can't be careless at any time. After saying that, Lin Weidong took out a stack of maps from the podium and distributed them to each student. Everyone carefully took the map, anticipation and nervousness in their eyes. Jiang Chen took the map and spread it out on the table, sensing the markings and notes on it. These maps were drawn out little by people who had entered the secret realm over the generations, and although they were not detailed enough, they could provide some useful information. This map shows the locations of various fixed teleportation points, as well as some possible defense positions. Lin Weidong explained as he handed out maps to the crowd. You can formulate strategies accordingly based on this information. Remember, teamwork is the key. Within the next few moments, Lin Weidong explained for a while longer, covering various details and precautions of the secret realm. Until an hour later, Lin Weidong propped his hands on the podium table and announced, "Alright, today's lesson is over. Go prepare yourself. Gather to enter the secret realm in 2 days. In short, be careful with everything." The words fell. All the students stood up and headed out of the classroom. Jiang Chen also packed up his things and returned to the dormitory. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen was lying on the sofa in the dormitory, replaying what Lin Weidong had said in his mind, and calculating his next plan in his heart. According to Lin Weidong's explanation, these zombies were, without a doubt, from a movie from a previous life, Zombie World War. The zombies in this movie are a bit odd in that they don't attack humans with serious illnesses. It's so, even the zombies are picking their food. But it's the setting of the movie, and likewise the setting of the secret world, as the creators say. And this time, you need to survive in the secret world for 7 days. It was a full 7 days, and despite his own strength, it was really hard to say just how many zombies there were in the entire city. In case of any accidents, the front and back pounced on them, and if they were not bitten to death, they would have to die of exhaustion first. So, just in case, it's still necessary to prepare a virus that won't kill you, or a virus that has a special drug, and infect yourself first after entering the secret realm. It's the only way to make sure that nothing goes wrong, and that the walkers won't attack themselves. So wouldn't they all be pigs to the slaughter? Only now there's a problem. Where are we going to find this thing? Jiang Chen lay on the sofa, his mind searching for possible options. Going directly to the CDC certainly wouldn't work. And who are the people there to give the virus to themselves? There is also no reason to get the virus yourself. It was impossible to just say that he was a traveler and knew the secrets of this secret realm. Perhaps, this world also has what was called the dark web in a previous life? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly had a light in his head, got up and walked back to his room, turned on his computer, and began to study it. After some research, it really made Jiang Chen guess right. The world does have its dark web presence. It wasn't until close to 12 o'clock at night that Jiang Chen finally found a CDC staff member and agreed to head to the CDC tomorrow to trade. Chapter 108, Secret Dealings. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen then packed up his things and went out. He put on a plain jacket, a mask and sunglasses, and tried not to let anyone recognize him. Then it was time to take a cab in front of the school. He first went to the bank and withdrew $200,000 in cash. After all, this was a violation of the transaction, and the other party said they would only accept cash. Afterward, Jiang Chen carried a backpack full of cash, grabbed a car, and set off towards the next city, Sanshui. The CDC he's going to this time is located next door, on the edge of the city of Sanshui. The scenery outside the car window gradually became unfamiliar. The hustle and bustle of the city was left behind and replaced by a desolate suburb. After arriving at the CDC in Sanshui City, Jiang Chen got out of the car and looked around at his surroundings. The place looks a bit cold and the buildings around it look a bit dated. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his mind, and walked towards the gate. Through the guidance of the front desk staff, Jiang Chen met the contacted doctor. The doctor was dressed in a white coat, with a stony face and a hint of caution in his eyes. "There you are," he whispered, then looked around some more, as if to make sure no one had noticed their conversation. Immediately afterward, he said to Jiang Chen, "Follow me." Led by the doctor, Jiang Chen walked through the long corridor, and the smell of disinfectant permeated everywhere. A few moments later, they walked to the door of one of the CDC's virus sample rooms, which was made of heavy metal that seemed extra sturdy and had an electronic lock on the door. The doctor looked around with the same alertness, then entered a series of codes, and the door opened slowly with a low, mechanical sound. "Get in." The doctor gestured for Jiang Chen to walk in, and then followed suit, closing the door behind him. The air in the room smelled even more strongly of disinfectant, and the walls were plastered with warning signs for various viruses, making the whole space seem cold with a hint of oppression. Jiang Chen was expressionless as he surveyed his surroundings with his senses. The interior of the sample room is quite austere, with a long table in the center with a variety of specimens and test tubes, and along the walls are individual refrigerated cabinets containing samples of different types of viruses. This is a sample of the virus we have here. The doctor pointed to the specimens on the long table and began to describe them. These have been carefully selected for quality. By the way, what do you want these samples for? The doctor eyed Jiang Chen curiously. When Jiang Chen heard this, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, and there was some displeasure in his tone. Sorry, no comment. The doctor sees this and spreads his hands. Ha ha ha, I'm just asking. You can choose one of the samples you want. Jiang Chen asked after a moment of silence. Is there an introduction? The doctor sniffed, lightly pushed down the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and smiled. Of course, it's an acute flu virus. The doctor picked up a test tube labeled acute influenza virus and continued. This virus is extremely contagious and spreads mainly through the air. After infection, patients will experience symptoms such as high fever, coughing and generalized weakness. Jiang Chen nodded gently, signaling the doctor to continue. The second is adenovirus. The doctor handed Jiang Chen another bottle of test tubes and continued to explain. This adenovirus, which has only been around for the last few years, is extremely lethal and usually causes respiratory infections with symptoms that include cough, sore throat and fever, but it's not as contagious. It's a coronavirus. The doctor picked up a third test tube. Infection can lead to severe respiratory symptoms and even death, and is also highly contagious. Speaking of which, the doctor suddenly asked, by the way, none of the viruses here are able to have a fatal effect on ability users. They can only be slightly unpleasant. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel an inner shock when he heard these words and asked, all viruses don't work? The doctor nodded, saying, yes. The immunity of an able person is too much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and most viruses don't even have the qualifications to make it difficult for an able person. But, those 3 viruses I just listed can make it difficult for an able person for about 7 days. Jiang Chen was silent as he began to ponder inwardly. Can't be lethal to an ability? Would that still work on the walkers in the secret area? The doctor seemed to have guessed Jiang Chen's mind and opened his mouth. If your goal is to kill the ability through the virus, it's almost impossible. But if your goal is just to infect the ability, then I recommend the first acute flu virus, which is the most contagious. Jiang Chen remained silent as the doctor finished his words. As it stands now, there's no way to determine if being infected with the virus without being in mortal danger will work against the zombies in the secret area. But since it can't be fatal, try it anyway, just in case it does work. And, preferably, the most contagious viruses. In any case, the ones who went in with him were his classmates. And it would be best to infect them all in the meantime if possible, since they were all capable and none of them were lethal anyway. At that time, even if the zombies really didn't attack them, he himself would have a reason to get rid of the suspicion of the military department. After all, everyone is infected. There's no reason to suspect them. And when we get out of the secret realm, we can also subtly mention that the class has gotten sick. So maybe the military department will be able to discover the weaknesses of these zombies, and it will help the new students a little bit in the future. If that's not a good guess, there's really nothing to say. Just ask for the acute flu virus. Jiang Chen opened his mouth. Okay. The doctor nodded and turned towards the refrigerated cabinet, taking out a bottle of test tubes of acute influenza virus from the refrigerated cabinet and handing it to Jiang Chen. The doctor admonished, remember, absolutely no outsiders should know, and I wouldn't have come to you if I wasn't short of money. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, giving the doctor a reassuring smile. Understood. And you shouldn't let anyone know that I looked for you. The doctor nodded, then gave a greedy look. 200,000. Jiang Chen didn't reply and directly threw the backpack behind him to the doctor. After counting the cash, the doctor wore a happy smile and led Jiang Chen out of the sample room. 2 days passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it came to the moment when he officially entered Secret Realm number 3. At this moment, the entrance to the Star Ocean Military Academy's Secret Realm was filled with all the first-year students and their homeroom teachers. Countless staff members were also busy handing out bite-proof clothing to these students. The students changed on the spot as well, the material of the bite-proof suits glinting faintly in the sunlight, making them seem a bit bulky but giving them a sense of security. It was said to be changed, but in reality it only needed to be put on. After all, this secret territory was in a colder season. Bite-proof clothing also provides some warmth. Wait until all students are wearing bite-proof suits. Lin Weidong stood in front of Jiang Chen's class, his face grave as he looked around at each student. For 7 days you must be united in order to better survive. Do you all remember that? Lin Weidong's voice echoed in the air. Remember. All students responded in unison. Lin Weidong nodded and looked at his watch, then said towards the crowd, Depart. Chapter 109, Entering the Secret Realm. Endless sand dunes under a dusky sky that stretched as far as the eye could see. The winds howled furiously, swirling up the yellow sand in the sky and coloring the entire world into chaos. The visibility was so low that it was as if we were in the middle of a huge sandstorm. In this desolate and dead land, an abrupt black crack stretched across the sand dunes like a hideous scar. In front of the crack, densely packed hundreds of figures stood silently, dressed in uniform black cloaks, which were embroidered with a yellow straw skeleton symbol that hunted in the wind and sand. At the front of the crowd, the leader of the group, with a thin figure and a face as pale as paper, seemed like a walking skeleton. A faint, sickly smile was always on his ghastly white face, and it was unsettling. Jia jia jia. It's on! It's on! His tone was somewhat nervous, his voice hoarse and shrill. The great king is coming, and this rotten world will be reborn in flames. What a wonderful thing this is! He snapped his arms open, his black cloak moving without wind. He raised his voice to the sky, his voice filled with madness and bloodlust. My children, before we act, let us pray for the guidance of fate. The black-clothed people behind him didn't speak. They just stood silently with a fervent glint in their eyes. The chieftain pulled out of his arms a small box made of woven straw, the surface of which was engraved with bizarre runes. He carefully opened the box, which turned out to be a stack of cards. The backs of the cards feature a uniform gold cross. On the front, there were various patterns drawn. Some were weapons, some were monsters, some were runes, and each card exuded a mysterious aura. O cards of destiny, guide us on our way. The chief closed his eyes and mouthed the words as dozens of cards hovered around him, slowly rotating and emitting a faint golden light. As his last spell fell, a card appeared in his hand. Both of his eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Pulling in Jiang Chen has a 1% success rate. A henchman behind him cautiously said, Chief, with such a low success rate, do we still have to pull it together? The chief was silent for a moment. Then a sharp, soft laugh escaped his lips. It's okay, try it, or die if it doesn't work. Chief, I heard that Jiang Chen is already a 4th-ranked ability user. The voice of the henchman behind him trembled a little. The chief's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Really? But I think the next card should be a good one. After saying these words, he closed his eyes once again and mouthed the words, O cards of destiny, grant us supreme power. His face was filled with fervor and anticipation. A few moments later, with a flash of golden light, a card appeared in his hand. The chief slowly opened his eyes, and the card featured a woman gently taming a lion. It's positive power. He let out a shrill laugh and opened his hands wide, exclaiming, Great! The king is favoring us. My children, you will gain even more power. He raised the card in his hand high, and the golden aura on the card instantly erupted in a burst of dazzling light, enveloping the black-clothed men around him. Feel the gift of the king. Become stronger. Go and harvest more souls. The man laughed madly, his voice echoing in the wind and sand. The light dispersed, and the aura of those black-clothed men changed radically. It was as if their bodies were infused with a powerful force. Their muscles swelled, their bones burst, and their already grim aura became even more furious, as if they were a group of demons crawling out of hell. 4th order. I can feel it. I'm 4th order. A man in the crowd behind him said excitedly. 5th order. I'm 5th rank. Surprises rose and fell as everyone looked at their hands in shock and felt the power within them. The chieftain turned around, his back to the huge black crack, and a crazy light flashed in his eyes. Are you ready, my children? Offer your loyalty to the king and bring total destruction to this world. With blood and death, pave the way for the king to descend. Ready! Hundreds of black-robed men clad in black cloaks responded in unison. Their voices neatly harmonized, and their eyes glittered with fervor, as if they were a group of brainwashed berserk believers. Very good. The chieftain nodded in satisfaction as he slowly opened his arms and 20 straw mannequins emerged from his torso. The mannequins' features blurred but exuding an eerie aura. Each doll represents a bilocation of him that can parasitize any person, provided, of course, that person who is being parasitized shall not resist. Next moment, 20 scarecrow dolls jumped at the black-clothed men who had been strengthened by the power cards with great speed. Immediately after, the 20 black-robed men who had been chosen knelt down on one knee and hung their heads low, with expressions of frenzied excitement on their faces. The scarecrow dolls burrowed into them. The bodies of the people in black trembled slightly, and then a strange light flashed in their eyes. Jia jia jia. The 20 black-robed men let out a sharp laugh at the same time, which was exactly the same as the chief's voice, full of grimness and madness. Very well, go on. I'll wait outside for your good news. The chief nodded his head in satisfaction and shouted towards the hundreds of black-clad men behind him. At this point, one of his men inquired in a low voice, Chief, what if no one matches Jiang Chen? No one matches. Then next time, A grim gaze flashed in the chief's eyes and landed on this black-clad henchman. The man in black felt a wave of goosebumps and hurriedly shut his mouth. This time, the secret realm was a team secret realm, and the maximum number of people in the group was 40. Of course, less than 40 people could also enter. They were divided into 20 teams of 5, each led by one of his bilocations. After all, his main body had already gone into secret realm number 3 and could not re-enter. From a probabilistic point of view, the chances of matching Jiang Chen and the others were extremely high. Depart! With a loud bellowing voice from the chief, the black-clad henchman took a step and brushed past him, heading straight for that secret rift. The other side. With a flash of white light, Jiang Chen quickly expanded the range of his senses, and he was now in the middle of a dilapidated, rotten building. The walls around them were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, the steel bars twisted and deformed and exposed, like skeletons gnawed by giant beasts or the ribs of some kind of monster. The ground was strewn with rubble, glass slag and all sorts of construction debris. A thick layer of dust covered everything, and the air was filled with an unpleasant odor of decay, dampness and dust mixed with dirt. It's even more of an apocalyptic scene out there. The skyscrapers fell to the east and west, some snapped at the waist, and some were left in ruins. The streets were covered with scrapped vehicles and all sorts of debris. The streetlights were askew, the wires were hanging down, and the whole city looked like a ghost town that had been abandoned for many years. Dense zombies, roaming the streets. Chapter 110, that's a cold for you. Is this secret number 3? Jiang Chen muttered as he stood up and patted the dust on his body. This ruined city made him feel an inexplicable depression and uneasiness. Jiang Chen, are you alright? A clear and pleasant voice came from Tang Chuyao, who walked over and looked at him with concern. She was dressed in a bulky bite-proof suit and her long hair was tied back in a ponytail for a clean look. It's okay. Jiang Chen shook his head and said to the class, spread out. Look around to see if there are any straggling zombies in the building. Clean it up first. Okay. Roger that. The students responded by quickly spreading out and beginning to search nearby buildings. Jiang Chen's powerful strength and astonishing performance was like a godlike existence in the eyes of this group of students. They didn't have any objections to Jiang Chen's orders, and obeyed them at their word. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, left the crowd alone and quietly looked for an unoccupied corner. He pulled a small glass bottle syringe from his pocket, filled with a colorless, clear liquid. Immediately after, he uncorked the bottle, jabbed the needle into his own arm, and slowly pushed the liquid inside. Next moment, a slight chill began to spread through his body. Time passes in an instant. The remnant of the sun was like blood, coloring the sky into a dusky yellow, adding a bit of sadness to this apocalyptic scene. The roof of the rotting building has an open view over the ruins of the city. Under Jiang Chen's instructions, the students were busy, carrying rubble, rebar and all sorts of construction debris. They reinforced the edges of the building's roof and erected improvised fortifications. It had to be done against these walkers who could stack the deck. In this secret realm, they had to survive for 7 days. It was impossible to wander aimlessly for 7 days. They had to have a stronghold and then go out in groups to hunt zombies. All of the students divided up the work and moved quickly. The girls were responsible for clearing out a relatively clean area for resting and storing supplies, and started building a fire to cook and prepare dinner. This time, they also brought a lot of pre-made food, which was specially made by the military department and was perfectly enough to last 40 people for 7 days. Tang Chuya walked to Jiang Chen's side and asked with some concern, Jiang Chen, do you think we can really hold this place? In the video that Mr. Lin put up, the zombies that covered the sky, it's a little scary to watch. Achoo! Jiang Chen's eyebrows rose slightly. Don't worry, with me here, what can happen? Kill as many as come. When Tang Chuyao heard this, a trace of a reassuring smile also appeared on her face as she nodded. A few moments later, she still couldn't help it. I've always had a bad feeling about some. Ahoy! Cold! The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. What a ominous premonition. This was a cold. Only, it was all caused by a virus he had brought in himself, which he certainly couldn't let his classmates know about. After all, here, the only person who knows that the body has the virus is immune to zombie attacks. Never reveal your identity as a traveler. I think it should be a cold. Don't think too much. Jiang Chen patted her shoulder and said, a cold? It can't be possible. Can an ability person catch a cold? Arf. Tang Zhuya rubbed her nose and looked at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and casually explained, maybe it's some virus unique to this place? Just then, a constant stream of students started coughing. Achoo! Ahem. I feel dizzy and weak. Am I going to catch a cold? Me too. My nose is itchy and I keep wanting to sneeze. Am I going to mutate? I don't want to turn into a zombie. Change. Change my ass. Zombies aren't airborne. More and more students began to show symptoms of cold and flu. They coughed, sneezed, sniffled, were depressed, and their health declined significantly. Luckily for the people here, they were all able-bodied, and even if they caught a cold, they were still many times stronger than ordinary people. Everyone don't need to worry. It should just be an ordinary flu. Ah, Jiang Chen said aloud, calming everyone down. It should be some unique virus within the secret territory. If you're really uncomfortable, just rest for a while. It won't affect our actions. Ha? You all have colds? I don't. One girl looked around at her classmates in bewilderment. Another boy chimed in. I wouldn't either. Jiang Chen sniffed, and his perception swept towards the few students who didn't catch a cold. Sure enough, the doctor was right. There is a small percentage of people that naturally have antibodies in their bodies and don't get infected. If these viruses really worked and kept the walkers from attacking them, for this small group of people, that can only mean I'm sorry. One has done one's best. The other side. 5 men in black, clad in black cloaks, stood on top of a building. One of the black-robed men's expression changed as he excitedly looked at the black-robed man at the head. Chief, we've matched Jiang Chen. When the others heard this, they all looked at the secret realm ranking in their minds. Jia, the black-robed man in the lead, who had been parasitized by the scarecrow doll, let out a trademark shrill laugh. His voice filled with grimness and excitement. His body trembled slightly, as if he was desperately trying to suppress the excitement within. He slowly turned around and faced the 4 teammates behind him. These 4 black-robed men were like 4 silent statues, standing silently, their bodies completely covered by black cloaks, revealing only a pair of eyes. What shone in those eyes was not human emotion, but a frenzied glow. Good luck getting a match. The black-clothed man who had been parasitized opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and low, as if squeezed out from the depths of his throat, each word carrying a chilling sense of eeriness. He held out his finger and pointed at 2 of the black-clad men. You too, go find Jiang Chen and test his attitude to see if you can rope him into joining us. Remember, our purpose is to destroy this rotten world and welcome the king. He paused, and his tone became more sinister. Humanity will eventually be destroyed by the king. We are obeying heaven's destiny, and it is a supreme honor to offer a pitch for the king. The coming of the king will bring a new order, a new world, and we, who will be the pioneers of the new world, will be the most loyal servants of the king. Yes, the 2 black-robed men who were named answered in unison, their voices neat and unemotional. Their bodies leaned forward slightly in a sign of absolute obedience. Next moment, the 2 men in black leapt down, their black cloaks hunting behind them like a pair of black wings, and disappeared into the ruins with an aura of death. Chapter 111. If you can't even block a sword, what is it if you're not a waste? On the top floor of the abandoned building, the night was getting darker and the dilapidated scene was a bit more depressing. Jiang Chen stood at the edge of the building's roof, but his seeing color hegemony was like an invisible tentacle, quietly extending to a radius of 2,000 meters, capturing any wind and grass. Jiang Chen, achoo, what's wrong with you? Tang Chuyao gazed at Jiang Chen with a puzzled look on her face, and she realized that Jiang Chen's expression seemed to be a bit grave. Jiang Chen gently shook his head. It's nothing, someone's coming. People? What people? The other students you were matched with? Tang Chuyao looked around, and all that met her eyes was a barren and dilapidated landscape. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Not quite. There are only 2 of them. The words fell. Tang Chuyao's also discovered that in the distance, 2 black shadows darted towards them at an extremely fast speed, the black cloaks behind them tumbling in the wind. Black cloaks? Who are they? Don't they wear bite-proof suits? Tang Chuyao gazed at the 2 black shadows and murmured. Before long, the 2 black shadows leapt to the roof of the building Jiang Chen and the others were on, hovering in the air and looking down at them. One of the black-robed men, his gaze swept over the slightly bewildered students on the roof of the building. The corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc with mockery, as if he was looking down on a group of ignorant ants. The students of the Star Ocean Military Academy. The night is already late. Still working so hard. Really, hard. The black-clothed man's tone was gentle, but it carried an extremely uncomfortable sense of contempt, as if these students, all of them, were like mole crickets, ridiculous to the extreme. The students stopped their movements and looked at each other with confusion and wariness in their eyes. They didn't understand why these men in black had come, and they didn't understand the meaning of this strange greeting from the other side, but instinctive intuition told them that danger was approaching. Jiang Chen stood still. The 360-degree perception view clearly saw the cloak with the straw skull symbol on their backs, hunting in the wind and looking particularly gloomy and ghastly. Tang Chuyao frowned tightly, her eyes sharply gazing at the 2 black-robed men in the air as she questioned in an icy tone. Who are you people? What are you doing here? The black-robed man's gaze swept casually over Tang Chuyao's body, as if he were scanning an insignificant object. Immediately after, The man in black ignored Tang Chuyao's questioning and locked his gaze on Jiang Chen. The perfunctory gentleness in his eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a cat and mouse-like playfulness and contempt. "You're Jiang Chen?" The corners of the black-robed man's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile with an obvious sense of superiority. His tone filled with undisguised scrutiny and disdain. "Gravity manipulation. Sword Dao genius. Fourth order ableist. Oh, it's true that he's young and famous." The other man in black also scrutinized Jiang Chen, not so much as praising him, but more like a condescending evaluation, as if he was reviewing a fairly good commodity. Jiang Chen said expressionlessly, "Something wrong? Then I'll get right to the point. I'm sure you know about us, the Reapers organization, and our Lord Chief has been expecting you for a long time." The black-robed man's tone was flat, with a sense of favor from the superior to the inferior, as if it was a great honor for Jiang Chen to be expected by their leader. "Specially sent the two of us here. I wonder if we can ask Mr. Jiang Chen to move and have a good chat with us. By the way, the two of us are both fifth-ranked ability users." "Mr. Jiang Chen, think clearly before you answer." The surrounding students were completely confused. They didn't understand what kind of drama these black-clothed men were singing. However, they could clearly feel that these black-clothed men were filled with undisguised contempt and disdain for them. And for Jiang Chen, the Reapers? Haven't the Reapers been exterminated? What's a Reaper? Fifth-order ability person. Why would a fifth-order ability person appear in the No. 3 secret realm? It's over. Fifth-order ability person. We can't even beat it if we tie together. Some of the students murmured, uneasiness spreading through the crowd. Tang Chuyao even felt a burst of anger. The attitude of these black-clothed men was simply arrogant to the extreme. However, she also realized that the target of these black-clothed men was only Jiang Chen from the very beginning. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, in the face of this show of disdain and contempt from the man in black, only had the corners of his mouth rise slightly, revealing a smile that was cold to the core. "Have a nice chat? I'm afraid that won't be necessary." Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth, his tone still calm, but with a palpitating chill. "If you have any bull just let it go." He slightly sidestepped his head, and his tone became sharp as a knife. "I am not interested in accompanying you guys to act, and even less interested in listening to you, fifth-ranked trash, in front of me, to show your little bit of ridiculous superiority." The words fifth-ranked waste were spat out by him word by word, his tone filled with undisguised contempt and disdain, instantly shattering the superiority that the black-clothed man had painstakingly created earlier. "A fifth-order waste?" The contemptuous smile that was still on the black-clothed man's face instantly twisted into a scowl, and an unprecedented rage erupted like a volcano. It was unforgivable that a mole-like fourth-ranked ability user would dare to trample on their dignity so recklessly. He felt like he had been insulted like never before. Well, then I'll take that as a refusal. Our chief has said that if you refuse, you'll die." The words fell. The man in black completely lost his mind and violently launched an attack towards Jiang Chen. The air burst under his feet, and his figure instantly disappeared into the air like a ghost, so fast that it even surpassed the speed of sound, pulling out a clearly visible white wave of air in the air. His hands turned into dark, sharp claws, directly grabbing at Jiang Chen's vitals. In the face of this attack that was as fierce as a raging storm, Jiang Chen's face, however, remained as calm as water. Just at the moment when the man in black was about to pounce close to him, Jiang Chen finally moved. He just gently rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, and a dark purple gravity wave instantly spread out like a dragnet, instantly enveloping the black-clothed men who stormed in. What? The black-clothed man only felt his body sink violently, and all he could feel was that a terrifying force had firmly imprisoned him. Unable to move, his eyes widened in horror and he struggled desperately, but found it all in vain. He was clearly a fifth-ranked ability user, but in front of Jiang Chen, a fourth-ranked mole, he couldn't even move. Just as the man in black fell into despair, Jiang Chen violently drew out the sword blade in his blind staff. Clank dash. The sword blade came out of its sheath. A cold aura shot out in all directions. An incomparably blazing aura suddenly erupted out, and a blazing flame, like a blazing sun descending, instantly wrapped itself around the blade. Breath of the sun. Armed color wrap. Attached 200 tons of gravity, plus the terrifyingly powerful sword intent. Jiang Chen had completely exploded his own power without reservation at this moment, condensing it on top of the sword blade. The sword light flickered. Time seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. The air seemed to be instantly ignited, emitting a crackling and popping sound. It was as if the entire world had lost its sound, lost its color, and was left with a suffocating blaze and dazzle. There was only a sword light as dazzling as the sun, tearing through the night sky, cutting through the darkness, carrying the terrifying power of burning everything, chopping at the black-robed man, who was firmly imprisoned by gravity and unable to move. With an unstoppable momentum, dash, an incomparably clear cutting sound rang out, and the black-clothed man didn't even have time to utter a scream before he was directly split in two down the middle by Jiang Chen's sword. Blood spilled like a fountain, staining the ground red, and the body of the man in black, like a tattered ragdoll, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Jiang Chen shook the blade of the sword in his hand, and a splash of blood spilled onto the ground. He didn't even look at the limbs on the ground, his tone indifferent as if he was evaluating an insignificant piece of trash. If you can't even block a sword, what is it if you're not a waste? Chapter 112, Sniper? Jiang Chen's words just fell. The entire top floor of the rotten building was once again plunged into a deathly silence. Only the night wind whistled, blowing the dilapidated buildings, making a whimpering sound, as if it was playing a sad elegy for those two arrogant and cocky men in black. The students around them, each and every one of them were dumbfounded, as if they were petrified and frozen in place. Their brains were blank, completely losing their ability to think. As they looked at Jiang Chen's figure, their eyes were filled with awe, adoration, and incredible shock. With just one sword, he killed a 5th-ranked ability user in seconds. Jiang Chen's growth speed, it was too fast. Tang Chuyao similarly froze in place, her beautiful eyes wide open, her red lips slightly open, her pretty face full of shock and bewilderment. She stared blankly at Jiang Chen, her mind buzzing with countless thoughts that raced past like a runaway wild horse. And at this moment, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm and indifferent. Just then, the other black-robed man looked back, his face no longer arrogant, replaced by horror. He turned around violently and flew in the opposite direction at an extremely fast speed. This Jiang Chen, he definitely couldn't beat him. He had to run. Trying to run? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth hooked into an icy smile. It's too late. If you dare to pretend in front of yourself, then don't think of going back alive. Boom dash. Dark purple gravity waves spread out instantly, and a terrifying gravity descended from the sky, like an invisible giant net, instantly enveloping the black-clothed man's entire body. Oh dash. The man in black let out a desperate scream. As if he had been hit by a meteorite, his body sank violently and smashed into another building, nailed to the wall in death. He struggled desperately to get out of this horrible bondage, but found that it was all in vain. The power of a 5th-order ability user seemed so small and powerless under Jiang Chen's terrifying gravity. An ant trying to shake a tree, unable to take a single blow. At the same time, whoosh dash, a sharp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Dark purple gravity waves coalesced under Jiang Chen's feet, erupting into a terrifying anti-gravity. In an instant, the ground underneath his feet instantly cracked and debris splashed. Jiang Chen's entire body transformed into a dark purple stream of light, and with a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound, he whistled towards the black-robed man who was imprisoned by gravity and unable to move. The light of the sword, entwined with flames, flashed by. The black-robed man's bucket-sized head was instantly thrown up high and rolled down helplessly on top of the ground with a dull thud. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the headless corpse's neck break. The head fell to the ground. The headless body also slid down disheveled, fell heavily on the ground, issued a plop, a muffled sound, splashed a piece of dust. The rich smell of blood instantly filled the air. Above the street, the stiff movements of the zombie group, which was still wandering aimlessly, suddenly became urgent. They let out a low hiss and surged madly in the direction where the smell of blood was the most intense. In the blink of an eye, the zombies swooped down next to the head that rolled to the ground, opened their bloody mouths, and tore at the head's face. Frantically, click, click, click. The sound of chewing, in the silence of the night sky, seemed especially clear and horrible. The zombies greedily gnawed at the flesh of the heads and tore at the bones. In the blink of an eye, the human head, which was still wearing a terrified expression, had been gnawed to the point of being bloodied and disfigured. The headless corpses on the other side were also surrounded by clusters. The rotting flesh and blood, the broken limbs, instantly became a feast for these walking corpses. In just a few moments, the originally arrogant and incomparable 5th-order ability person was completely reduced to food in the mouth of the zombies. There were no bones left, leaving only a field of tattered pieces of black cloak and the strong smell of blood in the air to prove that they had once existed. The students on the top floor of the rotten building, witnessing this creepy scene, all of them turned pale, their stomachs turned over, almost vomiting out their dinner. Although they had all seen zombies gnawing on humans in videos, they were only synthesized videos after all. Faced with this so real, bloody and shocking image, it still made them feel a wave of physical discomfort. Tang Chuyao even tightly covered her mouth, her pretty face white, her delicate body slightly trembling, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. Such a strong visual impact made her feel a wave of tingling in her scalp and coldness in her body. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. under Jiang Chen's powerful seeing color hegemonic aura of dangerous precognition. A sense of crisis, strong to the extreme, instantly wrapped around Jiang Chen's heart, causing the hairs of sweat on his entire body to stand up. There's danger. Almost subconsciously, Jiang Chen's seeing color hegemony, like a tidal wave, frantically spread outwards, instantly locking onto the source of this sense of crisis. One bullet, the entire body took on a bizarre dark red color, and the surface was covered with dense runes, emitting a palpitating energy fluctuation. At an extremely terrifying speed, the bullet wrapped in extremely terrifying energy was shooting towards his brow at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound by several times. Wherever the bullets passed, the air was torn apart with a sharp popping sound, creating a white wave of air visible to the naked eye. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be shaken inwardly. Sniper. Why are there snipers in the secret world? And this sniper, definitely not an ordinary sniper. The weapons and bullets he used, with such fast bullet speeds, were definitely not the usual speeds that could be shot from a sniper rifle in a military department. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Jiang Chen didn't have time to think at all, and reacted in the best way possible entirely by virtue of the danger he had foreseen in his hearth color hegemony. He jerked sideways, his body twisting at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the bullet. Whoosh dash! The dark red bullet, which almost grazed Jiang Chen's ear, brought up a strong gust of wind, even cutting off a few strands of his hair. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the kind of terrifying energy contained on the bullet. If he was hit head-on, even his body would definitely be instantly pierced through, or even blown to pieces directly. So close. Next moment, boom dash! A loud bang came from behind Jiang Chen. The dark red bullet blasted above a tall building in the distance. Instantly, earth-shattering explosions resounded through the sky. The building with more than 20 floors was like tofu dregs under this blow, and was directly blown open from the center with a huge cavity. Reinforcing bars broke, concrete crumbled, glass shattered, and countless pieces of rubble and construction debris rained down from the air. Immediately afterward, in front of everyone's horrified gazes, rumble dash! That tall building collapsed with a bang. It raised a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Jiang Chen hovered in the air, shocked as he gazed at the tall building that was in ruins. Just one bullet with the power of a missile. No, it's scarier than a small missile. Can't stay here as a living target. Jiang Chen fiercely locked his perception to the direction of the bullet shot. Next moment, a sharp cracking sound erupted behind him and disappeared into the air. Chapter 113, Found You. Holy. Wang Ming's voice trembled, his eyes rolled in surprise, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What kind of attack is this? A missile? No, missiles can't be that fast. Tang Chuyao also froze in place, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and doubt at the moment. The scene in front of her was completely beyond her cognizance. Lu Li's expression also became grave, and there was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. What kind of weapon is this? This power is too terrifying, isn't it? Not only them, but all the students present were deeply shocked by the scene at this moment. What was that dark red stream of light? How is it possible to have such horrible destructive power? With a single strike, it was actually able to blast a 20-story high building, directly from the center, with a large hole, even causing the entire building to collapse. This is unbelievable. Could it be some kind of special devil fruit ability? A student suddenly made a bold guess. Demon fruit powers? That can't be possible, can it? I've never heard of a devil fruit with that kind of ability. Another student immediately retorted. Then what do you think it is? Other than devil fruit abilities, what else could cause this much destruction? No thermal weapon can cause this much destruction, right? I don't know, but it certainly isn't any of our known abilities. The discussion among the students became more and more heated, with all kinds of speculations, but there was never a unified conclusion. Just then, who dash? Who dash? Who dash? A creepy hissing sound came from all directions, and all the students present, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. On the street, the densely packed zombies had already noticed the students of the Star Ocean Military Academy because of the fight they had just had, and were pouncing towards them as if they were crazy. They carried rotting muscles on their faces and emitted a foul odor, like evil spirits crawling out of hell. The zombies are coming! A student shouted in horror, his voice filled with despair. Another student also panicked. The weapon in his hand was a bit unsteady. This number is too much, right? It's over. It's over. It's really over this time. The students were all pale, with fear and despair in their eyes. Although they were all ability users, they still felt a wave of powerlessness in the face of such a huge herd of zombies. Don't panic, everyone. Right at this moment, Tang Chuyao's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone pick up their weapons and prepare to fight. We'll definitely be able to hold this place. Right, everyone, Don't be afraid. We have Jiang Chen here. We'll definitely win. Wang Ming also shouted loudly, trying to cheer up the crowd. When the students heard Jiang Chen's name, their originally panicked minds settled down a little. Yeah, they still have Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's strength, he would soon be able to take care of that mysterious person who had attacked them. After all, Jiang Chen was an existence that could easily repel even a wave of fourth-order beasts. What about the mystery man? So what if there are more zombies? How can they be his match? Thinking of this, the students raised their hands and prepared to meet the battle. Everyone, on my command, form a defensive formation. Tang Chuyao quickly gave orders and began to organize the students for defense. Luli, take a few people to the roof of the building, take charge of the guard, and report back to me as soon as you notice any zombies approaching. Wang Ming, take a few people to reinforce the fortifications on the roof of the building and try to keep those zombies out. Everyone else, guard the stairway with me. Never let a single walker rush in. Under Tang Chuyao's command, the students acted quickly, each finding their own position and beginning to methodically set up their defenses. The other side, Jiang Chen's perception was like a spider's web, spreading out noiselessly. His seeing color perception, which was more precise and powerful than any radar, could clearly capture any subtle movement, and even the flight path of a mosquito could not escape his perception. An abandoned shopping mall building, a sniper is changing magazines. The sound of metal parts clinking extraordinarily clear in the silence. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly curled into a smile. Found you. With the anti-gravity and moon steps, Jiang Chen transformed into a stump and flew towards the sniper's direction at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Another deafening thud echoed through the night sky like a deathly proclamation. A dark red bullet, with the aura of death, once again whistled towards Jiang Chen. Next moment, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly turned in the air, narrowly dodging the deadly bullet at an unimaginable angle. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest delay, as if he had already anticipated the trajectory of the bullet. The bullet grazed his shoulder and blasted toward a tall building in the distance. Boom dash! The tall building, under this blow, collapsed, raising dust in the sky. No way. This is impossible. The sniper froze in place as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His mind went blank. All his thoughts came to a standstill, and only instinctive fear ruled his body. How is this possible? His own attack, surprisingly, had been dodged by Jiang Chen twice in a row? One must know that this silenced sniper rifle in one's hand was a super sniper rifle that the organization had spent a huge amount of money to get a hidden reward from the secret realm. The bullets it shoots are so fast that they exceed a rate of fire of 1,800 meters per second. The power was strong enough to instantly destroy any defense below the 5th rank. Coupled with his extensive sniping experience, he was confident that he could snipe any target. As far as he knew, as long as he was targeted by the silence, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Moreover, the second bullet that had just been fired did not aim at Jiang Chen's body, but rather, it predicted Jiang Chen's trajectory of movement and aimed at the position he was about to reach. I can't believe I dodged that? Even if Jiang Chen possessed a strong seeing color hegemony, it was impossible for him to do this. Could it be that Jiang Chen's seeing color hegemony has become so powerful that it can foretell the future? No, that's not possible. The sniper shook his head violently, putting the ridiculous idea behind him. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to be shocked and puzzled. One had to react as quickly as possible. Otherwise the next person to die would probably be oneself. He quickly adjusted his breathing and was about to put his trembling hands back on the sniper rifle. However, he shook the sniper rifle in his hand and was never able to find Jiang Chen's figure in the sniper scope. Just as he was puzzled, a strong sense of crisis rose steeply, a sense of crisis that made the hairs of sweat on his entire body stand up. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. The figure was as ghostly and silent as if it had been standing there all along, only that he hadn't realized it before. Jiang Chen stood expressionlessly in front of the sniper, holding the ordinary-looking blind staff in his hand as he gazed at him with a calm expression. Found you. Jiang Chen spoke faintly, his tone calm and cold, as if he was telling a fact that couldn't be simpler. Chapter 114, Weak, Too weak. Found you. Jiang Chen's voice was very light, very faint, but it was like the whisper of the god of death, echoing in the sniper's ears, causing him to instantly fall into an ice cave, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze. He stiffened in place, his body trembling uncontrollably, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, slowly sliding down his cheeks and eventually dripping onto the cold ground. He could clearly feel that an aura of death was firmly enveloping him, as if in the next second, he would be swallowed up by endless darkness. The sniper opened his mouth to say something, but realized that he couldn't make any sound as if his throat was blocked by something. He could only look at Jiang Chen, at his deep and cold eyes, and feel the suffocating sense of oppression. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. Whoosh dash! A black shadow sprang out of the darkness like a ghost, pouncing on Jiang Chen with lightning speed. The black shadow's speed was extremely fast, arriving behind Jiang Chen in almost an instant, bringing up a harsh wind that blew the corners of Jiang Chen's clothes hunting. At the same time, the black shadow's body changed drastically, rapidly expanding like a blow-up balloon. His muscles bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. A gnarled muscle like steel poured out, full of explosive power. The black clothes on his body were instantly burst, turning into pieces of rags and scattering in the air. The original human body, which was still quite normal, had become abnormally stout at this moment, and his height had skyrocketed to a height of 2 meters, just like a lofty hill, giving people a strong sense of oppression. A thick layer of black hair surfaced on the surface of his skin, standing up like steel needles and glistening with an icy luster. The limbs also became thick and powerful, and the palms and feet were transformed into sharp claws that flashed with a palpitating coldness. His head was even completely transformed into a hideous and gruesome cheetah head, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty red light. The mouth opened slightly, revealing 2 sharp fangs that flashed with a cold, chilling light, as if they could easily tear everything apart. Jiang Chen's seeing color barrage had captured the sneak attack of this black-clothed man at the first moment. The killing intent that was as substantial as a needle pricked his nerves. Almost subconsciously, Jiang Chen slammed the blind staff in his hand behind him in an attempt to block the sudden strike. However, the speed of this man in black was simply too fast, completely exceeding Jiang Chen's expectations. Die for me! The man in black let out a low hiss. The sound was hoarse and wild, like a true cheetah roaring. He wielded his sharp claws with a powerful wind, grabbing hard at Jiang Chen's back. The sharp claws, flashing with a cold light, seemed to be able to easily tear through steel and tear Jiang Chen's body into pieces. Just in the nick of time, a dark purple gravity wave suddenly erupted, spreading rapidly in all directions with Jiang Chen at the center, instantly enveloping the entire space. Next moment, the black-robed man, who was still imposing, his body sank violently, as if he was pressed by an invisible mountain, smashing into the ground unable to move. You, the man in black spoke with difficulty, his voice breaking with disbelief. How is this possible? The black-clothed man's voice came to a screeching halt, as Jiang Chen no longer gave him any more chances to speak. Jiang Chen looked calm as he rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. The other side. When the sniper saw this scene, a glimmer of hope flared up in his eyes once again. As long as this man in black was able to stall Jiang Chen, even if it was only for a few seconds, he himself would be able to create another opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. He quickly adjusted his breathing and put his trembling hands back on the sniper rifle. Through the scope, he was able to clearly see that Jiang Chen was turning his back. This is a perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, the sniper aimed his gun at the back of Jiang Chen's head. His finger moved slowly, gently resting on the trigger, a frantic gleam in his eye. Go to hell, Jiang Chen. This time, at such a close distance, there's absolutely no way you'll be able to dodge it again. However, just moments before he was about to pull the trigger, a cold aura suddenly flashed. The sniper only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and immediately afterward, he saw the sniper rifle in his hand, which had been hardened and chopped into 2. What? The sniper exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looked down at the sniper rifle that was only half left in his hand, and then at Jiang Chen, who was standing in front of him, holding a blind sword, and his entire body was confused. How is this possible? How could Jiang Chen be so fast? Wasn't he being pestered by his own companions? Why was he able to detect his movements in a split second, and dodge in front of him, and cut off his weapon? The sniper's mind was filled with doubt and incomprehension. He couldn't think or understand. Jiang Chen ignored the sniper's shock as the sword blade in his hand lifted up once again and chopped towards the sniper's neck without hesitation. Swish dash! A cold light flashed, and the blade of the sword cut through the air with a sharp sound. The sniper's head instantly flew up high, blood gushing out of his neck like a fountain. An expression of shock and unwillingness remained on his face, as if he couldn't believe until his death that he had been so easily decapitated by Jiang Chen. PSSST. The headless body of the sniper fell to the ground with a splash of dust. Jiang Chen glanced at the sniper's body on the ground and frowned slightly. Weak. Too weak. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to the other black-clad man still pinned down by gravity. This black-clothed man, who was a bit stronger than the sniper just now, was also an animal-type ability user. If one's guess was correct, this should be the Inuyasha fruit cheetah form. But, in front of himself, it still wasn't enough. Jiang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. Next moment, a flash of cold light entwined with fiery flames. Ow! The black-clothed man didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before he was completely chopped in two. Jiang Chen gently shook his head. Thought the Reapers were so powerful, came in with such a condescending attitude. And this? Just then, tap tap tap. A slight sound of footsteps reached Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen twisted his head to look, only to see a man in a black cloak, whose face could not be seen, slowly walking towards him. There was no doubt that this would be the chief they were talking about. Or should be the alpha split? After all, inside his body, he had been filled with straw, and all of his internal organs had disappeared. The chief stopped and gazed at Jiang Chen, slowly speaking, his voice hoarse and low, with a few hints of excitement. Jia. Good, really good. Jiang Chen, you really didn't let me down. Your strength, your talent, and your potential are all far beyond my imagination. You are simply a perfect work of art. Join us, Jiang Chen. Join us in the Reaper organization. Let's join together and offer everything for the coming of the king. The chief's voice grew more and more agitated, more and more frantic, and his body trembled slightly, as if he was desperately trying to suppress his inner excitement. As long as you are willing to join us, I can guarantee that you will be given supreme honor and status. You will become the king's most trusted apostle, and become the lord of the new world. Jiang Chen let out a cold smile and gently shook his head. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in you crazy people. The chief sniffed and was silent for a moment, his eyes, hidden under his hood, flickering with an eerie light. His voice was low and hoarse. Each word seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless madness and killing intent. In that case, go to hell. Chapter 115 Submit, or die. In that case, go to hell. The chief's voice was low and hoarse. Every word of his seemed to come from the depths of hell, wrapped in endless madness and killing intent. Before the words fell, his already tall and sturdy figure suddenly began to expand violently. This change was sudden and bizarre. It was as if there was some terrifying power that was growing crazily within his body, about to break out and destroy everything in front of him. The black cloak on his body could no longer withstand the impact of this force and instantly turned into pieces. Immediately afterward, the skin became rough and dry at a speed visible to the naked eye, like the bark of an old tree, covered with bizarre lines. The limbs became abnormally thick, and the original human palms and feet that were still normal were now transformed into sharp claws that flashed with a cold light. That head, moreover, turned into an immense and incomparable scarecrow head in the blink of an eye, appearing in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. The features were twisted and hideous, and the two eyes were empty and lifeless, like two dark abysses. The mouth opened, revealing a mouth full of jagged, sharp teeth, as if it could tear everything to pieces and devour it. An unpleasant, sickening scent of decay emanated from the scarecrow. Jia. The chief let out a creepy, shrill laugh, his voice full of smugness and madness. His huge scarecrow-like head slowly lowered, and his empty eyes stared at Jiang Chen in death. Those eyes, as if they were looking at a dying prey, were full of teasing and cruelty, as if they were admiring the prey's final despair. Jiang Chen, this is my strongest stance, the demon-subduing phase. His hoarse and low voice was like a demonic whisper from the depths of hell, each word carrying a chilling sense of eeriness. Now, let's show you my true power. Same time, the students on the top floor of the rotten building in the distance, seeing this scene, had their eyes widened, disbelief and fear written on their faces. Mi Chao, what the hell was that? It couldn't be the leader of the Reapers, could it? I've heard that their leader seems to be an Inuyasha fruit ability. This scarecrow, it's too damn big. Can Tatsu beat it? We should be able to beat it, to be able to come to the No. 3 secret realm. It must not be their leader's main body. It's just an alter ego. Even if it's a doppelganger, it still has the strength of the 5th rank. What's wrong with the 5th rank? Those two men in black just now, aren't they also of the 5th rank? 5th order and 5th order. A world of difference. Impossible. This isn't even a level of battle. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, it's impossible for him to beat this kind of monster. The students were talking. They had even forgotten about the horde of zombies that were closing in on them. Such a huge scarecrow, covering the sky, was as tall as half a 20-story building. Is this really a power that humans can possess? What kind of monster is he? Wang Ming was even so scared that his face turned pale, and his legs were as heavy as lead, so heavy that he couldn't move. Tang Chuyao tightly bit her lower lip. She wanted to rush up to help Jiang Chen. However, she also understood in her heart that in the face of such a horrible monster, going up on her own wouldn't do much at all, and the students here needed her even more. Jiang Chen's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. It was a look that he himself naturally recognized. This is Hawken's signature move from King of Thieves, transforming into a giant scarecrow, dramatically enhancing his attack and defense, like a demon god coming out of hell, possessing the terrifying power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Jia. Jiang Chen, I only like to kill with one blow. I don't like to play slowly. I'll give you one more chance. Submit, or die. The chief laughed strangely and gazed at Jiang Chen. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he indifferently said, "Such a coincidence." The words fell. The chief's demeanor suddenly changed and he opened his hideous giant mouth. Good, good, good. Then you. Go to hell for me. Immediately afterward, it urged its huge body to lunge towards Jiang Chen. Rumble dash. The surrounding walls and pillars were smashed to pieces by its massive body, bringing up a cloud of dust. Next moment, the chief waved his arm, which was n times thicker than Jiang Chen's entire body, and slammed down hard towards Jiang Chen. Between arm swings, it brought up a gust of wind that made a sharp whistling sound. That sound, like mountains tumbling down, and like a meteorite falling, carried a terrifying might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Jiang Chen's body, although it was already considered strong in the eyes of normal people, looked so small in front of the chief's gigantic scarecrow body. His face remained bland, and he just gently rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the sword in his hand, and the human sword had become one, entering a subtle realm. His heartbeat, breathing, and blood flow were all perfectly synchronized with the frequency of the sword, as if he was the sword and the sword was him. Clank dash. The blade was sheathed, and a dark purple gravity wave wrapped around the blade. Gravity blade, manticore. Jiang Chen swung out his sword, and a dark purple sword she chopped at the giant scarecrow. A gravity that was powerful to the extreme instantly exploded. The gravity that had coalesced to the extreme directly fixed the giant scarecrow in the air. The surrounding buildings were also instantly shattered by this terrifying gravity, and the entire building collapsed. Next moment, dark purple anti-gravity waves coalesced under Jiang Chen's feet and suddenly erupted, instantly catapulting Jiang Chen into the air. Immediately after that, he gathered all of his strength on the blade of his sword. The sword blade swung out again. Thunder flashed, flames rose, and dark purple gravity waves intertwined and entwined with black armored-colored hegemonic auras. A terrifying sword chi fused with 5 types of power instantly roared out from the blade. The powerful sword chi wrapped in lightning, flames, gravity waves and armed color hegemonic aura cut through the sky with a devastatingly terrifying might, chopping towards the scarecrow leader at an incredibly fast speed. This sword was as fast as lightning and as powerful as running thunder. This sword was Jiang Chen's all-out strike, the cohesion of all his power, the manifestation of all his will. This sword was enough to cut down gods and devils, destroying heaven and earth. Boom dash. The sword chi and that huge straw arm clashed together fiercely, emitting a deafening roar. Next moment, that seemingly indestructible straw arm was instantly chopped off in front of this sword chi. What? The scarecrow leader let out a terrified scream. He had completely not expected that Jiang Chen would be able to burst out with such a powerful force. How is this possible? One has used one's strongest stance. He even used the destiny card to obtain a power boost, allowing his strength to soar once again. Why? Why would he still have his arm chopped off by Jiang Chen with a sword? This Jiang Chen, was he stronger than himself? No, that's not possible. He couldn't believe it, much less accept it. He frantically urged the power within his body, trying to repair his broken arm, but it was all in vain. However, Jiang Chen's attack didn't end there. Chapter 116, Instant Second Scarecrow. Swish, 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 swish dash. Flames, lightning, and sword chi surged madly. 3 distinctly different energies, yet they perfectly intertwined at this moment, forming a destructive torrent that crazily surged towards the gigantic scarecrow that was over 10 meters tall. 9 more powerful sword chi were chopped out one after another. In the face of this destructive force, the scarlet eyes of the giant scarecrow showed complex emotions, panic, anger, and unwillingness. He tried to break free of the gravity, but found that he simply couldn't. One could only watch the torrent of destruction come at them. Each sword chi precisely hit a different part of the giant scarecrow's body. In the twinkling of an eye, the giant scarecrow's limbs, chest, abdomen, shoulders, neck, and head, were all chopped by Jiang Chen's sword chi. Its huge body, as if it had been cut by an invisible giant blade, was instantly torn apart. The straws that were originally tightly bound together lost their restraints and scattered one after another. Its body was completely dismembered and turned into countless pieces of burning straw, scattering in the air. The parts that were chopped by the sword chi instantly burst into flames. No dash. Jiang, Tatsu. The giant scarecrow let out a mournful and unwilling scream, his voice filled with despair and anger. The sound, like the wail of a wild beast before its death, mournful and desperate, echoed in the empty top floor of the rotten building for a long time. From the beginning of the battle to the giant scarecrow being completely killed, the entire process lasted just a few short seconds. These few seconds were a moment from heaven to hell for the giant scarecrow. It could never have imagined that it would have lost so completely and miserably. It had originally thought that it could easily crush Jiang Chen, but it didn't expect that it would be instantly seconded by Jiang Chen without even having the chance to fight back. It originally thought that it was the master in control of everything, but it didn't realize that it was the prey that was being slaughtered at will. As the giant scarecrow died, its massive body quickly collapsed, turning into countless burning straws that sprinkled down like a rain of fire. This rain of fire, gorgeous and cruel, carried the aura of death as it slowly drifted down. Each piece of burning straw seemed like a shard of an unjust soul, making a silent wail in the air. The top floor of a rotten building, the atmosphere, which was still clamoring, was now in an eerie dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Their mouths were all open and their eyes wide, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and a suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. The oppressive feeling came from more than just the shock of the giant scarecrow's death. Even more so, it came from the powerful strength that Jiang Chen had displayed. His strength had far exceeded their imagination and even made them feel fear. How is this possible? Wang Ming's voice trembled with a hint of incredulous huskiness. His eyes rolled back in his head, his mouth dropped open, and his jaw nearly fell to the floor. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The huge scarecrow, which had just been unrivaled and majestic, had been instantly secured by Jiang Chen just like that? It's not just Wang Ming. The other students stared blankly at the ruins, at the pieces of the scarecrow that had turned into a rain of fire. Not over? Tang Chuyao was a bit dazed as she gazed at the ruins in the distance. Just now, what happened? First, an incredibly large scarecrow appeared. Then, Jiang Chen chopped off the huge arm of the man in black with one sword, and then killed the man in black with another sword? This is too fast, isn't it? From the time they exchanged blows, to the time the man in black was completely beheaded by Jiang Chen, the entire process was not even 5 seconds. In their perceptions, shouldn't a powerful enemy like this one fight with Jiang Chen for 300 rounds and end up being narrowly defeated by Jiang Chen? Why was he so easily killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword? Or was that giant scarecrow just looking bluff, but actually just a paper tiger? It is impossible that the huge scarecrow, the leader of the Reaper organization, has been wanted by all countries around the globe. The strength is definitely not weak. Even the doppelganger was definitely not weak. How is this possible? Brother Chen he actually won? He actually killed that monster? Too strong. Is this still human? After the students' shock, there was uncontrollable excitement and thrill. Who said before that it was impossible for Jiang Chen to beat it? What about now? Does your face hurt? A student's gaze swept over those students who had questioned Jiang Chen earlier, a hint of mockery and disdain in his tone. Those students who had questioned Jiang Chen before, each and every one of them lowered their heads at the moment, not daring to meet his eyes. Their faces were on fire, as if they had been slapped hard. How could they not have imagined that Jiang Chen would actually be able to kill that giant scarecrow in seconds? Still instantaneous seconds. Clean. Meanwhile, Star Ocean Military Academy, outside the entrance to the secret realm, a huge crack was densely filled with the students who had entered the secret realm, including the points each of them had earned. Du Hongsheng, Wang Sen, and Lin Weidong were several people who were currently nervously watching the scoreboard on the rift. Have you found Jiang Chen's name? Du Hongsheng opened his mouth and asked, a hint of doubt in his tone. Wang Sen shook his head, both eyebrows slightly furrowed. I didn't find it. It's really strange. Am I getting old? What nonsense are you talking? Ability users still have presbyopia? You're a fake power user, aren't you? Du Hongsheng was exasperated and laughed, snickering towards Wang Sen. Just then, Lin Weidong pointed to a place and said loudly, Principal Du, Director Wang, found it, over there. Du Hongsheng and Wang Sen looked at the same time in the direction Lin Weidong was pointing. Where? Lin Weidong looked at them, his tone a bit anxious. At the bottom. 0 points over there. A few moments later, the duo, Du Hongsheng and Wang Sen, had finally found Jiang Chen's name. What's going on? Why is Jiang Chen's score still 0? Nothing could have happened, right? Wang Sen's voice carried a hint of worry and doubt. Du Hongsheng frowned and said in a deep voice, it shouldn't be. The hidden reward of the secret realm is clear. It's simply killing zombies. As long as you kill 10,000 zombies, you'll be able to obtain the hidden reward. Now that Jiang Chen doesn't have a single point, it's really a bit strange. Wang Sen also nodded his head with some concern. Yeah, logically, with Jiang Chen's strength, he shouldn't encounter any danger in this secret realm. But now, half a day has passed inside, right? Their score is still 0. This is really abnormal. Du Hongsheng was silent for a moment and said, let's wait, there's no use rushing us. Hopefully they're just unlucky and haven't run into enough walkers yet. Wang Sen sighed and said helplessly, I hope Jiang Chen is alright. Chapter 117. Hold on. Jiang Chen arrived soon after. The yellow sand swept endlessly across the sky, coloring the entire world in a dusky yellow. In the center of this desolate and dead sandy land, a huge black crack stretched out abruptly, like a hideous scar between heaven and earth, emanating a palpitating aura. In front of the crack, a thin, pale man stood silently. He was dressed in a long black robe with a yellow straw skull embroidered on the robe, making him look particularly eerie. The man in question was the leader of the Reaper organization. At this moment, his hollow eyes stared deathly at the black crack in front of him. His pupils suddenly contracted, and an incredulous look appeared on his face. His mouth opened slightly as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make any sound. The reason is simple. The bilocation that he left in the secret territory is dead. At the same time, the images seen by the bilocation were transmitted to his main body. He could clearly see how quickly the split died. Almost instantaneously, the chief's body trembled slightly as he couldn't believe, much less accept, this fact. It was important to realize that although his doppelganger was not as strong as his main body, it was still a genuine 5th-ranked ability. What's more, he had purposely added the power of the destiny cards to his doppelganger. With the support of the power card, the strength of the doppelganger could even reach the peak of the 5th rank. But even so, his doppelganger was still easily killed by Jiang Chen, and it was still an instantaneous second. This Jiang Chen, what kind of monster was he? How the hell did he do that? Could it be that his real strength has already surpassed the 5th rank and reached the 6th rank? No, that's not possible. Even if Jiang Chen's talent was as demonic as it was impossible for him to grow from a freshman who had just awakened his abilities to the point of a 6th-ranked powerhouse in just a few months' time. This is completely counterintuitive. The chief's mind was filled with doubt, shock, and anger, a mix of emotions that made him almost mad. He raised his head fiercely, his eyes staring at the black crack with death, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. He gritted his teeth. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth with endless killing intent. I swear, I'll break you into pieces with my own hands. His voice echoed across the empty sand, full of madness and determination. At the top of the rotten building, the remaining sun is like blood, coloring the sky into a dusky yellow, and also adding a few points of sadness and solemnity to this apocalyptic scene. The wind howled with fury, wrapped in a sickening, putrid odor, and raged among the ruins. In the meantime, in the middle of the secret realm, the top floor of a dilapidated and rotten building, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Lu Li were gazing around nervously. Under their feet, dense zombies like ants were madly swarming towards the rotten building they were in. Granted, most of them were infected with the virus and would not be attacked by walkers. However, there were still so many of the students who innately possessed antibodies and were not infected with the virus. The students, however, were unaware that there was such a thing. These zombies, with red eyes, let out bursts of hissing from their mouths, their voices filled with the desire for blood and flesh. They climbed upwards with reckless abandon, clawing, biting with their teeth, and even banging their bodies against each other, just so they could climb to the top of the building and tear those living beings to pieces. The zombies were stacked in layers, densely packed, like a stacked hammock, constantly piling upwards. They used the bodies of their companions as stepping stones, one on top of the other, climbing rapidly upwards. Those zombies on the bottom floor were under tremendous pressure. Their bodies were deformed and twisted by the pressure, emitting a creepy click sound. But even so, they didn't retreat in the slightest, still staring at the students on the roof of the building with those empty and greedy eyes, as if they were the most delicious food in this world. Soon, a human tower stacked by countless zombies appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This tower is crumbling, yet incredibly strong. It stretched upward at a desperate pace, rapidly approaching the top floor of the rotten building. The air was filled with a strong, sickening odor of decay. As far as the eye could see, the entire world seemed to be flooded with zombies, densely packed and endless, with no end in sight. The students looked at the zombies that kept climbing upwards under their feet, their faces pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed from their foreheads. Their breathing became rapid and heavy, their hearts beating violently as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Hold on to the top. Everyone must hold on. Tang Chuyao's voice hissed in the howling wind, her face pale, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Jiang Chen was too far away from them. No matter what, they had to hold out until Jiang Chen returned. Fire Fist, Tang Chuyao droned out, her hands igniting a blazing flame as she fiercely blasted towards the pile of zombies. The hot flames instantly engulfed several zombies, but could not prevent the tower from continuing to climb upward. Lu Li's figure flashed quickly in the air, her sword blade cutting precisely into the necks of the zombies in an attempt to cut them down. However, the number of zombies was simply too many for her to kill. Shining impact. Wang Ming's entire body was diamondized, and he directly knocked away the few zombies that rushed up. Damn it! There's no way to kill all these zombies. Wang Ming gritted his teeth as fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. In the face of these endless zombies, their attacks were like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause any substantial impact at all. What to do? At this rate, we'll all die. Help! I don't want to turn into a zombie. I don't want to die. The students' spirits were already breaking down, and despair was spreading through the crowd like a plague. The movements of their hands grew slower and slower, and their eyes grew more and more desperate. We have to defend even if we can't. We have no way back. Tang Chuyao clenched her teeth and said loudly, "Everyone hold on. Jiang Chen will be here soon." She couldn't care less about the physical discomfort brought on by the cold, and poured all of her own strength into her hands, and two flames appeared out of thin air. "Kill!" Tang Chuyao bellowed, taking the lead and rushing up, the flames in her hands burning crazily, forming a wall of fire that instantly engulfed the few zombies that rushed at the front. The others also raised their weapons in their hands and rushed towards the zombies, fighting them fiercely. The alloy swords clashed with the bones and flesh of the zombies, making a click, click, click sound. For a while, the entire roof of the building was thrown into chaos. Shouts, hisses, crashes, and explosions were intertwined. Only what made some of the students wonder was that the zombies seemed to have a clear goal, and they all flocked to the few healthy students. However, at such a tense moment, they didn't think twice about it. They only thought about fighting the zombies to the death. The zombies were like an endless tide, wave after wave. In a matter of minutes, the defense began to gradually crumble. Same time, a figure entwined with a dark purple aura in the sky was flying towards them at breakneck speed. Chapter 118. Help! A student screamed in horror as he was surrounded by several walkers and his body had no strength left. Despair and fear gripped him instantly. It was as if he had already seen the image of himself being parted by the zombies, and his body began to tremble violently. It's over. It's all over. Is he really going to die here and become a walking corpse like these monsters? No, I don't want to die. I still have family, and friends, and many, many unfulfilled dreams. I can't die here. No. He let out a desperate hiss, his voice filled with resignation and fear. However, just in the nick of time, bang, bang, bang dash, a dull sound came out. Immediately afterward, the zombies that were still surrounding him unexpectedly burst into a cloud of blood mist in unison in an instant. Thick blood and broken limbs splattered everywhere, coloring his body a scarlet red. He stood frozen in place, feeling the warm blood spraying over him for a moment. What happened? Is oneself saved? Before he could get back to his senses. Bang, bang, bang dash. There were countless muffled sounds again, and the surrounding zombies, one after another, exploded into a mass of blood mist. Immediately after, he then realized that not only the zombies around him, but the entire roof of the building burst into flames at the same time. What the hell is going on here? His mouth dropped open in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. It's not just him. At this moment, the students, who were already on the verge of despair, stopped their movements and froze in place. They looked around at the zombie swarms that exploded one after another, and an expression of disbelief appeared on each of their faces. What's going on? A student spoke blankly. Just then, Wang Ming suddenly pointed at the distant sky and shouted, "You guys, look, it's Brother Chen coming. Tatsu? It's really Tatsu. We're saved." The students looked in the direction of Wang Ming's finger and saw a dark purple figure descending from the sky. The figure's speed was extremely fast, like a meteor crossing the night sky, carrying a palpitating might as it flew closer towards the rotten building they were in. The students instantly boiled over, each with a look of excitement and thrill on their faces, and the cheers and shouts resounded throughout the roof of the building. Jiang Chen's figure landed steadily in the center of the roof. Without any hesitation, he immediately unfolded the gravity domain, and dark purple waves of gravity quickly spread out in all directions with him at the center. The gravity field instantly enveloped the entire rotten building and spread to a radius of 2,000 meters in the vicinity. Next moment, bang, bang, bang dash, countless muffled sounds came out, like countless balloons bursting at the same time. The zombies that were still trying to continue climbing upwards were crushed into a mass of blood mist by this powerful force the moment they came into contact with the gravity field. Just for a moment, the zombies around the entire rotten building were then cleaned up, leaving only the shocking blood and broken flesh on the ground. When the students saw this, they first froze, followed by a deafening cheer that erupted. Tatsu is awesome. Brother Tatsu is mighty. Tatsu is invincible. Tatsu. Brother Tatsu. Brother Tatsu. They raised their hands and shouted frantically, giving vent to the excitement and joy in their hearts. Jiang Chen's presence made them feel incredibly at ease. Tang Chuyao looked at the blood fireworks that kept blossoming in the city, and then at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with admiration and awe as she murmured, "Jiang Chen, this is too much." In the meantime, Star Ocean Military Academy. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, all the teachers' gazes were dead set on the scoreboard. Moving. It's moving. Jiang Chen and their points are starting to move. A sharp-eyed teacher suddenly shouted. There was excitement and thrill in his voice. The originally silent crowd was also instantly ignited by the exclamation. Everyone stretched out their necks and stared dead at the constantly jumping numbers on the scoreboard. They were able to see that in Jiang Chen's column, the points were soaring wildly. First place, Jiang Chen, points, 216. Second place, Tang Chuyao, points, 87, 216 points up. Still going up. Still going up. A teacher shouted excitedly, his voice trembling a little. This speed is too fast. It's almost faster than riding a rocket. Another teacher couldn't help but marvel. This speed. I feel like Jiang Chen and the others are going to break the record again. For sure. At this rate, I guess it won't take long for them to brush their points up to a few thousand or even 10,000. This kid, Jiang Chen, is so perverted. I've never seen such a fierce student. Yeah, he's a monster. As Jiang Chen's points continued to rise, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more enthusiastic. The teachers were all flushed with excitement, as if they were more excited than if they had gotten high marks. Vice Principal Du Hongsheng and Director of Instruction Wang Xin, two people, at this moment also has long been happy. They glanced at each other, both seeing deep shock and pride in each other's eyes. The corners of Lin Weidong's mouth even grinned up to his ears, his heart bursting with pride. After all, Jiang Chen was a student in his class. With such an excellent student, he, as a class teacher, also felt honored. Just then, Wang Xin pointed at the scoreboard and shouted, "Quick look! Jiang Chen and his gang's points have gone up again." There was excitement and thrill in his voice. Everyone in the room had their eyes focused on the standings, only to see that the number that had originally remained at 216 points, at this moment once again began to jump up and down madly. 216, 258, 302, 391, 562, 773. In just the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's points had broken through the 1,000 point mark, and it was still climbing, with no tendency to stop at all. 2,189, 3,566, 5,874, 7,835, 9,134. My God, that's too fast. It's a rocket ride. What are Jiang Chen and the others doing? Are they slaughtering zombies? The teachers were stunned by the scene, all of them wide-eyed and mouths agape, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Broke 10,000. Broke 10,000. Someone shouted. 10,003, 12,335, 16,787, 25,437, 48,869, 63,554, 87,543, 99,999. Soon enough, Jiang Chen's total points came to a terrifying number. 999. 999. When the points reached 99, 999, the numbers stopped jumping. Is this up to the limit? Wang Xin asked with some disbelief. Du Hongsheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "It should be. It turns out that the points of the No. 3 secret realm, there is still an upper limit." Ah, Wang Xin muttered. Tens of thousands of points. They could understand. After all, there had been 2 in history. Points on 100. 000. This is unbelievable. This kid Jiang Chen. What a surprise. Du Hongsheng couldn't help but lament, his tone filled with appreciation and pride. Chapter 119, Emptying the Walkers. Jiang Chen was able to clearly see that every street, building, and corner was densely packed with zombies. Since the commotion over here was too great, countless zombies were madly surging towards the rotten building at this moment. And so much more. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. First place, Jiang Chen, points, 99,999. I didn't realize that there was a cap on the number of points within this secret area. Tatsu, I'm going to go. Your points have reached the limit. Wang Ming stared with wide eyes, incredulously. Jiang Chen nodded and muttered, "This secret realm still has 7 days of survival. And there are so many zombies. What a pain in the ass. Never mind, there's still strength left anyway. It's better to kill them all." Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but all the students present heard it clearly. "What? I'm going to. Tetsuko, what is he going to do? He said he was going to kill all the walkers in the city. By himself." The students were all wide-eyed and filled with disbelief. You know, this is a city completely overrun by zombies. I'm afraid the number of zombies in them can be counted in the millions, or even tens of millions. Even if Jiang Chen was as powerful as he was, It was impossible to kill them all, right? It's a no-brainer. However, Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the crowd. He took a deep breath, and then a dark purple gravity wave converged on the soles of his feet. Shasta! A powerful aura erupted from him. Immediately after, boom dash, with a loud bang, the soles of Jiang Chen's feet were instantly cracked by the powerful anti-gravity, and a spider-web crack appeared in everyone's eyes. Jiang Chen's figure rose up into the air at an extremely fast speed, catapulting towards the front. His speed was so fast that it far exceeded the speed of sound, and even the air was torn apart by him, emitting a sharp burst of sound. Jiang Chen's figure, cutting through the air, was like a ghost, making it difficult to catch. Wherever he passed, he would leave a clearly visible white wave of air that would not dissipate for a long time. Buzz dash! A gravity that was powerful to the extreme spread out in all directions with him at the center. A gravity field with a radius of 2,000 meters enveloped the city like a death dome. It was like an invisible black hole, crazily devouring everything around it and pressing all matter towards the ground. Air, dust, debris, buildings, everything began to twist, deform, and eventually crumble and shatter under the force of this gravity. Those zombies that were originally still roaming the streets, under the effect of this gravity, they were even too late to even scream, and were instantly crushed into a puddle of flesh. Their bodies, in front of this force, were as fragile as tofu, unbeatable. Rumble dash! Throughout the city, the streets trembled violently. On the ground, a huge crack quickly spread out, as if it was going to tear the entire city apart. The building, under the effect of this gravity, began to twist and deform, and eventually collapsed into ruins. Those walkers that were still hidden in the buildings, under Jiang Chen's seeing color perception, there was nowhere to hide. Their desperate hisses seemed so small and powerless in front of this destructive force. In front of Jiang Chen's gravity domain, they were like lambs to the slaughter, with no room for resistance. Bang 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 dash! Countless zombies, one after another, exploded into a mass of blood mist. Their bodies, under the effect of this gravity, were instantly crushed into mush, mixing with the dust and debris on the ground, no longer distinguishable from each other. Time passes by. Jiang Chen, who was wrapped in dark purple gravity waves, was still flying continuously around the city. It wasn't until he had circled 3 times that he stopped in the air. Those zombies that were still roaming around the city had been cleaned up by him at the moment, leaving only limbs and broken arms all over the ground and a strong smell of blood. Phew! Jiang Chen slowly exhaled, a tired look on his face. He could feel that his physical strength was rapidly draining away, and his spirit was starting to become a bit dazed. An entire city, millions of zombies, all crushed by themselves. With such a huge amount of consumption, Jiang Chen was really a bit overwhelmed. Should be about right? Jiang Chen muttered as he spread his seeing color sense to its limit, flying back to the rotten building while still carefully sweeping over every corner of the city. Only after confirming that there weren't any zombies surviving did he slowly retract the gravity field. Immediately afterward, he landed firmly on top of the rotting building and sat on his butt, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. The surrounding students saw this and gathered around. Tang Chuyao squatted beside Jiang Chen with a worried face and asked softly, "Jiang Chen, how's it going?" The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly as he slowly said, "Don't worry, the entire city is safe now. Not a single zombie left. I go to." As the words fell, the surrounding students sucked in a breath of cold air. The whole city, at least 1 million zombies, killed them all. The air fell into a silence. A moment later, one of the students broke the silence. "It's real comfortable having Brother Tatsu around." Immediately after, he gazed at Wang Ming with envy written all over him. "Wang Ming really envies you. You were able to mix into Brother Chen's team even in the last secret realm." Wang Ming bristled and said, "Che, what do you mean mix? I also contributed, okay?" After these words, Lu Li gave him a blank look and added, "Yes, yes, yes, it's just a weird scream there." Next moment, ha 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 ha, joyful laughter erupted among the students, and only Wang Ming held back his red face. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The morning breaks, and a sliver of morning sun hangs high in the sky, shedding a gentle, clear light. On the top floor of the rotten building, the students sat around, happy smiles on every face. Some of them were talking in whispers, some were closing their eyes, and some were looking around warily, since the zombies in the entire city had been killed by Jiang Chen. Within these 7 days, the students basically didn't have much to do, nothing more than cultivating a bit and then going out to stroll around and see the ruined city. Even though the zombies had all been killed by Jiang Chen, resulting in their points not being very high, but it's a great result to have survived safely. After all, no one wants to become a zombie and stay in this world. Another moment passed. Tang Chuyao opened her eyes and stretched. She then leaned on her chin with one hand and looked to the side at Jiang Chen, lazily saying, "Jiang Chen, it should be about time, right? I remember we came in at 9 or 10, should be about right." Jiang Chen's words fell. A beep sounded in his head just in time. It is detected that the 7 days have expired, and this secret world is officially over. Transmission to clearing space will take place later. A few moments later, a flash of white light. Chapter 120, The Secret World ends. The great general wants to see Jiang Chen? The white light flashed and the surroundings changed abruptly. The original crumbling ruins of the city disappeared, replaced by a pure white space. A cold and mechanical voice sounded in the minds of the four. Secret number 3 has ended and points are being settled. Jiang Chen is ranked first with 999,999 points. Attribute points being issued. Reward attribute points 2,000. Jiang Chen has over 10,000 points. Hidden rewards being given out. Reward attribute points 2,000. A total of 4,000 attribute points. Currently one has 11,000 total attribute points. In other words, this time, the secret realm directly raised nearly half of the attribute points. Cool. Jiang Chen's heart burst with joy. Immediately after, there was another beep in his head. Gained 4,000 attribute points. Gained 400 skill points. Add the attribute points to it first. Jiang Chen's divine sense moved. The attribute panel flashed with gleams of golden light. Strength, 2,200 plus, strength, 3,000 plus. Spirit, 4,400 plus, spirit, 6,000 plus. Physique, 2,200 plus, physique, 3,000 plus. Agility, 2,200 plus, agility, 3,000 plus. Manipulable gravity, 300 tons. 20 points of mental power attribute increase by 1 ton. Assignable attribute points, 0. An explosive sense of power surged from all of his limbs, and Jiang Chen felt that his muscles were firmer and his bones were tougher. It is as if the cells of the whole body are cheering and the body becomes lighter and more flexible. 15,000 total attribute points. The base destructive power reaches 30,000 cards, meaning, with the skill bonus, the destructive power is estimated to have exceeded 1,000,000 cards, though he hadn't officially gone to take the test yet. After all, the school was no longer able to satisfy himself, and he had to run to the provincial military headquarters to take the test. However, estimating it, when a little more skill is added, it is estimated that the destructive power will not be a problem to go up to more than 1,200,000 cards. The total attribute point requirement for a 5th order ability is 20,000 points. He himself hadn't reached the threshold of a 5th ranked ability user yet. However, the total attribute point requirement for a 6th ranked ability is 40,000 points, and the destructive power requirement is 1,000,000 cards. This meant that his own self, who was only a 4th ranked ability user, already possessed the qualifications to fight with a 6th ranked ability user. The combat power across 2 orders was as terrifying as it was. Next, look at what skills to order. Jiang Chen moved his gaze to the skill panel. Assignable skill points, 400. Hearing color breath LV. 4,0/540 plus. Current range 2,000 meters. Next level, range increased to 10,000 meters. Comprehension of hearing kill. Armed color hegemony LV. 3,0/180 plus. Has comprehended armed color externalization. Next level, internal destruction. Blind swordsmanship LV. 5,0/160 plus. Currently comprehended sword breath proficient. Next level, sword dipper proficient. Gravity field LV. 6,0/320 plus. Current field range 2,000 meters. Next level, range spreads to 5,000 meters. Gravity blade manticore. LV. 5,0/160. Currently can attach 2,000% gravity. Next level, can attach 5,000% gravity. Breath of the sun LV. 1,0/150. Current destructive power increased 10 times. Next level, destructive power increased 15 times. Navy 6 style LV. 5,0/160 plus. Jiang Chen began to ponder. Gravity field definitely can't be ordered because there's only 400 skill points and no way to improve the seeing color. Tapping the gravity field means the extra manipulation range is, well, wasted. After all, the range of the seeing color was now just 2,000 meters, and the gravity field was also 2,000 meters. Think about it. Jiang Chen suddenly smiled. Seeing color is just 2,000 meters. I don't know if that person who is now the strongest seeing eye color powerhouse in the world will be angry and spit out blood when he hears about it. In this world, the strongest seeing color powerhouse is only 100 meters away. So, it's better to add the heavy force blade manticore. After all, this was his strongest killing move right now. Gravity blade manticore. LV. 0 out of 160. Currently can attach 2000% gravity. Next level, can attach 5000% gravity. The next level is a full 5000% gravity boost. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and directly allocated 160 skill points to this. Immediately after, Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger LV. 5, Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger, LV. 6, 0/320. Currently can attach 5,000% gravity. Next level, can attach 10,000% gravity, with an additional 5000% gravity. Now even if it was a 6th ranked powerhouse, I'm afraid that under the Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger, even if it wasn't crushed, it wouldn't be able to move at all. 240 skill points left. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought to himself, and wondered if Armed Color Hegemony LV. 5 was actually unlocking Fist and Bone Impact as he thought. Might as well give it a try. Ding dash. Armed Color Hegemony LV. 3, Armed Color Hegemony LV. 4, 0/540 plus. Currently comprehending internal destruction. Next level, Fist and Bone Impact. The moment Jiang Chen saw the preview of the next rank, inwardly, there was a surge of delight. As one would expect, the next rank is Fist and Bone Impact. Put it this way. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills added together reaches LV 40, the next skill can be unlocked, Overlord Color Hegemony. Current unlocking progress, 29/40ths. The Fighter Color Buster is also able to unlock Divine Avoidance. Cool. It's so cool. The top moves of the 3-color hegemony were not at all inferior to the Skyfall Meteorite. In the original, Cap almost nearly destroys an island with a Fist and Bone Impact move. Phew, there are only 60 skill points left and they can't be used anymore. That's all for now. Finally, Jiang Chen looked at his panel again. Satisfied. Power, 3000 plus. Spirit, 6000 plus. Physical fitness, 3000 plus. Agility, 3000 plus. Manipulable gravity, 300 tons. 20 points of mental power attribute increase by 1 ton. Assignable attribute points, 0. Hearing Color Breath LV. 4, 0/540 plus. Current range 2000 meters. Next level, range increased to 10,000 meters. Comprehension of Hearing Kill. Armed Color Hegemony LV. 4, 0/540 plus. Currently comprehending internal destruction. Next level, Fist and Bone Impact. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 5, 0/160 plus. Currently comprehended Sword Breath Proficient. Next level, Sword Dipper Proficient. Gravity Field LV. 6, 0/320 plus. Current field range 2000 meters. Next level, range spreads to 5000 meters. Gravity Blade Manticore. LV. 6, 0/320. Currently can attach 5000% gravity. Next level, can attach 10,000% gravity. Breath of the Sun LV. 1, 0 out of 150. Current destructive power increased 10 times. Next level, destructive power increased 15 times. Navy 6 Style LV. 5, 0/160 plus. Assignable skill points, 60. At this time, Star Ocean Military Academy. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, all the teachers nervously watched the scoreboard on the crack. It was also unknown how many students would remain in the secret realm forever this time. Lin Weidong couldn't help but sweat for the students. Although Jiang Chen was definitely fine, the other students were also close to his heart, and he didn't want to see anything happen to any of them. Lin Weidong anxiously asked towards Wang Xin. Director, Jiang Chen and the others should be almost out soon, right? Wang Xin also had a hint of worry on his face as he said in a deep voice. Should be about right. Du Hongsheng also stared at the scoreboard with a grave expression. The death rate of the No. 3 secret realm was considered relatively high. His heart was constantly praying for the students to be at peace. Just then, the phone rang and Du Hansen picked it up. Hello? What? Mr. Huang Jiping is coming? Line. I know. I'll be right there. Du Hansen hung up the phone. Wang Xin looked at him suspiciously. Headmaster. Mr. Huang is coming? What's he doing here? General Huang said he wants to see Jiang Chen. Du Hongsheng said in a deep voice. Wang Xin frowned. Seeing Jiang Chen? What's a great general doing seeing a freshman? One must know that in the Demon Suppression Army, the great generals were almost already the pinnacle of power. Apart from the only marshal, it was the great generals. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were only 4 great generals. Guard each of the 4 major war zones. Who knows? It should be a good thing. Later on you ask Jiang Chen to come to my office. I'll go over and entertain first. Du Hongsheng finished his speech and turned to leave. Chapter 121, All Survive. A sudden attack by a great general? The white light dispersed, and the atmosphere at the entrance to the secret realm of the Star Ocean Military Academy was grave and depressing. The group of students withdrawing from the secret realm was sparse and drastically reduced in number. Many young faces, forever left in the secret world, became hideous and horrible zombies. Teachers outside the secret territory, each with a heavy face, eyes full of sadness and regret. They silently counted the number of people, each confirmation accompanied by a pang of heartache. The loss of life is always so cruel, and they could do nothing but watch these young lives wither away in the secret realm. Lin Weidong's heart, too, was clenched into a ball. He anxiously searched the crowd for a student from his class, although he believed that with Jiang Chen's strength, he would definitely be able to return safely. But what about the other students at? Every time a student stepped out of the secret realm, Lin Weidong's heart would be in his throat. How he wished that every student in his class would return safely. Just then, Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and the others also walked out of the secret realm. Lin Weidong hurriedly greeted them, his eyes carefully sweeping over the crowd, from head to toe, meticulous, afraid of missing any detail. When he confirmed that the 40 students in his class, no less than one, all returned safely, the excitement and joy in his heart, it is difficult to describe in words. His eyes widened, an incredulous look on his face, and his voice trembled a bit. You guys, even didn't die? Tang Chuyao smiled faintly and said softly, Teacher Lin, we got lucky thanks to Jiang Chen. Lin Weidong looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude and relief. Jiang Chen's performance was written on the scoreboard, and they all saw it in their eyes. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I'm afraid that these students of his own would have suffered heavy casualties just like the students of other classes. Just then, Wang Xin also walked over. He was keenly aware that something was wrong. The entirety of Jiang Chen's class had survived. This was just too unusual. One must know that the death rate of the third secret realm was quite high, and over the years, there had never been any class that could manage to survive with all of its members. Could it be that Jiang Chen has discovered something? He walked to Jiang Chen's side, staring at him with a burning gaze, and asked in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, how did you manage to survive with all your members? Did discover some secret realm secret? Wang Sen's voice was suppressed so low that only the two of them, him and Jiang Chen, could hear it. He stared tightly into Jiang Chen's eyes, trying to catch a hint of a clue from his eyes. Jiang Chen certainly knew what Wang Sen meant, but himself is unlikely to admit that he knows the weaknesses of walkers. After all, the identity of a traveler was one's biggest secret, and it should never be exposed. Thus, Jiang Chen shook his head, feigning bewilderment. Director Wang, I don't know what's going on. Maybe, just lucky. He paused and added, after we entered the secret realm, we stayed together without separating. Moreover, we also built a relatively stronghold. So, we were able to survive. Wang Sen's brows furrowed slightly as he sniffed. Of course he didn't believe Jiang Chen's words. How can it be that the entire crew survived just because of luck? There must be something fishy about this. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly came in coldly. By the way, Director Wang, this time in the secret world, almost everyone in our class caught a cold, and I don't know what's going on. Wang Sen was stunned at first. A cold? What does that have to do with the whole crew surviving? He subconsciously asked. A cold? What's so strange about that? Isn't it normal to catch a cold when the environment in the secret realm is so harsh? Jiang Chen shook his head and said, No, Director Wang, I always feel that this cold is a bit unusual. Do you think there's a possibility that walkers are picky eaters? The words fell. The corner of Wang Sen's mouth twitched. What's that supposed to mean? Zombie picky eaters? Who would believe it? Suddenly, Wang Sen's eyes snapped open. Nope, zombie picking might even be a possibility. A bold speculation surfaced in his mind. He instantly understood Jiang Chen's meaning. Yeah, zombies are also virally infected. What if walkers don't attack people with the virus in their bodies? The more Wang Sen thought about it, the more excited he became. This was definitely a shocking secret. If it was true, then that meant that the military department could use this information to drastically reduce the death rate in Secret Realm number 3. It could even allow all the new students who entered the Secret Realm to return safely. He turned his head violently and looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with appreciation and excitement. Jiang Chen, you're really too smart. This discovery of yours is so important. It's definitely a major discovery that can benefit all new students. If the Ministry of War can confirm this and find a suitable virus, then the death rate in Secret Area number 3 will be drastically reduced. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his tone filled with appreciation. Good boy. Well done. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He knew that he had achieved his goal. By hinting to Wang Sen and letting the military department discover the zombies' weaknesses, it was much safer than if he had just said it outright. You are able to help others and avoid revealing your secrets. Wang Xin took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Right, Jiang Chen, there's one more thing. Mr. Huang Jiping is here. He wants to see you by name. Why don't you come with me to the principal's office now?" Jiang Chen nodded and responded, "Good." Immediately after, Jiang Chen then followed Wang Xin out of the class lineup. Wang Ning gazed at Jiang Chen's back in shock. "My chow, what is Senior General Huang Jiping looking for Brother Chen for?" "Senior General Huang Jiping? Who is it?" a student asked. Wang understood and gave him a glance. "You nerd, a flash fruit ability, a peak 8th order powerhouse, and you don't even recognize Grand Admiral Huang Jiping. Hiss, shining fruit, is still the peak of the 8th rank." Jiang Chen followed Wang Xin and arrived at the principal's office. Pushing the door in, he then saw Du Hongsheng sitting opposite a middle-aged man. The two men had 2 steaming cups of tea on the coffee table in front of them and were talking softly about something. This middle-aged man, with a straight figure and a gentle face, had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses resting on the bridge of his nose, and his eyes behind the lenses were deep and introspective, giving people a feeling of gentleness and elegance. However, Jiang Chen, seeing color, was able to capture it keenly. This seemingly elegant middle-aged man's body contained an extremely terrifying energy, just like a silent volcano that could erupt at any time with a heaven-destroying power. "Hello, Principal." Jiang Chen walked up to Du Hongsheng and greeted him respectfully. Du Hongsheng nodded his head slightly, a kind smile on his face. He pointed at the middle-aged man beside him and said to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, this is Senior General Huang Jiping, who has specially come from the military headquarters this time just to see you." Then, Du Hongsheng turned to Huang Jiping and introduced himself. "Admiral Huang, this is Jiang Chen, the most outstanding freshman of our Star Ocean Military Academy this term." Huang Jiping slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Jiang Chen. His eyes, calm and deep, seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Jiang Chen really is young and talented. The corners of Huang Jiping's mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. His voice, low and magnetic, gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. "I've heard all about you." "Very good." As he spoke, he slowly lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. However, just in this seemingly calm atmosphere, a sudden change occurred. Swish dash, a dazzling yellow laser shot out from Huang Jiping's fingertips without warning. Chapter 122, Subterranean Dragon Army. Swish dash, the dazzling yellow laser almost grazed Jiang Chen's cheek, leaving a faint scorch mark in the air. Boom dash, with a loud bang, the laser fiercely blasted into the sturdy wall of the principal's office, instantly blowing out a large hole nearly a meter in diameter. Debris flew, smoke filled the room, and the whole room shook. "Senior General Huang, what are you?" Du Hongsheng stood up violently, shock and disbelief written all over his face. He looked at Huang Jiping handily, completely unable to understand why this great general had suddenly attacked Jiang Chen. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that Jiang Chen had offended this great man somewhere? But, shouldn't, with Jiang Chen's character, he shouldn't have done such a thing. What's more, Huang Jiping was a great general of the Demon Suppressor Army, with a high position of power and strength, so how could he have trouble with a freshman? Du Hongsheng's heart was filled with doubts. He wanted to open his mouth to inquire, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. He could only stand still and look anxiously at Huang Jiping, hoping that he would be able to give him an explanation. However, Huang Jiping acted as if he didn't see Du Hongsheng's anxious eyes. He just sat there quietly, his face calm and expressionless. He slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Jiang Chen as he asked softly, "Why don't you avoid it?" His voice was soft and light, yet it carried an undeniable majesty. Jiang Chen looked calm, and he didn't show the slightest bit of panic in the face of this sudden attack. Even from his face, not a single fluctuation of emotion could be seen. It was as if the laser that was enough to instantly kill an ordinary person just now was no threat to him at all. He just smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Can't hit me." Jiang Chen's voice was light, faint, yet full of confidence. Huang Jiping's eyes stared slightly at his words. He carefully sized Jiang Chen up, his gaze sweeping back and forth over his body as if he wanted to see through his entire being. A moment later, a hint of admiration appeared on Huang Jiping's face. "It's true as the information said. Your seeing color hegemony, which is extremely powerful, has already reached the level of foreseeing danger. Also, you're extremely mentally strong and talented." He nodded slowly, admiration in his tone. Seeing this, Du Hongsheng was slightly relieved. It seems that Huang Jiping is not trying to be unfavorable to Jiang Chen, but is testing him? Thinking of this, Du Hongsheng hurriedly rounded off the conversation and said with a smile, "Ha ha, Senior General Huang, this test of yours is too sudden. It really startled me. Jiang Chen, sit down." He pointed to a chair on the side, signaling Jiang Chen to sit down. Jiang Chen nodded and walked over to the chair, slowly sitting down. Huang Jiping also withdrew his gaze as he looked at Jiang Chen and slowly stated his purpose for coming to Jiang Chen this time. Jiang Chen, I came here this time to invite you to join the subterranean dragon army. His voice was soft and flat, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. However, these words fell on Du Hongxing's ears, but they were like thunder, causing him to instantly widen his eyes, an incredulous look on his face. What? The subterranean army? Du Hongxing lost his voice and exclaimed, his voice trembling a little. One must know that the subterranean dragon army was one of the most powerful special forces in the Dragon Kingdom. Its status, above all conventional forces, is directly under the High Command. Every member of the subterranean dragon army was the elite of the elite, the strongest of the strong. The missions they carry out are the most difficult and dangerous ones, and every action has a bearing on the safety of the country and the interests of the people. Du Hongxing had also thought that with Jiang Chen's talent and strength, he might have a chance to join the subterranean dragon army in the future. However, he never expected that this day would come so quickly. After all, the entry criteria for the subterranean dragon army was extremely harsh. The minimum requirement is that they are all 7th order powerhouses. Moreover, it had to be the kind of 7th order powerhouse that was extremely experienced in actual combat and truly able to block 10 with 1. And Jiang Chen? He is, at the moment, still just a freshman. A 4th ordered abuser only. This is unbelievable. Jiang Chen was also slightly stunned when he heard the words subterranean dragon army. He asked with some confusion, what is the subterranean dragon army? Huang Jiping smiled and patiently explained for Jiang Chen. The subterranean dragon army, the most elite special forces of the Dragon Kingdom, consists of a group of powerful and experienced ability users, responsible for special, secret missions that are often very dangerous and important. By joining the subterranean dragon army, you will receive more resources, better training, and more opportunities. He paused and added, of course, risk and opportunity go hand in hand, and joining the subterranean dragon army also means you'll be taking on more responsibility and facing greater challenges. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully after hearing Huang Jiping's explanation. After thinking about it, he asked, are there any benefits to joining the subterranean dragon army? Ha 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 ha. Huang Jiping smiled and laughed. With a wave of his hand, an attribute ball that emitted a white glow appeared in his palm. Immediately after, Huang Jiping tossed the attribute ball to Jiang Chen and said with a smile, it's a little meet and greet. Jiang Chen was inwardly shocked as he held the attribute ball in his hand. This is 2,000 attribute points attribute ball? This general, is he that bold? So this is the benefit of me joining the subterranean dragon army? Huang Jiping smiled broadly again. This is my personal gift to you, as an apology for the offense I just gave you. Whether or not you join the subterranean dragon army is up to you. He paused and then continued. The benefits of joining the subterranean dragon army, well, you can secretly carry out missions, carry out those most difficult and dangerous missions. Of course, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The more difficult the mission you perform, the richer the rewards you receive. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart after hearing these words from Huang Jiping. He asked, Admiral Huang, I'm just a freshman, a 4th order ability. Why would you come to me so early? You also said that the minimum requirement for members of the subterranean dragon army is to be 7th ranked powerhouses. Huang Jiping explained with a slight smile. For 2 reasons. For 1, your growth rate is just too fast, and the strength you've shown has surprised me. With your talent and potential, it's only a matter of time before you join the subterranean dragon army. Since you'll be joining sooner or later, why not join earlier? Secondly, we have a mission coming up that requires the use of your seeing color hegemony. Jiang Chen sniffed and asked after him. What mission? Huang Jiping slowly spat out a few words. Infiltrate the Shiva kingdom and rescue an important person. Shiva land? Jiang Chen's heart shook violently when he heard those 3 words. Shiva's country. Isn't the gambler's firebrand that you have been thinking about located in the Shiva country? Chapter 123, Comprehending the Sword Dipper. Huang Jiping put down the teacup in his hand, the bottom of the cup colliding with the mahogany desktop, making a slight but clear sound. He raised his eyes, his gaze once again landing on Jiang Chen. The young man's calmness far exceeded his expectations. Jiang Chen, would you like to join the subterranean dragon army? Huang Jiping's voice was still gentle, but every word carried an unquestionable weight. This wasn't just an invitation. It was more like a proclamation, an affirmation of Jiang Chen's potential, as well as a promise for his future. Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately. He hung his eyes, as if pondering and weighing. Inside the principal's room, the atmosphere was stagnant for a moment, with only the occasional birdsong coming from the window to break the momentary silence. Du Hongxing sat on the sidelines, but his heart had already turned over. He watched Jiang Chen nervously, afraid that he would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Subterranean Dragon Army. That was a hall of fame that many soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army could only dream of. Jiang Chen's heart was far less calm than it appeared. Huang Jiping's invitation came suddenly, yet he expected it. From the moment he stepped into this world and awakened his abilities and systems, Jiang Chen was clear that he was not destined to be ordinary. He kept getting stronger, not only for self-preservation, but also to pursue a higher goal and explore the mysteries of this world. The Subterranean Dragon Army, on the other hand, was undoubtedly an excellent platform. First of all, Huang Jiping's generous offer made Jiang Chen see the Subterranean Dragon Army's strong resources. A meet and greet gift of 2,000 attribute points was not something that an ordinary person could afford. This meant that by joining the Subterranean Dragon Army, he would obtain resources far beyond the norm, and the speed of his strength enhancement would be accelerated once again. Secondly, the huge rewards that the Subterranean Dragon Army could offer were fatally attractive to Jiang Chen. He needed attribute points. He needed skill points. He needed anything that could make him stronger. And while the mission of the Subterranean Dragon Army was dangerous, the rewards were bound to be great. The most important thing is that Huang Jiping mentioned the Shiva country mission. Let Jiang Chen see the hope of approaching the gambler's line of fire. It was the one thing he wanted. At the moment, more than anything else. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen had made up his mind. He raised his head and looked firmly at Huang Jiping as he slowly spoke. I do. There were no grandiose words, no impassioned speeches, only 3 simple words, but they were loud and clear, showing his determination. A trace of appreciation flashed in Huang Jiping's eyes as he nodded slightly, a pleased smile on his face. Wise choice. There was a hint of certainty, a hint of expectation in Huang Jiping's voice. He believed that Jiang Chen's addition would bring new vigor to the Subterranean Dragon Army, and might even change the future pattern. In that case, you'll report to the Linjiang Subterranean Dragon Military Headquarters the day after tomorrow. Huang Jiping took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. On the business card, there is only an address and a phone number, which is concise and clear. Here's the address and contact information. Just give my name when you arrive. Jiang Chen took the business card and respectfully replied, Yes, Senior General Huang. Huang Jiping nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He stood up and said to Du Hansen, Principal Du. Excuse me. Du Hongsheng hurriedly got up and said respectfully, You're welcome, Admiral Huang. It's an honor to have you here at Star Ocean Military Academy. Huang Jiping smiled and without saying anything more, turned around and left the principal's office. When Huang Jiping left, Du Hongsheng looked at Jiang Chen, the excitement on his face overflowing. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. Du Hongsheng patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his tone filled with appreciation and pride. The Subterranean Dragon Army. That's the Subterranean Dragon Army. Ah, how many people squeeze their heads to get in there? You even got the chance so easily. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Headmaster, I have to thank you for your cultivation. Du Hansen waved his hand and said, No, it's all your own efforts. I've seen your talent and strength in my eyes. I believe that you will be able to become a top-notch powerhouse in the future. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, just nodded silently. He knew that he still had a long way to go, and the Subterranean Dragon Army was just the beginning. Du Hongsheng instructed Jiang Chen a few more times, telling him to prepare well and report to the Subterranean Dragon Military Headquarters on time the day after tomorrow. Jiang Chen answered one by one, then bid farewell to Du Hongsheng and left the principal's office. Walking around the campus, Jiang Chen's mood couldn't be calmed for a long time. The breeze brought a gust of floral scent, but he had no time to appreciate it at the moment. Subterranean Dragon Army, Shiva Country, Gambler Fireline, a key word, in his mind constantly flashed, intertwined into a rippling picture scroll. By the way, first click on attribute points and skills. Jiang Chen's mind moved as his consciousness sank into his mind, and a familiar attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Ding, ding, ding. The attribute panel flashed with bursts of dazzling golden light, as dazzling as the twinkling of stars. Strength, 3000 plus, Strength, 3400 plus, Spirit, 6000 plus, Spirit, 6800 plus, Physique, 3000 plus, Physique, 3400 plus, Agility, 3000 plus, Agility, 3400 plus, Manipulable Gravity, 340 tons, 20 points of mental attributes increased by 1 ton. The total attribute points had come to 17,000. Jiang Chen felt the surging power surging through his body, and his heart was bursting with joy. Next up are the skill points. Assignable skill points, 260. Looking at the 260 skill points, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Choices are limited and caution must be exercised. After some deep thought, Jiang Chen decided to allocate skill points to blind sword art. With the thought of his mind, 160 skill points were instantly consumed. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 5. Blind Swordsmanship LV. 6. 0/320 plus. Currently has Comprehended Sword Dipper Proficient. Next level, Sword Dipper Proficient. Boom! Jiang Chen only felt a roar in his mind as countless insights about sword arts came in like a tidal wave. It was as if he was in a world of swords, with countless flashes of sword light and sword chi. He saw the essence of the sword and felt its soul. His fingers, unconsciously, trembled gently, as if to become one with the blind cane in his hand. The original plain and unadorned blind cane seems to have undergone some kind of marvelous change at the moment. Above the staff, there was a faint halo of light flowing, as bright as the moon, and as cold as ice. Jiang Chen slowly drew out the sword blade in his blind cane. Clank dash. A clear sword sound resounded throughout the entire space. The blade was sheathed in a cold light. The originally sharp blade of the sword had now become even sharper and more inscrutable. On top of the sword, it was no longer just sword chi lingering around, but a layer of astral chi that was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet as solid as a substance. This astral aura took on a light greenish color, like the color of the wind and the color of the sky. It surrounded the sword, constantly rotating, flowing, and changing, as if it possessed life. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the power of this layer of astral energy. Not only was it sharper and more penetrating than the previous sword chi, but it also came with a special attribute. This attribute could not be described in words, but Jiang Chen was able to clearly feel its existence. It was capable of tearing apart everything, capable of turning everything that stood in its way into pieces. This is the Big Dipper, a power that was more advanced and more powerful than sword chi. Jiang Chen gently waved the blade of his sword, and a green-colored astral energy instantly detached from the sword and chopped forward. Thumbs up. Wherever the astral aura passed, the air was easily torn apart with a slight sound. A huge boulder in front of him was instantly chopped in half under the attack of the astral aura. The cut was smooth as a mirror, without a single burr. Chapter 124 National Selection of the Subterranean Dragon Army? Nightfall. Inside a spacious office at the headquarters of the Linjiang Subterranean Dragon Military Department, Huang Zhiping was sitting at his desk, flipping through a document. On the document, the word Jiang Chen was clearly written. This was Jiang Chen's detailed information, including his abilities, strengths, experiences, and so on. Huang Zhiping read it very carefully, and he didn't let go of every word or sentence. The more he looked, the more he felt that Jiang Chen was not simple. Seeing color hegemony, gravity manipulation, sword art. This kid, he's simply an all-round talent. Huang Zhiping couldn't help but marvel. He put down the paper and rubbed his brow, a hint of exhaustion on his face. The mission in the Shiva Kingdom is getting trickier and trickier. I hope Jiang Chen's joining us will bring us some turnaround, he muttered. Shiva, a neighboring country of the Dragon Kingdom, was also a country with a long history and great strength. Between the two countries, the relationship is complex, characterized by cooperation, competition and even conflict. In recent years, the Shiva Kingdom has, in certain areas, taken some unfriendly actions against the Dragon Kingdom, and has even secretly supported some forces targeting the Dragon Kingdom. This has made the top management of the Dragon Kingdom very unhappy and some countermeasures have been taken. And this time, the mission of the Subterranean Dragon Army is to infiltrate the Shiva Kingdom and rescue a kidnapped Dragon Kingdom scientist. This scientist, who holds some kind of key technology, is very important to the Dragon Kingdom. If he fell into the hands of the Shiva Kingdom, it would bring great loss to the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, the Subterranean Dragon Army must rescue him at all costs. This mission, very dangerous and very difficult. Shiva's intelligence services, too, are no slouches. They're in New Delhi, heavily fortified, and it's going to be hard as hell to sneak in. What's more, it was an impossible task to save someone from the eyes of the enemy. But the Subterranean Army, there is no way back. They have to accomplish this mission. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Huang Zhiping knew that the success or failure of this mission had a great deal at stake. He placed his hopes on Jiang Chen. He believed that Jiang Chen's hearing color hegemony would be able to play a key role. Jiang Chen, I hope you won't let me down. Huang Zhiping looked out the window and muttered. The next day, inside the bright and spacious classroom, Lin Weidong stood on the podium and looked around at the students seated on the stage. Classmates, the experience of Secret Realm number 3 has come to an end. This time, the Secret Realm is very cruel, with heavy casualties. Other than our class, all the other classes lost quite a few students. Lin Weidong paused, a hint of sadness in his tone. But we can't wallow in our grief. We have to work harder to become stronger. And only when we are strong can we survive in this cruel world. Lin Weidong's words, which were loud and clear, inspired every student in the room and made them gradually recover from their grief. Next, I have an important announcement to make. Lin Weidong's tone turned serious, as if he had some major news to announce. Just now, the Ministry of the Army has issued the latest notice that the Subterranean Dragon Army will be conducting a new round of selections at all the major military schools in the country. At these words, the classroom first fell silent, and then, immediately afterward, a puzzled buzz erupted. The Subterranean Dragon Army? What's that? I've never heard of it. Is it the new Special Forces? What's with the military department's sudden selection? Is there any special assignment? The students all looked at each other with confusion and disbelief in their eyes. Most of them were hearing the name Subterranean Dragon Army for the first time and had no idea what kind of organization it was. Jiang Chen sat in his seat, his face still devoid of any expression when he heard the news. Unexpectedly, the Subterranean Army had directly released a new announcement for their own sake. The submarine army is still really efficient. He knew that the reason why Huang Jiping did this was to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the Subterranean Dragon Army had always been selected only from the Demon Suppression Army. He himself was still just a student at a military school, and could not be considered a soldier of the Demon Suppression Army. Seeing the reaction of the students, Lin Weidong smiled slightly and explained, "Students, you may not know much about the Subterranean Dragon Army. The Subterranean Dragon Army is our Dragon Kingdom's top special forces, bar none. It is directly subordinate to the military high command and has a supreme position of great power. The members of the Subterranean Dragon Army, each and every one of them are hand-picked elites from all the major military war zones in the country, and are truly strong. The missions they carry out are the most dangerous, difficult and classified. Every action has a bearing on the safety of the country, the interests of the people, and even the pattern of the entire world. By joining the Subterranean Dragon Army, you will not only be able to obtain supreme honor, but also the best training, the richest resources, and the most generous rewards. It can be said that the Subterranean Dragon Army is the dream place of every demon suppressor army, a shortcut to the path of the strong." Lin Weidong's words were like a heavy bomb that set off a furor in the classroom. The students were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed, with looks of disbelief on their faces. "Oh my god, it's so powerful. No, I must join." "Just you? Better forget it. I guess only Tatsu is good enough." "Brother Tatsu is indeed very strong, but it's only the 4th rank, so it's unlikely that he wants to join now, right?" "Yeah, the Subterranean Dragon Army is selected at all grade levels, and Tatsu is only a freshman. But even if Tatsu can't join now, it's only a matter of time before he joins later." The students were talking and excited. In the meantime, Wang Ming suddenly turned around and said excitedly to Jiang Chen, "Tatsu, did you hear that? The Subterranean Dragon Army, the strongest special forces. If only I could join the Subterranean Army. Tatsu, do you think we have a chance?" Wang Ming began to brag and sputter. It was as if he had seen himself in the uniform of the Subterranean Dragon Army, majestic and invincible. Jiang Chen tried to interject several times. "Wang Ming, actually However, Wang Ming didn't give Jiang Chen a chance at all. "Brother Chen, what do you think we should prepare for? Should we start the special training now? Let me tell you, the selection of the Subterranean Dragon Army must be very strict." "We must." Jiang Chen tried to interrupt again. Actually I have. "Brother Tatsu, what do you think the captain of the Subterranean Dragon Army will be like? Will it be as powerful as General Huang?" Wang Ming was completely immersed in his fantasy. "Let me tell you, my greatest admirer is General Huang." "Who is the?" Jiang Chen cleared his throat. Cough cough cough. "So what?" Wang Ming, actually Brother Tatsu, do you think the training of the Subterranean Dragon Army will be cruel? "I've heard that." Wang Ming was still gushing. Jiang Chen was completely speechless. This guy, now completely immersed in his own world, couldn't hear anyone else. "Forget it. Just let him be. Don't bother." 125. Falcon Squad. Another day passed. The early morning sunlight poured down on Jiang Chen's body through the sparse clouds. He followed the address given by Huang Jiping, took a car alone, and came to the outskirts of Linjiang City. The scene before us was a desolate one, overgrown with weeds. Several dilapidated factory buildings stood alone, with peeling siding and broken windows. The rusty iron door was half hidden, making a creaking sound as if it would collapse at any moment. Jiang Chen stood at the entrance of the factory with a slight frown. He reconfirmed the business card in his hand. The address was correct. It was indeed here. Subterranean Army Division. Will be here? His mind was filled with doubt. It didn't look like a military base by any stretch of the imagination. More like a factory that had been abandoned for years. Did Wang give the wrong address? Or is this just a cover? Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, a grandpa in a shabby security uniform with white hair and a wrinkled face walked out of the guardhouse. He was holding an enameled teapot that had lost its paint, a half-burned cigarette in his other hand. and a toothpick in his mouth in a lazy manner. The grandfather looked Jiang Chen up and down a few times, then slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Moncler Outlet Online. Who are you looking for, young man?" His voice was husky and low, with a heavy regional accent. Jiang Chen hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Hello, Grand Master. I'm Jiang Chen. It was Senior General Huang Jiping who told me to report here." Moncler Outlet Store sniffing. He glanced at Jiang Chen again, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, put the enameled teapot in his hand aside, and said, "Oh, you're Jiang Chen, come with me." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the interior of the factory. The grandfather led Jiang Chen through the dilapidated factory buildings to an ordinary-looking industrial elevator. Moncler Outlet Online. The elevator doors opened slowly and it was empty. The Moncler Outlet jackets gestured for Jiang Chen to go in, and then pressed the button at the bottom. The elevator began to descend, quickly, but so smoothly that hardly any vibration could be felt. It seems that the dilapidated factory was, indeed, just a disguise. The real subterranean Dragon Army branch should be underground. I don't know how long it took, but the elevator finally stopped. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the sight in front of him caused Jiang Chen to be shaken inside. An underground base full of futuristic technology appeared in front of him. Bright lights, clean aisles, all kinds of state-of-the-art equipment, and military personnel in uniform coming and going. Everything here was a stark contrast to the crumbling factory on the ground. Just as Jiang Chen marveled, a young officer wearing a straight uniform with a gold star adorning his shoulder badge walked over in stride. He walked up to Jiang Chen and gave a standard military salute before saying, "Hello, Comrade Jiang Chen. I am the Major Staff Officer of the Subterranean Dragon Army Division, Li Weiguo. Senior General Huang has already explained that I'll be in charge of receiving you." Jiang Chen hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Hello Major Li." Li Weiguo nodded and said, "Come with me, I'll take you to your teammates." After saying that, he turned around and led Jiang Chen towards the depths of the base. The two walked through several corridors and finally came to the door of a spacious room. Li Weiguo pushed open the door and gestured for Jiang Chen to enter. Inside the room, there were already 5 people waiting there. They stood or sat in different postures, but they all exuded a powerful aura. Li Weiguo walked into the room and said to the 5 men, "Everyone, this is the newest addition to your falcon, Comrade Jiang Chen." After that, he said to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, these 5 are your future teammates, so get to know each other." Li Weiguo then turned around and left the room, leaving space for Jiang Chen and his new teammates. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat silent. Among the 5, a tall, stout-faced man with an inch-haired head was the first to open his mouth to break the silence. "I am the leader of the Subterranean Dragon Falcon Squad, Ling Shuo, light and heavy fruit ability, 7th Order." His voice was loud and strong, carrying an undeniable majesty. Immediately after that, the remaining 4 introduced themselves. A petite, fresh-faced woman with a ponytail said, "I am a member of the Subterranean Dragon Falcon Squad, Mu Qianin, retardation fruit ability, 7th Order." Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a mountain spring. A man with a lean figure, wearing glasses and looking well-mannered, said, "I'm a member of the Subterranean Falcon Squad, Gu Xingtsuan, rusty fruit ability, 7th Order." His voice was gentle and calm, giving off a sense of elegance. A burly, muscular, bare-chested man said, "I am a member of the Subterranean Falcon Squad, Xionggang, force fruit ability, 7th Order." His voice was rough and bold, like muffled thunder. The last one, a slender man with a cold face and long hair, said lightly, "I am a member of the Subterranean Falcon Squad, Long Yuehan, chopper fruit ability, 7th Order." His voice was low and cold, with an air of being uninviting. After the 5 people were introduced, their gazes all fell on Jiang Chen. Ling Shuo looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "Jiang Chen, what strength are you? What ability?" Jiang Chen answered truthfully, 4th Order, heavy fruit ability." Hearing Jiang Chen's reply, the atmosphere in the room, once again, fell into a silence. The faces of all 5 of them showed expressions of shock and doubt. How could they have never imagined that their newly joined teammate was just a 4th-ranked ability user? One must know that the minimum requirement for members of the Subterranean Dragon Army was the 7th rank, and they, the Subterranean Dragon Falcon Squad, were the elite of the elite. Every member was an extremely strong person in the 7th rank in actual combat. How did a 4th-ranked abuser get in here? Ling Shuo frowned, looked at Jiang Chen, and asked, "Jiang Chen, are you sure you're 4th Order?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Okay." Ling Shuo was silent for a moment and said, "Well, since it was arranged by General Huang, there must be a reason for him. Welcome to the Subterranean Falcon Squad." Although his heart was filled with doubts, Ling Shua still accepted Jiang Chen. After all, they couldn't disobey Huang Jiping's orders. What's more, Jiang Chen was able to be seen by Huang Jiping, so perhaps, he really did have something to offer. Ling Shua then introduced Jiang Chen to the Subterranean Dragon Falcon Squad. The Subterranean Falcon Squad originally had 6 members, but during the last mission, 1 member had unfortunately died. The mission, this time, is to infiltrate the country of Shiva and rescue a kidnapped dragon scientist. Ling Shua told Jiang Chen the details of the mission, as well as the plan they had made earlier. He hoped that Jiang Chen would be able to integrate into the team as soon as possible and contribute to this mission. After the introduction, Ling Shua looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, this mission is very dangerous and important. We must go all out in order to complete the mission. It's okay to give you a feeler first, to test your strengths in all areas of the game for better teamwork, right?" "No problem." Jiang Chen nodded in response. Chapter 126. Is this a 4th order ability? Come on, let's go to the testing area. After Ling Shua finished speaking, he turned around and led Jiang Chen towards the depths of the base. Soon, the group arrived at a spacious testing area. Here, a variety of testing instruments were placed, looking very advanced. The other 4 people in the Falcon Squad, standing in the distance, looked at Jiang Chen with interest, with a hint of curiosity and skepticism on their faces. After all, a 4th-ranked ability person, joining their Subterranean Dragon Falcon Squad. This matter was all a bit bizarre how to look at it. Along the way, several people were secretly sizing up Jiang Chen. This guy, who looks just 18 or 19 years old, with a straight body and handsome face, is indeed quite handsome. But can good looks be a meal? The Subterranean Army is not some idle group. This is a place to play for your life. I mean, what the hell were the higher-ups thinking? Plugging a 4th order ability into our squad? Gu Xingchuan pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Which of the missions we've been on has not involved 9 deaths? What can he do with a 4th rank? If you're dead, you're dead. Don't get us involved when the time comes and the whole team is wiped out, Xionggang said in a jarring voice. His voice was like muffled thunder, shocking people's eardrums. Maybe good looking? Mu Qianin whispered, her eyes, which had been staring at Jiang Chen's back, flickering with a strange light. Handsome? Can you take a bullet or a knife? Xionggang snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. We are not playing house. This is playing with life. This is a game of life. Lan Yuehan said coldly. I've heard that Jiang Chen seeing color hegemony, which is very strong, might have been specially recruited for our mission this time. Still with disdain on his face, Xionggang said nonchalantly, seeing colors strong? What's the use? No matter what, it's only a 4th-ranked ability user, not to mention the 7th-ranked, even a 6th-ranked. Ah no, 5th-ranked ability user can pinch him to death with a single finger. Right. Besides, he's still a student. He doesn't have any real combat experience at all. It'd be good if he doesn't wet his pants when the time comes. Gu Xingzuan gently shook his head and sighed. Hey, if Jiang Chen had the strength of the 6th order, then it would be fine. But it's just that the 4th order ability gap is too big. After all, Jiang Chen seeing color was very powerful, and the heavy fruit assist ability was also good. It wouldn't be impossible to join their squad if their strength could be of the 6th rank. The discussion between the few people was heard clearly within Jiang Chen's seeing color perception. He didn't say a word. Jiang Chen didn't care about these queries. Strength, that's the best proof. Ling Shua pointed at the instruments and said to Jiang Chen, this is our testing area. Strength, speed, reflexes, whatever you want to measure. Let's measure strength first. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Power? Ling Shua raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This guy, he's pretty confident. A 4th-ranked ability user who dares to measure strength first? You know, strength is the foundation of an ability, and it is also the most intuitive manifestation. 4th order and 7th order. That's a world of difference. Okay, let's measure the power first then. Ling Shua nodded and led Jiang Chen to a huge power tester. The instrument, made of black memory metal throughout, is rugged and full of power. The front of the instrument is covered with densely packed sensors. This instrument, with a special memory metal, can withstand up to 5 million cards of destructive force. Just attack it with all your might. Ling Shua briefly introduced it. 5 million cards? It's worthy of being an instrument of the military department. It's so much more advanced than the ones inside the school. It just so happens that it's been a while since I've measured my strength, and I've newly learned the sword dipper. Nor did he know how much destructive power he could cut with a sword at full strength. Jiang Chen, I've heard that you use a sword. It's just as well to chop directly with a sword. So when you're ready you can just start. Ling Shua said and took a few steps backward. He was also curious about Jiang Chen's strength. If it was just an outstanding seeing color, the above wouldn't have arranged Jiang Chen into their squad. After all, the mission they were on was just too dangerous. If you are strong in the color of sight, but too weak in other areas, you can easily die in the mission. Jiang Chen nodded slightly in his heart as he walked over to the instrument. Next moment, clank dash. A clear sword sound resounded throughout the entire testing area. The sword blade was sheathed. Cold light shot out in all directions, and an overpowering sword intent instantly filled the air. An aura that was powerful to the extreme erupted from him, like a sleeping dragon that suddenly awakened. He took his own power and condensed it on the blade of his sword. Who dash? The gale is picking up. Wisps of green-colored sword astral, like willow flakes fluttering in the wind. Light and ethereal, yet with a sharp and unparalleled aura, slowly wrapped around the blade of the sword. Immediately afterward, a dark purple wave of gravity spread out from the blade of the sword, and the surrounding space, all seemed to be slightly distorted under the effect of this gravity. 340 tons of gravity. Spiked. Finally, a black color as thick as ink, like the nightfall, quickly covered the entire sword. Armed color hegemony. Entwined. The three forces, under Jiang Chen's control, fused together perfectly, forming a heaven-destroying aura. At this moment, the sword in Jiang Chen's hand seemed to possess life as it trembled, hissed, and yearned for battle. Chop! Jiang Chen let out a low gulp and violently swung out a sword. Swish dash! A bright and dazzling sword light, like lightning that cut through the night sky, instantly tore through the air. Wherever the sword light passed through, space seemed to be chopped open with a crack, leaving a long-lasting black trail. The green-colored sword dangles swept out like a storm, carrying a terrifying might of destroying and destroying. The black-armed color hegemony, like an impenetrable shield, guarded the blade of the sword, making it sharper and more indestructible. The 340 tons of gravity, like an invisible shackle, firmly locked onto the target, leaving it nowhere to escape. The three forces, intertwined together, formed a splendid and deadly sword blade that chopped at the memory metal that flowed like mercury at an indescribable speed. Boom dash! The green-colored sword blade ruthlessly chopped on top of the memory metal that flowed like mercury, emitting a deafening loud sound like thunder exploding in the nine heavens. This huge commotion made the Falcon Squad members, who were originally waiting to see the joke, pay attention. A few moments later, the huge power tester began to broadcast Jiang Chen's destructive power. Tick-tock dash. Tested. Current destructive power, 162,5869 cards. The mechanical voice, echoing through the testing area, was filled with a sense of urgency. Asterisk. I'm yet. What? This can't be. The four members of the Falcon Squad in the distance all stared with wide eyes and open mouths, disbelief written all over their faces. They stared dead on at the madly flickering power tester, feeling like their three views had been turned upside down. 1,600,000 cards? No, this is a fourth order ability? A fourth order ability person. Surprisingly, a sword chopped out the destructive power of 1,600,000 cards? This is a ING joke, right? You know, the destructive power requirement for a 6th ranked ability is only 1,000,000 cards. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, is just a 4th order. He was, surprisingly, stronger than the average 6th ranked ability user? This is a monster. Chapter 127, 100 meters 0, 4121. Inside the testing area, the atmosphere was heavy and depressing. That sort of Jiang Chen's just now didn't cut through that piece of special metal that cost a lot of money. Though, however, the tester showed a destructive power of 1.6 million calories, which still deeply shocked everyone present. Phew! Ling Shua took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner shock. He forced down the waves of shock in his heart and tried to make his tone sound calm. Jiang Chen, your power is very strong, and has already surpassed the vast majority of 6th rank ability users. Next, we have a speed and reflex test. He paused and added, these two tests, they are equally important. In real combat, speed and reaction often determine life and death. Understood. Jiang Chen faintly answered, his expression still calm, as if that sword just now was just an insignificant trifle to him. Ling Shua gave Jiang Chen a deep look and didn't say anything more. He turned and walked over to one of the instruments and began to make adjustments. This instrument, called Blast Wind, is a device specially used by the submarine Dragon Army to test speed. The principle of it is simple. It's all about capturing the trajectory and speed of the tester's movement through high-speed cameras and sensors. Jiang Chen, stand over there. Ling Shua pointed at a 100-meter track in front of the instrument and said, at the end of this runway, there is a sensing device. All you need to do is sprint over it as fast as you can and touch that device to complete the test. Jiang Chen nodded and walked slowly to the start of the runway. He closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. Then, the eyes opened slightly, revealing the flash of gray. Immediately after, Jiang Chen moved. His body, like an arrow off the string, instantly burst out. It's too fast. So fast that it's almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. Everyone present only felt a blur before their eyes, and a residual shadow had swept past. Immediately afterward, there was a soft click at the end of the runway, and the test was over. The whole thing, not even a second. How is this possible? Mu Qianyin couldn't help but cry out in shock. Her voice filled with disbelief. Her clear and bright eyes were now glaring round, as if they were about to jump out of their sockets. How could she not believe that Jiang Chen's speed was so fast? This is unbelievable. One had to know that Jiang Chen was only a 4th-ranked ability user. She had also come up through the ranks from a 4th-ranked ability. This speed had completely exceeded the range of her perception of a 4th-ranked ability user, and it even made her begin to wonder if she was hallucinating. Is this kid really a 4th-ranked ability? Gu Xingchuan pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. His eyes, which were hidden behind the lenses, were also filled with shock and doubt at this moment. He felt his mind go blank, completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of him. Lan Yuehan didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. His ice-cold eyes stared at Jiang Chen with a deadpan expression, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. There is shock, there is doubt, and there is a trace of imperceptible scorn. Ling Shua's face also revealed a look of gravity. He had originally thought that Jiang Chen was just stronger, but in terms of speed, he shouldn't be too outstanding. After all, one person has a limited amount of energy and can't be the best at everything. But now, Jiang Chen had ruthlessly slapped him in the face with his actual actions. This Jiang Chen, not only was he ridiculously strong, he was also incredibly fast. This is simply a monster. He took a deep breath, forced down the shock in his heart, and walked over to the blast wind instrument to check Jiang Chen's speed test results. When he saw the numbers displayed on the screen, his entire body froze. 4,121 seconds? Ling Shua's voice was a little dry, with a hint of incredulous huskiness. 100 meters. 4,121 seconds? How is this possible? This achievement had already broken the highest record of the Subterranean Dragon Army's 4th-ranked ability users. And still, it breaks dramatically. It was important to know that the Subterranean Dragon Army's previous record for the speed of a 4th-ranked ability user was set by a peak 4th-ranked ability user with a time of 7,134 seconds. But now, Jiang Chen had actually run 4,121 seconds. The whole thing more than doubled the record. Previously, records had been broken from time to time, but they were all broken by 0 seconds, and such an exaggerated margin as Jiang Chen's had never been encountered at all. Team Captain, am I reading this right? Bear Gang's voice was also a little dry, and he rubbed his eyes hard as he looked at the screen again. On the screen, the bright red 4121 inch was still clearly visible, as if mocking his ignorance and skepticism. Ling Shua didn't reply. He just shook his head silently, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, confusion, and a hint of excitement. He knew that he had, this time, probably really picked up a treasure. Jiang Chen was definitely a super genius with unlimited potential. Jiang Chen, how did you do it? Ling Shua took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner excitement as he turned his head to Jiang Chen and asked. His voice had regained its calmness, but in his eyes, a trace of shock still remained. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, I just took manipulating anti-gravity and combined it with shaving in the 6 styles. Anti-gravity and shaving? Ling Shua's brows furrowed slightly as he seemed to have some understanding. Anti-gravity and shaving combined do have the potential to create amazing speeds. However, trying to combine the two abilities perfectly was not an easy task. It requires an extremely precise control of one's abilities and a perfect sense of timing. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was able to do so with such ease, which was enough to prove that his talent and strength were far beyond ordinary people. Good. Very good. Ling Shua nodded repeatedly, an appreciative smile on his face. Next, a test of reflexes, he said, pointing to another instrument. That instrument, called Rhinoceros, is a device specially used by the Submarine Dragon Army to test their reflexes. It is based on the principle of testing the tester's reaction speed and resilience by simulating various unexpected situations. Jiang Chen, stand there. Ling Shua pointed at a circular area in front of the instrument and said, put it on, and then, I'll activate the apparatus, which will randomly fire a variety of attacks at you, which you'll need to dodge as much as possible. The intensity and speed of the attack will gradually increase until you can't dodge it. Jiang Chen nodded and walked inside the circular area, slowly closing his eyes. He took a deep breath and raised his senses to the extreme, carefully feeling everything around him. Ling Shuo walked over to the spirit rhinoceros instrument and began to make adjustments. He set the strength of the attack to the minimum and then gradually raised it. As long as it hit Jiang Chen, it would show on the instrument, and there would be no danger. He wanted to see where Jiang Chen's limits were. After debugging, Ling Shuo pressed the start button. The test begins. With Ling Shuo's command, the instrument was instantly activated. Whoosh dash! Countless plastic darts shot out from all corners of the apparatus, shooting toward Jiang Chen. The speed of these darts was extremely fast and at a tricky angle, almost blocking all possible paths for Jiang Chen to dodge. However, Jiang Chen acted as if he had already anticipated it. Just at the moment when the darts were about to hit him, his body shifted slightly, easily dodging all the attacks at an incredible angle. His movements were as smooth as flowing clouds in water, without the slightest bit of procrastination, as if everything was under his control. Ling Shuo wasn't very surprised that Jiang Chen had behaved like this. After all, this is only the most elementary level. He asked loudly towards Jiang Chen. Well, no problem, right? Keep upping the intensity? Go on. Jiang Chen's flooding voice came out. Chapter 128, The Shocked Falcon Squad. The corner of Ling Shuo's mouth curled into an appreciative smile. He then instructed towards the staff. Increase the difficulty and raise it to level 2. This time, he was going to test Jiang Chen's limits to see if they were really that exaggerated. As the staff operated, the intensity and speed of the instrument's attack, once again, increased. This time, the darts that were shot were faster and more numerous. However, Jiang Chen still didn't have any fear. His body, like a ghost, flickered in the air, and every time he dodged, it was just right, brushing against the darts. He was like a dancer on the tip of a knife, every movement full of beauty and rhythm, a delight to the eye. Is this still human? It's too strong. This reaction power, it's unbelievable. I have a feeling that even a 6th-ranked ability user wouldn't necessarily be able to do this, right? The members of the Falcon Squad were also stunned by Jiang Chen's performance at the moment. Each of them had their mouths open and their eyes wide, disbelief written all over their faces. How could they have never imagined that a 4th-ranked ability user would be able to possess such terrifying reflexes? This simply subverted their cognition. Captain Ling, I'm okay, you can keep making it harder. Jiang Chen's calm voice came out. Ling Shuo's eyes flashed with excitement and anticipation as he sniffed. Good, then keep making it harder. He wanted to see where Jiang Chen's limits were. As the staff operated, the intensity and speed of the instrument's attack, once again, increased. This time, it was no longer darts that were shot, but bullets. Moreover, it's a special bullet, which is faster and more powerful. Dash. Countless bullets poured out like a torrential downpour, sweeping madly towards Jiang Chen. The entire test area was instantly enveloped in bullet fire and smoke. However, Jiang Chen acted as if he had already anticipated everything. His figure was like a ghost, weaving through the dense rain of bullets, and not a single bullet was able to hit him. He was like a magician who controlled time, able to predict the future and easily dodge all attacks. This scene made everyone's scalp feel numb. This is a miracle. It's not enough, Captain. Can it be any faster or more? Jiang Chen's voice came out leisurely. Ling Shuo looked stunned. He had been completely shocked by Jiang Chen's performance, and now he only wanted to know where exactly Jiang Chen's limits were. Continue. Increase it to 5. Will this, Captain Ling? Will. The staff froze a bit. The difficulty of the 5th level, only a 7th-order powerhouse can dodge. Moreover, it must be a top 7th-order powerhouse with sensitivity pulled full. It's okay, add it, Ling Shuo said calmly, excitement flashing in his eyes. Immediately afterward, the instrument's attack pattern changed again. What was originally just a monotonous straight line of fire had now turned into an unregulated attack that came from all directions. Bullets, darts, beams, and even miniature missiles with tracking functions all poured towards Jiang Chen in a brainstorm. The entire testing area instantly turned into a purgatory filled with the smell of death. However, Jiang Chen continued to dodge all the attacks as easily as if he were walking idly. His seeing color hegemony was at its peak at this moment. Everything around him was clear in his mind. The trajectory of every bullet, the spinning of every dart, the flickering of every beam of light could not escape his perception. He was like an all-knowing god, controlling the entire battlefield and everything. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was still at ease, Ling Shuo decisively yelled, "Limit! Turn it up to the max for me." Level 6. The staff completely froze. No one has ever been able to pass the 6th level of difficulty without injury. As for Jiang Chen, until now, the instrument showed that he was still unharmed. Jiang Chen wouldn't even be able to pass level 6 without injury. Would he? What are you waiting for? Don't add it yet. Ling Shuo glared at the still frozen staff and said sternly, his voice, already a little hoarse. His eyes were red and he stared at Jiang Chen with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to see through him. As the staff operated the instrument, it was turned up to maximum power. The entire testing area began to tremble violently. Countless attacks poured towards Jiang Chen like a raging storm, so densely packed that no gaps could be seen at all. Is this still something one can dodge? Xiong Gang's voice trembled a little as he rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Jiang Chen once again. He could no longer use words to describe the shock he felt inside. Mu Qianyin, Gu Xingxin and Lang Yuehan were also silent. They were all completely convinced by Jiang Chen's performance. Such reflexes and perceptions were completely beyond their comprehension. However, Jiang Chen still didn't let them down. He was like a grim reaper strolling through a hail of bullets, each attack brushing against him. He even dodged. The amplitude of his dodging became smaller and smaller, as if he could dodge all the attacks by just twisting his body casually. A few moments later, stop it. Ling Shua's voice trembled a little. He knew that there was no point in testing any further. The strength Jiang Chen had displayed had completely exceeded his imagination. This young man was definitely a demonic existence. I'm not mistaken, am I? Xiong Gang's voice also trembled a little as he rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Jiang Chen once again. Mu Qianyin took a deep breath and said slowly, "You read that right. Reaction test level 6. No injury clearance. Is this really something a 4th ranked ability person can do? No one can pass a rank 6 reaction test without injury, right? Interesting." Xiong Gang licked his lips and gazed at Jiang Chen with a burning gaze. Mu Qianyin glanced at him and asked, "What do you want?" Ha. Xiong Gang giggled a bit and didn't reply. Walking straight towards Captain Ling Shua, Mu Qianyin looked at Xiong Gang's back and shook her head helplessly. "Xiong Gang, a fighting maniac. Wouldn't want to." Gu Xingxuan pushed down his glasses and said, "Don't worry, with the captain here, nothing will happen." Xiong Gang strides over to Captain Ling Shua and leisurely says, "Captain, this guy isn't simple. Are you sure he's really just 4th rank?" Ling Shu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Judging from the attribute points, according to the official division, it is indeed 4th order." Next moment, Xiong Gang grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, his eyes flashing with excitement like a fierce beast that had found its prey. "Hey, Captain, I have a proposition. What's the offer?" Ling Shua asked. Xiong Gang pointed at Jiang Chen and said, "I want to spar with Jiang Chen." "Cutting? You, a 7th ranked ability user, looking for a 4th ranked ability user to cut a deal?" Ling Shua's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 129 4th Order Battles 6th Order? "Captain, I want to spar with Jiang Chen." Xiong Gang's voice echoed like muffled thunder in the testing area. His large, copper bell-like eyes stared at Jiang Chen, his eyes burning with a burning intent to fight. Ling Shua frowned slightly. Of course he knew what Xiong Gang had in mind. This guy is a fighting maniac. When he encounters a strong opponent, he can't help but want to cut a deal. However, after all, Jiang Chen was only a 4th ranked ability user, while Xiong Gang was 7th ranked and an elite in the subterranean dragon army. Even if Xiong Gang suppressed his strength, it would be troublesome if he missed and injured Jiang Chen. No, Ling Shua decisively refused. "Captain, please, I'll suppress my strength to around the 5th rank, and I promise, I'll be careful and definitely won't hurt Jiang Chen." Xiong Gang held up 3 fingers and swore. Ling Shua's eyebrows were furrowed. His expression was serious, and there was a hint of warning in his tone. "Xiong Gang, don't mess around. Jiang Chen is a new teammate, not your sandbag." Jiang Chen, who was not far away, naturally heard their conversation. He smiled slightly in his mind. This big dummy, it looks like he's a little disgruntled with himself. It was no wonder. After all, he was only a 4th ranked ability user, while they, on the other hand, were the elite of the subterranean dragon army. "Captain, I can spar with him." Jiang Chen spoke, his voice calm and confident. The words were finished. Ling Shua froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. What? A 4th ranked ability user who volunteered to spar with a 7th ranked ability user? Moreover, the opponent was still Xiong Gang, who was known for his strength. This is just asking for trouble. The rest of the Falcon squad, too, froze, one by one. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths wide open, and a look of disbelief was written all over their faces. "I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Jiang Chen he actually wants to spar with Xiong Gang?" Mu Qianyin's voice trembled a little as she rubbed her ears hard and looked at Jiang Chen once again. Gu Xingchuan pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, a hint of doubt in his tone. "This kid shouldn't be crazy, right? Doesn't he know that Xiong Gang is not something he can deal with even if he suppressed his strength?" Lang Yuehan remained silent, but his ice-cold eyes stared at Jiang Chen with a complex glint in his eyes. Jiang Chen is really a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Yeah, even if Xiong Gang suppresses his strength, it's still a real, gold-containing powerhouse, not something that can be compared to ordinary people. Jiang Chen's strength and speed are indeed very strong. However, there's too little real-world experience. Compared to a battle-hardened veteran like Xiong Gang, he's still too young. The players were talking, and none of them were optimistic about Jiang Chen. Xiong Gang, however, was excited as he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Captain, you heard it, right? Jiang Chen, he himself agreed. You just let us cut it out, he said as he pumped his fists and leapt to his feet. Ling Shua once again looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Jiang Chen, are you sure? This is no joke. Jiang Chen nodded and said, okay. However, suppressing it to the 5th order is unnecessary. Just suppress it to the 6th order. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Holy? He actually made the bear gang suppress to the 6th rank? This kid is also too crazy. This can really be. The firstborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The 4th order ability person actually dare to directly cross the order to challenge the 6th order? But you guys don't say. Just now Jiang Chen chopped out 1,600,000 calories of destructive power with a single sword. Daring to challenge a 6th ranked ability user is justifiable. It's just a student. Don't forget that Xiong Gang has probably killed more people than Jiang Chen has ever eaten. The players were shocked as they talked to each other, thinking that Jiang Chen was crazy. A 4th ranked ability user had allowed Xiong Gang, who was extremely experienced in actual combat, to suppress only to the 6th rank? What is this if not a death wish? Jiang Chen's heart, however, was calm. The reason why he himself had made such a request was not arrogance, but he had his own considerations. Prior to this, one had never fought a 6th ranked ability. The last time he was in Secret Realm number 3, those 5th ranked ability users he encountered couldn't pose any threat to him at all. And now, his total attribute points have been raised by another wave, and his skills have been raised quite a bit. He wanted to try it out himself. How big was the gap between him and a 6th ranked ability? Even if it was the elite of the elite, the members of the subterranean dragon army, suppressed to the strength of the 6th order, one really wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat them. After all, the strongest killing move, Gravity Blade, Mighty Tiger, hadn't been used by himself yet. Ling Shua was silent. He looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, doubt, and a hint of anticipation. He really couldn't figure out where exactly Jiang Chen got the confidence to dare to make such a request. Could it be that he really had some hidden cards? Xiong Gang was also silent. However, his large, copper bell-like eyes were flashing with excitement at the moment. He hadn't had such an interesting opponent in a long time. A moment later, Ling Shua finally spoke. Well, since you insist, it's cut and dry, but point blank, don't get hurt. He paused and added, Xiong Gang, watch your hand, don't hurt anyone, don't worry, Captain. Xiong Gang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He moved his muscles and bones, letting out a clacking sound, and then walked over to Jiang Chen. Boy, are you ready? I'm not going to show any mercy, Jiang Chen said with a slight smile. Come on. His voice was calm and confident, as if everything was under his control. Xiong Gang also stopped talking nonsense as he took a deep breath and the aura on his body began to change. A few moments later, he suppressed his power to the 6th rank level. Even so, the aura emanating from his body still caused people to feel palpitations. Boy, watch this. Xiong Gang roared and violently charged towards Jiang Chen. His speed was extremely fast, like a discharged cannonball, and he arrived in front of Jiang Chen in an instant. So fast. In the distance, Mu Qianyin let out a cry of alarm, worry written all over her face. She hadn't expected that Xiong Gang would still be so fast even after suppressing his strength. Jiang Chen, can you dodge it? Bang! With a loud bang, Xiong Gang's sandbag-sized fist slammed hard into the ground. The hard ground was instantly smashed out of a deep pit, with debris flying and smoke filling the air. Where's Jiang Chen? The crowd fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen, only to find that he had long since disappeared. He dodged Xiong Gang's attack with an incredible speed. What speed? Xiong Gang was shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected that Jiang Chen's speed would be so fast even in a real battle. It seemed that he had underestimated him after all. However, this instead made Xiong Gang even more excited. Chapter 130. Enough is enough. It ends here. Bear Gang grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Kid, a bit of skill. However, it's not enough. Again, with a loud roar, he charged towards Jiang Chen once again. This time, he was faster and more powerful. His fists, like rain, poured towards Jiang Chen, each punch carrying a terrifying might, as if he wanted to completely blast Jiang Chen into pieces. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest fear. His figure flickered like a ghost, weaving in and out of Xiong Gang's attacks, narrowly dodging them each time. His seeing color hegemony, to the extreme. Every movement, every intention of Xiong Gang was clearly presented in his mind. He was like a prophet, able to predict the future and easily dodge all attacks. Clank dash. Jiang Chen drew out the sword blade in his blind staff. The sword blade was sheathed. Cold light shot out in all directions, and an overpowering sword intent instantly filled the air. He took his own power and condensed it on the blade of his sword. The flames of the breath of the sun burned slowly on the blade, giving off a searing aura. Armed color hegemony, like black ink, spread across the sword, making the blade look sharper and more impenetrable. Breath of the sun, armed color buster, weighing in at 340 tons of gravity. Three forces, perfectly blended. Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword. A bright and dazzling sword light, like lightning that cut through the night sky, instantly tore through the air and chopped at Xiong Gang. Wherever the sword light passed, the flames roared, and space seemed to be chopped open with a crack, leaving a long-lasting black trail. Xiong Gang's face changed slightly when he felt the power of this sword. He hadn't expected that Jiang Chen would be able to burst out with such a powerful force. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly swung his fist to fend it off. Boom dash! The sword light and the fist ruthlessly clashed together, emitting a deafening roar like thunder exploding in the nine heavens. A terrifying shockwave, centered on the two, spread out in all directions, cracking the surrounding ground. Xiong Gang stifled a grunt as his body shook slightly. He was actually forced back by Jiang Chen with a sword. How is this possible? The Falcon Squad members in the distance were once again shocked. One by one, their eyes were wide open, their mouths wide open, and a look of disbelief was written all over their faces. They could never have imagined that Jiang Chen would be able to force back Xiong Gang with a single sword. You know, Xiong Gang is known for his strength. Even if he suppressed his strength, he was still not something that ordinary people could shake. But now, he was actually forced back by Jiang Chen's sword. This is a pipe dream. Again, Jiang Chen let out a low gulp and swung his sword out once again. A ray of sword light poured towards Xiong Gang like a raging storm. Each sword carried a terrifying might, as if it wanted to completely chop Xiong Gang into pieces. Xiong Gang didn't dare to be careless, as he hurriedly swung his fist to parry, engaging Jiang Chen in a fierce battle. Both of them were extremely fast, forming a trail of static shadows that intertwined within the testing area, dazzling people. Each collision erupted into a deafening roar, like a thunderous explosion that shook the hearts of the people. The entire testing area seemed to be trembling from the battle between the two, and could collapse at any time. This is really a fourth order ability? Holy, it's a monster. No wonder the Xiong Gang was suppressed to the 6th rank. If it was the 5th rank, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be able to block Jiang Chen's sword. The members of the Falcon Squad had all been completely convinced by Jiang Chen's strength at this moment. How could they have never imagined that a 4th-ranked ability user would be able to burst out with such terrifying combat power in a real battle? This simply subverted their cognition. In the midst of the fierce battle, Jiang Chen and Xiong Gang had already exchanged dozens of rounds. Both sides fought back and forth without giving way to each other. Just then, it's time to end it. Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rang out, calm and cold. The strength of the 6th-ranked ability was pretty much tried and true. It's time to use the strongest killing move, Gravity Blade Manticore. Jiang Chen violently pulled away. He gathered all of his own strength on the blade of his sword. Dark purple waves of gravity pulsed on the blade, and the green-colored sword asters surrounded the sword, humming in a low voice. The space around them was also distorted by this terrifying gravity. Next moment, Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword. A dark purple gravity sword chi, entwined with a green-colored sword deity, swept across. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be split in two, cut to pieces by the sword chi. The terrifying power carried by the gravity sword chi caused the space in its path to become distorted. This sword swept out like a storm, carrying the terrifying might of destroying the world. This was Jiang Chen's strongest strike at the moment. It was also the most powerful force that he was currently able to burst out. The most powerful force. What? Xiong Gang's face changed drastically. He hadn't thought that Jiang Chen was hiding such a terrifying killing move. He was able to feel that the power of this sword had completely surpassed the 6th rank, and even was on the verge of approaching the 7th rank. How is this possible? How is it possible for a 4th-ranked ability user to explode with such a powerful force? He didn't have time to think about it, and the dark purple gravity wave surged like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping him. Well, Xiong Gang stifled a grunt, only feeling that his body, as if it was being pressed down by a huge mountain, was heavy. The gravity, it was too strong, so strong that it suffocated him. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. What shocked him even more was that the gravity was still increasing. If he continued like this, he had no doubt that he would be crushed alive into mush by this terrifying gravity. No dash! Their gang let out a hiss of despair. It can't go on like this. Otherwise, death is certain. Give me To drive. In the nick of time, Xionggang violently erupted into a roar. The aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Boom dash. A terrifying power erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, instantly sweeping through the entire testing area. His muscles began to swell and grow larger, becoming stronger and more powerful. His power, too, began to rise crazily, instantly breaking through the limit of the 6th rank and reaching the 7th rank. He lifted the power suppression. Bang! With a loud bang, Xionggang instantly disappeared in place with great speed. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen and threw out a punch. This punch contained all the power of his 7th ranked ability, as well as the terrifying explosive power of the force fruit, and was powerful enough to open mountains and crack rocks. If Jiang Chen was struck by this punch, he would be seriously injured without dying. Xionggang. Just then, Ling Shua's voice suddenly rang out. With a flash of his body, he instantly appeared beside Xionggang and blocked Jiang Chen. Boom dash. Ling Shua's fist clashed hard with Xiongang's fist. A terrifying shockwave centered on the two, spread out in all directions, cracking the surrounding ground. At the bottom of Ling Shua's and Xiongang's feet, the ground simultaneously collapsed downward into a deep pit. Dust flew and debris splashed everywhere, and the entire testing area seemed to tremble under this blow. Enough is enough. It ends here. Ling Shua's voice was low and serious, carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty. Chapter 131, Welcome to the Falcon Squad. Enough is enough. It ends here. Ling Shua's voice, low and majestic. He stood between Jiang Chen and Xionggang. His tall and sturdy body was like an impenetrable barrier between two confronting peaks, protecting Jiang Chen behind him. Kumagai gasped for air, making huffing and puffing noises. He stared at Jiang Chen with wide, copper bell eyes. He's a bear gang. In the entire subterranean dragon army, Xionggang, who was known for his defense and strength, in terms of physical strength and power alone, he was confident that even Captain Ling Shua wouldn't dare to claim a solid victory over himself. He was like a moving fortress, impregnable. But just now, he had actually felt the threat of death under the sword of a 4th-ranked ability user. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in years. The last time, it was during a top-secret mission with 9 deaths, facing a peak 7th order and extremely bizarre enemy power user. Xionggang. Ling Shua's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of stern warning. Are you crazy? I've given 3 orders, point blank. You actually lifted the power restriction and laid your hands on him? Do you know what would have happened to Jiang Chen if that punch you just threw had it been solid? We are teammates, not enemies. Are you cutting a deal, or are you murdering? Xionggang lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Not daring to look directly into Ling Shua's eyes, he muttered in defense. Captain, I didn't control it for a moment. I admit, I underestimated him at first. I thought that he was just a small rookie of the 4th rank, casually, able to, he just could for half a day, but couldn't come up with anything, because he really can't explain why he would lose his mind in front of a 4th order ability person, and even feel fear. He secretly raised his eyes and glanced at Jiang Chen, and the previous contempt and disdain in his eyes was no longer there, replaced by a complex, ineffable scorn and a trace of imperceptible admiration. Captain, don't blame him. It was me who took the initiative to ask for a cut. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice calmly sounded. There was no expression on his face, as if the thrilling battle just now was just a trivial warm-up exercise for him, not consuming much of his physical strength at all, and not even causing a ripple in his emotions. Only then did Ling Shua slowly turn around and look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's calmness made Ling Shua even more surprised. He had originally thought that Jiang Chen, after experiencing such a perilous situation just now, would at least have a palpitating and stunned heart, if not pale and trembling with fear. But Jiang Chen, however, acted so calmly, so blandly, as if everything was under his control. This kind of mental quality is unbelievable. Ling Shua looked deeply at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was far more than what it seemed on the surface. This young man, who hid so many secrets and held so many possibilities, he was even beginning to wonder. The reason why Admiral Huang had forcefully arranged for Jiang Chen to be placed in the subterranean dragon army was by no means just because of his seeing color hegemony. It was more because he saw the great potential that Jiang Chen contained, as well as some kind of unknown specialness. Jiang Chen, are you alright? Ling Shua's voice, softer, carried a hint of concern. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. I'm fine, Captain. The members of the Falcon Squad also gathered around at this moment. Their faces all wore complicated looks. Shock, doubt, admiration, envy, and worry. All sorts of emotions were intertwined, making them not know what to say for a while. Jiang Chen, are you really just a 4th-ranked ability user? Mu Qianyin still couldn't help but ask the doubt in her heart. She really couldn't associate this calm and powerful young man in front of her with the label of 4th-ranked ability user. The contrast, it's just too much. Jiang Chen nodded openly and replied with a smile. As in fake, Mu Qianyin sucked in a mouthful of cool air as she felt her worldview being strongly impacted. Gu Xingsuan pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Jiang Chen, you are really a monster. However, I like to be teammates with monsters. At least, it's safer to be teammates with monsters than to be enemies with them. And it's only by being teammates with monsters that miracles can be made. It's the only way to accomplish those impossible tasks. Lang Yuehan was still silent. He just looked at Jiang Chen quietly. His eyes were deep, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. However, the slightly upturned corners of his mouth, as well as the flashes of essence in his eyes, showed that he had fully recognized Jiang Chen's strength. Xionggang looked at the crowd, and then he walked to Jiang Chen, and his bushy hand did not pat Jiang Chen's shoulder this time, but stretched out his hand and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Jiang Chen, you brat, are very strong. I, Xionggang, recognize you. From now on, you are my brother. In the Falcon Squad, anyone who dares to bully you is messing with me. Xionggang, I'll be the first to say no, but next time we have the chance, we'll have a good sparring session. His voice was like muffled thunder, echoing in the testing area, full of bravado and dominance, but in his tone, there was no longer the contempt and hostility from before, but it was full of recognition and expectation. Ling Shua swept through the crowd, his eyes landing on Jiang Chen, and said, "All right, Jiang Chen, your strength has been recognized by us. Welcome to the Falcon Squad." Immediately afterward, he said to the crowd, "Come on, let's go to the conference room and discuss the next rescue mission." Having said that, the crowd then followed Ling Shua and walked out of the testing area. Jiang Chen followed them through a long corridor to the conference room. Inside the conference room, a huge circular conference table took the center stage, and the walls around it were filled with various maps and information, as well as some tactical analysis charts. Ling Shua turned on the projector and a beam of light was projected onto the wall, creating a huge map of the Shiva kingdom. On the map, the mountains, rivers, cities, and roads are clearly labeled, and even some important military facilities are marked with special symbols. Before entering the conference room, the team had some mixed feelings. Ling Shua pointed at the map and began to describe the mission in detail. This time our mission is to infiltrate New Delhi, the capital of the Shiva kingdom, and rescue the kidnapped Dragon Kingdom scientist, Professor Li Yunfei. Professor Li is our country's top materials science expert, mastering the formula of a new type of alloy that is vital to national security. We must rescue him safely at all costs. He paused, his tone becoming grave. According to intelligence, Prof. Li Yunfei is currently being held in a secret base outside of New Delhi. This base is under the direct responsibility of Shiva Nation's intelligence department, and it is heavily guarded and heavily organized. Trying to force a breakthrough is almost impossible. We can only take the infiltration approach, sneak in silently, and then bring Professor Li out. 132. Development of mission plans. Next time, Ling Shua gave a detailed overview of the mission background, target location, and enemy defenses to ensure that each team member had a clear understanding of the mission. For this operation, the biggest difficulty lies in determining Professor Li Yunfei's exact location within the base. The base is huge. A blind search is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it will alert the enemy. Although there is a localization device in Professor Li's body, we can't guarantee that this localization device has been discovered by the Shiva Kingdom. Ling Shua's gaze landed on Jiang Chen. So, Jiang Chen, this is your mission. Your hearing color hegemony is the key to this operation. We need you, using your seeing colors, to pinpoint Professor Li's location. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. The reason why Huang Zhiping had transferred himself into the subterranean dragon army and arranged for him to join this mission was precisely because of his powerful seeing color hegemony. But well, I didn't realize that this time the mission was in New Delhi. The knife field where Gambler's Firebrand is located is not far from New Delhi. Gotta make a trip there sometime. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen also began to explain about his seeing color ability. Captain, I can sense everything within a range of 2,000 meters. As long as we can get close to the base, I will be able to locate Professor Li and monitor the situation inside the base in real time, including the number of enemies, their locations, their movements, and their mood changes. Jiang Chen said confidently. What did you say? Seeing color range of 2,000 meters? Mu Qianyin stared at Jiang Chen with wide, unbelievable eyes. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes. Next moment, inside the conference room, everyone showed a shocked look. From the information, Jiang Chen's seeing color range was just 1,000 meters. When did it become 2000 meters? How long has it been? See color range. 2000 meters? Is this still human? 20 times stronger than the world's strongest seeing eye color powerhouse right now? A hint of joy flashed in Ling Shua's eyes. Very well. With your seeing colors, we're covered for the operation. Jiang Chen, you have to remember that your seeing color is not just for finding Professor Li. It's the eyes of our entire team. You need to be constantly vigilant, using your seeing colors to provide us with early warning, avoid risks, find the best course of action, and even anticipate the enemy's actions, Ling Shua emphasized. He fully realized the value of Jiang Chen's seeing color hegemony and decided to make it the core of his entire plan of action. Understood, Captain. Jiang Chen replied solemnly. Next, let's discuss the specific course of action. We'll make full use of Jiang Chen's seeing color advantage to formulate a rescue plan that's the safest and most efficient, Ling Shua said. In the conference room, the team members began to speak actively and offer their suggestions. Gu Stardust suggested, since Jiang Chen's seeing color range is 2,000 meters, we can set up a temporary observation point about 2,000 meters away from the base. With Jiang Chen there, he can conduct a detailed reconnaissance of the entire base, figuring out the terrain, defenses, and distribution of personnel, and then based on that intelligence, formulate a detailed infiltration route. Mu Qianyi, on the other hand, offered, during the course of the operation, Jiang Chen can utilize his seeing color hegemony to monitor the enemy's movements in real time, providing the team with early warning. Once we find an enemy patrol or post, we can avoid it in advance or take other measures to avoid a head-on clash with the enemy. Long Yuehan said, I can work with Jiang Chen's seeing color hegemony and use my chopper fruit ability to noiselessly remove some of the necessary obstacles, such as barbed wire fences, surveillance cameras, and so on, to create an opportunity for the team to infiltrate. Jiang Chen only needs to tell me the exact location and target, so I can complete the mission without alerting anyone. With my chopping, I can be silent and leave no trace. Xiong Gang, on the other hand, volunteered. I'm thick-skinned and resistant to beatings. I can rush to the entrance of the base, yell, create chaos, and attract all those guards over. Then, you guys can take the opportunity to sneak into the base and rescue Professor Li. Shut up you. The others glanced at Xiong Gang somewhat breathlessly. Ling Shua listened carefully to the opinions of every member of the team, and adjusted and improved the original plan of action based on Jiang Chen's advantage of seeing colors. He made Jiang Chen's seeing color hegemony the core of the entire plan of action, and all of his actions revolved around Jiang Chen's seeing color to maximize Jiang Chen's role. It also maximizes the safety of the team members. Ling Shua said with a grave expression, this mission, it's different from the past. What we are facing will be the most powerful elite force of the Shiva Kingdom, and according to the intelligence, there are at least 10 or more 7th ranked ability users, and countless 6th ranked ability users. Therefore, we must be in high spirits and not take this lightly. The others, too, should always pay attention to cooperating with Jiang Chen's actions. Jiang Chen's seeing color is the eyes of our team. We have to trust him and obey his command. Only then can we form a whole and maximize our combat power. Yes, Captain. The team responded in unison, their voices filled with determination and fighting spirit. Ling Shua nodded in satisfaction, then said, good. Now, I will explain the specific action steps in detail once more. Everyone must listen carefully and memorize every detail. He pointed to the map on the wall and began to explain the plan of action in detail. Next, Jiang Chen successfully rescued the doctor in the Shiva Kingdom and destroyed a city, hid in the Blade Domain where the Gambler's Firebrand was located under the nation's manhunt, and successfully subdued the Gambler's Firebrand, killing hundreds of Shiva Kingdom's powerful pursuers with a single sword strike. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's great general led a large army and broke into the Shiva Kingdom's territory to protect Jiang Chen. Global shock. Under the coercion of the Dragon Kingdom, the Shiva Kingdom could only swallow its breath. After this event, secret number 4 begins and it's on to the global brawl segment. In the end, Jiang Chen crushed the globe with absolute strength, becoming the sole global leader and realizing true unification. Led an attack on the subdivision rift. End of book. I'm sorry, but due to the underlying setting issues, this book was just too much to write. It was too hard to write. The 100,000 word completion rate is 34 and the 200,000 word completion rate is 7. A collapsing mess. Since I didn't do an outline and basically wrote whatever came to mind, this book has a lot of problems, more than I can bear to look at myself. Upgrading the text, an outline is still necessary. The deadliest problem, and I recognize it, is that the protagonist's harvest cycle is stretched too long. Every copy, every event, all the way to the final harvest. The sense of anticipation was also lacking. Speaking human is just too watery. As for some of the other hard feelings, such as the live streaming element at the beginning, the plot conflict being too mindless, etc., etc., there are too many to mention. I'm still a new author and am still learning, and this book has been a great learning experience for me. Ending the book this way, I know I'm going to get yelled at for sure, but it can't be helped. Just can't write. I'm sorry, dads. I'm really so sorry.